The goddess that 40 billion men in the city dream of marrying was accidentally taken to get a marriage certificate by me when I was drunk. Waking up from the drunkenness and looking at the marriage certificate, I felt like dying because the person I married turned out to be the neighbor's sister who had been bullying me since childhood. And she is 8 years older than me. I thought this emotionless marriage would end soon, but I didn't know she had secretly had a crush on me for 13 years. After we got married, she revealed her true colors even more directly. After waking up from the wine, I awkwardly scratched the back of my head and asked, Yushi, did we really get married? Hearing this, Ning Yuelan showed a strange look and nodded. My face turned red instantly. I had indeed caused trouble again. I had unknowingly married a nearly 30-year-old mature woman. What was I thinking? Although it is often said that women in their 30s are like golden bricks, but Ning Yuelan is 7 or 8 years older than herself. Do I have to hold 2 golden bricks? Moreover, Ning Yuelan is a billionaire heiress, the goddess in the hearts of countless men in Zhangcheng. I still have this self-awareness. Ning Yuelan knew that the other party must have a lot of questions to ask herself, so she simply spoke up and broke the silence. How much do you remember about what happened last night? I only remember being at the bar last night, participating in some drinking competition, then getting high, and then not remembering anything. Ning Yuelan's mouth twitched. Yesterday, I happened to be there discussing business as well. I was planning to leave when I passed by the lobby and saw you completely drunk. I kindly wanted to take you back, but you were not only dancing in the dance floor, but also shouting that you wanted to marry a wife, and holding onto my clothes without letting go. As Ning Yuelan spoke, she pointed to her neck. A certain area of her fair skin was slightly red. Hearing this, I was eager to know the rest of the story. And then, is it the story of mushroom stewed chicken? Ning Yuelan rolled her eyes, without saying anything. After the security guard pulled you away, you kept shouting that you wanted to marry the most beautiful woman, and no one could stop you. In the end, you forcibly dragged me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The most beautiful woman? Hearing this, I seemed to have some impression. I looked up and down at Ning Yuelan. Although I was drunk at the time, my eyesight was still there. I was stunned and asked, didn't you resist? Ning Yuelan blushed for some reason, then pointed to her fragrant shoulder. Resisted, but you went crazy and pulled my clothes. The straps inside were all broken by you. I had a bit to drink at the time and my head was spinning. There was no security guard in the taxi. And my sister, a weak woman, how could she compete with you in strength? Ning Yuelan mentioned here. She raised her sexy red lips, but there was a hint of smile in her eyes. My eyelids twitched, feeling somewhat helpless. It seems that my image in Ning Yuelan's eyes was completely ruined yesterday. I'm sorry, Yushi, it's all my fault. I was drunk and frivolous towards you. I'm sorry for that. You can hit me, scold me, or even tell my dad about this. Let him beat me up to vent your anger. Alcohol is really a bad thing. What's the big deal about picking up a wife after getting drunk? And this wife is the young lady of the Ning family that I've watched grow up. Ning Yuelan shrugged her fragrant shoulders. A trace of helplessness crossed her delicate and pretty face. The incident has already happened. The important thing is the solution. Are you responsible to me, or should I tell your dad to make you responsible to me? Responsible? Does sister like me? I was stunned at first, then noticed the smile in Ning Yuelan's eyes, and then realized that Yushi was joking. Well, Yushi has countless pursuers. Why would she need someone like me to be responsible? Yushi, let's get a divorce. I will find a way to compensate you in the future. What happened yesterday was my fault. I can't delay you. The words were not finished. Ning Yuelan suddenly took a deep breath and said, Divorce? Do you want to divorce me? When these resentful words came out, I was dumbfounded. What else can we do? We have no emotional foundation. Should I just spend my life with you in a daze? Ning Yuelan sighed in frustration. Do you know that there is a 1-month cooling off period for divorce now? Moreover, after the divorce, I will be a second-time bride. Are you afraid of being discovered because you have a girlfriend? No, I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Not for anything else. Just because the woman's resentful appearance at this moment is too charming, making my heart beat wildly. Is it because you are afraid that I will delay you from finding a girlfriend in the future? The dream woman of all men in Jiangcheng is their own wife. Why would I look for a girlfriend? Ning Yuelan pursed her red lips. Why are you in such a hurry to divorce me? Sister just happened to pass by yesterday and was dragged by you to get the certificate. You took advantage of me, touched my body, even abused me. Is it that my new husband wants to divorce me within 24 hours of marriage? I couldn't help but swallow. Her current look of disappointment with lowered eyebrows is extremely beautiful. Yushi, could you please not speak in such an ambiguous way? I might easily misunderstand. But on second thought, Sister Yushi is indeed pitiful enough. She is the well-known daughter of the Ning family, a perfect lady of the upper class. The men who want to marry her can walk hand in hand around Jiang City 3 times. If overnight this goddess who has haunted countless men becomes a second-time bride, it is indeed a bit pitiful. But Yushi, you don't like me either. Are you going to marry someone you don't like? Hearing this, Ninja Wayland suddenly fell silent. I didn't know what I was expecting. My heart inexplicably started beating faster again. The next moment, Ninja Wayland lightly bit her red lips with her teeth. What if I say I like you? When these words came out, Fang Mo's mind exploded for a moment. What? What did Sister Yulan say? She likes me? What do you like about me? The fact that I pulled you into a license without a second thought? Or the fact that I almost raped you? Sister, why don't you make it clearer, so that it's easier for me to change it later? Fang Mo swallowed hard. Are you serious? As Fang Mo thought like this, Ning Yulan suddenly laughed. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, sweeping away all the thoughts in Fang Mo's mind in an instant. Lying to you, but I think we can fake it until you find someone you like. No matter what, the marriage license is real. Even if we divorce right away, there's still a 30-day cooling off period. Why don't we try to get along first and see? My grandpa has been urging me to get married for a while now, and I'm getting sick of it, so consider it a favor to your sister, okay? If we really don't feel anything afterward, we'll divorce after a month. Fake drama? Fang Mo froze, knowing that he was at a disadvantage. After all, the matter of pulling people into marriage was all his fault. But it's hard to change your mind for a moment when an imperial sister 8 years older than you suddenly becomes your girlfriend. In the middle of thinking, Ning Yulan suddenly leaned towards this side. A fragrant wind instantly filled the nose. Fang Mo has not returned to God. Was the woman lotus root arm hold down the head into the BMW car? Then let's say it's so for now. First accompany your sister back to cope with the family today. After saying that, Ning Yulan playfully spat out her little tongue, and then she got into the main driver without saying a word, and sped away with her foot on the gas BMW. Fang Mo didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Sister Yulan, it seems like I haven't promised you yet. I don't care. I don't want to turn into a second marriage so soon anyway, let alone. Ning Yulan gripped the steering wheel with one hand. Her sight was instead fixed on the road, but her other hand was gently tugging on the shoulder of her black shirt, revealing a snow-white fragrant shoulder. Gollum. This fragrant scene instantly blinded Fang Mo's 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. Just before he could get the 2nd Battalion commander in his mind to act out, he noticed a brand new wound of 3 or 4 centimeters on Ning Yulan's shoulder. The wound wasn't deep. It just appeared on such a fair and fragrant shoulder, or a bit of a violation. Did I make this? Fang Mo guessed that it was 80% his own work, and instantly embarrassed. He wanted to find a crack in the ground. Ning Yulan let out a soft Alright, if you're in charge, you're in charge. What's wrong with Sister Yulan? Women's big 3 hold gold bricks. Women's big 5 race old mother. 30 women like wolves like tigers. Wait, what the hell is that last sentence? In between Fang Mo's wild thoughts, the car soon stopped at the entrance of the Ning family's courtyard. Fang Mo took a frontal glance at his surroundings, instantly shrinking towards the chair. Ning Yulan's old man's serious appearance appearing in his mind. Meeting the parents so soon. Ha? Why didn't you say you were afraid of this when you put your arm around my sister to get my license? Ning Yulan felt a bit amused. So it turned out that after drinking too much yesterday, the youth who was not afraid of the sky and the earth would also have such a cowering side. Her red lips unconsciously curved in a delicate arc. Sister, can we not talk about this anymore? Fang Mo cried and mourned. Remembering his crazy behavior last night, he would hate to live on a different planet right now. If Ning Yulan continued to mention it every day, he might not be able to withstand it mentally, and jump off a building one day. When the time comes, die for her and leave her a widow. Fang Mo had not forked his thoughts, but he still followed Ning Yulan into this villa. When she reached the doorway, Ning Yulan paused in her steps with some hesitation. She looked at Fang Mo with a red face. So, can we both act a little more intimate? Intimate? Fang Mo was stunned. Only then did he notice that he probably still hadn't shifted his mindset, and that he was habitually trailing half a step behind Ning Yulan to follow behind her. Just like a little follower. We're a couple now after all. It's easy for my grandfather to see if we're too rusty. Why don't we act a little closer? How? Although Fang Mo felt that what his sister said made some sense, he was still a bit clueless. Hold me. As soon as the words fell, Ning Yulan couldn't help but wrap her arms around Fang Mo. The softness that rivaled the World Cup instantly stimulated the youth, accompanied by a burst of imperial body odor. Fang Mo's old face blushed. A touch of wryness of a successful trick flashed across Ning Yulan's pretty face. Little guy, still saying you're not interested in your sister? One radical in Chinese characters, Kanshi Radical 1. The big tall man of 5 feet 8 inches was somehow bent over like a boiled shrimp at the moment, looking funny. Grandpa, I'm home. Ning Yulan entered the house and the villa hall was empty. However, some movement could be vaguely heard on the second floor. and the woman directly shouted in a dainty voice. Bang! At the sound of voices from downstairs, the door to the upstairs study was instantly thrown open by a hand. Humph, you still have the face to come back? Where's my granddaughter-in-law? Didn't you say last time that you had an idea? Didn't you say that you already have a favorite for many years? My granddaughter is so good. Can't she still hold him? Sure enough. Some bullshit about liking someone for years is just fooling old man me, right? Ha, you think I'm going to believe your bullshit? For this reason also refused me to introduce you to hundreds of luxury young masters. Since you took over the company, grandfather, I have nothing to do. Just waiting to hold heavy granddaughter peaceful heavenly happiness. Do you know that it is unfilial for a daughter to have no descendant? After such a long time has passed, not to mention a great-granddaughter. I haven't even seen a granddaughter-in-law. Ning Yulan, I'm warning you, if you can't bring back a granddaughter-in-law this week, you won't be able to enter this house. Grandpa Ning's voice. Fang Mo's heart fluttered and he didn't hold back a smile. The old man is still as neutral as he was a few years ago. The two families were extremely close in the grandfather's generation. Both old men were once carried a gun together. Together in the same window. Together on the battlefield relationship. That is the friendship of the war years. So even if the Ning family soared afterward, the two families often interacted with each other. Until after Fang Mo's grandfather died, the fathers slowly distanced themselves. Ning Yulan just stood in the doorway and let her grandfather scold her for a long time. Sister didn't lie to you, did she? You kind of saved my sister's life too. Fang Mo smacked his lips with a dry smile. Master Ning was really tight in urging for marriage. Could it be that Sister Yulan had to be urged to get married every time she came back? Too bad. Sister Yulan, the one Elder Ning just mentioned, the one you've liked for many years? Fang Mo suspiciously glanced at Ning Yulan. Little thing, you're getting jealous of your sister so soon. Ha? Ning Yuan narrowed her eyes and smiled. Of course I lied to him. Even if I did, isn't my current husband you? You've got sister, my man. Is there anything you're not sure about? Rub. Don't tease me. Don't tease me. I can't take it anymore. It was just that Fang Mo was still a bit uncomfortable in his heart for some reason. Ning Yulan didn't notice this and dragged Fang Mo into the study. Grandpa, I've brought the man back for you, granddaughter-in-law. Look, it's your turn to show your face. Hearing the words granddaughter-in-law, the old man looked up as if he had been hit with chicken blood. Fang Mo was a little embarrassed and wanted to hide behind his sister's back. But how could Ning Yulan not be able to cover a big man of 1 meter 8.5? Except for her temperament, which was stronger than his? Come out. This granddaughter-in-law of yours is still somewhat interesting, and is even shy. Day. Fang Mo had the illusion of a yellow-flowered girl meeting her parents for the first time, and it was only when she met Elder Ning's gaze that Fang Mo moved her feet. Ahem, Grandpa Ning, long time no see. Fang Mo, how come it's you? Quickly come over and let Grandpa take a look. How long has it been since I've seen our family's Fang Mo? So tall in a flash. The last time we met, you were only the same height as your sister. Quickly come over and let Grandpa take a good look. Sister was referring to Ning Yulan. Of course, after all, the elders of both families thought that Fang Mo and Ning Yulan were siblings getting along. Plus the age span between the two was really a bit big. Even the two old men who had gone to war together did not hastily betroth the two of them. Who knew a hangover would turn a sister into a wife? It's embarrassing to think about Fang Mo. After saying this, Elder Ning again glanced twice towards Ning Yulan's back. No one. Where's the promised granddaughter-in-law? It was then that he noticed the two men holding their arms together. Elder Ning froze and asked tentatively, Yulan, the granddaughter-in-law you brought back to me. You're not talking about Fang Mo, are you? Are you teasing me? Aha. The person I've liked for years is Fang Mo. Ning Yuan acted rather calmly. Slap. Elder Ning was silent for a split second, and in the next moment, he slammed the table and said angrily, Nonsense. Do you think, Grandpa, I'm senile? You're obviously siblings. When did you get so close? Do you think I don't have internet access? You're playing that cousin Chow thing for me, aren't you? Affection gone bad? Fang Mo sniffed and coughed dryly several times. The old man is so fashionable. I can't believe I know all these internet buzzwords by heart. Heart, you shouldn't have dragged your brother into spamming me. No matter how much you tried to fool me. A strand of black lines floated across Fang Mo's forehead. Master Ning, the word indiscriminate is unnecessary. The mind belabored. He also knew what was in Elder Ning's mind. Before today, it would be a lie to say that he didn't have thoughts about Ning Yulan, mature and gorgeous royalty that no man can resist, not to mention that she has multiple wealth and billions, but to say whether he really wanted to have something with Ning Yulan, then Fang Mo really dared to pat his chest. No, really, not only did the elders of the two families view the two as siblings, even Fang Mo himself thought so. Fang Mo, tell Grandpa properly, was it your sister who dragged me here to fool me? When he sniffed, he met the old man's pair of sharp eagle eyes, which looked as if they were able to see through everything. Fong Yamo was a little weak, inexplicably began to beat a retreat, or the truth, but this idea out. Fong Yamo and unconsciously shivered. That will end up being Yulan's sister's old man alive. Right at this moment, Ning Yulan frowned her willow brows and said faintly, "Grandpa, I didn't lie to you. The two of us already got our license yesterday. That's why I brought Fong Yamo back to see you today. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it for a while, so I planned to take the route of boiling a frog in warm water. Who knew that you'd be so anxious? What the hell? Get a license? 2 kids and a license?" Elder Ning's eyes instantly widened. He was well aware of his granddaughter's character, and although she would sometimes joke around, she never believed in anything serious. "Wait, Moonlan first. You two explain to me what the hell is going on." Ning Yulan pulled Fong Yamo to sit on the sofa in the study. The action was extremely natural, as if it had been done hundreds of times in a dream. The old man's tightly knitted brows instantly stretched. His heart was somewhat convinced of the relationship between the two. As for Fong Mo's nervous look just now, he didn't even think towards lies. The old man guessed in his heart that perhaps because Fong Yamo was young, his mental quality was not as strong as Ning Yulan's. Young people are suddenly pulled in to meet their parents all at once. It's understandable to be nervous. I haven't told you before. In fact, all these years, I've always been secretly in love with Fong Yamo, and I can't fit any more men in my heart except him, so I won't go on a blind date. Although our two families have had less contact in the past few years, I've never been able to forget him, and a chance encounter that day made us spit out our true feelings for each other. Ning Yulan smiling, flower-like vermilion lips lightly opened. It turns out I'm not unrequited, and my brother likes me, so we got our license yesterday, and it's kind of a fix. Fong Yamo? Sister, are you serious? Although it was clearly a lie, Fong Yamo heard a flavor of truth. Strange, isn't my sister the victim? How is it that now I have the feeling of falling into the big bad wolf's trap bunny? Also, how come I've never heard of this script before? How am I supposed to take it? Chapter 3, The wedding is this week. Fong Yamo, is what your sister said true? The old man was a little surprised and looked twice towards Fong Yamo. In his mind, Fong Yamo had always been Ning Yulan's younger brother. The news of the two being in love hadn't had time to be digested, and his granddaughter had let herself start a new relationship. Both kids are licensed. Even with Elder Ning's state of mind, he felt that it was too sudden, and the amount of information was really not small. Really? Ning Yulan revealed her white teeth and tightened Fong Mo's elbow again. Fong Mo's face once again turned red and he stuttered a little. "Sister, please stop your seductive behavior. Actually, I've always liked my sister too. From the first time I saw her, I had an unstoppable heart for her. At that time I still remember my sister wearing a ponytail, a fluttering very lively, only she was a bit introverted, always holding a book. I don't know why. I just like that look of serenity of her." Fong Yamo hard-headedly pulled a mouthful of nonsense. Indeed, in the past his impression of Ning Yulan is an introverted quiet girl, at least in her childhood is so. The children of the same age were all vibrant. Only Ning Yulan was not slow in whatever she did, and had a cold flavor to her. As these words came out, Ning Yulan's pretty face instantly skipped a touch of redness, one jade hand gently cupping her fragrant cheeks, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness. Fong Yamo didn't notice any of this. He was thinking in his mind, it shouldn't be illegal to go along with the act and say a few nonsense words these days, right? My future wife. I'm sorry that I had to succumb to Sister Yulan's lustful power today. I apologize for you. If Ning Yulan knew that he was thinking this in his heart, she was afraid that she would cut off her heavenly aura for him in a minute. The corners of Elder Ning's mouth jerked when he heard Fong Mo's remark. "Are you sure you fell in love at first sight with your Yulan sister? It seems like you were only 5 or 6 years old when you two first met." 5 or 6-year-old Fong Yamo fell in love at first sight with 14 or 15-year-old Ning Yulan? It's okay, but this kid is a little too precocious. Fong Yamo had the urge to die, but with the atmosphere here, he could only nod his head. I don't blame my brother for ripening early, only my sister for being so charming. Edit. Keep editing. Who was the one who said he wanted to divorce me just now? Ning Yulan gently pinched Fong Mo's arm and grunted a sound. Elder Ning didn't pay attention to the two young men's small movements, and when he heard this, he laughed. "I remember the first time you came to my house, or your grandpa led you here. Little bitty, not even to my waist. Look stupid. At that time liked to follow your sister's ass as a little slug. I did not think that in a flash have grown so big. Yeah, not only are they all so old in a flash, but they're also your granddaughter's husband. Surprise. I've been pleasantly surprised myself. It's a nice surprise." Elder Ning seemed to be very interested in the love story of the two young people. "So tell me, how did you two get
Back together after all these years of being reasonably disconnected? Why do you make it sound like we're cheating on each other? Fang Yamo wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and could only continue to make things up as he met Ning Yulan's expectant little eyes. Here's the deal. In the past, I was always thinking that there was too much of an age difference between the two of us, and I was afraid that my sister would only treat me as a younger brother. So I buried my love for my sister in my heart. Then a while ago I had a chance reunion with my sister, and I realized that she had been waiting for me. And I was so happy that I confessed my love. And then we got together. And then we got a license. That's it? Elder Ning was stunned. Nope. The aspect is tearful. It's really gone. I can't make up a drop. As the saying goes, more is said than done. Any more fabrication is definitely going to show. Elder Ning smashed his mouth. So where did you two reunite? Such a monumental place. Why don't you just buy it as a wedding gift for you? Or as a meeting gift from Grandpa me to you? This time not as the grandson of an old friend's family, but as my granddaughter-in-law. You just want the moon in the sky, and Grandpa will try to satisfy you. Not to mention a plot of land that won't cost a few dollars. A plot of land doesn't cost much? Hear thou. Do men speak? In Jiangcheng, where every inch of land is gold, the only person who dares to say that a piece of land here won't cost a few dollars is afraid that it's only this Master Ning. The #1 mansion in Jiangcheng really lives up to its name. Don't, Grandpa. Fang Yamo shook, shaking his head and waving his hand to refuse. The Ning family's family fortune can be fooled around, but my own pocket is cleaner than my face. If I accept Master Ning's gift, if I divorce my sister in the future, how sad would Master Ning be? Elder Ning was a stubborn man, and when he saw that Fang Yamo refused to say anything, he ran to ask Ning Yulan again, where did you two reunite? Ning Yulan and Fang Yamo exchanged a glance. The bar. School. The two men spoke differently. Elder Ning's originally smiling expression gradually solidified. So the next moment the two men spoke again. School. The bar. Nima. Is there any understanding? Fang Yamo gasped. Tian Lingai are going to explode. The old man is really good at picking problems. Reunion in what place to probe clearly. It is difficult to really intend to buy land? It was good that Ning Yulan reacted quickly. Ahem. It's like this, Grandpa. That day when I was looking for a friend at Fang Mo's and their university, I bumped into him, and the two of us made plans to go to the bar together at night. That's right. The old man nodded. Ning Yulan's words were reasonable. This granddaughter of his own is really something. The elders of the two families have always thought that they are siblings to get along with. So no one thought about that. You two Lang love concubinage. Early to say that they will also be. Ning Yulan arranged what social wild man blind date. Know the roots of Fang Yamo is the best candidate. In the next moment, the old man rushed at Fang Yamo and asked, what's the name of your school? Is there any contact information for the principal? The bar is easy to deal with. I'll buy it in a minute, but I have to find someone to communicate with on the school side. Please don't show off your wealth. Have you ever spoken a human word since you started prying into how we were reunited? A bitter smile passed slightly on Fang Mo's face. Say, since you two are married, have you two had that yet? Right at this moment, the old man suddenly mysteriously poked his head over. His hands crossed and closed, his 10 fingers moving around. Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan are not children. The two instantly blushed. The old man's wheels were about to run over the duo's faces. Fang Yamo coughed dryly. After doing that kind of thing, can I still run away? Once the news was released, all those suitors of Ning Yulan alone would cut themselves to death in minutes with their knives. No, not yet. Not yet? Fang Yamo, do you kid have any hard feelings? Grandpa has watched you grow up since you were a child, and likewise treats you as his own child. What is inconvenient for you to say straight out? Saying that, Elder Ning's gaze directly landed somewhere on Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo was instantly filled with black lines. I'm healthy, Grandpa. Elder Ning finally revealed his fox's tail and grinned. Then you guys catch a little bit of I'm at home every day. In addition to practicing calligraphy is to walk the dog, tease the cat. Everyday life is tasteless. Hurry up to give birth to me a little Fang Yamo or little Yulan out. So that Grandpa I can help you guys with heavy granddaughter. I don't know how many more years I can live with these old bones, and I don't want to die without even seeing the face of my own great-granddaughter or great-grandson. Noticing Elder Ning's blearily expectant gaze, Fang Yamo couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground in embarrassment. The more he described it, the darker it got, and he always had a bad feeling about it. It was at this moment that Ning Yulan finally picked up the conversation. No thing, Grandpa. We both wanted to wait until after the wedding for that one. I'm still a very conservative person at heart. Don't worry. I'll make sure you see your great-granddaughter in your lifetime. Wedding. Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment. Elder Ning sniffed but slammed his thigh. Right. Wedding. You two although received a license, but not yet both parents and relatives and friends to witness it. When do you plan to do the wedding? I looked at it.
This year suitable for Ning Yulan wedding days are in the second half of the year.
July, August, September and October are good days. Ning Yulan, however, shook her head. I won't have time in the second half of the year, and I may be traveling abroad by then.
Ah, the old man was greatly disappointed.
It is difficult to wait until next year? Wouldn't it be the year after next at the earliest that he would be able to hold his granddaughter? So when do you have time? Elder Ning was still not dead set on pursuing the question. Hearing this,
Ning Yulan revealed a row of white shell teeth.
I only have more time this week. I've got a license. How can I let you run away? Hearing this, Elder Ning was first stunned, and then he directly struck the table with a hammer blow. Alright, then, this week, just this week, 3 or 4 days when, there's enough to prepare between now and then,
and I'll have the butler notify relatives and friends. You two these 2 days hurry to pick the wedding dress and diamond ring.
These don't need to Fong Mo consider. Grandpa to you to do it. And what the hotel, wedding car and so on, all let me be responsible for. You two only need to stabilize your feelings, and then in the wedding night smoothly cave in, earn to give birth to me a big fat boy on the line. Elder Ning's thoughts of holding his great-granddaughter are still really strong. Fong Mo smacked his lips and returned to his senses in the next moment. Wait a minute, this seems to be my wedding, right? What did they just say? The wedding's this week? Fong Mo's complexion stiffened and he said stiffly, Grandpa Ning, isn't that a bit too fast? Fast? Fast for what?
Elder Ning suspiciously glanced at Fong Mo. The two of you have received your certificates. Falling in love plus receiving a certificate all in one go.
What's so fast about preparing a wedding in a week's time? Fong Mo let out a bitter laugh. And next to him,
Ning Yulan also gave herself a vicious glare.
As if to say, if you refuse now, Grandpa will definitely be suspicious. Yes, look at the meaning of the old man Ning. If now directly rejected, I am afraid that minutes to reveal. After all,
the two young people in a hurry to get a marriage license.
And what reason not to seize the time to do the wedding of the... Fong Mo couldn't even make up a proper reason. I mean, isn't a week a bit rushed? I'm not mentally prepared to be a married man yet. Don't worry about this. Grandpa has plenty of money. Do wedding whether it's equipment or venue. Basically there is no spending money to take down.
Not to mention the wedding car directly with our Ning family car is good.
I remember the family has a Bugatti.
2 Koenigsegg are eating dust for a very long time.
Elder Ning broke his fingers and did the math. For the venue, our family has several big 5-star hotels. You can use them wherever you see fit. Anyway, as long as you two young people are satisfied. Grandpa, I'm fine with it. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Damn it. It is said that money is the root of all evil. Today Fong Mo has seen what is called the real evil. He does not know how many times the tears of envy flowed indisputably from the corners of his mouth. Until he was pulled by Ning Yulan to leave the Ning family home. Fong Mo's head was still dizzy. By the time he reacted, Ning Yulan's BMW was already parked in front of a shopping mall. Sister Yulan, what are we going to do now?
Ning Yulan hit the steering wheel. Car steadily reversed into the garage. Outside is an extremely luxurious decoration of pure white palace. Inside placed all kinds of pure white long dress. The woman twisted her head to look at Fong Mo with a bad smile.
Needless to say, trying on wedding dresses. Fong Mo's expression stiffened once again. Was it an illusion? Why did he feel as if Sister Yulan was very happy and even a little impatient?
It's true that he got into trouble about getting a marriage license, but he now had the growing feeling that he was the one being punked.
Chapter 4, Ning Yulan's Dowry. Trying on wedding dresses. When Fong Mo walked into this bridal store,
the corner of his mouth was unconsciously twitching madly. The decoration here is really too extravagant.
Of course, the mall does not only sell wedding dresses.
This place also has a variety of men's and women's clothing and suit counters.
Ning Yulan led Fong Mo to the suit area and said with a smile, you pick a few of your favorite clothes here. I'll come over later to help you analyze what our brother looks best in. Look, since he's my husband now, this card is for you. Inside is my dowry. Take it and swipe it as you please. Amount. Fong Mo's old face blushed. Why the hell do I have the illusion of being adopted by a domineering female president? No. Fong Mo still maintained his bottom line and sobriety,
and hurriedly pushed the card back. I can't ask for Sister Yulan's money.
Thank you, sister, but I can make my own money, and I have enough to live on. Sister's money, I can't ask for it. Hearing this,
Ning Yulan stared at Fong Mo in a daze, until the man staring was a little scared, and only then did she spread a smile.
Silly, what is our relationship now? Sister and brother? No. Couple. The corner of Fong Mo's mouth twitched. Right. Why is there such a division between husband and wife? You are my husband. Isn't it natural to spend my money? And maybe if I go bankrupt that day, I still need you to support me. So let's put this money with you. It doesn't matter if you spend it on your daily life or save it.
Ning Yulan's red lips hooked up in a mesmerizing arc.
My dowry is for you anyway. After saying this,
Ning Yulan dashingly twisted her head and left in the other direction.
It looks like she really went to try on the wedding dress. Fang Yamo held a black card at a loss for words,
but fortunately the two front desk ladies of the suit store next to him came over. Sir, Miss Ning has instructed us to select a suit for you for your wedding.
Do you see a model you like? Did Ms. Ning ask you to do that? When did Ning Yulan talk to you too? Is it eye contact?
He didn't know that when Ning Yulan had first opened this clothing mall, she had instructed each and every clerk that if she ever brought a man here to try on her clothes, it would mean that she was going to marry herself off.
Otherwise, the large Ning family wouldn't look at the little money earned from selling clothes. Just then, Fang Yamo also noticed that the original malls, every corner had the logo of the Ning family, and as the number one powerful family in Zhangchang, the Ning family naturally had a logo of its own, an N that has been artistically lettered. The corner of his mouth twitched. No wonder I'm allowed to pick at random. So this is the Ning family's property, or Sister Yulan is bullish. Already has a domineering female president that flavor. Fang Yamo casually walked around the suit store twice, and under the introduction of the two sales clerks, he also had more than 7 or 8 pieces of clothes in his hand. These were the models that he felt were not bad, and he planned to try them on one by one later. Fang Yamo, why are you here? Suddenly, a confused exclamation rang out from a short distance away. Fang Yamo looked toward that side and frowned.
A man and a woman were seen walking into this suit store arm in arm. Ex-girlfriend Lin Shirhan and her dogman Lu Chen. It was only yesterday that the east window came to light, and this pair actually had the nerve to go out on the street arm in arm today.
Yo, isn't this Senior Fang? Why are we bumping into each other here? Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Lin Shirhan as if he was trying to swear his sovereignty and scowled at Fang Yamo.
Seeing this pair of dogs,
Fang Yamo was disgusted and just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Lin Shirhan, Lu Chen, and Fang Yamo were all 3 college classmates.
At that time, Lin Shirhan had been eyeballing Lu Chen all day long in the student council.
Fang Yamo had reminded her many times, but as a result, Lin Shirhan had always fooled around with her classmate relationship, and also said that it was because Lu Chen, the president of the student council, valued herself that she had brought her around. Later graduated from the university. This woman even followed Lu Chen into the Lu family company, or the relationship between the upper and lower levels. The two again every day to get tired together. Yesterday, Fang Yamo even crashed the scene of the two of them kissing in the cafe. Since you saw it, I have nothing to say. Fang Yamo, let's break up. That's why Fang Yamo went to the bar yesterday to get drunk from his heartbreak.
I didn't expect to run into them again when I accompanied Sister Yulan to try on her wedding gown today.
Fang Yamo frowned, going out without looking at the calendar. What fucking bad luck. What did you say? Lin Shirhan's face bristled with gloom. Lu Chen, he scolded me. Fang Yamo, they can't keep others, can't blame Shirhan. People have the right to aspire to a better life. Not to mention that Shirhan will only be really happy if she follows me. Look at yourself. Graduated from college almost half a year ago. Not even a proper job. Lu Chen grinned, his already unattractive face becoming more and more disgusting. The clothes here. You will just try them on. Just any one of them can buy you half a life. Remind you one thing. Men don't have money, don't play with the high end. Shirhan is not a woman you can master.
As he said this,
Lu Chen even made a dragon grip gesture.
Lin Shirhan was instantly flushed with flowers.
Oops, you're bad. Oh, it's none of your business whether I buy clothes here or not. You're a Wu signer, aren't you? The tube is still wide. Then I wish you happiness. Fang Yamo skimmed his lips and went back to picking out clothes on the racks on his own.
Lin Shirhan was furious when she saw this cold look on Fang Mo's face. Lin Shirhan was at least a department flower.
Although she took the initiative to want to break up with Fang Yamo. But why did this man not have any attitude of retention? Shouldn't he have been heartbroken, desperately trying to stay, and then kicked away like a dog by himself?
The youth's indifferent reaction at the moment made Lin Shirhan feel uncomfortable in her heart. Even the son of a worldly family like Lu Chen was salivating over himself and spent an unknown amount of money to smash her legs open. What makes Fang Yamo not care about himself after only breaking up for no more than 24 hours? Lin Shirhan skittishly stopped in front of Fang Yamo. Don't come to this kind of high-class consumption place in the future.
Lin Shirhan, can marry into a rich family. You, Fang Yamo, won't have a rich woman to want. A man is better to be practical.
Otherwise you can't afford to buy clothes here in this life. For the sake of having known each other for a while, I'll remind you that the dress you're holding can cost more than $80,000.
And if you accidentally break it, we won't be kind enough to help you pay for it. Hearing this, Fang Yamo frowned. I just came here today to buy clothes. Buying clothes?
Lin Shirhan laughed like she had heard some great joke.
Didn't you hear what Lu Chen just said? Any one of these can kill you halfway. Are you planning to remove 2 waists or 2 kidneys? Fang Mo paused.
The 2 sales clerks next to him looked at Lin Shirhan and Lu Chen as if they were looking at idiots.
The key was that these 2 people were still unaware of it. People are following Miss Ning Yulan's husband. Not to mention a few dresses. This mall is. It's their house. What the fuck are these 2 idiots talking about? In the end,
one of the clerks still couldn't hold back from rushing at Lin Shirhan.
Mr. Fang is here to try on our wedding suits. If you 2 don't buy anything, can you not affect our guests? If you continue to be like this, I'm going to call for security to maintain order. Guest? Fang Mo, a man who can't even get $10,000 out of his pocket, counts as a fucking guest.
Lin Shirhan mercilessly mocked a mouthful. My boyfriend Lu Chen is the supreme black card VIP of this store of yours.
You'd better pay attention to what you say. Talk too much nonsense. Be careful to make you lose your job. You.
The clerk didn't expect Lin Shirhan to be so unreasonable.
Security. Someone is harassing my husband. Just kick them out. Just then, an icy voice suddenly came from not far away. Fang Mo noticed Ning Yulan, who came in style, and immediately brightened up.
The woman had changed into a clean white wedding dress.
The modeling was simple and exquisite, shining with both gorgeous and elegant divinity. Just by looking at it, you can tell it's expensive.
With Ning Yulan's exquisite and beautiful face, she was simply the white moonlight of all male compatriots' dreams.
Fang Mo had a feeling of being ashamed of himself for a moment.
Beautiful.
In the next moment, Ning Yulan daintily walked to Fang Mo's side and gently blew out a breath. Brother, does this look good? Hiss. When these words came out, Fang Mo instantly shivered with excitement,
only feeling that the delicate woman made his mouth dry.
Good looking. Fang Mo is your husband? Just then, Lu Chen, who was not far away, made a baffled sound, interrupting the 2.
Seeing Ning Yulan, he was also surprised for a split second,
always feeling as if this woman looked somewhat familiar. Husband? Wife? As for Lin Shirhan,
she had already skimmed her mouth in disdain and sneered.
You're Fang Mo's wife? Fang Mo? Pretty fast.
Only broke up with me for more than 20 hours and you're already looking for your next home.
I don't know why you don't have a hard time, but this young lady, I have to say that your vision isn't a little too bad. How can you even look at a man like Fang Mo who no one wants? Why don't you know how to pick the best ones even when you're picking up broken shoes? What do you see in him? Hearing these words,
Ning Yulan's pretty face skimmed over a touch of coldness.
The next moment, a loud slap is what resonates throughout the suit store. Slap.
Ning Yulan's silhouette had appeared in front of Lin Shirhan. One more word and I'll have you stripped and thrown out. Lin Shirhan was directly blinded by the sudden slap.
The moment she saw Ning Yulan, even she, who was also a woman, was jealous. It's beautiful. This woman is just gorgeous. How could such a stunning beauty look at Fang Mo? After 2 people break up, they usually want to see the other party living a lesser life than they are, so that they can prove that the decision to break up in the first place was the right one. But Ning Yulan's aura crushed Lin Shirhan just by standing here. No one had expected that Ning Yulan would make a move to slap Lin Shirhan. Ah! In the next moment,
Lin Shirhan's stern scream directly resounded throughout the suit store.
Bitch, how dare you hit me? Lin Shirhan didn't expect that sneering at Fang Mo for 2 sentences would cause Ning Yulan to burst into a rage. Lu Chen, someone hit me. Do you care? Little bitch, my husband is the office director of Dermao Overseas Company, and he's also the black card VIP of this mall. You dare to hit me? You're screwed. Lu Chen, what are you waiting for? Give me a head start. Slap.
Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Shirhan received a slap once again. Ning Yulan sneered, less in front of this young lady old slut calling her brother.
Pretending to be pure. It's bitches like you who can't keep your 2 mouths shut that clean up. Hearing this, Fang Mo instantly blushed. Is it true that Lin Shirhan cheated on his wife physically? But this matter, how did Sister Yulan know about it? The next moment, before Lu Chen could speak,
a team of security guards quickly surrounded him. Where had Lin Shirhan seen this kind of scene? She was instantly startled, and her eyes were even flickering with disbelief.
What's the situation?
The security chief with the expanding back stepped forward.
MS. Ning, who's causing trouble? Ning Yulan faintly said, my husband and I were picking out clothes here today.
And here's a stupid woman who keeps pestering my husband. Send them to the police station and just say that someone is provoking trouble and disturbing the peace.
And lock them up for 48 hours first. Yes, hear this.
Words. Several security guards instantly surrounded towards Lu Chen and Lin Shirhan.
For real.
Lin Shirhan was so scared that she lost her face, and roared in a stern voice, don't move me. My boyfriend is also a VIP of your mall.
Who do you think you are? Have you considered the consequences of moving me? Have you thought about the consequences of moving me? Have you thought about how much damage you will cause to the mall? Lu Chen, show them your VIP card.
At this time Lu Chen also messed up.
took out a card and wanted to hand it to the security guard. I am indeed the super VIP of your mall. Even if this lady has the same status as me, she has no right to drive me away. Ka chow. Before the words were finished, Ning Yulan directly snatched the card away and broke it. From now on, you're not. From now on, we're not. Lin Shirhan was enraged at the sight. What right do you have? And who are you to do this? What are you? Can you do whatever you want just because you're pretty? I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to make the owner of this mall pull the plug on you. That's a Supreme VIP black card. You have to spend over $1 million in this mall to get one. This card is a proper status symbol. Lin Shirhan also want to send a circle of friends to show off their status as a celebrity. As a result, it was skimmed by Ning Yulan without even taking a picture. Hearing this, Ning Yulan wrapped her arm around Fang Mo and laughed. Sue me? Sue me? Have the mall owner blackball me? Listen carefully, this young lady is Fang Mo's wife. My name is Ning Yulan, so you can get out now. Security, take them away. What? She's Ning Yulan, the first Miss Zhengcheng? At this moment, Lu Chen and Lin Shirhan were struck by lightning and were filled with shock. Chapter 5, This House. Demolish. Yulan's sister. You were too handsome just now. As the two men were dragged away, Calm once again returned to the suit store. Fang Mo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and didn't know if it was because Ning Yulan's small hand had been holding his arm. The softness irritated him, or because he had driven away the annoying two guys and raised his eyebrows. That's your ex-girlfriend? Lin Shirhan? Doesn't look like much. Ning Yulan tossed her long hair and pinched Fang Mo's face, smiling dotingly. How far did you two go before? Is it convenient to tell my sister? I'm curious about it. At those words, Fang Mo swept a glance at Ning Yulan with some confusion. Seeing the youth's delayed response, a hint of despondency flashed under Ning Yulan's eyes, and her voice even began to become a bit low. Holding hands yet? Hugged? Kissed? Did? Go to bed? Lean. What are you talking about? Fang Mo was shocked and quickly shook his head. What are you thinking? Sister Yulan? Lin Shirhan has always looked down on me. How could she possibly develop further with me? The 3 years of college were at most just pulling hands. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes cleared up once again, and the loss at the lids of her wonderful eyes that could speak vanished. In the next moment, Ning Yulan leaned over Fang Mo's ear, almost biting the youth's ear and said, So you haven't slept with a girl in 3 years. You're suffocating, aren't you, teacher? Put. Fang Mo only felt a heat wave from the soles of his feet straight to the sky. Even the questions he had been holding back forgot to ask. Why? Why does Sister Yulan, a girl, know so much about men? Ahem. Sister Yulan, pay attention. In public, we need to use civilized language. Ning Yulan also knows that everything has to be gradual. After all, he disappeared from his life for 2 or 3 years, and all of a sudden there was such a big change in his identity. It's normal for him not to be able to accept it for a while. Take your time. I have plenty of time anyway. Sister. Her lips curved into a charming arc as she asked with a smirk. Then tell me, do you like your sister more or Lin Shirhan more? Finally a more normal question. Then there's no need to ask? It must be Sister Yulan, but it used to be the affectionate kind. Now it is probably above friends and before lovers. Fang Mo himself is not sure how long he can hold out in the face of the beautiful and multi-gold sister himself. Maybe the couple's experience card is expiring and he's volunteering to renew it himself. The smile under Ning Yulan's eyes increased, looking quite satisfied with this answer. But Sister Yulan, how did you know about Lin Shirhan? Also, how did you know her name is Lin Shirhan? I don't think I've told you about my ex-girlfriend. At those words, Ning Yuan's expression changed. Oops. To reveal, her eyebrows were slightly tufted, and then her brows stretched again. Well, it's because you mentioned it at the bar yesterday after you'd had too much to drink, and you kept muttering that name under your breath when you were drunk. Aha! I mumble about Lin Shirhan when I'm drunk, but I don't even feel much love for her myself. In the next moment, Fang Mo let out a bitter smile. That, sister, can we make a pact to forget about yesterday's bar for the time being? I have a thought of wanting to live on a different planet. Live on a different planet? That's not good. Sister has waited 13 years for you to grow up. There's no way to run. Ning Yulan thought this in her heart, but on her lips, she agreed. Okay, but I want to know why your ex-girlfriend looks down on you. Your family at least also in Jiangcheng has a house, 2 sets and a car. I remember Uncle Fang also said that a month will give you more than $10,000 pocket money. There should be enough guys in college. Do you want to hide your identity and test your girlfriend? Ning Yulan pouted her red lips and pulled Fang Mo to sit on a chair inside the store, her jade hand dragging her fragrant cheeks, seemingly interested in the matter between Lin Shirhan and Fang Mo. Fang Mo coughed. Actually, my parents sold a house after my grandfather passed away.
They were both a little more forward-thinking and thought it would be better to spend the money they had worked so hard to save all their lives on themselves. So ever since I started college, the two of them have been traveling every day, making so many phone calls a month. And honestly, I don't know where they've been wasting their time this month. The old couple is quite good at enjoying themselves. Ning Yulan smiled. Not bad for Uncle Fong and Aunt Ran, but don't lie to your sister. Did you and Lin Shirhan really not have sex? Yesterday, you said that you two were still living together. Hiss. I'm saying all this kind of stuff after I've had too much to drink? Fong Mo's eyes widened and he secretly swore that he would never drink alcohol in his life. One more drink, and I'm afraid I'm going to be torn out of my old life. Sister, we agreed not to mention it. Fong Mo sighed quietly. His image was becoming more and more like a white boy. Ning Yulan gave a petulant snort and pinched Fong Mo. I'm at least your wife. Can I be curious about your past? Or are you planning to lie to me? Lying men are not cute at all. Oh. Saying that, Ning Yulan directly brought her face over. There was only a finger's distance left between the two of them. Wide-eyed, Fong Mo was even able to see how many eyelashes Ning Yulan's slender eyelashes had. My sister's skin is so nice. Not a single wrinkle. And her pale skin looks like it could drip water. Gollum. The knots in Fong Mo's throat were rolling involuntarily. When Ning Yulan saw this, she let out a pft of a laugh. The orchid-like musk hit Fong Mo's face, and his ears flushed down. How about the last question? Just answer, my sister. Don't be shy. Fong Mo coughed and tried to control himself from looking at the woman. That cohabitation is because Lin Shirhan didn't want to pay the rent by herself. So she let me rent a house in front of her company. 2 rooms and 1 hall. And the two of us slept in separate beds. I usually just write and code my novels at home. And I actually do have an income and am able to support myself. Fong Mo's voice became smaller and smaller towards the end of his words. It was at this point that a sudden and violent remembrance of something important came to mind. Wait, my computer is still at Lin Shirhan's. After the breakup, Fong Han went straight into the bar and came out back to the last fortune left to him by his parents. A small house of no more than 50 square feet. How Fong Mo came back yesterday has no impression, but 80% of it was Ning Yulan's work. What about the computer? Ning Yulan frowned. Is the computer important to you? Sure, that's what I eat. Fong Mo let out a bitter smile. For his current job he thought he was still quite satisfied. After all, free working hours also. Easy, even if you earn less. You can barely support yourself. Tell you what then, wrap up all the suits you just looked at and let's go home and try them on. I'll walk you to your computer first. Ning Yulan didn't say anything like, I'll support you in the future. What are you still working for? After all, this would be a bit too much of a blow to a man's dignity. And she didn't want Fong Mo to turn into a caged bird, relying on himself for food and clothing, so he would lose his freedom. When Fong Mo saw that Ning Yulan was planning to pack a dozen or so suits in one go, he was going to wave his hand and refuse at first. How could he wear so many suits by himself? But on second thought, go back and pick a suitable set to wear for the wedding, and just send the rest back to the suit store when you get a chance. The two walked out of the suit store and headed straight toward Sycamore Street, taking over 2 hours for a meal on the way. Want me to walk you up? Arriving at the place, Ning Yulan winked at Fong Mo, and Fong Mo's heart involuntarily accelerated again, and said with a red face, No sis, I'll just go by myself. He was just retrieving the computer that belonged to him. He wasn't going to do anything bad, so it was hard to believe that he still needed his parents to accompany him. Going upstairs, Fong Mo stood at the door and hesitated for half a day before ringing the doorbell. No one responded. Fong Mo thought that Lin Shirhan and Lu Chen should not have returned, but the result was that he had just pulled out his key when the apartment door was suddenly pushed open from the inside, and almost hit Fong Mo with a stumble. Lin Shirhan stared at herself coldly with ice on her face. Fong Mo, what are you doing over here looking for me? Fong Mo was stunned for a moment. Sister Yulan's hand was really hard. Well played, though. In the next moment, a flash of smugness suddenly passed over Lin Shirhan's face. Oh, I see. Is it because Ning Yulan kicked you out, so you came back for me? Come to think of it, the Ning family is the #1 powerful family in Jiangcheng. Let me tell you, Toad should never want to eat swan meat. Not to mention what kind of person is Ning Yulan, he can't possibly fancy you even if he's blind. You're nothing more than a plaything for someone else. Understand? It was as if the woman had regained her confidence. Say this with a firm hand. Do you really think that if Ning Yulan casually plays with you, you'll fly up the branch and become a phoenix? She's probably played with more men than you've ever seen a beautiful woman. Fong Mo was able to find Ning Yulan's kind of level of popular lover made Lin Shirhan's face hot, as if she was the one who had eyes without a pearl. So she didn't mince her cynicism. Gadsden. At those words, Fong Mo's heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and his face instantly became gloomy. I don't need you to tell me what Sister Yulan is. I've come to get my computer.
Get out of the way. I'll leave after I get my stuff. Not here to get back together? He's still with Ning Yulan? On what grounds? Does he deserve it? Computer?
Lin Shirhan was burning with jealousy and twisted her head to look at the study. Just then a cold smile skimmed across her face.
An ominous feeling rose in Fong Mo's heart. What are you doing? The next moment, I didn't expect Lin Shirhan to close the door with a bang. Since you've moved out,
everything in the room should be at my disposal.
You want the computer, right? Go pick it up downstairs. Bang. The next moment, Fong Mo heard a loud noise.
He hurriedly ran towards the downstairs, only to see a heavy game book on the concrete road fell to pieces.
Computer and keyboard directly body head.
Monitor screen large cracked.
Obviously directly scrapped. Asshole. Fong Mo's eyes were glazed over. Mud people have 3 points of fire. Not to mention Fong Mo, a big young man of blood and vigor.
He was angry and did not stand steady, almost fell. Just at this time was soft behind a hand to help him hold. What did she do?
Ning Yulan's slender silhouette appeared behind Fong Mo.
Fong Mo's face grimaced as he pointed at the remains of the computer on the ground.
She dropped my computer. Dropped your brother's computer?
Ning Yuan smiled instead of being angry when she heard this. What kind of class is this? And you dare to drop my Ning Yulan man's things?
Looking for death. After saying this,
Ning Yulan directly picked up the motherboard on the ground.
This to me. I find someone will definitely help you to fix it.
The documents inside, you don't worry. Surely you can get back. But today she fell your computer, this bad gas sister must help you out.
After saying this,
Ning Yulan took small broken steps and stomped to pull Fong Mo up the stairs.
Once on the 3rd floor,
the woman knocked heavily on the door of the room.
Bang, bang, bang. Door of a room, tightly closed and unlocked. Fong Mo was furious at this time,
and it never occurred to him how Sister Yulan,
who had never been here before, would know how many floors this apartment was on. Fong Mo, you bully, have the ability to let your Yulan sister to clean up my My mother will not give you open the door. You can put me how to drop. Loser 1. Ning Yulan, her bully boom boom, can still kick open the door is not?
In the room, Lin Shirhan sneered provocatively. Apparently the act of dropping Fong Mo's computer made her feel a double pang of raised eyebrows. The suffocation she received at Ning Yulan today was all vented on an innocent computer. At those words,
Fong Mo gritted his teeth. Dog woman, don't let me catch you.
The Ning Yulan beside her saw this, but she was surprised and raised her willow eyebrows. It was the first time she had seen the one weak little thing reveal this appearance.
That's quite a contrast. Sister Yulan, let's go. In Fong Mo's thoughts, it was impossible to find a chance to theorize today. After all, the door to Lin Shiha's room was closed. Could the two of them still break into the house? However, Ning Yulan let out a cold laugh. Go, why should I leave? The one who bullied me. Sister, I won't let her go today. Give me 3 minutes. After saying this,
Ning Yulan stepped on her high heels and went downstairs, presumably to get her cell phone from her car.
Fong Mo held the computer motherboard and was a bit overwhelmed. Is there anything else that Sister Yulan can do? 3 minutes later,
only to see Ning Yulan leading a team of helmeted decoration masters up the stairs.
The hallway was packed with people, instantly bustling. The corner of Fong Mo's mouth twitched. Sister Yulan, what are you doing?
Ning Yulan's brows flashed with a touch of arrogance as she pointed at the tightly closed door of the room.
Just this household. Demolish. Chapter 6, is the little guy jealous? Demolition. The word demolish fell, and several workers rushed forward to work. They didn't care if Ning Yulan was the owner of this household or not, even if the demolition is illegal. The big deal is that they won't do this business in the future. There's no way. Who let this MS? Ning give is really too much. Buzz off.
The sounds of electric drills and saws resonated through the building.
Fong Mo watched the scene nervously. Sister Yulan, there won't be anything wrong if you mess up like this, right?
Ning Yulan smiled like a flower and pouted her red lips.
What could be going on? Could she still call the police to arrest me? Isn't it natural for a wife to solve her husband's problems?
You can also tell your sister if you have any inconvenient hard feelings.
Wait, how did this thread get off topic again? Sister, this doesn't seem to be the bus to kindergarten. Open the door and let me off. Fong Mo blushed.
Ning Yulan covered her jade mouth and giggled lightly twice.
Why don't we do this? If anything happens, sister will let you take the pot. Okay? Fong Mo?
Ning Yulan smiled and pinched the youth's cheeks.
Not for any other reason. It's really that the youth's expression at the moment is too cute. Salty and sweet, naive younger brother. Who doesn't want a same model? Bang. Just then, the sound of the gate collapsing finally rang out. A cloud of dust. Lin Shirhan in the room looked outside dumbfounded. Unable to speak, choking and coughing like crazy. She never dreamed that Ning Yulan would really fucking dare to break down the door to her room. Ning Yulan, this is the gate of my rented house. Are you crazy? You crazy woman. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? You're trespassing. I'm going to sue you.
Lin Shurhan took several steps back in anger, fearing that Ning Yulan would come up and slap her twice as soon as they met without a second thought.
Another indictment? Hearing this, Ning Yuan smiled.
Lin Shurhan ironed her face and pointed at Fong Mo's nose again.
Fong Mo, you little white boy is really capable. How could you make Ning Yulan do this for you?
I'll immediately call the landlord's big sister right now to have her call the police to make you pay compensation.
So what if you're Ning Yulan, the son of heaven, commits the same crime as the common people? Breaking the law? It's funny. I'll break the law to clean up a gold-digging girl like you? Ning Yulan snorted. So let me ask you, what law did I break? Breaking and entering, vandalism.
Lin Shurhan still knew a little bit of basic legal knowledge, but unfortunately she still wouldn't be a match for the prepared Miss Ning.
I'm sorry, this house is my Ning Yulan's property from today onwards. I'll do whatever I like. I'll just tear it down and you won't be able to do a thing about it. After saying this,
Ning Yuan pointed at the cell phone.
If you don't believe me, why don't you call the landlord and verify it yourself? What the hell? Everyone froze when they heard this. This house is the sister's property? Fong Mo was stunned for a moment.
His heart vaguely had a guess. It was estimated that 80% of the time just now when Ning Yulan went downstairs, she exerted her money power once again and bought the ownership of this house.
Right? Sister Yulan is really fast.
Lin Shurhan sniffed and her face grew paler and paler, facing the rich and powerful Ning family's eldest miss.
She, Lin Shurhan,
was finished.
Oh yeah, Fong Mo and I already got a marriage license.
I hope you'll harass him less in the future,
or else I might be rude to you. In the next moment, Ning Yuan said indifferently, Fong Mo was my treasure boy.
And you lost him at what can only be described as your own loss.
And I have you to thank for having the presence of mind to do what I want.
You have 3 hours to vacate this apartment immediately or I'll see you in court.
Put. What kind of magic did Fong Mo have that made the Ning family's eldest miss so dead set on him? Offend the mall VIPs for Fong Mo. Throwing money at a property for Fong Mo anytime.
This really made Lin Shurhan feel like she had eaten fly poop. As if she had really missed out on $100 million. She took a breath without slowing down, her face reddening with anger.
It was surprising that he fainted at the end. Fong Mo was stunned. Sister Yulan. She seems to have fainted. Oh, what? Heartbroken?
Ning Yulan originally thought that Fong Mo's first words would be something like sister overbearing.
Sister mighty. Who knew that this brat was still in the mood to care about that Lin Shurhan?
So Ning Yulan pouted her red lips without any good humor.
Then why don't you take this opportunity to make up for what you both haven't done in the last 3 years?
I'm sure I won't tell anyone.
Sister. What the hell? What hasn't been done? Fong Mo was first stunned, then immediately reacted with a blush on his old face. Sister Yulan, are you angry? No, don't you like to care about her?
Seeing that you care about her so much,
why don't you want me to help my sister to chase her back, so that you two can finally get married?
Ning Yulan dropped the last sentence and turned her head towards the outside of the apartment.
Fong Mo hurriedly followed behind his sister, like a big boy who made a mistake. Bewildered. What's wrong with my sister? Why does she suddenly say she's angry? Sister Yulan, don't joke. I don't even like Lin Shurhan right now.
I just said it casually.
You're not jealous, are you?
Ning Yulan paused,
her beautiful big eyes falling on Fong Mo, neither admitting nor denying. So tell me, who do you like? I'll help you go after her. I like Sister Moonlan. Fong Mo met Ning Yulan's gaze and replied stiffly. As expected, the moment these words came out, Ning Yulan's eyebrows once again curved into a nice crescent moon. Yulan, what a coincidence. When did you have time to come to our emerald apartment?
You said you'd come over earlier. I'll book a restaurant and arrange for us to have dinner.
Just then,
a handsome man with a border walked towards the side. He was dressed in a suit and looked like he gave off an elite white-collar flavor.
Noticing Fong Mo by Ning Yulan's side, the man raised an eyebrow and didn't say anything more. His sight was still more locked on the beautiful and flowery Ning Yulan. Ning Yuan merely glanced indifferently at the visitor. Something came up and came this way, and I'll be leaving this time. Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly blocked in front of Ning Yulan. Yulan, we are at least old classmates who have known each other for many years. Even if we aren't enthusiastic, there's no need to be so cold, right? I know that you're aloof in nature and like to keep people away. But before, Elder Ning also said that he'd let you get in touch with us young talents of your age more often. And since we just happened to meet today, let's enjoy a meal together. You're hitting on my wife in front of me? Ning Yulan didn't open her mouth. She just didn't. Trace took Fong Mo's arm and pinched the man.
The scene made the man across the street's eyes jump wildly.
And this friend is? Fong Mo instantly comprehended the meaning of Ning Yulan's small gesture. Sister Yulan is really charming.
I can't believe I'm bumping into suitors in a place like this.
In the next moment, Fong Mo coughed and said, I'm Ning Yulan's husband. This gentleman. I know that Sister Yulan is mature and charming, and pretty, so she attracts the opposite sex, but she's married now. Boom. Married? Ning Yulan got married? With a brat who looks like he's in his early 20s? The man paled. How is this possible? Yulan, are you testing me? How could you get married all of a sudden? And how come I didn't know about you getting married? You're definitely testing me, aren't you? You know how I feel about you.
The old man is very optimistic about our two families.
Mind your own business.
She's not testing you. Why would she test you when she has nothing better to do?
Fong Mo didn't know why.
But a nameless fire suddenly rubbed up in the bottom of his heart. And you don't need to make a point about Elder Ning.
I just came out of Ning's house in the morning. Sister Yulan and I are a legal couple. Our relationship is protected by the law. Your status is that of a citizen. You should obey the law. And you shouldn't be able to do something like stealing someone else's wife, right? Sir, if there's nothing else, we have to go. And don't just ask someone's wife to dinner in the future. This time I'll take it as if you don't know what you're talking about. And then let me see the next time. Humph. After saying this, Fong Mo directly pulled Ning Yulan towards the outside. Ning Yulan's entire body was confused. Originally she was just hoping that Fong Mo would say a few words to help her get rid of this annoying fly.
I didn't expect Fong Mo to show his violent side in the face of pestering.
In an instant,
Ning Yulan's heart felt a little more secure for no reason.
Are you jealous, little one? Chapter 7 Brother. The zipper is stuck. Jealous?
Fong Mo sat in Ning Yulan's car as the woman drove towards the villa where she herself lived.
Fong Mo thought about it and still nodded honestly. It's a little uncomfortable inside.
Ning Yulan immediately pursed her red lips and laughed softly twice. Today,
my sister helped you once.
You helped my sister once.
Mutual help. Happy cooperation. Help each other out. This is what it means to be neither. Fong Mo was stunned and his heart tightened. Sister.
Then what you just said to Lin Shirhan.
Is it true?
As soon as those words came out, Ning Yulan's pretty face immediately blushed.
You've got a good memory. Why don't you ask me if what I told Grandpa is true? Dang.
Of course it's to help you find a field to piss off that Lin Shirhan's lies. Ning Yulan patted her chest.
Brother, I am sorry.
Sister cannot show her face now. The 7 or 8-year-old Fong Mo was secretly in love with the 15 or 16-year-old Ning Yulan. It was still justifiable to say so, but on the flip side, a 15 or 16-year-old loner older sister with a crush on a 7 or 8-year-old tween is a little BT.
However, when Fong Mo heard this, he felt his heart empty for a moment. Should we inform Uncle Fong and Aunt Ran about organizing the wedding?
Ning Yulan didn't notice the change in Fong Mo's mood and changed the topic to himself.
Fong Mo hesitated for a moment.
According to his old father and mother's attitude towards his release,
even if he let them know about marrying Sister Yulan, it shouldn't have any effect. Just do we really have to notify our parents? It feels so formal. It's better to give shallow notice. Hearing this, Ning Yuan let out a light laugh. What? Afraid your sister won't let you go after the wedding? That's right. It just won't let you go. But I'm not going to admit it. Sister. Fong Mo sniffed and let out a dry grin. That's not true.
Arriving at Ning Yulan's villa,
it was already 7 or 8 in the afternoon. Reasonably speaking, Fong Mo was planning to go home, but he didn't try on the clothes in the suit store in the afternoon.
So Ning Yulan had someone pack all the styles Fong Mo had looked at in one breath and came back. So the woman insisted that Fong Mo try on the suit at home to make sure that she had the suit for the final wedding before she left.
Seeing Fong Mo
holding a dozen or so suits and drilling into her boudoir, Ning Yulan's red lips hooked up in a charming arc as she picked up her cell phone and made a call.
Come and don't want to leave.
Hey butler, go to the Emerald apartment and move all of Fong Mo's things over to me.
Oh yeah,
and his family. Key, there's no door to that house in the Emerald apartments.
You can just go in.
And as for the key to his house,
well, he's in the middle of changing, so I'll bring the key out to you in a minute, and you can pick it up at my door.
The woman smiled wryly,
as if she were a scheming little fox. Soon, Fong Mo changed a piece of clothing from the room came out.
He is tall, just relatively slightly thin, not robust but also cannot talk about thin and weak.
So the suit was on, barely just enough to hold up.
That jacket was slightly gray in color and shimmered in the light with a premium texture.
It is said that a suit is a man's battle robe.
A man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle.
And Fong Mo's temperament was instantly elevated. Very nice. Fong Mo's vision is still quite tasteful.
Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction.
Fong Mo himself was still a bit nervous. After all, he basically hadn't attended any formal occasions since graduation. And something like a suit, he hadn't worn it several times in his life. Sister, how about this one?
Ning Yulan nodded. Our family's younger brother really does look good in everything he wears.
After saying that,
Ning Yulan pouted her red lips and pointed at the wedding dress she had brought back.
But it doesn't feel like it matches mine very well.
I picked out a wedding dress with a long trailing tail.
If you wear a tight-fitting model, the two of us will look less harmonious standing together. Do you want to try another one? Fang Yamo nodded and obediently walked towards the room.
Ning Yulan's red lips curled into a smile.
Tell you what,
I'll change into my wedding dress too, and we'll both look in the mirror.
I'll change in the bedroom. You change in the study. Fang Yamo didn't think much about it and obediently entered the study again. Instead,
there was a kind of smugness in the bottom of Ning Yulan's eyes as she succeeded in her treacherous plan.
The little guy got sidetracked by me.
The casual wear jacket and pants that Fang Yamo wore in the morning were thrown in the bedroom. Ning Yulan entered the room and the first thing she did was to dig into her pants pocket.
And sure enough, she found the key to Fang Mo's house. It just so happened that her cell phone rang at this time. Just in time, Ning Yulan told the butler to stand under the bedroom floor,
and she herself from the window.
Throw him out. Waiting for Fang Yamo to change a dress again when he came out,
only to suspiciously find that Sister Yulan entered the room surprisingly for a long time did not move.
Fang Yamo was still confused whether it was too difficult for a person to wear a wedding dress.
The result was that Ning Yulan's voice rang out from the room.
Brother, come in and help me. There's a zipper in the back my sister can't reach. Amount. Fang Yamo was first stunned.
Then his face turned red with a swish. Ning Yulan's urging voice once again resounded from the room once more.
Hurry up. Wedding dresses are heavy and people have a hard time holding the trailing tail. Only then did Fang Yamo rush into the room and once again saw the woman in the snow-white wedding gown.
Obviously having already seen it once in the morning,
Fang Yamo was still inevitably shocked by Ning Yulan's divine face.
Ning Yulan already had snow-white skin, and the fitted wedding dress fit tightly around her upper body, setting off that long and slender figure perfectly, with a pink gemstone worn in front of her chest that just happened to be stuck right there at the gap.
Bright and voluptuous. It's so beautiful. Ning Yulan is just so beautiful.
Ning Yulan held a long trailing tail in one hand and pulled her hair with the other. Seeing Fang Mo's reaction at this moment, a slight smugness passed under the woman's eyes.
Nerd, what are you looking at? Get over here and help me. Do you want to tire me out? Ah. Fang Yamo then coughed. No, it's mainly because my sister is so beautiful that I looked away for a moment.
Although he knew what Fang Yamo had in mind from the youth's reaction,
he didn't expect that this fool would also take the initiative to say it.
Ning Yulan's pretty face instantly slightly flushed, not expecting that after just one short day of contact, she would be able to compliment someone from his mouth.
It's not easy. The road to conquering his milk dog brother doesn't even seem to be that much of a task anymore. When pulling the zipper, Fang Mo's palm inevitably came into contact with Ning Yulan's bare back,
and he immediately shivered.
Even if only the back of his hand touched the woman's skin,
that kind of silky smoothness like sheep's fat jade came clearly.
Fang Yamo couldn't help but roll the knot in his throat.
Worthy of being the dream girl of 20 million men.
This is not something Fang Yamo just made up. This is supported by theory. 20 million.
That's all the males of marriageable age in the whole of Zhongcheng. Last year there was a poll put up by a board fortune channel,
including the entertainment, business, and sports worlds. Dozens of household name celebrities were selected to vote on who was everyone's ideal partner, with 8 times more votes than the second place.
Ning Yulan became the real dream girl of 20 million singles in Zhongcheng. Although Fang Mo's voice talking to himself was small,
Ning Yulan still heard it.
She smiled and twisted her head to look at the youth. Then let me interview our brother Fang Mo.
What is it like to marry the dream of 20 million men? Ahem. Sis, stop. It's a little stuck under the zipper. Don't move. Fang Mo stammered. And as a result,
he said this. Ning Yulan suddenly twisted her head again in confusion.
It's not done yet. Sister. No. My hand. At the next moment, Fang Mo stumbled and stepped on the long tail of Ning Yulan's wedding dress, lost his balance,
and fell towards the bed with Ning Yulan in his arms.
Bang. This time, the two were completely close together. Fang Mo was a little more than half a head taller than Ning Yulan,
and his lips just happened to brush against the woman's forehead position, so that he straightened his arms around the woman and smashed her on the bed, and the two of them directly came to a true love to love.
Fang Mo almost didn't even hold his breath. Referee, she's fouled. Ah, she hit someone with the ball. Chapter 8. Why didn't you leave a note for your sister?
The opportunity to appreciate Ning Yulan so closely.
I don't think every man had it. Fang Mo stared at the woman's delicate cheeks in a daze. A white and red pretty face, a pair of graceful willow leaf eyebrows, and underneath are bright peach blossom eyes, the end of which are slightly upturned and seem to be discharging at men. Fang Mo stared at the red lips that were pouting like orchids, and surprisingly, for the first time, he had an urge to kiss them, but it was good that he was sensible enough. Ning Yulan, the female hooligan,
also had an electrifying sensation the moment her forehead was rubbed by the man, her eyes skimming over a rare flash of panic.
You quickly get up. 1 meter 85 is not a child anymore. You want to crush sister. Ah. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry sis. I didn't mean it. Fang Yamo hurriedly climbed up from the bed on his butt and even thoughtfully helped Ning Yulan organize her wedding dress. However, at the same time, it was also to notice the wound at the half-open scented shoulder. This location is quite obvious. It's just that Ning Yulan deliberately picked a wedding dress with silk suspenders, so it just happened to block the wound. No wonder my sister doesn't wear flat bodice dresses. She's worried about that. The scars are small, but the overall look still detracts from some of the aesthetics. Without asking, he knew that this wound was also Fang Mo's handiwork after drinking too much yesterday. Sister Yulan, let me rub some medicine on you. Maybe you can recover in time for the wedding. Fang Yamo pointed at the wound.
Ning Yulan was stunned for a moment and nodded with a red face.
Just then,
a sudden cacophony of voices rang out from outside.
Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan glanced at each other. The former was confused, but Ning Yulan knew exactly what was going on, and secretly said that this housekeeper was quite fast. Forget about the wound for now. Go out and see what's going on. With that said, as soon as the two of them stepped out of the bedroom, they found a dozen more suitcases in the living room. Fang Yamo froze. What's this? Ning Yulan's housekeeper, Xiao Jia, hemmed and hawed and didn't answer.
What she thought in her heart was that in the future, her own young lady should not be called Miss,
but in the future, she could be called Mrs. After all,
these two have a wedding coming up and have both moved into one piece to live together. It's only a matter of time before a young girl becomes a woman.
Miss,
I've moved all of Mr.'s behavior here,
including Mr.'s clothing, intimate apparel, toiletries, and a few daily necessities, and I picked up 3 big bags of toilet paper along the way. Jade set the last box down before tilting her head and reporting back.
At those words,
Fang Mo's expression managed to completely lose control. What the hell? These boxes are full of my stuff? When was my house ransacked? Ning Yulan blinked at Xiao Jia, signaling that she could leave. On the side,
Fang Yamo had already run over without calmness and began to open the boxes one by one to scrutinize them.
As it turns out, it's really all your own stuff in there.
Even toothbrushes and toothpaste and towels and all that.
Xiao Jia brought it all over for him. This housekeeper, she's really asking for it. Who let her meddle? Why did she take all your things without consulting you?
Ning Yulan said with an annoyed face, even if you go back to live tonight,
I guess you don't have toiletries, ah?
Not to mention that it's also troublesome to move things back and forth.
It's this time of the day. My sister, I'll move it back to you again,
and it'll be more than 12 o'clock when you pack up and lie down on the bed.
As much trouble as you can give.
I'm calling her over to clean her up.
At those words, Fang Yamo froze. After thinking about it, it was actually logical that no one else would know that the two of them were faking it, and their housekeeper would only think that they were both getting married and living together. So helping with the move should be considered part of the job. It was just that Fang Yamo always felt that something was wrong for a moment. With this thought, Fang Yamo stopped the furious Ning Yulan. Forget it, Sister Yulan. It's not really her fault. You're not mad? Ning Yulan pretended to test a sentence. Fang Yamo gave a helpless bitter laugh. What's there to be angry about? She had good intentions anyway. Sister, do you have another empty room here? Or I can sleep in the study at night. Hearing these words,
Ning Yulan's pretty face also crossed with a hint of a smile as she saw that she had finally succeeded in her treacherous plan.
Today I'm sleeping in the den. Tomorrow in the second bedroom. And the day after that it's time to share a bed. Then you will sleep in the study today. You're right. Anyway, we are a couple. Grandpa stares so tightly.
And surely we have to cohabitate in the back. It's not much of an impact to move things a little earlier or later. Then I'll help you to sort out your clothes.
And if you can't wear them for the time being, I'll put them in the clothes for you. The cabinet. Fang Yamo nodded woodenly.
Oh, good. With those words, Ning Yulan took the 2 boxes and walked towards the bedroom.
Fang Yamo stared at the woman's back, always feeling as if something was strange.
It seems that Yulan is walking in the direction of her own bedroom,
right? Fang Mo's expression froze. In the next moment,
the youth finally reacted and slapped the back of his head.
And no,
it seems like Sister Yulan didn't discuss this matter of cohabitation with me after we got married,
right? How come it's so logical? Fang Yamo fiercely sucked in a breath of cool air. Unknowingly it seemed as if he was being punked again. Right at this moment, Fang Yamo noticed a medical box sitting in the corner of the living room.
He hurriedly picked up that box and walked towards the room.
Sister Yulan, let me rub your medicine for you.
Before he could finish his sentence, he pushed open the door to his room to see the woman staring at an open suitcase in front of her with a smirk.
Fang Yamo was a bit confused. What was so pretty about a suitcase? In the next moment, he also looked along the woman's line of sight, and his entire person was instantly struck by lightning, only to see dozens of men's underwear neatly placed inside the suitcase. Of course all of them were Fang Mo's own,
but more than half of them were cartoon characters' patterns, like what SpongeBob SquarePants,
Squidward, and one or two other anime characters from Japanese manga.
Ning Yulan said with interest, so this is the tone you like.
Then what you're wearing right now wouldn't be. TSK 2. You're a hooligan. Being looked up and down by Ning Yulan with that ambiguous look.
Even Fong Mo's thicker skin was a bit resistant, and he could only snatch away the box with a red face.
That what? Sister Yulan, why don't I put my things in the study? That's a nice thought.
Ning Yulan said with a smirk as she clasped her arms over her chest.
But only my bedroom has a closet.
You can't just throw some of your personal clothing around.
Can you? How unclean and unhygienic that would be. So I have to leave all these clothes with you? Ning Yulan didn't pay attention to Fong Mo's grumpy look.
Pulling open the cabinet on her own,
look, I've vacated all the spots inside the closet for you. This is the area for summer clothes, and this is the area for winter clothes. Speaking of which, I don't know, is the word one or none?
Ning Yulan just deliberately skipped a large drawer in the middle.
Fong Mo thought to himself that such a large drawer,
the space inside must not be small,
did not put something in this?
So he subconsciously pointed to the drawer.
Sister Yulan, what's in this drawer? This
Ning Yulan dragged out a long accent and pulled the drawer straight open with a bad smile.
Can't you see for yourself? Put. In the next moment, Fong Mo only felt a wave of hot air rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the sky,
and 2 strands of nosebleed almost spewed out.
It's so powerful and stunning, especially after brainstorming about wearing it on Sister Yulan. Fong Mo practically fled out of the bedroom. Sister Yulan,
I'll go wash my face and calm down. Ning Yulan stared at the youth's back and covered her jade mouth as she giggled delicately twice.
This fool, isn't it just triangle plus see-through plus lace? It's not like you have your own photo shoot. Is that so exciting?
While thinking about this, Ning Yulan was smiling again as she helped Fong Mo put all the clothes in the suitcase into the closet.
It was only after about 20 minutes that Fong Mo,
who had calmed down,
walked back. Sister Yulan is too provocative, isn't she? Look, rub me down. Hearing this, Fong Mo once again felt a dry mouth. What's the end of this demon?
Ning Yulan pouted her red lips and urged, hurry up
Fong Mo took several deep breaths back and forth,
controlling his emotions for a while before walking towards the woman. Looking at those snow-white shoulders, he tried to control his eyes from glancing downward, but his eyes simply wouldn't listen to him. He could only recite the ice heart technique in his mind.
If your heart is like ice, the sky will not fall.
The next moment he took a medicated cotton pad and gently rubbed it on.
The warm, cool touch came and the woman stifled a grunt. Fong Mo's complexion changed.
His palms were involuntarily shaking,
and the cotton swab almost fell on the bed.
He practically squeezed out the words through clenched teeth.
Sister, please don't make that noise. Sorry, it was too cold to hold back.
Although her mouth was apologizing, Ning Yulan's face was devoid of any look of guilt.
And she also, playfully,
he surveyed the youth who was earnestly medicating himself.
To say that Fong Mo's looks are not bad,
not to mention that a white man to cover 100 ugly.
Fong Mo belongs to the skin is quite white and tender that type.
Lin Shirhan said that he as a white man is really not too much.
The features were not particularly handsome, but quite durable.
Calling it a clean-cut young man,
this kind of face value can be thrown into a random college as the existence of class grass. Okay, sis. Fong Mo felt that the time spent rubbing the medicine passed so long,
as if a century had passed. He finally sighed in relief. It's my fault for giving you such an ugly scar on your beautiful shoulder.
I would have died of guilt if it hadn't healed.
Ning Yulan sniffed and sized up Fong Mo with interest, licking her seductive red lips.
Well, why don't I save one for you, too? What? Before Fong Mo could react,
Ning Yulan suddenly leaned towards himself. Ning Yulan's imperial sister's body fragrance once again filled Fong Mo's breath, just not waiting for him to be intoxicated.
Ning Yulan opened her cherry mouth and bit him hard at the neck.
Hiss! The force of this blow was not small, and it directly hurt Fong Mo, who crazily sucked in cool air.
However, thinking that his sister just happened to talk about business and bumped into him yesterday, and as a result, he was spilled and dragged to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license, Fong Mo again felt guilty in his heart,
and did not resist in the slightest. It was only after a moment that Ning Yulan raised her head and said with a pout,
"You mess up my shoulder, I'll give you a little scar to bite, so we'll be even. Oh yeah,
you helped me with my medicine once, so I'll do the same for you later.
Dao Lang, lean over a bit and let your sister have a good look." The word Dalong hits the soul in a crunchy way. Fong Mo shivered as if electrocuted. No, sister. After saying this, Fong Mo hurriedly got up and ran towards the study. Sister Yulan, it's late. It's time to rest.
I'll turn off the light for you.
Good night. After the words were spoken, the bedroom instantly went dark,
and Ning Yulan blinked her bright eyes in the darkness, and then spread her face and laughed softly.
Isn't it a little bad to keep molesting this little guy like that? but how come I still love to see him shy? Is it possible to get addicted to flirting with a nurturing husband? Fanyamo slept in the study tonight.
He lay on the bed back and forth tossing and turning, just can't sleep. His body is hot and dry. All kinds of nonsense images running around in his mind.
Ding! Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Sleeping? A message from a WeChat friend with no notes. Fanyamo clicked on the other person's avatar.
Originally wanted to look at people's friend circle to make sure who it was. I was surprised to find that the other side of the circle of friends nothing.
The avatars, on the other hand,
were 3 little yellow dolls, but they looked as if they were posed little yellow men,
staring with 2 big round eyes. Who are you?
3 words just typed out before they could be sent. The other party then sent a, see your side, shows that it is in the process of inputting.
It seems that you have not slept. Do you want to come to my sister's arms to sleep and sleep? Fanyamo? When did I add such a slutty friend to my WeChat friends list? Do we know each other? I'm just going to sleep in your arms? It's not some little slut with a crush, is it? Sorry, I'm married. Fanyamo thought about it and took out his red book and took a picture and sent it over. In the morning, when he went downstairs, Fanyamo had this marriage license with him, and as a result, he didn't go back himself for the rest of the day, and the marriage license was kept in his pocket. Seeing Fanyamo fling a picture over,
the opposite party immediately sent 3 laughing and crying emoticons.
What the hell? Fanyamo froze for a moment when the door to his room was suddenly knocked on. Before he could react, the thinly clad Ning Yulan pushed open the door to the room.
Gee, the male virtues are well maintained.
But, shouldn't you explain, little one, why you didn't leave a note for your sister? Chapter 9, unless she really wants to marry you. The next day, Fanyamo woke up with 2 dark circles under his eyes,
and the restless Ning Yulan ran to knock on his room door again in the middle of the night last night,
scaring Fanyamo to shiver. Stiffly pulled Fanyamo to save his phone number and notes by hand before letting the man go. When Fanyamo woke up, it was already sunrise,
and just after waking up and rubbing his eyes, he realized that there were several more text messages on his phone.
Wife, I'm going to work. I'll come back tonight and bring you something delicious. Lee Ha-won, what's the situation between you and Lin Shirhan? Didn't I hear you two broke up the day before yesterday? How come I got your wedding invitation again?
Mom, we're going back to Jiangxing the day after tomorrow. If you have time, remember to come and pick up Dad and me. Wife, that one is naturally sent by Ning Yulan. She smacks Yulan's sister too rusty, and is afraid of being seen by Master Ning.
The two are now husband and wife,
but also sister and brother call each other.
It's easy for a wise old man to see the difference. Although this sentence seemed like there didn't seem to be any problem logically, Fang Yamo always felt that something wasn't quite right. Is Sister Yulan being too particular about herself? Even though they've been licensed as a couple,
there's no emotional foundation yet.
Sister Yulan was so attached to herself right now, displaying a girlfriend-like domineering possessiveness. Isn't character substitution a little too fast? Moreover, when he was with Sister Yulan, Fang Yamo always felt that there was something wrong with the way she looked at him, always giving him an illusion. Sister Yulan seems to really like me. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Fang Yamo touched the tip of his nose resentfully and gave his best friend Li Haowen a call back. Just as soon as the phone was picked up on the other end, Li Haowen's staggering voice came through. Big brother, what's wrong with you? I received your wedding invitation as soon as I got up in the morning. I thought it was a mistake, but it turned out that it was really your picture on it. Sister Yulan is really fast, but come to think of it, their wedding is all this week, so naturally, they need to catch up on the time to notify all the friends and family who should be notified. Fang Yamo smiled back. Well, I'm married. I go. I see that you broke up with Lin Shirhan the day before yesterday, didn't you? I remember that scummy girl was in love with Lu Chen, the president of the student council in our university. Did you two get back together again? Fang Yamo rolled his eyes. How can I still make up with Lin Shirhan when I've seen the two of them kissing with my own eyes outside Starbucks? Hearing this, Li Haowen was relieved. Also, a good brother, even if he's in love with his brain, doesn't forgive a woman who cuckolds him to his face. It's good to split up. Let that pair of dogs digest it internally. They scummy man with scummy woman just happens to be a pair, and they won't come out to wreak havoc on others. The next moment, Li Haowen added a doubtful comment. I just picked up the invitation again and looked at it. The name of the bride on this is called Ning Yulan. So familiar, but who is Ning Yulan? Your ex-girlfriend? You're not going to get married to a random person on the street after a breakup, are you? Fang Yamo? Did you guys put surveillance on me? Fang Yamo coughed. Congratulations. You guessed it. I really did pull someone for a license. Li Haowen was immediately shocked. Exclaimed from the other end of the phone or shocked Fang Yamo some dizziness. Holy shit, are you serious? Why are you so casual? Marriage is not a child's play. Brother, not to mention that you and your wife know each other well. You just play flash mob. What if something happens in the future? Fang Yamo sniffed and helplessly rubbed his temples.
Sister Yulan and her own two families had known each other since childhood, and knew each other's roots for sure. And there won't be any bridge between father-in-law and mother-in-law bullying their little son-in-law.
At most,
they will just be scraped a few blank stares by Uncle Ning.
You can rest assured in these places. Sister Yulan is a very reliable person. Our two families are considered to be friends from generation to generation. But you should actually have heard of her,
as she is also a female boss doing business in Jiangchang, and is still the more famous of the bunch.
The more famous ones? There are only a few famous female CEOs in Jiangchang. Li Haowen instantly froze. I remember. Isn't the princess of Jiangchang's first mansion, the queen of Jiangchang's business community called by that name? Ning Yulan. Ning Yulan. Yes, that's her. Could it be that your wife is the Ning family's $1,000 young lady?
Compared to his voice when he had just questioned, the decibel of Li Haowen's words had once again risen several times.
Is that so surprising? Fang Yamo held his cell phone mic away from his brother to avoid being made deaf. Yes, that's her. Li Haowen's family is also doing business, and the scale is not small, is also considered to be the Jiangchang,
a few of the better-known businesses. Ever since Li Haowen's brother passed away, he had taken over the family's business, which was why Fang Yamo dared to be certain that Li Haowen must have heard of Sister Yulan.
Li Haowen's chest-thumping voice sounded ghostly. Goddess ah, that's my goddess ah.
Jiangchang 20 million men's dream.
Actually so by your boy soaked hand. Say, you give the goddess under what ecstasy soup? Could it be a plot in a novel?
Where the goddess got some strange disease and needed a house son-in-law to wash it down.
So the Ning family reluctantly sought you out? It's not good to be a son-in-law.
As your brother,
listen to my advice. Let Fairy Ning go. Let me come. Let me bear this pain of being looked at in the eye after entering into the family's family for you. Nima, you boys have quite an imagination. Fang Yamo once again wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. Li Haowen is still chattering on the other end of the phone.
Fang Yamo, as the saying goes,
who would go to hell if I don't? Who made me your good brother? It's not too late to change the groom on the invitation. Come on, don't act. In the next moment, Fang Yamo spoke slowly and helplessly.
Sister Yulan was forcibly dragged to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license after I got drunk.
This matter is my fault. Naturally I should be responsible for her. Do you have time this afternoon? If there's anything you want to ask, let's meet and talk.
A sentence or two simply does not explain the context.
Fang Yamo had only one brother, Li Haowen, in Jiangchang, and it was likely that Li Haowen would still be his best man at the wedding. If his curiosity wasn't satisfied, the kid might end up leaving his mule behind. Li Haowen agreed quite readily. Okay, since you're in the mansion, you'll have to treat me to something nice. See you at the Bulgari Hotel. You're damn right you're not polite. Fang Mo's eyes jumped, and when he touched his pocket, the dowry that Ning Yulan gave himself yesterday, the black card, was quietly in his pocket. Holy shit, are you for real? At more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Haowen and Fang Yamo met at the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel. Li Haowen noticed that Fang Yamo walked towards the dessert area of the hotel with leisurely steps,
and was suddenly surprised.
At those words, Fang Yamo rolled his eyes. Wasn't it you who said you were coming to afternoon tea at the Bulgari Hotel? And I can't always afford you anywhere else. Draft. The fee won't be paid until next month.
And I'm guessing it's the only place you can swipe this card for a class of spending like the Bulgari Hotel.
Saying that, Fang Yamo took out his black card and waved it in front of Li Haowen's eyes. Entering the dessert section, the two casually ordered some coffee and cake. Fang Yamo rarely ate dessert, so after picking up a couple bites, he left the battlefield all to Li Haowen to sweep alone. However, Li Haowen's attention was not on the dessert and kept staring at the black card in Fang Mo's hand. What? This is the dowry given to me by Sister Yulan. Are you kids still planning to rob me? Li Haowen rolled his eyes. Robbery your sister. How much money is on this card? Why didn't you even have to enter your PIN when you swiped it? Fang Yamo shook his head, indicating that he was not sure. He really didn't know how much money was on this card, but he thought that according to Yulan's wealth and generosity, she would be able to throw away a lot of money and buy a set of real estate in order to clean up a Lin Shirhan. So her dowry would not be less than 7 figures at the very least. I just took a picture and sent it to my old man. He said he's never seen this kind of card either. I think it's privately ordered by the bank for some kind of class of VIP customers. 80% of them are limited worldwide. Li Haowen was on the verge of drooling with envy. Mr. Ning is so good to you. Worthy of being the famous female president of Jiangchang. Fang Yamo skimmed his lips. Who said on the phone before that I would be looked down upon if I became a son-in-law? What's more, when did I become a son-in-law? Spineless, a card bought you off? Li Haowen touched the tip of his nose. Cough cough. That's not true. Today I came out with you. Mainly because I want to learn from your experience. Turn around and I will also strive to pick up a rich and powerful daughter back.
so that my old man will struggle for 50 years less.
But speaking of which,
It's only been a day since you broke up with Lin Shirhan.
and that day you said you wanted to look for me, but I happened to be in a meeting. Didn't you go to the bar alone behind you?
After bumping into Lin Shirhan and Lu Chen, the pair of dogs, kissing at Starbucks at noon the day before yesterday,
Fang Mo contacted Li Haowen at the first opportunity,
but the guy was at least a small business owner who had inherited the family business,
and was too busy to draw back then. Fang Mo then went to the bar by himself to get drunk. Fang Mo nodded his head. Yes, I went alone.
It was at the bar that I bumped into Sister Yulan, who happened to be talking about business.
In fact, I have never mentioned it to you before.
Our two families have been on good terms since a long time ago, my grandfather and her. My grandfather was a lifelong friend who went to war together, and when I was a kid the two families used to get together for dinners until after my grandfather passed away, when there was less contact.
Nice guy. The rich woman is actually beside you. The rich woman is actually your wife,
Li Haowen pursued with two glowing eyes.
And then what? Then you bumped into Ms. Ning,
and as soon as she heard about your misery,
she was going to give herself to you to comfort your wounded young heart?
That's too bloody,
isn't it? How is that possible? Fang Mo had a headache when he remembered the embarrassing things that happened in the bar. However,
he still hardened his heart and told Li Haowen the cause,
the passage, and the result, all of them.
It was only after a long time that Li Haowen stared at Fang Mo with a dumbfounded expression. So it was you who drank too much in the bar,
and beat and fought, and forced Ms. Ning to go with you to get a license by pulling and dragging her hard?
And the most outrageous thing is that Ms.
Ning didn't even resist at all? Fang Mo's old face blushed,
which was indeed the case. Although he was disconnected, the little red book in his hand when he woke up couldn't be faked.
In the next moment, Li Haowen glanced enviously at Fang Mo.
If we weren't brothers, I'd be starting to get jealous of you. You've got jealousy written all over your face, okay?
Fang Mo rolled his eyes. Wasn't it enough to be jealous?
If not for the fact that this would be broad daylight, perhaps this Li group's male son in front of him would have to run to the bar and follow Fang Mo's example of operating a raunchy affair.
But, speaking of which, it's not like Sister Yulan didn't resist the entire time.
It's just that I scratched and scratched after I drank too much.
And not only did Sister Yulan get wounds from me on her neck,
but even her shoulders were injured by me. Fang Mo let out a bitter smile. Sister Yulan was worried that I would go crazy with alcohol and disfigure her, so she could only honestly allow me to drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Hearing this, Li Haowen took off the first time.
Bullshit,
Fang Mo.
Although I haven't been in love much,
but some basic common sense is still clear. I reckon Mr.
Ning should not be forced to get a license.
Maybe it's premeditated. Saying that, Li Haowen ambiguously glanced at Fang Mo. Premeditated? Sister Yulan? How is that possible? Fang Mo's head instantly shook like a rattle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Haowen looked at Fang Mo and was confused.
Water's clueless look, hated and gritted his teeth. Do you kid really not know, or are you pretending not to know that your sister Yulan is also a famous judo black dan?
Is there no way to deal with a drunk? Sister Yulan is still a judo master? Fang Mo was stunned for a moment. This he really didn't know. However,
Ning Yulan was often on the news, and also as a member of the business community, Li Haowen naturally paid more attention to these news, so he thought that he had also seen it from the news.
Fang Mo coughed.
It's also possible that Sister Yulan is afraid that I'll play drunk.
Right? Playing drunk? Li Haowen let out a cold laugh. Would the big miss of the powerful Ning family be afraid of a drunkard playing drunk? According to what you said, even if she was in a cab,
Ning Yulan couldn't find a security guard and had no way to call the police. Did she get out of the cab and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, where she still couldn't find help? In a place like the Civil Affairs Bureau, just yell out that someone is forcing me to get married, and instantly 7 or 8 big men can jump out and drag you away. These words are only said to you by Ning Yulan. The authorities will believe. Ning Yulan is able to stand firm in the cruel business circle at a young age. A woman with such a deep city will be pitted by you, a freshly graduated college student? Li Haowen directly shook his head, secretly sighing that Fang Mo was still too young. Let me tell you, there's only one thing that can happen if you want to pit Mr. Ning, unless, speaking of unless, Li Haowen meaningfully dragged out a long accent.
Fang Mo's heart gotten seized,
and he immediately urged anxiously,
unless what?
Li Haowen shrugged, unless she really wants to marry you chant.
Chapter 10, Be responsible for your sister. Fang Mo was struck by lightning.
Li Haowen's analysis seems to be head and shoulders above the rest. There is no fault in logic at all.
Does it mean that? Does Sister Yulan really like me? Fang Mo's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. Just then, Li Haowen lowered his voice and leaned towards Fang Mo. However, you're going to be out of luck after that. I've heard that Mr. Nin never smiles, except for his family. Outside even his partners are the same. He has a cold look to anyone, as if it were a constant 10,000-year-old ice cube. Even if you're as gorgeous as you look, it's really hard to get a man interested in a serious ice cube all day long. Fang Yamo was once again stunned. Sister Yulan is an ice cube? Who did Lee Ho Man hear this from? Though Yulan-san did seem to be a bit high-strung in front of outsiders, but ever since he was a child, he had always been a peaceable person to himself, especially after the series of events that happened yesterday. Sister Yulan could catch herself molesting 8 times a day. It's not moving and you're rushing onto the highway. Thinking about it, Fang Mo's ears were burning. Sure she was that much of a stranger? Ning's group conference room. Ning Yulan, who had just finished a regular company meeting, walked towards her office with a cold face. Right at this moment, Ning Yulan saw a chargeback text message reminder coming from her cell phone. Her eyebrows flashed in a nice arc. This is the card she gave to Fang Mo spent. Husband is willing to spend my money now. Wife earns money and husband spends it. That's a good start. Ning Yulan's secretary just happened to walk into the office at this time, and so it was that she saw the bizarre scene. The always unsmiling general manager Ning actually laughed softly and stupidly at his cell phone for more than 30 seconds. The secretary had never seen such a look on Mr. Ning's face before. Filled with tenderness, pampering, sweetness, happiness. The secretary froze in place for a split second. This was the first time the secretary had seen Ning Yulan reveal this expression in the company. Used to seeing a high and cold iceberg, he suddenly realized that the iron tree had blossomed. The secretary was naturally quite shocked. Whoosh! Just then, the secretary suddenly felt a coolness piercing his body. It turned out to be Ning Yulan who had already regained her usual expression. Cool. The chilling gaze fell upon himself. Anything? Gollum. Mr. Ning, this is the proposal from a few executives just now. Do you want to go through it first? Ning Yulan waved her hand and faintly said, no, take it and let them revise it twice more. If they can't revise the content, check for typos. If they can't check for typos, check for punctuation. And anyway, tell them to leave me alone for the rest of the day. So capricious? Mr. Ning is a workaholic. In the company is like a robot like continuous rotation. Usually a day down even the water cannot drink on. This is suddenly what happened. Anything else? In the middle of the secretary's thoughts, Ning Yulan's clear and cold voice sounded once again. No. The secretary hurriedly put away the proposal in her hands and almost pushed open the office door with a run. Although it was clear that Ning Yulan hadn't said anything, she had already felt the woman's word roll slammed into her face. If she didn't leave, what was waiting for her would probably be a scolding. In the next moment, Ning Yulan directly dialed the phone. Where is it? Brother? Sister Moonlan? Fang Yamo on the other end of the phone was a bit confused. It wasn't even off duty yet. Why was Sister Yulan free to call herself? When he recalled the words Li Haowen had just said, Fang Mo's small heart suddenly fluttered wildly. Li Haowen also put his head over to eavesdrop. You off duty? Ning Yulan smiled, her gentle voice coming from the other end of the phone. Just got done. Where are you? Send a location and I'll pick you up. No sis. I can get back on my own. So don't bother. It's rush hour, and it'll take a long time for Yulan to drive here. However, Ning Yulan was persistent and even flirted with the situation. What floor of the Bulgari Hotel? I'm going to see if my little husband is fooling around with someone else behind my back. So it's a check-in. Fang Yamo suddenly felt for a moment that Sister Yulan was also quite interesting. The goddess that countless people think of as high and mighty can also be a little girl. And that's the day after the two were so sparsely licensed that their relationship wasn't even completely clear. Hearing that the goddess was coming over, Li Haowen, who had been eavesdropping from the side, was excited, moving hands and feet, frantically giving Fang Mo oral hints. Let her come. Let her come. Fang Mo's old face blushed. Come on then, I'm with a friend. Oh yeah, sis, I should warn you, a same-sex friend. Good to know. Ning Yulan smiled and hung up the phone directly. Doesn't she realize that the little one is with a friend of the same sex? That black card will be the first to send a location alarm to your cell phone if you are making lodging, bath, KTV, nightclub and other purchases. Hey, it's better not to let the little guy know about this matter for now, or else he might get annoyed that I don't trust him. But who let my sister? I'm old and my younger brother is still young and sunny. Think of it as a throw of security that I created for myself. Ning Yulan's jade hand knocked on the steering wheel, her pretty face skimming over a touch of cunning. I'm sure my brother won't blame me. Ning Yulan was all the way down along the viaduct, and the woman at the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel hastily put on her sunglasses when she arrived. Although Ning Yulan wasn't a star, she was still considered a public figure, and appearing in such a place would easily be followed by paparazzi. On the other side, from the time Ning Yulan's phone hung up until now, Li Haowen hadn't calmed down. Holy shit, I told you that the goddess likes you. Otherwise, how could she have such a conciliatory voice? And to come over to check up on you? Do you know how awkward the scene was when I watched her being interviewed earlier?
The host told a joke and everyone in the room was laughing. Only Ning Yulan had a calm face.
Then after everyone quieted down, she rhetorically asked the stage, "Was it funny? You guys delayed me for a total of 56 seconds.
Li Haowen hugged his arms and shivered.
The scene went cold in an instant. Fang Yamo brainstormed that image.
Were unable to resist a small sympathy for the host who interviewed Ning Yulan.
Too poor. Right at this moment,
a long and slender silhouette slowly appeared behind Fang Yamo.
Li Haowen has not yet recognized the woman. Excitedly said in a yellow voice. Think about it. The high-cool iceberg that has made countless men hit the wall melts into a puddle of water with you. And it's a clear spring that only you can enjoy. What an experience that is.
From the mouth of Mr.
Ning spit out sexy screams. Hiss. Think of all the soul. As soon as these words came out, Ning Yulan, who was standing behind Fang Yamo, instantly, dumbstruck. Do guys talk together on such a large scale? When you talk about that kind of topic, the person who is the subject of the masturbation is actually yourself.
Ning Yuan felt a pang of amusement at once,
wanting to see what Fang Mo's reaction was. You boys are so full of it. Fang Yamo huffed and puffed and Li Haowen. Sister Yulan is at least my wife. Isn't it a bit too much for you to masturbate our sister Yulan in front of me? Upon hearing this,
Ning Yulan's red lips immediately hooked into a charming arc. He said he was his wife behind his back.
Li Haowen coughed. There were some thoughts about Mr. Ning before, but they were limited to just thinking about it. This fiery horse is not something that can be tamed by an ordinary person, and now completely no idea. Said the contrary is you. You kid shy what? You are a couple. Sooner or later to be that.
Before the words were finished, a clear voice suddenly rang out from behind.
Talking about what? Sister Moonlan's voice. Fang Yamo was startled and turned his head violently. Fang Yamo was sitting on a chair,
while Ning Yulan was standing behind the youth with a cat's back,
and the height of their heads was almost equal. The moment Fang Yamo twisted his head,
Ning Yulan's red lips just happened to be printed on the youth's lips.
The touch of her thin, cool lips came, although it was only a touch.
Ning Yulan was like a frightened deer hastily retreating.
However,
Fang Mo's mind was only left with the divine face and softness that was close at hand.
Gollum. Sister Yulan, when did you come? Fang Yamo had a feeling of being a thief all of a sudden.
Originally it was not good to talk about others behind their backs. Now it was even more so when he suddenly had an intimate contact with Sister Yulan. The woman was wearing sunglasses again. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or sad.
Fang Yamo was a little apprehensive for a while.
Ning Yulan pouted her red lips, scraping at the youth in shame and anger.
Stinky brother, I just want to scare you a bit to give you a surprise. How can you take advantage of sister so much? This is good. My sister's first kiss is gone. How do you expect me to get married twice?
Shy of the fact that the two had only been married for 2 days and were kissing,
albeit because of an accident.
Angry that it was the first kiss she'd kept for 27 years.
Even if it was always intended for this little family. Man, it shouldn't be handed over so casually. There's no sense of ceremony at all. On the other side, hearing this, Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment. You can't have a second marriage if you lost your first kiss?
What kind of logic is that?
He opened his mouth. How about finding someone who doesn't mind that you've kissed other men? Crap. Steal straight man are you? Ning Yulan viciously pinched the youth. What are you talking about?
My mom said that kissing will make a girl pregnant.
How can my sister marry someone else if she's pregnant? Pregnant? Kissing? Isn't that what parents do to coax kids to prevent minors from falling in love early? How can a kisser be pregnant? Fang Mo's eyes widened. Sister Yulan was at least a highly educated adult woman. How could she not know this? Upon hearing this,
Ning Yulan's peach blossom eyes under her sunglasses flashed with a sly color and said,
So how do you think a girl gets pregnant? Chapter 11, Thank you, your honorable wife. The next moment, through the sunglasses vaguely noticed,
Ning Yulan good-looking wonderful eyes hooked up playful.
Fang Yamo then realized that he was again fooled by the woman.
She was just deliberately molesting herself.
Next to him,
Li Haowen had long been dumbfounded when he saw this scene.
Mr. Ning. Fang Yamo had his back to Ning Yulan,
so he didn't know how much the woman had heard, but Li Haowen knew exactly when Ning Yulan had come.
Did you say that you just made a dirty joke? And all of it was heard by the one daughter of Jiangchang?
Li Haowen stiffly greeted Ning Yulan.
Hello Mr. Ning. Fang Yamo didn't know what was going on in Li Haowen's mind and pointed at the man. Sister Yulan, this is my friend, Li Haowen.
Only then did Ning Yulan smile and extend her small white hand to give the man a shallow shake. Thank you for taking care of my family Fang Yamo in general.
Hello, I'm Ning Yulan. You're so famous. You really don't need to introduce yourself. Fang Yamo rolled his eyes. Instead, it was Li Haowen who frowned. Seemingly remembering something,
and looked at Ning Yulan twice more with a suspicious gaze.
I always feel like I've seen Mr. Ning himself somewhere, and definitely not in a photo. However, his gaze was quickly noticed by Fang Yamo,
and the man displeasedly poked his brother with his elbow,
as if to assert his sovereignty. Li Haowen laughed bitterly. Simply some pleasantries. Ning Yulan led Fang Yamo home. On the way out,
Ning Yulan gave Li Haowen a business card of his own.
The woman is also clear about the current situation of Li's group. The eldest son died in a car accident.
Has not been reused. The second suddenly rushed to the shelf.
It is a difficult time. As a friend,
you can call on yourself for help when you're in trouble. Li Haowen guessed that this was the care given by Mr.
Ning on the face of Fang Yamo,
so he gratefully accepted the business card.
BMW.
Ning Yulan put her hands on the steering wheel and said while driving, "Your computer motherboard, I let my secretary find someone to fix it. The other party guaranteed that 100% can be fixed.
And in a couple of days you will be able to bring your computer back from the dead intact." Really? Fang Yamo stared with some surprise,
knowing that the computer had fallen into that state.
Fang Yamo himself didn't hold much hope for the files inside, but he didn't expect Sister Yulan to be able to find someone to fix it perfectly. "Thank you, Sister Yulan."
Ning Yulan sniffed and lightly pursed her red lips.
"Shouldn't we call it something nicer since we're grateful? A better name?" Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment and said tentatively, "Thank you, gorgeous." Ning Yulan's face was expressionless. "Thank you, fairy sister?" Ning Yulan still didn't respond. Fang Yamo scratched the back of his head and suddenly had a flash of light. "Thank you, Mrs. Wifey."
"Hey." Ning Yulan's eyebrows instantly curved into a crescent moon, and she sweetly answered. This voice matched with that angelic face. How to look at it is not like a running 3 imperial sister. More like a flower girl who grows against the age of 18 back.
"Sister, I'm using your card today." Ning Yulan nodded. "Aha. Feel free to brush it.
There's enough money in there for you to splurge for a long time."
"Don't have enough and tell me again."
"I'll transfer it inside."
Fang Yamo sniffed and mentally gave Ning Yulan a thumbs up.
Worthy of being the dream of 20 million men in Jiangcheng.
It is just overbearing.
The carriage gradually quieted down. Fang Yamo glanced at his cell phone messages and found that Li Haowen had left a message for himself after he left.
Li Haowen, I always feel like I've seen Mr. Ning somewhere. Fang Yamo? Li Haowen, not on the news, not on the TV. It seems like I've seen her in person in reality, but I can't remember when it was for a moment. Seeing this message, Fang Yamo was also confused.
Although Li Haowen and Sister Yulan both belonged to the Jiangcheng business circle,
before the Li family's eldest son's accident, he, the second young master, had been put out to pasture. I've never been to the office a few times, let alone business events. Fang Yamo, who did you meet Sister Yulan with? Li Haowen, I seem to remember meeting Mr. Ning with you. With me? Fang Yamo was once again confused. How could it be with me? Grandpa died in his 3rd year of high school,
after which the two families had almost no contact, and during the university period,
Fang Yamo was almost a full-time lodger, and seldom went out of the school gates. Fang Yamo, I think you're remembering it wrong, aren't you?
Li Haowen replied a long time later. Should also really cannot remember where to see Ning Yulan, probably remembered it wrong.
Soon,
the BMW steadily stopped at the entrance of Ning Yulan's small villa.
After Ning Yulan got out of the car,
she immediately took off the small suit she was wearing.
Fang Yamo,
I'm going to take a shower. I'm covered in sweat.
It's sticky. Come in later and rub the medicine for me. Fang Yamo obediently followed behind and nodded.
Oh. After giving Sister Yulan her medicine yesterday and placing the medical kit in the middle of Ning Yulan's boudoir,
Fang Yamo walked straight towards Sister Yulan's room. Just then, Fang Yamo noticed a few cute little yellow dolls on the windowsill of the room.
Yesterday when I changed my clothes, because it was the first time I entered a girl's boudoir,
plus wrapped in ambiguity, tension, Fang Yamo didn't even have the time to survey the arrangement of Ning Yulan's boudoir.
Sister Yulan's bedroom is decorated in a really minimalist style. This would take a closer look and Fang Yamo realized. The room did not at all resemble what an unusual boy would expect. A girly boudoir with pink as the dominant color. Rather, it is everywhere in the imported marble. The table is full of books. This is not to show that they are well-read poetry set. Each book has traces of flipping, and even inside there is a note paper that Ning Yulan made notes after reading. The windowsill is nothing but greenery except for 3 little yellow men. The entire room, with the exception of the little yellow man who barely qualifies as a stuffed animal, is completely unrecognizable as a girl's boudoir. Changes in room decor can also reflect the mindset of its owner. Not bad for a mature royalty with years under her belt. Sister Yulan still has the heart to take care of flowers and plants. She has a charming face, but I didn't realize that her hobbies are so inconsistent with her appearance. It wasn't hard to tell from the state of those potted plants that they must have all been carefully cared for, intended to by Ning Yulan herself. Each pot displays vibrant life. But why do those 3 little yellow men look so familiar?
Fong Mo stared out at the little yellow man on the windowsill. Oh, this is Sister Yulan's avatar. Ah, her WeChat avatar is this little yellow man. No wonder I said it looked familiar.
Only the strange feeling in Fong Mo's heart still didn't go down. There's always something about the presence of 3 little yellow men in this house that just doesn't fit.
Ding! Just then, Fong Mo's cell phone suddenly rang.
Li Hao-1, I remember.
Do you still remember our sophomore year when we went out to play darts and won 7 or 8 first prizes?
At those words,
Fong Mo suddenly had a bit of an impression.
What's this kid texting himself about this all of a sudden?
Fong Mo ghostly looked up at the 3 little yellow dolls,
and a touch of electricity instantly skipped through his mind.
As if struck by lightning. I remember. I met Sister Yulan during my sophomore year,
when I was zapping darts with Li Hao-1 at the mall.
Chapter 12, It's impossible to live in this world. Ding! On the other side,
Li Hao-1 also quickly edited a long text and dumped it over. It was that time, when we both took 7 first prizes, and the prizes were dolls.
As you were leaving you said you ran into an acquaintance and went over to say hello,
and because it was weird for 2 big old men to hold a bunch of dolls, you even gave her 3 in passing.
Fong Mo was enlightened and flew back a text message, the prize doll is a little yellow man? Li Hao-1, yes. At that time I took back all skimmed on the sofa,
and now it is still on the sofa in our house.
Then Sister Yulan's avatar.
It wouldn't be the 3 little yellow men I gave her back then, would it? The color of Mo's face below this became odd. That time of zapping darts was 2 or 3 years ago, so Fong Mo's own memories were gradually blurring. At that time,
in his opinion, coincidentally meeting Ning Yulan was nothing more than a trivial and insignificant matter. And even Fong Mo didn't put it on his mind. Could it be that the little yellow men in Sister Yulan's room were the 3 that he had given her at that time? She actually made a special avatar? Is that a hint of something? Just then, housekeeper Jie's voice rang out from the doorway. Young Master Fong, what are you looking for?
Hearing movement coming from behind him,
Fong Mo was startled. Young Master Fong? Is that title used to call me out? On second thought,
he was again slightly relieved. Ning Yulan was the eldest miss of the Ning family.
So wasn't he the young master in the eyes of the housekeeper? Ahem.
I'll help Sister Yulan find the medical kit. She got scratched on her shoulder. It won't look good if she wears a wedding dress with a scar on top.
Scars? The housekeeper suspiciously glanced at Fong Mo,
suddenly blushing red and looking towards the bed again.
I see.
Young Master and Young Miss are so energetic.
Young Master just moved here yesterday and the new life started.
You guys have worked so hard.
I guess Elder Ning will definitely be very happy when he finds out.
Maybe this year his old man will be able to hold a great-grandson.
What the hell? Have you misunderstood something? Fong Mo was about to explain.
But it turned out that Xiao Jia had already gone out to get the medical kit.
Young Master,
in the morning when I came over to clean up Mrs. House I found the medical kit in the bedroom. So I thought I'd take it out in the meantime.
After that,
Jia found the medicine.
The box was handed to Fong Mo. At the same time,
Ning Yulan's voice resounded from the shower room where the clattering sound of running water came from.
Brother, help me find a bath towel. Put. Fong Mo's face instantly turned red.
Even the housekeeper next to him, Xiao Jia, was staring with wide eyes covering her small mouth, incredulous that her own young lady would like this tune.
No wonder Miss got hurt. The bathroom floor is so slippery. Standing still is a skill, let alone having to move. Jade giggled. Young Master, Miss is calling for you, so I'll leave you 2 alone for now. But you should slow down a little today. Don't give Miss another wound of any kind. Wearing a wedding dress is the happiest moment in a woman's life,
and she surely wants to greet that moment with her most beautiful state. And you don't want the young lady to have any regrets,
do you? After saying that,
the little ninny disappeared inside the villa in a puff of smoke. Fong Mo had a red face and opened his mouth with the intention of explaining a couple of things, but it felt like it was getting darker and darker,
and there didn't even seem to be a little room for explanation.
He could only pick up the bath towel and hand it to Ning Yulan through the gap in the bathroom. At the moment the 2 of them were the only ones in the large villa. The clattering sound of running water instantly aroused the dryness in Fong Mo's heart. The image of water droplets slipping from the woman's white skin and falling to the ground in a whirlwind also surfaced in Fong Mo's mind in an instant.
Lingering.
Especially when you open the shower door and are able to see the vaguely luscious form of the clear glass.
Damn it! There's a knife at the head of the color word. Fong Mo, you have to hold yourself. Fong Mo took 2 more deep breaths. Sis, the bath towel is on the sink for you. So what? I'm going out first. Are you going to take a shower later?
Ning Yulan's voice came out in the mist formed by the heat wave, and the hot and humid dampness formed a mist of water making the entire shower room hazy.
As soon as Fong Mo touched his back, he realized that he didn't know when,
but he had broken out in a stinky sweat, and his clothes were sticking to his body in a sticky and uncomfortable way, and it would have a million nasty images of random thoughts in his head.
Fong Mo felt the need to go take a shower to calm down.
I haven't showered in 3 days even since the day I drank. Ning Yulan smiled. If anything stimulating the youth's nerves with her words, then you will need to in a while.
Do you want me to scrub your back? Why don't you just come in and we'll do it together?
It just so happens that sis can't reach the back and can't hit the shower gel herself.
Put, taking a bath with Yulan?
2 strands of blood arrows gushed out directly from his nose, and large drops of nosebleed fell to the ground.
Don't do it, sis. You're making me so hot. Fang Mo cried out, forget it. I'd rather not wash it. When he finished,
he immediately ran out of the shower.
Why is the little one so shy? Isn't it just helping your sister with a shower gel? After saying this,
Ning Yulan herself first let out a pft of a laugh.
Rushing into the living room, Fang Mo frantically meditated on the ice heart technique. This female goblin is really going to eat people. Well, what is it? Just then, Fang Mo suddenly noticed a plastic bag from a convenience store sitting on the living room table. He remembers not having anything when he got back today, right? Could it be that Jie, who had just left, had gone and returned? The next moment, Fang Mo realized that there was a sticky note next to the plastic bag. Young master and young lady live together happily. I think,
this you must use. The technical work of giving birth to a child is better to stabilize after marriage. Recently sweet and at the same time pay attention to safety. Oh,
the name of the drop is Jie. Fang Mo's heart flashed ominous foreboding. Open the plastic bag to see.
Inside the flowery green there are 3 or 4 small boxes.
Pellet, slim, ice and fire.
The styles include almost all of the most common models on the market.
Fang Mo, what are you taking? Take out? Right at this moment, Fang Mo suddenly felt a fragrant breeze coming from behind him.
The mix of body odor interspersed with the smell of body wash is refreshing without being harsh.
Fang Mo was startled.
Ning Yulan was quick on her feet and smiled as she snatched the plastic bag from the youth's hands.
Sister Yulan, don't misunderstand. This is not my. Halfway through the sentence, Fang Mo suddenly froze.
Because Ning Yulan is now wearing long wet hair.
Like a lotus flower appearance is too attractive. Compared to the daytime gorgeous and dignified.
At this moment unloaded a tired Ning Yulan instead of a different kind of pure beauty. Ning Yulan froze when she saw what was inside as well.
Brother, aren't you being a little too hasty? What? Fang Mo originally thought that Ning Yulan would be angry. After all,
although there were quite a few ambiguous bridges in the past 2 days, they were all within the normal range of heterosexuals getting along.
But when a male pulls out a BYT, its purpose is self-evident, and 80% of women with a bit of a temper will be pissed. Fang Mo was afraid of being misunderstood by Ning Yulan and smiled bitterly. Sister Yulan, I really didn't buy this one. I know, you made Jade buy it.
Ning Yulan pulled them out one by one with interest, and also unashamedly studied the outer packaging, reading to himself the brief description of the functions and instructions for use above.
Fang Mo's face turned redder and redder. No, it's really not me. Isn't that yours or mine?
Ning Yulan blinked her big,
charming eyes. The knot in Fang Mo's throat rolled involuntarily. As he froze,
Ning Yulan suddenly laughed and delivered an elbow strike to his stomach.
Stinky brother, good doesn't learn from bad. It seems that you are really being brought down by that Li family's second son. It's still too early. Sister, I'm not mentally prepared yet. I'll confiscate this thing first. Saying that,
Ning Yulan directly carried the plastic island and walked towards the bedroom.
As he walked, his little mouth muttered and muttered. My grandpa is still anxious to have a great-grandchild, so he doesn't really need this at all. And I've heard that it seems like it would be uncomfortable to wear. Put. 2 strands of nosebleed gushed out again. Fang Mo felt for a moment that he couldn't live this on fire. By the time Fang Mo carried the medical box into the bedroom,
Ning Yulan had already changed into her pajamas. Her pajamas were also the only thing in the room that had so much to do with girlishness.
Sort of. Ning Yulan's pajamas were pink. At the moment the woman, her long hair coiled high, was leaning on the bed holding a book.
She hadn't turned on the headlight in her bedroom. Only the small light above her bed. The soft light from the reading lamp poured down on the woman's face,
illuminating the seductive, pretty face with a reddish hue. Seeing Fang Mo come in,
Ning Yulan directly lifted up the shoulders of her pajamas, leaking out the snow-white fragrant shoulders.
Look, you rubbed the medicine. This look of eyes lowered and left to be plucked was as charming as it could be. When I was rubbing the medicine today, waiting, Ning Yulan was much more honest. Fang Mo was worried at first,
but when he saw that the woman didn't molest him, his heart was relieved and at the same time,
he was unexpectedly and inexplicably a little disappointed. Okay, sis. Fang Mo finished rubbing the medicine and shook his palm at Ning Yulan.
Only then did the woman slowly come back to her senses from her daze, and not only in Fang Mo's eyes, but just now with the help of the hazy light under the Ning Yulan charming.
Similarly, from Ning Yulan's point of view,
the man who seriously gave himself medicine and tiptoed around for fear of hurting himself was also extraordinarily moved. So this is the little guy I've loved for 13 years. Ning Yulan's heart stirred, and as she watched, Fang Yamo carried the medical box towards the outside. She called out to the youth in a huff. Wait, why don't you lie here and lull me to sleep before you go? I may have had too much coffee this afternoon and have some insomnia. Sister has insomnia too. But tomorrow is during the week and she has to get up early for work. Thinking of this, Fang Yamo could only obediently sit on the edge of the bed. His line of sight just happened to notice the three little yellow men on the windowsill. Fang Mo's mind moved. Sister Yulan, I actually have a question for you. Ning Yulan raised her eyelids. What? In the afternoon? The words that Li Haowen had said to Fang Yamo flashed through Fang Mo's mind like a cat scratching. Li Haowen said, with Ning Yulan City, it was absolutely easy to run away from a drunken man. Even if it's not good enough to get to the civil service, there are ways to get out of it. Fang Yamo pondered for a moment. In fact, what Li Haowen said made sense. Especially the last sentence. Unless Ning Yulan truly wanted to marry herself, no one could force her to get a license. It's just, not that Fang Yamo doesn't believe it. Rather, he found it a little too unbelievable. Why did the high and mighty royal lady president want to marry herself? And before the license, they hadn't been in touch for a long time, and none of their life paths had intersected. He didn't understand how Sister Yulan could possibly like herself. But these 2 days together, Fang Yamo feel that Sister Yulan is very good to him. So good that's some special. Fang Yamo himself was confused. Now, however, he did have a way to indirectly confirm Li Haowen's speculation. If those three little yellow men were given to Sister Yulan by herself, then it meant that she had indeed been secretly in love with herself since 2 years ago. Where else would something given away casually be so cherished? Phew! Fang Yamo took a deep breath and stared at the woman with a parted gaze. Sister Yulan, your WeChat avatar. Those three little yellow men, are they from me? Ning Yuan froze when he heard this. How sudden, did he find out so soon? The next moment, her beautiful eyes also hurriedly looked at the little yellow man on the windowsill. Chapter 13, How dare you not give me face? Ning Yulan's eyebrows were slightly clustered, and under the soft reading light of the bedroom, only each other's faint breathing and heartbeats could be heard. Eventually Ning Yulan raised her eyes, her beautiful eyes mixed with a hint of confusion. What are you talking about? Brother? What little yellow man? It was Fang Mo's turn to freeze. Didn't the three little yellow men on the windowsill give themselves away? Fang Mo's heart flickered for a split second. Sister Yulan, have you forgotten? When I was a junior in college, I went to the mall with Li Haowen to play zapping darts, and we just happened to run into each other. So I gave you that prize because I thought it was too cumbersome. It's this little yellow guy, isn't it? Fang Yamo gritted his teeth and pointed to the windowsill. Isn't your WeChat avatar also these three little yellow men? At those words, Ning Yulan pretended to hold her chin and thought for a moment. Yeah, there's more to this? But sis forgot haven't we not contacted each other for many years? Could it be that you even saw me 2 years ago? Sister Yulan has forgotten all about it. Am I making a fool of myself? Fang Mo's expression was slightly embarrassed. Ning Yulan let out a bad smile and sat up straight again, leaning towards Fang Mo's side. Brother, you don't think you gave me the little yellow man in my avatar, do you? Nerd. You remembered wrong. These three dolls were given to me when I saw the movie. As for the avatar, it just happened to be a photo taken in passing outside at that time. Wasn't the little yellow man hot for a while? Ning Yuan spread his hands, innocence in his eyes. I'm sorry, I don't even really remember you sending me a little yellow man. I'll look for it later. Maybe the model isn't quite the same. Motherfucker, it's embarrassing. At this moment, Fang Yamo was explained by Ning Yulan, only to feel that he was completely self-involved. Liang Jingru gave me the courage? How dare you suspect that the dream girl of 20 million men has a crush on me? Are you still drunk from the day before? Yeah, the little yellow man was also a former internet celebrity. Ahem. It seems reasonable that Sister Yulan would use it as her avatar. If Love Mentor Li Haowen was here, he would have been the first to angrily scold Fang Yamo for being brainless. Ning Yulan is obviously lying. Who takes a random photo as an avatar and uses it for 2 years? What's more, it's the over-the-top internet sensation little yellow man. This lie of Ning Yulan's would actually be revealed if he asked one more question. Ask her about the plot of the Little Yellow Man movie and when it was released, and Ning Yulan would definitely have no idea. The high and mighty female president doesn't even have a boyfriend, so she doesn't have time to watch a movie like Little Yellow Man that doesn't even match her drawing style. Brother. Ning Yulan seemed to be aroused by Fang Yamo, her jade hand dragging her delicate chin. You have such a serious expression. Just to ask me about this? Nope. Just more curious about my sister's avatar and asked casually. Ahem. Fang Mo's embarrassed toes nearly snapped a 3-room apartment on the floor. Ning Yulan, however, smiled badly and was unforgiving. Brother, you wouldn't.
Think that my sister I have a crush on you, would you? Boom. The small plan was pierced through. Fong Mo's old face completely reddened. Sister, I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to rest first. You go to bed early too. After saying that, Fong Mo rushed out of the bedroom as if he was escaping. And the moment he grabbed the door, Fong Mo always had a sense of déjà vu. Motherfucker, I think I ran out of this position last night, right? In the room,
Ning Yulan stared at the direction the youth had disappeared in for a long time before spreading a smile.
Just now when I was asked by the little one, my heart started to beat faster. It's a good thing that the little one is better at fooling around,
or else I would let my sister's face go there. In front of his younger brother who was 7 years younger, admitting to being in love with him singularly for 13 years.
The good-faced Ning Yulan would not be so disadvantaged.
At least wait until his brother was completely in love with himself before telling him the truth.
After all, men don't appreciate what they get too easily. The next day Fong Mo was set his own alarm clock to wake up early. When Ning Yulan went out, Fong Mo hesitated, but still rushed the woman. Sister Yulan, can you lend me a car?
Ning Yulan was stunned.
Borrow a car? Are you going out?
Well, I want to go to the bridal store and help Sister Yulan cut the straps off her dress. The wedding dresses previously picked out were designed with straps, although they remained perfect on a woman's body. But according to this current development, the wound on Ning Yulan's shoulder on her wedding day will basically be able to heal, and the shoulder strap will be a bit redundant. At those words, Ning Yulan's good-looking eyes narrowed into an enticing arc. The little guy was pretty well thought out. Can you drive?
Fong Mo hastily nodded.
With a driver's license. Then take this Audi and drive it first, then I'll buy you a good one later.
Like sports cars? At the end of the year sister will give you another one. Ning Yulan smiled and glanced at Fong Mo.
The youth shook his head frantically at the words. Something like a sports car was too high profile and not very practical.
Besides, if he was given one for nothing, maybe he, Fong Mo, couldn't afford to keep it. When Ning Yulan left,
Fong Mo winded up at the dining table and finished eating the exquisite breakfast prepared by Xiao Jie.
He patted his stomach and even burped.
Xiao Jie's craftsmanship is really beyond words. No wonder she can be a housekeeper beside Sister Yulan at such a young age.
Being complimented, the little butler seemed to be happy as well. Eat as much as you like, young master. After all, you didn't exert yourself too much yesterday, did you? Saying that,
Jie teasingly laughed badly twice and packed up the dishes and walked into the kitchen.
Fong Mo's face darkened and he opened his mouth. Never mind. I'd rather not explain.
In case Xiao Jie accidentally told Elder Ning that she had revealed herself again, the truth of the duo's fake drama would have to wear off. After filling his stomach, Fong Mo drove straight towards the mall he had been to last time. Soon, Fong Mo carried Ning Yulan's wedding dress upstairs. He walked to the door of the previous suit store and coughed at the clerk. Hi, I'm the previous. The shopgirl was shocked when she saw Fong Mo. Ah, you are Mr. Ning's husband? Young master is here. Quick, notify the mall that the men's clothing area is cleared. For the bad experience that was given to young master at the suit store last time, the men's clothing area is closed for business today, and will reopen when young master leaves. As soon as these words came out, countless stores around them also started pulling out their closing today. Suspension of business signs. When Fong Mo saw this, his eyes twitched violently. Don't. You normal business is good. I'm not the emperor to go out on a private visit. You should do what you want. The shopgirl froze. But what if it gives you another bad shopping experience? Fong Mo let out a bitter smile. That can't affect so many of you doing business. Besides I'm not here to buy clothes. It's Sister Yulan's wedding dress that has a little bit of a place that I want to modify a bit. And clear out? As an ordinary person, Fong Mo didn't want to make such an exaggerated row. Hearing this, the shopgirl nodded understandingly. Since Fong Mo had said so, she naturally couldn't force herself. Several of the surrounding men's clothing stores were again removing their closed signs. I'd like to ask, which store was the wedding dress that Sister Yulan took last time? I'll send it over. At that, the shopgirl pointed in the direction of the other end of the mall elevator. It's the bridal store over there. The one you can see most prominently at a glance through the clear glass outside the mall. Hearing this, Fong Mo suddenly remembered when he came to try on the wedding dress yesterday. Just before arriving at the entrance of the mall itself he saw through the lavish decoration a facade full of a wide variety of clean white wedding dresses. So that's the store. Fong Mo said thank you and carried the wedding dress straight towards the end of the corridor. The clerk of the bridal store heard Fong Mo's request and also hurriedly agreed with a full mouth. Joke, this mall is owned by Mr. Ning. Who here dares not to fulfill Ning Yulan's request? Not to mention that this wedding dress is still going to be worn on Mr. Ning soon. Even if Fong Mo made even more difficult requests, these store managers would comply. What's more, Fong Mo had only asked to cut off the suspenders at the shoulders and add a chest collecting design.
Otherwise, Ning Yueran's dress would have fallen off without the sling. Pick whatever you want. Pick whatever you want. You usually don't have the chance to come to this kind of upscale consumption place, but this place is opened by my little sister-in-law, so you few just treat it as your own home. The clerk took the wedding dress to be modified, so Fang Yamo just found a random place to sit and play snake in boredom. Just then, a dude voice fell into Fang Mo's ears. Fang Yamo looked towards that direction suspiciously, only to see a fancy-dressed youth leading 3 or 4 young girls towards this side. He was surrounded by stars and the flowers. It wasn't hard to tell from the man's face either that he seemed to be enjoying it. Next door to the bridal store was a jewelry store, and it looked like they should be bringing friends over to buy jewelry. Fang Yamo retracted his eyes after a glance and lowered his head to continue playing with his cell phone. After 2 or 3 minutes, however, there was a sudden and violent argument from next door. What the fuck is wrong with you? I told you to put it on the books. My sister-in-law will take care of it for me. You guys don't want to stay in this mall, do you? How dare you contradict me? It was the same dude's voice, but Fang Yamo caught a key word. Pending accounts? Doesn't that mean credit? He frowned. The trembling voice of the waitress from the store next door sounded slowly. Young Chen, the things those friends of yours took are just too expensive. Especially this eternal heart. It's the treasure of our store. Worth millions. Moreover, the last time you said hang up the account. General Manager Ning said, next time if you again in her name to solicit not pay, let us ignore you, or I give General Manager Ning a call. Slap. Before the words were finished, a sudden slap sounded. The dude's voice went up a couple dozen decibels again. Ning Yulan is the daughter-in-law that my Chen family has taken a liking to. Sooner or later she will be my brother's woman. Her things are my Chen family's things. How dare you not give my Chen Kaishian face? Chapter 14, How dare you threaten my man? Mention of Ning Yulan. Fang Mo's brows furrowed instantly. A couple of clerks from the nearby bridal store peeked out the door twice and whispered, why is that Chen Kaishian here again? This is clearly the Ning family's property. What's it got to do with their Chen family? Yes, and Mr. Ning is not related to the Chen family's youngest, so how come Chen Kaishian brings people to the mall every day to spend money and still doesn't pay? No money for day-to-day spending? Fang Yamo is not deaf. These female sales clerks are not very loud, but the quiet bridal store is still able to hear everything. This person Nims is a scoundrel. Walk around Ning always have any ambiguous relationship with their Chen family's eldest. Ning old master did not recognize. He Chen Kaishian instead every day as soon as he went out to open his mouth and close his mouth little sister-in-law. It's too much. It's just too much. Shu, keep your voice down. You're looking for death. In case Chen Kaishian hears you, be careful of this scoundrel coming over to bully us. Just then, the manager of the jewelry store lost his smile and pulled the clerk away. Chen Xiao, it's like this. Today General Ning's husband is also at the mall. Why don't you discuss with him? As long as Fang Xiao agrees, you can take away these jewels today. Fang Xiao? Chen Kaishian visibly froze for a moment. Obviously, he had never heard of the news that Ning Yulan was married. In the next moment, he was bursting with rage. You're fucking kidding me, aren't you? Who dares to steal a woman from my brother in Zhangcheng? Still Fang Xiao. Bullshit Fang Xiao. If you have the ability to call him out to touch me, see if I don't stomp him to death. Others had provoked like this. Fang Yamo would become a ninja turtle if he endured any more. Regardless of whether his relationship with Sister Yulan was clear or not, the two of them were currently a real couple. I'm Fang Yamo, Ning Yulan's husband. The next moment, Fang Yamo inside the bridal store was walking towards the jewelry store. Seeing Fang Yamo show up, the fat boss of that jewelry store piled on a bitter smile. Fang Young, sorry to affect your mood. Today this situation, we cannot take things. Ning always said, do not allow Chen Young continue to take things in our store. Fat ass, you still say that? Chen Kaishuan's eyes glared. Only when he got closer did Fang Yamo see what this guy looked like. The appearance is shadowy and the skin is white, although Fang Yamo is equally white. But Chen Kaishuan's whiteness gives the impression that he has obviously been colored by the wine. The feeling of emptiness that empties the body. Brother Triumph, I just have my eyes on that jewelry. I want it. Right at this moment, a young girl behind Chen Kaishian took hold of Chen Kaishuan's arm was calling and pampering. Hearing this, Chen Kaishian let out a bad smile and unapologetically slapped the young girl's butt. Don't worry, as long as it's something you like, brother will take it for you. Kid, where did you jump out of a dick hair from? When did Ning Yulan even become your wife? Haven't you heard of the name of our Chen family duo? Stealing a woman from my big brother, Chen Kaiga. Have you thought about the consequences? That Chen Kaiga's line of sight landed on Fang Yamo, followed by a burst of continuous fire. Fang Yamo raised an eyebrow. I'm sorry, Chen family twins, I really haven't heard of them. Also, if you want something from the jewelry store, swipe your card and pay for it yourself. If you want credit, make a note. It's the 21st century and robbery is against the law. Hearing this, Chen Kaiga's face changed.
Countless onlookers of the store saw this and applauded for Feng Xiao in their hearts.
And there were also onlookers who couldn't help but laugh out loud.
They had long been displeased with this arrogant and domineering Chen Kaixian.
Looking at Feng Mo's face, he was calm. Chen Kaixian as a rich second generation is more or less a city. Narrowed his eyes and asked more questions. Are you the son of some family in Zhangcheng? No. Are you the son of some family in China? Neither. You're a hidden powerhouse on the Chinese rich list? Neither.
Chen Kaixian completely burst into a rage.
None of them? Well then, to put it bluntly, aren't you just a loser? Do you know what kind of relationship my brother has with Ning Yulan? How dare you get involved in this mess? I don't know. Fang Yamo shook his head and asked a question. To be honest, it was true that he didn't know.
He hadn't been in contact with Sister Yulan for a few years. And where were the things of the high society that an ordinary person like him would pay attention to?
How dare you meddle here when you know nothing? After figuring out Feng Mo's background,
Chen Kaixian was completely relieved. Ning Yulan and my brother are a family marriage.
Two upper-class families are strong together. There's nothing for you here. Get lost.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a few young girls behind him also highly contemptuous outburst. There really are all kinds of cats and dogs these days.
Mr.
Ning casually throws a bone to make him a tail-wagging dog, and then thinks he's the master of the Ning family.
That's just it. I feel like I'm wasting my breath talking to such losers. Brother Triumph, hurry up and take the jewelry and let's go.
I still have a date with a friend for afternoon tea later. I've agreed to wear the jewelry you gave me out today. You won't go back on your word,
will you?
Chen Kaixian smiled smugly.
Of course not. Fat ass. Hurry up and wrap the stuff up for me. A family marriage?
An uncomfortable feeling flickered in Feng Mo's heart, so he didn't respond for a long time after hearing Chen Kaixuan's words.
Does Sister Yulan still have a marriage contract? But looking at Elder Ning's reaction yesterday, it didn't seem like it. Could it be that Father Ning set it up? Young Feng, look at.
The fat boss of the jewelry store couldn't make up his mind, and could only smile bitterly and tug on Feng Mo's collar.
Call the police. Fang Yamo returned to his senses slightly and raised his eyes. No matter what the future relationship between Sister Yulan and your brother is,
but right now she's my wife,
and since she ordered it before, you can't take away a single thing from the jewelry store today without paying for it. Chen Kaixuan's smug expression instantly froze.
If this kind of thing goes to the Public Security Bureau,
you will definitely be the one to suffer. He glared sullenly at the youth. You prefer not to give me this face today? Fang Yamo had an expression of what can you do to me? Aha! Chen Kaixian clenched his teeth. Okay, kid, I'll remember you. Just wait, when my brother comes back to clean you up. After the words, Chen Kaixian huffed and puffed and walked off in another direction,
his mouth still cursing. I'll call my brother right now and tell him that his fiancée is simply a stinking bitch who is a human being, but also a goddess of the business world.
I'm afraid that they've all become 10,000 people to ride. Boom! When these words came out, Fang Mo's face clouded over. Stop!
Chen Kaixian asked with a cold smile as he took a step.
What? Backpedaling? Afraid of my brother's revenge on you? I'm telling you, it's too late. You're done for.
You're bound to have bad luck when my brother comes back.
Finished? Excuse me, today, it's you that's finished. Fang Yamo said indifferently. I only said you can't take the jewelry with you. I didn't say you people can leave.
Go call security and get these troublemakers under control.
The troublemaker? Chen Kaixuan's expression froze.
The few young girls behind them were also losing their colors in a moment. Their faces were filled with shock and uncertainty.
Brother Triumph, what's the situation? What are you guys going to do? Brother Kaixian is the second son of the Chen family in Jiangcheng. What to do? Brother Triumph? Chen Kaixian casually soothed a sentence,
then gritted his teeth and stared at Fang Mo dead in the face.
You've got a lot of balls, relying on Ning Yulan that bus to back you up.
When my brother comes back, I'll make sure that he ruthlessly ravages Ning Yulan to give me a mouthful of bad breath. I'm also going to have my brother record a video and send it out at night, so I'll let everyone see Ning Yulan,
a human being, at that time. Slap.
Before the words were finished,
Fang Mo suddenly appeared in front of Chen Kaixian. A slap fell, almost knocking out 3 of Chen Kaixuan's teeth.
At least his grandfather was a soldier,
and Fang Mo had practiced some 3-legged kung fu under his grandfather's deliberate training since he was a child.
It might be unbearable to deal with an expert,
but when facing Chen Kaixian,
who had been emptied of alcohol and sex, it was a real crushing.
How dare you hit me? Chen Kaixian covered his cheeks full of dismay. Fang Mo grimaced.
You humiliated my wife like that and called me names.
And that's light enough. Now apologize to Sister Yulan in front of everyone, or else. Fang Mo flung his wrists, and a nonchalant aura flowed out of his body. Just hit you. Seeing this,
The few demonic bitches following behind Chen Kaishian voiced out their denunciations. Kid, you're dead. You're in trouble. Chen Xiao is simply not someone you can afford to mess with. That's right. If you dare to hit young Chen, even Mr. Ning won't be able to protect you. What the hell? How dare you threaten young Chen? Looking for death. They are all filled with righteous indignation. Today the white jewels did not get, but also lost face. Naturally, they all looked at Fang Mo with displeasure. Chen Kaishian clenched his teeth and pointed at Fang Mo and spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. You're upset when I say that bitch Ning Yulan? Let me tell you, no matter how furious you get, the ending won't change. My brother will wreak havoc on Ning Yulan, and you're hitting me today. This slap. Tomorrow we'll all pay back to Ning Yulan. I'll be sure to invite you to observe properly when the time comes. Fang Mo's chest was clogged. His eyes narrowed slightly, crossing dangerous arcs. The next moment, several security guards failed to stop it, only to see the youth go up and grab Chen Kaishuan's neck, his left and right. There was a crackling sound. Slap. I told you to apologize, and here you are yanking up on me? Slap. Don't you have any manners? Don't you know how to respect others? Slap. People who buy things without paying for them still have the nerve to call themselves young masters of the mansion? Slap. Don't know the law? Don't know that my conjugal relationship with Ning Yulan is protected by law? Slap. Ever respect the law? Ever respect another man's husband? A few slaps fell in a row, and Chen Kaishian was directly beaten into a pig's head. Fear flickered in the bottom of his eyes, not realizing that this rash young man was not only not afraid of threats, but even dared to continue to make a move. Chen Kaishian staggered back a few steps and almost sat on his butt on the ground, pointing at Fang Mo and muttering under his breath. Crazy. The dog raised by Ning Yulan is crazy. I won't stop until Ning Yulan apologizes to me for this today. I'd like to see if Ning Yulan will bail you out. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out. The slender silhouette with a powerful aura exuded a piercing coldness and appeared directly in front of Fang Mo without any hesitation. Slap. The woman directly raised her jade hand to land a high slap. What kind of thing are you, also qualified to make me, Ning Yulan, apologize? Still dare to threaten my man? Ha, have the ability to go to war with my Ning family? Fish death. Chapter 15. Will you marry someone else? Mr. Ning is here. I remembered. Every Tuesday Mr. Ning comes to the mall. Mr. Ning must be here to inspect the work today. That's quite a coincidence. Countless onlookers as well as the store manager looked towards the woman standing in front of Chen Kaishian. The woman was wearing a small black suit. Her slender jade legs were wrapped in black silk, attracting the gazes of countless incoming and outgoing livestock. But when they saw the indifferent face that refused to let others in, those men again withdrew their eyes one after another. The heart size? This level of woman is not something we can handle. Why is Sister Yulan here? Fang Mo stood behind and stared at the woman's luscious back, and while his heart was confused, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Sister Yulan is really imperial. I don't know how many men's hearts could be captured by this charming back alone. But, Ning Yulan went to work not even 2 hours ago. How did she run to the mall here again? Brother, is everything okay? In the next moment, the black-skirted woman standing in front of her slowly turned her head, revealing her exquisite pretty face. Next time you hit this kind of mouthy brute, don't use your hands. The force is mutual. If your hands hurt from the pumping, my sister and I will be heartbroken too. Got it? After saying that, Ning Yulan even took the initiative to pull Fang Mo's palm and rub it. The moment this ambiguous little action came out, Fang Mo instantly blushed in his old face. There are still people around. Actually, Ning Yulan had come a few minutes ago, but she had just entered the mall at that time. Simply went up to the second floor to take a stroll. It just so happens that today is the day that Ning Yulan routinely inspects the work of the shopping mall. Although it is only separated from Fang Mo for no more than 2 hours, but Ning Yulan's heart unexpectedly flashed a trace of empty feeling for no reason. She missed the little guy who couldn't stand to be molested a little. I didn't expect to see Chen Kaishian standing in front of Fang Mo mouthing nonsense just after arriving on the first floor. Ning Yulan had wanted to come up and clean up Chen Kaishian at the first opportunity. As a result, Fang Mo unexpectedly stepped forward. The woman simply stood with her arms folded over her chest a short distance away, choosing to wait and see what happened. She also wanted to see how Fang Mo would deal with the arrogant and domineering Chen Kaishian. Obviously, it was not hard to tell from the woman's expression at the moment that she was satisfied with Fang Mo's actions. Ning Yulan, what do you mean? Chen Kaishian did not have the arrogance of a moment ago. If his brother stood here, one might even be able to communicate with Ning Yulan on an equal footing. My meaning is clear enough. Ning Yulan smiled blandly. Fang Mo smacked you a few times because you insulted his wife. It's only right to beat you. I smacked you because you insulted my husband. It's also only right to beat you. If you're planning to go toe-to-toe with Fang Mo,
Then let's just touch base between our two families and see if your Chen family is the bully, or if my Ning family will be willing to bow down. After saying this, Ning Yulan held Fang Mo's arm, her red lips hooked to reveal a mesmerizing expression. But I can guarantee that you, caught in the middle of stirring up a dispute, will be the first cannon fodder. Boom! Hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Chen Kaishuan's forehead. He's just threatening a few words. A second-generation ancestor is not qualified to represent the Chen family. It was just that he never dreamed that Fang Mo was so important in Ning Yulan's heart. Ning Yulan, not to mention anything else, the fact that you went behind my brother's back to find a man is definitely a violation of the contract you made in the first place. An engagement? Your father mentioned a mouthful of things to my grandfather, and not even a single word was said about it. In your mouth, it's almost as if I've married into the Chen family. Ning Yuan raised an undeniable eyebrow. So what? I'm going to count to 3 seconds. If you don't wish to see the Ningchen families go to war, then you'd better obediently get the hell out of here right now with those demonic bitches behind you. Oh yeah, those two women. Just now they didn't keep their mouths shut and cursed our family Fang Mo. Please trouble Chen Xiao to take over. One person will get a slap. Chen Kaishuan's face changed. Two of the young girls following behind instantly cringed. Brother Triumph, we don't want to be beaten. Mr. Ning bullied me too much. Brother Kaishian, protect me. Chen Kaishian grimaced ironically. Ning Yulan, don't go too far. Slap. Ning Yulan didn't spare him, raising her hand to slap him again. Excessive? I take it you haven't recognized the status quo yet? Threatening my Ning Yulan's man on my Ning Yulan's turf and cursing my Ning Yulan. Do you really think I'm a soft target? Chen Kaishian gritted his teeth, tempted to rush up and fight the woman to the death. Unfortunately, he didn't dare. Next moment. Snap. 2 crisp slaps rang out. The 2 young girls who followed behind Chen Kaishian instantly had 5 clear fingerprints added to their white faces. Countless onlooker shopkeepers looking at this scene. They have been crying out in pain. It is really a raised eyebrow. Chen Kaishian hit his own people with his hands, and he didn't have the face to continue to stay, and he straightly twisted his head towards the outside of the mall. The 2 beaten teenage girls resentfully looked twice in the direction of Chen Kaishian and angrily cursed. What rich kid? What luxury family? It's just a pretentious dog. The jewelry he said he'd send us wasn't sent, and he got beaten up for helping you. A goon. That's just it. What the hell is this? Not a bit of a man. Pussy. Just this kind of loser all day long go out and still like to call out the girl to accompany. Loser 1. Chen Kaishuan's departing back instantly stumbled. Today was considered a disgrace to his grandmother's house. As a farce came to an end, Ning Yulan was afraid to clap her jade hands. Alright, everyone has seen enough of the hilarity. Do what you need to do. Pull this Chen Kaishian into the mall's blacklist. From today onwards, if Chen Kaishian appears around the mall again, just directly call security to expel him. There's no need to save face for their Chen family either. That's great. Several of the store managers, including the fat store manager of the jewelry store, were applauding. Ning Yulan smiled. It seemed that this fly Chen Kaishian was really disgusting enough to make everyone hate him so much. In the next moment, Ning Yulan wrapped her jade hand around Fang Mo's arm, and to formally introduce our husband, the youngest aunt of the Ning family. In the future, as long as Xiao Fang is present, there's no need to report anything to me. Just go directly to Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang's decision is my decision. What? Give me that much power? Fang Mo was shocked when he heard this and waved his hands. Don't. Sister. I don't know anything. How am I qualified to make decisions in your place? What if I get into trouble? You were doing just fine. Ning Yulan smiled, her brows flashing with soft light. Fang Mo was surprisingly dumbfounded for a moment. Only when he came back to his senses, the words that Chen Kaishian had said suddenly surfaced in his mind again. Although Fang Mo didn't feel that Sister Yulan really had a crush on him. However, when he heard that Ning Yulan had another marriage contract, Fang Mo's heart was filled with intense discomfort. The crowd gradually dispersed and the mall once again returned to its usual calm. Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes swept a glance at Fang Mo and found that the youth had a sullen look on his face. What's wrong, brother? Still thinking about that Kaiser Chen thing just now? Fang Mo pursed his lips for a moment and didn't hold back from asking. Sister Yulan, are you and that older brother of Chen Kaishian going to get married in the future? Chapter 16, Hanging on a Tree. Marrying Chen Kaiga? Ning Yulan's brows clustered, and she reacted immediately afterward. So it's the little guy who's jealous. She bit her lip and laughed coquettishly. So you want your sister to marry someone else? Of course I don't want to. Fang Mo almost blurted out, but in his heart, he was silently thinking, if there hadn't been this misunderstanding to get a license, would Sister Yulan have just gone on with her life as a female CEO? Yeah, definitely. There is absolutely no overlap between the two lives, and he or she will not be in her life. Then wait until you're the right age. 2 or 3 years later, the The odds are that Sister Yulan will just find a family that is right for her and tie the knot. A strong union, right? Just follow Chen family like. That marriage partner of hers, even if it's not Chen Kaiga, can jump out another Wang Kaiga, Zhang Kaiga, and he, Fong Mo, would only go to her wedding as a childhood playmate. At the wedding, wish her happiness. Watching her being taken into the arms of another man, teasing someone else with those discharging eyes, kissing another man with those thin, cool lips. Thinking about this, Fong Mo's chest was clogged. Ning Yulan seemed to see what was going on in the man's mind, and her delicate pretty face quietly came closer. Don't worry, sister won't marry someone else. Don't we get along well? Sister doesn't want a second marriage. The breath slapped on his face, and Fong Mo's cheeks instantly reddened. After saying that, Ning Yulan even stretched out her plain hand to touch Fong Mo's head. Besides, those words of Chen Kaixian are basically nonsense. Chen's father did mention the matter of marriage to my grandfather, but he didn't agree to it. But after that Chen Kaixian knew about it. He opened his mouth all day long to say that I'm his sister-in-law. He also used the incident as a bargaining chip and often came to the mall to freeload on luxury goods. But at first most of the store owners were bluffed by him and no one reported it to me first. I found out about this later. And seeing as the Chen family and the Ning family have been partners for so many years, I didn't make him pay for it. I just ordered the jewelry store manager that if he tries to take something for nothing in the future, don't give the Chen family face and make him pay for it. I didn't expect this kid to have the nerve to bully his way through the mall today looking for a fight. After saying this, Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes crossed a cold light. Bully me. Ning Yulan's man really thinks I'm a soft target. Hearing this, Fong Mo's face flushed. So that's how it is. In that case, Sister Yulan doesn't have any so-called marriage contract at all. Fong Mo's mood was suddenly much more relaxed. By the way, Sister Yulan, my parents should be back tomorrow. Ning Yulan instantly raised a willow eyebrow. Then I'll accompany you to pick up our parents tomorrow. It just so happens that I haven't seen Uncle Fong and Auntie Ran for a long time either. Fong Mo nodded. Since all the license, see the parents must be the normal process. Can not say nothing to the wedding ceremony? And then a scare to play a hand in the first hand, right? Even if Fong Mo's parents were more enlightened, if he operated like this, 80% of them would break his legs. Recently, there are already classmates and friends who have received invitations and have started to approach Fong Mo to send their blessings. Of course, most of them don't quite get it. How did this unassuming Fong Mo student get a license in the blink of an eye? And with the famous Ning family's daughter? Sister Yulan, do you still have work to do? Then why don't you go and get busy first? I'll wait here for the wedding dress and message you when it's altered. So if you're not busy, come down and try it on. Upon hearing this, Ning Yulan's red lips hooked up in a seductive arc. Yeah, she did have a little something else going on. Not only were Fong Mo's friends and family confused and surprised at the first moment they got the invitation, but her Ning Yulan's close girlfriends were pretty much the same. In addition to coming to the mall today for a routine inspection, Ning Yulan had also booked a tea room on the third floor of her own shopping mall, and had a few friends who needed to meet and explain the situation. After separating, Fong Mo continued to sit on a chair in the bridal store and play with his cell phone. However, in the gazes of those shopkeepers coming and going who looked at the youth, in addition to the previous respect, there were also a few more points of kindness. I think it was because Fong Mo had just stood up for the fat boss. Ning Yulan stepped on her fine heels and went up to the third floor. Black little suit with seductive stocking legs is like a walking poster. As soon as he entered the tea room, three eyes fell upon him. This place is considered Ning Yulan's private territory, rarely open to the public. That is, a few friends who are particularly close to each other will only meet here to chat and drink tea when they come. Classifier for natural springs and hollow objects e.g., wells, stoves, etc. The first three are Miss Wu, Rapunzel of the Song clan, and the Cargo Thousand of the Zhang clan. They were also considered one of the few friends of Ning Yulan who could play together in the circle. Yo, our young lady is here? One of the silhouettes in purple tights-eyed Ning Yulan as she entered and moved her butt, leaving some space on the sofa. As soon as the flirtatious words came out, the other two women immediately followed and laughed. Ning Yulan glanced at her three girlfriends without any good humor. Why do the three of you have the free mood to come to my place today to raise hell? Wu Jiabei, you've only just returned from abroad, and you haven't even been at home for more than 24 hours, have you? If Elder Wu finds out that you've snuck out again, he'll have to complain to my grandfather again. Of the three girlfriends, it was that purple-skirted beauty who had the best relationship with Ning Yulan. Her name is Wu Jiabei, and the largest chain of nightclubs in Jiangchang is owned by their family. Che, what are you afraid of when you're married? My grandpa used to think that I was seduced by you, the vixen, for not being home all day, but now it's fine. I don't even have an excuse for not going back. Wu Jiabei glanced grudgingly at Ning Yulan. You said how you suddenly got flash married, and it caught me off guard, so I won't have an excuse to go out for a drink at night from now on. Hearing this, Ning Yulan rolled her eyes. The oldest man is not a small man. The brain all day long is thinking about where the most fresh meat, where to go to catch handsome. If you do not pay attention, the Wu family so big family property in the future to leave to Hua.
The Wu family's old man often dealt with Ning Yulan. It was also a headache for him for his own palimpsest.
The granddaughter has hardly grown up,
but she is not half-hearted about inheriting the family business. This made the worried elder Wu wonder how many times he had mentioned to Ning Yulan that he hoped the woman could help Wu Jiabei return to her prodigal son. Wu Jiabei shrugged indifferently. Leave it to the future aunt of the Wu family. It's not like you don't know who I like, but it's a pity that the goddess intends to do it. But the king is lost. Speaking of this, Wu Jiabei sighed pitifully. Song clan group's eldest princess? Song Yu sniffed and immediately crossed her white silk legs.
Come on you. It seems like none of us have a smooth relationship. Who hasn't had a crush for years? After saying this, all three sisters looked towards Ning Yulan.
Regarding who Ning Yulan liked, they didn't know much about it because this imperial sister Ning was just too well disguised, and she almost never got drunk.
Even when drunk, it's rare to reveal some secret.
They would know that Ning Yulan and themselves had the same encounter, or because Ning Yulan was overly sad once,
and after the alcohol went to her head,
she cried and hugged Wu Jiabei.
Muttering with a small mouth, do you guys know that I've liked someone for 13 years? All three sisters were shocked to hear it then. It turns out that their CEO Ning also has someone he can't love?
Seeing Song Yu lecturing Wu Jiabei and bringing the topic to herself, Ning Yulan shrugged non-committally. Song Yu pouted her red lips.
Look at others Yulan. To the age of finding someone to marry themselves. Love but not should be put down. When she drank too much also said that non-someone is not married. The result is now or want to open up. Ning total so excellent. Or 20 million Jiangcheng men's dream. Not also did not hang in a tree.
Her 13 years of crush career are able to say the end of the end of the end.
So as a friend, Wu Jiabei, you'd better try to get along with other boys.
Otherwise it's not a good idea to always pick up bars and fish for fresh meat.
Wu Jiabei sniffed and lowered her eyebrows and let out a long sigh. All four sisters seem to have a hopeless love. Right at this moment,
Ning Yulan suddenly took a light sip from her teacup.
Song Yu,
don't use me as a negative example when you teach Wu Jiabei a lesson.
What kind of person am I? Ning Yulan, do as I say. If I can't marry the person I like, I'd rather end up alone. So, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm really hanging on to a tree.
When these words came out, all three women were stunned.
What? What do you mean? Wu Jiabei's eyes snapped open. Yulan, does it mean that the person you flash married is the man you said you liked for 13 years? Chapter 17, why don't you help me take it off? Zhang Ronghe, the last of the three women who never said anything,
stared and was the first to react.
Wait, this script seems a little off. Did Ning Yulan save the galaxy in her last life? What gives you the right to have whatever you want?
Wu Jiabei stared at Ning Yulan in a daze.
So it's true, that's the man you married?
Ning Yulan pursed her red lips and didn't make a sound.
However, to the three sisters, who knew her nature, this look was actually equivalent to having already acquiesced. Song Yu even forgot to drink his tea. There was a saying that when the heavens closed a door for you they would open a window for you. But Ning Yulan was born with an open door, and the heavens often secretly opened windows for her. So what kind of thing was this? I'm so jealous. Say, what kind of sorcery did you use to trick your favorite man? Drugged? Or abduction? The next moment,
Wu Jiabei said in a jealous tone with red eyes.
At those words, Ning Yulan once again took a light sip of tea. Didn't you all say so?
I'm at least the dream of 20 million men in Jiangcheng.
What? Do you guys have so little confidence in my charms? Put. This time, the other three sisters were directly shown off by Ning Yulan. It's okay for you to show us love, but now you're acting like a pussy. Are you human? Zhang Ronghe was the first to get up in indignation. Can't stay here. I don't want to say a word to Ning Yulan right now. Mom, I want to go home to my mom. Just then,
Ning Yulan received a voice on her cell phone.
She forgot to turn off the speakerphone and tapped right on it.
Sister, the wedding dress is altered.
Would you like to come down and try it on?
The youth's voice rang out slowly,
and the air in the room froze again for a moment. Wu Jiabei, Song Yu,
Zhang Rong and the three girls were all wide-eyed.
Sister?
Wu Jiabei glanced at Ning Yulan with contempt.
Good guy. Ning Yulan, you're playing quite flowery. Sister and brother are called on? But your boyfriend's voice is quite nice. Such a magnetic voice. When you usually hold him in your arms, isn't it enjoyable? Young and strong brother. Mature and shy royalty. Reverse push little puppy. TSK TSK TSK.
The car suddenly broke 102 wildly. Ning Yulan is with her best friend.
Rather not be shy.
Song Yu as well as Zhang Ronghe and the two women all spat lightly. This Wu Jiabei was really talking out of turn.
Ooh, when I get a boyfriend, I'm going to make him call me sister too.
Wu Jiabei pouted her lips. Upon hearing this, Ning Yulan's red lips hooked into a charming smile. Alright,
don't look for me after 9 o'clock in the evening from now on.
I won't be involved in any activities because I have to go home to accompany my husband. And the four of you remember to come and be the bridesmaids when the wedding is next week.
I've got my wedding dress altered,
so I'll go down first.
You're leaving now? Zhang Rongha opened his mouth.
Say,
Yulan, do you remember that guy from the Chun family? That guy seems to be coming back next week.
And I remember back then he let slip some harsh words at a banquet where he vowed to take you as his wife.
That Chen Kaiga is a crazy person.
You be careful of him getting your family's brother in trouble. Only after saying this did Zhang Rongha react to the fact that Ning Yulan's good deed was near. And it seemed that he shouldn't pour cold water on such words at such a time. Next to Wu Jiabei and Song Yu, crazy eyes suggestive.
Eyelids are blinking numb. This woman also did not pay attention. The atmosphere went cold for a moment.
Ning Yulan's footsteps lurched, and a touch of coldness skimmed across her delicate pretty face.
Chen Kaiga? I clearly rejected him a long time ago. It's his freedom who he likes. Likewise it's my freedom who I like.
If he's not willing to maintain the decency of an adult and play dirty with me,
then I, Ning Yulan, am not a vegetarian either.
With those words,
Ning Yuaran got up straight away and walked towards the outside. The two women in the tea room, Wu Jiabei and Song Yu,
both glared at Zhang Rongha.
Lao San, which pot is not boiling?
What kind of person throws cold water like that on the verge of a new marriage?
Sorry. Zhang Rongha let out a bitter laugh.
Wu Jiabei pursed her red lips.
Forget it, Song Yu. Yulan is gone.
There's no point in scolding Ronghe.
In fact,
what Ronghe said makes sense.
That Chen family's Grand Duke isn't any kind of a good guy.
Reminding Yulan of this will also make it easier for her to beware of it a bit later on.
At least, the tragedy that once happened to me, we shouldn't let it happen again. Song Yu has a point. I should walk out. Wu Jiabei gave a ghostly bitter laugh.
She was actually the one who was the most miserable among the four sisters. She had loved a man for 7 or 8 years, and that man had occupied almost her entire youth. It was so hard to establish a relationship at one point, and the man had just agreed to be with her when he ran into a car accident,
died on the spot. Wu Jiabei couldn't take the bitter blow,
so she started to become fond of clubbing and fishing for handsome men.
Seeing this, Song Yu and Zhang Rongha patted Wu Jiabei's fragrant shoulder.
The Grand Duke of the Li family will bless you in heaven. In 2 days it will be the anniversary of the Grand Duke of the Li family's death.
We'll accompany you then, okay? Aha. The anniversary of your brother's death is coming up? Fang Yamo sat in the bridal store and sent out his voice. And when he saw that Ning Yulan didn't reply to him, he obediently sat on the chair and waited for his sister to finish her work and come down. It just so happened that Li Haowen dumped a call at this time. Yes, time passes pretty fast.
I didn't realize that in a flash my big brother had passed away a year ago. Li Haowen's voice on the phone was filled with strong emotion.
When he was there,
I didn't feel any pressure at all. As if no matter what I did there was a big brother behind me. And now that I'm really sitting in the position of my big brother at the beginning, I realize how much trouble I would have caused my big brother by getting into trouble back then.
But he never complained.
Li Haowen's ghostly voice finished as he adjusted his emotions.
If you have time, why don't we go see my big brother together the day after tomorrow? Fang Mo nodded.
Li Haowen was considered his only close friend in Jiangchang. Although he was getting married soon this week himself, most of the things for this wedding had been taken care of by Sister Yulan and Elder Ning.
Fang Mo was actually not busy at all. The day after tomorrow,
I explained the situation to my sister and thought I could spare a day for myself.
Okay, then I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Sister Yulan came over. Li Haowen, I won't talk to you for now.
With those words, Fang Mo directly hung up the phone and flashed a smile at the woman who had arrived in style.
Sister Yulan.
Ning Yulan's head nodded lightly.
Wedding dress alterations done?
I had the designer cut out the garter belt and added a wrap design for you by the way. Otherwise the wedding dress would have slipped down when you put it on.
Ning Yulan sniffed, secretly sighing that the little man was quite considerate. I can't believe I know how to add a wrap to a dress. But on second thought,
the little guy went to college for costumes. It's normal for him to have a little common sense when he can simply design clothes.
Just compare and let me see the right size. Sister, this stocking can't be taken off well. Why don't you want your brother to help on your behalf? The next moment,
Ning Yulan laughed daintily and came over with her head.
The stocking leg just scraped the youth's knee, and Fang Mo immediately felt a dry mouth. Sister Yulan, stop it. It'll be seen in public.
Ning Yulan licked her red lips and suddenly sat on her butt next to Fang Mo. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. Half of the jade leg directly rested on Fang Mo's leg.
So you're saying it's okay if no one sees it at home?
Fang Mo's face rubbed red as if it could drip blood.
Just then, suddenly a hurried figure ran into the bridal store. Mr. Ning, Mr. Ning, the senior management of Cade Culture is looking for you for something. Whoosh! Before that employee could finish his sentence, he felt a coolness coming from the sky, only to see, not far from the woman sitting on the sofa's beautiful eyes are flickering with icy cold, pretty face holding a sulking, seems to be dissatisfied with someone spoiling the fun to disturb her flirting husband. Mr. Ning, get out. Ning Yulan faintly pointed to the door. Fang Yamo sniffed and hurriedly pulled his sister's warm and cool little hand. Sister Yulan, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy. After all, business is important.
Oof. Ning Yulan pouted her red lips in displeasure. Here in sister's place,
teasing little hubby is the right thing to do.
Seeing that Fang Yamo was once again filled with shyness, */omega ***, by himself,
Ning Yulan was then satisfied and pinched her husband's soft cheeks. Let's go. Be a good girl and get cleaned up and go home and wait for your sister. Chapter 18, Want to leave after eating tofu? After saying that, the fragrant wind around Fang Yamo slowly passed away. The woman only left him with a slender and charming back. Phew! Fang Yamo patted his chest and let out a long, violent breath. The vixen is a real cannibal. Just now, when Sister Yulan was close to her prancing breath, Fang Yamo felt his heart thumping and almost jumping out of his chest. Taking the altered wedding dress and walking out of the mall, Fang Yamo was heading towards the parking lot. Just then, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Grandpa! What's wrong with you, Grandpa? Don't scare me. Fang Yamo hurriedly looked towards that side, only to see an old man planted straight towards the floor. Next to him, a flower girl who looked to be in her early 20s was full of anxiety. Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment, and after hesitating for a moment, he still hurriedly ran towards that side. What happened? The young girl raised her head and glanced at Fang Yamo in a pitiful manner, obviously also frightened by the old man's sudden illness. My grandpa, he fainted. Fang Yamo frowned. Hurry up and call an ambulance. No signal in the parking lot. The young girl was on the verge of going crazy with panic written all over her fair face, and she mumbled something under her breath. Grandpa, don't scare me. One Air is wrong. One Air will never fight with you again. Grandpa, please wake up. Will you? One Air will be obedient and behave. Seeing this, Fang Yamo clenched his teeth. If crying was the answer, there would be no doctors in the world. As soon as he picked up the old man who had fainted, friends who have had experience know that if you go out drinking with your friends, and the result is that your friends drink out of their wits, at such a time, his body is not able to use any strength at all. Trying to fight a friend off would be a real waste of old energy. The whole person is soft like a sentence of corpse. Fang Yamo has this feeling at the moment. Tired and sweaty said, Alright, stop crying. If you don't want anything to happen to your grandfather, help put the old man on my back. The young girl was startled by the youth yelling at her like that. Reacting to the tears cannot even care about cleaning up hands and feet to help the old man. Although a girl didn't have much strength, it was a way to relieve Fang Yamo of some of his burden. In the next moment, Fang Yamo moved towards Shang, walking inside the field, which was full of Ning family members. At least it was always easier than carrying the old man to the main road to get help from passers-by. It was hard to get into the mall, and Fang Yamo was tired and out of breath. The security chief who had helped him clean up Lin Shirhan before just happened to notice the commotion. And when he saw what Fang Yamo looked like, he was shocked. Fang Xiao, what happened? There's an old man passed out in the parking lot. You guys call an ambulance. By the way, broadcast asking if there is anyone in the mall at the moment who has learned first aid. Seeing Fang Mo's tiredness, several security guards didn't dare to be slow. They all went forward to help the old man down. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, the old man suddenly coughed violently twice, and his waxy cheeks turned purple. Mechanical asphyxiation? Fang Mo's pupils tightened. His grandfather was once a military doctor in the army. That's why Fang Mo's general medical knowledge exceeds that of most ordinary people. There's no time for that. The golden hour for mechanical asphyxia is only 4 to 6 minutes. And if you miss that, it's a time that can cause irreversible damage to a person. Meningitis at worst. Fang Yamo gritted his teeth, beating a dead horse. Not caring to rest, he again wrapped his arms around the old man from behind, then exerted his legs and slowly lifted the old man's frail body, violently pounding backward and upward. What are you doing? The young girl looked at the scene in shock. Fang Yamo gritted his teeth and squeezed out his voice. Heimlich maneuver. Never went to college? After the words, Fang Yamo no longer paid attention to the girl and kept repeating the actions he had just done until a dozen or so security guards shouted, "The doctor is here." Fang Mo's hair in front of his eyebrows was completely drenched in sweat. The visitor was coincidentally the fat owner of the jewelry store. Fang Xiao. I studied medicine and worked at the People's Hospital before I opened my store. What's going on with the patient? Fang Mo gasped, not sure.
But the symptoms look a lot like mechanical asphyxiation to me.
The fat boss sniffed and was shocked.
Do not dare to slow down. Busy cannot crouch down to start resuscitation. About 3 or 4 minutes later the ambulance also arrived. The fat boss had been a doctor and was able to simply judge the old man's condition.
So he also followed the young girl into the ambulance. Seeing the ambulance sail away, Fang Mo then let out a sharp sigh of relief. Young Fong, are you alright?
It's okay.
Fang Mo took 2 ragged breaths.
The few shopkeepers on the sidelines were clear about the ins and outs from the security guards,
and they praised Fang Mo for being beautiful and kind. Fang Mo scratched the back of his head. He didn't do it for show.
He just saw the old man fainted and rushed out without even thinking.
In the afternoon, Ning Yulan called twice,
threatening that the company had a bit too many things to do and might go back later tonight. Fang Mo was clear that Sister Yulan had a lot of work to do in the day and expressed his understanding by returning acute emoticon equals omega equals. He did not know that on the other side of the city's People's Hospital,
after more than 3 hours of resuscitation, the old man who was brought here at noon had woken up. Well, is your grandfather okay? The fat owner of the jewelry store was sitting outside the emergency room,
and when he saw the young girl approaching,
he asked. Upon hearing this,
the young girl's eyes reddened once again, tears welling up in her eyes as she gave a grateful bow. Sir, thanks to your first aid measures. Otherwise, even if she had been sent here in time, she would have missed the golden time for resuscitation. I should be more thankful to Feng Xiao than me. He has contributed a lot in this matter.
Feng Xiao?
Thinking of the young figure, the young girl wiped her eyes.
Do you know him?
I want to thank Grandpa in person when he gets better. Seeing the young girl pull out her business card,
the fat boss had to take it.
Okay, I'll tell Feng Xiao for you the next time I see him.
After saying that, the fat boss even glanced at the name on the business card. Ho Shou Wan. Why does it always look familiar? The night was silent. That day Ning Yulan only came back in the early morning. When she came back Fang Mo had already fallen asleep.
The woman threw off her high heels and pounced on the bed as soon as she could. By the time Xiao Jia made breakfast the next day,
Fang Mo was all washed up and Ning Yulan hadn't gotten up yet.
Fang Mo glanced at the small suit jacket that had been casually skimmed onto the sofa by Ning Yulan.
It seems like Sister Yulan should have been exhausted yesterday and fell asleep when she came back. Brother, my stockings are torn. Get me a new pair. Right at this moment,
Ning Yulan's delicate voice slowly came from the room.
Fang Mo,
who had just sat down at the dining table,
stiffened.
Jia could no longer help but cover her mouth and laugh.
What's wrong with Sister Yulan? Early in the morning. You're gonna let me score twice? Fang Mo looked in the direction of the bedroom with a red face. Coming. After saying that, he looked for a brand new black silk from the drawer in the living room towards the bedroom. When he arrived at the bedroom door, Fang Mo hesitated or knocked on the door. Sister Yulan, are you dressed? I'm not wearing it. I was so tired yesterday. I was waiting for you to come in and help me put it on.
Put.
Fang Mo's face turned even redder,
hesitating whether or not to go in.
Ning Yulan in the room urged again. Hurry up La. If I don't go to hell, who will? Fang Mo's heart was crossed. Big deal. I'll watch my eyes and nose, my nose and mouth,
and my mouth and heart.
Why don't we just pretend we didn't see anything? In his heart, he thought so, but as soon as he entered the room,
his eyes still unconsciously drifted towards the bed, only to see that Ning Yulan was leaning against the bed in an extremely flirtatious position. It was a good thing that the woman was covered with a quilt. Only her upper body in pajamas was outside.
Fang Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Sister Yulan, your stockings. Thanks brother, why don't you help me put it on by the way?
Ning Yulan let out a petulant laugh and stretched out half of her white tender calves from the quilt. Her little feet painted with red nail polish were so seductive that the knots in Fang Mo's throat rolled involuntarily.
Ahem. Sister Yulan, stop it. Although Fang Mo's face is not thin, but in the face of a woman early in the morning to come to such a hand of molestation or some cannot hold. I'm going to eat first.
Putting down the stockings,
Fang Mo headed outside.
But the moment he pushed the door,
Fang Mo suddenly smelled a faint odor of alcohol. Did Sister Yulan drink last night? With whom? An uncomfortable feeling flashed through Fang Mo's heart. His own wife was out at night, drinking. Although the two of them were licensed by mistake, they were at least Sister Yulan's husband. Should they ask a few questions? Fang Mo bit his lip, somewhat torn. That, Sister Yulan, did you drink last night? In the next moment, Fang Mo still didn't hold his head back and turned his head to ask at Ning Yulan. It just so happened that at this time, Ning Yulan, who originally thought that the youths had all left, had already drilled out from the quilt, and her lower body's two chopstick-like long legs were reflective and translucent, and she was curling up one leg to put on socks for the upper part of it, and the center of her snow-white long legs had a touch of flair that swayed. Seeing this fragrant scene, Fang Mo froze.
Ning Yulan herself raised her eyes. and her beautiful eyes just happened to meet Fong Mo's eyes in the air. She was also confused. Although Ning Yulan often made some dirty remarks, but as Xiao Jie said the day she bought BYT, Ning Yulan was not ready in her heart.
The atmosphere suddenly froze a bit. Fong Yamo turned his head and tried to run. Ning Yulan hummed, "Little devil, stop. You want to leave after eating your sister's tofu? Where can such a good thing happen? Come over here." Chapter 19, Why do you spoil yourself so? After saying that,
Ning Yulan added another sentence.
"Come over here with your back to me and no looking around or my sister will get mad." Fong Mo's body stiffened and stumbled backwards a distance of 2 meters.
Figuring that he was going to trip and fall on the bed if he took 2 more steps backward.
Fong Yamo then paused and stammered out an explanation. "Sister Yulan, I didn't mean it just now. And the house wasn't lit. It was so dark that I actually didn't see anything. There is no silver in this place. Are you kidding me?" Though after looking at Fong Yamo for just a split second, Fong Yamo turned his head.
But Ning Yulan had long since captured the youth's eyes, and he was itching to snap them out and throw them under his own covers to get a better look.
"That's it? You're still pretending with me?" Ning Yulan hummed in an ungraceful manner and didn't say anything. Fong Yamo could only hear the rustling sound of dressing coming from behind her. Waiting until Ning Yulan was fully dressed, she then scraped a glance at the youth's back. "Do not listen when you should, and listen when you shouldn't. I'm going to punish you." After saying that, Fong Yamo only felt a fragrant wind coming from behind him,
and a pair of lotus root arms slowly wrapped around his neck from behind. Ning Yulan's red lips opened and directly bit at the back of Fong Mo's neck tendon. Hiss! She didn't collect her energy this time. After all, she had never been seen by the opposite sex in her 29 years of innocence. The little guy eyed himself lightly today, again reminding Ning Yulan of losing her unexplained first kiss. The day before yesterday at the Bulgari Hotel wanted to give him a surprise. Who knew that Fong Yamo suddenly turned his head, and the moment the 2 lips brushed, Ning Yulan painfully lost her first kiss. The first kiss that Guardian had kept for over 20 years was actually meant to be reserved for this little guy, but the throw was a little too hasty, wasn't it? At that time, with Li Hao-1, an outsider, present, Ning Yulan didn't look for trouble with Fong Yamo. But today, she had just been seen naked by Fong Yamo, and it brought back memories of Ning Yulan's day. As if to vent her displeasure, the woman's teeth pressed slightly harder once more. Fong Yamo wailed in pain, but Ning Yulan would not spoil him. It was only after a long time that Ning Yulan loosened her cherry mouth. "Humph, let's see if you dare to look at carelessly in the future." Fong Yamo wanted to cry and subconsciously blurted out, "Sister Yulan is so beautiful. In fact, it's not my fault even if there is a next time." My brain shouted, "Don't look. The eyes don't listen to me Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment. Fong Yamo realized that he had said the wrong thing, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Never mind. You're forgiven." Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes crossed a trace of imperceptible laughter, but her face did not move as she grunted. "Hurry up and go eat. What time is Uncle and Auntie's flight? If I'm delayed in picking up my in-laws, I'll tell them that you were the one who slighted me in the morning. What did I do to you?" Fong Yamo gave an aggrieved "oh" and hurriedly walked out of the room. Jia at the dinner table looked as if she had seen it all long ago. Looking at Fong Yamo, he walked out disheveled. She sympathetically patted Fong Mo's shoulder. "It's okay, Fong Xiao. Newlyweds are like this. The first few days have more demands, so it hurts your stamina. It's understandable that you can't keep up with the time." "What? What time can't you keep up? What hurts your stamina?" Fong Yamo glared. "Listen to yourself, what kind of tiger and wolf words you are saying? You misunderstand. We don't have." "I understand. I won't go out and talk nonsense." Jade grinned a mouthful of white teeth, laughed twice and dug into the kitchen. Fong Yamo. After finishing their breakfast, the couple rushed towards Zhangcheng Airport at the first opportunity. Today is the day that Fong Mo's parents came back. Fong Yamo has never given his mother an honest explanation of the matter of getting a license with Ning Yulan, just because he is not sure what kind of attitude his parents will have. So Fong Yamo was also quite apprehensive today. Luckily, Ning Yulan was at the side and could see that the youth had a heavy heart and kept making jokes. The atmosphere was kind of cordial. "Uncle and Auntie Fong are on a 10:30 flight. Well, I guess it's about time now. Which exit are they at?" Ning Yulan today, in addition to her lower slender jade legs wrapped in black silk, the upper half of her body also wore a white sports jacket. Looking young and energetic, 3000 green silk was tied in a high ponytail by her with a leather band, and the ponytail was flung behind her head with a different kind of youthful dynamism. If Fong Yamo didn't say anything, others would have thought that the woman next to him was only in her early 18s. A living, breathing, pure-hearted female. "Hi. Pops says it's T2. Fong Yamo pointed in a direction. Just then, he saw 2 familiar figures. They were 2 middle-aged couples who looked only in their early 30s. The two of them raised their hands in a very loving manner. The man walking in front of him pulling his wife behind him and dragging his suitcase with the other hand. Ning Yulan had sharp eyes and noticed the two at first. She laughed softly as she hurriedly headed that way, and the woman even greeted the couple graciously. Uncle Fong, Auntie Ran. Father Fong Mo's eyes froze for a moment as he saw a young girl walking head-on. Mother Fong was quick to respond. Yulan, isn't this Xiaolan? Haven't seen you for 2 years. Xiaolan, how's your grandfather's health? Thank you Aunt Ren. Grandpa is in good health and has been missing you guys a lot. Only after saying this did Father Fong slowly come back to his senses. Surprised. It's Xiaolan. How come you're free to come with your brother to pick up the airplane today? I remember that after you inherited the family business, you seemed to be too busy on weekdays. The last time I went to the courtyard of your family's old mansion, Elder Ning even said that you only went back once every half a month, and was being disgruntled. Hearing this, Mother Fong was stunned for a moment. Ning Yulan came with her own son to pick up the airplane? She looked not far behind Ning Yulan and indeed caught her son resentfully scratching the back of his head and giggling at himself. Mother Fong's pupils tightened. At first, when Mother Fong saw Ning Yulan, she thought she had met her by chance, but on second thought, the more she thought about it, the more wrong she became. Don't mention it, Uncle. Every time I go back the old man wants to push me to get married, and I haven't been very busy before, mainly because I was afraid my grandfather would nag me, so I didn't go home. Ning Yulan smiled, then whirled around and took the initiative to take the luggage from Father Fong's hands. I'll do it, Uncle. No, how can this be? How can Uncle and Auntie let a girl like you help us carry our luggage? Mother Fong hurriedly stopped it, and also shouted at her son who was standing stupidly not far away. What are you waiting for? Do you really expect to ask your sister to carry our stuff? You can't bear to make a girl do the work when it's heavy? Fong Yamo then coughed and walked stiffly to his parents. 1,000 thoughts flashed apprehensively through his mind, but something about the two getting a license is like a cat scratching at the back of your throat. Sabai. His lips twitched, but he still didn't hold it in, mumbling stiffly, actually, it's not a sister anymore. What? Father and Mother Fong didn't hear the words, even if they did. Who could read the meaning of it in the first place? Instead it was Ning Yulan next to her who blushed prettily. Father Fong frowned. What are you talking about? Brat? What isn't a sister anymore? Xiaolan but watched you grow up. By definition is considered your elder. Is not your sister or your sister? How can you be so rude to your sister? Fong Mo coughed. Because. Ning Yulan reddened her pretty face in Fong Mo's parents' surprised expression and pinched the youth's palm. Her 10 fingers interlocked and never separated again. Uncle. It's better for me to say that since we're both licensed, we're not just Fong Mo's sister, but also Fong Mo's wife. Your Fong family's daughter-in-law. What? Now? Father Fong habitually just took out a cigarette and put it on his mouth, and before he had time to light it, his mouth was so wide that he was able to stuff down an egg. The cigarettes then fell to the ground, and the two old men were struck by lightning. In the next moment, Father Fong asked in a daze, Daughter, what favor did Fong Mo give you that you need to spoil yourself so badly? Chapter 20, I think she's just kidding, right? Father, do you see that you are speaking as a human being? Fong Mo stared wide-eyed. Originally thought that his parents would definitely need a long time to digest this news when they heard it. Who knew that the old man reacted at the first time and even spiked out such a sentence? This really pissed off Fong Mo. What do you mean? Sister Yulan spoiled herself? Is your son that bad? Father Fong glanced at his son with contempt. You shut up. You kids secretly married and received a license even your father did not know. Yulan back to you to settle accounts. After saying this, Father Fong glanced at Ning Yulan. Xiaolan, how did Fong Mo force you? You tell Uncle. Uncle help you to clean him up. I know you can't possibly look at Fong Mo even if you're not good enough to do so. Is there something hard to say? A strand of black lines floated across Fong Mo's forehead. Not bad for a real dad. Ning Yulan hid her red lips and laughed softly twice, and when she met her mother's worried sight, she hastily took her aunt's palm in one hand. Uncle, Auntie, don't misunderstand. It's really not as complicated as you think. Actually, I've liked Fong Mo for many years, and even if our two families haven't been in close contact over the years, I can't forget his figure. It just so happened that by chance we spilled our hearts to each other and, speaking here, Ning Yulan paused for a moment. Father Fong's eyes widened, and then you two got flash married? Ning Yulan nodded shyly. Isn't this a little too much child's play? The man's parents usually consider a little more than the woman. After all, if the son married, the man's parents in accordance with the normal process is to prepare the car, the house, the bride price, 3 gold, a whole lot of miscellaneous things. It's just that the Ning and Fong families have been friends for 3 generations. Ning Yulan was also watched by Fong Mo's parents and grew up, so her character is naturally unimpeachable.
It's too sudden, isn't it?
Mother Fong was stunned for a long time before she glanced at her husband and son.
That seems like a bit of a lot of information. Age might be a generation gap when placed on other people. But in fact, as long as the two lovers were in love, Father Fong didn't care about that at all. At least with a mature and understanding girl like Ning Yulan. Ning Yulan as an older sister would also tolerate her family's half-bottled son. Xiaolan, marrying our family Fong Yamo, you're kind of marrying down. Aren't you aggrieved?
Father Fong coughed and again glared at his son who had been trying to speak several times.
Ning Yulan let out a delicate laugh. Uncle, I'm me.
The Ning family is the Ning family.
I'm just Fong Mo's wife. Your daughter-in-law. What's this about marrying down and marrying up? Fair enough.
Uncle and Auntie, put your bags in the car first.
Let's a few of us get in and talk.
Ning Yulan laughed twice and glanced at Fong Yamo who was tired and sweaty from carrying the luggage. It looked like Uncle Fong had brought quite a few specialties back this time. It was not visible on the surface, but the suitcases must have been stuffed. Ning Yulan was the one communicating with Fong Mo's father all the way,
and Fong Yamo and his mother couldn't interrupt the whole time. In fact, the two elders didn't have any opinions about Ning Yulan, and even got into the car. Father Fong even made a joke.
If I had known that you guys were in love, I should have taken advantage of Fong Mo's childhood to give you siblings a doll's marriage back then. As the saying goes, a woman's big three hold gold bricks. Yulan is the equivalent of letting this brat Fong Yamo pick up 3 gold bricks for nothing. Ning Yulan gripped the steering wheel and lightly pursed her red lips.
In fact, she was a little apprehensive before she came. After all, the age gap with Fong Yamo was not small.
Fearing that a sudden shift in identity will make Uncle Fong and Aunt Ran uncomfortable. But fortunately the two elders do not care about the age gap.
But with an additional daughter-in-law all of a sudden, Fong Mo's parents still needed some time to get used to it.
Even with Father Fong and Ning Yulan trying their best to defend the situation, the atmosphere still chilled from time to time. Some of the things that I used to be able to say as an unusual elder, I can't seem to say in the face of my daughter-in-law now.
Ding! Just then, Fong Yamo received a message on his cell phone. Li Haowen, did you get your aunt and uncle? Before Fong Yamo left today, he also checked in with his best friend. And Li Haowen also wanted to see the reaction of Fong Mo's parents. Fong Yamo, got it. We're in the car. Li Haowen, your parents won't object to this marriage, right? Fong Yamo, that's not true.
And they seem to be quite satisfied with Sister Yulan.
Li Haowen, TSK. Uncle Fong, that character acceptance is still very strong.
I told you that you do not need to worry.
But I am now worried about another thing. Fong Yamo?
Li Haowen, it is said that a woman in her 30s is like a wolf like a tiger.
I would like to ask our student Fong Yamo, is your waist okay now? Fong Yamo.
Li Haowen, Zhang. Serving the high-flying imperial lady is a long way off, so share your feelings with me sometime.
Fong Yamo didn't have the good sense to sneer and directly didn't reply to the message. And share your feelings? I backhandedly pull your WeChat black. Sent into the small black house, you kid, believe it or not. But since the two children's certificates have been collected, as the male parent process we still need to go. If you are free in the afternoon, take Fong Mo's mom and I to pay a visit to the old man. Right? Just then, Father Fong suddenly paused to open his mouth.
Ning Yulan nodded. Grandpa heard that you guys came back and already had people prepare food at home. I'll just be driving towards home.
Xiaolan thinks things through. Unlike our brat, who's in his early 20s and still doesn't know any better, and hasn't even had a proper job since he graduated. Father Fong praised with admiration.
It was indeed a blessing to have a daughter-in-law like Ning Yulan who was considerate and steady in doing things.
Fong Yamo muttered unhappily. I know Sister Yulan is very good, but when you praise Sister Yulan, can you not step on her at the same time? At least I'm your own son. Can you give me some face? Fong Yamo muttered in a small voice. I have a job. Father Fong sniffed and sneered. You have a shit job.
All you know is to write web novels on the computer all day.
Do you really fantasize yourself as the main character in the novel? It's fine, uncle. Fong Yamo is fine the way he is. I've read the novel he wrote. It's wonderful.
Ning Yulan pursed her red lips and hit the steering wheel. Seeing that his daughter-in-law had spoken,
Fong father gave his son 3 points, but Fong Yamo himself, who was sitting in the co-pilot, froze. Have you read my novel? I don't think so. It hasn't been published yet. Where did Sister Yulan see it? Thinking of those written in his book, Fong Yamo suddenly turned red in his old face. He usually go out and even dare not give others that they are writing novels, is afraid that when others ask about the name of the book, Fong Yamo himself first cannot bandage feel ashamed.
I think she was just joking around to fool Pops.
Right? Chapter 21, Wake Up with a Piss. When he arrived at the Ning family's old mansion,
Elder Ning had moved a small bench to sit in the courtyard and waited in advance. Seeing Ning Yulan's BMW slowly drive into the courtyard, Elder Ning put down the teapot in his hand and greeted him with a smile.
Father Fong got out of the car and shook Elder Ning's hand at the first opportunity. Uncle Ning, it's been a long time. Yes, we haven't seen each other for a while. Our two families have actually become in-laws in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. Elder Ning was quite satisfied with Fong Mo's family. After all, not only was he a lifelong friend of Fong Mo's grandfather from the battlefield, even Fong Mo's father was one he had watched grow up. The old man knew all about Fong Mo's family situation. After saying that, the old man smiled and wanted to pull Father Fong to sit down and drink tea. That's when Auntie Nanny prodded. Master, lunch is ready. Only then did Elder Ning frown, and then his tightly knit brows stretched out. Little Fong, then you can accompany the old man to play 2 more games of chess after dinner. All right, the old man invited. Respectfully. With those words, the two of them walked towards the room, and as they did so, they could still hear Father Fong's voice coming from afar. Speaking of the two children, I feel a bit sorry for you, old master. Tell me what virtue our family Fong Mo has to marry your family Yulan. I am now apprehensive, afraid that you do not agree with this marriage. If you do not agree, I am here today to ask for a thorn. If you agree, I am here today to propose marriage. Father Fong is also an old fox, figuring out Elder Ning's attitude and starting to pretend again. Another person might have angrily scolded Father Fong for getting a bargain, but Elder Ning liked Father Fong's smooth talk. The two elders led the way into the room. Mother Fong also followed behind her husband, leaving only Ning Yulan and Fong Mo to stare at each other. Sister Yulan, aren't we being a little too real with this fake drama? When Pop said the words door-to-door marriage proposal, Fong Mo blushed for no reason. A marriage proposal means that the elders of both families have completely approved of the marriage. If it's a fake show, it's a little too formal, isn't it? What? Ning Yulan's eyebrows were slightly clustered, disliking your sister for being old and yellow? Fong Mo's no word hadn't had time to come out of his mouth. Ning Yulan then smiled wryly and pinched Fong Mo's arm. But you won't get a chance to back out now. After all, we're both living together. And Jia is perfectly capable of acting as a witness to this. Brother, you don't just eat and wipe your mouth like that. At those words, Fong Mo's expression stiffened. I always felt that Sister Yulan's words were actually clouded with a hint of conspiracy. During the meal, Ning Yulan frequently pinched dishes for the elders of the two families, and in the end, Elder Ning couldn't stand to watch. Alright, stop pretending in front of your in-laws. You're still what you usually are. It was only when she heard this that Ning Yulan's pretty face flushed and she grunted. Father and Mother Fong looked at each other and smiled. Ning Yulan is also considered to be what they watched grow up. The woman is very thoughtful. Otherwise it would not have taken over the family business at just over 20 years old. But also the Ning family up and down the affairs of the well-organized. Until now, Fong's father felt that Fong Mo was able to marry Ning Yulan as his wife, and that it was the Fong family's ancestors' graves that had gone up in smoke. That said, it was unexpected that the two kids would fall in love at first sight. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Elder Ning pulled Father Fong red-faced to reminisce about the past. If I had known that I should have contracted this baby marriage with your father back then, and that the two children would be in love with each other, why would I have bothered to set Yulan up with someone else? Father Fong let out a bitter laugh and tipped his glass. The old man has overestimated our family Fong Mo. This brat is slow to get the hang of things. If we were to engage in a baby marriage, maybe your Yulan wouldn't necessarily be able to like this brat. Do you still remember the first time Fong Mo came to your house? If Yulan knew that she was going to marry this brat in the future, she wouldn't be happy. Fong Mo sat at the end of the table with him, and didn't manage to interject a word during the meal, until the mention of his childhood. Fong Mo just raised his head and glanced at the several elders in confusion. In fact, to be honest, he only remembered following his grandfather to the Ning family when he was about 7 or 8 years old. As for what happened, Fong Mo had already forgotten all about it. But, right at this moment, Ning Yulan suddenly pursed her red lips and coughed twice, and as she did so, several elders also revealed meaningful smiles. Fong Mo froze. Sister Yulan, when I first came to your house, what happened? Anything else? Well, Ning Yulan didn't say anything and lowered her head to eat. Mother Fong pursed her lips and said, you boys have made quite a joke of yourself by coming to sit inside someone's house for the first time. At that time you were like 7 or 8 years old. Your grandfather retired a little later than Grandpa Ning, so our family all had you before your grandfather retired. And at that time your sister was like 15 or 16 years old. After saying this, Elder Ning took over and waved his hand. Don't talk about children. Boys are naughty when they're young. It's normal. Hearing several elders say this, Fong Mo's heart became more and more curious. What had he done as a child that made the several elders look so strange? Just then, Ning Yulan leaned over to Fong Mo's ear. I suggest that it's better for you not to know about it, or else mentioning this matter, sister, I could easily come to lose my temper and beat you up. Beat me? So the trouble I caused has something to do with Yulan? What the hell is going on? Feng Mo's desire for knowledge was instantly aroused by a few people. Just then, Mother Feng noticed Feng Mo's curious gaze and spat lightly. I'll tell you about it later. Everyone is eating now. Never mind. The food is almost done. Since the kid forgot, you can tell him about it, so the brat can hear for himself how he bullied his own wife when he was a kid. It was Father Feng making a sound. At those words, Feng Yamo raised an eyebrow in confusion. Me? Bullying Sister Yulan? That time when you came to Grandpa Ning's house, we were all chatting in the living room, and seeing as you were bored of being alone, we had Sister Nanny take you for a casual stroll around the yard. Who knew that you would completely let yourself go as soon as you were out of the sight of adults? Nanny sister can't watch you kid at all. Go to a toilet effort. You disappeared. We heard the report. Also all the staff moved to start searching for your traces, and finally bumped into you in your Yulan sister's room. Speaking of which, the faces of the few people at the table all looked odd. Feng Yamo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I trespassed in a girl's boudoir when I was a child, but why does it always feel like what the old lady says next is the key? Ran. Then what? Feng Yamo looked at his old mother in a daze. Ning Yulan bit her red lips. Her palm pinched Feng Yamo fiercely under the dining table. Let you don't ask non-ask. Then, what else can there be then? Everyone just saw a teenager rushing a sleeping teenage girl while letting go of the water, while shouting Miss Sister don't die ah. See me nourish you to wake up. Feng Yamo? Chapter 22, Why can't she like me? What the hell? Letting off steam while shouting such middle-of-the-road lines at a sleeping teenage girl? Is this something I did? Isn't that a little fucking sick? Feng Yamo swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently, and several elders had long been laughing. That sleeping young girl. It can't be. Nonsense. I told you I found you in my bedroom. Could there be anyone else in my room? Ning Yulan's pretty face was red holding in her huff. The slender jade hand was again slightly used, and Feng Yamo immediately felt his thighs tighten. Hiss. It hurts. Seemingly wanting to vent the shame she had received back then, Ning Yulan had no intention of feeling sorry for Feng Yamo at all. The youth now completely understood why the several elders had revealed that odd and ambiguous look. It turned out that the first time he came to the Ning family when he was a child he had actually done such a thing. No wonder every time he saw Sister Yulan after that, aside from meeting and nodding to say hello, the woman basically ignored herself. The occasional sentence or two were as polite as the next person. The 7 or 8-year-old himself didn't remember anything, but the 14 or 15-year-old Ning Yulan was already a young girl ah. Feng Mo's behavior was tantamount to being a hooligan. Mother Feng rolled her eyes. I don't know where Feng Mo heard the claim that children's urine can save a person's life, and he misunderstood that Yulan's kind of state at that time was a walk in the park. So he, ahem. Several elders were coughing. Feng Mo and Ning Yulan, who were the parties involved, blushed red. Sister Yulan, ask a topic. When you were a child, sleep should not have the habit of opening your mouth, right? Feng Mo didn't know if his brain had short-circuited or what. Suddenly a thought flashed, and the question was asked without thinking. Quiet. The next moment, the entire dining room was dead silent. Feng Mo, not waiting for Ning Yulan to recover from her stupor, Father Feng angrily picked up the wooden bench. Looking at that stance, it seemed that whatever was said today was going to break the skin of this overgrown brat. If I don't let you kids know why the flowers are so red today, I'll take your last name. After about half an hour, Father Feng, who was tired of the fight, gasped, rough breath glaring at his son. In the middle if not Ning Yulan and Feng mother protection. Feng Mo today high and low have to enter a trip to the ICU. Feng Mo hid behind Ning Yulan with a bitter face. The woman glanced at him without any good humor, and secretly said that she would go back and clean up your brat. Just then, Elder Ning came over with a loud laugh. Alright, Xiao Feng. Feng Mo was still a child after all. Maybe he speaks sometimes out of turn and says it directly without even thinking. Don't be so calculating with children. Come, play chess with me, old man. Upon hearing this, Feng's father then put down his bench and turned his head for a split second, giving full play to the essence of Sichuan opera's face-changing, with a genial smile on his face. You're an old chess fan. I haven't touched a chessboard in a long time, so the old master has to let me go. With that, the two elders walked out into the courtyard and pulled out their chairs in preparation for a 300-round battle. Feng Mo was relieved to see this. It's nice not to have to take a beating. Having dodged today's bullet, Pops won't have a chance to settle the score with himself for a while. After all, recently Feng Mo had been staying at Ning Yulan's house. Suddenly it feels like living with Sister Yulan isn't without its benefits ah. Feng Mo sighed with emotion. Knock, knock. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared outside the villa's courtyard. Grandpa, has Sister Yulan left? Didn't you say that Sister Yulan's wedding partner would be coming to sit in the house today? Quickly let me see my brother-in-law. Petite figure, probably only up to Feng Mo's shoulders,
Pretty face and Ning Yulan has 7 points of similarity, but the 5 features to appear a little softer. Without Ning Yulan that kind of cold and stern feeling, with a double ponytail and a white pleated dress, she was like a little princess who came out of a manga. Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment. Gee, this little loli is Ning Shiyu? On the other side, Elder Ning in the courtyard also pointed to the room. Your brother-in-law and your sister are in the living room. Go play with them yourself. Leave me alone. Can't you see I'm busy, Grandpa? Oh. Ning Shiyu grunted in dissatisfaction. And again, she glanced at her grandfather's opponent sitting across the chessboard. And at first glance, it turned out to be Uncle Fong, whom she hadn't seen in years. Ning Shiyu also greeted daintily. Uncle Fong, it's been a long time. You've gotten handsome again. Father Fong smiled and nodded. Poetry. Rain ah. It's indeed been some years since I've seen you. I didn't realize that Shiyu had grown into a big and elegant girl. Ning Shiyu didn't bother her grandfather. And again, she deliberately pestered Father Fong here. Uncle, I'm asking you, tell me quietly, who is my sister's husband? Why did my sister suddenly get flash married without saying a word? I was quite surprised when my grandfather told me about it. At those words, a flash of embarrassment flashed across Father Fong's face. Speaking of the Ning family when the same generation with Fong Yamo should be in front of this little girl piece. Ning girl from a young age is a star-crossed little princess. Fong's father is not without the attention of the little girl piece. It was just that the Ning family had complicated relationships, so in the end, they gave up on the idea of giving Fong Yamo a doll's marriage. Bothered or not, don't bother me playing chess with your Uncle Fong here. Your brother-in-law is your Uncle Fong's son. Fong Yamo, people are inside. Find them and play by yourself. After saying that, Elder Ning waved his hand impatiently as if he was chasing away flies, as if he didn't like this quirky little granddaughter very much. Seeing this, Ning Shiyu muttered with her small mouth. Who are you kidding? Still Fong Yamo. Fong Yamo and Sister Yulan aren't even from the same world. I guess it must be the family union you found for Sister Yulan, right? However, Ning Shiyu was also well aware that the old man was too lazy to take care of himself, and after saying this, she went straight into the living room. She did not react yet. Today is not a special day, since today Fong Mo's family have appeared in the old Ning family house. Is it possible Grandpa didn't actually snub himself at all? Hiss. The next moment, after entering the living room, Ning Shiyu saw Fong Mo and Ning Yulan standing side by side, and suspiciously looked around the house again and again. And in the end, the little girl couldn't hold back. Sister Yulan, where is my brother-in-law? Gotta pull it out and ask me. My sister-in-law. To slip it, right? Ning Shiyu playfully greeted her sister. Ning Yulan sniffed and faintly raised her chin at Fong Mo. Look, right here. Sis, are you kidding? Why is Grandpa flirting with me and you flirting with me too? Ning Shiyu rolled her eyes, still not believing what her grandfather and sister were saying. Ning Yulan was too lazy to care about her sister, and after greeting Fong Mo, she picked up the sprinkler and drilled into the backyard to water the flowers. Fong Mo had seen those vibrant potted plants in Ning Yulan's house, so he knew that women did still have such a hobby. Would rather, Yulan didn't call herself together again. Fong Mo could only stay in the living room holding his cell phone and brushing his friend circle in boredom. Ning Shiyu didn't die. Seeing that her sister didn't care about her, she ran over to pester Fong Mo again. Hey, brother Fong Mo, who the hell is my brother-in-law? Fong Mo's eyes jumped. Is it possible that that person is me? Far away from the sky and close to the eyes. Looking back, your brother-in-law is in the lights. Fong Mo coughed. Why do you think it won't be me? Ning Shiyu rolled her eyes even more. My sister wouldn't like brother Fong Mo's type of little puppy. And even if it's a marriage, brother Fong Mo, don't you think it should be me according to my age? Besides, my sister's character is not afraid of the sky. I don't think even if it's a marriage, I won't let her marry someone she doesn't like. She certainly won't marry unless she nods. Saying that, Ning Shiyu held her small chin in thought. So her husband must be someone who is more powerful than her, stronger than her, able to conquer her completely. Brother Fong Mo, take a look at yourself. The whole of you is a living skeleton. Where does it have anything to do with the word powerful? Fong Mo, I thank you. Speaking of which, regarding Ning Shiyu and Ning Yulan's relationship, it was also worth mentioning. Ning Shiyu wasn't actually Ning Yulan's biological sister, or rather wasn't born to Mother Ning. Ning Yulan's mother divorced her father when she was very young. Her parents were separated, and Ning's father soon found a new love. Ning Shiyu is the child of Ning's father and his second. So whether it was on the father's side or the mother's side, neither of them actually had the effort to take care of the young Ning Yulan. This once led to the childhood Ning Yulan personality withdrawn autistic. It's a good thing that Grandpa still has his own granddaughter in his heart. Bringing up Ning Yulan,
Ning Shiyu smiled and glanced at Fang Yamo. Brother Fang Yamo, quickly say, who exactly is my sister's husband? Fang Yamo saw that his sister-in-law was dead set on not believing it,
so he had no choice but to pull out the marriage license.
Look, take a look and see if that's your sister up there.
Ning Shiyu hastily spread out the red book, and with just one look she completely froze. The two people in the photo were smiling brightly, and the person standing next to Ning Yulan was really Fang Yamo.
Wow, my sister-in-law was taken aback. You really married my sister. Why, to say that you like my sister still makes sense. After all, Sister Yulan is loved by all. Flowers bloom,
and she's also a mature royal sister.
A man is almost defenseless, but my sister definitely wants to marry someone she likes. How could she possibly like you? When these words came out, Fang Yamo was also aroused by a trace of anger. How is it impossible for Sister Yulan to like me? Couldn't the two of us just be into each other and get married for love? Chapter 23 Coca. Coke? Love my ass.
Ning Shiyu shook her head frantically.
Beat me to it. In Ning Shiyu's impression,
Fang Yamo and her own sister had never even spoken a few words at home, and it was simply unexpected that the two of them would become a couple.
Fang Yamo was getting angry for some reason and pulled his voice. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Let me tell you. From today onwards I'm your brother-in-law. Even though we're of the same generation, you have to respect me.
You little girl,
where can I do it? You. Ning Shiyu wasn't afraid of Fang Yamo. His clear face didn't bring much intimidation even if he was angry.
Where is it like her sister,
Ning Yulan,
who can scare herself into being honest immediately with a casual glare? This also made her mind more certain that the two were not compatible at all. But if Ning Shiyu was forced to pick a reason,
it seemed like she couldn't find anything particularly suitable. She thought about it. Brother Fang Yamo, you don't match my sister's IQ. Get your ass out of here. Fang Ma feints an attempt to strike. Scared, my sister-in-law ran away laughing. It's really a 3-day fight.
Whenever he came to the Ning family as a guest when he was young,
and the elders gossiped together, Fang Yamo mingled with Ning Shiyu,
and the two of them were indeed the same age.
If one really wanted to count, the childhood playmate was indeed Ning Shiyu, not Ning Yulan. However, at this moment,
when he heard Ning Shiyu belittling herself in such a way,
Fang Yamo was furious. Brother, bring me the scissors. Right at this moment,
Ning Yulan in the backyard pushed open a door and waved at Fang Yamo, who was puffing up in the living room.
Ha, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry and look so bad? Nothing. Fang Yamo pursed his lips,
and in his mind he remembered Ning Shiyu's sentence again.
Sister Yulan likes you? No way. He was in a bad mood all of a sudden,
but dutifully picked up the scissors and headed for the backyard. The Ning family's large villa is full of light. The flowers in the backyard can perfectly receive the sunshine bath, so they all grow very healthy.
Fang Yamo entered the backyard and immediately felt some emotion.
It seems like it's been 5 or 6 years since I've been here.
Fang Mo's thoughts were instantly pulled back to the past. After a certain incident, Fang Yamo had never dared to enter this place alone. What's on your mind?
Ning Yulan looked at the little guy.
Fang Yamo resentfully scratched the back of his head and pointed in a direction. Sister Yulan, do you remember this swing? In the center of the 2 vine trees in the backyard hung a swing. It was reasonable to say that at their age, both Ning Yulan and Ning Shiyu shouldn't be into swinging anymore. Not to mention that as the 2 vine trees grew higher and higher, this position was directly facing the sun. Harsh, bright. It should be a long time since anyone has used the swing, but the swings were well maintained. It looks old with a bit of time, but it's spotless.
At those words, Ning Yulan's bright eyes scratched through a smirk.
You remember that I think I remember when you were 15 or 16. Fang Yamo blushed and nodded. At that time, everyone went out to play.
Ning Shiyu also went shopping with a few girlfriends. I came to Ning's house with Grandpa was a little bored, so I sat on the swing and accidentally wobbled to sleep. And it turned out that Nanny Auntie thought that there was no one in the backyard, so she unlocked the door from the inside.
Mom and Dad searched for me all afternoon and couldn't find me.
They were especially scared, and as it got darker and darker, my mind kept wandering and I was even worried that I would be left alone to die alone. At those words, Ning Yulan pursed her red lips and pinched the youth's face.
Well, in the end, it was Sister Yulan who found me. Fang Yamo let out a somewhat thankful sigh. It was summer and the yard was full of mosquitoes. I didn't feel it when I was napping, but when I woke up Fang Yamo realized that I had been bitten all over the bag, and it was painful and itchy, plus the night was slowly cooling down. Loneliness, fear, swept inside the teenager all at once. To put it bluntly, Fang Yamo was only a 14 or 15-year-old kid at that time. Sister Yulan, how did you know I was here then? How do you know? Ning Yulan's red lips hooked. Because I've been watching you every time you've come to the house.
But Ning Yulan didn't tell the truth and smiled serenely. I was upstairs studying.
and my aunt and uncle were mad with anxiety. And when I heard that they couldn't find you, I was startled and ran after them several times. Finally it occurred to me that the small backyard garden hadn't been searched yet, so maybe you're hiding here. Sort of blind. The cat meets the dead mouse. At those words, Fanyamo was stunned for a moment, always feeling that something was not quite right. A blind cat and a dead mouse? Didn't she ever wonder if she'd been abducted by a trafficker? The first time you came to the garden? That's not how he remembers things. At that time the door was pushed open. Fanyamo thought it was the savior who came. Who knew that the murderous Ning Yulan had a sullen face, and came up to give his but a few slaps without saying a word. Moreover, at that time, Sister Yulan herself seemed to have cried. As for what she said, Fanyamo was overly shocked and somewhat unable to remember. Just remember one sentence. You want to scare me to death, don't you? At that time, Ning Yulan didn't seem to have her parents behind her. In that case, my sister is actually my savior. Fanyamo couldn't help but let out a light laugh when he remembered the past. Hearing this, Ning Yulan rolled her eyes. Thanks to your kid's big heart. When Fanyamo disappeared, Ning Yulan's heart thumped in fear, remembering that the little guy was disliked by Ning Shiyu after he came in the afternoon. Not letting him, a boy, go shopping with them girls. Fanyamo got bored and drilled into the back garden after being left at home. The 22-year-old Ning Yulan hurriedly picked up the flower water and headed towards the garden. As expected, I met the aggrieved little Fanyamo in the garden. The little guy was probably really scared at the time, and when Ning Yulan rubbed the flower water on him, Fanyamo was freezing and shivering, and he was a bit delirious. Ning Yulan grunted in displeasure at the thought of this incident. What kind of person sleeps in the yard for an afternoon in one breath in the middle of summer? You're here to give charity to the mosquitoes in the yard. Hey, I remember when my sister was rubbing flower water on me. Fanyamo gave a dry laugh. Right at this moment, Ning Yulan suddenly paused in the act of watering the flowers in her hands. So it seems like sister did save your little life. Yeah, wow. Fanyamo didn't react. In the next moment, Ning Yulan suddenly got up and stared straight at the youth, a pair of tantalizing peach blossom eyes flashing with playfulness. Then shouldn't you repay your sister? Repaying Sister Yulan? I'm a penniless poor boy. What do I deserve from Yulan? Where's sister covets? Sister, I've cooperated with you to solve the trouble of Grandpa Ning's marriage urging. Isn't that still not repayment? Seeing Ning Yulan's smile getting more and more playful, Fanyamo always felt that this female goblin's gaze towards him was unintentional, so he couldn't help but take a step back. TCH, sisters aren't so easy to get rid of. After saying this, Ning Yulan's lotus root arm suddenly encircled the youth, and the close physical contact instantly made Fangmo's blood run hot. Just felt something in the DNA move. The knot in his throat rolled involuntarily. What are you doing? Ning Yulan's cheeks slowly approached. Her high nose was even able to poke Fangmo's chin now. She was only half a head shorter than the youth. Didn't the ancients say so? If you meet a good-looking benefactor, say that you have nothing to offer but to give your body in return. And if you meet an unattractive one, say that you will be an ox or a horse in the next life. Ning Yulan's sandalwood small mouth like orchid musk hit on Fangmo's face. It tickled the man for a moment. The next moment, the woman narrowed her eyes. Sister wants you to give yourself to her. Will you? Boom. Sister, didn't you say the day before yesterday that you weren't ready? Fangmo shrunk his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to be ear to ear with the woman. It was just that this position made him a little less comfortable. Well, at least a normal man reacts the way he should. Ning Yulan sized up the clean-looking little guy. The sunlight fell right on that face. Fangmo wasn't very handsome, but enough to make most girls envious of the slender eyelashes blinking, the bottom of his eyes flickering with innocence just enough to touch Ning Yulan's heartstrings. Ning Yulan's red lips hooked. Then wait until the sister is ready. We'll eat you this little guy, but in advance to make it clear. Sister possessive but very strong. You can only belong to the sister in this life. I am a person. If you trifling, dare to apologize to me. Ding. Just then, Fangmo's cell phone suddenly rang. Fanyamo guessed that it was 80% that this brat Li Haowen had sent himself a message again, and a flash of panic flashed between his eyebrows. Li Ho Man is usually tongue-tied when he's alone with his brother. Who knows what weird stuff this kid will say. However, this flash of panic fell into Ning Yulan's eyes but changed flavor. I just said that to you. You're not only not reacting in any particular way, but you're also showing a panicked look? Does Fanyamo have another dog? Ning Yulan's small hand slowly went down. Sister, don't. It's not good here. Ning Yulan's face reddened and she spat lightly with a yuck. Who wants to do that kind of thing with you here? What I want is your cell phone. Cell phone? No. Fanyamo was shocked, but Ning Yulan moved a little faster and had already touched the man's pocket. Looking at Fanyamo trying to resist, she grunted and gently raised her black silk legs. Ow. The knee didn't put much force into it, but after all,
It went up against a key area and hit straight out of the storm.
Fong Mo screamed miserably and turned into the air of the crotch-covering sect. Missed the first opportunity. The phone has reached Ning Yulan. That day in the middle of the night let Fong Mo to change their notes. Ning Yulan knew Fong Mo's cell phone password, so easily opened the lock screen.
So Ning Yulan directly saw Fong Mo's chat with Li Haowen. Li Haowen, it is said that a woman in her 30s is like a wolf like a tiger.
I would like to ask our student Fong Mo, is your waist okay now? Fong Mo. Li Haowen, it's a long way to go to conquer the Haikul Imperial sister. Share your feelings with me when you have time. Fong Mo didn't reply below. I think he didn't know how to pick up the story.
Ning Yulan then grunted. So the little guy was worried about this chat being seen by himself.
The next moment she looked at Fong Mo with a smile. Sister Yulan, let me explain. Explain what? Explain when you plan to eat your sister?
Ning Yulan smiled coquettishly and directly threw her cell phone to Fong Mo.
Don't worry, when it really comes to that day, my sister will definitely be the first to eat you first. Fong Mo blushed.
It was then that he noticed that there was an additional message on his phone. It's still a dialogue box with Li Homan.
Fong Ma, Coca-Cola. What do you think? What does Coca-Cola mean? The next moment, Fong Mo murmured this. Coca, Coke, put.
The youth stared at Ning Yulan's departing slender back and almost didn't hold it.
Chapter 24. How do you want me to go broke? The door-to-door marriage proposal was considered to be completely finalized amidst the amiable laughter of Elder Ning and Father Fong. Both families have received their children's license, and knowing their roots,
the elders have no reason to object.
In the words of Fong's father, Ning Yulan was definitely blind before she looked at Fong Mo. Fong Mo must have saved the galaxy in his previous life. Otherwise how could he have been favored by Ning Yulan?
Their Fong family has simply picked up a heavenly fairy daughter-in-law for nothing. This condition if you do not agree to be a little ungrateful. In the afternoon Fong Mo accompanied his mom and dad on a shopping trip.
Ning Yulan had something to do in the company and left first. Fong Mo obviously could feel that Ning Yulan should have something important to do in the company in the past 2 days. Not only did she come back late yesterday, but when she left this afternoon, the woman also looked puzzled after taking a phone call. Rushing to a few elders, he apologized and left in a hurry. Since you're all married, the job search has to be upgraded on the agenda. And although the Ning family is big, you're not a door-to-door son-in-law, so you can't just reach out and ask your wife for money, can you? When he was about to part with the two old men in the evening, Fong father was nagging at Fong Mo a few more times. At that, Fong Mo nodded with a bitter smile.
He never had the idea of eating soft rice after hugging a rich woman's thigh.
After you two get married,
a friend of mine just happens to be coming to Jiangchang.
His family is in the banking business,
so you can go to their company to mix up your seniority at that time.
In the eyes of traditionally minded parents, there are only 3 kinds of iron rice bowl careers: civil servants, banks, teachers. Brace yourself and add a doctor. Fong Mo wanted to wave his hand and refuse,
but when he met his old dad's majestic eyes,
he still shrunk his head resentfully. I know. Knowing his father's character, Fong Mo knew that if he didn't agree with him, he would be greeted with a scolding. After sending off his parents, Fong Mo returned to Ning Yulan's place. After a day of running, Fong Mo was also a little tired, lying on the bed in a daze, staring at the ceiling, counting the time. To today they actually have been licensed with Sister Yulan for 4 days. It's kind of dreamy when you think about it. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with glimpses of Ning Yulan's smile. You like your sister? About half an hour later, Ning Yulan returned. Again, still reeking of booze. Brother, dinner, sis brought you a crock-pot casserole. Shouted twice. No one responded.
Ning Yulan carefully pushed open the door of the study room, only to see that Fong Mo had already fallen into a deep sleep. But there were a few more scraps of paper on the bed. Ning Yuan suspiciously gathered those scraps of paper, just barely able to piece together Fong Mo's handwriting. Does Sister Yulan like me or not? Likes, dislikes, likes, dislikes. Ning Yulan let out a pft and spread a smile. Her cheeks, which were reddened due to drinking a bit of wine, once again flushed a few points. To be linked with E is gold, and I vow to be lily-livered until the end of time. After softly murmuring these words, Ning Yulan carefully covered Fong Mo's quilt before exiting the room. The next day, Fong Mo was woken up by his cell phone. Yesterday, first ran a trip to the Ning family's old mansion, and then accompanied his parents to go shopping. Fong Mo was really a bit exhausted, so he slept a lot. The kind that can't be woken up by a 10-magnitude earthquake. Xiao Jie didn't yell at the youth to get up even though she made the meal in the morning. So Fong Mo slept until the sun was on his butt. A dozen unread messages on his cell phone. It was all posted by Li Homan alone. Fong Mo was stunned for a split second before he slapped the back of his head and remembered that he promised to accompany Li Haowen to sweep the tomb today. Damn! I muted my cell phone yesterday.
Fang Yamo hurriedly impacted the toilet to brush his teeth and wash up,
and also made a call to Li Haowen in the meantime.
"Hello, where are you?"
Li Haowen's voice was filled with a thick grudge, and it seemed that he was waiting impatiently.
Fang Yamo frantically apologized. I'm sorry, Hao and I didn't mean to let you off the hook. The main thing is that I was too tired yesterday. I'm accustomed to sleeping with my phone on mute, and I didn't see the message you sent. Where will you be this time? I'll go find you."
Li Haowen stifled a grunt.
Forget it. Forgive you, kid. After all,
there is always Ning, such a soft fragrance and jade beauty in the arms.
There are not many men can hold. You will be physically exhausted. Overtired is normal. But pay attention to the moderation. Moderate your sister.
Hearing the flirtatious words,
Fang Mo's guilt was all gone.
It's not blood that's flowing through this kid.
It's sperm, isn't it?
Why else would he have such a dirty mind?
I'm at the office. I have an impromptu meeting later,
so just wait for me in my office.
Okay, I'll take a cab there this time. Ink, fully dressed, casually took 2 cold buns from the dining table, and did not bother to make them hot, took them in his mouth and went out. Li's group was well located. After all, it was one of the top 10 companies in Jiangcheng in the early years. The splendor of the decline from Li Haowen's father's generation to say.
Listen to Li Haowen's own description. Because his father did not have the management skills to engage in a lot of projects, Li's group loss of money, loss of numbness, Li's old man are not allowed to take over to stabilize the situation.
It is a pity that it is easy to start a business but hard to keep it.
Li still gradually declined. When he reached the bottom of the company building,
Fang Yamo gave his name to the security guard.
There was no need to think about it.
Li Haowen must have greeted the security guards beforehand, so the other party let him go without much fuss. Fang Xiao, right? Hello, I'm Mr. Li's secretary. Please follow me.
A young girl in professional attire received Fang Yamo at the reception desk and led the youth into Li Haowen's office to wait.
Fang Yamo then had the time to survey the good brother's office decoration. Aged Italian imported chairs, by the sun to have a musty smell. Fang Yamo couldn't help but shake his head. From these details,
it can be seen that Haowen's current situation isn't optimistic either. About 10 minutes or so later,
his best friend in a suit entered the office. Damn, a group of old foxes. Really think that people Ning always stupid. Catch a big grudge, seed hard pet. Seeing Fang Yamo was sitting on the sofa,
Li Haowen rubbed his brow.
Coming? Well, what happened? Is it related to Sister Yulan? Fang Yamo looked at Li Haowen suspiciously.
Hearing the word general manager Ning from him,
basically the only possibility was Ning Yulan. Yes, after your family's Yulan sister met last time, she established cooperation with our Li's.
Although she only lost a few small projects that Ning didn't want, but she was also able to make Li's earn a lot of money.
And a bite can't be eaten by a big fat man.
These profits are actually more than half a year's turnover of the Li family in previous years.
So I'm already satisfied. Speaking of this,
Li Haowen stomped his foot in indignation. But there are a few old foxes within the company.
One by one,
seeing the famous Ning's willingness to cooperate with us, they thought they were hugging the thighs,
catching people's Ning's wool to the death. Our company is not to do the design of it. Mr.
Ning gave is about the design of the project. The beginning of the model room offer from 30 million. By this group of old son of a bitch, a breath of elevated to
10 million. He meow. Ning's big family is not an ingrate. Good lord. Fang Yamo all but sucked in a sharp breath of cool air.
The offer was raised by $20 million in one breath.
A proper sitting duck. So what are you going to do about it? Fang Yamo raised an eyebrow in doubt. What else can I do? I can only ask Mr.
Ning himself to make a trip to wipe my ass. Li Haowen shrugged.
Fang Yamo fiercely gave Li Haowen a punch. How do you kids speak? What you Lan sister to wipe your ass?
Li Haowen ate the pain and rubbed his shoulder.
No way, sir. You're even jealous of this? Even if I coveted your Mr. Ning, people would have to look at me. Not to mention that Mr.
Ning and you are newlyweds on their honeymoon and are as close as glue.
Brother, I'm still self-aware. Fang Yamo then snorted coldly. Count on you to know what you're talking about. But as a thank you, don't you high and low have to make me a cup of tea to show your appreciation? I want to drink Westlake Longjing.
Both of them knew in their hearts why Ning Yulan was willing to cooperate with Li.
Isn't it still a way to give face to your precious husband, Fang Yamo? If not,
the large and powerful Nings can choose from a lot of partners. The turn cannot turn the sunset of the Li's group. TSK, our young master Fang, this rack is getting bigger and bigger. But who let you be my father, Fang's husband? Bub, young master Fang is just asking me to sleep with him today. I, Li, will unconditionally agree. Li Haowen smiled cheaply. Joking between good brothers do not have so many worries. Make a good tea and two people are chatting for a while. Just then, suddenly there was a noise from outside the door. Before Li Haowen could ask the secretary, he saw the door being pushed open with a hand. A fat woman of almost 200 pounds walked in. How is young Li considering this?
Han Yue, am sincere about you. Back when your brother, Li Wen Han, was still alive, I asked him if he wanted to marry our Han family, but it's a pity that your brother didn't know better. The fat woman skimmed her lips as soon as she came in, and her line of sight fell directly on Li Hao Wen, with an air of being like no one else. Don't worry, there aren't many companies in Jiangcheng that are willing to cooperate with Li's group. Our Hans is basically that only one. And that's even if we look at your second youngest Li's handsome appearance and his talk, said the fat woman with a roll of her eyes. Li, young, as long as you marry me, I'll make sure you get through this. Of course, I can also put harsh words here. If you Li Haowen reject me, Jiangcheng absolutely no any enterprise dare to give you project. Who dares? I will get who dead. The fat woman spoke with a domineering manner. Fang Yamo suddenly realized a truth. Ning Yulan's kind of stunning beauty getting angry was called being delicate and irritated. Beautiful with a touch of coldness. This fat woman in front of me pretending to be a bully. Completely a thuggish stance. Yet it makes people's hearts unconsciously disgusted. How can they not like it? Turns out it's not the women huffing and puffing that I hate. It's the ugly women making a fool of themselves. Fang Yamo noticed Li Haowen's embarrassed look and also pursed his lips to try to smile but didn't dare to laugh. The teasing eyes seemed to be saying, you kid is blessed with a lot of color. Li Haowen blankly glanced at the gloating Fang Yamo and gave a dry cough. I'm sorry, big sister Han. Our Li has found a partner, and the other party is willing to establish a long-term cooperation with us. Your company's cooperation is better off. Motherfucker, even though he, Li Haowen, wasn't considered to be a superbly handsome man, he was still considered to be a handsome man at high and low levels. Throw in the general population and you can barely mix in a comment about being young and golden. Why do you have to aggravate yourself so much? Hearing this, Han Yue immediately jumped out of her skin. Who? Looking for death. In Jiangcheng, I, Han Yue, have long since let slip the harsh words that you, Li Haowen, are my man. Who dares to offend me? Fang Yamo was originally laughing, but when he heard this familiar line, his face suddenly changed. This big sister, relationship matters are about you and me. It's not like if you like Li Haowen, he has to be with you, right? The melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. Well, at least you are an adult. Is this reasoning not clear to you? Obviously. Han Yue's words had evoked Fang Mo's memories of the previous morning. Although the matter of Chen Kaixian was explained clearly by Ning Yulan, Fang Yamo was still uncomfortable in his heart. Which man would want other people of the same sex to miss his wife? What are you? How dare you jump out and tell me what to do? Han Yue was already angry and directly shifted her spearhead. I get it. Li Haowen is just trying to escape, isn't he? Li's is on the verge of bankruptcy. How can anyone be willing to cooperate with you or even inject capital? Don't you dare bully me into giving a face for the sake of me liking you. I'm putting my words here today. If you don't marry me this week, Li's will wait for bankruptcy. You'll see if our Han family has what it takes. Hearing this, Li Haowen frowned. That's already considered an explicit threat. The next moment, Han Yue said coldly again. Regardless of whether or not someone is really injecting money into you, if anyone dares to harm my Han Yue, I'll definitely be the first to make her lose her reputation. If you don't believe me, we'll see. Yes? Just then, suddenly the office door was also pushed open. A slender silhouette slowly walked in. For the sake of my husband, our Ning clan has established a basic cooperation with the Li clan. I wonder what Ms. Han's instructions are? Intend to let our Ning's bankruptcy how? Chapter 25, Don't use a dog food knife to kill me. Ning. Hearing these words, Han Yue's complexion stiffened, and her bloated body hurriedly twisted her head to look, only to see that Ning Yulan, who was wearing a small white suit, slowly walked in. The woman's lotus steps were gorgeous, and her delicate face didn't need any powder to make all the men spellbound. That aura alone surpassed Han Yue by an unknown number of times. What's more, the face value is completely crushed. Han Yue's body also trembled when she saw the face of the visitor. Ning Yulan? Never in her wildest dreams did she expect to run into the famous Ning Yulan in the territory of the Li group. Mr. Han, it's been a long time, although we haven't seen each other for a long time, but I just met your father 2 days ago. This recent round of stock market crash, your group should have suffered heavy losses as well, right? Ning Yulan pulled open a chair and sat herself down, casually cocking her eye-catching black silk legs. Mr. Han still has the heart to make some kind of family connection? When Fang Mo heard this, he remembered that he had taken a glance at the news in passing when he left the house in the morning. More than 50% or more of stocks are plummeting due to the bad domestic environment. No wonder Sister Yulan has been working overtime every day for the past 2 days. Seeing that Ning Yulan's tone was off as soon as she showed up, that Han Yue wasn't stupid and opened her mouth, asking with a face full of disbelief. Could it be that the enterprise that gave Li's capital injection and cooperation was your Ning family? Good. It's Ning.
Ning Yulan picked up the teacup that Fong Mo had drunk and took a sip without a care in the world. Her red lips imprinted on the quilt, leaving a lip print.
Fong Mo noticed this detail, instantly blushing. Is Sister Yulan counting this as an indirect kiss with herself? Unlike Fong Mo's open-mindedness, Han Yuer was not willing to let the duck in her mouth fly and said through clenched teeth. Why?
Ning is not even on the same level of existence as Li.
Why is Mr. Ning helping Li? Could it be that Mr. Ning also has thoughts about Li Haowen?
Why would the big and powerful Ning steal a man from us?
The Han clan? Robbing men?
I think you're crazy about men.
Aren't you?
Ning Yueran raised his chin in a salty manner.
I'm sorry, if I really want to steal a man,
no one in Jiangcheng has a fighting chance with me, Ning Yulan, for the time being.
Besides, Li Xiao isn't my favorite type, I said when I came in. Past that,
it was for the sake of our husband that Ning established a basic cooperation with Li.
It's hard for me now that you're flailing and forcing my partner into bankruptcy. For the love of your husband? Looking at Ning Yulan and Fong Mo, their asses were almost stuck together on the sofa. Han Yuer finally reacted. He's your husband, this little white boy? The female president of the Ning family, the #1 family in Jiangcheng, the dream girl of 20 million men, actually got married. This alone was already very shocking to Han Yuer. What made her even more dismayed was that she didn't expect the other party to be just an ordinary-looking male college student. The moment the 3 words white boy came out, Ning Yulan's face instantly clouded over. One more curse from you and you won't have to walk out of Li's front door today. Hearing this, that general manager Han was also aroused by Ning Yulan's anger. Although the Han family was not as good as the Ning family in Jiangcheng, it was not a small family, and Han Yuer was not as scornful of the famous Ning Yulan as Li was. Ning Yulan, I'll give you some face for the sake of your position in the business world. Do you really think that all the powerful families in the entire Jiang city have to bow down to your Ning family?
Han Yuer sneered. Even if our Han family stock is falling,
hasn't your Ning family lost money?
Daring to risk investing in Li's at a time like this?
Ning Yulan, I have to say that you have a lot of courage. Let's not talk about our big brother. So why do you have to pretend to be broad with me? I'd like to see how you, Ning Yulan, can keep me from walking out of Li's door today. Seeing that the 2 women were about to go toe-to-toe, Fong Mo suddenly got up. I'd advise you not to try it. If Mr. Han doesn't want those words you aggressively threatened young Li with just now to be posted on the internet, I suggest you get lost immediately and disappear in front of us. With those words, Fong Mo lifted his cell phone. I've already recorded the whole of what you said after you came in. And you also said that the Han family is at least a prestigious family. If it's because of the coercion to value a man's beauty, it makes Mr. Han do things with such no lower limits. I guess after posting it online, it will also bring a lot of public opinion to the Han family, right? Recorded. Han Yuer's face changed, and all of them, the sons of the gentry, were considered decent people. Smashing money, losing money are all trivial, but losing the family face, the face is a real big deal. After all, when you go out, you represent the family image. Very well, kid, you have guts. Aren't you just a loser who hugged Ning Yulan's thigh? Wait, sooner or later I'm going to give you some color. And you, Li Haowen, toast to the world. Don't think that the family-owned Ning doesn't have a soft underbelly. It's when the economy is bad that these behemoths are more likely to die. After saying this, Han Yuer glared gloomily at the 3 people in the room. It seemed to want to memorize all the faces that had badgered them. Watch as the woman's bloated, obese form finally disappears down the hallway. Li Haowen hurriedly rushed at Ning Yulan. Mr. Ning, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Ning Yulan shrugged non-committally. What kind of trouble is this? What big storms have I not seen over the years of being in charge of the Ning clan? Even if the Han family head is here today, if he dares to bully my man, I, Ning Yulan, will go up high and low with 2 slaps. Not to mention that she is just a Han Yuer. Upon hearing this, Li Haowen glanced enviously at Fong Mo. You kids are really in a good place. How many men in Jiangcheng have scattered their family's wealth in order to be able to win Ning Yulan's red smile? But I didn't expect Fong Mo to clearly do nothing. But that's how he captured the woman's dead heart. Ning Yulan gently took Fong Mo's arm. But surprisingly, our little husband seems to be quite smart as well. He even knows to record what that Han Yuer said. Actually, Fong Mo was praised, and immediately blushed a bit as a thief. In fact, I didn't record at all. I just wanted to scare that crazy woman. I thought that the children of the famous family 80% are more valued reputation. I didn't think that the blind cat touched the dead rat. This coincidentally poked her soft underbelly. Hearing this, Li Haowen and Ning Yulan were both stunned. Li Haowen couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Your kid is still really fat. If that old lady doesn't eat your set. But whoever wants to verify the authenticity of the recording, this move of yours is instantly exposed. Mr. Ning, Today is the anniversary of my brother's death. I would like to help Fong Mo take a day off so that he can accompany me to visit my brother's grave. Is that okay? Hearing this, Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes fell on Fong Mo and she said with a smile, I'm not him. Of the boss. And Fong Mo is not a pendant on my body. So why take a vacation from me? Make it sound like you're asking me to borrow something, and if he agrees, you'll all go together. Li Haowen hurriedly smiled gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Ning. Ning Yulan waved her hand and said indifferently, your company's regular meeting in the afternoon will be attended by me as party A, right? These executives are treating me, Ning Yulan, as an ingrate, and since you, Mr. Li, are not senior enough, then as a friend, for the sake of our family's brother, I'll help you fix them up for good. It was only after the death of Li Wenhan that Li Haowen took the helm of the Li group. There are not many people up and down to obey him. In the company he is the boss as if he was hollowed out. There is no power of speech. This time, with the help of Ning's cooperation, he was also able to retrieve some of his face. More importantly, Ning Yulan's attendance at the regular meeting was tantamount to sending a signal to these senior executives who relied on the old. Li Haowen has the backing of this #1 female president in the business world behind him. Great, Mr. Ning's great kindness is unforgettable to my little brother. Li Haowen's eyes were sparkling with little stars as he looked at Ning Yulan with a gaze full of admiration. When she left, Ning Yulan straightened Fong Mo's neck collar, not knowing whether it seemed intentional or coincidental. The hot air that hit between Ning Yulan's breath hit right at the man's chin, causing Fong Mo to be tickled for a while. His ears reddened, his body tensed, and his hands and feet looked naive and cute. Ning Yulan's heart was melting. Next to him, Li Haowen ate dog food the whole time. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Ning had just done himself a big favor, he would have jumped out cheaply and shouted, don't kill me with a dog food knife, until the two of them went out. Ning Yulan was staring at Fong Mo's back with a gentle smile on her face. Has brother Li Haowen's Memorial Day arrived? Ha! Strange. I seem to remember that today. Wu Jiabei and the girls also said that they were going to sweep the tomb. Li, the eldest son of the Li family. Hiss. Ning Yuaran's eyebrows suddenly tightened. Could it be that Li Haowen's brother is the Li Wenhan that Wu Jiabei has loved for 7 years? Chapter 26, Good Dogs Don't Get in the Way. After leaving Li's group, Fong Mo sat in Li Haowen's old Rolls-Royce car, which was still bought when Li's was at its peak. Now Li, that's the only car that can attest to the highs that were once there. Anything else that could be realized quickly was all siphoned off and divided up by all those vampire shareholders after the death of his brother, Brigham Li. What it's like to have a good buddy who has a rich woman on his side. I can kind of feel it deeply now. In the car, Li Haowen smiled and said at Fong Mo while steering the car. At those words, Fong Mo coughed. Hasn't it all been explained to you? Sister Yulan and I get a license is completely an accident. The back is to fool Elder Master Ning fake drama. I shucks. Li Haowen rolled his eyes. Are you addicted to lying to yourself? Ask yourself if you believe that? What's not to believe? Fong Mo muttered in his mind in a small voice, as if he knew what Fong Mo had in mind. Li Haowen added another sentence. Then why don't you brainstorm how you would feel if one day if Mr. Ning got together with another man, seeing her wrapping her arms around someone else's waist, seeing her kissing someone else's lips? How dare you say accident? That's a word you don't even believe in yourself. Okay. At those words, Fong Mo's old face blushed. He is now willing to admit that the past few days to cultivate feelings is indeed Godspeed. He seems to really like Yulan's sister. Li Haowen was also right. The day before yesterday when he bumped into Chen Kaixian at the Ning family mall. The moment he heard from that guy that Sister Yulan was going to marry someone else, Fong Mo's heart seemed to have stopped for half a beat. There seems to be a sense that something is leaking. Why don't I buy your brother a wreath? The wreaths in the cemetery have too few styles, and they're all look-alikes. Not enough thought. As I was approaching the vicinity of the cemetery, there were vendors selling wreaths and offerings on both sides of the road. Fong Mo hastily coughed lightly to change the topic. Li Haowen didn't bother poking him. Come on you. My car things are fully prepared. You just sit honestly. That said, you still care more about your family, Mr. Ning. The stock of Ning's is not too optimistic in these 2 days. After all, it is the first big mansion in Jiangcheng, and Ning's family has invested in almost every industry in the. This is similar to an economic crisis where 90% of the stocks are plummeting, and the pressure on Ning's capital will be quite high. At those words, Fong Mo froze for a moment. He had never heard such words from Sister Yulan's mouth. Is Sister Yulan under a lot of financial pressure? The Ning family has tens of billions of dollars in assets, and their social relations are even more complicated to the point of being outrageous. Li Haowen said that he was under a lot of pressure, so he thought that the burden on Ning Yulan's shoulders in the past 2 days was indeed not light. That's it. She actually had the heart to molest me. Fong Mo touched the tip of his nose.
but he also associated it with the fact that the women did come home much later in both days.
In normal times, Han Yuer wouldn't dare to offend Mr. Ning at all. But do you know why this woman was so flamboyant when she left today?
Li Haowen smacked his lips. Because they're hardwired at the bank. If Ning's capital flow breaks down and a large sum of money is needed for turnover,
the best way to do so is to look for a bank loan. Han Yuer knows about Mr. Ning's recent dilemma. That's why she dares to confront Mr. Ning. Fong Mo immediately frowned. In that case, offending Han Yuer today might even affect Ning Yulan's business afterward? I've heard that Mr.
Ning has been looking for connections to contact the central bank's elder Ho,
but unfortunately, the elder Ho's family doesn't know what the reason is,
and he's not treating guests at all.
Li Haowen sighed. The high place is not cold. Outsiders seem. Ning total high position. In fact,
only she herself knows.
This position shoulders the pressure is not small. Mr. Ning, don't blame me for not helping you with your assists. I've hit my full output this wave, so it's up to you on the way down. The central bank? The Ho family? Hearing this, Fong Mo was stunned for a moment. You're not talking about that financial power is famous in Jiangnan.
Although there is no industrial support, but just by speculating on the stock market to become rich. Ranked in the top 10 of China's rich list, also opened its own bank.
In the Jiangnan region, famous He family, right?
He didn't know much about the business world, but the news had more or less read about the He family.
Sister Yulan actually wants to borrow money from a top Chinese company? Worthy of being the no. One Jiangcheng mansion. The Ning family, the flow of funds casually a little problem.
Need to find the richest bank in China to borrow money in order to tide over the difficult times.
This was enough to sidestep what a behemoth the Ning family was.
Aha!
Li Haowen nodded. But the He family's money is not easy to borrow. Even if Mr. Ning contacted Elder He, it's still unknown if he can borrow this money. You know, when Elder Ho was in power, he said that no money the Ho family lent out was ever recovered at less than twice the interest rate of the market. And if it was less than that, he'd rather throw it into the stock market. So dark. Fong Mo swallowed hard.
Li Haowen's mention of the topic was nothing more than a nod.
After saying that, the car just steadily stopped in front of the cemetery. Coming to this place, Li Haowen's mood was also unconsciously low. Fong Mo knew what his brother was thinking and patted his shoulder as a sign of comfort. Let's go. It's been almost half a year since I've been here since I took over the company, and I really miss my old brother. With those words, Li Haowen pushed open the car door and took out 2 large boxes from the trunk. It is filled with all kinds of things you need to bring to the grave. Wreaths, yellow paper, white wine, all in one place. After going up the mountain, Li Haowen quickly found his brother's tombstone. After a small half-year absence, dust had settled around the tombstone, and there wasn't even a single flower except for the offerings and wreaths that the two had brought with them. It seemed cold and empty. Fong Mo and Li Haowen first wiped them clean with water, and only then did they begin to offer incense. Brother, I missed you. The first moment he put away the rag, Li Haowen's eyes went red. Pop still hasn't come to see you this year, and neither has Grandpa. They're too cold-blooded for this family, and I don't feel any affection at all. Seriously, I've been so tired lately that I really can't carry on a bit, and I didn't realize until I stood in this position that you've actually been under so much pressure all these years, and you've been shielding me from the wind and the rain. Brother, I really missed you. Seeing this, Fong Mo was also rendered by Li Haowen's sad atmosphere, and his mood sank a few points lower. Right at this moment, 3 slender silhouettes slowly appeared not far away. The 3 women were also dressed in black. If Ning Yulan was here, she would have recognized them as her few girlfriends in Jiangcheng. Wu Jiabei froze when she saw someone standing in front of Li Wenhan's grave and crying. Who are those 2 youths? Wu Jiabei has been chasing after Li Wenhan for 7 years. Of course she knows the background of Li's family. Li Haowen's father ate incense, hoarded and gambled countless unlearned. During the reign of Li's group, with the ability to harden Li's group assets shrunk to 1/10 of its peak. In the end, it was the old man who stood up and saved the day to keep a piece of the foundation. But the once glorious Li's group has gone completely off the rails. Li's father did not have the face to see the old man, coupled with a big trouble for fear of being hunted down by the executives and shareholders. He hid abroad. 7 or 8 years have not come back. The former executive shareholders who were friends were pitched by Li's father, and they all hated the Li family with a passion. Did not move the dead Li Wenhan bones are considered good, much less likely to send people to sweep the tomb. I think it's Levenhan's brother and his friend. Wu Jiabei pursed her red lips. A few more points of haggardness on the woman's face than the day before when she had looked for Ning Yulan in the tea room. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind the 2 Fong Mo. Kid, get lost. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Can't you see I'm taking a whole bunch of stuff from the big man? Chapter 27, Who gave you your freedom? Fong Mo instantly frowned and twisted his head to look. How can anyone be in a place like a cemetery and still make noise?
Only to see a youth wearing colorful and strange clothes holding 2 wreaths in his hands, is staring at his own 2 people unpleasantly. Behind him, also followed by 3 or 4 bodyguards, look like guys.
What are you looking at? The young man saw that Fong Mo and the 2 of them were not moving, and directly kicked the wreaths in front of Li Wenhan's grave with an impatient kick, and the 2 white wreaths were directly kicked to smithereens. Fong Mo's eyes widened and his fists clenched instantly. The dead are the greatest. What is this beast doing? What the fuck are you doing? Picking a fight, aren't you? Li Haowen was also red-eyed and violently got up and grabbed the collar of the young man. But before he could do anything, several bodyguards behind that guy surrounded Li Haowen. I'm Li Haowen, chairman of the Li Group, and I'm afraid that you few have chosen the wrong target to make trouble. Li Haowen gritted his teeth and suppressed his emotions to announce himself. Although Li's group is sunset, but once the name was loud and clear, said out, there is still some deterrent. But unfortunately at the moment the opposite young man did not buy it. Ha, Li, I said, who is crying like a bitch. So it's the 2 brothers who are the bereaved dogs of the Li Group. Oh no, I remembered wrongly. Your brother has already laid inside, so now it should be the bereaved dog's brother. Boom. When these words came out, Fong Mo's breath caught. Li Haowen was even more frantically struggling to make a move. But unfortunately, he was controlled by several bodyguards to death. My name is Gao Zijie. You should have heard of me, right? With those words, the youngster grinned, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth. Hearing this, Li Haowen's body shook. Gao Zijie? You're the one. You're the one who killed my brother. You're the one who hit and killed the person responsible for my brother's death. Aren't you? You supposed to still be in jail? Slap. As soon as the words fell, that Gao Zijie impatiently slapped Li Haowen in the face. What squatting in jail? Talk so hard. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What jail am I squatting in? When he said this, Gao Zijie was playful and had no respect for the dead. In your brother's case, he crossed the street himself and ended up in a car accident. The insurance company has settled your family's claim. $1 million, don't you remember? The money is paid out and the case is closed. And fucking call me a hitman. It's easy for me to get pissed off when you throw dirt on me like that. Hearing this, Li Haowen trembled with anger, and the tears he held back frantically welled up under his eyes. He learned something about the inner workings of the scene later. Although the death of his brother in a car accident was indeed an accident, the record shows that the last phone call made by Li Wenhan before he died was to this Gao Zijie. And coincidentally, Gao Zijie is the driver who hit and killed Li Wenhan. To say that the 2 had nothing to do with each other, beating Li Haowen to death, would not believe it. Bastard. I will find evidence sooner or later. Gao Zijie, you wait. You will be brought to justice sooner or later. Bang. Noisy. Gao Zijie gave Li Haowen another kick in the stomach and glanced at the grave the next moment. Cut. Look at you 2 brothers being losers. And looking at that picture of you, I'm pissed off. Bang. In the next moment, Gao Zijie directly kicked the tombstone's photo, and the tombstone fell to the ground in response. Even Fong Mo was breathing heavily. This is the equivalent of shitting and pissing on the head of the late brother Li Haoman. This Gao Zijie is really too arrogant. Too much. Lawlessness. Just then, a dozen or so staff figures came over towards this side. Sir, we need to keep the cemetery quiet. You are making a lot of noise. It will affect the deceased. Who are you to bullshit me? Gao Zijie lit a cigar recklessly. A violent mouthful of white mist was exhaled, slapping the staff in the face. The staff member's face plummeted at that action. Not far away from the 3 silhouettes noticed this side of the movement. Wu Jiabei at first intended to rush up to the theory, but was stopped by the 2 girlfriends. Song Yu tugged at Wu Jiabei and said in a deep voice, Calm down, calm down. That guy is from the high family of the Bank of Zhongcheng. They act overbearing and do things, dude. Not to mention Gao Zijie, the leader of this. If you go up there and theorize now, we'll be the ones to lose out. Wu Jiabei bit her red lips, her eyes red. Her heart ached so much she couldn't breathe. The whole of, after all, Li Bunhan is the man she has been in love with for 7 or 8 years, at the moment, but can only watch as his grave are being pushed down by a foot. Song Yu didn't sit around and wait for death, but called Ning Yulan. Once the call was connected, Ning Yulan asked curiously, Didn't you guys go to visit the graves? How come you have the time to call me? Speaking of which, I was just thinking about giving you guys a call later when I have some free time to ask if you've bumped into our little man. Our little man? The 3 women who had originally intended to speak out were all stunned. My husband went to visit the graves today as well, and it's 80% likely that the person he's visiting is the same person as you guys. So I was thinking that maybe you guys would be able to bump into each other. Ning Yulan smiled and said a couple sentences, noticed that there was no sound on the other end of the phone, and gave a confused frown to her willow eyebrows. What's wrong? Song Yu, is something wrong? At those words, Song Yu let out a bitter smile.
This reaction speed of Ning Yulan was really fast. It was true that nothing could be hidden from her. It looks like this is really not going to work today regardless. Gao Zijie got into a conflict with your man and his friend.
There are only two of them. I guess it's going to be a disadvantage. Gao Zijie? Hearing this name, Ning Yulan's face sank. What's this crazy dog doing at the cemetery? Wu Jiabei said with red eyes. At first it was he who ran over Li Wanhan with his car. I once suspected that there was something else going on here. And now that I've seen this Gao Zijie's flaunting appearance, I'm even more certain. Bastard! Ning Yulan's worried. Sharp breathing could be heard on the other side of the phone. She was also worried that Fang Yamo would suffer. There's a Ning property at the heel of the cemetery. You guys call out a team of guards to go there. I'll be right there. After saying this, Ning Yulan directly hung up the phone. Wu Jiabei several women looked towards Fang Mo's side, and in their hearts, they could only pray and hope that Ning Yulan's husband would hold on for a little more time. Otherwise, curry-wise, neither the Song family nor the Wu family had the backbone to call the shots with the Gao family. Gao Zijie, what are you doing? Right at this moment, a petulant voice rang out behind a few people, only to see a young girl around her early 20s holding flowers in her hands and staring with almond eyes. She was walking over this way. The young girl was wearing a plain black, a long dress with 100 flowers tied to her chest, and a sulk on her delicate face, as if she was annoyed at Gao Zijie's behavior. Gao Zijie glanced behind him. He Xiuwan? Noticing the sinful shadow, Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment. It always seemed as if this young girl had déjà vu. However, the young girl's attention was not on Fang Yamo at first. Gao Zijie, you're here to visit my grandmother's grave today. If you harbor respect, then you should honestly abide by the rules of the cemetery. Making a fuss here will affect Grandpa's mood. At those words, Gao Zijie frowned once and swept a glance at Li Haowen. Boy, count yourself lucky. He would show up at the cemetery today just to please the young girl in front of him. Although the family was also in the banking business, the Yi family's central bank and the Zhengcheng Bank could be completely different things of the same magnitude. He had received instructions from his father to use every means possible to befriend He Shiyuan. This is the only shortcut for the Gao family in Zhengcheng to get to the next level. Shiyuan, I didn't make a fuss. I just happened to bump into a few acquaintances for a chat. Since the old man is here, let's go. With that, Gao Zijie wanted to leave with a group of his men. The wretched Li Haowen was also pushed to the ground by several of his men. Right at this moment, Fang Mo, who had always watched with cold eyes, spat out a sentence. Stop. Who gave you your freedom when you hit someone and want to leave? The moment these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the room landed on Fang Mo. Who gave me my freedom? Gao Zijie also paused when he heard the voice, glancing at Su Hui in surprise. Forgot about you, little follower. Kid, there's nothing for you here. Don't push your luck here, or else this young man will teach you to be a human being in a minute. Teach me to be a man in a minute? Fang Mo sneered. You can't run away. I've just called the police. Soon the agents will come over to investigate the surveillance. You beat up my friend and kicked his elder brother's tombstone. So reckless. You didn't even look the law in the eye. Nothing said today will make it easy for you to leave. Called the police? Hey, you kid. That's a lot of courage. Gao Zijie licked his lips. It's been a long time since I've met a rash like you. It's you. Right at this moment, He Shiyuan suddenly cried out in surprise, ignoring Gao Zijie's frozen and confused look, and walked straight to Fang Mo. In the next moment, He Shiyuan excitedly pulled Fang Mo's palm. Her delicate pretty face was written with excitement. We meet again at last. Benefactor. A benefactor? Fang Mo was a bit confused. Miss, do we know each other? He Shiyuan nodded. Have you forgotten? You were the one who resuscitated my grandfather when he fainted in the underground garage of Ning's Mall a day ago. He was relatively unfamiliar with He Shiyuan. After all, that day when he met in the underground garage of Ning's Mall, the young girl was crying so hard that her features were screwed together. Plus at that time, Fang Mo's attention was completely focused on the fainted old man. Hearing this, Fang Mo slowly reacted. Ha, are you the little girl who called herself Wan Air the other day? The lights were so dark I couldn't see what you looked like. How is your grandfather? He Shiyuan smiled gratefully, after dragging your blessing. It's already fine. Gao Zijie noticed the palms of the two pulling together, and immediately took 2 steps forward unhappily, his gaze sizing up Fang Mo twice, seemingly speculating on the youth's identity. Yuan, you know him? Recognize. He was the one who saved my grandfather that day. What happened just now? Did Gao Zijie do something bad? Are you going to call the police? The next moment He Shiyuan was confused and asked at Fang Mo. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo pointed at Gao Zijie. We were here to visit our friend's elder brother's grave. He suddenly came over to find trouble and provoke. He also kicked over my friend's elder brother's gravestone. My friend couldn't get angry enough to try to theorize about it. but as a result, he was also controlled by a few of his henchmen and beat him up fatly. With those words, Fang Yamo picked up Li Haowen on the ground.
He Shiyuan really saw Li Haowen's nose and face,
and the young girl's face unconsciously became a few points harder to see. Misunderstanding? Yuan, it's a misunderstanding.
Gao Zijie didn't expect the two to recognize each other and hurriedly coughed out an explanation.
Actually, his older brother and I used to be friends, so I stopped by to see. Shut up!
He Shiyuan suddenly sank her face and coldly shouted.
Gao Zijie,
your friend told me before that you were pretending to be civilized in front of me.
Come on, I still can't believe you're one thing in front of people and one thing behind them. Now that seems about right. Gao Zijie's face sank. It was obvious that the young girl was angry. Show 1. This is a misunderstanding.
I can explain it to you slowly. The old man should be waiting anxiously as well.
Let's go to your grandmother's grave first. Misunderstanding?
He Shouwan directly raised a dozen decibels and glanced at the collapsed tombstone with a cold smile.
So tell me, what happened to the tombstone? Was it blown over by the wind? Gao Zijie, you disappoint me too much.
Apologize and then lover fix this headstone.
Apologize? I'm supposed to apologize to a loser like Li Haoman? Gao Zijie's face sank once again.
The two brothers,
Li Haowen and Li Wenhan,
he had never put in his eyes. To make him apologize to this kind of mole in his eyes once was simply worse than killing him.
You won.
Gao Zijie clenched his fist so tightly that his bones clicked. It seemed that he was stifled to the extreme inwardly, but he had not thought that when he humiliated people Li Haowen just now.
Li Haowen and he were in the same situation at the moment. He Shiyuan's almond eyes rounded. Apologize. Then get out of my face. I never want to see you again. What? That bad?
Gao Zijie faced green line of sight wandering back and forth between Fang Mo and He Shiyuan, two people. Today because of such a white boy himself will lose the opportunity to pursue He Shiyuan.
He Gao Zijie not willing. I'm sorry. However, facing He Shiyuan's domineering sight, in the end,
Gao Zijie still gritted his teeth and bowed at Li Haowen. You guys will find someone to lift the tombstone later, and arrange for the craftsman to give him a slight repair later on.
Shiyuan, I've apologized. I was wrong. Give me a chance. Saying that, Gao Zijie also glanced resentfully at Fang Mo, as if to memorize the youth's appearance.
The account of having to bow down in the face of He Shiyuan today, he directly credited to Fang Mo's head.
Isn't it just a little follower of this dickhead Li Haoman? Spoiled my good deed. I will never let you go. Slap. Just then,
a sudden slap sounded.
In the stupefied gazes of countless people, Gao Zijie's face suddenly had 5 clear fingerprints. Apologizing is not the way to do it. The head should be lowered. The waist should be bowed. The attitude should be sincere. You are so perfunctory. To whom to apologize?
The stunning silhouette with slightly messy hair stood in front of Fang Mo and was shaking her slender jade hand.
Chapter 28. I'd like to borrow your husband for a while. Ning Yulan, how did you stinking bitch show up here? That's right.
The one standing in front of Fang Mo at this moment is not exactly his wife.
The female president of Ning Family Hall. The dream of 20 million men in Jiangcheng. Ning Yulan?
Gao Zijie and Ning Yulan were in the same Jiangcheng business circle, and the two had naturally dealt with each other. Behind Ning Yulan also followed a team of bodyguards, each one of them expanding their backs and bears.
Looking at that figure, they knew that they were never good, and they were definitely not something to be messed with. In the next moment,
Ning Yulan raised her eyes and her beautiful eyes fell on He Shiyuan.
Ms. I hope you can control your dog. Our husband is precious. Not just any cat or dog can come up and take 2 bites. Hearing this domineering voice, He Shiyuan was stunned. Our husband.
Her eyes fell on the arms that Fang Mo and Ning Yulan were holding.
The young man is married? After Fang Mo helped her that day,
there was always a figure lingering in He Shiyuan's heart. In the parking lot, grandfather fainted in the first 10 seconds or so, as if a century had passed like a full field. Fear, helplessness, crazy swept inside. She herself didn't expect that someone would jump out to help like a god from heaven.
After that day, Fang Mo's figure stayed in her heart. She realized she seemed to like the man, even though the two hadn't even touched each other head on. In the next moment,
Gao Zijie was the first to come back to his senses and roared through clenched teeth.
Ning Yulan, you dare to hit me with your hands? Is it because you want the 2 Ninggao families to go to war? War? Ning Yulan smiled blandly. Fine, then let's go to war. What?
Gao Zijie originally thought that once his threatening words came out,
Ning Yulan would more or less tighten up.
Who knew that the woman didn't even take his threat seriously?
You're Ning Yulan, the legendary ruler of the No. 1 mansion in Jiangcheng? In the next moment, He Shiyuan,
who had never spoken,
looked at the woman in a daze.
At those words, Ning Yulan's head nodded lightly.
Ms. First time meeting, I've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you.
The background of the He family is a well-known top bank in all of China.
So of course Ning Yulan knows this He Shi Yuan, obviously in polite talk, but do not know why. He Shi Yuan vaguely from Ning Yu. A few moments of hostility read in Lan's eyes. In the next moment,
Ning Yulan said indifferently.
Our family husband is being bullied. I cannot sit back and do nothing. I clean up this crazy dog that bites indiscriminately. MS. He should have no opinion, right? No, actually we don't know each other well. Saying that, He Shi Yuan took a step back. Gao Zijie's face instantly changed. Apologize, repair the tombstone, and get the hell out of here, or else the Ning family ends all cooperation with your Gao family. Ning Yuan pointed to the tombstone on the ground. At those words, Gao Zijie's face sank. Who am I to listen to you? Don't forget, Ning Yulan, you've been straining your capital flow lately, and offending me who has the backing of the Jiangcheng Bank. Maybe you'll end up going out of business. Going out of business? If the Ning family were to go out of business so easily, I'm afraid I wouldn't even need you to tell me that I wouldn't be able to last 8 lifetimes. Ning Yulan clasped her arms around her chest, her pretty face slightly flashing a touch of playfulness. Oh, then we don't have to pay you back the money our Ning family owed us before. Just in time. What the hell? Owed money? That such words could actually be heard from someone as condescending as Ning Yulan. Gao Zijie felt incredulous. He was amazed and shocked. Does it mean that Ning Yulan would rather not have the company at all, but also want to fight for this breath today? Why? For a guy who looks like a mediocre guy? Gao Zijie was furious and completely stopped pretending in front of He Shi Yuan. Ning Yulan, don't you dare scare me here. I won't listen to you. What can you do to me? If you don't listen to her, I'll ask you to do the same. And likewise, if you don't obediently do as you're told, the He family will cancel any financial dealings with your Jiangcheng Gao family. Wow! It was He Shi Yuan who was talking. Gao Zijie's expression completely froze. This is really taut now. Although Ning Yulan's back is the famous Jiangcheng No. 1 mansion, Gao Zijie, who is in the banking business, is not afraid of Mr. Ning at all. Instead, it was what He Shi Yuan said that made him 3 times more afraid. MS. Ho! When faced with such a disobedient dog, one needs to be properly educated. Do you need me to do it for you? Ning Yulan held Fang Mo and winked her beautiful eyes at He Shi Yuan with a flirtatious expression. For the sound of a bird, an empty stomach etc. Grunt. Li Hao-wen and Fang Mo exchanged a glance, always feeling that the Ning Yulan at this time seemed a bit different, especially Fang Mo feel the most intuitive. Usually although Ning Yulan also like to hold their own, but also just lotus root arm and big arm attached to a piece. And now, Ning Yulan was half of her body's center of gravity pressed on Fang Mo, her 2 chopstick-like slender jade legs one in front of the other. Her coquettishly smiling style made it difficult for anyone to hold on to it when they looked at it. Thanks, Mr. Ning, but no. He Shi Yuan pulled out her cell phone. Hey, Grandpa, I want to be completely abolished starting today. Flop. Before the words were finished, Gao Zijie suddenly shouted, Don't, I apologize. He couldn't help but to bow deeply to Li Hao-wen. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I shouldn't have insulted your deceased brother. Mr. Li Hao-man, please, forgive me. Didn't you just hit someone? Forget it so soon? Ning Yulan lifted her delicate chin. Do it, do you need us to help you? Ning Yulan you bitch. Sooner or later, I'm going to hold you down and beat you up. And you, He Shi Yuan. Gao Zijie's heart roared madly, but now that the situation made him strong, he could only grit his teeth and raise his hand. Snap, 2 slaps to the left and right. Good, now you can get the hell out. Ning Yulan pointed out the exit with a smile, and Gao Zijie led a group of his men to leave with an angry face. Seeing the invincible Gao Zijie and the 2 women teamed up, 3 words as Gray rolled out, including the beginning of the cemetery to maintain order of the security guards are doubly a burst of pain. Serves him right, this kid. Ning Yulan then rushed at He Shi Yuan. MS. I've been looking for you for a few days, and I just happened to meet you today, so I'll get right to the point. The Ning family wants to establish cooperation with you. I've already prepared a project proposal, and I hope Miss He can help introduce Elder He. This is sure to be a win-win. Is it really a good time to talk about cooperation? Fang Mo glanced at Ning Yulan. Sister is really good at seeing things through. No wonder they all said that Ning Yulan had excellent business skills. He Shi Yuan was also surprised as she glanced at Ning Yulan. Mr. Ning deserves to be a legend in the business world, just for this rapid change of mindset. Can pull down the face not to do the stance. No wonder can seize a variety of opportunities. So that the flourishing Ning family is sitting on the throne of Jiangcheng business supremacy. But the introduction of the old man, I have a request. After saying that, He Shi Yuan glanced at Fang Mo. Her pretty face reddened and she slightly lowered her head. Ning Yulan raised a willow eyebrow as a flash of ominous foreboding flashed across her heart. I'd like to, borrow your husband. Chapter 29, thank you. Husband. Borrow your husband? What the hell? Listen, what's all this talk of tigers and wolves? Is this something you can borrow? Isn't that against the law? When these words came out, everyone in the room was staring with wide eyes, including Fong Mo himself, who was confused. You're talking about business. Why are you bringing me into this all of a sudden? Ning Yulan's face was almost instantly gloomy, the eyelids of her peach blossom eyes slightly upturned, her slender eyelashes slowly dropping, the beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and anyone who knew her could tell that the woman was angry. Please watch your words. I'm very careful with my words. He Shi Yuan smiled and glanced at Ning Yulan, then looked at Fong Mo, whose old face was red. I think young Fong is very nice, and although Mr. Ning and I don't have much contact, I can be sure that if Mr. Ning valued young Fong's character, that's why he chose to come together with him. Likewise, I am. But it's too late to start. Mr. Ning and Mr. Fong have both tied the knot, but I don't want to give up the only man who can make my heart sing, so I want to compete with Mr. Ning on a level playing field. Boom. The two women are facing each other. An iceberg aura domineering, willow eyebrow a wrinkle, there is an indescribable sense of oppression pouring down. The other one had a gentle temperament and a pleasant appearance, and although she was not as domineering as the former, she did not retreat half a step in the face of Ning Yulan's icy gaze. Geez, is this something I can watch without paying for it? Crap, what a blast. He Shiwan actually likes Mr. Ning's man. Fong Mo saved the galaxy in his last life. Right, why do so many outstanding women like him? The last one to open his mouth enviously was naturally Li Haowen. This kid forgets the pain after a good scar. Seeing Fong Mo become the meat and potatoes being fought over by two women, Li Haowen only felt his eyes peeing, and tears of envy slowly flowed. Why am I not the one being fought over by two women, even if it's just once? Missy is at least a great lady from a prestigious family. It doesn't seem too good to take someone's love, does it? The expression on Ning Yulan's face gradually became dangerous. At those words, He Shi Yuan clasped her hands over her chest. Then why don't you lend me 3 days to experience how does it feel to be a fangirl under? Although Mr. Ning is the only one in Jiangcheng, but when you look at the resources of China, it's a lot worse. Out of Jiangcheng there is a wider world outside. I think Fang Xiaosher has the right to choose for himself. Stop it. Yes, there is, but I don't want to. Fang Mo took a step back in panic. Besides, I'm not an object, so where's the borrowing? However, noticing that Ning Yulan's petite body was trembling with anger at the sudden news, Fang Mo crossed a flash of heartache under his eyes and reached out to hook the woman's soft and warm little hand. Miss He, I'm sorry, I'm already married. I like Sister Yulan. We're in love with each other. Otherwise we wouldn't have gotten together. Fang Mo stood out stiffly. At a time like this he couldn't let Sister Yulan face the blizzard alone. He and I have no contact, so it might just be that I had a little crush on me because I stood up for myself that day. It's not talk about liking, much less love. Sorry, Ho. Fang Mo tried his best to keep his tone calm and his attitude euphemistic. Still, when He Shilwan heard this, a flash of loss flashed under her eyes. On the contrary, Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes had an extra trace of deep emotion in them, as if she was quite moved by Fang Mo's rare confession. Really don't think about it? He Shilwan regretfully sked her red lips. Fang Mo coughed and red-faced sneaked a glance at the tall woman on his side. To like someone should be to like all of her. Not just money, power, and wealth, and likewise, to like someone should be to just like her as a person without being influenced by money, power, and wealth and all of that. If you see one and love another, it will only be like the elementary school textbook the biggest chief of wheat talks about, and you will get nothing in the end. Life doesn't stop there. But my love, this moment is enough for me to say I love you means I want to love you for the rest of my life, and my love comes to an end. Hearing these words, the sadness under He Shilwan's eyes flickered away. I see. It seems that young Fang and Ms. Ning are very happy together. Mr. Ning, it was me who took the liberty of apologizing to you just now. Young Fang was originally our grandfather's lifesaver. Our He family owes him a not-so-small favor, and I have no reason to refuse your request in the eyes of reason. So, please, the old man came today to give me. Grandma went to her grave, and his old man is at the cemetery, so I'll take you to him. After saying that, it seemed that He Shilwan didn't even want to linger on for fear of remembering the embarrassment of being rejected. Looking at He Shi Yuan walking ahead to lead the way, Fang Mo glanced at Ning Yulan. Sister Yulan, you go ahead. Li Haowen and I still have to visit his brother's grave. Just now, I haven't had the time to light 2 incense sticks before I bumped into Gao Zijie. More or less let Li Haowen say a few words to his brother before we leave. Otherwise it would be a bit too rude. At those words,
Ning Yulan nodded with tenderness in her beautiful eyes. I didn't think that this time my sister would still be in your good graces. If it were normal times, even if Ning Yulan had contacted Elder He with her connections, the other party wouldn't necessarily choose to lend a helping hand. But with He Shiyuan's word of lifesaver, Ning Yulan almost dared to be certain that the problem of capital turnover was 9 out of 10. After all, the Yi family never liked to owe favors outside. Tell your sister when you get back how you became the object of Miss Yi's favor. After saying this, Ning Yulan smiled coquettishly and attached herself to Fang Mo's face and kissed him lightly. This kiss came very naturally. Even Fang Mo himself only came back to his senses with reddened ears the moment the warm cool touch came. Ning Yulan clamped her voice and whispered in Fang Mo's ear. Thanks, hubby. Hiss. In an instant a crispy and electrocuted feeling spread through all the limbs and bones. Fang Mo couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Catatonic. Bitter smile. Sister Yulan, you should go now. Miss He is waiting for you. With those words, Ning Yulan laughed daintily as she walked in the other direction of the cemetery. The dozen or so bodyguards behind them stayed behind. These people were temporarily transferred by Ning Yulan from the nearby shopping mall to support the scene. They were well aware of Ning Yulan's thunderous demeanor. So one by one, they all brought along their guys. The result was a conflict that ended without much effort on the part of himself and others. What made each of them even more alarmed was instead the ambiguous physical contact between Mr. Ning and that youth. Mr. Ning actually got married? Gosh, what kind of god is that little brother, that he got the favor of two beauties at the same time, General Ning and Miss He. TSK, 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 MS. Ning and MS. He, one is sexy and provocative, the other is dynamic and energetic. It's really quite difficult to choose. Wake up, man. No one's making you choose. Li Haowen gratefully patted Fang Mo on the shoulder. You boys have helped me out again. Go to the grave. Fang Mo didn't take the credit because at the moment, the image of Ning Yulan's pretty face approaching and finally kissing up was still stuck in his mind. Thinking about the high and mighty cold imperial sister kissing herself in front of so many people, Fang Mo became a little fluttery in his heart. It's the vanity of gay men at work. That one. Can I have one? Right at this moment, a slightly despondent voice sounded behind Li Haowen. Fang Mo and Li Haowen both twisted their heads in confusion, only to see a plump, beautiful-looking purple-robed woman looking at the two of them with red eyes. She was followed by two other beauties beside her. Only those two beauties' attention was on Fang Mo, but it wasn't exactly Ning Yulan's three bosom friends. The three women were seeing Fang Mo for the first time, and when they looked closer, it seemed that there was nothing particularly outstanding about Fang Mo in terms of looks. However, the three of them were not people with high eyes, so they naturally wouldn't judge people by their appearance. Li Haowen froze for a moment and then asked tentatively, Are you, MS, Wu Jiabei? I've heard my brother talk about you, and the night he passed away, he had asked you to have dinner with him, and wanted to take me to meet my future sister-in-law. Hearing this, Wu Jiabei completely couldn't tense up and directly sobbed uncontrollably. Thinking of the bloodied and miserable state of Li Wenhan when she last saw him in the morgue, Wu Jiabei felt her heart clench. Li Haowen panicked for a moment and hurriedly handed over the packet of paper. Sister-in-law, don't cry. Life is all about looking forward. Wu Jiabei wiped her moist eyes, lit a piece of incense, and cried at the tombstone. Li Wenhan, do you know, the moment I looked at you lying in the cold morgue, my heart stopped beating, and the one less beat seemed to just make up for the heartbeat when we first met. In the next moment, Wu Jiabei stared at Li Haowen's face that was somewhat similar to Li Wenhan's, and her shell teeth violently bit her red lips. Since we've both lost the most important person to each other, let your sister take care of you instead of your brother. What? This line draws a change so fast that Li Haowen hasn't reacted yet. What the hell? Sister-in-law taking care of me instead of my brother? Fang Mo, who was on the side, also looked dumbfounded and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sister-in-law's temptation? Song Yu and Zhang Rong'a slapped their foreheads and were filled with black lines. This woman is also really. 1 second is to set up a deep love persona, but the result is that the next second even moved away from love. What instead of your brother taking care of you? It's clearly you, this stinky girl, who has seen the color. But it's a good thing that Wu Jiabei finally has her heart set on another man. Chapter 30, I just want you to be responsible for me. Sister-in-law. Some jokes don't hold up. Li Haowen swallowed hard. Wu Jiabei wiped her tears. Wasn't it you who said you wanted me to look forward? I looked up and saw you. What's wrong? You don't want to? The corners of Li Haowen's mouth were all twitching madly. Wu Jiabei also knew that even if Li Haowen was more open, suddenly letting him fall in love with his once brother's girlfriend was definitely something that challenged the bottom line of the three views. So the woman laughed softly and changed her words. Okay, I won't tease you. I actually have the same doubts as you. I also suspected for a while that the car accident in which Brigham Lee passed away was not a mere accident.
And I think you can work with me. In any case, 2 is always more powerful than 1, right? Investigating that car accident?
Only after hearing this did Lee Hao-won hesitantly nod his head.
Does your sister-in-law have a lot of information in her hands?
Wu Jiabei sniffed and nodded, naturally.
Why don't we go to my house tonight? Oh no. I mean, why don't you come by my house sometime? At least it was the anniversary of the death of Lee Boon-han. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to seduce someone's brother in such a reckless manner. But if she, Wu Jiabei, was treated as Lee Hao-wen's sister-in-law, Wu Jiabei herself felt that it was a bit absurd. After all, it was only then in the morning that Lee Van-han agreed to his advances. In the afternoon, he was gone. Before enjoying the love of her boyfriend, before experiencing the moment of becoming a woman, the 3 words Lee Wan-han completely disappeared from Wu Jiabei's world. She herself had even pondered over the years whether the relationship between her and Lee Van-han was considered a couple or not. Fong Mo, who was on the side, had 3 views and glanced at Lee Hao-won, who had an odd expression. Look, here's your fling. Ahem. Still on my brother's grave. Don't fuck. About half an hour later, Ning Yulan walked over towards this side. He Xiaowan didn't come out to see off the guests, but looking at the springy expression on the woman's face, it was clear that something good was going on. The little one has done sister a great favor. Say, what kind of reward do you want? How about rewarding sister me to you? Ning Yulan stepped on Valentino high heels, thump towards Fong Mo, the first time to hold the youth arm, soft rubbing Fong Mo's cheeks red, favoring the woman as if she did not know, but also shook Fong Mo arms. Put. Fong Mo's old face flushed. Why was Sister Yulan's scale getting bigger and bigger? In the past, they used to seduce themselves at home, but now they are directly and openly swinging outside. How embarrassing to be seen. As expected, he sighted on the 3 girls as well as Lee Hao-won. The crowd all had a look of disdain and were close to giving the couple the middle finger. Yulan, can you also pay attention to the occasion? We're still here. Can't you 2 just go home and get bored? Wu Jiabei rolled her eyes. Ning Yulan froze, and suddenly her head lightly nodded. Good idea. Fong Mo, come on, let's go home. Saying that, Ning Yulan pulled Shang Mo and wanted to leave. But where would Fong Mo be taken away by Sister Yulan like this? Isn't this equivalent to actually hammering them for doing something bad? If you don't want to lose face yourself, Sister Yulan wants it too. Fong Mo let out a bitter smile. Stop it. Sister. Poof. It is often said that show and tell. Other men see me, hate to immediately carry me home on the ground. You see me instead as a look of fear like a tiger. Do you say? Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes flashed with cunning. You don't like me? If I didn't like you, I'd have been more decisive than anyone else in saying divorce at the time. Fong Mo mumbled with a red face. Like, louder. Ning Yulan hemmed and hawed, pretending not to hear. Fong Mo's cheeks instantly reddened and he was about to open his mouth. Suddenly next to her, Wu Jiabei completely tensed up. Enough is enough. You 2 hurry up and disappear. It's annoying. There should be a degree for showing love. People are grieving. Ning Yulan, are you a human being? Isn't this rubbing salt into my wounds? Fong Mo sniffed. And only then did he slightly return his attention to notice a strange place. Does this Lee Ho-man's sister-in-law also know Sister Yulan? Just now, when he was suddenly molested by Ning Yulan, Fong Mo hadn't reacted yet, and only now did he realize that something was wrong. Ms. Wu, are you friends with Sister Yulan? This way of talking was almost like the way he usually got along with Lee Hao-won. Holy shit, your kid actually doesn't recognize me. Ah, did Ning Yulan not mention us girlfriends to you? I'm the maid of honor at your wife's wedding in 2 days. Wu Jiabei's eyes widened as she looked toward Ning Yulan for a I. At those words, Ning Yulan was directly restored to her usual cool demeanor. Well, it wasn't mentioned. My husband and I are in the middle of a sweet wedding. We can't say enough sweet things. What's the point of mentioning you guys to him for nothing? You. Wu Jiabei was furious and dry-eyed. Or Song Yu next to her gave a comforting cry. It's fine. It's fine. She is this kind of character you are not unaware of. Poisonous mouth and also bitchy mouth. Find a place to eat. If we continue to make a fuss, my hypoglycemia is going to be a problem. After saying that, Song Yu gave Zhang Rongha a wink signaling the woman to drive. Zhang Rongha hurriedly walked towards the outside of the cemetery. Because the 3 women also drove a car when they arrived. Li Haowen also drove a car, and Ning Yulan likewise drove a car. On another occasion, it would have been nice for a few people to go down to dinner in one car and come back up to pick up the car. The key problem is that it's a cemetery. Who has no reason to leave their car parked in a place like this for 8 or 10 days? Fong Yamo got into Ning Yulan's car. Li Haowen was dragged into Wu Jiabei's car, and his own car was driven away by Song Yu and Zhang Ronghe. Little guy,
Now you can properly talk to your sister about how you became the savior of the adult Miss He's family, and also swiped away the other Miss He's heart in the process, right? Ning Yulan held the steering wheel steady with both hands as she looked towards the bottom of the cemetery hill. At those words,
Fang Yamo gave a dry cough. Don't talk nonsense, Sister Yulan. Miss He should just be nice. Ning Yuan swept Fang Yamo with his afterglow. In fact, even if it's just a good feeling, sister doesn't want people to have eye on you either. Because I started out, it was because I had a crush on you that I gradually fell in love with you to the extent that I can't help myself now. Ahem. It was actually a few days ago when I was helping you alter your wedding dress at Ning's Mall. I went to the underground garage to get my car and just happened to bump into Missy's grandfather fainting. I didn't think much of it at that time when I had a hot flash of the brain. Plus Miss He said that there was no signal in the underground garage. I then helped carry the old man inside the mall. Fang Yamo shrugged.
Seeing that the old man was showing signs of mechanical asphyxiation, I gave him a Heimlich maneuver in passing.
And then the ambulance came.
And actually it seems like neither of us said more than 4 sentences in total. At those words, Ning Yulan hooked her red lips. Our brother is quite a charmer.
Talking even, without even 4 sentences.
He conquered the dreams of this capital's version of 20 million men.
The capital's version of 20 million men's dreams? Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment and immediately understood what Ning Yulan meant.
She herself was the dream of 20 million men in Zhangchang, while the Yi family was stationed in the capital.
The same high position of power, the same white skin, the same multiple wealth and billions. Isn't MS Ho the capital's version of the 20 million man dream? But there should be more than 20 million single young men in the capital.
Ning Yulan rolled her eyes when she heard this.
Is that the concern, stinky brother?
What? Trying to figure out how many love rivals there are between you and MS.
He? What? Actually,
I still prefer the dream of 20 million men in Zhangcheng.
Fang Yamo muttered in a low voice, and he didn't know if Ning Yulan heard it, but the carriage swished quiet. Promise me something, husband. Whom? She called me her husband? Fang Yamo froze for a moment.
This was the first time Sister Yulan called herself her husband when they were alone. The knots in Fang Mo's throat were rolling involuntarily.
What? At this moment,
Ning Yulan slowly drove into the entrance of a hotel. The sun was blocked by the high buildings. The parking lot is all light shining on the trees mapped on the concrete floor of the light spots.
The same Ning Yulan's delicate face,
also dyed with a circle of light halo.
At this time,
Ning Yulan was as beautiful as a scroll of oil paintings.
And in the next moment,
her vermilion lips lightly opened.
Don't ever just let another girl have your heart, okay?
There's a responsibility to others for tugging at their heartstrings.
And I, for one, want you to be responsible for me alone. Chapter 31, Sister, sleep with me tonight. Knock, knock.
When the sunshine once again through the car window sprinkled on the face of Ning Yulan, the car slowly stopped.
Fang Yamo did not answer Ning Yulan.
Only in his heart speculated on the thoughts of Sister Yulan.
To be honest,
this time together he determined his own heart.
He does like Sister Yulan.
But what Ning Shiyu said yesterday also lingered in Fang Mo's heart. The mansion itself does not have the so-called love to say. Not to mention the fact that it is such an outstanding person like Sister Yulan. Most of the marriages are just for the sake of a strong union.
To the Ning family, one was completely worthless. So Fang Yamo didn't know if Sister Yulan was nice to herself because she liked him,
or because she was born with a tender bone.
Whoever became her husband would be like that. And he, Fang Yamo, just happened to become this character? Even though he was now Ning Yulan's husband, Fang Yamo still felt that he didn't know her well enough. Sister Yulan. Fang Yamo glanced at the woman.
Ning Yulan met Shang Mo's sight, and the youth pursed his lips. Sister,
will we get a divorce? He doesn't want a divorce anymore.
Even if the marriage between the two had started out ridiculous and absurd,
after this period of time,
he suddenly wanted to be a married couple with Ning Yulan for the rest of his life.
Ning Yulan was silent for a split second, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Fang Yamo. Why? Why do you ask? Brother, what's wrong with you? Ning Yulan's tone was rare and urgent. Sister Yulan panicked? Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment.
He actually just wanted to ask what exactly Sister Yulan thought about herself.
He didn't expect Ning Yulan to instantly break her defense. Sister, don't be afraid. I'm just wondering if you actually like me. I am afraid of losing you. I don't want to suffer, like you, sister me, more than anyone else in the world.
Ning Yulan's shell teeth clenched her red lips. I will only flirt with the person I like. I will only shop with the person I like. I will only stand up for the protection of the person I like. Sister me, I will only kiss the person I like. So sister me, I like you very much. Likewise with marriage. Ning Yulan only wants to marry the person she likes. Precisely because she likes Fang Mo and has a crush to the extent that she loves him so much that she can't help herself. That's why they followed his movements and got a license to marry him.
Like me a lot? Fong Mo's heart tightened and he hurriedly grabbed Ning Yulan's delicate hand. Sister Yulan, I understand. Get off the car. They should have arrived as well. If we don't go down, everyone should be waiting in a hurry. With that, Fong Mo wanted to pull his palm out. He was a bit embarrassed. He was practically treating the gentleman with a petty mind. Why would he suspect Sister Yulan? No. Right at this moment, Ning Yulan was using her strength to hold Fong Mo's palm. The man's body was a little stiff. Not knowing what she wanted to do, he only felt Ning Yulan's gleaming gaze fall on his face. Watching Fong Mo's cheeks roll, the atmosphere in the carriage was suddenly charming. Ning Yulan's sharp breath slapped against Fong Mo's cheeks, tickling the man. It was as if she was afraid that the man would leave her in a minute, and her delicate jade face was close to sticking to Fong Mo's face. Brother, can I kiss you? Fong Mo was slightly stunned. The next moment, before the youth could answer, Ning Yulan's moving lips directly pressed up. The scent of a woman's body instantly filled his nostrils. Fong Mo's eyes were wide open, completely not expecting Sister Yulan to be so proactive at a time like this. The lips were slightly cool, accompanied by a hint of refreshing sweetness. Once in Fong Mo's eyes, Ning Yulan was like a heavenly fairy descending to earth. Cold, smart, talented, and a sister 7 or 8 years older. Fong Mo's respect for Ning Yulan even exceeded that of some of the 7 great aunts. And at this moment, this heavenly fairy-like woman was so close at hand, as if the iceberg had melted, like a clear spring relying on herself. Sister Moonlan. Fong Mo opened his mouth. Who knew that the woman's soft little tongue had deftly drilled in? He completely forgot to breathe now. The whole person was like a dumb goose, allowing Ning Yulan's sweet and greasy little tongue to roam around in his mouth. After about half a minute, Ning Yulan let go of Fong Mo with a red face. This was also her first tongue kiss, very different from Fong Mo who had forgotten to breathe. Ning Yulan's breathing was unknown how many times more rapid. Us? Fong Mo gasped and stared straight up. Ning Yulan's pretty face was as red as if she could squeeze out blood. Silly, why are you holding your breath when you're kissing me? Aren't you afraid of suffocating? Next time remember to change. Gas. I don't want to lose my husband to a kiss. Fong Mo nodded woodenly. Right at this moment, Ning Yulan suddenly let out an ah scream. What's wrong, Sister Yulan? Fong Mo hurriedly looked over. Ning Yulan's face was odd as she pointed out the window to Fong Mo's right. Only 4 faces outside stared at the two of them with anti-smiles. But it wasn't exactly Ning Yulan's 3 girlfriends and Li Hao one. Put. Below this Mo also instantly felt his ears rolling. When did they get here? Could it be that the entire scene of the two kissing just now was not seen by them? I'm not shy as a girl. Nerd. What are you shy about? After saying this, Ning Yulan directly pulled open the car door and shouted at the few people outside the car without any good humor. Have you guys seen enough? Never seen a porno. Or never seen a man have to be here to spectate people kissing? Wu Jiabei hemmed and hawed, pinching her orchid fingers to imitate Ning Yulan's gentle tone just now. Brother, I don't want to lose my husband to a kiss. Pust. Both men in the carriage blushed. TSK, Yulan, I didn't realize you still have this wild side. We really underestimated you before. If it wasn't for a few of us standing outside the car coughing, you two wouldn't be planning to start the big plan of having a baby directly in the carriage, right? Ning Yulan's pretty face reddened as she huffed. Get the hell out of here. Okay, Wu Jiabei, don't flirt with our family's general manager Ning. She has a thick skin. It won't do any harm to flirt with her. You have to flirt with her husband. Look at this little guy's neck is red. Song Yu smirked and flirted. It wasn't hard to guess that the same thing that responded to her was a blank stare from Ning Yulan. After getting out of the car, Fong Mo realized how different this place was, especially with Li Haowen chattering out next to him. I'll go. Isn't this that famous hot spring resort in Zhangcheng? Rumor has it that this place is a hot spring industry ceiling. I have not even come here. Under normal circumstances want to bathe here, but need a minimum of 3 days in advance to reserve the opportunity to book a room. And not absolutely. Once bad luck encountered some VIP level customers to cut in line, and have to rebook. Li Hao, when smacked his lips in shock, completely not expecting Wu Jiabei's comment about going to dinner to come to this place. Upon hearing this, Song Yu's brows flashed with a touch of complacency as he humbly smiled. I'm sorry to make you laugh. The outside world is touting some over-exaggeration. In fact, it's just a very ordinary hot spring resort. A very ordinary resort? This is the Song family's top money-sucking industry. And you call this ordinary? The annual revenue of this one resort alone is able to crush the income of more than 80% of the enterprises in Zhangcheng. And this is still ordinary? Could it be? Sister Song Yu, this is owned by your family? No way. I'm going. Really? The owner of Song Family Resort is actually right in front of me. Li Haowen opened his mouth, his face full of shock. Fong Mo was a bit surprised. Was this resort as exaggerated as Li Haowen said? Come on,
Let's not commercially blow each other off at a time like this. Wu Jiabei somewhat tastelessly pushed Song Yu and directly dragged Li Haowen towards it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Isn't someone's role substitution a little too fast to be jealous at this point? It seems like Li Xiao hasn't agreed to be with you yet, right? Maybe in 2 days Li Xiao may also become my little boyfriend. Wu Jiabei, what are you jealous? Song Yu knew full well that Wu Jiabei had a crush on Li Haowen's face, but she deliberately irritated her. Hearing this, Wu Jiabei gasped and scratched. Song Yujiao smiled and ran away, looking as if she had gone to shout for the manager to arrange accommodation for a few people. Fang Yamo and Li Haowen looked at each other and both wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. When these 4 imperial sisters are together, how do they talk more than one mouth? Soon, Song Yu brought over a few room cards. Come on, why don't you all decide how you're going to sleep tonight? Hearing this, Wu Jiabei once asked Li Haowen to share a room with her. The woman mouths off to spend the evening with Li Homan discussing the various suspicions regarding the car accident of Li Bunhan, but she was greeted with unmerciful blank stares from several other women. You little wannabe, don't we know what's in your heart? Song Yu collected a bit of ID information from a few people. Fang Yamo quietly tugged on Ning Yulan when he got his room card. Sister, aren't we going back tonight? Not going back. Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes blinked and her red lips hooked. What? Afraid to share a room with your sister? Then my sister had to find the 3 of them. Before the words were finished, the 3 Song Yu girls all waved their hands frantically in disgust. No, 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 we don't want to sleep with you. You're married with a husband. What's the point of sleeping with your girlfriends? That's just it. What if your husband wants you to touch him in the middle of the night? Although none of us are married, we don't want to seduce other people's husbands. Who dares to touch Mr. Ning's man? The next day I'm afraid that Mr. Ning will have to screw our heavenly cap in a minute. Hearing this, Fang Mo's old face blushed. Ning Yulan immediately revealed a pitiful expression and blinked her wonderful eyes innocently at Fang Mo. In that case, it seems that my sister is disliked. No one wants to take my sister then, so my sister will have to sleep outside for a night. Maybe I can meet a kind handsome man who was willing to pick my sister back and keep her for the night for a night. What? Hearing this, Fang Mo took the room card almost without thinking. No, I'll take it. Sister, sleep with me tonight. I'll take the couch and you take the bed. Chapter 32, Not Knowing His Birthday. When these words came out, the other 3 women were the ones who revealed an ambiguous look. It's nice of the little guy to think about it, but there's no couch for you to sleep on in this resort's king-sized room. It's just that none of the several women took the initiative to open their mouths to explain to Fang Mo, and unknowingly someone still fantasized that tonight should be just slightly ambiguous, but it would definitely be a calm day. He would never have guessed that what awaited him was the real storm yet. Just then, Song Yu, who had just finished checking in, came over suspiciously. Wow, Fang Mo, you're only 22, and it looks like your birthday is coming up this month. How does our Mr. Ning plan to celebrate her husband's birthday? At those words, the remaining few people's eyes also fell on Ning Yulan. Is my birthday coming soon? Fang Mo himself was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. With Lin Shirhan in some of these years, it seemed like he had forgotten about the business of birthdays in his heart, because every year when it was almost Lin Shirhan's birthday, Fang Mo had to prepare for a long time in advance at the woman's request. You have to book the hotel 3 months in advance, and then prepare all kinds of flowers for her. Rows of flowers. All this busy work alone had cost Fang Mo almost all of his living expenses. Where was he to think about his birthday? Why isn't our Mr. Ning speaking? I'll go. Ning Yulan, you don't know what day your husband's birthday is, do you? Right at this moment, Song Yu looked at Ning Yulan and didn't say anything for half a day, and then asked in surprise. Wu Jiabei and Zhang Rongna also looked at Ning Yulan. Ning Yulan's formerly cold and arrogant pretty face suddenly gained a touch of embarrassment. She didn't say anything, but her guilt-filled eyes stared at Fang Mo, and she took the initiative to reach out her plain hand to squeeze the youth's palm. Wu Jiabei saw that Ning Yulan had been showing love every day since she got her license, and she didn't know how jealous she was, but now that she finally caught a chance, she hurriedly gave a cold snort. TSK, TSK, our MS. Ning's heart is too big, isn't it? How dare she not even know what day her new husband's birthday is? For that matter, she still says she has a crush on. Before the words were finished, Ning Yulan captured the keyword crush, and the woman was startled and hurriedly kicked Wu Jiabei. This was something she hadn't planned to tell Fang Mo yet. She wanted to wait until after the wedding to tell the youth slowly. Wu Jiabei, this tough bitch, almost exposed my sister's secret. Sister Yulan, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly sweating? Fang Mo glanced at Ning Yulan with some doubt. In the past, he had rarely seen Ning Yulan lose her temper like this. She's a one-word iceberg female president. Joy and sadness rarely hang on your face.
Ning Yulan coughed. Oh, it's fine. The first floor of this resort is a bit too stuffy.
Wu Jiabei hadn't realized it was because she almost said the wrong thing and grumbled and complained.
What's the matter?
Our president Ning, who shows his love every day, doesn't even know what day his husband's birthday is, and he still has the nerve to take it out on me.
An innocent passerby. Brother Fong Mo. Sister, I'm not the one who picks fights. This is for me. I can't stand it. People Fong Mo, brother, people are yours. You actually don't know his birthday. Is this appropriate?
At those words, Ning Yulan frowned her willow brows, and Song Yu thought that the woman would dislike her 2 sentences back. I didn't expect Ning Yulan to nod seriously the next moment. Well, it is true that I neglected to pay attention to the date of our husband's ID when I was also a little drunk when I got the license.
Fong Mo, let's go. Saying that, Ning Yulan directly pulled Fong Mo and headed outside.
Wu Jiabei's 3 girls were all stunned.
Aren't you here for the hot springs? Why did you leave all of a sudden? What are you doing? Ning Yulan didn't even turn her head back, and her cool voice came out faintly. Compensate our brother. Sister Yulan, we're leaving like this? What about them? Didn't we come together? Are we just going to leave them alone? After being dragged out of the hot spring resort by Ning Yulan, Fong Mo was still a bit confused.
I drove for hours to get here.
Why did Sister Yulan suddenly say she was leaving?
I didn't expect to just leave the crowded area. Ning Yulan then turned her head violently, reddening her eyes as she wrapped her arms around Fong Mo.
I'm sorry.
The sudden soft fragrance in jade instantly made Fong Mo a little stunned.
More so because of Ning Yulan's sentence of sorry. What's wrong with Sister Yulan? Sister Moonlan. Why are you apologizing?
Ning Yulan's shell teeth bit her red lips. The past that she had not been involved in. She had actually been paying attention to the little one's growth.
However, Ning Yulan suddenly realized that she had even forgotten Fong Mo's birthday. It's not that she doesn't know. Just, forget it. It seems like it's because good things have been coming together lately. Finally getting the man who has been on her mind for 13 years. Precisely because she was finally able to be with him in name only. Ning Yulan was instead paying less attention to Fong Mo.
How he used to spend his birthdays was his own life,
not hers.
But now that she's finally in a position to help him celebrate his birthday,
she forgot. In the future, on all your birthdays, my sister will spend them with you, okay?
She used to only dare to hide in the shadows and silently follow Fong Mo's life, afraid that her sudden intrusion would break the youth's peace.
But not now. She's entitled to it. Yes. Fong Mo stammered and opened his mouth.
Ning Yulan smiled sweetly. Since you're approaching your birthday,
why don't my sister give you a present? Clam? Before Fong Mo could react,
Ning Yulan tugged herself into the car.
Like cars? How about my sister gives you a Lamborghini? Why are you giving me a car again? Stop it, Sister Yulan. Actually, I don't know sister's birthday. And besides, didn't we just start trying to get along as a couple? If Sister Yulan really wants to give me a gift, then I hope Sister Yulan's gift is. Fong Mo paused for a moment, glancing at the woman somewhat sheepishly. Always liked me. Not only does my sister not want a second marriage, but I actually don't want one either. As he said this, Fong Mo's voice became smaller and smaller, but the quiet compartment was clearly audible even with the buzzing of a mosquito,
not to mention the sound of men talking. So as soon as the words left his mouth,
Fong Mo suddenly felt his lips being blocked.
The move Ning Yulan unexpectedly kissed directly. Instead of closing her beautiful eyes like she did that time earlier, she opened them. 2 people face to face, 4 eyes relative. Fong Mo can see from the bottom of Ning Yulan's eyes thick deep love. For a moment, Fong Mo was in a bit of a trance. Sister Yulan's fondness for herself seems to have the precipitation of time in general.
This like thick and rich, like from the youthful crossing to a mature arrow,
has as if the wine after precipitation shows sweet and mellow.
Remember to breathe. In the next moment, Ning Yulan reminded a spinning tongue. Lotus root arms unconsciously surrounded Fong Mo's neck. Chapter 33, Traffickers. It was only after about 10 minutes that the two separated from each other. Panting, Fong Mo's red face couldn't stop coughing. Is this female goblin trying to swallow the poor monk's tongue?
The naked eye can see the corners of both their lips glistening.
Mr. Ning, I thought you would make up for it with practical actions. Just then, outside the carriage, Wu Jiabei was knocking on the window again.
You two might as well go upstairs to your room at the resort and kiss.
Maybe take it to the next step. It's not like you can do anything else in the car. No one will actually take you for a dummy if you don't talk.
Ning Yulan coldly glanced at Wu Jiabei outside the carriage. This woman was obviously nakedly taking revenge on herself for her frequent displays of affection over the past 2 days, so she intentionally followed over to stir up the two people's amorous feelings.
Alright, Wu Jiabei, cut the crap. This is going to be crowded.
I don't want to soak in a hot spring with a bunch of strange smelly men.
After saying this,
Zheng Rongha directly dragged Wu Jiabei towards the resort.
Fang Yamo sneaked a glance at Ning Yulan.
The strong woman's ears were still red.
Sister Yulan, let's go too. Don't want a present?
Sis is dying to make up for all the presents you owe for missing your birthday all these years.
Ning Yuaran was stunned. Oh, why say owed? Fang Yamo let out a light laugh. Isn't Sister Yulan the greatest gift from heaven?
If I can hear Sister Yulan say the 2 words good night to me every day,
I might be satisfied. My wife. But what about the dream of 20 million men in Zhangcheng? If I'm dreaming,
I hope this dream never wakes up.
Nerd.
Ning Yulan rarely heard love words from Fang Mo's mouth. Her pretty face flushed. It had been her own initiative, and she had thought that the boy wouldn't move so quickly. I didn't realize that he would also occasionally come out so 1 or 2 moving words of love, and it just happens to be able to poke his own inner soft place. By the time the two were back at the resort again, Li Haowen swept a glance at Ning Yulan and Fang Mo's flushed cheeks that had not yet receded,
and teasingly poked Fang Mo's arm. What were you doing?
Children keep out of grown-ups' business.
Fang Yamo scraped Li Haowen,
then glanced at Ning Yulan's sudden clasping of his own slender jade hands.
Sister Yulan, are the hot springs here really as exaggerated as Li Haowen said? Ning Yulan nodded slightly. Pretty much. Anyway,
before Song Yu was proud of this until she realized I was the heir to the Ning family.
Proud of it?
Hiss.
It does seem that way too.
Having such a money-sucking spa resort at home is truly something to brag about. If Li Haowen did not exaggerate, Song Yu's sister rely on this resort hotel is enough to go out and show off everywhere.
Words. Sister Yulan, didn't your friends know about you being the heir to the Ning family before?
Fang Yamo glanced suspiciously at the titillating Ning Yulan at his side.
They didn't ask, so why should I introduce myself? Besides, is it worth showing off? Only Song Yu likes to take this kind of thing and publicize it everywhere. And you know very well that sister I'm very low-key. Ning Yulan let out a light laugh.
There is also a very interesting thing
once Song Yu brought the same classmates to this resort. The result of the registration. The front desk, once I saw my ID card number, immediately came over to me and said, Miss Ning, you are our VIVIP level members. You can enjoy the independent presidential suite. Song Yu was humanly stupid at the time, playing hard to get his kick the can down the road. And that's just silly. Sister Song Yu was afraid that back then,
she was also thinking of showing off a small wave of bragging rights in front of a group of classmates.
Right? Who knew that he would run into Ning Yulan,
a great lady who was born with an overlooking buff? The most crucial thing was that although this big miss had a cool nature,
she didn't have much of a stance. Alright, I won't bullshit with you.
Sister, I'm going up to change clothes first. Go to the hot spring pool 088 later.
Sister will wait for you over there. 088? How come Sister Yulan even remembers the number exactly? Gulp. Just then, Li Haowen, who was next to him, suddenly cried out, Mr. Ning, the pretender.
No. 088 is the most luxurious private hot spring pool in the entire resort, and it has never been open to the public. I saw the news before that this hot spring pool was bought. I didn't believe it. Today I am completely convinced.
Is it hard for Mr. Ning's curiosity to have a private bath here? Sure enough, the pattern is still small. Just now Li Haowen thought that he had entered the bathtub and had the opportunity to.
We'll get a glimpse of the perfect body of 20 million gay men's dreams.
Only now do I realize that I've been thinking too much. Stop crying, or I'll leave you alone. Is this little thing hungry? Go on.
Make him some powdered milk.
Just then, a hoarse voice fell into Fang Mo's ears. Fang Yamo twisted his head towards the other direction of the hall.
Ning Yulan's 4 women had long gone upstairs, and at the moment there were only a few receptionists and Li Haowen in the resort hall. The sudden sound was extraordinarily harsh.
In the next moment, Fang Yamo also heard the movement of an infant crying.
2 heavily armed and wrapped up guys holding a child.
One of them tossed the bottle to the other, signaling him to make the formula. The other man reluctantly walked to the front desk. Please get me some water. Sir, we only have cold water here, and at this time of day, there aren't many customers, so we haven't boiled any hot water yet. The receptionist gave a bitter laugh at the difficulty. Cold water is cold water. It's good enough to wash away the powdered milk anyway.
The man didn't care and even shoved the bottle into the receptionist's hand.
Li Haowen eyed Fang Yamo frowning and looking that way,
and immediately patted his brother on the shoulder.
Fang Yamo, let's go. What are you looking at? Something doesn't feel right to me. Ha? Li Haowen was stunned for a moment before he could react. Fang Yamo then silently moved to the main entrance of the resort and quietly blocked the exit. Gentlemen,
it seems that a child of this age hasn't been weaned yet.
Right.
What he needs should be breast milk.
Isn't it a bit not so good to give a child formula milk? Breast milk?
One of the men frowned in displeasure as he saw someone meddling.
His mother isn't over here,
and it was an emergency for us, so we had no choice but to give the baby formula when he was hungry.
So what happened?
Formula. Cold water, even if it's brewed, the child will drink it and get an upset stomach.
Fang Mo's eyes narrowed as he seemed to be barreling with the other party. As a parent of a child, isn't this common sense obvious to you? It was only at this moment that Li Haowen realized that something was wrong. The tip of his heart trembled, and his eyes rushed to the child in the man's arms. The child's face is white with carved jade bracelets. The little face held discontent. The cute little mouth opened and closed, and the childish cries just came out of the vocal cords. The man was just dragging the child's back, but not patting the child's neck with his big arm. Children's cervical spine is not yet fully developed. If you hold a child in the wrong position, it is easy for the child to fall sick. There are two reasons why a child cries. One is hungry and the other is because it's uncomfortable to be held. This little flushed face looks like it's obviously been a little oxygen deprived. You're not the child's parent, are you? Li Haowen, who was an afterthought, finally shouted out as well. You're human traffickers. They're human traffickers. Somebody, there are human traffickers here. When Li Haowen's voice rang out, all the attention of the entire resort hall was instantly attracted by him. The words human trafficker are abhorrent to almost every responsible citizen. Countless travelers and staff members were all flocking towards this side. The two traffickers probably didn't expect to be exposed because of the milk powder, and both of them were a bit flustered. Kid, don't believe what you're saying. What human trafficker? Where is there a human trafficker here? So tell me, then, exactly how old is the child? And what is the child's name? Also, did the child get the smallpox vaccine against tuberculosis? Fang Mo acted quite calmly, his gleaming eyes staring straight at those two. Hit it. Of course I did. Look at this little guy's arm and the marks left over from the vaccination. The man holding the child suddenly became agitated. Smallpox vaccine. Of course I got it, he said, and tugged the child's arm open to give the crowd a sign. A few onlookers were instantly shocked, and really vaccinated. This person even knows all this. Is it possible that he is really the child's parent? However, when Fang Mo saw this, he let out a cold smile. I'm sorry, but our country stopped vaccinating newborns against smallpox in 1981. Only the previous generation got this type of vaccine. And, just to give you a little more knowledge, the smallpox vaccine isn't a preventative against tuberculosis. What newborns need to be vaccinated against within 3 days of birth now is the BCG vaccine, which is also derived from cowpox. So BCG is also effective in preventing smallpox, but they're two different things. You, not the father of the child at all. Boom. The whole room was shocked at these words. Even Li Haowen looked at Fang Mo with a shocked expression. This kid even knows such cold knowledge? He'd seen scars from vaccinations on his parents' big arms before, and thought they were the same as the stuff he'd been inoculated with when he was born. Get them, they're human traffickers. Fang Mo rushed a few security guards next to him and gave a reminder. In fact, he didn't even need to say anything. A group of security guards had already rushed up with the intention of holding those two guys down. As the saying goes, thieves do not fight for 3 years to confess. Horse feet exposed. The two do not break. At first the guy who made the child's formula tried to pull out a butterfly knife to resist, only to run to the door just before realizing that Fang Mo was already standing by to guard the door. Even though I'm a thin dog, I only have to be able to hold out for 3 seconds before the others rush up and take control of you. So I suggest you. Enough, kid, go to hell. The thugs obviously mind quality cannot. At the moment saw the plan failed. Annoyed and angry as remembered Fang Mo. Not only did he not retreat, but the butterfly knife in his hand also cut straight towards Fang Mo's throat. Li Haowen was shocked. Fang Mo, retreat. Just then, Fang Mo was taking the initiative to step forward, squinting his eyes to dodge the butterfly knife attack. Immediately punch in the gangster's jaw. The other screamed, his head high up. Fang Mo was to grab the shoulders of a knee top hard hit the chest. Bang. Perfect KO. My advice is actually for you to be honest, because even though I look like a bully, I still have that much fighting power against ordinary people. Fang Mo clapped his hands. There was a brief silence, followed by a round of applause. Li Haowen was all shocked and clapped his palms red. You kid, you're in deep shit. Over the top. Fang Mo was still planning to shallowly pretend. Who knew that a fragrant wind came from behind? Before Fang Mo could react, a pair of jade hands ruthlessly pinched the youth's ears. You've got it in you to outwit a gangster? Ning Yuelan pressed tightly against Fang Mo's back. If anything happens to you, have you considered the consequences of my sister me becoming a widow? You can't have a man like you who doesn't have a wife in his heart. I'm going to punish you by not allowing you to go to bed tonight. After saying that, Ning Yuelan viciously bit Fang Mo's ear. Hiss. The youth sucked in a crazy breath of cold air at this pain. Fang Mo looked aggrieved. Yuelan's sister. You belong to the dog. Chapter 34, Kissing is a Habit. Many thanks. Many thanks. Many thanks to all of you. Many thanks to the little brother for his bravery. The little one is the ancestor of our family. If we lose it, my daughter-in-law can kill me.
Just now it was in the hot springs soaking in the bath. Dozed off. I did not expect to wake up. The child is gone.
10 minutes later.
A young man wrapped in a white bathrobe stood in front of Fang Mo's few people, expressing his gratitude gratefully.
When Fang Mo saw this,
he felt that it was quite interesting. This father is also really big-hearted. He can even leave his child alone in the stroller next to him to doze off when he is soaking in the hot springs.
Gentlemen, why don't you leave your contact information and come back for dinner?
The man wrapped in a bathrobe hemmed and hawed. He wasn't bad looking and had an extraordinary aura about him. It looked like it should be the son of some famous family as well. Ning Yulan waved her hand instead. I suggest you should call your daughter-in-law to report it first. The dinner thing is not important. Let the family nanny or something like that come over quickly to pick up the child and take it to the hospital. Traffickers usually give children drugs that have a sleeping effect. These are very damaging to the body.
And if you don't seek medical attention in time, the consequences are endless. Hearing this,
the man also slammed the back of his head.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if you eat. The key is to send your kids to the hospital first to check their health.
He couldn't even be bothered to go back to his room to change his clothes this time. Wearing his bathrobe, he directly ran towards the parking lot outside the resort. Gentlemen,
then allow me to take a step ahead.
Let's contact each other by phone later.
Hearing this,
Ning Yulan and Fang Mo on the first floor looked at each other in dismay. Both of them were somewhat speechless. For a moment it was surprising that he didn't know whether to say that this father had a big heart or loved his son.
Big brother, you are leaving a contact. I fucking even your phone is not. I take the idea to contact you. Fang Mo rolled his eyes. But by standing up for justice today, Fang Mo didn't think of asking for any payment. The father is a livewire.
I just don't know if the kid will be checked out at the hospital for something else. He mentally prayed for the little being. Ning Yulan glanced at Fang Mo. Don't think that I'll let you off just because you've done a good deed. Tonight I'm going to make you properly copy the Ning family's male virtue scripture for me 100 times.
Is there such a thing?
Yes. There is only one sentence in it. The sky is the biggest. The wife is the biggest.
Take your time to feel it yourself. After saying this,
Ning Yulan rolled her eyes and headed upstairs.
Walking away,
Fang Mo saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly followed behind his sister with a resentful smile. Sister Yulan,
don't be angry. Am I not fine? My grandfather said that people like human traffickers, even if they are thrown into prison, they are still guys that even thieves despise. And what can this kind of guy, who doesn't have the slightest bit of basic moral ground, be capable of?
Fang Mo, seeing that Sister Yulan seemed to be really angry and remained unmoved by her own juggling, again hastened his pace,
deliberately walking in front of Ning Yulan,
half his head twisted sideways to look at the woman.
Sister, don't be angry, okay? What's the point of kissing if pampering works? Fang Mo froze.
The two had already entered the elevator at this moment, and no third person existed in the quiet space. Ning Yulan always had her arms hugging her chest,
beaming her little face in an unhappy manner. But even so,
even when Ning Yulan was angry, she still gave off a showy feeling.
Come on, you've got one floor to go, and if you can't coax me before you get out of the elevator, I'm not talking to you this afternoon.
What's the rush?
Fang Mo stiffly approached Ning Yulan.
The woman closed her eyes straight away, her blown skin glistening seductively in the dim light of the elevator.
Fang Mo's heart thumped.
This was the first time he had taken the initiative to kiss a girl.
In the next moment, Fang Mo's lips gently kissed Ning Yulan's pretty face.
It was only then that Ning Yulan's red lips hooked and a smile flashed under her eyes.
I'm your wife. How can I kiss my face? Kiss the mouth. Saying that, the woman's lotus root arm directly encircled Fang Mo's neck. Ding dong. When the elevator door opened, the three women waiting outside were Song Yu, as well as Li Hao-wan, who took the lead to go upstairs to take refuge when the situation was not right. The door opens, only to see a man and a woman kissing passionately in the elevator. The youth's skin was red as if it had been burned by fire, directly to his ears, while another slender silhouette guided the youth to adjust the angle with his breathing. All four people's mouths opened wide in an instant, so big that they were able to stuff an egg. What the hell? How did they both start directly in the elevator? This wave of direct Dragon Slayer knife. A knife 999 storm. Why do we have to worry about the two of them also ran to the elevator mouth? This is not looking for abuse it. Beg Mr. Ning, Fang Mo, you two be individuals. Otherwise I can't help but start craving sweet love. Li Haowen cried out. Only after hearing this did Ning Yulan and Fang Mo slowly separate. Fang Mo was much more natural than before. Whoever kisses 3 times in one day and gets caught in the act should get used to it. Poof. Ning Yulan arrogantly scraped at her 3 girlfriends. Without saying a word, he pulled Fang Mo towards the end of the corridor. Over there was Ning Yulan's own separate hot spring pool. Ning Yulan was a big customer of this place when she was in school, and would usually come here to take a dip to relax her body when she was stressed.
They're not going to have another dragonfly play later, are they? Li Haowen stared at the duo's backs and brainstormed a somewhat astringent image.
Hearing this, Wu Jiabei suddenly smiled delicately. Why don't we try it too? Sister-in-law, come on, I'm on my period today. What? Beside her,
Song Yu as well as Zheng Ronghe were all laughing at the words.
Is it okay for a man to say he's on his period?
When soaking in the hot spring, Ning Yulan that bath was completely separate from Fang Yamo.
Two people just in different pools didn't get a chance to kiss again either.
Although he was able to see the woman's thinly clothed body when he occasionally turned around,
Fang Yamo suppressed his inner fire and relaxed his whole body and mind. Instead,
images of the two kissing several times today came involuntarily to mind.
Sister Yulan's lips are so soft and fragrant.
He didn't even know what to use to describe a woman's red lips when she was soft. He only felt that when he kissed,
Sister Yulan was close to his body,
as if her entire body was about to merge into his body. Time passed slowly without realizing it.
Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan took a bath and planned to get something to eat.
This site is a resort and not just a spa hotel, so a buffet is provided. The two changed and headed back down towards the bottom.
Probably because of the several skin-to-skin encounters today, the relationship has taken a qualitative leap again.
So even the movements when they go out and hold hands have become much more natural and fluid.
Yulan,
in a while we're planning to go to the barbecue for some barbecue and a little drink.
Do you want to join us? A barbecue buffet?
Seeing that Song Yu also walked over with a flushed face and wet hair.
Fang Yamo hurriedly watched his eyes and nose. Ning Yulan glared angrily at Song Yu,
seemingly annoyed at how the woman had run here without even cleaning herself up,
but noticed Fang Mo's lowered and shy appearance.
Ning Yulan smiled contentedly again. The little guy did know how to be impolite at this time. How boring would it be to have a little drink and chat, or else take a bath and just rest?
Chapter 35, Don't play tricks like this. Song Yu was once again renewing his invitation.
Ning Yulan pondered for a moment and tugged on Fang Mo's palm. Brother,
going or not? Fang Yamo thought about it. It would only be a little over 8 o'clock, and if it was just himself and Sister Yulan eating alone, he thought it would only be 9 o'clock out.
Long night next to a soft scent.
Who can sleep? Go. Then go shallow and eat some. Song Yu then smiled and led the way.
Ning Yulan held hands with Fang Yamo all the way. A few acquaintances bumped into Mr.
Ning and greeted him warmly. Ha, Mr. Ning, long time no see. Hello, is this your cousin next to Mr. Ning? Pretty good looking. Indeed. Fang Yamo had been soaking in the hot springs and being smothered in that hot and humid environment all afternoon.
The original white face was even more covered with a hint of redness, looking like a big boy who had just come of age. It was understandable that uninformed people would misunderstand him as Ning Yulan's cousin.
Ning Yulan, however, didn't hide the relationship between the two, and every time she met someone, she would be generous and introduce Fang Yamo to the other person. This is my husband. Husband? Mr. Ning actually got married?
You have encountered this type of conversation no less than 3 times along the way to and from the house.
Did your sister used to come here often?
It was only when they were almost at the open-air barbecue place that Fang Yamo confusedly asked a question at Ning Yulan.
At that, the woman laughed softly. Well, sort of very often. Otherwise, sister wouldn't be a super VIP here.
After the words were spoken, Ning Yulan glanced at Fang Yamo and suddenly came close to the youth's ear.
What's wrong? Is it because you're afraid that your sister has come to the hot springs with someone else? No. Fang Mo's old face suddenly turned red and he hurriedly waved his hand frantically.
But in truth that was really what he had in mind. After all, he had never approached Sister Yulan's life before, so he had no idea what kind of hobbies women had. A woman liking to take a bath was just as incomprehensible to Fang Yamo as a man liking to wash his feet. Unless it is said that this resort has been hidden by Sister Yulan's golden house.
Fang Yamo thought with indignation in his heart. But on second thought, Fang Yamo shook his head to himself again. I'm wondering what chicky. Weird stuff. She's Ning Yulan. So many years even a little gossip is not the imperial sister female president. If you really want to do something, hidden from the media also hidden from Li Haowen. The first line of melon eating sunrise masses? Holy shit, you two are so slow. Walking 100 meters and grinding can get you out of a marathon. Just then, Song Yu, who was not far away, suddenly gave a middle finger at the two. Even if you guys want to warm up, there's plenty of time tonight. Can't we just have a nice little chat? Wu Jiabei's few people sitting at the open-air barbecue stand also rolled their eyes, seeing as how he and Sister Yulan seemed to have caused public outrage. Fang Yamo then touched the tip of his nose resentfully and coughed dryly. Sorry a few sisters. Zheng Ronghe smacked his lips. See how good a talker brother Fang Yamo is? We've known Ning Yulan for so many years, but we've never heard the word sorry in her mouth. Ning Yulan, apart from Fang Yamo, would always look like a high and cold iceberg in front of outsiders. She simply ignored Zhang Ronghe's tirade and tugged Fang Yamo to casually sit down at the heel of the table. It wasn't too cold, and a few people were around the fire, and the fire lit everyone's faces red in the night. Ning Yulan's body just bathed in the body scent continues to come. Fan Yamo had been soaking in the hot springs is a bit fluttery.
This is even more smell apes up.
Eat something? No need to be polite with me. Song Yu handed everyone a copy of the menu. Zhang Ronghe grunted, who would be polite to you? This place is supposed to be in your house. Wu Jiabei waved her hand indifferently. Eat whatever you want, but since it's rare for everyone to get together today, it just so happens that Yulan doesn't have to go home early tonight, and his husband is right behind him. So let's have some wine. A few of the women shouted for everyone to sit over just so. Seeing that none of the people at the table refused the offer, Wu Jiabei directly called out to the waiter, hold a case of beer for us, please. How much? A box? Fang Mo's eyes widened. Can you finish it? There's only a few of us.
Ning Yulan seemed to read the confusion under Fang Mo's eyes and said with a smile,
don't underestimate them. Wu Jiabei is the most important person in Jiangcheng. The famous nightclub princess.
Zhang Ronghe's family's own industry is also related to the alcohol culture, so you can basically think of her as having grown up soaking in a vat of alcohol.
As for Song Yu, if she doesn't want to get drunk, it's basically impossible to get her drunk with anyone. Sister me. Usually socialize quite a lot. You see when Jiangcheng media rumors about me? That's true.
Ning Yulan was in a high position of power, so drinking games were definitely rare. But not even a hint of empty gossip is enough to show that the woman's capacity for alcohol is also unusual.
So it's just me and Li Ho Man at the table? In the next moment,
Ning Yulan lowered her eyes and flipped through the menu. Several of them have a good capacity for alcohol.
One case is just their amount.
You'd better see how much you and Li Haowen can drink on your own.
Then get us both a bottle each. Say yes to a shallow drink. Fan Yamo remembers what it was that brought him together with Sister Yulan.
Now mentioning the word drinking in front of Ning Yulan,
Fan Yamo had the feeling of wanting to find a crack in the ground. The last time I drank too much,
I dragged Sister Yulan to get a license by myself. God knows what other crazy things he would do if he drank one more time. If he drags anyone else into getting a license, he'll be guilty of bigamy. The good thing is, with my sister watching, I should be fine with a shallow, lesser drink. Holy shit, you two big old men only drink one bottle ah? When Wu Jiabei heard this, she was not happy. We play games and drink very quickly.
1 or 2 bottles in a minute. Alright, if Fang Mo can't drink,
I'll drink for him. Ning Yulan waved her hand. She had seen Fang Mo's drunken behavior. If our brother gets drunk and crazy, there's not a single person present today who can stop him.
Hearing this, all three of Wu Jiabei's ears revealed a look of confusion. They weren't aware of the truth behind Ning Yulan's flash mob, and only Li Haowen pursed his lips and stifled a couple of laughs. Sister Yulan, didn't we agree not to mention it? Fang Mo looked at Ning Yulan with a dark face.
The woman then covered her jade mouth and giggled twice.
Fine. My sister won't mention it.
The rest of the men in Jiangcheng would not know what to be happy about if they dragged the imperial lady president to get a license after drinking too much.
Only Fang Mo, the kid, has a face of triumph. It's a cheap shot, and it's treated as black history. Soon the roast came up. Panko, thick cut beef, wagyu beef, and a wide variety of top quality ingredients are available. All of them were not polite with Song Yu and copied their chopsticks to feast. Brother, try this. Ning Yulan had been grilling meat for Fang Mo like a little nanny the entire time, causing the youth to be a little embarrassed. Wu Jiabei looked on with red jealousy and said sourly, TSK. Someone has been busy for half a day and hasn't eaten a single bite of his own, just focusing on grilling meat for others. Ning Yulan, you don't need to lose weight even with this figure. What, love being a babysitter? Hearing these words, Ning Yulan raised her eyes in a salty manner. No, I don't really like being up there. I'm afraid of puking on our brother's face if I eat too much. Not to mention that when I go back, our brother can give me food down there too. What noodles? There are noodles in the room and no pot. Wu Jiabei's hands moved and suddenly froze. Fang Mo had taken the lead and coughed like crazy. Cough. Good lord, how does Yulan-san manage to open the most meaty yellow mouth with the calmest expression? The remaining 3 women also blushed, lightly spitting at Ning Yulan, a married young woman with a foul mouth. When the food was almost done, Wu Jiabei proposed to play a game. Let's just play what you have and what I don't. You do and I don't? Fang Mo was stunned for a moment. In fact, he had rarely gone to a drinking establishment over the years, including the dice game he hadn't even learned to understand yet. Wu Jiabei hemmed and hawed. When it came to table games, she had the absolute right to speak at times like this. The game is simple. It's where everyone puts up 5 fingers each and we each say one thing we've done. And if we've done it, we put down a finger. And if we haven't done the same thing, we keep the finger. And we see who's got the most fingers in a round. The person with the most to drink is going to drink.
It does seem fairly simple just to hear the rules.
But for some reason,
Fang Mo's heart suddenly flashed with a touch of ominous foreboding at this moment. It was because Wu Jiabei's gaze towards herself and Ning Yulan was filled with ill will. Apparently it was Wu Jiabei who was annoyed that the two of them had been showing love all day long, and was planning to take the opportunity to get her revenge back at the wine table.
The rules are clear to everyone. White, right? Wu Jiabei slyly glanced at a few people. So let's get started. I'll start by saying, I'm not married. What? Not married? Can you still say that? Wu Jiabei, Song Yu, Zhang Ronghe, and Li Haowen all put down a finger with a smile. The only couple present to get married was Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan. Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes narrowed. The next moment, it was Song Yu's turn.
Song Yu also gave a bad grin. I don't have a favorite.
Put. Nima. Targeting. That's fucking naked targeting. Several people at the table put their fingers down again.
When it was Zhang Ronghe's turn,
Fang Yamo couldn't help but get nervous.
Only Zhang Ronghe smashed his lips.
It's my turn to talk, isn't it? That person I like is not at this drinking table. That's so nice.
For the four of them to target like this,
they were properly intending to make Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan, the couple, drink but Fang Yamo just let out a bitter laugh. Ning Yulan then coldly snorted, I can have children. At this moment, on the wine table, Li Haowen, Song Yu, and Wu Jiabei all had only 2 fingers left. Ning Yulan and Fang Yamo, however, still had 5 fingers left, and without any surprises, it would definitely be the 2 of them who would end up drinking. As a result, when Ning Yulan said this, Fang Yamo and Li Haowen instantly stared in disbelief. Li Haowen blurted out a sentence, Mr. Ning, or are you ruthless, sacrificing your husband?
This wave of Ning Yulan herself put down a finger, and she was left with 4. The remaining 3 women were left with only 1 finger,
and the 2 male compatriots, Fang Yamo and Li Haowen,
were definitely unable to complete what Ning Yulan had said.
But then, the last person to drink was, unsurprisingly, Fang Yamo.
Fang Yamo opened his big innocent eyes and glanced at the woman beside him who was pursing her red lips in a flavorful manner and crying.
Sister Yulan, you don't bring you to be a rascal like this. Chapter 36, 2 children in 3 years. What? It's not a fact that your sister can give you children? Fang Yamo grunted. Sister Yulan, you forced me to do this.
Husbands and wives are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble.
You want to run? No way. Fang Yamo said indignantly. Me, can't have kids. Wow. Wu Jiabei had already gotten excited.
Looking at this little couple finally imploding, Wu Jiabei's lips hooked up with a treacherous smile. Ning Yulan also didn't expect the little guy to be so vindictive,
crying and laughing as she glanced at Fang Yamo. Sister won't help you drink later.
Poof.
Fang Yamo indignantly scraped a glance at Ning Yulan. If you don't help, you don't help. And it's you, sister,
who sacrificed me first.
Now,
the situation became that except for Fang Mo's husband and wife,
the rest of the people were left with only 1 finger.
The finale question came to Li Haoman. He cleared his throat and was about to speak, but who knew that Ning Yulan suddenly glared at him. No talking about targeted issues, or I'll cancel the cooperation with Li's group tonight.
Why is our Mr. Ning still in a hurry to play a game? Next to her,
Wu Jiabei and the others were all crying and laughing a little, not realizing that the hallowed imperial lady president Ning Yulan would also have this rare little kid side. After knowing each other for so many years, they hadn't even seen Ning Yulan with this roguish look on her face. I guess it was also because of the youth next to her that Ning Yulan had made these changes, right?
Then,
Li Haowen wiped a cold sweat from his forehead.
I don't write novels. Snap. Fang Yamo was furious and slammed the table. Li Haowen, you dead traitor.
Saying that the rich and powerful can't be lusted after,
the mighty can't be bent, and the poor and lowly can't be shifted. Dog, isn't this a proper target for me? Li Haowen eyes Fang Yamo angry look, but also a bitter smile.
Your family Ning always said on the mouth that you are not allowed to ask targeted questions. Under the table or fast with Valentino high heels to my toes. I'll be damned if I don't understand what Mr.
Ning means. Fang Xiao, this has to be blamed on your sister Yulan.
Who made your sister Yulan play the scoundrel and sacrifice her husband first?
Otherwise, in the end,
the highs and lows would still be able to have someone to drink with you. Wu Jiabei watched the fun and playfully stirred up trouble.
Fang Yamo glanced at Ning Yulan with a puff of anger.
Who knew that the woman had no remorse?
And her pretty face held a sense of amusement. What's wrong? Is our brother angry?
Poof.
Fang Yamo picked up the mug of root beer on the table and gulped down a mouthful of it.
Root beer cup. This cup is the amount of a bottle of beer.
More than 600 milliliters directly into the stomach. Fang Yamo instantly felt a burst of bloating. Beer on the head is not so fast. He just feel very dizzy. Wu Jiabei let out a bad smile. Then let's continue. This game is just totally unfair to couples.
Especially if they both weren't flush after the first round.
Almost every round, either Fong Mo or Ning Yulan drank, and the box of wine was quickly dried up. The three Songyu girls actually didn't even get 2 bottles. The rest all went into Fong Mo and Ning Yulan's stomachs. Fong Mo loosened the waistband of his pants without a trace and burped a few times with a hard look on his face. Damn. This beer stuff is so bloated. He twisted his head towards Ning Yulan, and probably because of the wine he had drunk, a circle of redness also covered Sister Yulan's delicate and white pretty face. Flavorful and delicate. However, the woman's demeanor was still as calm as usual, completely unable to tell that she had dunked a bellyful of beer. And Ning Yulan even moved gracefully when she drank the beer. Jade hands gently cupped the handle of the beer glass, then brought the mouth of the glass to her lips, and there was no sound of gurgling and swallowing, but the beer in the glass diminished as far as the naked eye could see. Doesn't she get a tummy ache? Fong Mo bitterly laughed. Ning Yulan expression pressure cannot see the woman is clunking hard to pour a few rounds, as with their own at least 3 or 4 bottles of the same way. Fong Mo's line of sight unconsciously moved downward, staring at Ning Yulan's flat belly. There wasn't even a trace of flab on her stomach. Fong Mo had seen Ning Yulan's perfect little belly sack by chance last time when he gave her stockings. Just how big a stomach could fit inside this A4 waist? The 9th greatest unsolved mystery in the world. Where all the wine Ning Yulan drank went. Fong Mo scratched the back of his head. Perhaps it was also the alcohol that caused him to have doubts in his mind. So he dared to raise his hand and touch directly towards Ning Yulan's stomach. Ning Yulan was all surprised by Fong Mo's, startled by the unexpected movement. What are you doing? Fong Mo's face flushed red and he frowned. Strange. Where did all the wine in Sister Yulan's stomach go? As soon as those words came out, Ning Yulan's pretty face immediately blushed. Next to Songyu, several women were also staring at Fong Mo with wide-eyed amazement. Isn't this kid a recipient? When had he dared to flirt with Ning Yulan so actively in public? The next moment, Fong Mo did not know whether the brain into the alcohol or made a mistake. Raised his hand to unlock Ning Yulan's belt. She wore the small suit lining belt once spread out. The inside is a vacuum. Only then did Ning Yulan's pretty face carry a thinly veiled anger and fiercely slapped Fong Mo's palm. I blame you guys. This has fucked our little guy up high. A big 5 feet 8 inches. Do you know how hard it was for me to get him home before? Wu Jiabei and the girls don't care how difficult it is for Ning Yulan. A few of them are all gloating. They can't wait to see Fong Mo laughing. Ning Yulan viciously tugged on Fong Mo's arm. Come on. Go to bed with your sister. No. I'm not drunk. Fong Mo burped, his drunken appearance making the few people at the table somewhat unable to hold back. Li Hao won. Give me a hand and move him up. After saying this, Ning Yulan scraped a glance at the several women. I'll settle the score with you few later. Mr. Ning, we are helping you. They say that alcohol makes you crazy. Your little brother is obviously an introverted nature. If he didn't drink too much, where would you have a chance? Isn't that right? Wu Jiabei let out a bad smile. Hearing this, Songyu nodded in agreement. Maybe you won't even be able to turn into a woman on your wedding night. I can't thank you enough. Ning Yulan rolled her eyes without any good reason. Wu Jiabei was still arching the fire behind her. Playfully, Mr. Ning, good things come in pairs. Like tonight, a hair into the soul. By the time you 3 years to have 2 Ning Yulan, get out. Chapter 37, shame on you. Li Haowen at least still have the strength. Plus Fong Mo is not bloated with a well-built body. So Li Haowen alone was basically able to carry Fong Mo back to his room. And the delirious and somewhat confused Fong Mo was stammering all the way. However, his voice was so low that both Ning Yulan and Li Haowen ignored the youth. Sent to the doorway of the No. 088 hot spring pool box. Ning Yulan then waved her hand to indicate that Li Haowen could leave. She herself took Fong Mo from Li Haowen's shoulders. And Ning Yulan's slender waist couldn't help but sink. Nice guy. When did my brother get so fat? Fuck off. Don't touch me. I have a favorite. Probably because he was confused and smelled the perfume. The muddled Fong Mo suddenly became grumpy and shook his head with open teeth and claws. Ning Yuan sniffed and approached the youth thoughtfully. Who's your favorite person? Ning. Hiccup, the Ning family's big miss. Hearing these words, Ning Yulan's heart was sweet. Don't you touch me. I'm getting married soon. I can't apologize to Sister Yulan. Or she'll be sad. Ning Yulan suddenly wanted to tease this little guy. Is it possible that your Sister Yulan doesn't like you at all? As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, Ning Yulan only felt Fong Mo's palm viciously lunge towards her, frightening the woman into taking a step back in a hurry. Ooh, and angry? The little guy is still really easy to break defense. If she had been a second later and hadn't been able to dodge, she would have gotten her face scratched by Fong Mo. Nonsense. Nonsense. If Sister Yulan didn't like me, why would she treat me so well? If she didn't like me, would she have gotten a license with me? Sister Yulan likes me. After saying this, Fong Mo swooned even more.
Ning Yulan had to use both hands to drag the youth to maintain his balance and not let Fong Mo fall head over heels to the ground.
Isn't the little guy too dumb? Turns out it was able to sense that I liked him. In the next moment,
Ning Yulan pushed open the door of the room and skimmed Fong Mo onto the bed.
Fong Mo's entire body was posed in a big zigzag shape. His cheeks were red, and his palms were uneasily tugging at the clothes he was wearing, probably because of the fact that he was lying down. The clothes were a bit tightly strangled, making it hard for him to breathe.
Ning Yulan rushed forward to help,
then let Fong Mo continue to. 2 tugs on the raw,
and the shirt he was wearing on himself was going to be scrapped.
I like Sister Yulan, but I like Sister Yulan so much. What if Sister Yulan really doesn't like me? Just then, Fong Mo on the bed cried out anxiously. Upon hearing this,
Ning Yulan said with a smile,
"No,
your family Yulan sister also like you very much.
More than anyone in this world like you, and in the place you cannot see, has been secretly like you for many years, only,
she has not dared to intrude into your life,
for fear of disturbing you just." With those words, Ning Yulan undid the buttons on Fong Mo's clothes. The youth heard the last sentence well and honestly, and felt the cold air conditioning blow. Fong Mo again grabbed Ning Yulan's vegetative hand and looked at the woman with his hazel eyes open.
The air seemed to quiet down as the 4 eyes met.
Fong Mo closed his eyes and suddenly he was breathing heavily. "No touching me. I can't apologize to Sister Yulan." Between pushing and shoving, Ning Yulan accidentally fell and directly pressed on Fong Mo. This time the youth's nostrils were filled with the mature intoxicating body fragrance of the imperial sister, and he instantly became much more awake. Your Sister Yulan? Aha! Sister, I like you." Fong Mo exhaled all the wine breath.
The blazing wine smell hit Ning Yulan's face. The woman's pretty face reddened once again for a moment, but before she could react, Ning Yulan suddenly felt a pair of big hot hands burrowing into the clothes at her back. Her beautiful eyes flinched, followed by her shell teeth biting her red lips.
"You little scoundrel. It's amazing that you have dishonest instincts when you're drunk."
"I'm sure that's what men do."
Thinking about it, the red lips directly printed on Fong Mo's lips. The atmosphere of the two in the room grew more and more charming, and under the dim light,
the only sound that seemed to remain was the sparse sound belonging to the youth undressing.
Right at the moment when Fong Mo removed Ning Yulan's last piece of covering,
suddenly a touch of shocking red flowed out from the bedsheet.
Fong Mo saw this red mixed with the smell of blood. The alcohol almost dissipated most of it.
At the same time, lying on the bed, Ning Yulan also felt a little bit out of place.
Hiss! The next moment, the woman looked down.
Her face instantly red as if she could drip blood.
Her pretty face rolling, unable to say a word. "Damn it, come early, come late, why this time of the day? Coming? Wow." Fong Mo stood in the bathroom, letting the cold flow all over his body from the overhead shower.
He didn't even take off his clothes. A trace of dryness in his heart and physiology was gradually taken away along with the cool water.
Only then did Fong Mo gasp several mouthfuls of rough air violently.
"I've just gotten all carried away to that point with Sister Moonlan." Fong Mo's eyes flickered with a touch of loss.
"If we go any further we'll be a real couple. I almost didn't manage to hold on today. Will Sister Yulan be angry? Will she be disappointed in me?" Fong Mo couldn't remember what kind of reaction Ning Yulan had at that time.
He only remembered that after seeing that reflective red color, he sobered up most of the wine and rushed into the bathroom to start showering.
Fong Mo thought apprehensively in his heart, "I don't know what Sister Yulan will think of me after today. Will she think that I'm a hypocrite who takes advantage of people and divorce me?"
When he thought of divorce, Fong Mo's chest was as if he had blocked a big stone.
Sulking.
How could he know that at this moment, Ning Yulan was actually more embarrassed than him?
Outside the bathroom,
Ning Yulan's teeth clenched her red lips as she dealt with her intimate apparel with a red face. Disgraceful. She'd never been so humiliated in her life as she was today.
Fong Mo's gun barrel was raised, but in the end, it turned out that she, Ning Yulan, had internal problems before she even went into battle. "You didn't come sooner. You didn't come later, and you came at this time of day."
Ning Yulan stomped her feet in anger, itching to vent all her grievances on those expensive Valentino heels. The red bloodstains not only stained her bottoms, but also got everywhere. Even the sheets and comforter had that lingering splash of big red. The smell of blood is quite strong. Just then, there was a movement from the lock of the door inside the bathroom with a gadding sound. Ning Yulan was alarmed. "Don't come out yet."
Fong Mo inside the bathroom was startled and hurriedly relocked the door again.
Only his heart beat faster.
"Sister Yulan yelled at me."
This is still the first time Ning Yulan yelled at him since she got together with him.
Fong Mo was a little aggravated and scared. Previously,
from Li Haowen's mouth, he had heard that the cold and icy female president,
Ning Yulan, was originally the nature of a stranger. But Fong Mo had never had this feeling, because every time the two of them had met since childhood,
Ning Yulan had always seemed to have a peaceful demeanor towards him.
Until just, only,
Only for the first time did he hear Ning Yulan speak to himself with emotion.
Does she want a divorce? What should I do then? Fang Yamo sat tangled on the toilet with a despondent look on his face. On the other hand, Ning Yulan first changed into the anti-towel,
and endured the abdominal pain and began to wind up cleaning up the mess on the bed. She is still a big girl.
These things don't want to be seen by other people.
Just a sudden great auntie is almost deprived of 70% of Ning Yulan's physical strength. The woman was exhausted and sweating just from pulling the sheets off.
Damn. We can't let Fang Yamo stay in the toilet all night, can we?
She was just about to fold the covers back together when suddenly the bathroom door was quickly pushed open.
Fang Yamo, who was filled with shame, walked out amidst Ning Yulan's dumbfounded expression. Didn't I tell you not to come out? Ning Yulan's pretty face flushed red,
and she hurriedly used her clothes to block the blood on the bedsheets.
At those words, Fang Yamo gritted his teeth. Sister Yulan, can we not divorce? What? Hearing this, Ning Yulan froze. What the hell? Divorce? Why the divorce? Her eyebrows were slightly tufted.
Where did you get the idea that your sister wanted to divorce you?
Fang Mo's heart went gadding. Sister Yulan didn't answer me positively. Sure enough, it's pissed off. Sister Yulan, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have slighted you. I shouldn't have molested you. I won't in the future. Can we not divorce? I don't want to divorce my sister. Fang Yamo looked like a child who had made a mistake.
His head lowered in frustration.
At those words, Ning Yulan was really angry and amused. What was this little thing's brain filled with day after day? How is it that when things come up, you think you're divorcing him? Sister Yulan, will you forgive me?
When Ning Yulan saw Fang Mo's appearance, she had long since softened her heart.
Not to mention that she wasn't angry at all. Even if she was angry, it didn't have anything to do with people. Fang Yamo,
she was annoyed that her great aunt came at a bad time.
Ning Yulan was about to make a sound.
Suddenly a strong abdominal pain came, hurting her forehead with cold sweat. Ning Yulan only felt dizzy and starry-eyed, as if someone had kicked her stomach hard.
Hiss. I didn't count the dates, and today I had a cold beer and ate with seafood. I'll be damned if it doesn't hurt. Fang Yamo also noticed something wrong with Ning Yulan this time. Sister Yulan, what's wrong with you? No, it's fine.
Ning Yulan's voice was clouded with a hint of emptiness,
but in order to quickly detach the youth,
she had to use the slope to pout her red lips. It's also very simple to get sister to forgive you.
You go buy me some painkillers. My period is coming. Painkillers? Is it serious enough for that? I'm going now. Sis, do you want anything else?
Ning Yulan leaned weakly on the side of the bed, her hands covering her belly. You won't go and see for yourself. Hurting a girl requires your sister to teach you.
It's really stupid.
Although it was harsh, the tone was still countless and gentle.
Fang Yamo was relieved. At least Sister Yulan didn't mention the divorce. On second thought, Fang Yamo again blamed himself and could not wait to slap himself twice. Yeah,
if I need my sister to teach me how to love my wife,
what does she need me for?
Sister Yulan would be sad to apologize to him even if she didn't know her birthday.
But he, Fang Yamo, didn't even know the day when Sister Yulan got her period. So what qualification did he have to be her husband? Fang Yamo hurriedly picked up his jacket. Sister Yulan, wait here for a while. I'll go down and buy you medicine. After saying this, Fang Yamo rushed towards the door in a whirlwind.
Ning Yulan stared at the youth's departing back before she let out a long breath,
shyly and angrily glancing at the striking redness on the bedsheet.
Her small hand hammered the bed.
Shame on you. Chapter 38, Removing the Disguise. Fang Yamo just happened to bump into Li Hao and several people after he went downstairs. To be honest, he actually seldom drank with Li Hao,
so he had no idea how well his brother could drink.
However, looking at Li Hao fighting for 3 rounds in a row, even at this moment, in addition to his face being a little red, his feet are not the slightest bit weak. Fang Yamo was also able to see that Li Hao's drinking capacity is definitely far above his own.
The other 3 women are in a similar state.
A few people this drink are slightly drunk. Just Fang Yamo, a small party dish is broken. They were still a bit confused when they saw Fang Yamo. Ha, you're done with our big president Ning? Doesn't drinking alcohol paralyze the nerves and it should take longer than normal? You kids so fast? Li Haowen smirked and joked. Fang Mo's old face was red and rolled his eyes furiously.
If it wasn't for the fact that this kid and Yulan's sister's several friends were moving around with their mouths open and closed to open a yellow accent,
letting their own hearts and minds go wild, it wasn't like he was going to do that kind of thing to Yulan-san under the influence of alcohol. Still, Fang Yamo blared at Li Haowen without any good humor. Sister Yulan was almost about to divorce me. Fang Yamo did not realize until this moment that just now,
Ning Yulan's pretty red face forced him to stay in the bathroom.
Not because she was angry, but because she was afraid that Fang Yamo would see the mess on the bedsheet. Divorce? Hearing these 2 words, Wu Jiabei's 3 girls all shivered with excitement. How is that possible?
They were well aware of how many young talents Ning Yulan had given up for this little guy in front of her. Ning Yulan has been secretly in love with Fang Yamo for 13 years.
How could she divorce him? Song Yu glanced at Wu Jiabei and opened her mouth to test the waters. It couldn't be because we went too far in stirring up trouble when we played the drinking game today and Yulan got angry, could it? Shit. When did Ning Yulan's mind's eye become so small? Wu Jiabei also scratched the back of her head in dismay. Today she was the one who provoked the most joy. If the two really broke up because of some drinking games, Wu Jiabei would definitely die of guilt and self-blame. Li Hao Text wanted to pull Fang Yamo to ask a few more questions, but as a result, the youth put down a sentence of "talk to you later" and trotted out towards the outside of the resort. Wu Jiabei's few girls were relieved and hurriedly walked towards room 088. As for Li Hao Wen, he went up to another floor alone with his room card. Although Wu Jiabei desperately asked Li Hao Wen to stay late on to discuss the case with herself. As to whether or not she would start playing poker halfway through the discussion was unclear, but she was still dissuaded from doing anything bad by the three Song Yu women. Joke, you've only known someone for less than 24 hours and you're in bed with them. Brigham Lee could be so angry he'd crawl out of his grave tonight and strangle the little wannabe hoof. Ning Yulan's entire body was confused when she saw the three women. What brings you here? Wu Jiabei shrugged and opened the door. Naturally, we're here to save your marriage on the verge of a crisis on the brink of divorce. You and your young husband had a fight? What? What near-divorce brinksmanship crisis? And when did I argue with Fang Yamo? The pajama-clad Ning Yulan suddenly froze, frowning her willow eyebrows and shaking her head. No, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Looking at Ning Yulan's denial, Song Yu's eyes were sharp and realized that Ning Yulan's green silk in front of her forehead was sticking to her scalp because it was covered in sweat, and her hair looked slightly messy. Coupled with the fact that the women were both a little out of breath at the moment, Song Yu was directly certain in her heart that the two must have quarreled just now 80% of the time. Don't we know you well enough? Song Yu laughed and joked. Once this temper of our general manager Ning comes up, it's 10 oxen that can't even drag it. Is it because Fang Yamo didn't let you have your way while playing the game? So he's angry. We all bumped into Fang Yamo just now. Hearing this, Ning Yulan was even more confused. I bumped into Fang Yamo? Then what? Did my brother tell you that we had a fight? Isn't that pure bullshit? Fang Yamo has never been the type of character who believes in what he's saying. What's he talking nonsense about when he has nothing to say? Where is Fang Yamo? Ning Yuaran glanced behind the three women. Wu Jiabei shook her head, went downstairs to buy something. Didn't say what to buy. Anyway, the fire was burning. Tell me, why the fight? Hearing this, Ning Yulan helplessly held her forehead, and she probably guessed why the three women would visit her place late at night. There really wasn't a fight. A moment in the spring is worth 1,000 words. We're almost in the same room. What's the point of arguing? Doesn't a harmonious couple relationship smell good? Or do I, Ning Yulan, look like a small-minded person? I'm here because I'm on my period and I'm not feeling well, so I asked Fang Yamo to go down and get me some medicine. So, that's why he ran into you guys in a hurry. And as for the divorce and the fight, it's all just empty talk. Who did you hear that from? A period? Now, all three women froze. It wasn't a fight, was it? Seeing Ning Yulan with her hands covering her belly, her face was somewhat unnaturally pale. It was then that Song Yu's eyes snapped wide open. So you're sweating profusely not because you're angry from the fight, but because it hurts? Nonsense. Try drinking a cold beer and eating seafood after it happens to coincide with your auntie's day. Ning Yuaran rolled her eyes and glared at Song Yu without any good reason. It's not a fight. It's really a great aunt. The three women were now somewhat sympathetic to the young couple. Ning Yulan's great aunt came at the right time. Not early, not late, but right when the two were about to do their business. Isn't this an intentional disruption? Since I'm here also don't be idle. Just now can make me embarrassed bad. Fang Yamo pants are off. The result is that I gave a bedsheet with blood. I don't even have the face to see him. Immediately drove him to the shower room. Ning Yuaran let out a long breath of relief, ignoring the three women's stunned expressions. You guys came by the way to give me a hand, help me to dispose of all these things. Remember, but must not let Fang Yamo see, otherwise how can I still face him directly in the future? Looking at Ning Yulan, a strong woman who rarely revealed a look of weakness, the three women were all slightly stunned. After knowing each other for so many years, they thought Ning Yulan was Iron Man. Never before had I seen a woman look so embarrassed. Wu Jiabei smacked her lips. I really can't figure you out. Ning Yuaran was stunned. In the next moment, Wu Jiabei said, having a period is a normal physiological phenomenon of a girl. What is there to be ashamed of? Even if you make a mess of the house, if it is someone who likes you not only won't be disgusted, but will even be heartbroken. And why did you have to endure the abdominal pain alone and still be on fire to clean up the mess? Isn't today your chance to show your brother a softer side? Ning Yuaran opened her mouth to retort. Song Yu also picked up the conversation. Yeah, I'm actually on Wu Jiabei's side on this one.
Your family's brother is forcing himself to hold back the booze in order to buy you painkillers all in the middle of the night to run out in the middle of the night to get you some medicine. It means he's a gentleman at heart.
2. Since he likes you, naturally he doesn't care what you say.
But when it comes to emotional matters,
what we say doesn't count. You deal with it as you see fit. And I don't think,
even if your brother sees it,
it's okay. After saying this,
Song Yu shrugged his shoulders.
And it's the middle of the night. So if you change the bedding, you'll either have to have your Fong Mo go to the second floor storage room to pick up the stuff himself, or you'll have to wait until the waiter goes to work at 8:30 in the morning. At this point, even if you take down your dirty bedding, no one will come over and change it for you. Hearing these words,
Ning Yuan was instantly startled.
However, Song Yu had already pulled Wu Jiabei's few people away. There's still rain in the wee hours of the morning.
You and your family brother can't just sleep in bed with your clothes on without covering anything,
right?
You should wait for Fong Mo to come back then and discuss with him.
If not,
let him take down the bedding and put it on backwards to use.
With those words, Song Yu directly led the other 2 women away.
Ning Yuan was at a loss for words with her pretty red face.
At this moment,
the woman has removed the mask of a strong woman who used to disguise herself. I've blushed more times in this hour alone than I'd blushed in a year in the past unusual times. She twisted her head to look at the blood on the bed in the room, and her pretty face flashed with shame once again.
In fact,
I'm ready to give myself to my brother today.
Favoring this time to spoil the fun. Really? Chapter 39, Saving a Life. Fong Mo didn't know Ning Yulan's actual thoughts.
He only felt that it was his great aunt who protected Sister Yulan. Otherwise God knows how excessive things he would have done today. If one really shared a room with Sister Yulan and she was reluctant,
would one lose Sister Yulan completely tomorrow? Hello, are there any anti-wipes?
And any medication that can ease the pain when a girl is having her period?
Ibuprofen or something like that? Fong Mo entered the pharmacy and the first thing he did was to laugh out bitterly.
He had never bought a girl's physiological products in his life, and Lin Shurhan had never even kissed her, let alone pierced the paper window with him.
That's why Fong Mo didn't even know about people's physiological periods all these years he was with her. Ibuprofen is available.
The others are basically sold out.
Do you want the brown sugar powder? Take it back and rinse it yourself. Make some brown sugar water and drink it? When the counter sister of the pharmacy saw Fong Mo, it was clear what was going on. They are also women.
Naturally clear that the boys who can run out in the middle of the night to buy auntie's napkins, most of them are girlfriends suddenly menstruation.
Fong Mo nodded his head in a hurry. That's fine. Get me a box of powdered brown sugar and a box of ibuprofen.
You can get me some of the other ones that can ease menstrual pain. As soon as the words left his mouth,
suddenly a dull, urgent sound came from outside. Hello, do you have any painkillers? Only to see a strong man of about 1 meter 9 walked in. He was stout. Just as soon as he entered the pharmacy, he brought people a sense of full oppression. Even Fong Mo is shrinking his head. This guy is simply a humanoid tower. Live and let live Asian Tyson Hearing this,
the counter girl spread her hands helplessly.
Sorry you're late, sir. We sold our last box of ibuprofen and are now out of painkillers. No more?
But I ran 3 blocks before I saw this one store of yours. The burly man was clearly in a bit of a hurry.
Who bought it away? How long ago did he leave? In which direction? I want to trade with him. Upon hearing this,
the counter sister's line of sight fell on Fong Mo who had just collected the payment code. The burly man's gaze was also cast.
Fong Mo instantly felt a chill down his back,
and the movement of putting away the cell phone in his hand was a slight beat.
Brother, what era is this?
You're not going to cut me down for a box of painkillers, are you?
Dude,
I've got a guy here who's hurt and in desperate need of painkillers. The burly man gritted his teeth.
You name your price. Whatever it is. It's not about the money. My wife would still be in pain if she hadn't brought back painkillers. Fong Mo frowned.
Big brother, why don't I share half with you?
No.
The burly man's refusal was quite decisive. I'll take all of this box.
Nima,
you still don't agree with me when I share half of it with you.
Fong Mo's eyes widened. I'm not discussing with you again. I was kind enough to give you half. Fong Mo frowned.
Big brother, I also need painkillers very much on my side.
A box of them all for you. How can I use them? Hearing this, the big man clenched his teeth and hesitated. Brother, if that's not possible, then I can only give you my apologies. I'm going to rob this box of pills in the open. Because, I really need. Saying that, a majestic aura poured down from the burly man's body. Fong Mo was all startled and took 2 steps back. In a society where the rule of law prevails, would anyone really fight over a box of pills these days? This is too much, isn't it? However, Fong Mo was also weighing in his mind whether he could beat the other party if he really had to do it. 80% can't beat it. Fang Yamo didn't even think about listening to the other party's request to give away a box of painkillers. If I give it all to you, what about Yulan? Sir, there are actually other pharmacies on this hill. The counter keeper,
seeing that the situation was not right, hastened to persuade. But the big man was shaking his head.
I've run all 5 kilometers around this neighborhood. It's all sold out. Only your house still has the last box. This last box of painkillers. I'm bound and determined to get it. After saying that, the big man looked at Fang Yamo. Little brother, why don't you come out with me for a bit? Holy shit, I'm still going out with you? You think I'm stupid? Give you a chance to one-shot me offline? Fang Yamo crossed his arms across his chest and looked at the other party vigilantly. Daba, don't be afraid. I'm not going to do anything to you. It's just that there are some things that it's not convenient to talk about, and my family will probably have an accident if they don't have the painkillers. And
take. The big man's eyes suddenly reddened. Please.
Fang Yamo was a bit impressed.
The big man was again looking at the counter sister. How about this?
If he doesn't come back within 5 minutes, will you call the police?
These medicines will be put here with you first.
Give me 5 minutes to explain the situation. Saying that,
the big man yanked away Fang Yamo without saying a word.
Looking at the medicines placed on the counter, the big man didn't move a single one. Fang Yamo was even more confused. Isn't this guy's goal painkillers? He could have just taken the stuff out if he wanted to rob it openly. Thinking about it this way,
the big man was at least willing to reason with himself to break things up, not being swept away in such an anxious situation. His words had a little more credibility, and the other party should not be so unfavorable to himself.
With this thought, Fang Yamo was 3 times more relieved.
Big brother,
it's only 5 minutes. My wife needs these painkillers too and is in quite a hurry. Hearing this, the big man was silent for a split second. After leaving the pharmacy, he rushed at Fang Yamo with red eyes and explained, my beloved had a difficult labor and hemorrhage. We do not have anesthesia-type agents.
Plus my beloved is allergic to anesthesia-type drugs. The whole process of giving birth to the baby is basically a hard resistance. If there is no pain medication to assist, she may really be in danger of her life.
What the hell? Difficulty in labor? Having a baby? Boom. Fang Yamo instantly panicked and was thunderstruck. Available at. Shouldn't the hospitals be prepared to do everything they can to have a baby?
Why do you still need family members to run out in the middle of the night to buy painkillers?
The situation is a bit complicated. Brother, we were smuggled into China. We are not natives. My wife is really having a hard time bleeding right now. If you don't believe me, I can take you to the maternity ward to have a look. It's not necessary. Is it really appropriate for you to invite me to observe a bloodbath in the delivery room? The bottom line is, didn't the internet say that men who watch images of women giving birth will be impotent for life? You're making me watch this.
Big brother,
you have evil intentions. I'm nice enough to talk to you, and you want me to lose my virginity? Various thoughts crossed Fang Mo's mind, but the big man had already anxiously opened his cell phone.
Brother, this is the boat ticket I smuggled over here.
This is the fake ID card I used on the mainland. You can even go and report me as a black household tomorrow. Counting up. Just then, Fang Yamo suddenly took a long breath.
It is a mother who gives birth to a child, and it is a human life in her womb. It doesn't matter what they are anymore. What matters is that one of their own decisions could affect a human life.
That box of painkillers? You can just give me one, and you can take all the rest. The big man froze. Fang Yamo shrugged and said, I've been a very naive person since I was a kid. So yeah,
it's a little hard for me to judge whether what you're saying is true or not.
But if it's true, I'd rather hope it's false. And if it's false,
I'd be very glad that it's false because no one's life would be in danger.
Take it, Sister Yulan. I'm sorry.
After the words were spoken, Fang Mo's heart flashed with apologies, walked right into the drugstore and took out all the boxes of painkillers.
Leaving one behind, at least Sister Yulan will have no problem holding on until dawn.
He smiled to himself. There was no one else who could be so hard on his wife.
In case you don't know, my wife is divorcing me, and if I don't perform well today, maybe I'll lose her for good. Still, I think human life is at stake. Fang Yamo handed the man the remaining slab of pills.
He's just saying this from his point of view,
and there's no bullying going on. Fang Yamo is still too kind in his bones. In fact,
he did not know that what Ning Yulan valued was actually the great goodness to simplicity in Fang Mo's bones that moved people. The big man was also stunned for a moment, and there was more than a hint of emotion in his eyes.
Brother's great favor is remembered by Mr. Su,
and if the mother and child are safe, I will repay brother's kindness by working as an ox or a horse in this life.
Get on with it. After saying that, Fang Yamo ran straight towards the direction of the resort.
The big man stared at the youths departing back for a long time, as if to engrave Fang Mo's figure in his mind thoroughly,
until Fang Yamo disappeared around the corner of the intersection.
Only then did the big man bow deeply at the youth.
Chapter 40, I'm not getting a divorce. By the time Fang Mo returned to the resort, a good half hour had already passed. Upstairs, until the moment he raised his hand to knock on the door, Fang Mo was slightly apprehensive in his heart. He couldn't calm himself at all. Because I don't know what attitude Sister Yulan will have when she sees herself this time. It's said that when a woman is angry, she can't be left alone or she'll get carried away. Was Sister Yulan angry just now? I think it's really angry, right? Fang Mo clenched his teeth and couldn't wait to slap himself, also blaming him for being colorful. Obviously said that just try to get along to cultivate a relationship. This is only a short week. How did not control their own spermatozoa? Sister Yulan, I'm back. Knock, knock. Raising his hand, he knocked on the door of the room. Ning Yulan seemed to have been waiting at the door of the room, and just as soon as Fang Mo knocked on the door, it was opened. The woman's joy and anger could not be seen from Sister Yulan's face, but Fang Mo still clearly felt that at this moment, Ning Yulan's state was a bit off compared to usual. The face was as pale as gold paper, even the skin that was so tender during the day that it could squeeze out water. This time it was even a little dull. Fang Mo was startled, and the self-blame between the youth's brows became even more intense. It was all because of her own reckless behavior just now that Sister Yulan was frightened into this state. Right? Sister Yulan, I'm wrong, I shouldn't have thought about you. I know you must be very disappointed in me right now. If you're really angry, just scold me. If you really don't feel angry, it's okay to beat me. The youth at the moment was like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. His head lowered and he didn't dare to raise his head. When Ning Yulan saw this, she was frozen. What is this nerd talking about? But sis isn't angry. The next moment, the woman pouted her red lips. The cherry lips that were still pink during the day had no trace of blood color. The frail appearance aroused Fang Mo's protectiveness and self-blame even more. Fang Mo bit his mouth and only felt that Ning Yulan was doing nothing but comforting himself. Sister Yulan, are you thinking of divorcing me? Ning Yuan was once again stunned. Clam? Fang Mo looked up in aggravation. Is it because you're so disappointed in me that you don't want me at all? A woman is only a woman if she doesn't. It is when you are loved that you are most at peace with yourself. Any joy or sadness doesn't have to be shown to you anymore because she doesn't feel it's necessary. And to put it bluntly, it's really just that you don't deserve it anymore. In Fang Mo's eyes, Ning Yulan at the moment was in such a state. Ning Yulan froze for a long time before she silently extended a slender jade hand towards Fang Mo. Fang Mo just froze for a split second before Ning Yulan violently yanked the youth. Nerd, my sister just said in the morning that she didn't want a second marriage. Did you forget? You're not mad at me anymore? Fang Mo felt the soft fragrance and jade in his arms, and his heart thumped wildly. I'm not even mad. Ning Yulan rolled her eyes and grabbed Fang Mo's ear. The word divorce. I don't even want to see it come out of your mouth in the future. If there really comes a day when we get divorced, it definitely won't be your problem. It must be because my sister got a terminal illness herself, and at that time I'll probably leave you because I don't want to drag you down. Other than that, the mountains have no tombs. Heaven and earth are united, and you can't be separated from the king. The last sentence, Ning Yulan squeezed out verbatim, almost through clenched teeth. Fang Mo only felt that what was spewed on his face was not only hot nostrils, but also the intense love belonging to Ning Yulan. His restless heart instantly calmed down, and although he did not know at this moment how the future would be, he was able to be absolutely certain of one thing. Sister Yulan really likes herself. In the next moment, Ning Yulan's delicate body suddenly went soft. Fortunately Fang Mo wrapped his arms around her and didn't let the woman make contact with the ground. But he was startled. Sister Yulan, what happened to you? No strength. Ning Yulan bit her red lips in shame and indignation, and finally spat out a sentence helplessly. It's leaking out again. Leak out? What the hell? Hiss. Blood. Fang Mo then snapped back to her senses. Sister Yulan was still on her period. Although he had no experience of coitus, but a woman would die of pain on the first day of her period. This was still clear to Fang Mo. Did you get the painkillers and anti-wipes? Ning Yulan looked up at Fang Mo somewhat weakly. He hastily nodded, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Anti-wipes are available, and I don't know what kind you like to use, so every kind of. All bought one. Painkillers. Fang Mo hesitated. I ran into a big brother at the drugstore who said his wife was in labor and that was the last box of painkillers he had from the 5 drugstores around the area, and I only took one and gave him all the rest. I'm sorry, Sister Yulan. I know I didn't consider your feelings when I did this, but Fang Mo bit his lip. Looking self-condemned and pained, I just can't see the suffering amongst people. He felt that he was really a white lotus. His heart was clearly worried about whether Sister Yulan would divorce him because of his reckless behavior, but he would still give away the last painkiller. God knows whether that big brother was telling the truth or not. However, upon hearing these words, Ning Yulan first froze, then let out a light laugh. Still the same as when I was a kid. As a child? Before Fong Yamo could return to his senses,
Ning Yulan lightly kissed Fong Mo's cheek.
You did the right thing. What's there to blame yourself for? Give me the anti-towel.
I'll go change first.
Why don't you wait for me outside? Fong Yamo was stunned when he heard this. Isn't the topic jumping around a little too quickly?
Ning Yulan didn't want to go to the toilet to change her auntie's napkins so soon either, but she was just too uncomfortable right now.
If I don't change one,
I'm afraid my pants will be stained with blood.
Ning Yulan had just drilled into the bathroom when Fong Yamo hesitantly looked at the only boiling kettle in the room.
You definitely need hot water to make brown sugar water.
And Sister Yulan is on her period,
so you can't still make a woman drink ice. He had just walked into the room when he smelled a strong odor of blood.
Fong Yamo was still confused. Toilet Ning Yulan seemed to have heard the commotion in the room,
and his anxious voice came out.
Don't walk in.
Just wait for me at the door. We'll change hotels later.
Chapter 41 Sister can help you.
The voice at this moment was indescribably flustered, and for Fong Yamo it was the first time he had heard Ning Yulan speak to himself in such a tone that seemed to be what could be called petulant.
After a long time,
Ning Yulan walked out of the bathroom and didn't see Fong Yamo at first glance.
Her heart clenched violently. Brother? No one responded.
Ning Yulan also flustered in a rare manner.
Holy shit, the brother's not still in the room. Is he? Obviously high-powered. Usually in the company and even a word.
But at the moment the woman's psychologically strong heart cannot help but thump straight up. The next moment she turned on the light.
In the room, Fong Yamo was holding a cup of brown sugar water and blowing madly. It's a bit hot. Sister Yulan, why don't you drink it later? Hearing these words, Ning Yulan was first stunned,
then shyly and angrily said,
Didn't I tell you to stay out of the room? Fong Yamo was rare and meaningfully high-strung. Why? Ning Yulan paused, her pretty face red with shame. Because I'm on my period. The blood got all over the whole bed. You don't have to work. Sister will take you to a different place to stay later. A different place to live? No, I think it's fine here. Fong Yamo shook his head,
and the dim light fell on the youth's white face. He gently shook the spoon that stirred the cup and swirled the steaming brown sugar water.
Taste it. It shouldn't be very hot anymore. Sister Yulan.
Brother. Ning Yulan was stunned for a moment. Her pretty face inexplicably turned a little red. This was the first time Fong Yamo had spoken to herself in such a gentle tone.
Taste it. Sister Yulan, are you afraid of the heat? Looking at Ning Yulan,
she stared at herself in a daze.
Silent. Fong Yamo laughed lightly.
I'll try for you.
In the next moment, Fong Yamo brought the quilt to his mouth,
and his lips gently took a sip to personally test the temperature of the brown sugar water.
Luckily, it's drinkable. With this thought, Fong Yamo blew on the hot air while handing the cup to Ning Yulan.
Ning Yulan's heart is still thinking about the mess on the bed.
If the two of them are really honest and open today, but just in the nick of time,
she had her period. Her teeth clenched, her red lips always felt very diabolical in his heart.
Why don't we just sleep somewhere else? Upon hearing this, Fong Yamo didn't say anything,
but just very persistently passed the cup to Ning Yulan's mouth. Ning Yulan wanted to reprimand several times,
but in the end,
staring at the face that he had loved for 13 years since he was a child,
he still couldn't say anything. Dutifully,
she held the cup and downed the cup of warm brown sugar water.
A satisfied smile immediately flashed across Fong Mo's face. I'm better. Come on, let's rest somewhere else. Ning Yulan tried, but Fong Mo smiled. Sister, I'll wash the cups. You're changing the subject again, aren't you, you little bastard?
Ning Yulan stomped her jade foot.
Come on, you can't stay in this room forever, and the cups will have a waiter come by tomorrow to clean them up. Hearing this, Fong Mo was suddenly close to the woman.
In Ning Yulan's dismayed gaze,
he picked the woman up in a hug. Where are you going in the middle of the night? And why are we running when my sister is so unwell? I don't want to toss my sister.
Ning Yulan lost her usual strong woman demeanor,
reddening her pretty face,
staring blankly at the youth in his arms as she mumbled out,
but dirty. Hearing that sentence about not wanting to toss her sister,
Ning Yulan admitted that her heart was undeniably moved, but she was still a little uncomfortable about letting her continue to stay in this environment with the people she liked.
Dirty? Fong Mo glanced at the woman in confusion.
Ning Yulan reddened her cum face and pointed at the bedsheets.
Dirty. To her,
it seemed a shame to be seen in that mess by someone she liked. It was visible to the naked eye that Ning Yulan's pretty face was red up to her ears, and even though there wasn't much blood color on her face,
her petite body was boiling hot.
At those words,
Fong Mo but smiled.
The sheets will work on the opposite side of the cover,
so let's just make do with the covers and go to bed tonight. Dirty, don't you mind, sister?
Ning Yulan's face turned even redder as she stared at Fong Mo and mumbled out. If other people saw this appearance, they were afraid that every one of them would have to drop their jaws in shock.
When did Ning Yulan, the high and mighty iceberg female president. Reveal this small. What a godly color for a daughter's family. Not too much. Fong Yamo let out a light laugh. He will also be completely understand.
At first Yulan's sister will red-face reprimand himself, let him into the toilet to stay out to buy medicine.
In fact, the purpose is only one. That was to support Fong Yamo, not wanting Fong Yamo to see the wretched scene on the bed. But who was Fong Yamo?
He was her Ning Yulan's husband.
In reason, on a special day like today, Fong Yamo should have to take good care of her. Well, let me change the sheets. You might want to step back a little.
Ning Yulan struggled to get up from Fong Mo's arms, but the youth insisted on holding his arms down.
No need for. Isn't taking care of your wife in itself a natural right? Besides, sister isn't feeling well today, so let me take care of you. You'd better stay honest. I'll do it. Saying that,
Fong Yamo placed Ning Yulan on the bed and drew pillows for the woman to cushion behind her so that she could be more comfortable in this position. Ning Yulan lay on the bed staring at his not quite handsome, but just surprisingly clear and even defiantly captured his own heart. That face suddenly put a giggle out. It warmed her heart to be taken care of by someone she loved.
Seeing this, Fong Yamo touched the tip of his nose resentfully,
thinking that some action had made Ning Yulan uncomfortable.
What's wrong, sister? It's fine. I just feel that our little husband looks quite handsome from this angle. Isn't it natural to take care of your wife? That's a compliment? Fong Yamo scratched the back of his head. Sister Yulan,
after taking the medicine won't you feel more comfortable?
Aha!
Ning Yulan nodded with a smile. The woman's face did recover quite a bit.
In fact,
the reason why she just faced like gold paper is only 2 points.
More or because of the inner uncertainty and nervousness.
Afraid of being Fong Yamo saw himself made a bed of mess.
The emotions in the heart
once again deepened the physical discomfort.
Isn't today a bit of a bummer? Just then,
Ning Yulan suddenly mumbled and whispered.
Upon hearing this, Fong Yamo was first stunned before realizing what Ning Yulan meant by spoiled.
The youth immediately turned red and coughed. No,
Sister Yulan, how could you think that? Well, if you're not comfortable holding it in, you must give me sister can help you. What?
Ning Yulan pointed to the crotch of Fong Mo's pants. This hint scared Fong Yamo so much that he jumped 3 feet in the air.
Stop it, sister. I have to take care of you. Fong Yamo laughed bitterly. Moreover, Sister Yulan, why is your mind netted with this kind of thing? Can't you think of something else? Think. Sister is wondering when she can give our family Fong Yamo a fat son.
Ning Yulan pouted her red lips and tenderly glanced at Fong Yamo. The woman is now half leaning on the bed.
I do not know if it is intentional. Snow white shoulders are hidden. Crazy stimulation of Fong Mo's perspective senses. It was hard to watch her weaken for a while. Why did she start again? Chapter 42, Fong Mo's other identity.
Although Ning Yulan was flirting with Fong Yamo with her flowery mouth, she was probably still not feeling well because she had her period.
Coupled with the time Fong Yamo left the room, he was busy cleaning up the bed sheets and bedding, really tiring the woman out.
When Fong Yamo had boiled another pot of hot water wanting to let the woman soak her feet and relax, Ning Yulan had all but fallen into a deep sleep.
Seeing this, Fong Yamo smacked his lips.
Staring at her bright sleeping face, his heart beat uncontrollably.
Sister Yulan is just so beautiful.
Even if her face was slightly haggard, she still couldn't hide her splendor. Noticing that Ning Yulan was still wearing thin and cool stockings, Fong Yamo thought about it but reached out and gently helped her take off the knee-high stockings and tossed them aside.
Hiss! The touch of the stocking legs was excellent, and Fong Yamo was inevitably a little apathetic.
Even though he prided himself on his endurance, he was sweating nervously, afraid that his movements would be too great and wake the woman up in her sleep.
Well, listening to the even breathing on his side, Fong Yamo sighed in relief.
Most of the time when a girl has her period it's because of abdominal pain caused by uterine cold. It's still necessary to let Sister Yulan soak her feet to warm up her body.
With this thought, Fong Yamo gently placed those white 2 straight jade legs gently into the foot washing basin.
Ning Yulan's small feet were warm and cool, and their touch felt like a fine diamond.
Fong Yamo was a bit in love with it for a while, and didn't hold back from almost playing with it, but in the blink of an eye, he slapped himself. What the fuck is going on in my head? Motherfucker, I don't want to be treated like a pervert by Sister Yulan. The next moment, the well-proportioned little feet were placed in the basin of water. Fong Yamo just sat on his butt and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Being alone in a room with a stunning beauty like Sister Yulan is really an ordeal. Remembering the 3 kisses between the two during the day in his mind, Fong Yamo himself had a dreamlike feeling. His eyes also unconsciously landed on Ning Yulan's full, fragrant lips, red and glossy, soft and sweet, blowable skin, delicate features. The whole Jiangqing 20 million men's dream is actually my party Mo's wife. It's still a bit unbelievable. Just at this time, Fong Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and looked at it. No movement, buzzing on that body. Fang Yamo slammed the back of his head, as if he had remembered something,
and pulled out another cell phone from the hidden pocket built into his jacket.
Sure enough, it was this phone that transmitted the commotion. Strange, why are they calling me? I'm afraid that even Ning Yulan, who had been quietly following Fang Mo's life, didn't realize that her little husband had a second phone. In the next moment, Fang Yamo tiptoed and pushed open the door of the room and walked out,
mysteriously glancing at the lack of surveillance around him before connecting.
Hello, didn't I tell you? Don't usually just contact me? What's wrong? Chief, you're getting married as you posted last time in the organization group? Fang Yamo shrugged his shoulders, and instead of the usual introspection on his face, there was a touch of depth. He deliberately lowered his voice a bit. Well, the matter of the organization will be left to you guys from now on. I do intend to retire. After all, that kind of life of yours still doesn't suit me very well, especially since I have to be dragged up in the middle of the night to save China if I don't move. It's not like I'm some kind of god or have any obligation to continue to keep the virtual world safe. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. If Ning Yulan saw Fang Mo's expression at this moment, the woman didn't know how surprised she should be. She was afraid that she had never dreamed that Fang Mo had other identities to hide from her. That's right, Fang Mo has another identity. Among the dark web, his codename is Vladimir. This codename could almost be said to be the god of the Chinese virtual world. A generation of legends. Whether there are offshore forces that want to hack into Chinese banks to steal lists of wealthy customers, or some fraud gangs that want to make money in China by relying on all kinds of information differences, all of these guys will be easily outed in the real world by Vladimir after their deeds are revealed. With his powerful hacking skills, Vladimir did not know how many times he had saved China in the virtual world. And it was also the existence of Vladimir, the linchpin, that made the foreign hacker gang scared and did not dare to have any thoughts about the transactions in the virtual world of China. Chief, something's wrong. You've got to help us. Because this one is not only about the stability of China's foreign exchange, but also hundreds of wealthy families. What the hell? Fang Mo froze for a moment. This was the first time he heard his subordinates report to him in such a serious tone. What happened? The voice on the other end of the line was bitter. In a transaction of the Bank of China, it was targeted by foreign hackers, and the other party relied on the source code of the transaction, and somehow managed to crack the firewall of the Bank of China and steal the digital currency information. In just a few minutes, the Bank of China lost $100 billion, and these guys are quite cautious, using offshore money laundering, digital currency into foreign currency into hundreds of bank accounts. The money with our technology is simply impossible to track. If you don't make a move, there may be a succession of top Chinese tycoons going bankrupt tomorrow, and, moreover, the Chinese currency will be devalued like crazy. Gov, this is a real bloodbath. The joint letter of the 5 major capitals have been sent to your mailbox. Haven't you seen it? Hiss. Hearing this, Fang Mo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cool air. This time things are so big? The Wachovia Bank's firewall has been cracked? How is it possible? I wrote the firewall program of the Huaxia Bank. It has been updated and upgraded every year. How do you carry out the maintenance? How could it be cracked? Fang Mo frowned and asked one of his biggest doubts. That offshore force used a disguised account to disguise itself as the image of one of the exchange's major customers in the transaction bar of the Chinese bank. And the counter specialist at the Chinese bank didn't realize it was a phishing account. After the reconciliation, the other party used that one bill to crack our source code. Fang Mo slapped his forehead. He really forgot about the point of disguising the account. The program he had worked so hard to design had such a layer of heavenly loopholes. Thinking about it this way, it was really Fang Mo's own negligence, which meant that the other gang was not necessarily bullish when it came to hacking skills, but is really quite cunning. Fang Mo fiercely took a deep breath. Send me that trading account first. Never mind. Send it to my phone. Fang Mo only remembered in the middle of his words. Why didn't he see the joint letter from the 5 great people to himself? His computer was broken by this stupid woman Lin Shirhan. What did Fang Mo take to see? I'll try to see if I can find any clues that I can locate the IP from the unorganized account. Okay, Chief, our people are in Jiangchang, which is quite a beautiful city. If you are planning to join this act, could we request you to meet us in reality? After all, this is the last times. Pust. Fang Mo almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell? You're all in Jiangchang? That's right. Although Fang Mo is the head of the organization, but in reality, they, the top hacking experts from all over the world, had never even met. The person who called him belonged to the Chinese Ministry of Security, an independent technical organization of sorts. They call themselves the Dragons. Of course, no one in this organization came in by choice. Most of them were found to have locked dips because they hacked into firewalls and supercomputers that shouldn't have gotten in. Fang Mo at the age of 14 showed excessive hacking talent. Then young and uninformed. A certain curiosity. By the way, hacked a certain supercomputer in China. Hacked in though. But the supercomputer also locked the youth's IP before it was completely controlled by Fang Mo's code. That day, a dozen black-clad men came directly to Fang Mo's house. Boy, are you hacking supercomputers with the intention of launching a nuclear bomb and causing World War III? The top military officer in the Chinese mountain uniform stared at him with a serious face. To be honest, Fang Mo's age at that time caused shock to almost all the bigwigs present. A teenage kid hacking a supercomputer? It can simply put the countless computer geniuses in Qingbei to shame. Because of your behavior, you have seriously violated the law. And you know how horrible the consequences of one of your curiosities can be if you mistakenly touch the operation, right? On that day, the 5-star general in the Zhongshan suit handed over a contract. Now in front of you there are only two ways. Either join us to atone for your sins, and sit for the dark tides of China's cyber world, as a kind of repayment for your reckless behavior today, until after you reach adulthood, or, don't touch the computer in this life, obediently go to jail. Do I have a fucking choice? Fang Mo had 1,000 grass mud horses racing in his heart at that time. Thus, under the watchful eyes of several top Chinese bigwigs from all walks of life, the 14-year-old Fang Mo signed a labor contract with all kinds of overbearing clauses attached. The Dragon Group is officially established. Chapter 43. Something's wrong. Chief, are you listening? Many members of the organization would like to get a glimpse of you. You're retired after this mission anyway, so let's meet you. The voice on the phone pulled Fang Mo's attention back again. And Fang Mo took a deep breath. It's better to talk about the meeting later. Let's get this trouble out of the way first. The caller was a bit disappointed and said sharply, you don't know. Many people in the organization suspect that you are a 40 or 50-year-old demon. Otherwise how could you have such profound attainments in hacking? 45 10-year-old demon? How could a person who has heard their voice think they are so old? Are you fucking deaf? Can't you hear the childishness in your own voice? Fang Mo's face reddened with anger. I'm going to fuck. No more bullshit. Hurry up and send me the stuff. Oh yeah, I can't get in on the action until next week because I'm getting married this week. Hang up now. After calming down a bit, Fang Mo directly hung up the phone. He still didn't really want many people to know his true identity of being that Zhang from the Dragon Team legend. After all, Vladimir was not only renowned in the hacker world, but was also a terrifying existence that countless people feared in the dark net. There are plenty of haters who hate Vladimir to die without a body. Over the years, Fang Mo didn't know how many people he had badgered. In the darknet killer ranking, Zhang, the king of hackers, had almost always been at the top of the bounty list, and his bounty price had been increasing year after year. If you reveal your identity, you may put yourself and your family in danger. Motherfucker, I not only work for Huaxia for nothing, but also penny's wages no. For that matter, once encountered what critical things still have to turn to me. Contract labor is not so use ah. Fang Mo spat out in exasperation, and in the meantime opened his cell phone and logged into his email. As expected, the mailbox is directly 99+. The joint letter of the 5 greats is at the top, and down is the official request of the state of China. That's quite a ruckus this time. In the next moment, Fang Mo was suddenly stunned. Wait, Sister Yulan's and their company's stocks plummeted. It can't just be related to the theft of a large amount of digital currency from the Huaxia Bank and the crazy devaluation of the Huaxia dollar. Can it? There should be some connection. But the entire Dragon team is in Jiangcheng. That's a bit of a problem. A while ago, in order to retreat, I seem to have released news threatening to get married. If I were to hold a wedding with Sister Yulan, would it be noticed by people with an interest? I don't think so. After all, who would have thought that the famous Zhang would be just a brat in his early 20s? With this thought, Fang Mo's tightly knit brows slowly stretched out, and again, he changed to his usual amicable demeanor and drilled into the room to take care of Sister Yulan. On the other hand, in the middle of the office of the Jiangcheng State Security Bureau, a superb man in a Zhongshan suit was anxiously walking in the room. Just then, his phone rang, and with almost no hesitation, he quickly rushed to the phone and answered it. It's me. How's it going? Did Vladimir agree? Aha. He's willing to join the organization for this operation. Hearing this, the big man in the mountain suit let out a long, violent breath. Great. Although the foreign exchange out of those digital currencies has not yet flowed into the capital market to be used, but for insurance reasons, your actions still need to be as soon as possible. After all, no one can be sure when these heartless lunatics will once again transfer funds. Well, hearing this, out of the expectation of the man in the mountain suit, the other end of the phone was suddenly silent for a moment. As soon as possible, it should maybe not work too well, because Vladimir said that he has something else on his hands for the time being, and that he won't be able to join the action until next week. What?
The big man in the middle mountain suit was stunned for a moment, and in the next moment he frowned and forced his heart to suppress his anger.
Doesn't Vladimir realize the importance of this operation? What could be more important than this mission? Ahem.
He said it was marriage. Pust. The hand of the big man in the mid-mountain suit cupped the phone trembled. The veins on his forehead jumped. His face was a burst of alternating green and red, and he froze for a long time without being able to say a word.
Marriage matters, it seems, are really a bit more important than actions for the Vladimir individual as a citizen. Fong Yamo briefly looked at the information on his phone and couldn't analyze too many useful clues from this known information.
At the thought of this, he turned his head and went into the room.
Just the time of a phone call. Sister Yulan's foot washing water is about to get cold.
He's going to change his sister's foot wash. Ning Yulan slept honestly,
and the woman slept peacefully tonight. Steady. Fong Yamo himself forgot when he fell asleep,
but when he woke up he found himself lying on the bed, with a blanket still covering his body. He was able to hear the movement of Ning Yulan whispering on the phone in the toilet. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stretched,
seemingly hearing the movement in the room.
Ning Yulan directly hung up the phone and went out of the bathroom.
You're awake?
I see you fell asleep directly next to me last night.
It was raining outside and you didn't know to cover up with a blanket. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?
Ning Yulan changed into clean clothes,
ate painkillers and drank brown sugar water, and slept comfortably.
The woman looked noticeably better today. She was wearing a clean white shirt,
though it wasn't the style of dress of a workplace OL. Instead, the top two buttons were left open, and from the penultimate button the one-sided shirt was tucked into the pants, clearly just a plain shirt. And in this way Ning Yulan wore a fashionable imperial sister flavor. I think I had a company subordinate send it to myself. Otherwise, it was an emergency yesterday, and you basically can't change anything other than your personal clothes in the resort box.
Just being seen in front of the person she liked in a lousy side. Ning Yulan was ashamed and furious. If she were to go home in dirty clothes, the woman would be afraid to die.
Fong Yamo rubbed his eyes. It's fine. Sister Yulan, how are you? Feeling better? Aha. Ning Yulan let out a light laugh. Thank you, husband.
As soon as the word husband came out,
Fong Mo's cheeks once again flushed red as far as the eye could see.
The woman clamped her voice with a sweet voice pearl spit out these two words.
As if there is infinite temptation. Fong Yamo are feeling a wave of evil fire from the soles of the feet straight to the sky. Eye. He changed the subject in a hurry. Sister Yulan, what's wrong? Did something happen? I see your phone keeps ringing.
From Ning Yulan out of the bathroom to now only a few dozen seconds of time. Her cell phone to come on the power reminder has not stopped.
Fong Yamo is not blind.
Ning Yulan's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips.
It's fine. A few minor issues. Knock. Knock.
As soon as the words left his mouth, suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room. The door opened, and Wu Jiabei's several women all drilled in with anxious looks on their faces. Ning Yulan,
something big has happened. Have you seen the news?
Your company's stock price plummeted after the opening bell today. I heard that someone hacked into your company's database, resulting in the leakage of a large amount of customers' and employees' personal information.
Is that true?
Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment at his words.
Is the news traveling that fast? Chapter 44 Chen Kaiga's idea. Fong Yamo on the side frowned.
The Ning family is the #1 family in Jiangcheng, which also shows the huge scale of the Ning group. If the server of the Ning group is attacked and a lot of important information is leaked, this is not a small matter.
Seemingly sensing Fong Mo's worried expression,
Ning Yulan reached out and gently shook the little one.
Don't worry, our technology is salvaging the site now,
but it's hard enough to salvage it back in a short time.
Not a big problem. Don't you still believe in my sister's strength? Indeed,
Ning's group had horrifying financial strength, and it wasn't a problem to have some top-notch technical operations, but Fong Yamo still wanted to do his best to help out as much as he could.
Sister Yulan, are you going back to the office later? Need you ask? This kind of thing, as the chairman of the board of directors of the Ning Yulan must go back to preside over the situation. Looking at Ning Yulan,
her beautiful eyes flickered suspiciously as she nodded.
Fong Yamo volunteered. I'll go with you too. Let's see if there's anything we can do to help my sister. Fong Yamo, you don't give your wife to add to the chaos. She will this time is estimated to be all at a loss. Ning's group so many seafarer elite design firewall, just like this was broken. Ning Yulan go back to can have a busy. Wu Jiabei shook her head. You can only distract her if you go. Several people from Song Yu also nodded in agreement. However, Ning Yulan didn't want to strike Fong Yamo from the bottom of her heart. Not to mention that after being taken care of by her brother for a night, for the first time in her life, the woman was somewhat enamored with this feeling. Women are weak. No matter how many labels there are in the outside world that is Ning Yulan's camouflage, as a woman, her nature is naturally to want someone to rely on. It's okay, since you have the heart for it, let's get together.
Ning Yulan's red lips hooked up a light smile. By the way, my sister also prepared a surprise today. And it just so happens that she also brought our little husband to the Ning Group's company to sneak around and introduce our husband to his colleagues. After saying this, Ning Yulan took the car keys and rushed Song Yu's few people to bid farewell and leave. Seeing this, Song Yu's few people could only sigh helplessly. You just spoil him. On the other hand, when he reached the car, Fanyamo took the initiative to ask for the car keys to sit in the driver's seat. You're not feeling well. Let me drive, Sister Yulan. You didn't even rest properly last night. You can rest a little in the car too. Will. Hearing these words, Ning Yulan's heart warmed. Yo, you've learned to feel sorry for people after a nap? Fanyamo blushed and opened the navigation with a resentful smile. Rushing all the way towards Ning's group.
Resort to Ning's group some distance.
The road Fanyamo driving 4 flat and stable. For fear of violent shaking effect the woman rest.
After Ning Yulan got into the car, she was unsurprisingly also leaning on the seat and falling asleep. Man is iron. Rice is steel. Sister Yulan will be tired too.
Noticing Ning Yulan's frown that remained tightly knit even in her sleep,
Fanyamo was a little heartbroken. With this look,
the woman obviously had something on her mind that she hadn't yet digested.
What kind of person has nothing better to do than attack Sister Yulan? A legitimate and formal businessman?
When he arrived at the Ning Group building,
Fanyamo woke up Sister Yulan. There was a trace of weariness lingering on the woman's brow.
Being on your period is already physically uncomfortable. Not to mention the fact that there's this whole thing going on that makes it impossible for a woman to rest.
Fanyamo felt some heartache for the woman from the bottom of his heart. Going up the stairs,
the employees coming and going along the way were anxiously reporting the situation to Ning Yulan. The woman had resumed her former cool demeanor since entering the company.
The technical department is repairing it, but the other party is very cunning. The Trojan horse virus used is simply untraceable, unless there is a hacker expert to help.
Otherwise, with our company's group of technology, I'm afraid that we can't stabilize the situation in a short period of time.
The secretary glanced at Fanyamo beside Ning Yulan. If it was an unusual time,
maybe this little secretary who worshipped Mr.
Ning would start gossiping.
But this was obviously not the right situation. At those words, Ning Yulan suppressed her emotions and nodded her head lightly.
How's the damage? More than 300 customers' information has been leaked. And I don't know why, although the company blocked the news at the first time. But this matter still made it to the hot search of the real-time news in Jiangcheng. And the online public opinion is lopsided.
All of them say that our Ning Group has not protected the customer information.
And there is a heavenly risk to do business with us. The secretary gave a bitter laugh. In the last half hour alone, the PR department has gotten hundreds of calls from clients coming in for accountability.
Upon hearing these words, even Ning Yulan's state of mind was transformed.
The leakage of information on 300 customers definitely counts as a disaster. If it wasn't handled properly, perhaps Ning's group would lose these 300 customers completely. Mr. Ning is here. Mr. Ning.
Someone constantly noticed Ning Yulan's figure and took the initiative to come forward to report.
And without exception, it was almost always bad news. Ning Yulan's face plummeted. When she walked to the entrance of the technical department,
Ning Yulan originally intended to let Fanyamo take a slight break, but she didn't expect the youth to shake his head.
Sister Yulan doesn't need to mind me. I'll just follow you around and casually look around.
Okay. Ning Yulan really couldn't care less about Fanyamo at this time, and pushed open the door of the technical department, only to see one of the dozen computers in front of the people are surrounded. Each person is stony-faced, frantic in the computer operation. The fingertips are about to poke smoke, crazy knocking code.
Director Zhang, what's the situation now?
Ning Yulan found a middle-aged man with a shaved head and asked in a deep voice.
Mr. Ning. Upon hearing this,
the Mediterranean man also gritted his teeth and said with an embarrassed face,
actually, the leaked client list isn't the most troublesome thing now.
It's the fact that the plans for 7 or 8 projects under Ning's banner are also missing. If the purpose of the other side is to smash our signboard,
there is no need to make such a fuss. They are here for these items. For the project? Fanyamo glanced towards a few programmers pounding on the keyboard. Not bad for a senior engineer.
Basically, there's nothing to say about the technical aspects of website maintenance and repair.
But there's a caveat if they want to work. That is,
the other party voluntarily gave up continuing to attack Ning's internal information.
Otherwise, what they're doing now is spermatoglyphics. I can't say it's useless, but only a drop in the bucket. Is the information still missing?
Ning Yuan glanced at Director Zhang.
Director Zhang let out a bitter smile. Well,
the other party is frantically stealing the contents inside our servers in the background ports.
The best thing to do now is to empty all that information. Then wait for the firewall to be repaired before rebacking up and uploading it to the cloud. That's too much trouble, isn't it?
Ning Yulan's brows knitted. A lot of information is not retained in paper form.
If all of it is emptied,
Some of the old documents and meeting contents will be completely lost.
No, absolutely not.
This method will not work.
How long until Takaru arrives? Ning's group's focus is not in the internet business, so there is no need to hire a top-notch webmaster. Whether these dregs of the technical department could work or not,
Ning Yulan had a measure in her heart.
At times like these, you can only rely on the special counsel of the Ning group. However, upon hearing this name,
Director Zhang gritted his teeth with a somewhat ugly face.
Mr. Ning, in fact, Taki Lao has already arrived. But, Ning Yulan's eyes narrowed. But what? Hurry up and let Taki Lao come over to carry out maintenance.
Our company's internal technology in the face of hacker attacks simply do not have half a means of defense.
Only Taki Lao, the special advisor, to be able to save the day at such a time. Director Zhang looked embarrassed and bit his lip.
But Takaru came with Chen Kaiga, so Director Zhang should be trying to say that,
right? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from the main entrance,
and the crowd turned their heads to look,
only to see the man in a luxurious high-class Armani suit with a neatly combed big back hair, slowly walked into the room. Yulan, long time no see.
The Armani man walks with the wind in his hair and the smell of chopper girl perfume on his body.
The appearance was not handsome, but it gave Fang Mo a sense of familiarity,
as if he seemed to have seen this person somewhere.
Chen Xiao, countless employees were shocked to notice this one. Why is Mr. Chen here?
Isn't this the mad dog Chen Kaiga who was chasing after Mr.
Ning before?
Who in the whole of Jiangqing doesn't know what he thinks of him as
Ning?
There's nothing this kid can't get his hands on.
Why did he show up at our company today? Could it be for Mr. Ning? Fang Mo wasn't deaf,
so he naturally heard the rising and falling conversations of those henchmen.
Chen Kaiga? This guy is the brain-dead Chen Kaishuan's brother, that he met at Ning's mall last time? Fang Mo frowned,
having heard that the other party had been admiring Sister Yulan for a long time. It was said that love rivals met in Fang Mo's sight gradually became wary.
Chen Kaiga didn't even look at Fang Mo. Yulan, I saw the news.
Ning's group firewall was hacked, and now there's a lot of trouble.
And then what? Ning Yulan noncommittally raised a willow eyebrow. If Chen Xiao is here to see a joke, I advise you to please go back today, because I'm in a bad mood. I might let the security guards throw you,
the young master,
out in a mess.
And it's not good to dirty your Armani at that time. Ning Yulan was also annoyed with Chen Kaiga, the mad dog, and her words were full of ice.
Hearing this tone, Fang Mo's heart relaxed its guard against Chen Kaiga.
Ning Yuaran was fundamentally uninterested in Chen Kaiga, otherwise she wouldn't have shown this look of impatience.
At that,
Chen Kaiga did not change his face.
Yulan, at least we've been partners for many years,
and since our two families will be in-laws sooner or later,
I'm here to help you today. Elder Taki is no longer your Ning Group's cybersecurity consultant.
He has been officially hired by me as our Chen family's technical director.
Of course, according to your friendship with me, I naturally have no problem with letting Elder Taki make a move.
Ning Yulan clasped her arms to her chest and stared coldly at Chen Kaiga. She had guessed that this mad dog would not be kind to herself, only that Ning Yulan had been secretly in love with Fang Mo for 13 years, and had long since failed to show any interest in other men. Not to mention that based on what she had learned over the years, Ning Yulan understood that Chen Kaiga was a wolf.
He wanted himself, and not just simply because he liked him either. The next moment,
Chen Kaiga lit a cigarette and said in a graceful manner,
"It's just that even Takaru can't do anything back now. After all, the hackers are coming on strong. I have a good idea if you want to save the customer data.
Why don't you merge our two cloud servers? Our Chen family's servers are very safe,
and the firewall level itself is higher than Ning's group. When the time comes,
you'll just erase the information from the system computers and wait until the firewall is upgraded to retrieve it from the Chen family's cloud."
Chapter 45, My computer's firewall is fine. Wow. I'm afraid the last few sentences are the real purpose of this Chen Kaiga.
Ning's group is at least the first big mansion in Jiangcheng.
If they casually share their customer information, wouldn't Chen Kaiga easily annex Ning's market share?
The idea he came up with was almost the equivalent of coaxing a drenched little girl to sleep with herself,
naked, on her butt,
and console each other. "I'm doing this for your own good or you'll surely freeze and catch a cold."
That purpose is so wolfish that a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it.
Ning Yulan wasn't a little girl who was soaked to the skin. She naturally wouldn't believe that after taking off her pants and sharing a bed with Chen Kaiga, this man would have no thoughts about himself.
Chen Xiao's calculations. Ning Shiyu, heard it in the bathroom. Right at this moment,
a young girl's voice crisply sounded behind several people, only to see Ning Shiyu walking over with a cup of milk tea bared. Chen Kaiga glanced at the more and more mature and flavorful little niece, and a touch of evil flickered inevitably under his eyes. "Yo,
it's been a while.
Our Shiyu's dress is getting more and more mature." Ning Shiyu probably wore a wraparound skirt today because she was influenced by her older sister.
Ning Yulan,
The upper body is matched with a brown shirt, but also tied a small tie at the neck, white stockings wrapped slender legs, college style full. That being said, the more noticeable thing is actually the two leather balls that are held up high because of the shirt that is worn, resulting in a hot body. Fanyamo was not even able to hold back to look at it twice more. Not to mention Chen Kaiga, whose heart was full of evil thoughts. He was so close to fantasizing about a double dose of sisters. I'm really worried that her buttons won't be accidentally held open. Fanyamo coughed. Good lord. How come I didn't realize a few days ago that Ning Shiyu had turned from a small Ning into a giant Ning? But the sound still fell into Ning Yulan's ears. She instantly kicked Fang Mo's heel angrily. Cough cough. Sister Yulan, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried about my sister-in-law getting naked. Ning Yuan didn't bother with nonsense and pointed to the door. Young Chen, if there's nothing else, please return. Saying that, Ning Yuan raised two fingers. Firstly, I, Ning Yulan, will not join forces with you. I clearly rejected you a long time ago. And secondly, I'm already married. And the demands I place on myself don't allow me to come into too much contact with a tigress of the opposite sex like you. Your brother, Kaiser Chen, should have also told you about my marriage. At those words, Chen Kaiga shrugged non-committally. Worthy of being the heir of the Chen family group, the city is really deep. Even in the face of the woman who has loved for many years suddenly married this kind of news, Chen Kaiga can do not change his face. I know. However, Yulan, if you want to say that your marriage partner is this fine dog-like brat beside you, I advise you to reconsider. He won't be of any help to your career. After the words were spoken, Chen Kaiga looked at Fang Yamo. Kid, I won't say much. I'll just ask you a question. Can you help Yulan with the crisis Ning's group ran into today? Hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes narrowed. No wonder he didn't even look at me in the beginning. So he dug a hole and waited for me to jump into it. It's not a complicated virus. Though, not to mention me, any member of the Dragon team can easily solve it. Fang Yamo had just swept the computers of the technicians present long ago. This kind of pediatric stuff, he could crack and even reverse track it at the age of 13. Ning Yulan was not clear about what Fang Yamo had in mind. And when she saw that Chen Kaiga was making things difficult for her little husband, she was on fire. Chen Kaiga, it's not up to you to say whether our husband can help me or not. It's up to this lady to say that he can help me make out and detoxify. He can put me in a good mood. That's helping me. Aren't you ridiculous for a grown man to be unreasonable in my company? I'm going to give you 3 minutes to get the hell out of here right now, or I'm going to call security to throw you out. Making out to detox? The image of the two kissing 3 times yesterday surfaced in Fang Mo's mind, and his line of sight unconsciously landed on Sister Yulan's pink and red lips. Ning Shiyu rolled her eyes when she saw Fang Mo's expression and quietly ran over to poke the youth with her elbow. Hey, hurry up and find a chance to bolt. You're just pulling hate on my sister here. Watch out for Chen Kaiga later. Hearing his sister-in-law's kind advice, Fang Yamo let out a light laugh. I am Sister Yulan's husband. Can I let a woman face the blast alone at a time like this? Cut. It's pretty cool, but you have to have the strength to fake it. Ning Shiyu rolled her eyes and stopped talking nonsense. On the other side, Chen Kaiga was all bashful. Excuse me, Mr. Ning, I made an appointment today with the second shareholder of your company, Ning Huarong, and no one can kick me out without his consent. Wow. Hearing this, Ning Yulan's face sank. Where are the Ning Huarong people? Ning Huarong? Ning Yulan's uncle? Fang Yamo was somewhat familiar with this name. It's normal for a wealthy family to have many heirs, but rumor has it that Ning Yulan and this second shareholder's eldest uncle don't seem to have a good relationship. Niece, I haven't seen you in half a year. Your temper has risen. Another man in a white suit suddenly stepped out from the end of the crowd. Countless employees also exclaimed again. Why is Second Master Ning here? Hasn't he completely delegated his authority to Mr. Ning and stopped asking about the company's affairs? Yeah, why is he here? Second Master Ning simply doesn't have the talent or aptitude to manage a company. Or else the old master wouldn't have handed the group over to General Manager Little Ning. What's he doing here today? Ning Yulan's pretty face was once again 3 times colder as she looked at Chen Kaiga and Ning Huarong standing together. Second uncle, what do you mean by that? If you don't make an extreme effort to repair the data at such a critical moment, do you still intend to stand out and fight with me, Ning Yulan? Hearing this, the stout Ning Huarong laughed out loud. Don't misunderstand, niece, I don't have such thoughts. It's just that I think that young Chen's suggestion also has merit, so I hope you'll listen to young Chen's opinion more. I refuse. Ning Yulan didn't hesitate and sneered. At those words, Ning Huarong's expression stagnated in vain, and in the next moment, he directly burst out in rage. Ning Yulan, you've hardened your wings, haven't you? The person who wasted time is not us, but you. Taki Lao are all weak to return to heaven. Chen Xiao's suggestion is the most useful program in my opinion. You are still grumbling now.
The loss that occurs in the end. Is it possible that you, Ning Yulan, can bear it alone? Numerous senior executives wore a difficult expression, obviously not wanting Ning to transfer the information on one side, but likewise unable to do anything in the face of this onslaught of viruses. Seeing this, Chen Kaiga understood that he had pulled back a game and licked his lips. Yulan, the horror of this virus is that the longer it is delayed, the heavier your Ning clan's losses will be. You must consider it as soon as possible. Consider it well. Consider it clearly. Think about your fucking head. If you hand over the information, it's the same as throwing your soft underbelly to the Chen family group. The Ning Yulan would have to settle for a subordinate in the future. Mr. Ning, you can't hand over the information. The secretary had just made a sound when suddenly Chen Kaiga threw out a slap. Slap. Where do you get off talking here? Provocation. Naked provocation. Ning Huarong also raised his chin at Ning Yulan. Niece, young Chen is the right match for you. Why are you still worrying too much? Anyway, in the future, if you two fulfill your destiny, our two families will be one sooner or later. And today is nothing more than advancing the process. Life and death. Without customer information, Ning's group is gone. What are you still thinking about? Ning Yulan? Right. Is Mr. Ning going to ignore the thousands of employees up and down the Ning group who dined with you just for the sake of so-called dignity? Several of the top brass behind Ning Huarong who had long since defected to him spoke up. Ning Yulan and the secretary were both grimacing. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded slowly from a certain computing heel. Actually, it's not quite that far. I guess, the firewall in my computer should be able to stop this hack. Wow! The eyes of all the people in the room all coalesced on the body of the person who opened his mouth at this moment. Ning Yulan's pupils suddenly tightened. It's her husband. Fong Mo. Chapter 46, Provoking the Whole House. As countless eyes fell on him, Fong Mo remained blithely unchanged. However, both those Ning group technicians in Chen Kaiga and Ning Huarong present were all showing contempt. Ning Shiyu even didn't hold back from stomping her jade feet. What's this guy babbling about at a time like this? Doesn't he know that he'll get himself into trouble? Ning Yulan's pretty face of consternation slowly faded away, but she didn't complain like Ning Shiyu did. This little fool. The man must have seen her Ning Yulan being verbally abused, so he stood out to draw fire. Who says strong women don't look for someone to lean on? At such a time, being able to have a broad shoulder to stand out and snuggle up to, even a strong woman like Ning Yulan would feel warm, even if Fong Mo couldn't provide any help at all. Boy, I don't want to laugh. Please don't make me laugh, okay? Your computer's firewall stops hackers? What kind of computer are you? A supercomputer? Old Techie, a super hacker, is at his wit's end. This kid says his computer firewall can stop hacking. Have you been watching too many movies? Ning Huarong didn't mince his words in terms of sarcasm. Hearing this, not only Chen Kaiga and Ning Huarong and the others smiled contemptuously. Even some of the Ning group's technicians frowned as they looked at Fong Mo in droves. Isn't the youth's remark tantamount to questioning their computer skills in disguise? If a random computer's firewall could have prevented this crisis, why are they all still here? Kid, you have to consider the actual situation when you talk big. MS. Ning is now in a state of anxiety. You're just giving her a hard time. Do you really think that by standing out and saying a few words blindly you'll be able to impress the people on the sidelines? It's nothing more than claptrap. Old man Taki glanced at Fong Mo with disdain. Apparently the youth's words had also caused old man Taki's displeasure. Who has an ordinary computer with a firewall that can withstand a hacker's virus invasion? What's more, he Taki old vertical across the virtual world for decades of light. Not to mention other things, this age of hacker masters have not seen a few. So he was bent on determining that Fong Mo was clamoring for attention. Who knew that Fong Mo wasn't afraid in the slightest? Instead he said lightly, just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Not to mention, how do you know I can't unless you try? Is it because you yourself are an old man who can't? Of the world. So it doesn't seem okay to look at anyone? Nima, you boys know the inner workings. Old Taki's face turned green. How dare he say that Takaru can't? Holy shit, does this kid know who Taki Lao is? Taki Lao, that's the most awesome hacker in Jiangcheng. Many universities have invited Taki Lao to be a visiting professor of computer science. Can he, a brat in his early 20s, be more powerful than Taki Lao? There were cries of surprise all around. There were even some of the Ning group's technicians muttering in whispers. Kid, just now, I didn't even want to find you trouble. Since you want to jump out to find death, then I'll fulfill you. Taki Lao, that's the top computer expert in the whole Jiangcheng city, the network security department advisor of countless enterprises. Since you provoked Taki Lao, then I need you to give a statement. Chen Kaiga sneered, didn't you say your firewall is awesome? Then let's see it. Let's see if your firewall can solve this crisis of Ning's group. But there are naturally penalties and costs for speaking big words. If you didn't manage to save the day,
then you should obediently leave Ning Yulan.
Wow.
Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes flinched at his words.
This Chen Kaiga is unsuspicious.
This is intended to let Fang Yamo and himself part ways while offending the faith of all Jiangcheng computer experts.
Brother, don't promise him.
Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of gravity, fearing that Fang Yamo would be angered by Chen Kaiga's words and really agree to his conditions.
However, Fang Yamo shook the woman's jade hand and handed Ning Yulan a firm look. I'm sorry, this old man really can't represent the Jiangcheng computer experts.
The so-called top is just the tip of the iceberg.
What you can access on the bright side.
A true master wouldn't run around being a dog for people.
Just this what's his name Taki Lao, a guy I've never even heard of. Dragon Group casually out of a newcomer.
Can show him full of teeth?
On this level, but also on behalf of the entire Jiangcheng computer experts? Then wouldn't he,
Fang Mozheng as the king of hackers,
be able to represent the entire universe? Old Taki's face sank once again.
And even some of the technical backbones within the Ning group were looking at Fang Yamo angrily.
If this guy despised Taki Lao, wouldn't he likewise regard them as trash as well? In the next moment, Fang Yamo rushed at Chen Kaiga and said indifferently, also, I won't accept your bet because there are no conditions for betting against you. No pari-mutual conditions? Ning Shiyu was taken aback. Fang Yamo, you're an idiot. Really bet with him? Are you thinking of divorcing my sister? Divorce? Fang Yamo shook his head, didn't think about it.
Of course he did not think of divorce.
So simple a hacker virus is not difficult to defeat. Fang Yamo,
with his fingers, can solve this crisis.
Why not step on this high and mighty Chen Kaiga since he has the certainty of victory?
With those words, Fang Yamo glanced in the direction of Chen Kaiga and the others. I just can't stand to see a very simple thing being described as complicated by a bunch of noobs and then flaunting it here.
What? What did he say? Don't know what you're doing. How dare he insinuate that old Taki doesn't know what he's doing?
Old man Taki's face grew more and more ugly,
as if he had eaten shit ironically. What balls? Chen Kaiga laughed without anger. This young man will lose?
Oh, if you can save a crisis by a computer's firewall, this young man will eat shit upside down. Gee, that's a more or less unique hobby.
Fang Yamo shrugged his shoulders non-committally, but you alone are not enough. He has to eat too. With that, he reached out and pointed in the direction of Ning Huarong. When he forced Ning Yulan's hand just now, this eldest uncle hadn't interfered much, knowing full well that Sister Yulan was married to himself. He was even trying to set up Ning Yuaran and Chen Kaiga. Did he really think that Zhang, the king of hackers in the darknet world, didn't have a temper? When Ning Huarong saw Fang Mo's finger pointing at himself, he instantly became furious. Fuck you little thing, what the hell are you? You also dare to make me eat shit. You really think that you can be lawless just because you have this little bitch Ning Yulan protecting you, don't you? This is Ning's group. It's not a place where just any cat or dog is qualified to come in. Believe it or not, I'll call security to throw you out in a minute. Slap. As soon as the words fell, before Ning Huarong could react, a loud slapping sound suddenly came to mind. Ning Yulan had coldly raised her hand to give him a slap. Eldest uncle, I respect you as an elder, so I'll give you a few points for all the times you've been giving nonsense directions in the company. But you have the best mouth for my husband. Ba put cleaner. Ning Yulan looked at Fang Yamo. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Are you really sure? Fang Yamo nodded and revealed a bright smile. As my sister's husband, I naturally have the obligation to help you out. Sister, look for the motherboard of my computer. Use the motherboard to connect the socket to use my firewall. Yes. No need for a motherboard though. I've got someone to fix your computer for you. After Ning Yulan said this, she asked her secretary to go fetch the computer. Fang Yamo then realized, no wonder before leaving the house today, Sister Yulan said she wanted to give herself a surprise. So the surprise was waiting for her right here. Worthy of being the female president of the No. 1 mansion in Jiangcheng, she moves really fast. In just a few days you can find someone to fix your computer. Although Fang Mo's hacking skills were top-notch, he was almost a computer idiot when it came to hardware assembly, or else he wouldn't have been so furious when the computer was shattered by Lin Shirhan. Yes. I'm still going to see how you can use a piece of hardware to maintain a software hacking problem today, and still be able to solve this crisis with your computer's motherboard? But anyone who knows anything about computers shouldn't be able to say something like that. Firewalls are things in software, whose firewall is programmed into the hardware. Right at this moment, Elder Taki, who had just been half exasperated by Fang Yamo, also gritted his teeth and spoke out with an iron face. Chapter 47, why didn't you just say no? At that, a few of the technical backbones nodded their heads as well. Yeah, first time I've ever heard of someone's computer firewall being written into the hardware. This kid can't be uninformed, can he? What's wrong with him? Wasted so much of everyone's time. He is purely an amateur. On this a little bit of basic computer common sense or not, but also dare to boast in front of the old man in Taki. This is not to give us a total of Ning disgrace?
Several employees bowed their heads and exchanged words. The smugness on Chen Kaiga's face increased.
Indeed. Fanyamo spoke out like a country bumpkin who had never even touched a computer. Killing him? Chen Kaiga did not believe that Fanyamo was capable of anything.
The gazes of countless people looking at Ning Yulan were filled with sympathy.
The husband that General Manager Ning had found was actually this kind of person? That's pretty lame, isn't it? Not only does it not help Mr. Ning's career, it even likes to talk big. Not only is it not reliable at all, but it's like a jumped-up clown.
Including Ning Yulan's secretary's mind flashed through this kind of thought, inevitably also a little disappointed in the vision of Mr.
Ning.
There was hardly a single person in the room who believed that even if the Fanyamo computer was fetched, the youth would be able to build anything.
Just then, the item was also finally delivered to Fanyamo. Young Fong, this is your computer. Including the monitor, we've replaced it with a brand new one for you.
The motherboard and several hard disks are also assembled.
We've booted it up and it's running smoothly. There's no more operational problems. Hearing this, Fanyamo nodded. Hard work. Ning Shiyu couldn't even hold back a cold sweat for Fanyamo. Sis, is he any good or not? Will it work? Won't you try it yourself with him?
Ning Yulan held her arms over her chest. As one of the parties involved, she behaved most calmly instead.
What? Try it? Wait, what kind of weird stuff are you talking about? Sis?
Ning Shiyu's pretty face blushed. Old sister.
What time is it? You still have the free mood to joke around? I'm asking you seriously. Does Fanyamo really know about computers?
Ning Yulan shrugged her fragrant shoulders.
I don't know,
but I always thought that according to my brother's character, he wouldn't fight a battle he wasn't sure of.
Right? Intuition?
Ning Shiyu slapped her forehead, and her heart began to silently pray for the youth.
Fanyamo,
I hope you'll give it a go today.
No, but my sister will be the one to lose face. Ding dong. Fanyamo asked for a data cable,
so he directly connected his laptop to a random computer.
Seeing Fangmo's clumsy movements, even Elder Taki was somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. You can't even find a USB port, and you have the nerve to claim that you can solve this virus invasion crisis? Chen Kaiga was in a good mood, and even thinking that Fanyamo,
the rash young man who didn't know the heights of heaven,
would soon be leaving Ning Yulan.
A touch of smugness skimmed across his face.
But, ha ha ha, claptrap is not even a degree, so ink time can be delaying Mr. Ning's things. Do you understand computers in the end? If you don't understand, hurry up and divorce Yulan. Don't hold each other up. You're not in the same world per se. Hearing this, countless people in the room shook their heads, all feeling that Fanyamo had drawn fire and was really too much of a trustworthy person.
Ning Shiyu's heart was in her throat,
once again pinching a cold sweat for Fanyamo. Hey, this kid didn't move after he connected the two computers together. What the hell is he doing? Holy shit, you're not really going to play us for claptrap, are you? Mr. Ning, time is precious. We don't have time to delay here watching Mr. Fong. Time passed by. Fanyamo hadn't done anything since he plugged in the interfaces of the two computers.
It's a move that's like plainly telling the crowd again that I'm just screwing with you guys. Those backbones of the Ning group who had originally had a few expectations as to whether or not Mr.
Ning's husband would be skilled in his craft also sighed in disappointment.
Kid, you've been given enough time to make a scene, haven't you? Chen Kaiga licked his lips and was about to step forward.
Just then, Fanyamo, who had never moved, slowly raised his head. What's the hurry? Isn't this already done? Check it yourselves. The data transmission was completely and unilaterally interrupted.
And now the firewalls of all the computers of the Ning group have been iterated by me.
Put. Iterated? Just sitting here with two computers plugged into one iteration? Do you think we're 3 years old? Chen Kaiga was the first to laugh and express his disbelief. Of course, not only Chen Kaiga do not believe, even Ning Shiyu wildly rolled his eyes. Big brother, you pretend to pretend a little bit like okay? Who's going to believe you with your pure and simple broken ass stance? Fanyamo pointed at the computer. Just because I didn't do anything, doesn't mean I can't use shortcuts to synchronize my firewall for the Ning group server when I turn on the computer. Pretend. Continue to pretend. Kid, I have seen a lot of your kind of incapable rash. Not much ability, not small temper. Really think we will believe you?
Chen Kaiga hadn't finished speaking when suddenly a Ning technical backbone stared at the computer screen and exclaimed in shock.
Oh my god, it's upgraded. The firewall's really upgraded. The hacker who broke in has been kicked out. All data in the cloud is retained. And the stolen data has been intercepted. Boom. What? When these words came out, countless people were shocked. Chen Kaiga and old man Taki even turned wildly pale. How is this possible? How is it possible to do this with just a firewall alone? Subverting perceptions. Old Taki's face alternated between green and red, his eyes flashing in disbelief. In the next moment,
The technical backbone who had initially opened his mouth once again dropped a heavy bomb.
And not only that, the firewall is actually tracking the other side's positioning in reverse.
And maybe it's possible to locate the opposite side's IP to save the damage.
Geez, what kind of software is this? This completely subverts my cognition. What the hell? And reverse tracking the hacker's location? What firewall is so horrible? Elder Taki's eyes widened.
And the rest of the technicians who heard this also looked at each other with shock on their faces. They had never heard of a mere firewall having so many functions.
No way! Old Takaru stormed out with a furious roar,
and immediately sat down on his butt in front of one of the computers.
This is impossible. A firewall in the district can solve the problem of hacking,
but also be able to reverse intercept data to locate the other party's IP. This kind of situation is simply unheard of for me.
But after about 30 seconds,
that Taki old man also tilted his head with a face full of dismay.
Seeing that old man Taki was all in this state, almost everyone present was mostly convinced.
Chen Kaiga suppressed his emotions and rushed at old Taki to ask through gritted teeth.
Elder Taki, is he telling the truth? Yes. Elder Taki didn't mouth off anymore, but glanced toward Fong Mo with a tangled expression. I've never seen this kind of firewall before, but yes, all cloud data is now being intercepted.
And the entire Ning Group servers have been upgraded with a different kind of system that I've never even seen before.
In other words,
this crisis of Ning's group being hacked is solved.
Boom. Hearing this, Chen Kaiga's face twitched violently. What's going on? Ning Yulan, on the other hand,
her beautiful eyes crossed a flash of surprise, and she looked towards the little guy with interest for a couple more moments.
Fong Mo looked calm and was tinkering with his own computer,
as if he wasn't the one who had just gone toe-to-toe with Chen Kaiga and the others and called them out.
Just then,
the technician who had opened his mouth at the beginning suddenly said,
"Found it.
I told you why the other attack came without a trace. It turns out yes, there was a problem internally. The locator showed that one of our own computers had been hardware implanted with a virus," said the technician directly to find a computer.
Not surprisingly, in the above inserted a USB flash drive. Wow!
As soon as these words came out,
Ning Yulan's eyes narrowed,
her beautiful peach blossom eyes flashing with dangerous arcs.
So the problem is within ourselves. Whose computer is this? Flop. Hearing this,
at once a technical backbone's knees went weak and he directly fell to the ground.
Mr. Ning, I'm sorry, I'm obsessed. I shouldn't have talked to Chen. Slap.
Before the words were finished, Chen Kaiga suddenly changed his face drastically and fiercely stepped forward to kick the technical backbone in the face.
Dogs. Mr. Ning has been so kind to you people. Is this how you repay Yulan?
As the technical backbone of Ning's group, he even used a virus to steal information from Ning's group.
If anything goes wrong, do you know how much loss impact it will have on Ning's group? I'm sorry Yulan. I really can't stand to see this kind of bridge where your own people betray you, causing the company to suffer losses. If you trust me, this traitor will be handed over to me to deal with.
I'm sure I'll be able to knock something out of his mouth,
and by then I'll be able to twist him to the Public Security Bureau. Chen Kaiga went down with a few kicks,
and that bonehead was directly beaten with blood all over his face, and 3 of his teeth fell out. The whole man was curled up on the ground trembling,
obviously overly frightened. This state of mind wants to ask some useful information, is afraid to be as difficult as heaven. Seeing this, Ning Yulan let out a cold laugh. This overstepping of Mr. Chen's role is becoming more and more pure. Chen Kaiga's heart went gaddon. Ning Yulan wasn't a fool,
so she naturally saw some clues.
At the thought of this, Chen Kaiga's spiteful gaze fell again on Fong Mo, who was like no one else. If not for this kid messing up, today his high and low can also cheat Ning Yulan to share the cloud data. At that point, a merger between the two would be the nail in the coffin. Unless Ning Yulan doesn't want Ning Group anymore,
she will be his Chen Kaiga plaything sooner or later.
However, who knew that Fong Mo would be killed in the middle of the road? Mr. Ning is polite. Our Chen Ning two families have many years of friendship. I really can't stand to see this kind of traitor, so I didn't hold back to take action.
Chen Kaiga pretended not to hear the cynicism in Ning Yulan's words. The woman waved her hand. It's better for me to deal with the traitor of the Ning Group myself, so I don't need to trouble Mr. Chen. Come on people, bring him down to me.
Oh yes, since the matter is settled. Isn't Mr. Chen honoring your agreement? Fulfillment of the agreement? Chen Kaiga's expression stalled.
Only then did he remember the bet he had just made with Fong Mo in front of the crowd.
Yulan, not so much. Chen Kaiga squeezed out an ugly, bitter smile. Slap.
Ning Yulan suddenly stormed out, raising her jade hand to slap her.
Not so much?
Since when is it your turn to ask questions about the affairs of our Ning Group?
Someone from the Chun family? How come you didn't say it's not so bad when you aggressively attacked our husband just now? Chen Kaiga instantly had 5 clear slap marks on his face.
Ning Huarong wanted to stand up and say something,
but was persuaded back by Ning Yulan's icy god eyes. The atmosphere was instantly tense. Chapter 48, Such an Auntie. Love truly. Chen Kaiga didn't end up performing shit-eating, and Fang Yamo had guessed that the kid wouldn't fulfill his promise when he made the bet with him. Only this time Chen Kaiga, the Chen family's eldest young man, was in front of the crowd. A good embarrassment. After today, this Chen family's great young man is considered to have lost face in the Ning group, but Fang Yamo wasn't going to let him off just like that. The scene that just happened can all be recorded by Ning's group surveillance. Although he wasn't a vindictive character, he had long ago judged that today's matter was 80% unrelated to Chen Kaiga. I don't want him to lose this person to be sorry for the way he just flaunted himself. With this thought, Fang Yamo casually operated his fingers on the computer and directly threw the video of the surveillance footage to the Jiangcheng news media. It's all thanks to Mr. Fang that we were able to solve this crisis today, so let's give Mr. Fang our warmest applause of gratitude. Right at this moment, Ning Yulan's secretary suddenly jumped out playfully. The words were met with thunderous applause throughout the room of the technical department. Countless people looked at Fang Yamo with faces full of excitement, for no other reason than the wonderful performance of the youth today. Fang Mo's old face blushed, still a little less adapted to this kind of scene. Thump. The next moment, Ning Yulan stepped over on her thin high heels. Crisis averted. A soft light smile returned to the woman's pretty face. Little guy has done sister a big favor today. Speaking of which, how come I didn't know that you even know about computers? Do you still have any secrets to hide from your sister? As she said this, Ning Yulan crouched down and slowly leaned towards Fang Yamo. The scented wind hit Fang Yamo, and the knots in his throat rolled involuntarily. Ahem. In fact, I found a friend to write this firewall before. That friend of mine has high attainments in computers, and he gave me instructions on how to use this firewall. And as soon as I heard about the trouble you encountered today, I thought that perhaps this firewall could play a certain role. Fang Yamo scratched the back of his head. This is kind of a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. A friend helped write the firewall? Ning Yulan blinked her wonderful eyes, her foxiness flickering away as she nodded thoughtfully. So that's it. Still, you've done my sister a great favor. I'm going to reward you well. Say, what do you want to eat this afternoon? Western or French food? Sister's treat. Fang Yamo didn't have many hobbies in his day-to-day life, and the only thing he might be able to do is put some effort into eating. Hearing this, Fang Mo's stomach cravings were instantly aroused. Let's have Western food. I haven't had Western food in a long time. But, Sister Yulan, you're on your period. Can you eat Western food? Ning Yulan smiled coquettishly. What's wrong with that? There are so many types of Western food. It's not enough for my sister to order something random and unexciting. As soon as she heard the duo discussing food, Ning Shiyu, a snacker, also squeezed over. What are you talking about? Sister, you guys go eat something delicious and bring me along too. Ning Yulan glanced at her sister and didn't say anything, while her beautiful eyes fell on Fang Yamo. Strange to say, Ning Yulan was actually very bland towards this half-sister. One could even say that the relationship was average. But I don't know why. Ning Shiyu looked like a quirky person in front of outsiders, but she was not afraid of the sky and the earth, only afraid of this sister of hers. Moreover, Ning Shiyu also just loved sticking to Ning Yulan. Brother-in-law, just take me with you guys. I haven't gone out to eat good food for days. Fang Yamo please. Seeing his sister-in-law suddenly dropping her offense and pampering herself, Fang Yamo helplessly slapped his forehead. Sister Yulan, then bring her along. The atmosphere can still be lively with more people. But I remember, isn't Ning Shiyu still in college? Today is during the week. Don't you have classes? Dropped out of school a long time ago. Grandpa said he'd send me to Europe in a couple months for me to study abroad. While talking, the three of them walked towards the stairs. Just now the technical department office before someone began to Fang Yamo identity crosstalk discussion. That one wouldn't be the aunt of the Ning group. Mr. Ning's boyfriend, right? I think it's 9 times out of 10. Otherwise, Mr. Ning wouldn't be so intimate with him. Che, what do you guys know? What boyfriend? Didn't you see Mr. Ning's friend's circle 2 days ago? Both of them have gotten a license. Okay? Just then, the little secretary suddenly jumped out and said playfully. These words were a stone's throw away. Holy shit, Mr. Ning flashed. When was it? Big brothers, you're way out of touch with your information, aren't you? Ning Yulan's secretary was smug. These technical department backbones might be more important in the company than herself. But there was one advantage to her being Ning Yulan's personal secretary. That is, you can always be on the front line of eating the melons from the top. Although our Ning's group's aunt looks a bit ordinary, but they are really bullish. One of you professional technicians can't solve the problem. He plugged in a computer to get it done in minutes. Even if it's a blind cat hitting a dead rat. Don't you guys have no such luck? At the word, a sigh in the field, Ning's group on Ning Yulan. This high iceberg female president adoration of the male compatriots are not a few.
Heard the small secretary a word.
Do not know how many people tonight and secretly heartbreak. Look guys, someone posted the surveillance video from earlier online? Just then,
one of Ning's backbones clutched his cell phone and suddenly exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words came out, countless people also rushed to open their cell phones.
Ha, what surveillance?
It's that bet when Chen Xiao was in our company.
I go. Send a good fast.
I'm going to brush the comments, rushed his Chen Kaiga. Have long looked at this kid is not happy. The reality cannot afford to offend him. The internet I still dare not heavy-handed attack it. The title is called, I Search. I heard that the Chen family likes to eat shit? The Chen family's youngest ran into Ning's group to cheat food and drink? The little secretary is still on the first line of eating.
Ha ha ha, who came up with that headline? It's a headline party. But I say, what a tough love. Chapter 49, there should be no reason to refuse either. Study abroad? When they got into the car, Fang Yamo was still acting as the driver.
Ning Shiyu wanted to pull her sister into the back row,
but Ning Yulan didn't even look at her before pulling open the passenger door.
Ning Shiyu instantly muttered with a somewhat less than happy look on her little face.
Which country are you planning to study in? Ning Shiyu. Starting the car, the few people drove towards the center of Jiangchang.
Only there was a shopping district there, and some of the better restaurants were also near the city center. Ning Yulan didn't have anything else to do this afternoon, so she was able to spend more time with Fang Yamo.
The two were only newlyweds, and it was the perfect time for them to be in love. Not to mention that they were no ordinary couple.
The disconnect from the flash marriage had only been fading for the past 2 days, but it still hadn't gotten to the point of complete openness that normal lovers had when they were together.
After all, it's been a few years since we've been in touch, and rustiness is inevitable. Hearing Fang Mo's voice,
Ning Shiyu in the back row then pouted her red lips.
I don't know.
It depends on what my grandpa arranges.
I guess it's Pop who gets the final shot. It's good to be rich. Even if the children of rich families are not happy to go to school at home, they can arrange to go abroad anytime, anywhere, which can make Fang Mo envious.
Che, that's because she got kicked out of school for getting into trouble,
so Grandpa had no choice but to plan to send her abroad.
Ning Yulan mercilessly poked her sister's bottom.
Ning Shiyu wasn't annoyed and playfully poked Fang Mo's shoulder. Say, Fang Mo, the firewall in your computer is so powerful. Who wrote it for you?
My sister and their company. So many Tsinghua University graduated high school students cannot solve the problem. A random firewall to save the day.
Always sounds like a sci-fi feeling.
Seeing that his sister-in-law pulled the topic back again,
Fang Mo's expression flashed with a touch of unnaturalness. A more computer-savvy friend. A hacker of sorts.
Ha,
what's up, hacker? Ning Shiyu widened her beautiful eyes and became even more interested. Then can you introduce this friend of yours to me? I love hackers. Have you seen the movie Matrix?
I feel like all the hackers in there are so handsome and awesome.
Right. Since your friend is a hacker, does he know Zhang? That's my idol. Better can you help me ask Zhang out to meet him? Hiss. Fang Yamomeng, 1936. Inventor of the Mozambique family, TW.
The ground fell back. I didn't realize that I was so famous that even my sister-in-law,
Ning Shiyu, had heard of my name. But wasn't Ning Shiyu thinking things a bit too simply? How can any random hacker know Vladimir?
Ning Yulan's narrow eyes slowly narrowed slightly.
Ning Shiyu, can't you think realistically? What kind of existence is Zhang? He's the pillar of China's guardian who hides in the cyber world. If Zhang's real identity is exposed, have you thought about the consequences? What's more, how could Fang Mo's friend possibly know Zhang?
Zhang enjoys a great reputation in the entire world.
This kind of person is not even qualified to look up to your sister and I. Even if they do know him,
it's impossible for them to give you a chance to meet him.
Upon hearing this,
Ning Shiyu pouted her red lips in a spoiled manner.
Seemingly a little disappointed, Fang Yamo took a long sigh of relief. Sister-in-law, the person you want to see is far away and close to you.
Don't blame brother-in-law for not feeling sorry for you.
Actually,
I've heard of this king of hackers,
Vladimir.
They may be hiding around us, and who knows whether the other identities of the relatives and friends around us will be the masters of the darknet world. After all, they may be doing ordinary jobs in the real world, and merely flipping their hands in the virtual cyber world.
After Fang Yamo said this, he added another sentence. So every one of them could be Zhang. Maybe it's Sister Yulan. Maybe it's Elder Ning. And then again, maybe it's the same man who's driving you now.
When he said this,
Fang Yamo held a smile as if he was joking. However,
when they heard this, the carriage was completely quiet,
and both sisters looked at Fang Yamo with an odd expression.
Ning Shiyu smashed her red lips.
Fang Yamo, you're not trying to tell me that you're Zhang, are you? What? Is it that obvious? Fang Mo's heart all clenched suddenly and uncontrollably.
I can't wait to raise my hand and give myself a big mouth.
Damn it.
I should have known not to comfort her with my mouth.
This is exposed? Unexpectedly, the next moment,
Ning Shiyu rolled her eyes.
Fang Yamo, if you are Zhang,
I'll marry you with my sister piece by piece.
Legend has it that Vladimir is 9 meters tall, with a tiger's back and waist, and is very energetic, and has long, slender fingers that can knock over 100 Chinese characters.
That hand speed alone is enough to break the World Guinness record. Ning Shiyu finished saying this,
and muttered in an exasperated manner, "Can you not make fun of my idol next time? My old sister knows I'm a die-hard fan of Zhang." Hearing this, Fang Yamo then took a long breath. No exposure? That's good.
Ning Yulan glanced at Fang Yamo, but that firewall of yours is really special.
If I have the chance,
I still want to meet that friend of yours who knows about hacking. I want to hire him to be our company's cybersecurity consultant.
Ha! It's really one thing after another. I'm making friends out of nothing. Sister Yulan, how can I introduce you? Ahem. That shouldn't work too well.
This friend of mine doesn't really like to get in touch with real friends. We both knew each other back in the day because we were playing the same game together.
And we hadn't actually even met in person. Fang Yamo laughed dryly and sort of fooled around. Ning Yuan nodded and didn't show any disappointment. In fact, Fang Yamo can have such a friend is enough to let Ning Yulan shocked. To say that this person is Fang Mo's best friend in reality, that is indeed a little beyond the understanding of Ning Yulan to Fang Mo's social circle. Right. After dinner in a while, accompany me to meet one of the elders. Since your firewall is so useful,
it might also play a role in what their company has encountered in the past 2 days.
Clams? Sister Yulan, this firewall is just a source code that I used to write casually, and I just happened to see that your company's virus can be used today, so I rushed to the shelves. That's not universal, but at a time like this, Fang Yamo would definitely arouse the woman's suspicion if he directly refused. After all, he had great confidence in his firewall in front of so many people, and now just letting him try it out. Fang Yamo shook his head and refused at the first opportunity, and would definitely be seen by the women. He could only say stiffly, "Okay, I'll try it then." Fang Yamo, what's wrong with you? My old sister is giving you a chance to make a name for yourself.
Ning Shiyu didn't understand the situation and sat in the back row unpleasantly poking the youth's shoulder with her little finger.
Older sister, you're not talking about the Jean family's matter, are you?
I've also heard that the Jean family has been busy lately due to a system bug that caused a crash. If Fang Mo's firewall really works, the Jean family will owe you a huge favor.
Ning Yulan beastly inventory. Indeed,
what I just wanted to say was about the Jean family, but it wasn't for any so-called favors.
Back then, when I first entered the Ning group with unstable roots, Elder Jean didn't do much to help.
If I can use Fang Mo's firewall to solve the Jean family's trouble this time,
it will be considered that my husband has returned a favor for me,
and you should not have a psychological burden.
Fang Yamo, you can contact your friend beforehand, and if he doesn't want the firewall he developed to be used by you, then I'll think of something else. If he's willing,
it wouldn't be a bad idea to actually pay him a little, for a negotiable price. Hearing those last 5 words,
Fang Yamo once again felt a flavor of wealth and power come over him.
Not bad for Sister Moonlan. Anything that can be solved with money is probably nothing in the eyes of a woman.
There's actually a point worth mentioning that Fang Yamo isn't poor.
All these years of being the leader of the Dragon Team, Fang Yamo has been paid every month. And the Dragon Team will also award bonuses in commission based on the missions they perform and their various performances.
The specific number Fang Yamo is not too clear, but at least it must also be 7 digits towards the top.
Just these years Fang Yamo never used that big man in a mountain suit to give himself a payroll card only.
After all, that card can only be used to withdraw money at the bank counter, not to make online payments. And once Fang Yamo went to withdraw money,
the national security backstage could possibly find out his real face through the bank surveillance. Except for the 13-year-old who invades a supercomputer and almost launches a nuclear bomb and shows up at the house with all those big men in mid-mountain suits. Even the top management of the Chinese cybersecurity department had not seen the true face of Zhang.
Fang Yamo didn't want to risk exposing himself by simply using a payroll card. So over the years, Fang Mo's salary was almost a dime he didn't use. Fang Yamo let out a bitter smile. Sister Yulan has said so.
I think he should have no reason to refuse.
Chapter 50 Ning Shiyu's dream lover is Zhang. Fang Yamo let out a bitter smile and sort of agreed. Since the Jean family, which he has never met before, is kind to Yulan, Fang Yamo,
as Ning Yulan's husband, can help his sister to repay this favor.
Fang Yamo was the one who drove all the way,
but when they were almost at the place,
Ning Yulan suddenly commanded. Fang Yamo followed the woman's request to make 7 turns,
and when he stopped the car,
Fang Yamo couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Holy shit, Sister Yulan, isn't it a bit too extravagant for us to eat here this afternoon?
In front of him was a small palace with a brilliant gold and blue color. Just around the parking lot was full of various types of luxury cars. The array was simply a small car show.
This place Fang Yamo had only seen on TV. Jiangcheng International Hotel.
It was also one of the few ultra-high spending places in Jiangcheng that didn't belong to the Ning clan.
Hearing this,
Ning Yulan lightly pursed her red lips and smiled.
"You've done your sister a big favor today. Let's eat here as a thank you and celebrate your brother's credit." After saying this,
Ning Yulan took the lead and pushed open the car door to get out. Staring at the woman's shapely back as she left,
Fang Mo's mouth twitched. "I didn't actually do anything. Is this little bit of credit worth the trouble Sister Yulan is going through? TSK, what kind of emotional intelligence do you have?
My old sister is obviously just looking for an excuse to bring you out for a good spending spree.
Can't the aunt of our Ning group see that?" Just then, Ning Shiyu,
who heard Fang Mo's mumbling voice, poked the youth with her elbow and rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction.
Fang Yamo coughed dryly. "Oh, that's right." The next moment,
Ning Shiyu mysteriously and suddenly came over.
"By the way, Fang Yamo, what you said just now, were you implying something to me? What's the word?" Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment.
Only then did he react to the fact that his sister-in-law was probably still full of the magnificent image of Zhang with a body length of 8 feet, and he helplessly slapped his forehead.
"No, you misunderstand.
I'm just saying that actually those top hackers could be anyone around.
Don't you get carried away and misinterpret my words." After saying that, Fang Yamo took the lead to walk behind Ning Yulan with his long legs.
Ning Shiyu stomped her jade foot. Why do I always feel that this guy Fang Yamo is lying to me?
The fortune teller said that my sixth sense is very accurate. Fang Mo's friend definitely knows Zhang. Or maybe Fang Inc. knows Vladimir. Ha! Ning Shiyu suddenly looked stagnant. Could it be that Fang Mo's friend is Zhang?
Ning Shiyu stared wide-eyed, always feeling that this guess of hers was already wirelessly approaching the truth. Holy shit! If Fang Yamo really knew the legendary king of hackers Zhang, then even if she let her warm the comforter for Zhang,
it would be fine.
Ning Shiyu had been secretly in love with this guardian god of the Chinese darknet world ever since she learned of Zhang's great deeds.
What girl hasn't fantasized about Prince Charming when she was a kid?
Not to mention an unsung hero who hid in the virtual world and had only a codename in order to guard the security of the Chinese network. That one-word codename could strike fear into the hearts of countless offshore forces.
He hid in the darkness and did good deeds that not many people even knew about.
But it was this status of not being for fame or profit that made Ning Shiyu's heart sway even more. Even if Zhang himself was ugly, Ning Shiyu still wanted to spend the night with him.
Fang Yamo, Fang Yamo, Fang Yamo, wait for me. At that thought, Ning Shiyu hurriedly chased towards Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo no longer wanted to talk to Ning Shiyu. The sister-in-law's imagination was too rich, but the key was that her wild imagination could really poke at Fang Mo's true identity. It's killing him, isn't it? Fang Yamo quickened his pace and walked to Ning Yulan's side. Sister Yulan, from what source did Ning Shiyu learn about the king of hackers Zhang? Why do I get the feeling that she's like a demon? What channel?
Ning Yulan let out a light laugh as the couple took care to take the lead and walk into the mall, avoiding the poorly pursuing little ninny behind her. Ning Yulan then said slowly and thoughtfully, "It seems to be about 4 or 5 years ago. I remember that incident, and although you don't know about it, your parents should be well aware of it. When Shiyu lost her cell phone, which contained a lot of rather intimate photos. Girls, when they're young, it seems reasonable to document the changes in their adolescence from childhood to adulthood."
From childhood to adulthood. Fang Yamo frowned,
but noticing that Ning Yulan had actually placed her delicate hand on her chest and gestured at herself,
Fang Yamo instantly reacted and his old face flushed.
This bust of Sister Yulan seemed almost interesting compared to her sister Ning Shiyu, but is just the right size.
If it was any bigger, it would be a bit much to hold in one hand. The next moment, Fang Yamo shook his head. What the hell am I thinking?
Shaking that nasty thought out of his mind, Fang Yamo then touched his somewhat hot ears and rushed at Ning Yulan to ask,
"And then what?" When getting on the elevator,
Ning Yulan's jade hand habitually held Fang Mo's arm. Only then did the flavorful man rush at Fang Yamo. Then with the loss of the phone, those private photos can be at risk of leaking. And then Shiyu received a text message from someone who said they would send them one by one to the campus network, so that she, Ning Shiyu, would lose her reputation. Holy shit, so hard. Fang Mo's eyes widened, not expecting Ning Shiyu to have such an experience. Ning Yulan shrugged. The other party didn't mention any other conditions. It was difficult for Ning Shiyu to redeem her cell phone even if she wanted to use money. And when she was desperate, she heard someone say that there was a hacker named Zhang on the darknet who was happy to help. So he ran to the bottom of the posting that Zhang had left a message on and recounted in detail the cause and effect of the whole thing.
And I don't know why,
but this kind of top hacker god like Zhang actually did have the free time to take care of Ning Shiyu.
Vladimir made a move? No, wouldn't that be me striking out? Fang Yamo frowned. Did I hack someone else's device 4 or 5 years ago? What about the finale? The photos aren't still being sent out, are they?
Ning Yulan shook her head. In the end, the photos that the other party got hold of seem to have all been deleted by Zhang, who invaded all the associated devices from the dark net. And Zhang also located the home address of the girl who saw Shiyu's cell phone and sent it to Shiyu.
That girl is the female class president who sits in the back row of Ning Shiyu.
I heard that before Shiyu transferred over. She was the class flower of the class in real life, excellent in both character and academics,
and favored by countless male students. As a result, as soon as Shiyu arrived,
she attracted widespread attention because of her proud bust, and all the other boys began to surround Shiyu, and that class president of theirs naturally became resentful.
Good lord, are all kids so precocious these days? How old was I 4 or 5 years ago? How old could Ning Shiyu be at that time?
Because of the proud bust to attract the opposite sex in the class to be starstruck.
Definitely Fang Yamo dreamed of a point. Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment. So that little girl stole Ning Shiyu's cell phone intending to embarrass her? Aha! Ning Yulan nodded.
Is she sure that the person who helped her at that time was Zhang?
As far as I remember,
Zhang shouldn't have done such a boring thing.
Fang Yamo frowned, but met Ning Yulan's suspicious look. He hastily coughed dryly and changed his words. No,
I don't mean that the matter itself is boring. I do think that Zhang is at least the king of hackers.
Isn't it a bit too hasty to make a move just because of a little girl's 3-word message on a social media platform? Chapter 51 Ning Yulan's Proposal. For an existence of Zhang's curiosity, this matter seems to be a bit boring, right? After all,
what he does is either preventing supercomputers from being invaded by terrorist organizations or locating offshore crime labs that develop viruses.
And, isn't Vladimir worried that someone is taking advantage of his goodness and doing bad things to make up a story? Upon hearing this,
Ning Yulan also dragged her jade hand over her fragrant cheeks in slight contemplation for a moment.
You seem to be making some sense.
Of course it makes sense. I don't even remember helping Ning Shiyu.
In the next moment,
Ning Yulan's marvelous eyes fell on Fang Mo and said suspiciously, but you seem to be interested in the story between Zhang and Ning Shiyu.
What? You also like this king of hackers? Or is it, you have a crush on my sister? I like your sister. Fang Mo almost exploded a foul mouth.
And in the next moment he hastily controlled his expression and coughed,
saying, just casually curious. Sister Yulan, don't think too much about it. Besides,
what kind of existence is Zhang Nat? He's really too far away from our lives.
I'm just casually asking. After saying this, the elevator doors happened to open, and the two of them walked directly into an extremely lavishly decorated restaurant.
Ning Yulan looked around for a while before leading Fang Mo to prepare to head in the direction of a private room.
Just then, a silhouette suddenly blocked in front of the two. I'm sorry, ma'am. The front box is already taken. If you guys want to dine, just get another box.
The waiter bowed at the two with an apologetic face,
and Ning Yulan,
not being of an aggressive nature,
obediently nodded. Then we'll change the box.
The two were about to turn around when the door to the compartment was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A slightly aged voice slowly came out from inside. Yulan.
Is that Yulan?
I didn't expect that you little girl would still be in the mood to come to my place to eat at a time like this.
Don't change your compartment, just sit down and dine together. I was going to ask what was going on in the news today. Hearing this,
Ning Yulan revealed a light smile and rushed to greet the old man in the box.
Elder Jean, it's really you.
I guess that the person inside this box was 80% you,
and I was wondering if it was you who had asked a friend to talk about things. Coincidentally, I was actually going to make a trip to see you later after dinner. With that,
Ning Yulan led Fang Mo into the box, and also pulled out came his cell phone and sent a message to Ning Shiyu downstairs before he sidled up to Fang Mo's ear and explained.
This international restaurant is Master Jin's property, and it's one of the few pinholes in Jiangcheng that doesn't belong to the Ning clan. Is the Jin family so powerful?
Fang Mo had just heard sisters Ning Yulan and Ning Shiyu come and briefly recounted about the Jin family in the car. It seems that when Ning Yulan was just on the throne and her foundation was unstable, this old-timer in the business world had some help for sister Yulan. But it was only at this moment that Fang Mo realized what kind of curiosity the Jin family really had. I'm afraid that when it comes to capital and heritage, I think that even compared to the Ning family, it's not much better, right? Ning's group was however the #1 mansion in Jiangcheng on the surface. This was mainly because the industries under Ning's banner were basically cleaner and there wouldn't be any points that would be criticized. There are secretly some rich people who travel in the gray business, and there are probably a lot of people who are richer than Ning. It's just that they don't feel comfortable calling themselves the #1 powerhouse in a high-profile way.
Entering the box, the first thing Fang Mo noticed was the old man sitting on the first seat.
The old man had already gone bald, but those features could barely be seen, and he was definitely a handsome man when he was young. Even at this age, it was difficult to see a few wrinkles from that age-beaten face. The old man was wearing an understated, luxurious, light-colored suit, which was not embellished with any logo. but you could tell just by looking at the alignment that it was absolutely expensive. His eyes gleamed, and his eagle eyes landed on himself at the first opportunity. Yulan, who is this? Noticing that there was another person of the opposite sex beside Ning Yulan, the old man glanced at Fang Mo. He and Ning Yulan were considered to have a predecessor-slash-predecessor relationship in the business world, so he had some understanding of Ning Yulan, the 20 million man's dream in Jiangcheng. It was the first time he had seen Ning Yulan take a man out alone, so he was naturally very curious about Fang Mo's identity. Elder Jin, this is my husband, Fang Mo. Ning Yulan fell down and introduced the youth, then pulled Fang Mo to take a seat. In the room, besides Elder Jin there were 2 or 3 young men and women. By the looks of it, they should all be Jin family juniors. While Elder Jin was talking to Ning Yulan, none of them opened their mouths, only their curious eyes were all equally sizing up Fang Mo. Husband? Elder Jin was stunned for a moment. Yulan, you got married. When did it happen? It's just this week, and since it's a flash marriage, I didn't get to tell you what. Plus the Jin family has run into some trouble lately, and even though the invitation to my wedding was sent out, I'm guessing you haven't read it yet, right? Ning Yulan pursed her red lips and let out a light laugh, and a trace of bitterness passed slightly over Master Jin's face. The things that the Jin family had recently encountered were indeed not small troubles, making him anxious for quite a while. Then I just happened to take this opportunity today to sort of formally invite you to my wedding the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Elder Jin smiled and nodded. Okay, at least it's a forgotten friend. You are also considered a child that I watched enter the business circle and walk step by step to the current status. Your wedding I naturally have to attend. Little friend Fang Mo. First time meeting, how are you? In the next moment, Elder Jin took the initiative to reach out his palm at Fang Mo. At this scene, the rest of the Jin family's juniors present all stared in disbelief. It was still the first time they had seen their own master actively shaking hands with a junior besides Mr. Ning. Fang Mo was also a bit flattered and hurriedly bent down to hold the old man's palm. Elder Jin, how are you? Just now on the way I heard Sister Yulan say that you take special care of her in business. I also want to help Sister Yulan to say thank you. What's the thanks? Elder Jin laughed. Polite talk less. Today open belly eat. Don't take me this old man as an outsider is the biggest thank you to me. Doing business for so many years. That is, see you all these ladder waves to become a family. Jiangcheng gradually have the influx of fresh blood. I'm only happy. Fang Mo scratched the back of his head. Ning Yulan made a color to the door welcome and the menu was immediately handed to Fang Mo. He was too embarrassed not to order, so he ordered a few random dishes and sat down dutifully. Fang Mo himself wasn't comfortable with this kind of occasion, so he acted slightly formal. Elder Jin and Ning Yulan exchanged shopping mall matters, and he could not insert words. He could only lower his head and play with his cell phone. Good thing not long after Ning Shiyu carrying 3 cups of milk tea also came in. This is someone to chat with Fang Mo. Ning Yulan briefly recounted to Elder Jin about the trouble Ning's group had run into today. This of course includes Chun Kaiga jumping out in the middle to pick a fight, and Ning Huarong's reaction as well. Elder Jin's eyes were a trifle morose. What's the point of thinking about this? It must be that Ning Huarong, seeing Ning's group prospering, that originally silent heart began to beat restlessly again, and I reckon he probably wants to use the Chen family as a means of springboard to re-squeeze into the boardroom of the Ning group. That's why I'm desperately trying to set you up with Chen Kaiga today in full view of everyone. After saying this, Elder Jin's somewhat approving gaze fell on Fang Mo. But I didn't expect little friend Fang Mo to be able to save the day at a time like this. It seems that Yulan's vision is still poisonous. Elder Jin is flattered. And saving the country by force is really a bit of an exaggeration. When Fang Mo heard himself mentioned, he didn't dare to take credit for it, and quickly coughed dryly. It's just that the firewall written by a friend happened to be able to come in handy. And the lucky blind cat hit a dead rat. Elder Jin. In fact, I wanted to find you today to also try and see if Fang Mo's firewall can help with the trouble you're currently encountering. Ning Yulan also stopped hiding her purpose in the next moment and directly stated it. That firewall of its own is capable of directly upgrading the cloud servers, so it might be able to fix your group's bugs without human intervention. Chapter 52, Meeting Lin Shirhan again. When Elder Jin heard this, but pursed his lips and sighed without answering. Although the several Jin family children next to him were somewhat in awe of Ning Yulan. One female president of the Jiangcheng mansion. They all looked at Fang Mo with a look of disdain and disdain. In their eyes, what happened in Ning's group today, as Fang Mo said, was nothing more than a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. A firewall in the district had the good fortune to impede the leakage of information from the cloud, but it wanted to fix the bug that had kept Master Kim fretting for so long. To put it bluntly, Mr. Ning had really overestimated what a firewall could do. Elder Jin, what exactly is the bug? In the next moment, Fang Mo looked at Elder Jin. Elder Jin let out a bitter smile.
there is a problem with the system program. The bills for many transactions are suddenly confusing. The entire Jean family's cashier records for the past 10 years are problematic. And if there is to be human intervention, I'm afraid that it will take at least a year before the bills will be checked and understood. As you well know, accountants in normal businesses change almost once a year. And it's not like the position is a lifetime system. Not to mention that nowadays it's all about electronic invoicing. So who keeps a paper cashier? At those words, Fong Yamo was shocked. The bills of the last 10 years are completely confusing. That is, looking for the bank to ask for running water, people do not necessarily have records to keep. Seeing Fong Mo's face change drastically, Elder Jean let out a bitter smile. That's the problem. A small loophole that went straight to complete chaos in our group's billing. Now that the financial flow has been frozen by the bank, we can only reconcile the expenses one by one. But a lot of the expenses have to be accurate to a few decimal places, which makes it troublesome to account for them. Fong Yamo frowned and thought for a moment. A few Jean family children saw this and all of them bristled in disdain. Alright, don't think about it. Not to mention that you're a layman who luckily relied on the software written with the help of a hacker to be able to solve Ning's group's troubles. Even if you're a professional in a technical position, you can't think of a good way for the time being, except for human checking. Slap. How do you talk to little brother Fong Yamo? Elder Jean slammed the table, directly bursting into anger. People mean well, too. A gorgeously dressed young girl frowned impatiently. And when a few people introduced themselves, Fong Yamo heard her name, which seemed to be Jean Shurjia, the jewel of Master Kim, the next successor of the Kim family group. If nothing else, people, what's the use of being kind? Now this trouble. Even if the king of hackers Zhang comes, he can't help. Jean Shurjia snorted coldly. Her delicate pretty face held disdain, and she also smoothly lit a lady's cigarette and arched her eye-catching black silk legs. She seemed to be acting with preconceived notions and was looking down on a man like Fong Yamo who looked just like a gigolo. She did think the same thing in her mind. What kind of man couldn't Ning Yulan find? At least it's some kind of dream girl for 20 million men in Zhangcheng. How dare Ning Yulan find such an unknown kid? Fong Yamo, the guy I've never even heard of. Hey, Jean Shurjia, you can diss my brother-in-law if you want. Don't bring up my idol Zhang. Ning Shiyu pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction. Fong Yamo, show them your hand. Fong Mo's brows furrowed as he contemplated what he should use to break this bug. Show your hand? I told you. It's useless for the king of hackers Zhang to come. Jean Shurjia changed directions and crossed her legs. No. You. Ning Shiyu's chest rose and fell back and forth in anger. The henna attracted the attention of several Jean family youngsters who didn't know how much. Even Fong Yamo was not able to hold back to look towards his sister-in-law's chest for a couple of moments. Jean Shurjia noticed the sight and was even more disdainful. This man wouldn't still hold the idea of marrying Ning Yulan and being able to take in both sisters of the Ning family. Would he? A colorful man. It's vulgar and nasty. What can such a person do? Right at this moment, Fong Yamo slowly raised his head after a moment of contemplation. Elder Jean, I actually still want to try. Do you guys carry a mobile U-shield? The bills might be something I can try if they all go to one bank's public account. Jean Shurjia still wanted to sneer. As a result, he was dissuaded by a stern look from Elder Kim. The woman had to stop, but still flicked her cigarette ashes everywhere to vent her frustration. Yes, Elder Jean, why don't we let our brother try? If Ning Yulan hadn't been looking at Jean Lao's face, she would have already slapped him over. Of course even then, he glared evilly at Jean Shurjia twice. Elder Jean nodded, then let him try. After saying that, Elder Jean pulled out a USB flash drive-like gadget and handed it to Fong Yamo. Fong Yamo had seen this kind of thing. U-shield, usually in the hands of entrepreneurs who open companies. This stuff is used to control transactions in the public account, where all income and expenses of a company that are legally subject to tax have to go to the public account. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Before Fong Yamo could take out his computer and turn it on, the sinful shadow sprayed with strong perfume opened her mouth crisply. Grandpa Jean, I found Old Man Taki's master for you. This is a member of the famous Chinese dragon team of the Darknet, codenamed Whirlwind. With him out there, it's a sure horse, a member of the dragon team. Hearing these 4 words, Fong Yamo was immediately startled and couldn't help but look towards the doorway, only to see a young man with glasses was glaring at Elder Jean. Hello, I was invited by Miss Lin Shurhan to come and give you a favor, but the payment we agreed beforehand, 10 million, not a penny less. Boom. When these words came out, Fong Mo's heart instantly set off waves of shock. Not so much because of the $10 million figure. Rather, it was another name that spewed from the mouth of this whirlwind. Who? Lin Shurhan. In the next moment, an alarming sound that made Fong Yamo incomparably disgusted also resounded in the box once again. Fong Yamo, why are you here? Chapter 53. That's actually something I was going to ask you.
Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he lifted his chin towards Lin Shirhan. One of the two men who had just pushed the door in was Cyclone. The other woman who walked in first, her voice coming before her arrival,
was Fang Mo's ex-girlfriend, Lin Shirhan. Seeing Lin Shirhan's dismayed expression, Fang Mo also couldn't help but frown. She's a real ghost. How come I run into her everywhere? You know each other?
Elder Jean was a bit surprised. Little brother Fang Mo.
This is the child of my distant relative's family, Lin Shirhan.
And she didn't give us much help after such a recent incident.
Haven't helped much,
and I haven't seen much help.
Just then,
Jean Shirjia opened her mouth in a salty manner.
Elder Jean glared at his granddaughter in dissatisfaction before continuing to punch Fang Mo.
Anyway, it's because Shirhan hasn't made much effort in the past 2 days with this big event on his mind.
So we relatives have been gradually moving around. How did you meet?
Lin Shirhan grabbed the first reply before Fang Mo and said through clenched teeth.
Oh, we went to college together. Aha. Fang Mo nodded,
not poking at Lin Shirhan's old bottom, university classmate. So, Elder Jean was such an expert that he could tell at a glance that there must be some sort of beef between Fang Mo and Lin Shirhan. But since both of them were deliberately avoiding it,
Elder Jean wouldn't make a fool of himself. In the next moment,
Jean Shirjia skimmed her mouth and suddenly said coldly,
Lin Shirhan,
I advise you to better put away those little thoughts of yours.
Don't we know what's in your heart? It's nothing more than wanting to earn Grandpa's money.
If you don't want to contribute yourself, there's no need to pretend to be sympathetic and find a bunch of useless wastes to come over and waste time all day long.
Doesn't my grandfather get annoyed? Hearing this, Fang Mo touched the tip of his nose resentfully.
Jean Shirjia's words,
in turn, connoted himself. Ning Yulan, who was next to him, snorted coldly and said in a low voice at Fang Mo, Elder Jean put out a bounty on the news,
threatening to find the top hacker expert in Zhangchang. As long as he can fulfill the conditions he set out,
the price is whatever he wants. I'm guessing that's what Lin Shirhan is after.
At those words,
Fang Mo nodded. It's not hard to guess.
Lin Shirhan herself is a gold-digging woman persona. Not to mention that according to Fang Mo's understanding of her,
this woman is not interested in profit.
There's only one possibility that there's something to be gained by hustling for the Jean family. But I didn't think that Lin Shirhan could even be related to Elder Jean.
Ning Yulan's eyebrows were slightly clustered. Fang Mo laughed dryly. Not all say all over the world is a family. Maybe turn over the genealogy, the head of the city, and we may be a few generations before the relatives.
Master Jean also said,
distant relatives. Well, it is estimated that because of this thing to walk up, Fang Mo's guess was right.
Although Lin Shirhan had always wanted to get on the Jean family's line, but that had to be what the Jean family was willing to do. Calling it a dip is giving her face. Distant relatives whose bloodline was so thin that they didn't even know each other's fathers. If it wasn't for relying on the fact that this time, the Jean family bill was in disarray due to a bug, Lin Shirhan really wouldn't have been qualified to meet the old Master Jean.
Grandpa Jean, why did Fang Mo appear here? The next moment, Lin Shirhan pointed at Fang Mo. Upon hearing this,
Elder Jean coughed and said, Yulan and their company ran into a hacker attack today,
and little brother Fang Mo saved the day by relying on the firewall in his computer. So Yulan introduced him to me in hopes of giving it a try. Try? Lin Shirhan's eyes widened. Try what?
You're not going to count on this soft eaters to help you fix the billing bugs,
are you? Lin Shirhan, you want to get beaten again, don't you? Ning Yulan spoke out icily.
When these words came out, it immediately scared Lin Shirhan back a few steps, and she even reflexively touched her cheeks. It seemed to be remembering the pain of being slapped furiously by Ning Yulan a few days ago.
But on second thought,
Master Jean was present, so he was at least a relative. There was always a chance that he wouldn't just sit back and watch Ning Yulan beat himself up with his hands. So Lin Shirhan took another step forward with her not-so-plump chest and coldly grunted.
Grandpa Jean, you're confused. I've known Fang Mo for a long time. He doesn't know anything about computers at all. Fang Mo, it's not even a problem for you to woo Mr. Ning here and coax Mr. Ning to get a license with you by using flowery words. But now you even want to lie to my Grandpa Jean? Coaxing Ning Yulan to get a license with flowery words?
Several people in the room had their suspicious eyes all fall on Fang Mo, including Ning Shiyu, who was staring at the youth in confusion.
When all is said and done,
Ning Shiyu was puzzled before as to why Ning Yulan would marry Fang Mo. Hearing Lin Shirhan's words at this moment, Ning Shiyu believed it 3 times. Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes were once again gloomy. Lin Shirhan,
what are you babbling about? You slander your brother again. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Fang Mo, I don't care about anything else, but I definitely can't let you victimize Grandpa Jin's company. Do you dare to admit in front of everyone that you didn't even pass the computer grade 2 exam?
Lin Shirhan bristled with disdain and pointed at Fang Mo with an aggressive tone.
Upon hearing this, Fang Mo frowned a bit. Since I graduated from a junior college, I don't have the kind of mandatory requirement that undergraduates have to take the computer level 2 exam. So what's the problem with that? Shucks.
Lin Shurhan sneered and said, then do you dare to tell everyone what you majored in college?
Does it have much to do with computers? Do you dare to say what you majored in?
Seeing as everyone's eyes were focused on him,
Fang Yamo spread his hands. What I studied in college affects me being a hacker. Lin Shurhan thought she knew Fang Yamo, but in fact,
over the years that the two of them had been together, Lin Shurhan had spent most of her time soaking with Lu Chen.
So how well could this woman know herself?
I studied fashion design in college,
and it really doesn't have much to do with computers. Boom. Hearing this,
Lin Shurhan instantly became smug, and even Elder Jin's gaze became meaningful for a few moments.
Seemingly mixed with Fang Mo's skepticism, Lin Shurhan faintly said, hear that, Grandpa Jin? You all heard it, right? Fang Yamo doesn't know anything about computers at all. Mr. Ning must have been compelled by him to bring him here to see you.
This kid is 80% just looking at the sky-high pay you put out on the news. So he's moved to greed.
Wolfish, when it's really a wolfish thing to do. It's excusable for Mr.
Ning to be coaxed when he knows what people know.
But Fang Mo, don't you dare try to cheat my Grandpa Jin. You don't pretend to understand. If you operate recklessly, do you know how much damage it will bring to the Jin family group? Chapter 54, Just Go. Upon hearing this,
several Jin family children including Jin Shurja also looked at Fang Mo with dissatisfaction in their eyes. It turns out that this kid really does not understand computers at all. And this kind of man who likes to talk big can also get Ning Yulan favor. I can only say that this Jiangcheng first female president is blind.
It's true that I don't have a computer level 2 certificate, and I don't really have any specialized computer training,
but I don't think it would be too much of a challenge to try to fix a bug a little bit.
Fang Yamo wouldn't have taken the initiative to make a fool of himself if it wasn't for the fact that Elder Jin had been kind to Ning Yulan. If you think that the people you've brought with you can do Elder Jin a favor, I naturally won't have half a problem with it. In the next moment,
Lin Shurhan skimmed her lips and directly pushed that whirlwind forward.
Funny, now let's not fudge here. It doesn't make any sense at all. Grandpa Jin, just let Whirlwind try.
He's a member of the Dragon team.
Elder Jin was a little disappointed with Fang Yamo,
and now he no longer paid any attention to the youth, and looked up and down at that whirlwind.
Is this friend really an elite from the Dragon group? Fang Mo's sight was also directed towards the other party. As far as he remembered,
members of the Dragon team were required to sign confidentiality agreements.
Basically no one going out would go around publicizing this layer of their identity. After all,
the Dragon team did not know how many people they had offended in order to guard the peace and stability of the Chinese internet world. Only to see that man full of arrogance. Not bad.
I am the Whirlwind from the Dragon Group. Jiangcheng's #1 internet technology consultant, Taki Lao, is my disciple,
and my master. I'm sure that all of you have heard of him. He is the famous king of hackers.
Vladimir, the king of hackers. Vlad. Hearing this, the few people present were shocked. Even Jin Shurja,
who had always been somewhat disdainful of Zhang, had a flash of surprise in her wonderful eyes.
After all, she was only using Zhang as an example in order to mock Fang Yamo.
This point could precisely reflect how well Jin Shurja knew in her heart what the king of hackers Zhang was capable of. Ning Shiyu was the most excited, and if it wasn't for her sister Ning Yulan stopping her, she would have almost jumped 3 feet in the air.
You know Vladimir? Shiyu.
Ning Yulan glared at her younger sister, and only then did the little girl press down her excitement to obediently sit down. Only the eyes were filled with stars, so close to rushing up to ask Cyclone to help them get an autograph.
You said your master was, who, Vladimir? The only one in the room who looked odd was Fang Yamo. This Cyclone really dares to say could it be that this is the legendary Li Kuei bumping into Li Ghost? How come I don't remember when I took an apprentice in the Dragon team? Not bad. My master is the famous hacker King Zhang, so you can rest assured that this small a bug casually I can fix. But Master Jin,
the remuneration aspect. Cyclone hadn't yet realized that the rightful owner of his pretensions was close at hand, and raised his chin proudly.
Hearing this,
Elder Jin was busy nodding his head uncontrollably.
Money is not an issue.
The U shield is right here.
Little friend Fang Yamo. Why don't you let this friend try first? He's a Dragon Group elite after all. For Ning Yulan's sake, Elder Jin did not speak out against Fang Yamo.
Just outside the words also more than a few points of disdain. After all, at the beginning of Master Jin did not expect Fang Yamo can rely on a firewall to solve his long-scorched trouble. Plus, from what Lin Shurhan had heard,
Fang Yamo didn't know anything about computers at all.
And he had given Ning Yulan face by not scolding him for soliciting.
That'll do.
Cyclone's aim seems to be just to get money, and the two come to an agreement. Cyclone also pulled his computer out of a handbag. I'll start then.
Wait. Just then, Fang Mo frowned and glanced at the other party's open Win 10 system. Are you sure you're Zhang's disciple? Don't hackers use Link's operating systems? What do you know?
Lin Shurhan gave an unflinching sneer. You haven't even touched a computer a few times. A waste of space who only writes novels.
Give you a computer, you're afraid you won't even be able to play with it, right? And still dare to dictate people's hacking operations here? Mind your own business or I'll be rude. Hearing this, Fang Mo opened his mouth to try to explain. However,
looking at Lin Shurhan's overbearing appearance,
she finally gave in. In fact,
he was more interested in seeing what this person who claimed to be his disciple was capable of. It's not that there are no hackers who are very good at using the Win 10 system. It's just that Fang Mo saw someone who claimed to be an elite of the Dragon Group for the first time and still used Win 10. The whole Dragon Group basically because of the relationship of the boss Zhang.
Using all the color links. Although Fang Mo hadn't fought with members of the Dragon team in the real world. However, he was basically certain that the man in front of him, who claimed the codename Whirlwind, was 100% not a member of the Dragon team. You shield. Cyclone glanced at Fang Mo,
seemingly a little dissatisfied with this kid who had voiced his doubts several times. His tone was all slightly unkind.
Fang Mo glanced at Elder Jean. Then you try it first. If you can't, then switch to me. I can't?
Cyclone sneered. If I couldn't do it, no one in this Jiangchang would be able to help Elder Jean solve the trouble in front of him.
Fang Mo, if you can't help, then immediately shut your mouth. Or else I won't need my grandfather's nod to kick you out right now.
Jean Shurjia coldly stared at Fang Mo. Even if she had no more disdain for hackers,
how can someone's Zhang disciple be better than Fang Mo, a soft-eating white boy? Slap.
Ning Yulan got up at that very moment with a loud voice and said in a flat tone,
Elder Jean, since Miss Lin has found an expert,
then we will take our leave today.
Our family brother is also kind. We are not needed right now, so we won't bother you all to dine. You don't have to send us off. If the matter if resolved, you can just give me a word. Brother, let's go.
At those words, Elder Jean was shocked. Ning Yulan didn't mention anything about inviting herself to the wedding, and didn't even leave an invitation on her way out. Apparently it was also because everyone in the room had moved to anger at Fang Mo's questioning. He smiled bitterly and tried to talk some sense into it. However, Jean Shurjia had already crossed her black silk legs and waved her hand with a sneer. Just go.
It's not like anyone here is begging you to stay.
Our Ningde president has a lot of time on his hands. It's better to go back and study your brother's firewall to see if it can really eliminate future problems. Don't see Ning's group cloud data being hacked on the news again in 2 days.
Wow. Even Ning Shiyu, who had a quirky personality, had her pretty face sink when she heard this. It's not a kind persuasion. It's clearly a curse.
At those words, Ning Yulan glanced at Jean Shurjia.
How can I describe that look? It was 3 parts contempt, 7 parts disdain,
and seemed to have more than a semblance of disappointment,
as if to say, the heir to the Kim family group, and this?
Even though Ning Yulan didn't say a single word,
this bland attitude, on the contrary,
was even more difficult for Jean Shurjia to feel like she had eaten shit.
Fang Mo frowned a bit. As the 3 of them walked to the front door, Fang Mo turned around and glanced at the computer monitor of that cyclone.
His eyes narrowed slightly. You're thinking wrong if you're trying to fix a crashed system by finding the source of the bug.
The vulnerability, which can only be recoded, can probably be cracked in reverse if you can hack into the bank's source code. Fang Mo saw through the other party's thoughts with a single glance and left the last sentence, following behind Ning Yulan and walking straight towards the outside. No one noticed that the moment Fang Mo pushed the door, a flash of intense shock surfaced on Cyclone's face. Chapter 55, Being Jealous, Isn't that a sign of caring? After going downstairs,
Ning Yulan was full of apologies and took the initiative to embrace Fang Mo.
Brother, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that woman Jean Shurjia would be present today.
She's always been a bit of a problem for me in the past. If I had known she was here, I wouldn't have brought you here to make a fool of yourself. As the woman spoke, she also rubbed Fang Mo's arm with her plump puffy breasts. Although Ning Yulan's body couldn't be talked about as hot compared to Ning Shiyu, but she had a kind of mature flavor like a light mature woman's mark. A flavor that was very tempting to men of Fang Mo's age. Fang Mo was all flushed with an old face, and all of a sudden, he put what had just happened in the box behind him. Just then,
Ning Shiyu walked 2 steps faster to keep up with her sister and brother-in-law.
Say, Fang Mo, what was the meaning of those last words you said before you went out?
What if you're going to use finding bugs out to fix exploits and such?
Aren't you computer illiterate?
At those words,
Fang Mo's heart tip trembled. Sister-in-law should not be so detailed?
You're making it easy for me to reveal my true identity. Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes were also clouded with a layer of suspicion as she looked at Fang Mo.
Yeah, what was that last comment before my brother left? Does he really know about computers? Fang Mo, that hacker friend you're talking about. It can't be you yourself, right? Don't you boys all love to make friends out of nothing? Ahem. Fang Mo violently coughed twice. Mother,
Ning Shiyu want to not be so smart.
cannot top how is that possible? In the next moment, Fang Mo hastily adjusted his expression to explain.
I just heard that online friend of mine talking about it before.
He seems to have solved something similar, like some kind of running water, bills and so on, all belong to the data and information flow. This kind of thing is usually easy to cause confusion due to a certain bad debt. If you use Win 10, you can only start from the app and website of the bank itself. And since I've heard that Vladimir uses a LINX system,
I'm basically sure that the person Lin Shurhan found is just a scammer under the banner of the king of hackers.
Besides, according to Elder Jin's connections, there are countless Qingbei elites that can be found.
And they must have all tried this stupid method.
Stupid way? Seeing that Fang Mo had spoken out of turn again, Ning Shiyu poked him in the arm. So what's the smart way? Programming. Fang Mo shrugged his shoulders. You guys should be able to brush up on these online short video platforms as well.
And usually when there's a reoccurring problem with system crashes,
it's natural to rely on programming to solve it. Isn't this common sense? It's like if our computer slows down its response time.
Just store all the important files on the C drive and reinstall the system. I'm at least a web novel writer.
Half a coder. Is it hard to know this? Hearing Fang Mo's breathless and continuous explanation,
only then did Ning Shiyu blink her big eyes. What she said seemed to make so much sense.
Fang Mo, a writer of novels, even if he doesn't know how to use a computer very well, more or less, he is still considered to rely on a computer to eat.
It's not hard to understand that he has a little more basic common sense than the average person in this area.
At that thought,
Ning Shiyu sighed in frustration. But the attitude of Jean Shurja and that what's her name Lin Shurhan just now is really enraging.
It would be great if Fang Mo could punch them in the face today. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo let out a put laugh.
Both pairs of eyesights of the sisters all landed on the youth.
What are you laughing at? Anyway,
that whirlwind can't solve this trouble.
After that,
Elder Jean will still take the initiative to contact us 80% of the time.
Don't worry, there will be a chance to get back. Fang Mo hemmed and hawed. If sister-in-law is upset,
let Jean Shurja and Lin Shurhan apologize to your sister in person at that time.
Apologize to me for what? Ning Yulan blankly glanced at Fang Mo. This guy was speaking lightly.
But even that last statement was able to bring shock to a few people after the Cyclone's loss.
But if you really want to rush the duck, Fang Mo, a person who doesn't know about computers, doesn't have the space to perform.
Holding out is a little eyebrow raising behind the scenes.
At that thought,
Ning Yulan's vermilion lips lightly opened. You wouldn't program people even if they were begging us anew.
She didn't expect Fang Mo to answer very lightly. You can learn. Fang Mo grinned and hemmed and hawed. Today go back I asked my friend then how to solve a similar trouble. Now learn. Knowledge this kind of thing, is not live too old. Learn old.
As if it is in order to help Yulan's sister to return the golden old man this favor.
At least, I've helped my sister in the business world. Busy seniors. This favor can be returned of course or try to return it. After saying this,
a few people walked out of the Zhongchang International Restaurant. Although Ning Yulan was annoyed with Elder Jin's attitude today, but the two sides are in the same Zhongcheng business circle,
and in the future, when they raise their heads and see each other,
it would be bad if their relationship were to become stagnant.
Our aunt is very attached to my sister's affairs. It seems that Fang Mo you are really in love with my old sister.
Ning Shiyu spat out her cute little tongue, but old sis,
we're skulking around right now and we haven't even eaten. Change it up.
Ning Yulan shrugged her fragrant shoulders, her red lips holding a charming smile-like smile. Ning Shiyu stared at her old sister's pretty face,
all feeling a bit incredulous.
According to her own understanding of her sister in the past, every time Ning Yulan met with Jean Shurja, the two women would either sneer at each other or go toe-to-toe. After every time he came back, Ning Yulan would hold a bellyful of fire with a sullen face. This is still the first time to open choking with Jean Shurja.
Ning Yulan is emotionless,
and even Ning Shiyu vaguely
feels that her sister seems to be somewhat happy. Why are you happy? Could it be the words Fang Mo just said? TSK. Things are really getting out of hand with these two. Could it be that my elder sister really likes Fang Mo? But what are the merits of Fang Mo that can fascinate my elder sister so much?
Ning Shiyu was 10,000 times confused.
Right at this moment, Ning Yulan's cell phone suddenly rang.
Seeing that it was Elder Ning calling, Ning Yulan got into the car and then connected in front of the two.
Hey, Grandpa. Yulan, today Cade Culture Senior asked you to have dinner. It is estimated that 2 days ago you have a tight flow of funds.
My side to explain is not very convenient.
You go to a trip. The address is in the Zhongcheng International Restaurant, box 505. Well, hearing these words, Ning Yulan's jade hand on the car door retracted again, a flash of helplessness flashing across her pretty face. Phew, it seems that we really have to stay here for dinner today. There's something going on. Why don't you guys Shiyu and Fong Mo, find some other place to settle your food? How can you call eating a problem?
It's one of life's great pleasures. Ning Shiyu muttered her little mouth in dissatisfaction and waved her little fist in protest.
And sis, you haven't eaten with me in a long time. Ever since Grandpa started pushing you to get married and you moved out. You haven't sat at the same table with me in a long time. Except for the last time Uncle Fong and Auntie Ran came to the house. Is that so? Fong Mo raised his eyebrows in surprise.
He hadn't thought that Ning Yulan was so resistant to elder Ning introducing her to a blind date. At those words, the woman's delicate and pretty face crossed a touch of helplessness. Alright,
then let's go together. Since Shiyu wants to follow, it just so happens that she'll bring my husband along. And with Fong Mo around,
she'll still be able to take care of a pesky fly.
Flies. Fong Mo was stunned for a moment.
Ning Shiyu grinned. Flies are just my old sister's suitors. But even if it's a high-quality member of the opposite sex of the same age, as long as they've moved on to her, it seems that in my old sister's eyes, they'll all be collectively referred to as flies. TSK, Fong Mo, you're still the only member of the opposite sex who can have physical contact with my old sister.
Sister Yulan's suitor? No wonder he said he wanted his help. But why do you feel like you become a shield for Sister Yulan? Fong Mo touched the tip of his nose resentfully.
Ning Yulan reholds the man's arm and lowers her voice, almost biting Fong Mo's ear as she asks,
"What's the matter? Is our little husband jealous? Didn't you say that sister is the dream of 20 million men in Zhangchun? Isn't it normal to have a few suitors?"
That's true. According to how outstanding Sister Yulan is, it would be wrong if no one was chasing after her.
Doesn't that mean that the opposite sex around her are blind?
But don't worry, my sister's whole heart is now on our brother.
She won't go around dabbling in women.
But it's because our brother is so cute. My sister is still afraid that you'll dislike me for not having a red face someday, and hiding a woman outside the Golden House.
Put, Sister Yulan, don't tease me. I'm going to have a heart attack if you do. Fong Mo's heartbeat was half a beat faster and he couldn't help but cough.
I think it's quite appropriate for my sister to bring me along.
After all, it's the opposite sex who has thoughts about you.
And as your husband, it's my duty to help you out with all these wild bees and butterflies around you.
Yo,
that's a bit of a far-fetched excuse. Ning Yulan let out a delicate laugh and didn't break down the truth that Fong Mo was jealous.
Holding the youth's arm,
she re-entered the Jiangcheng International Restaurant again.
To be honest, Ning Yulan actually quite enjoyed the way Fong Mo would be jealous of herself. Doesn't being jealous mean you care about yourself? Chapter 56, Who are you? The three of them went upstairs,
and Ning Yulan found the door to the box with ease. You guys go in later and don't talk nonsense. Cade culture is not an enterprise in Jiangcheng.
It's considered a foreign investment. So if these guys are offended,
then Gao Zijie first class can be too much trouble.
After all, they can be reckless when they're mad.
And they don't even care about the laws of China.
Foreign entrepreneurs? Fong Mo frowned with some discomfort in his heart. After all, over the years, we can always see on the news some unscrupulous foreign entrepreneurs. Unscrupulous and the local Chinese.
Robbing people's women cases abound. The point is that these foreign horses can easily get away with it all if they let their own countries extradite them back.
Fong Mo was a little worried that Ning Yulan would suffer. Can Sister Yulan deal less with these lawless guys in the future?
I still think it would be safer to do business with the locals.
Hearing these words, Ning Yuan was first stunned.
Ning Shiyu was about to open her mouth.
But she didn't expect Ning Yulan's smiling cicatrization to lighten her head. Yes,
Che,
Fong Mo, my old sister doesn't do business with foreign businessmen.
You give him cross-border projects. Ning Shiyu sipped her milk tea dissatisfied and elbowed Fong Mo. It was only then that Fong Mo reacted to the fact that he had managed a bit too broadly. Who Ning Yulan does business with is indeed her freedom. He coughed again and hastily changed his words.
No, I'm just suggesting it.
So if it's difficult, forget it.
It's okay. The advice was good and my sister took it.
Ning Yulan didn't give Ning Shiyu the chance to squeeze Fong Mo again.
After saying this, he pushed open the door of the compartment.
The decoration of this one compartment was completely two styles compared to the one of Elder Jean. If the box just now was full of business style,
this box was ambiguous.
Whether it's the dim lighting or the streaming ambient lights hanging on the walls, it gives off a moody flavor.
Is it really here to talk business in this environment? Fong Mo frowned once again. Just then, a voice came from the box. Our Mr. Ning came quite quickly. Could it be that Mr. Ning wasn't at the company just now?
I heard that something happened to the Ning group today,
and I was thinking about caring about Mr. Ning.
Xiao Lu has gone through a lot of trouble, but the troubles are all solved. Ning Yulan swept a glance at the room with a calm expression as she sat on the main seat.
The man
was wearing a decent shirt, though the top two buttons were open, and he was leaning back on the couch again, almost half his chest exposed,
giving him a flirty look. In that case, let's talk about our business.
A couple of you sit down first.
When Fang Yamo and Ning Shiyu entered the box,
their attention was drawn to the food on the table. Yulan's sister, since she came to talk about things.
Then Fang Yamo also cannot insert words. Youth running all morning is also indeed hungry.
So follow Ning Shiyu, one person a pair of chopsticks,
began to feast up.
The man known as Young Lu's attention was on Ning Yulan.
He didn't even glance at Fang Yamo and the two of them,
and smiled as he poured a glass of red wine for Ning Yulan.
Mr. Ning, let's have a drink before we talk about things. I don't know why every time I see Mr. Ning, I have a feeling of floating. I always feel that a stunning beauty like Mr. Ning should only appear in paintings. Saying that,
the man even deliberately leaned towards Ning Yulan's direction.
However, when the woman entered the box, she picked a centered position, with Fang Yamo on her left and Ning Shiyu on her right.
So Lu Xiao didn't even have a chance to get close to himself if he wanted to.
He wasn't annoyed, just staring at the woman with a burning gaze.
We also contacted 2 or 3 times.
Our adults do not have to beat around the bush. Mr.
Ning needs nothing more than a sum of money,
and I just can take out such a sum of money to solve Mr. Ning's immediate needs. Saying that
young Lu slowly pushed a cup of red wine in front of Ning Yulan.
Fang Yamo was originally eating with vigor when he heard Lu Xiao's last slightly ambiguous sentence. Fang Mo's movements in his hands stopped and his expression stiffened for a few moments. Motherfucker, why does that sound a little off? How many times has someone tried to greenlight me to my face? I know it's hard to hold on to Sister Yulan, but can you guys control yourselves, so that you don't act like perverts in heat when you see Sister Yulan? Sorry, she's not feeling well enough to drink today. The next moment, without giving Ning Yulan a chance to speak, Fang Yamo pushed the goblet back.
He hadn't stopped moving his hands and was wolfing down a chicken claw with vigor.
Hearing this, Lu Xiao's eyes narrowed, seemingly annoyed that Fang Yamo interjected. Mr. Ning, I've considered the interest rate you mentioned last time, but it's really too low,
and for capital culture,
we've never given any.
What business has ever given such a low interest rate on a loan?
Hearing these words, Ning Yulan's pretty face looked calm as she nodded her polished chin. I understand. In that case, I can think of something else to do. Lu Xiao's complexion stiffened.
He had thought that one sentence could force the issue and make Ning Yulan tense up, but he hadn't thought that the woman didn't seem to care. He hastily changed his words again.
Mr. Ning, don't be in a hurry. Although I said that we, Cade culture, can't give out this interest rate,
but I've been thinking about it for a long time before I made the appointment with you today. So naturally there are other solutions. There's actually another way to go with interest that you can't give under normal circumstances, on the conditions we talked about last time.
I'll add one more thing. If Mr.
Ning is willing to pay some other price, it's not impossible for us to cooperate.
Other costs?
The implication was obvious enough.
Wow. Fang Yamo, who was still wolfing down his food, froze once again.
Not only do you have a fucking crush on my wife,
but you're trying to pick her up? Didn't Yulan show the marriage license in his circle of friends? What's with all the pesky butterflies? Fang Yamo thought indignantly in his heart,
and also slowly raised his head and looked towards Lu Xiao with an unkind look in his eyes.
In the next moment,
that Lu Xiao cleared his throat, and the rich greed under his eyes was exposed.
At first sight, I was mesmerized by Mr. Ning's astonishing beauty. As long as Mr.
Ning is willing to stay with me for 3 days, not to mention the 2 points of interest,
you're even one point I can consider. Mr.
Ning should know my right to speak in Cade culture, and the only one who can come up with such a large sum of money right now is us,
Cade culture,
in addition to the central bank of the He family in the capital.
Mr. Ning, I am sincere, and you don't need to pay anything, just sleep with me for 3 days. 3 days later, you'll still be the high and mighty female president of the Ning group. I'll still be the second son of Cadwin, and we'll be well away from each other.
Lu Xiao thought that the conditions given were tempting enough that Ning Yulan had no reason to refuse, and even reached over Fang Yamo to try to pull Ning Yulan. Ning Yulan's pretty face began to turn cold as early as the first sexual innuendo from Lu Xiao.
At this moment, when he heard that Lu Xiao was so revealing, he didn't stand up to give him a slap, and it was considered to be extremely cultured. I'm sorry, Mr. Ru.
I don't need any more help from Cade culture. The problem with Ning's capital flow has been solved.
After saying that,
Ning Yulan staggered away from Lu Xiao's palm and hid behind Fang Yamo, and also blinked her wonderful eyes at the youth,
as if to say, brother, someone is planning to pick up your wife, so just watch out. Solved? Lu Xiao raised an eyebrow. Mr. Ning,
what Ning's group needs is not a small number like 10 million, 20 million. This stock market turmoil needs at least 200 million towards the top to stabilize the situation. I also looked at Ning's group stock today.
There is no trend of going back up. Don't joke with me, Mr. Ning, I come with full sincerity. Ning Yulan let out a cold laugh.
Looking at how persistent this man was, she directly narrowed her eyes and sneered.
I'm not blessed with the sincerity of young Lu. You should bring it to someone else. Having been rejected by Ning Yulan several times in a row, Lu Xiao's complexion gradually turned ugly. Mr. Ning, see what's good for you. Nima, is that a fucking threat? I say, this friend, since Sister Yulan has said she doesn't want to, do you still intend to force your way in? Do you still want to force others to borrow money from you when they don't intend to? Fang Yamo had long been unable to tense up, and at this moment, that Lu Xiao was still restless and wanted to move his hands. He immediately crossed his hand and blocked in front of Ning Yulan. Only then did Lu Xiao glance at Fang Yamo in dissatisfaction. Who are you? Chapter 57, Bottle Shot to the Head. Her husband. Fang Yamo dropped the chicken wings in his hand and wiped his mouth, calmly replied. At those words, Lu Xiao's palm shook. Husband? Ning Yulan got married? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? There's a lot you don't know. You ask me. Who do I ask that doesn't know how to read 100,000 reasons on their own? You'll have to ask yourself how you don't know. Fang Yamo dropped the sentence and got up straight away. Here is not to stay. This Lu Xiao is completely a spermatozoa sex embryo. With him to borrow money is like with a tiger for skin. Especially since the son of a bitch even blocked his face and threatened to try to sleep with his Fang Mo's wife. It's a good thing I didn't punch him twice. Stop, Ning Yulan, having asked me, Lu Shanyan, out 3 times and wasting so much of my time. Do you really think that my time is worthless? If it wasn't for the sake of getting you, do you think I would have been bitter and even taken the initiative to lower myself to give your Ning group the green light? Who knew that as soon as the two of them got up, that Lu Xiao suddenly jumped up and down and roared out in rage. Bang! He also dropped a goblet in anger to vent his emotions. This action scared Ning Shiyu, who was sitting next to Ning Yulan, into trembling. What kind of people did her sister come into contact with? She suddenly felt how wise Fang Mo's move to tell her sister not to do business with these foreign-funded entrepreneurs was before she arrived. What do you mean? Fang Yamo was not afraid in the slightest and glanced towards Lu Xiao. Joke's on him, even though he's just a regular web novel writer in reality. But don't forget that Fang Yamo has another layer of identity, which is the leader of the Dragon Group of China. Similar to an existence like Fang Yamo, who was at the level of a C-pin, although it wasn't so much that there was a supreme expert secretly protecting him. A phone call from Fang Yamo to announce himself. High and Low can also call out a bunch of NSA bigwigs in Zhongshan suits to back them up. This Lu Xiao, but wherever he intends to force a good man into prostitution, Fang Yamo High and Low will have to arm wrestle with him. Let him see that in the land where the 5-star red flag is flying, these foreign-funded entrepreneurs still have to behave with their tails between their legs. Yanagi gritted his teeth and grimaced. What do I mean? Ha, Ning Yulan, since you're married, then I guess you've been played by other men 8 lifetimes ago. So in that case, why bother pretending to be reserved with me? Not by me. Topped twice? Hasn't the boy ever galloped on you? He fell in love with Ning Yulan at first sight, not realizing that the girl of his dreams had already married a woman. At this moment, Lu Shangyan looked at Fang Mo's gaze burning with envy. What is this kid's virtue and ability that he could obtain Ning Yulan's favor? How is he inferior to this kid? Today, since you've entered the door of this compartment, I have no intention of letting you go out unharmed. And whether you borrow this money or not, I'm going to savor your taste. It's really a forced prostitution. Ning Shiyu had already gotten scared, not realizing that Lu Shiyan's eyesight had also landed on her body. And the man greedily licked his lips. And this chick you brought with you? Not bad. Not bad. Big cow I like. His lustful eyes landed on Ning Shiyu's proud breasts. The next moment, with a bad smile. This chick has a lot of flavor too. And none of you sisters are going anywhere until you satisfy me today. And as for you, boy, Lu Shiyan knocked on the table. Just watch as I enjoy this little bitch Ning Yulan in front of you. I'll make sure to properly temper your wife. Teaching my wife? Fang Mo's eyes narrowed, and his eyes became rare and morose. Are you looking for death? Ryukin Yankee laughed. I'm looking for death? Now there are all my people outside. I can call out a dozen bodyguards at a word. Bang! Before the words were finished, Fang Yamo had already impatiently copied a red wine bottle on the table and ruthlessly smashed it on Lu Xiao's head. People aren't even called in. And you're just starting to play hard to get for me? Fang Yamo sneered as he copied another bottle and smashed it on that Lu Xiao's head. Bang! Wine splashed everywhere. Scarlet liquor running everywhere. That Lu Xiao's designer suit was instantly dyed red. The moment this move was made, the entire room was completely silent. Crazy. Fang Yamo was crazy. Old sister. He even hit someone. Ning Shiyu trembled in fear and wrapped her arms around her sister's arm and muttered in a low voice. Lu Xiao's body blood mixed with red wine slowly dripped down. The whole person's face grim, holding a trace of disbelief. As if he couldn't believe that Fang Yamo, such a seemingly silent and nameless brat, dared to strike and beat himself. Who is he? Lu Xiao. February of each lunar month. Lan doesn't even dare to mess with the existence of Ah. This kid bottle popped himself. Isn't he afraid of inviting trouble for Ning's group? In the next moment,
Ning Yuaran glanced at his sister.
Shouldn't such beasts be beaten? It's time to fight. Ning Shiyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at her brother-in-law Fang Mo's not-so-broad back. I don't know why,
but it felt safe. Ning Shiyu smashed her red lips and stared with wide eyes as she laughed dryly.
It's just that I have a feeling that Fang Mo used to always have a peaceful demeanor. And this is the first time I've seen such a big temper flare up. It's a bit scary. Ning Yulan let out a light laugh. Fang Mo would be furious because that Lu Xiao had humiliated himself. It felt pretty good to be protected by the little guy. However, as Lu Xiao thought in his heart, although the Ning group was the only one in Zhangchang, she, Ning Yulan, did not necessarily mess with the other party. Today, Lu Xiao is well prepared, and the outside must be full of his people. With that thought in mind,
Ning Yulan pulled out her cell phone and wanted to call Elder Jean for off-site assistance.
Zhangcheng International Restaurant is at least Jean Lao's territory, even if it was just unpleasant. So many years of friendship, Jean Lao is not likely to see death. Kid, how fucking dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know what will happen if you hit me?
Lu Xiao touched his cheek for a long time. Looking at the smear of blood in his hand, he had the illusion of dreaming.
After coming to Zhangcheng, with the identity of a foreign-funded entrepreneur, he didn't know how many female CEOs who were high in the eyes of ordinary people he had toyed with. Those people almost always break their teeth and swallow their stomachs. And there are not a few married women among them, but none of them really dared to stand up to him. Today this was the first time he, Lu Xiao, had suffered a loss, and it was still on a young man in his early 20s. Fang Mo dropped the broken bottle in his hand. It's you that's beating the dog that can't keep its mouth shut.
What the fuck did you say?
Lu Xiao gritted his teeth in anger. Are you calling me a dog? Fang Mo shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. Why else would you be woofing and rutting before spring is even here? What are you if not a dog? Fuck. Not only am I going to be playing with Ning Yulan in front of you, I'm going to have someone else play with me.
I'm going to make you feel despair and shame.
Kid, you'll pay for your behavior today. When my live performance is over, I'll have someone waste your hands. After saying this,
Lu Shiyan directly shouted angrily at the door.
Are you all fucking dead? Your master's been beaten up and no one's come in to see what's going on.
As soon as those words came out, the door was pushed open with a bang.
7 or 8 tall bodyguards walked in. Seeing this,
Ning Yulan's eyes slowly narrowed slightly.
As expected, just as this Lu Xiao said, he really did come prepared today. However, right at that moment,
before Lu Shiyan could give an order for them to control the 3 people in the room, suddenly a handsome-looking man also walked in.
Shit, Yana Jishi Burn, what's your kid doing staggering around?
I fucking brought my daughter-in-law over for dinner, and it was so hard to coax her to almost apologize for almost losing my son yesterday.
Can't you be fucking honest? Chapter 58, Lu Cheng. Upon seeing the visitor, Lu Shiyan's expression suddenly stiffened. Chairman of Capital Culture. Lu Cheng, Brother Cheng, it's not that I'm intentionally disturbing you and your sister-in-law to warm up. It's that today,
this Ning's group chairman Ning Yulan bullied too much.
She wanted to borrow money from us, Cade Culture, and I just mentioned a little tiny request, and her husband couldn't even sit still and stormed out. Look at it. Look at what I've been beaten into. Saying that, Lu Xianyan pointed to the injury on his head and the mess on the ground. The evil one cried out.
This dog fighting depends on the master.
Ning Yulan's behavior today is simply not giving you face.
It's not that I intentionally wanted to make a scene.
It's just that I couldn't swallow it. Willowbanks Burn was much too honest in front of Lu Qing.
Although he was the so-called second-in-command of Cade Culture, Lu Qing was the chairman of the wholly-owned holding.
Truly speaking, if he annoyed Lu Qing, he, the second-in-command, could be replaced in minutes.
At those words, that handsome young man was stunned for a moment. This was the first time he had come to Jiangqing to see someone under his command suffer a loss.
In the next moment, Lu Qing sighted towards the room. He wanted to see who had moved his people. You must do something for me. Willowbank Burn had a resigned look on her face.
Ning Shiyu stared with wide eyes.
Furious, shameless. How can you this guy be so shameless? Inverting black and white is not for you, right?
Obviously it's you who looks at my sister wanting to use borrowing money as a reason for subterfuge.
How is it that you make such a grand statement that it makes us unreasonable?
Ning Shiyu was very displeased with the behavior of this Lu Shiyan. When the little ninny heard the title of Brother Qing, she already guessed the identity of the visitor.
Lu Qing, the chairman of Capital Culture, is well known throughout China,
and is considered one of the most powerful of the group in the foreign business family.
I didn't think I'd make a fool out of this one today. Hiss, that's quite a coincidence. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Qing was looking at the two of them in the room, Fang Mo and Ning Yulan, with interest.
The two of them were also a bit stunned.
Fanyamo was all set to pull out his cell phone just now to call the top management of the National Security Bureau to shake people,
until he saw Lu Qing's face. Then the corner of his mouth twitched and put away his cell phone.
In the next moment, Lu Qing squeezed out an odd smile. Last time I left in a hurry, I forgot to leave you two my contact information.
I didn't expect to bump into you in this restaurant today.
Fate. Upon hearing this,
the room fell silent. The expressions on their faces, including that Willow Bank's burning, were frozen in vain.
What the hell? What does Qing mean by that? It's hard for them,
a few of them, to know each other.
Fanyamo coughed. Isn't this the young father he met at the resort yesterday?
It's the bathrobe hottie who ended up falling asleep in a daze because he was in a hot spring and ended up having his kids stolen by a human trafficker.
Because the image of the other guy is just a little too funny.
And the father with children so careless is really only seen in my life.
This really left no small deep impression on Fanyamo.
I didn't realize that he was a senior member of Cade culture.
Although Fanyamo hadn't heard anything about Lu Qing's great name. However,
it was not difficult for him to guess through Lu Shanyuan's attitude that Lu Qing's voice in Cade culture was clearly above Lu Shanyuan's.
Fanyamo touched the tip of his nose resentfully and coughed. Indeed, it's a bit of a coincidence.
The circumstances of this incident are actually much the same as what our sister-in-law said.
If you don't believe us, we can also get the restaurant surveillance to show you.
He was the one who threatened us first and forced our sister Yulan to accompany him for 3 days.
So I didn't hold back my hand and gave him 2 bottles of wine.
Lu Qing originally wanted to say that it was a good fight,
but remembering that Lu Shanyuan was still at the side,
he coughed to stop.
It's okay, I trust you guys.
For better or worse, my baby's rescuer. And I'd be somewhat letting you two down for your kindness at the resort yesterday if I didn't have even the slightest bit of trust in you.
I don't know if you guys have any damages today?
I'll have Willowbank Burn apologize to you two benefactors. Lu Shanyan's mouth was open wide enough to swallow an egg ever since Fang Mo struck up a conversation with Lu Qing.
What the hell?
Of course he knew that Qing's child was lost yesterday.
Because of this matter, outside the high position of power and authority of the word of the Lu Qing home was scolded by his wife like a dead dog. Today Lu Qing is in order to make amends, only to bring a family out to dinner. That kid next to Ning Yulan was actually Lu Qing's benefactor? Can't talk about the damage, just the mood is spoiled. Fang Mo glanced at Lu Shanyan and faintly said, after all,
anyone who flaunts the idea of tuning up the
no one else's wife should be happy, right? Lu Qing's complexion all stiffened for a split second. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiryan Burn was so arrogant and domineering behind his back. Brother Chang, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. I slap.
Before he could finish his words, Lu Qing turned around and slapped him angrily.
Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your ass. Snap. The next moment, Lu Qing stepped forward and opened his arms left and right. Misunderstanding that you've asked someone to talk business in such an ambiguous environment? Misunderstanding that you always have a wrong idea about Ning?
What I hate the most is when someone has non-interesting thoughts about other people's wives.
A good man like me who loves his wife.
What I despise the most is scum like you, and you're even naming names in front of other people's husbands.
Lu Shiryan,
how many other bad things have you done in the name of the Cade culture executives behind your fucking back? Lu Qing was furious and swung his bladder round.
Beating that Lu Bangqian wailed miserably, and could not even speak. Apologize.
With those words, Lu Qing pinched Lu Shiryan's neck and pinned him against the wall.
He was already a big man,
and he moved with a tiger's grip.
Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly.
Although this Lu Qing strikes were wide open, he was obviously a practiced fighter. He hadn't thought that he would be able to make such a good karmic connection by doing a random act of bravery yesterday. With his face covered in blood and his teeth wobbling,
Lu Shiryan faced Lu Qing's oppression.
He also didn't dare to talk too much.
Brothers. Mr. Ning,
it's me who had the eyes to recognize and
Tai and offended you. Mr. Ning, I was wrong. You're a big man. Just let me go as a fart.
He is aware of how cruel Lu Qing's methods are.
If Fang Mo two people do not forgive him today, Lu Shanyan estimated that after going back, he is estimated to be missing arms and legs.
Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes looked towards Fang Mo, seemingly handing over the decision of life and death of this Lu Shanyuan into Fang Mo's hands.
The youth lifted his chin. Well, I'm actually not that small-minded. It's just that what you said today was too much. Hearing the prefix, Lu Shanyan's heart rejoiced, thinking that Fang Mo was mercifully planning to spare himself. Who knew that the next moment, the youth was grinning at Lu Qing, revealing a mouthful of white teeth.
This brother looked at another 70 or 80 slaps,
meaning on the line,
and do not really killed,
or make a scene. Lives are not well accounted for anyhow.
When these words came out,
Willow Banknote's face changed drastically.
I'm afraid my face will be smashed if I get another 70 or 80 slaps.
Kid, don't you give your face away.
Before the words were finished, he suddenly received another slap on his face.
Lu Qing's eyes were quick, and he threw out 2 more slaps in the frame. Fang Yamo obviously hadn't gotten over his anger yet, and besides, today was originally Lu Shunyuan's fault, so Lu Qing wouldn't be merciful. You paralyzingly give face. Snap. In the next moment, Lu Qing directly waved his big hand. You guys take him next door and beat him up. I don't want to dirty the eyes of my 2 rescuers, but remember, make sure you make noise. I want to be able to hear him scream. Otherwise, if you but show mercy, you will be the ones who have the bad luck at that time. The several bodyguards were trembling. All of them glanced sympathetically at Lu Shiyanyan. It seems that if the second-in-command of Cade culture doesn't stay in bed for 100 days today, this bean won't be able to be passed. After all, they were all people who worked with Lu Qing. How ruthless this Lu always was. These bodyguards still knew in their hearts. No, don't, Mr. Lu, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Willowbank's Burn couldn't even beg for mercy before he was taken down by a couple of bodyguards who were quick on their feet.
Ning Shiyu opened her red lips. This guy is so miserable.
Old sister, we won't make a scene today, right? Lu Qing glanced at Ni. Don't worry. Of course it won't, but it's still appropriate to make him hurt for 100 days and shed his skin. Chapter 59, slapping Lin Shurhan in the face. So hard. Fang Yamo couldn't help but smack his tongue to lament the man's thunderous methods.
No wonder he could become the leader of such a behemoth as controlling Cade culture.
In the next moment, Lu Qing wiped her hands with a towel before she looked at Fang Yamo with a smile like nothing was wrong. Brothers, I didn't even thank you properly yesterday. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Lu Qing, chairman of Cade culture. Sure enough, it's the chairman of Capital Culture. That Lu Shiyanburn didn't even dare to let out a single fart when he saw the man in front of him. And at that time, Fang Yamo vaguely guessed Lu Qing's identity. As expected, it was exactly as he had suspected. Have a few of you eaten yet? Want to join us? Fang Yamo gave Lu Qing a shallow shake and shook his head. No need for that. I've actually eaten almost all of it just now. Sister Yulan, do you want to eat some more? Where's the mood for that? Ning Yulan was at least a woman.
Although her brother's performance just now was very handsome,
beating that Lu Shanyan wailed miserably. But after all,
it was a bloody scene that happened in front of the dinner table.
It would be strange if Ning Yulan still had an appetite. Lu Qing didn't forcefully stay either.
I've long heard of Jiangcheng Ning's group name.
Yesterday I saw Mr. Ning. In fact, I have some guesses. I did not expect it is really Mr. Ning himself.
Oh, President Ning herself looks better than the photos on the news. I heard that President Ning is rumored to be cold in nature and is proud as an iceberg.
So my brother is blessed. When Lu Qing complimented Ning Yulan, he didn't show any particular look.
There was only a glimmer of admiration and praise in his eyes for the excellent opposite sex of his age. Ning Yulan's red lips hooked, revealing a light smile. Mr. Lu is flattering. Compared to you, Ning's group is even a small fight. Although Lu Qing didn't show any envious look, Fang Yamo still blushed a little and touched the tip of his nose resentfully. If word got out that he was drunk and playing drunkenly pulling Sister Yulan, the dream of 20 million men, to get married, I don't know how many double jaws would drop in shock. The next moment, Lu Qing pulled out 2 business cards. One was handed to Fang Yamo and one to Ning Yulan. I'm also a Chinese. It's just that the elders of my family moved abroad to do business, and the business was done abroad, so I changed my nationality. Cade culture in the local business is still very measured. I hope that Lu Bankyan did not bring any psychological shadow to the 2 of you. In the future, if there is a need to use my Lu Qing place, and both of you please feel free to ask, as long as it's within your ability, Willow Green is there for you. At those words, Fang Yamo originally wanted to refuse. After all, when he recognized the traffickers yesterday, Fang Yamo hadn't thought of giving a favor in return. But right now, Sister Yulan had accepted the business card. Fang Yamo thought about it and also obediently put the business card into his pocket. Pops didn't know that he was secretly the king of hackers. Vladimir. Fang Yamo basically has no other source of income right now other than being a part-time internet writer. After that, Pops will definitely arrange a job for him. And if he can know some friends in the business circle, they can also help take care of him for a while when he is looking for a job. Right at that moment, a roaring voice of a burst of anger rang out. Get out! Get out of the Jiangcheng International Restaurant! And you Lin Shurhan, you ambitious I have long seen. I did not expect you to find people more than once unreliable, but also what teacher from the king of hackers Vladimir. Bang! The moment the roar sounded, several people looked in that direction, only to see 2 silhouettes being pushed out of the box that Ning Yulan had led Fang Yamo away from in the beginning. The one who cursed was Jean Shurjia, and the first thing that caught her eye was Jean Shurjia's pair of straight and slender black silk legs. Cyclone grimaced as he was pushed out. It's not my problem. It's the kid who got the U-shield in the first place. There must have been some kind of virus on his computer and that's why the billing data was deleted. Otherwise, how could the bill be lost when I was clearly just looking for bugs to come out?
And I didn't even program it at all?
Lin Shurhan was also filled with panic.
That's right. It must be Fong Mo's problem. The U-Shield was received from Fong Mo. It must be that Fong Mo moved something in the U-Shield,
causing the billing data to be deleted.
You can't blame Cyclone for that. Fuck you.
Jin Shurja kicked Lin Shurhan in the stomach.
Although I can't look at the man brought by Ning Yulan either. But after they got the U-Shield, their computers weren't even turned on at all. And you guys came in. So it's hard to believe that it's possible that his skin organization is carrying a virus that infected the data in the U-Shield? Hearing this,
Lin Shurhan's expression stiffened.
And she also knew that it wasn't very realistic to want to throw dirty water on the other Fong Mo.
She gritted her teeth. Why don't we let the whirlwind try again?
Maybe it was just an idea just now.
Outside of that, Whirlwind is after all Taki Lao's master. There's no way he doesn't have some semblance of strength. Slap. Jin Shurja slapped Lin Shurhan in the face without mercy.
Taki Lao, you mother of a bitch. When you guys came in I sent a text message to Taki Lao. People simply don't know what Whirlwind, just this kind of goods, can still be Taki Lao's master?
Jin Shurja regretted that just now.
She might as well let Fong Mo try using the firewall. At least people don't mess around with the bank system. I don't know what's going on with Cyclone right now. The whole billing system is completely broken. Not only did a large chunk of the flow in there get lost due to a bug, but now even some of the confusing accounts are completely gone, and the dates of the transactions can't even be traced. The entire Gene family group U-Shield was clean, as if there hadn't been any transactions in the past 10 years. That's a problem that can be even more problematic than before.
My grandfather is really old and confused to trust a woman like you who only relies on her mouth and body to get to the top.
Get lost. Tell you what, if you let me see you again,
I swear I'll give you Lin Shurhan some color.
After saying this,
Jin Shurja threw another vicious slap at Lin Shurhan's face,
hitting the woman to take a step back in distress. Cyclone had a somewhat ugly face and was about to leave.
Who knew that Jin Shurja directly waved her hand?
You stay. You're the one who caused the trouble. Naturally you're responsible. You think you can easily get away in one piece after fooling my Gene family? Hearing this, a cold sweat surfaced on Cyclone's forehead. What does Ms. Gene mean by this? I tried to help. And in the end, even if I failed, I didn't take any money from you, and the Gene family didn't lose anything, so how can you control me as if I'm a recruiter?
Jin Shurja snapped and slapped him.
Saying that you're a recruiter is light.
That the guy Ning Yulan brought is considered a recruiter.
You're a proper fucking dead duck.
No diamonds dare to take the porcelain work.
It's clear that you're here to make trouble. In the next moment,
several Gene family guards directly surrounded that whirlwind. Now that the bills have all been deleted by you without knowing what operation you used,
how dare you say that my Gene family didn't lose anything? Your kid's face skin is not sure how to grow, until the matter is cleared up. You don't want to leave the Jiangcheng International Restaurant. Chapter 60, begging for help should have the attitude of begging for help. What?
At those words,
Cyclone was shocked and panicked as he backed away, desperately resisting the few bodyguards around him. As a result, he was directly and easily subdued in the face of several professional bodyguards. At the thought of being put under house arrest, Cyclone completely panicked and didn't break down to growl. I was wrong. Ms. Kim, I shouldn't have lied to you. Yes, it's Lin Shurhan.
She's the one who instructed me to disguise myself as a computer whiz and just import an order for a large transaction to the U-Shield. She said you guys definitely wouldn't scrutinize it.
When the time comes to take the money and run.
After the completion of the payoff we 250 to 50 dividends, will also accompany the sleep of 3 days. I was momentarily obsessed. And I didn't expect that the bug was so complicated that I couldn't even import the orders. I don't even have a little room for fudging. You believe me, it really wasn't me who deleted the bill. I don't know why the bill disappeared on its own. Boom. Hearing this, Lin Shurhan lost her color.
What are you babbling about?
Seeing Jin Shurja's face grow colder and colder, Lin Shurhan frantically took several steps back. Nonsense.
It is he who is talking nonsense. How could I possibly covet Grandpa Jin's money? I just wanted to help out with good intentions. And I ended up doing bad things with good intentions. I have proof here. Cyclone took out his cell phone in a hurry now in order to take the blame off himself.
Lin Shurhan's face changed drastically. Fake.
That's fake. Don't believe what's in his cell phone. True or false, I have my own judgment that belongs to me.
Jin Shurja glanced faintly at Lin Shurhan, and then opened her Cyclone cell phone.
Here are the chat logs, and there's also a video inside my photo album.
Lin Shurhan said that in order to make me feel at ease with her acting, she was willing to give me a little bit of sweetness first, and one of the 3 days of accompanying me would be taken as a deposit. I happened to record the video that time when we were both running errands.
You can get it professionally authenticated. absolutely no PS, and recorded a video.
Jin Shurja glanced indifferently at Lin Shurhan,
and unsurprisingly saw a somewhat juvenile video in the Cyclone's cell phone. Hearing that outer voice
Jin Shurja's pretty face was covered in a layer of redness.
You're really bottomless.
Take both of them down. Putting down her last words, Jin Shurja put away Cyclone's cell phone.
No matter who started it,
but the Cyclone had lost the entire bill by mistake,
and someone had to be held accountable for that. In the next moment,
Jin Shurja's sight suddenly noticed Fong Mo and the others who were watching the fun from a short distance away.
Fong Mo and Ning Yulan both looked odd,
while Lu Qing was holding his arms over his chest with interest.
Ning Yulan, I just contacted Elder Taki.
And your boyfriend's firewall does seem to have some special features,
so let him come in and try. I refuse. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Fong Mo was shaking his head and waving his hand with a cold smile. Are you kidding?
You just pissed off our sister Yulan and left.
And now you want me to come back and help out by making light of the situation? When we were what?
At those words, Jin Shurja was first stunned, then her pretty face curled up in a thin line of anger.
Kid, how dare you refuse me?
It's already a great trust that I'm willing to give you a chance.
Okay?
And it's also on account of the fact that the old man and Ning Yulan have been old friends for many years. Otherwise I wouldn't even let you touch our Jin family group's shield.
Do you think I'm really interested in your abilities? I just want to try.
The dead horse is a living horse.
If you really fluke fix the bug, the Jin family benefits will certainly not be missing you. And then you can go out of the house with this proud. In fact, in her text message with Taki Lao,
Jin Shurja also tentatively asked about the trouble encountered by Ning's group today, and thought that Fong Mo was a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Who knows that Taki Lao was even heartily admitting to himself that he couldn't write such a powerful firewall. This made Jin Shurja's mind come alive again. If there really is something special about that firewall, there might be a chance to fix the bugs. Who had thought that after she had taken the initiative to pull down her face and invite,
Fong Mo actually dared to reject herself. This annoys Shija Kim. Since there are so many benefits,
then I think there should be a lot of people who would be willing to do this favor for Ms.
Jin.
So forgive me for being so untalented and shallow that I won't be embarrassed if I can't do it.
Fong Mo let out a cold laugh.
Originally planning to help out for the sake of Ning Yulan and Elder Jin.
However,
looking at Jin Shurja's current, even when she took the initiative to beg,
she had a condescending attitude. Fong Mo also came to lose his temper. It's a matter of whoever likes to do it. Anyway, I can't do it with Fong Mo. Hearing this,
Jin Shurja was about to get angry when suddenly the door to the box was pushed open. Elder Jin also walked out. How can you beg like this?
Little brother Fong Mo.
Just now it was my old man's eyes that were clumsy. I also asked a few senior students from Qingbei. Just based on the words you said when you finally went out, you definitely have a few certainties about this kind of bug fix.
For my sake, can you not take it personally with Jin Shurja? Elder Jin's attitude was good, but Fong Mo was not his Jin family's licking dog. Master Jin misunderstood.
I also just heard the explanation of similar case restoration in other people's mouths, so I learned a bit of jargon to fool people.
Just like that Cyclone. I'm just a trickster asshole. Fong Mo spread his hands and glanced at Jin Shurja, faintly saying, there's nothing real about it. You, don't give your face to it, you kid.
Jin Shurja's plump breasts shook up and down in anger.
On the contrary, Fong Mo's attitude was like a dead pig in a poke, so there really wasn't much that could be done with him. You know, in the past,
the young talents of the upper class who came and went with her were all well-mannered, and they were always responsive to their needs.
In Jin Shurja's opinion, Fong Mo is a villain.
She has already put down her stature and asked for it.
Why should Fong Mo refuse herself? Is it because of the relationship with Ning Yulan as husband and wife? In the next moment,
Jin Shurja clenched her silver teeth and said in a cold voice, my Jin family has never begged for an errand.
Then Ms.
King may have to set that first precedent.
Fong Mo said indifferently and faintly. It's fine if you want my help. Ms. Kim begged me personally. Remember, it's begging, not a condescending attitude like that. Seeing as Elder Jin and Sister Yulan have been friends for so many years, I'm willing to make a move. Otherwise,
the Jin family would be better off hiring someone else.
And it's not that I'm not willing to make a move. Ms. Jin can also understand that I'm a fiction writer who really doesn't know anything about computers. After saying this, Fong Mo pulled Ning Yulan and left.
Only leaving in place Jin Shurja stomped her jade feet in exasperation.
Seeing this,
Lu Qing was interested in looking at Fong Mo's departing back twice more. I said today Ning's group is on the news because of cloud data leakage.
It's only been half a day. How come Mr. Ning is free to come out for dinner?
I think it's brother Fong Mo's credit.
Right? I didn't realize that brother Fong Mo is still a computer expert. In the next moment, Lu Qing greeted Elder Jin through the air,
and twisted his head to drill back into his compartment. Elder Jean was stunned when he noticed Lu Qing. Jean Shurjia subconsciously asked, "Grandpa, who is that guy?
Do you know him?" "Not very familiar, but do know. Kai-tak culture chairman Lu Qing. Do not look at his young age. If thrown into the Chinese rich list, high and low can be squeezed into the top 5. Is definitely a proper business predator." "Right. You are not very interested in the opposite sex? Ask this why." "What? Throw in the Chinese rich list to be able to squeeze into the top 5? When these words came out,
Jean Shurjia only felt her mouth go dry.
"I just saw Fang Yamo and that guy seemed to be talking and laughing together. Wow." When these words came out, Elder Jin's body also shook, and his eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 61 followed. In Elder Jin's eyes, Zhangcheng entrepreneurs who could qualify to enter Lu Qing's eyes could almost be counted on one hand, and many of them are also great product capitalists who work in black and white. Even the newcomer in the business world, Ning Yulan, was more than a notch lower than Lu Qing, or else it wouldn't have been the second in command. Lu Shan Yuan, who came to talk business with Ning Yulan. Lu Qing knows Fang Mo. Does Fang Mo have any other background? Elder Kim was overthinking it. However, the moment these words came out, that Jean Shurjia's delicate body trembled as she stared blankly at the direction the youth had left. Would someone who could make friends with Lu Qing, whom the old man had praised so much, be an idle person? Could it be that I've been mistaken? On the other hand, when Fang Mo's trio entered the elevator, Ning Shiyu, who had been suppressing her emotions, couldn't hold back her excitement and waved her small fists. And once again, Fang Mo could see her swallowing saliva. Fang Mo, just now it was really great. Did you see that expression on Jean Shurjia's face? A pig liver color, as ugly as if she ate shit. Ha ha ha, let her flaunt with my oldest sister. Ning Yulan pursed her red lips and let out a light laugh. She naturally had the pleasure of raising her eyebrows. Ning Shiyu also mimicked Fang Mo's earlier tone. Remember, it's begging, not such a condescending attitude. Ha ha ha. Hearing Fang Mo's words, Jean Shurjia's face turned green. This is a very rounded way to play the pussy. Fang Mo, but why don't you make Jean Shurjia beg you with a different attitude on the spot? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to hit your face right away? Fang Mo coughed dryly. Because I'm really computer illiterate. Isn't that what I said? I'm going to go back and ask my online friend how I solved a similar incident in the first place, and learn from him now. If I had threatened just now that I could directly solve the Jean family group's troubles, in case Jean Shurjia's attitude really did change 180 degrees and beg me on the spot, I'd have gotten myself killed without even a little wiggle room. Although the so-called netizens were fabricated out of thin air, Fang Mo still didn't want Sister Yulan to doubt herself. Moreover, according to Jean Shurjia's behavior just now, Fang Mo didn't want to help solve the Jean family group's trouble so quickly. Let her Jean Shurjia have a good anxiety first. Women are able to always have a condescending attitude, or they don't recognize the status quo. When she gets a few more electric brain masters continue to lose, it will then be possible to completely correct the attitude. Brother has a point. Ning Yulan let out a light laugh. Her delicate and pretty face slowly moved towards Fang Mo, and her fragrant breath hit Fang Mo's earlobe. But your performance today was really quite good. It's a pity that my sister is on her period. Otherwise I'll be sure to reward you tonight. How do you want to reward me? Fang Mo's cheeks rubbed red. It's obviously been almost a week since we got married. But Fang Mo still didn't get used to Yulan's sister's car speed. As long as the woman was around, he would always be stimulated by this female goblin. Just like now. Ning Yulan's peach blossom eyes looked at herself as if she could pull silk. Old sister, there's someone else next to you. Can you consider the dog's feelings when you're spreading dog food? Just then, Ning Shiyu's protesting grunt came slowly from the side. He looked at the duo with a disgusted look on her face. I mean, can't you two find a time when no one else is around and work out how you're going to do sports tonight? Ning Yulan glanced at Ning Shiyu without saying anything. The sister-in-law was still more afraid of her half-sister, and watched as the elevator atmosphere gradually quieted down. She grunted again and rolled her head. Fine. You guys spill it. I'll pretend I didn't see it. No one likes a live show if you don't see it. However, in the next moment, Fang Mo still felt an extra touch of warmth on his face, which turned out to be Ning Yulan's red lips gently nudging his cheek. Although it was a touch away, that soft touch still stayed in Fang Mo's mind, causing his mind to sway. Gollum. Staring back at Ning Yulan's smiling but not smiling vermilion lips, Fang Mo had the urge to take the woman into his arms and ravage her fiercely. Phew. Vixen. After getting off the elevator, Fang Mo was still worried about Ning Yulan's physical state. He personally drove the woman to the bottom of the Ning Group's building. Ning Shiyu was bored and had to stick to her sister to go to the office. Fang Mo made an appointment with Ning Yulan to pick her up from work and drove back to Ning Yulan's house. Sister Yulan had gotten someone to fix her computer, so today Fang Mo could also make a shallow attempt to join the dragon team for this mission. Hundreds and hundreds of foreign exchange accounts. If one by one, it is indeed an extremely large amount of work, and the other account cannot be frozen at will. But where there is a transfer transaction or two in the middle of the money, where the money goes, and there is no way to track it. In Ning Yulan's villa, Fang Yamo stared at the computer screen with his chin in deep thought. Another voice also sounded in the headset. Yeah, Chief, that's the most troublesome part. We can't just let the national security apply to freeze people's overseas accounts. Our Chinese national security doesn't have that much power yet. And cross-border missions require the cooperation of the other side's citizens. The one who contacted Fang Yamo was Xian, a hacker expert second only to Fang Yamo in the Dragon Group. It was also this person who contacted Fang Yamo yesterday that the youth realized that such a big thing had happened in the internet world of China. There's limited information available on the phishing account side, and they must have cleaned up all the data. Fang Yamo frowned. It's better to start with the numbering of the digital currency. Giving the members of the Dragon team a thought, Fang Yamo glanced at the time and turned off the computer. He's going to pick up Sister Yulan from work. Anyway, he had nothing else to do in the past 2 days. And the matter of the Huaxia Bank losing its digital currency could not be solved for a while. In Fang Mo's mind, it was still more important to pick up his sister from work. When he passed the intersection, Fang Yamo suddenly realized that his car was being followed. Directly behind it was a Buick van with 2 black sedans trailing close behind on both the left and right sides as well. It didn't look like the other party had made any out of the ordinary moves, but they were blocking Fang Yamo in an encircling position all the way. It seems that someone is treating me as Sister Yulan. Could it be some kind of enemy of Sister Yulan? It's a bit interesting. Ning Yulan's BMW has L3 level autopilot. Fang Yamo sneered and directly imported a program from his phone into the computer's car system. This program was developed a long time ago when other members of the national security were on a mission and Fang Yamo was asked from above to help. Algorithms are utilized in conjunction with satellites to monitor surrounding roadways. Ensure that the vehicle is in the flow of traffic, with the quickest arrival at the destination as the top priority. The intermediate driving process does not require human intervention, and the routine driving habits of hundreds of professional racers have been programmed into the program. On the other side, the carriages were filled with Willowbanks Burning's iron face, coldly staring at the silver-white BMW in front of them. Ning Yulan, this little bitch dares to embarrass my. Today I'll make her pay dearly for whatever I say. And that little white boy of hers. What the hell? How dare you bottle bomb your old man? That's right. Lu Shangyuan had been completely removed from Kate culture after being cleaned up by Lu Cheng. This made Lu Shanyan hysterical while holding a grudge against Ning Yulan and Fang Yamo. Today's shame could only be washed away with blood in his eyes. He wanted to take revenge on the duo of Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan. Boss, it's not good for us to do this, right? If we directly kidnap Mr. Ning in the downtown area, it'll be troublesome if someone catches it on their cell phone. The driver let out a bitter laugh and spoke hesitantly at Yanagishi Burn. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiyanyan touched his head that was wrapped in gauze and smiled morosely. I'm still at least a foreign-funded entrepreneur. Even if I'm subpoenaed, I still need to go through various formalities processes, which will take more than 30 hours at the very least. By that time, the old man will have long since retreated in one piece and run overseas. After saying this, Lu Shiyanyan picked up the walkie-talkie and rushed to the drivers of the other 2 cars to give orders. Force it to stop. Saying that, he pointed his finger at the silver-white BMW in front of him. At those words, the black Volkswagens on the left and right all accelerated in unison. Seeing this, Fang Yamo inside the BMW also let out a light laugh and directly started the program. The next moment, looking at the left and right sides of the speeding vehicle is about to overtake the traffic jam. The BMW surprisingly took the first step to slow down. And neither of those 2 cars understood the BMW's intentions and had merged in front of the BMW. Before Lu Shanyan gave the order again, the BMW suddenly ran out from the right side with a dragon's tail. Jab. There was a rattle of tires on the ground. Yanagishi Yanagi inside the Buick saw this and narrowed his eyes slightly. It looks like our tracking is being noticed. Speed up. Find a chance to crash it later. Better to just crash their car and turn it upside down. I'm going to make that brat and Ning Yulan shed their skin without dying. What? Hearing that, even the driver of the Buick thought it was a little too crazy. But against the hysterical, icy eyes of Lu Shanyan, the driver could only swallow a mouthful of saliva, gripping the steering wheel tightly and rushing out violently. The other 2 VWs also hated the gas into the engine in desperate pursuit. Pedestrians on both sides of the road aren't blind to see a couple of cars staging a wave of speed and passion in the city, chasing each other. One by one, they are all pulling out their cell phones and calling the police. The unsuspecting masses thought they had run into a drag race party in broad daylight. Chapter 62 Lu Cheng, come and clean up the mess. On the other hand, in the Ning clan building, Ning Yulan was originally in the office. Sitting in her office, Ning Shiyu was bored in watching the news on her iPad. Urgent insertion of a news item. There are 4 cars racing illegally near Greenwood Plaza in Jiangcheng. They are rampaging on the road and have seriously affected the urban road traffic in Jiangcheng City. Drivers passing by are advised to drive cautiously to avoid traffic accidents. The 4 license plate numbers are now being briefed. One of which is a silver and white BMW with the license plate number Jiang A. The other 2 are. Ning Shiyu originally didn't care about this kind of news. After all, those young people who raced the cars weren't quite right in the head themselves. It's not uncommon for people to move their brains around and come out in the middle of the day looking for excitement. However, upon hearing the silver-white BMW, Ning Shiyu's complexion stiffened for a split second, and she hurriedly stared at the blurry video that had been uploaded by netizens. Isn't this one my oldest sister's car? Ning Yulan, who was in the middle of her office, frowned her willow brows and raised her head when she heard this. What? Sis, your car. The car is on the news. When Ning Yuan heard this, a flash of ominous foreboding suddenly flashed across her heart. What's the situation? It seems like Fang Mo went drag racing in your car. But doesn't Fang Mo dislike cars? Even when you said you would buy him a Lamborghini, he was indifferent. And he would even join a drag racing party? Ning Shiyu pouted her red lips, her eyes filled with confusion. The car keys in the car were in Fang Mo's hands. To say that the driver of it was not Fang Mo, she would not believe it. However, Ning Shiyu clearly remembered that her sister had said that she wanted to give Fang Mo a sports car, only to be rejected by the youth with a wave of his hand. A drag racer. Would you say no to the charms of a sports car? Thump. In the next moment, Ning Yulan stepped over with a big stride on her fine heels and snatched the iPad out of her sister's hands. By now the news broadcast had cut to a drone view. Looking down from above you can just see your silver and white BMW weaving in and out of traffic like a snake. Behind that was a commercial vehicle with 2 black sedans in hot pursuit. Seeing this, Ning Yulan's eyelids jumped, especially when looking at the 2 black sedans approaching the BMW from time to time, even wanting to maliciously add congestion, that posture as if intentionally wanting to crash into it, but the result was that the BMW car narrowly dodged over. Ning Yulan's pupils suddenly tightened. This isn't a drag race. It's obviously someone who wants Fang Mo dead. What? Ning Shiyu hadn't reacted yet. Ning Yulan's heart was already in her throat. Secretary, come over here and check for me. Get me the license plate numbers of all 3 cars and find out whose cars they are. After saying this, Ning Yulan only remembered that it was already time for her to get off work, and she and her sister were waiting for Fang Mo to come over to pick them up at the office. My brother must have been targeted because he went out with the intention of coming to pick himself up. Again, she raced to her desk, red-eyed, and turned on her computer. If anything happens to our little brother, I won't let you go, no matter who you are. After saying that, Ning Yulan also took a worried glance at the drone aerial photography that was still continuously being tracked on the iPad. Somehow, in Fang Mo's hands the BMW was like a nimble little snake, always showing all kinds of extreme maneuvers to avoid pursuit. Even though Ning Yulan's heart was in shock at the moment, a big question mark inevitably sprang up in her mind. Is Fang Mo so good at driving? It feels like it's rivaling some of the top-tier pro racers. In the BMW carriage, Fang Mo's face was a bit ugly, although with the system, he could indeed easily deal with the threat of the pursuers behind him. The BMW's various extreme maneuvers also shook Fang Mo to the point where he almost vomited on the steering wheel. There's no end to it, is there? Fang Mo vomited, feeling the stomach juices turning over in his abdomen. His face was also gradually gloomy. These guys are simply outlaws. They came here with the purpose of killing. If it wasn't for a few extreme maneuvers in the middle by virtue of the system, I might have been knocked right off the road and wrecked. Whether the other party is running towards me or Sister Yulan, the other party has clearly moved to kill. In the next moment, Fang Mo's eyes also gradually became morose. It didn't matter to himself, but what if the person sitting in the carriage today wasn't him, Fang Mo, but Sister Yulan? Ning Yulan doesn't have this operating system of her own. Will Sister Yulan be crashed into a car by then? Thinking of the danger Ning Yulan might face, Fang Mo's heart tightened. With this thought, Fang Mo took the initiative to step on the gas and a hit on the steering wheel changes the destination. This time he wasn't going to drive over towards Ning's group. He wanted to settle this group of pursuers on the way, to put an end to it for Sister Yulan. Whoosh! There are 2 roads into the city of Jiangcheng. One is a highway and the other is a mountainous highway. Since the Panshan Highway is an old and dilapidated road, very few drivers nowadays will take this highway in Panshan. And at the moment, 4 cars are staging a tense chase on a mountain highway. The scene is exciting. Alert driver, there is a swift curve ahead, currently detecting that you have no intention of slowing down. Do you need the program to intervene to help you stabilize the vehicle? I was looking at an accident-prone curve that was coming up. Fang Yamo sneered and slammed on the gas again, needed. With those words, he pressed his cell phone to turn on the system again. Behind her in the Buick, Willow Banknote was breathing quite a bit harder. Fuck, this bitch can run, but this mountain highway is treacherous with many curves. I don't believe that he still dares to drive like he did in the city just now. It's true that there's a way to heaven that you don't go, and there's no door to hell that you break in. You're screwed. After saying this, looking ahead, the BMW inexplicably began to slow down. Lu Shangyan instantly became excited. Can't run anymore. Definitely can't run anymore. Charge. Chase after them. Mr. Lu, there are a lot of curves here. We'd better be cautious. The driver gritted his teeth and rushed at Yanagi Burn to remind him. Who knew that Yanagishi Burn was simply ignoring it? Fuck it. If it's any more dangerous, it's the lead car that's the most dangerous. Do you still get scared when the car in front of you has the guts to speed up? Just follow him closely and be done with it. He's so slowed down. He must have missed the maneuver. Hit it for me. Hearing this, the other two black sedans also accelerated in vain and slammed into Fang Mo's BMW. The distance between the two sides was wildly drawn in, and it looked like Fang Mo was already unable to fly. Especially at this moment, the BMW began to accelerate again, which made Lu Bangqian even more delighted. Ha ha ha. It must be that bitch Ning Yulan just operated wrongly and accidentally stepped on the brakes to bring down the speed, and now she regrets that she wants to sprint in a hurry. Where is the chance to do that? Hit it at full speed. I'm going to run him over. Harming himself to lose his status and position. Lu Shanyuan not only had no good feelings towards Ning Yulan, but even wanted her to die without a burial place. The hysterical madness under his eyes grew a trifle more. The first black sedan is just a punch away from the BMW. Looking at the BMW the next moment will be knocked over. Lu Bangqian corner of the lips a hideous smile or slowly surfaced. Jab. Just then, the BMW accelerated again, and at the same time a handsome tail drift through the corner. The mountain roads are already winding and several cars are chasing each other. The line of sight of the three cars behind them was almost completely blocked up by the BMW, so the two black sedans barely even had time to react. It was only the moment the BMW swung out of the corner that they saw a close guardrail in front of them. No good. There's a cliff ahead. Unfortunately, they had no more time to react. Bang, bang. Two black cars at such a time jerking the steering wheel cannot be saved. One after the other crashed and flew out. The last image the drivers in both cars saw was the figure of the young man leaning against the side of the BMW not far away, puking his guts out. Is he the one who ended their lives? So upset. In the last Buick, Willowbank Burn was also back in the car, hissing and yelling. Stop the car. Stop the car. There's a cliff ahead. Stop the car. Unfortunately, he was also too late. Bang. Knowing that there was no hope of saving the car, Luxian Yanyan pushed open the door and tried to jump out of the car. As a result, he saw a clean-looking man with a pale face was waving at him as if he was saying goodbye. This guy, why does he look so familiar? You and I goodbye you paralyzed. You're not that little bitch Ning Yulan heel boy. Crikey. The moment he pondered, it was this instantaneous delay that saw the Buick slam down the cliff as well. Ah! The moment the scream rang out, it was accompanied by Lu Shenyuan's intense unwillingness and hatred. Fang Yamo wiped his mouth before holding onto the fence and slowly walking to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the wreckage of the car that fell 100 meters into the air and fell into 3 big fires, Fang Mo's eyes also became grim. So it's you. In the next moment, he took out his cell phone and Lu Qing's business card, and faintly said to the other end of the phone, Mr. Lu, I'm Fang Yamo. I heard you say in the morning that Lu Shiyanyan no longer dares to harass me, yet that doesn't seem to be the case. I just almost died at his hands. So, please, come clean up the mess. Chapter 63, Sister is Crying? Lu Qing was still at the hotel with his wife when he received the call from Fang Yamo. However, when he heard that Lu Shangyan almost took Fang Mo's life, he got up with a shiver of fear and rushed towards the mountain highway with enough men. On the other hand, Fang Yamo was clear that with Lu Qing's energy, it is easy to deal with this accident, so he directly turned around and drove back towards downtown Jianchang. He didn't know that Sister Yulan and Ning's group had all become anxious. By the time he reached the bottom of Ning's building, Fang Yamo opened his cell phone and could already see the record of the news briefing on the accident, although the BMW roared on the road. But in fact, because of the Program Plus, Fang Mo's series of operations, there is no speeding or violation of the law. Hold up is not yielding to pedestrians. The few occasional drifts were on roads with no security cameras, so the BMW was all over the place with the help of Lu Qing. As for the other 3 cars, they were characterized as dangerous driving causing an accident. I have to say, Lu Qing is indeed quick in this action. Halfway through the news, Fang Yamo had just walked into the Ning Group building. Willow Green's call came right over.
her voice full of apologies and guilt.
Brother Fong Mo. I didn't handle the matter properly this time. I probably understand the ins and outs.
It should be that stupid bastard Lu Shanyan was expelled by me and had a grudge wanting to take revenge on you.
That's why it led to this accident today.
This time it was my Lu Qing who was ill-considered and owes you a favor.
Fong Mo sniffed and nodded.
Willow Green had a great attitude and was again positive and cooperative in addressing the concerns.
In fact, to put it bluntly, Willowbank's burning will be so hysterical as no one expected.
Which naturally cannot be blamed on the head of Lu Qing. Brother Lu doesn't need to blame himself for the past.
After saying this, Fong Mo hung up the phone and just walked to the elevator entrance.
He saw the elevator door slowly open,
in which came an anxious female voice. I'm telling you,
if anything goes wrong with our family brother, you'll be prepared to bury him with him.
Coming so late, are you all dry?
At those words,
Fong Mo was first stunned for a moment. In the next moment,
only an anxious Ning Yulan slowly walked out, and the woman was ranting frantically into the phone receiver. This anger wasn't quite the same as her usual high-strung sulk. It would reveal this disoriented look.
Obviously messed up. Fong Mo opened his mouth. Sister Moonlan.
Ning Yulan saw Fong Mo as soon as she looked up, with four eyes facing each other. The air was suddenly frozen as if it was frozen.
It was still Ning Shiyu, who was following the woman,
who was the first to open her mouth in surprise.
Fong Mo, are you alright?
My old sister saw you being chased, almost fainted in fear. Arranged for the car to be fast and furious. As a result, the road was too congested. The driver, this will just arrive.
If you really out of the three short, my old sister absolutely have to. Holy shit, can you two watch your image?
Ning Shiyu exclaimed in shock before she could even finish her sentence, only to see Ning Yulan suddenly take 3 steps forward to jump into Fong Mo's arms. Before the young man came back to his senses, his delicate face was infinitely enlarged in his pupils.
The next moment, their lips touched. In public, Ning Yulan took the initiative to ask for a kiss,
but this time it was different from the time at the resort.
Ning Yulan's offense was fierce and passionate, without the kind of gentleness it once had.
From time to time, the shell teeth had to bite hard on Fong Mo's lips twice. The youth sucked in a frantic breath of cold air from the pain. Soon, a faint taste of blood spread through both of their mouths.
Fong Mo opened his mouth to change his breath,
only to have his soft little tongue run in.
Well, at the same time,
there was a salty flavor that rushed into the corners of his mouth,
and Fong Mo opened his eyes in shock.
What kind of expression is this for Sister Yulan? Fear was mixed with worry, and her cold lips were still trembling. Her eyes were tightly closed at the moment, her long eyelashes resting on her eyelids. Beautiful, but those eyebrows were knitted together. The small hand also fiercely wrapped around Fong Mo's waist, as if she was afraid that the man in front of her was a phantom dream and would disappear at any time.
At the corner of that eye, 2 lines of clear tears slid down the pretty face. Fong Mo had never seen Sister Yulan reveal this appearance,
and the man was taken aback.
Sister Yulan, are you okay? Ning Yulan let go of Fong Mo.
Her petite body trembled madly, and her voice had a hint of crying in it.
I should be the one to ask you that. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Fong Mo was dismayed and at the same time,
his heart was warmed. It was said that important words were said 3 times. Ning Yulan's sentence "Are you alright" was indeed asked 3 times in a row, and the woman's tone seemed to be slightly different each time. It was like confirming over and over again that the man in front of you was not real.
Fong Mo.
Ning Yulan wiped the tear tracks from the corner of her eyes. You're trying to scare me to death.
What would I do if something happened to you? Fong Mo was stunned.
Facing these words, he was actually a little unsure of how to reply.
Whoever it is that wants to hurt you, I'm just going to dump my family and not let him get away with it. Even in her crying voice,
there was more than a hint of dominance in the woman's voice when she said this.
At the same time, Fong Mo heard something different. Sister Yulan had the feeling that she was hysterical to go out of her way. Fong Mo hastily raised his hand to pat the back of the woman's neck. It's okay, Sister Yulan, it's really okay.
The other party is the Lu Shiyan that we met at noon, but he's already been dumped.
When I got off the bus, I took a look at the news.
It said that he accidentally fell off the cliff.
People are gone. You can still retaliate against who went off. You do not be nervous. I'm really fine. Upon hearing this,
Ning Yulan then reddened her eyes and collected her emotions. She bit her red lip and took several deep breaths back and forth.
It's all my fault. How can this be blamed on Sister Yulan? Fong Mo smiled. Come on. Let's go home.
Good. After Ning Yulan saw the news today, she had even planned for the worst. Only the moment she made the decision, a trace of madness flashed through Ning Yulan's heart.
If Fong Mo has an accident today, maybe the first female president of Jiancheng will pour all her strength to take revenge on the other party. No matter who the opponent is, the good news is that the youth is safe and sound.
A large stone fell from Ning Yulan's heart. Now faced with a lost and found brother, all he wants to do is get all mushy with him.
Think nothing, do nothing. Ning Shiyu, go home by yourself. Putting down the last sentence, Ning Yulan lowered her small head and hid behind Fong Imo. Her pretty red face was pulled towards the parking lot by the young man. The few bodyguards and drivers who had rushed here saw this and their jaws dropped in shock. When had they ever seen Mr. Ning in this little girl posture? The person who just went over just now, is it Mr. Ning? One of the guards swallowed in shock. Well, as if? Is Mr. Ning on the wrong medication? Gosh, President Ning is such a shy look in front of her husband. I feel like my 3 views have collapsed. Stop it, brother, it's not like Mr. Ning's gentleness will bloom on you and me, so do what you need to do. Ning Shiyu, who was not far away, looked at the husband and wife as they left, and only then did she come back to her senses from the shock. Was that a cry just now, old sister? Although she was a few years younger than Ning Yulan, the two could be said to have grown up together. Ning Shiyu had never seen her sister shed tears in front of outsiders in her life. No, technically speaking, she hadn't even seen her sister Ning Yulan shed a tear in her life so far. Older sister would actually cry because she's worried about Fong Mo's safety? Is she still the same old iceberg who said everything and was indifferent in the face of countless verbal attacks? Ning Shiyu stared at her beautiful eyes, always feeling that this persona of her own old sister had completely collapsed. Sister, isn't it true that you're in love with Fong Mo? Chapter 64, waiting for your sister to help you get dressed? Ning Yulan was probably really shocked, and the woman had already fallen asleep while in the car. Fong Mo also didn't give her a chance to make a bad move, getting out of the car and tiptoeing the woman out, entering Yulan's sister's boudoir and helping her sister lie flat on the bed. Fong Mo's line of sight again unconsciously landed on the 3 little yellow figures along the window edge. Fong Mo, you don't know how much sister I like you. I really want to marry you. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just then, Fong Mo suddenly heard the murmuring of the woman on the bed, and he froze. Thought it was Ning Yulan waking up. I didn't realize that when I twisted my head to look. The woman's eyes were still closed and her breathing was steady as she slept soundly, trying to come and say nothing more than dream words. What's so good about me? Sister Yulan actually likes me so much? Fong Mo touched the tip of his nose resentfully. When he saw Ning Yulan crying, Fong Mo himself had an incredible feeling. But the common saying that the truth comes out after drinking actually refers to the fact that what a person says is most credible when they are in their most relaxed state. Wasn't Sister Yulan, who was now overtired and talking in her sleep, also in such a state? I now have more and more reason to suspect that what Li Haowen said earlier has merit. Fong Mo glanced at the little yellow man on the windowsill and then at the sleeping woman. Li Haowen concluded that Mr. Ning must have planned it beforehand the first time he learned of their flash mob. At that time, Fong Mo couldn't understand how the dream girl of 20 million men in Jiancheng would look at a penniless poor boy like himself. However, through this period of time together, Fong Mo was feeling more and more how Ning Yulan was different from himself. For example, even when she was facing her younger sister, Ning Shiyu, she looked as if she was shying away from words. But to himself, he has always been a peaceful and calm person since he was a child. Then for example, obviously the outside world are rumored that Ning Yulan, the cold and arrogant female president of the cold and cold temperament, the words do not talk more than half a sentence. However, Fong Mo always felt that when he was with Sister Yulan, there didn't seem to be any coldness between the two of them. Fong Mo, don't go. Just as the youth had gotten up with the intention of leaving, suddenly the woman on the bed murmured once again. It scared Fong Mo. After carrying the woman into the room, their palms unknowingly pulled together. At this moment, it was also the moment when Fong Mo was just about to let go of Sister Yulan's small hand. As a result, the woman suddenly became anxious. Fong Mo was stunned, eyeing Ning Yulan's good-looking willow eyebrows twisted into a ball. He sat back down on the bed in a hurry, a slight hint of tenderness passing under his eyes. I don't think anyone has ever seen this kind of President Ning, right? No, Sister Yulan, I'll stay with you tonight, I'm not going anywhere. It seemed that the man's reassurance was heard in his sleep. Ning Yulan's brows instantly relaxed. The corners of her lips also raised a sweet smile. Watching Fong Mo's heart melted for a moment. Sister Yulan, are you so cute? Time passes little by little. Fong Mo was not made of iron, and finally did not hold back a deep sleep. He did not even know what time he slept. When he woke up the next day, he happened to be right in front of a delicate, pretty face. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman close at hand, Fong Mo froze. Sister Yulan is awake? And no, when did I lie down on the bed? Ning Yulan's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness, and she was staring straight at herself with her chin up. For eyes, Fong Mo just wanted to open his mouth. Was Ning Yulan red lips blocked? Before kissing herself, Ning Yulan even came up with a sentence.
If it wasn't for the fear that you'd forget to change your air while kissing in your sleep and kiss you out of breath,
I would have done it 2 hours ago. Sister. Good lord. Did you wake up and just look at me like that for 2 hours? Fang Yamo didn't have a chance to ask because that soft little tongue once again drilled into the middle of his mouth. Ning Yueran's kissing skills were truly more powerful than ever. Even if Fang Yamo used his nose to change his breath, he still felt difficulty in breathing from time to time, and it was somewhat difficult to resist the woman's fierce attack. Just then, there was a sudden buzzing and shaking sound between the two. Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan were both startled by the commotion. Ning Yulan let go of Fang Yamo, and the youth realized that it was the cell phone in his pocket that had called. Hello? On the other end of the phone came the voice of his nemesis. Li Haowen, Fang Yamo, are you up yet? Fang Mo's old face flushed red as he glanced at the fully dressed Ning Yulan next to him, and then looked down at himself whose clothes had been taken off at some point, and coughed and said, Count, sort of up, you don't have anything today. What else is going on? I'm looking for you to do me a small favor. I want to open an internet cafe. You accompany me. Disc Internet Cafe? Li's group do interior design layer of enterprises. Li Haowen put a huge company does not take care of. Nothing to do disc what internet cafe? Fang Yamo was originally about to refuse, but as a result, he looked up to meet Ning Yulan's eyes that wanted to eat people, and he violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva again. He would have preferred to accompany Li Haowen to the disc internet cafe than to face the mature and charming imperial female president alone. That what? Sister Yulan, Li Haowen is looking for me for something. I'm going out. After saying this, Fang Yamo pointed to the door and said with a red face, why don't you go out first, sister, and I'll change my pants. When Fang Yamo moved, all of her personal clothes were packed by Ning Yulan into the cabinet in her boudoir. God knows why obviously Sister Yulan's house was so big, but she preferred to put only one cabinet for her boudoir, which made Fang Mo's life difficult. Even after taking a bath, he had to wrap himself in a towel and go into the woman's boudoir to find a change of clothes. Ning Yulan pouted her red lips, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied that Li Haowen interrupted herself and her little husband from cozying up at such a time. But she didn't leave either. Her jade hand dragged her fragrant cheeks just staring at Fang Yamo with affection. Change it. What else hasn't my sister seen? What? What do you mean? You haven't seen anything else? Sister Yulan, don't talk so ambiguously. I'm at least wearing a pair of pants now. It's not like I'm naked. This thought had just crossed Fang Mo's mind. Ning Yulan was like a roundworm in her own stomach as she smiled and opened her mouth. In the morning, I saw you asleep on the bed, and I was afraid that you would be uncomfortable, so I helped you take off all your clothes. Put. When he heard the second sentence, Fang Yamo became completely taut. No wonder I clearly remembered that I was sitting on the edge of the bed yesterday. How come I woke up lying on the bed, and there was only a pair of underwear left on my body? So it was all because of Sister Yulan. Fang Yamo reddened his face, suddenly somewhat afraid to look directly at the woman in front of him. On the contrary, Ning Yulan glanced at Fang Yamo as if he was nothing. Don't you have things to go out for? What are you doing? Hurry up and get dressed. Fang Yamo squirmed and pointed to the door of the room. But, okay, sister, I'll go out okay? It's been a week together. Why is the little guy still so shy? Ning Yulan muttered her red lips in dissatisfaction, and a hint of flirtation crossed her delicate and pretty face. Then when you've adapted, my sister will strip naked and cuddle and sleep with you again. After saying this, Ning Yulan directly left the boudoir. Fang Yamo looked at the passing of the fragrant wind, which violently took a long breath of relief. This female goblin is simply to eat people But in his mind, he also couldn't help but echo Ning Yulan's last words before she left. Getting naked and cuddling and sleeping. Just the thought of it makes your blood run cold. Fang Mo's mind has unconsciously surfaced Ning Yulan's exquisite delicate body white image. The next moment, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice, and shook his head violently. What the fuck am I thinking of something weird? Sister Yulan was just kidding. It seems that their relationship hasn't developed to the point where they can be completely honest with each other. Right? But that day at the resort, it seems like I also saw all that Sister Yulan should have seen and shouldn't have seen. Fang Yamo was a little embarrassed even now when he remembered the day before yesterday. However, because he was drunk at the time, Fang Yamo couldn't actually remember the picture too well. Just then, Ning Yulan pushed the door again and walked in, still showing a small head suspiciously. Brother, what are you grinding for? Li Haowen's car is under the building. You haven't moved for half a day. Are you waiting for your sister to help you get dressed? Chapter 65, No one's good enough. Ha! Fang Yamo waved his hands repeatedly. No, nothing. After saying this, Fang Yamo wrapped the quilt around him and walked to the closet and started looking for his change of clothes. And Ning Yulan just came over to urge him. Li Haowen's people had arrived, so it would be a bit inappropriate to molest Fang Yamo. Otherwise,
God knows how long Li Haowen would have to wait under the building. After all, a woman in her 30s is like a wolf like a tiger. Not to mention that this is already the third day of Ning Yulan's period. If he is really moved, maybe Fang Mo's 20 years of hard work to cultivate his boyhood skills will be broken today. Boys are all very fast at getting dressed. After about half a minute, Fang Yamo had changed his clothes and walked out towards the door. He wore a smart plaid shirt with a pair of jeans underneath for a minimalist look. Ning Yulan immediately brightened up. It is said that people need to dress up. Fang Yamo, since moving over, it seems that all day long by the influence of Ning Yulan wear, also began to pay attention to the clothing. Brother is very handsome in this outfit today, Ning Yulan said, placing a brand new pair of sneakers in front of Fang Yamo. Listen to your sister. This is the most handsome match. After saying this, Ning Yulan twisted her head and entered the boudoir, seemingly intending to change clothes for work as well. Fang Yamo coughed, dressed up, shouted at Ning Yulan in the bedroom to go out himself, and pushed open the villa's front door towards the outside. There was a saying that Sister Yulan was indeed quite considerate of herself. Fang Yamo had gradually begun to fall a little in love with the feeling of living with a woman. This was also the first time Fang Yamo felt that having a woman at home was surprisingly so good. The experience of someone asking you if the porridge is warm and someone standing with you at dusk was something he had never gotten from Lin Shirhan. At the main entrance, the Rolls-Royce had been waiting for a long time. Li Haowen was standing next to the car, snapping a cigarette in his mouth in boredom. Fang Yamo walked over and pinched the cigarettes away from his nemesis as he threw them on the ground. When did you learn a bad habit? Why did you even start smoking? Li Haowen pretended to be deep and stomped out his cigarette. There's a lot you don't know. After saying this, Li Haowen pulled open the passenger door. Get in. Fang Xiao. I'll be damned. You call me Mr. Fang, what do I call you? You call me Mr. Li or Mr. Li, we are. After all these years of friendship, can you not be so hypocritical? Fang Yamo rolled his eyes and after getting into the car, Li Haowen drove in towards the downtown area. The car sped along, and in the car Li Haowen also threw Fang Yamo a document, briefly recounting the reasons for taking down the internet cafe. It's a chain of internet cafes, and the owner has pretty much stopped taking care of the internet cafe side of the business due to running other projects all year round. So the idea of transferring it came up in itself. But he had a lot of pictures of his wife saved in his computer before she died early in his life, and then he lost all of them later because of an accident. At that time, he immediately dismantled the computer's C-disk. Things are saved inside the C-disk, but he could not find a technician to help him fix it. After all, this kind of small work, the big gods cannot see, and the little brother does not have this technology. Hearing this, Fang Yamo shivered as a flash of foreboding flashed through his heart. Li Haowen hammed and hawed the next moment. The owner said that he'd rather transfer all his cybercafes at half price if anyone could fix those photos on the C drive and let him see his wife's face again when she was alive. Back then in school I remember you also helped me recover the thesis in my computer. I think the difficulty of the work should be about the same. Our family, Fang Xiao, why don't you do me a small favor? A strand of black lines floated across Fang Mo's forehead. Damn you. I knew that Li Haowen didn't have anything good in mind when he approached himself. Li Haowen was also considered one of the few people who had seen Fang Mo's strikes. The two are university classmates. When in school, Li Haowen, because of the upcoming graduation, go out all day long to spend days and nights, completely relaxed. I do not know which dormitory roommate moved a bad idea, deleted the graduation thesis in Li Haowen's computer. Cozy graduation defense is approaching day by day. Li Haowen was anxious, and Fang Yamo finally couldn't stand to see it anymore, so he kindly stepped in. This kid is even remembering this now. Fang Yamo wiped a cold sweat from the back of his head. Ahem. Brother, this kind of thing I'm not very professional. You want to look for Jiangqing more bullish hacker. Still pretending? Li Haowen scraped Fang Yamo in dissatisfaction. Ning's group's matter yesterday was all over the news. You think I don't know? In the end, when I asked my friends about it, others actually gave me the news that it was resolved by that godforsaken ant of the Ning group. I guessed at the time. It must have been you who struck again. Old Taki was willing to bow down. This Jiangqing's obvious #1 hacker couldn't solve the trouble. It was solved by your kid. Do I still need to look for someone else? Doesn't that mean your computer skills are much better than Takaru's? Motherfucker, the little master really did not expect. Yesterday just shallow out of the wave, and even used in the middle of no friend this gay stunt. Surprisingly, Li Haowen still saw the clues. Fang Yamo smiled bitterly and waved his hands back and forth. No, not me. It's my friend here. I know a netizen who gave me a set of firewalls that I just happened to know can come in handy in that situation yesterday. You fart. Li Haowen rolled his eyes. You would be meaningless. I heard all about what happened yesterday. And someone also said about your performance at that time. You all dared to use divorce as the price for a big bet with Chen Kaixin. At that time,
I guess that your kid must have transported a lot of money. After so many years of friendship, don't I understand you? If you are not sure of something, you will not be so sure. Seeing this, Fang Yamo was clear that he couldn't hide it from Li Haowen. But just will write a bit of programming is just. Jiangcheng will program more people, and that tacky old level is indeed limited, even if it is not a darknet master. In Jiangcheng than tacky old more computer savvy there are a lot of people. Anyway, it wasn't likely Haowen knew anything about the darknet world, and there was no risk of exposing his identity himself. With this in mind, Fang Mo simply admitted it in a generous manner. Okay, I'll admit, I did write that firewall program, because in college I lost some pictures from a camping trip that were hacked by a fellow computer science student at school, so I specialized a little bit in firewall writing as well as software repair. It was only when he heard this that Li Haowen laughed twice. I knew your kid wasn't simple. Still pretending with me? But then again, why don't you tell Mr. Ning explicitly that you know how to program? Ning's group so many Qingbei high achievers are not as good as 1/10 of you. If you say it explicitly, won't you be able to mix a position in Ning's group and name only? At those words, Fang Mo shrugged his shoulders. The reason is simple. Well, at least I'm a man, right? A man of ability should go around on his own. Where is the man who hangs around in his wife's company? Even if the technology is really there, it's hard to avoid the months. The rest of land's men will gossip too. With those words, Fang Mo pointed to an internet cafe on the side of the road. This can't be the place you're talking about? Li Haowen actually wanted to ask a few more questions, but after being abruptly diverted by Fang Mo, he also remembered the true purpose of finding his good brother today, which led him to nod his head. Yes, it is this internet cafe. I don't know if you still have any impression. When we were in college, we also went on the internet from here. You're remembering the wrong person, aren't you? Fang Mo pushed open the car door and disliked Li Haowen without mercy. After saying this, Li Haowen's thoughts were completely taken off course by Fang Mo, and it didn't even occur to him that the youth was just changing the subject. The two entered the doors of the internet cafe, which was already gated outside with little traffic. You're going to dish out such a cool internet cafe? When Fang Mo saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Li Haowen coughed. Didn't you see the rent and transfer notices posted at their front door when you came in? This one was the first one the owner opened, and the first one he shut down. Fang Mo held his chin and thought for a moment, as if he did come here to go online with Li Haowen. It was still freshman year when the two were bored and ran into an elective class, directly missing class and running out. What? Why don't you go back to your dorm and play games on your own computer? You ask? How can you hack in an internet cafe in a dormitory? The next moment, Li Haowen led Fang Mo toward a box in the internet cafe. Looking at his familiar appearance, I think he should not come less. I did make an appointment with someone's boss today. That's why he's waiting for us inside. Otherwise, it seems like the doors of this internet cafe haven't been opened for half a year. So naturally there won't be any customers. Think about this piece of surrounding. But there are two university towns it. If the real business is designated will not be bad. Fang Mo nodded slightly and was considered to have understood the situation. When he reached the entrance of the box, Fang Mo suddenly heard a violent quarrel coming from inside. He originally wanted to pull Li Haowen and wait and see what happened. Who knew that this eyeless guy would just push open the door of someone's box? I've said that unless I can fix those photos stored on my C-disk, it's $40 million for anyone who comes, and I can't even think of a penny cheaper. At those words, in the room, the middle voice resounded again. Of course, if someone can fix the pictures of my late wife on my C drive, I'll give you a discount even if they take all my internet cafes in one fell swoop. Hearing this, Fang Mo glanced at the man sitting in the boss chair in the room in surprise. The man was dressed in a straight brown suit, looking businesslike, with black-framed sunglasses on his face, invisible to the eyes. However, as the two entered, Fang Mo always had the illusion of being scanned from top to bottom. He was alone in the room, and just now the man was swearing into his cell phone, giving his last words. He also hung up the phone with a huff. The next moment, his eyes fell on the two men who had just entered. Who are you? Seeing this, Li Haowen hurriedly pulled out a business card. Hello Mr. Gao. I'm the chairman of Jiangchengli Group. Slap. I don't care who you are. The next moment, the man slapped the business card away with a dismissive hand. This action caused Fang Mo to frown frequently. I have only one request, and that is to retrieve my late wife's photo. Otherwise it's useless for anyone to come. $40 million. Not a penny less. $40 million? Chapter 66 The First Heart. Li Haowen's expression sank. He originally thought that this boss was joking, but he didn't expect to be so persistent. How many internet cafes are you going to dish out at that price? Although it was said that this owner's internet cafes might also be making money day in and day out,
But wanting to pay back $40 million by relying on a few internet cafes was like climbing up to the sky. What's more, it's at a time when smartphones are hitting endgames so hard that fewer and fewer young people are going to internet cafes. What industry can't you invest $40 million in? Preferring to invest in a sunsetting cybercafe industry? Fong Mo frowned. It seemed that this boss was not sincere. Li Haowen coughed unwillingly. Mr. Gao, my friend has some certainty about restoring the photos. Can you let us try first? If we succeed, we'll follow what we talked about before. Your friend? The man known as Mr. Gao glanced towards Fong Mo. Noticed that Fong Mo's age is only in his early 20s. Looks like he is afraid that he has just graduated from the university, and his face suddenly has a trace of disdain. This age can understand a fart of computers. At that thought, that Mr. Gao directly licked his lips. Sorry, I've changed my mind. $60 million. Not a penny less. Or you guys can get the hell out of here. What? $60 million? You changed your mind and said $20 million more in the blink of an eye? That's still $30 million. Even with the discount. $30 million to disc a few internet cafes. No one in their right mind would do that, right? Sitting on the ground and raising the price? Mr. Gao, there's no such thing as you in business. Is there? Li Haowen was in a hurry. Who knew that? Mr. Gao actually sneered. That's the price. Dish it out or get out if you can't. Hearing this stance of playing rogue, Li Haowen reddened his eyes and almost roared and rushed up to do it. Haowen, take it easy. On the contrary, Fong Mo on the side finally saw the clues and patted Li Haowen on the shoulder. Mr. Gao is a drunkard, and under the banner of $60 million, his purpose is to make me know what to do. Fong Mo shrugged his shoulders and let out a light laugh at that General Manager Gao's meaningful expression. Because you think there's no way I know anything about computers at my age. Whereas you run a chain of internet cafes, the whole system may crash at any time due to the improper operation of some customers. And at such times the internet cafe operator is needed to run the show. You're worried that my lack of common computer sense will trash your sign. So you're just sitting on the fence trying to get me to back off, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Mr. Gao sneered. Kid is quite smart. My wife's photo was lost because the system crashed. So without some moral skill, I advise you to get lost. It's useless to play smart. I still need to see what you can do. And unless you can fix my late wife's photo, I'll say nothing about dishing out these stores. At those words, Fong Mo let out a light laugh. This Mr. Gao is interesting. Restoring his late wife's photo is actually just a test. Truly, or the man does not want his own signboard smashed in the hands of others. Even if it really gives him $40 million to disk away these internet cafes, he 80% is also unwilling. After all, it was clear to everyone how lucrative his internet cafes would be if they were converted into hotels in the heel of an inch-long university town. The next moment, the boss smacked his lips despondently. To tell you the truth, I insist on running an internet cafe, actually because there are too many old friends, many of whom have played online games for more than 10 years and page games for more than 10 years. They've loved coming to my place on weekends to surf the internet since they were in college, and they've even picked up the habit after they've started families. And they and those teammates of their own back in the day are probably the only ones who can be here on weekends in the name of surfing the internet, to get a little bit of busy time, and to play a little bit of a game to escape from the pressures of the real world. So, I'm only going to be an internet cafe here. At those words, Fong Mo was slightly moved. Indeed, many college-era friendships were actually built on hacking, playing games with friends time brings, not only in the game world Gallop, and those years with the memory of youth, that is countless generations cannot return to the youth. It's just that those barley years for a lot of people seem to be fading away with the wind as they graduate from college. The owner of this internet cafe has been able to hold out until now, not just for himself, but also to provide a chance for those youth to reunite. If even these remembered places disappeared, the clarity of their generation would probably be over for good. This internet cafe carries, is several generations of people cannot return to the youth. The boss insisted to this day also because there is a first heart. The next moment, that Mr. Gao shrugged his shoulders and said, even for the sake of these little ones I've watched grow up, I'm not going to remodel here. And if you guys don't have any real skill, or please go back. I just spoke a bit harshly. You too forgive me. Upon hearing this, Li Haowen let out a bitter smile and also completely understood his boss's persistence. He thought he was hopeless in taking down this internet cafe today, and yanked Fong Mo to leave. Who knew that Fong Mo was laughing lightly and said indifferently, if it's something worth passing on, why don't you want to let me try? It might still be a win-win opportunity, and I have some certainty that I will be able to retrieve the photo of your late wife. After saying this, Fong Mo also looked up at the signboard of this Green Forest Internet Cafe. Bang! Uncle Cousin, I've really found a suitable next family. The other party is also willing to insist on retaining this general store as an internet cafe.
This is already not easy. Other places to change into a bed and breakfast is not good? Right at this moment,
suddenly the door of the box was pushed open and a young figure walked in.
Fang Yamo and Li Haowen both turned their heads to look,
and the three of them glanced at each other.
The next moment, the visitor frowned. What are you guys doing here? Chapter 67, didn't you ask me to fight?
Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the face of the visitor, and a trace of coldness crossed his expression all faintly and unnoticeably.
The visitor turned out to be Gao Zijie,
the Jiangcheng banker who had previously kicked down the tombstone of Li Haowen's elder brother in the cemetery in a high-handed manner.
It's a small world. In the next moment,
Gao Zijie was the first to sneer out. I said why I couldn't get through to my cousin's uncle on the phone, but it turns out that you two fellows are wasting my cousin's time here.
Seeing this, Mr. Gao, who was sitting on the chair, looked at the three people with some surprise. How many of you know each other?
Gao Zijie licked his lips and sneered.
Recognize? Of course I do. This is the younger brother of Li's group, Li Wanhan, Li Haowen. This is the lovely young master of Ning group,
the first soft rice man in Jiangcheng.
I heard that it is called Fang Yamo, right? What? Are you two also interested in this internet cafe of my cousin's uncle? After saying this, Gao Zijie gave way,
only to see a lanky silhouette behind him that was a full half a head taller than him slowly take 2 steps forward.
Uncle cousin, this is my big brother, Long Xiao, the eldest of the Long family, one of the top 5 families in the capital.
Just see the youth following behind Gao Zijie wrapped tightly,
but from that body ubiquitous LV logo, enough to see that he address is not cheap.
My big brother is also interested in this internet cafe of yours,
and he agreed to keep this first one as an internet cafe,
sort of paying for your so-called sentiment,
while the others will be converted into BNBS,
which is already a very generous offer.
Gao Zijie took 2 steps forward,
as if acting as a mouth substitute for Lang Xiao behind him.
Uncle cousin, the opportunity is not to be missed. Hearing this, Mr. Gao, who was sitting in the boss chair, was silent for a moment.
He also knew how harsh a request he was making.
After all, someone else was taking over those stores of his, not subletting and co-owning his cyber cafe. What right does he have to demand that all others must be reserved as cyber cafes? Isn't that hooliganism? What's more, even if $40 million is invested into the BNB industry, want to return to the capital also need a long cycle.
At that thought, the man fell silent. Gao Zijie somewhat proudly raised his eyebrows at the two Fang Yamo.
Seeing this, Li Haowen was a bit anxious. Mr. Gao, we were here first. Even if we're talking business, we have to pay attention to a first-come first-served basis, right? What's more, didn't you promise? Up and sell all the cyber cafes at half price as long as you can fix those pictures on your C drive? You're such a big boss. You're not going to back out.
Before Li Haowen could finish his words,
Gao Zijie's impatient voice on the other side resounded once again. Li Haowen, there's nothing for you here. Stay wherever you are, and fix the photos in the C-disk. Do you think my cousin's uncle has known fewer computer experts over the years of running internet cafes? After all these years, no one has been able to get those photos out, so I guess they were lost long ago because of that previous accident. After saying this, Gao Zijie even cocked his head and glanced at Fang Yamo. And there's just 2 of you. You're not trying to say that this soft eater is a computer whiz you hired, are you? Please, can you not make me laugh? Upon hearing this, Mr. Gao, who was sitting in the boss chair, also glanced towards Fang Yamo. Not for any other reason. It was really because Fang Yamo was a little too young. If he was in his early 30s, he might still believe that this young man knew some profound computer technology. But how old was Fang Yamo? Early 20s, fresh out of college at the end of the day. At this age, even if you start studying computers in college, what skills can you learn in just 4 or 5 years?
Seeing that his cousin's uncle was moved by his words,
Gao Zijie sneered and pushed Li Haowen. You're just like your short-lived brother. You have no fortune in your life. Get lost. If you spoil my big brother's fun, believe it or not, I'll make you go down to be with your brother. Boom.
Li Wanhan is the eternal pain in Li Haowen's heart, especially when the murderer who hit and killed Li Wanhan is right in front of his eyes. When Li Haowen heard Gao Zijie's words, he was furious and trembled. That Lang Xiao also glanced more towards this side.
Fang Yamo was quite interested in Gao Zijie's so-called big brother. After all, when he used the Zhang layer of his identity, the 5 big family heads all treated him with respect.
It was rumored that the 5 great families of the capital were the 5 most powerful families in China.
Fang Yamo was also quite curious about them.
This was the first time he had seen the 5 great family heirs in the real world.
Unfortunately, the other party was heavily armed, not only with a duck-tongued cap but also a mask, so it was impossible to see what he looked like. I know some friends in the capital who know about computers. If Mr. Cao is willing to transfer it, it'll be at the price of $40 million. As long as I'm not forced to keep all the internet cafes in their current state, I can go back and get the capitals.
A friend helps and may be able to restore your late wife's photo for you. That cold young man's voice was slightly hoarse,
but Fang Yamo always felt that it was somewhat familiar. Mr. Gao glanced toward Fang Yamo and Li Haowen in a difficult manner. You two little brothers. Even if I'm willing to dish out the internet cafe to you for $20 million, you still can't come up with that much money. Li's group, what the current situation I know exactly. 20 million is estimated to be able to ask for all the liquidity of Li's group. You simply do not have the means to pay off in one lump sum. As for this Ning's husband, there is almost no business in Jiangcheng that doesn't recognize the first female president, Ning Yulan. So that Mr. Gao couldn't help but give the youth a high look in his heart when he heard Gao Zijie's brief description of Fang Yamo. Unfortunately, high opinion was only high opinion, and he didn't think that Ning Yulan would give her husband casually tens of millions of dollars to spend out of pocket. Mr. Gao sighed quietly, and the meaning seemed obvious enough. Li Haowen was instantly agitated. Mr. Gao, although I can't come up with $20 million for the time being, I can give you an IOU. Li's group business has already turned around, so trust me, you'll be able to pay back the money soon. Seeing this, Fang Yamo was a little confused as to why Li Haowen was so obsessed with this one internet cafe, but he didn't say much, just stood by and watched, laughing my ass off. Gao Zijie disdainfully stepped forward to block in front of Li Haowen. No money, and you dare to dish out my cousin's internet cafe? Have you ever seen anyone do a transfer transaction and allow you to take out an IOU? Two losers, one is the chairman of the soon-to-be bankrupt Sunset Red Company, and the other is a soft eater. If it weren't for Ning Yulan as well as He Shou Wan, you guys wouldn't have really thought that you could overpower me in the cemetery last time, would you? At the mention of that time in the cemetery, Gao Zijie's expression suddenly turned a few degrees grimmer. Obviously the heart still carries a strong resentment. The encounter at the cemetery was undoubtedly a strange shame for him. Hurry up and get out of my face nimbly. Don't force me to get angry, or else you two will first give me 100 self-slaps each today. Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Yamo suddenly raised his hand and slapped Gao Zijie. This slap directly blinded Gao Zijie, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Kid, you fucking dare hit me? What are you? Slap. Fang Yamo said with another slap and also shook his hand full of odd colors. Didn't you ask for it yourself? Didn't you just say that one of us should give you 100 slaps first? Did I misunderstand? Chapter 68, I don't want this internet cafe anymore. Slap. After saying that, Fang Yamo smacked Gao Zijie with his hand again. Although Fang Mo's body was not considered strong, but his strength was indeed not small. A few slaps went down, directly smacking Gao Zijie's cheeks quickly red and swollen. The fight did go pretty well. When this scene came out, the whole room was a bit quiet. The next moment, Fang Yamo casually took a bottle of mineral water from the cabinet, and in the stunned sight of several people in the room, he unscrewed himself and took a sip to moisturize his throat, and only then faintly said, "But who told you we can't get $20 million? I'll just find someone else to borrow the money." Borrowing money? Who the hell has so much free money in their hands that they can just lend you $20 million? Hearing this, the corners of Mr. Gao's mouth twitched madly. The scene in front of him, Fang Yamo and Li Haowen, was as if they had come to deliberately cause trouble. With those words, Fang Yamo pointed at Lang Xiao. Like, for example, the one next to you should be happy to give me a loan, right? What the hell? Lang Xiao himself was a bit confused as he looked at Fang Mo's finger pointing in his direction. I've never even met you. I'm gonna give you a loan? My big brother would give you a loan? Are you out of your mind? Have you had your brain played out by Ning Yulan? Gao Zijie covered his cheeks and sneered out with a cold smile. In the next moment, fist-pumping seemed to be ready to wrestle with Fang Yamo, who knew that Fang Yamo was laughing lightly and took a step back. Don't worry, just give me a minute to send a text. He should be begging to give me a loan by then. That Leng Xiao, would you like to give your name? I'll give your family's parents a greeting. Boom. Hearing these words, that Leng Xiao's pair of eyes that were merely exposed to the outside went ice cold. Kid, you know our family elders? Well, not too well, but I think they'd be happy to give me a hand. Talking big. Simply talking big. You don't even know the elders of the Leng family, and they are still willing to give you a favor? Who the hell are you? You think you're too much of a thing, don't you? Brother Leng, don't believe his nonsense. He's just deliberately messing things up. Gao Zijie wanted Leng Xiao to deal directly with Mr. Gao and not to bother with Fang Yamo, who was maliciously causing trouble. Who knows that Leng Xiao is speaking slowly. Okay, I'll wait for you to send a text message. This young man would like to see how you can borrow $20 million from me. But if you let me know that you're making fun of this young man, making fun of the Long family, you don't expect to walk out of this internet cafe unscathed today. The Lung family doesn't allow you to casually humiliate. And, listen clearly, this young man's name is Lung Ruhan.
Phew, you guys are full of crap.
Fang Yamo smiled heatedly and edited a text message and sent it out. Next to him, Li Haowen was almost dumbstruck the entire time. What's wrong with Fang Yamo? When did he meet the Lung family? It's not appropriate to joke about the Lung family at a time like this.
Li Haowen's eyes all had an extra touch of worry in the bottom of his eyes,
as if he was mentally pinching a cold sweat for Fang Yamo. On the other side, Gao Zijie originally wanted to rush up and fight with Fang Yamo, high and low enough to return two big mouths to him. Instead,
it turned out to be that Lang Xiao stood in front of him to stop him. I'm going to see how he gets me to actively beg to lend him money. At these words, Gao Zijie froze.
Lang Xiao, you're confused. He's just a boy who eats soft food. No power, no influence, all depends on Ning Yulan, a proper little man.
How could you think that this kind of person is qualified to know the Long family elders?
He is provoking you, treating you like a monkey.
If he knows the elders of the Lang family,
I'll eat shit upside down.
Lang Xiao shrugged noncommittally.
There's no harm in it. We'll find out the result in a while anyway.
If I know he's making fun of the Lang family, I'll make him pay.
As soon as the words fell,
that Lang Xiao's cell phone suddenly rang, and he froze.
Looking down is even more alarmed. The head of the family's phone? In the next moment, Lang Xiao's eyes were filled with consternation as he looked twice towards Fang Yamo,
who knew that the youth was staring at himself playfully, and even arched his hand in a gesture of commitment.
Lang Xiao clenched his teeth.
Maybe it was just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat.
He also didn't believe that a soft food boy in Gao Zijie's mouth could be capable of much. The next moment, Lang Xiao picked up the phone.
Only after a short 10 seconds or so,
hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Lang Ruhan's eyes gradually changed from the initial arrogance to a touch of shock, which finally turned into a thick shock. Gao Zijie didn't notice the change in Lang Xiao's expression,
and still flaunted his strength as he rushed at Fang Yamo.
Kid, how long has this been going on? You sent that text message. There should be a reply, right?
You don't really think that by putting on an act, I'll believe that you know someone high up in the Lung family, do you? With those words, Gao Zijie rubbed his fists and took 2 steps forward.
You're finished.
You messed with me to brace yourself to suffer a physical pain.
But do you know who my elder brother is? Lang family young generation most prestigious Lang Ruhan. The Lang family is not something that a loser of your caliber can provoke. This time even if Ning Yulan comes, she can't protect you. Just as Gao Zijie's words fell, suddenly Lang Xiao behind him said in a deep voice, "Let's go. I don't want this internet cafe."
What? Gao Zijie was violently stunned at his words.
To know,
Lang Xiao said to him before he came to his cousin's uncle,
this internet cafe is imperative. If you can take 40 million, he can get at least 5 million benefits. Because of this, Gao Zijie was busy. As a result, now Lang Xiao doesn't want it after taking a call. Wouldn't his $5 million in favors go down the drain then? A flash of thick resentment swept across Gao Zijie's face. Lang Xiao, you're not really scared by Fang Yamo, are you?
What are you afraid of him for?
Fang Yamo,
hurry up and tell Lang Xiao that you're no shit at all. Stop pretending to Lang Xiao here.
They're not an existence you can mess with. Delaying Mr. Lang from making money. Can you afford the responsibility? Hearing this, Fang Yamo shrugged noncommittally.
When Gao Zijie saw Fang Mo's attitude, he instantly became furious and stepped forward to pick up Fang Mo's collar. Who knew that Lang Xiao was the one who suddenly flew up and kicked Gao Zijie?
Fuck you. I said no. What are you doing here?
Gao Zijie ate the pain and fell back a few steps,
looking at Lang Ruhan with difficulty. Lang Xiao, what are you doing? I'm helping you out to teach that kid a lesson. Slap. Lesson? Teach you a fucking lesson. Who are you to lecture others?
Lang Xiao had no mercy to go up and slap him, and that phone call just now scared him so much that he was trembling.
Although the family elders on the other end of the line, there was no explicit statement about Fang Mo's identity,
but Lang Xiao clearly heard that the family had demanded that he unconditionally satisfy the man in front of him.
Even if he let him, Lang Ruhan now puckered up his ass to Fang Yamo. Ahem.
He had to say yes to all of them.
At this moment,
it became clear to Lang Xiao that the other party must be more than just a soft man.
Joke, is the end of the Ning family in Jiangqing qualified to make the head of the Lung family as fearful as a tiger? Lang Ruhan clearly heard a hint of awe in the family head's voice. Boom.
Lang Ruhan himself couldn't figure out what qualifications a young man in his early 20s had to make a family head with $100 billion fortune in awe. But he likewise had a touch of fear for Fang Yamo. Even the head of the family is in awe of the person himself, Lang Ruhan, with what to steal this internet cafe with others. Gao Zijie's face was filled with pain, and Lang Xiao was not relieved to deliver 2 more slaps left and right.
From today onwards, you don't mix with me.
Your Jiangqing bank is in the financial business. We don't have any business overlap per se.
We don't need to contact each other in the future. After saying that, he pulled out a check and respectfully handed it to Fong Mo. Young Fong, this is a check for $20 million. If it's not enough you squeak. Chapter 69, if you say it, you're sure of it. Joke, continue to socialize with an idiot like Gao Zijie. God knows when you will be killed by him? Wow. Hearing Lang Ruhan's last words, including Mr. Gao, Mr. Gao Zijie, and Mr. Li Haowen, the whole room went silent. Li Haowen only felt that his mouth was dry. Just now the unbeatable Lung Xiao. After a phone call even Fong Mo was respectful. Is there an out-of-state assassin on the other end of the line? Threatened Lang Ruhan's life. So he conceded? Fong Mo lightly laughed, smoothly took the check and threw it back into Mr. Gao's arms, smiling in Gao Zijie's eye-rolling expression. Now, you can transfer the internet cafe to us, right? After Lang Ruhan cleaned up Gao Zijie, she was waved out by Fong Mo. As for Gao Zijie, he glared resentfully at Fong Mo. Then he also followed Lang Ruhan and walked out. He's an uneducated two-timer. If it wasn't for his wide circle of friends, he wouldn't be qualified to flaunt his power in front of Ning Yulan. As for today, Gao Zijie was equally puzzled as to why Lang Xiao, who was usually high and mighty, would be respectful to a loser like Fong Mo. Was it because of a few braggadocios he put down? At this moment, only 3 people remained in the room. Fong Mo, Li Haowen and that Mr. Gao. Mr. Gao stared blankly at the check in his arms for a long time before he swallowed hard and took one more look at Fong Mo. Little brother's background is not simple. Fong Mo squeezed out a harmless smile and shrugged noncommittally. He wasn't even worried about exposing his identity after Lang Ruhan left today. In terms of who in the whole of China wanted to know Zheng the most, it would probably be his own sister-in-law. This number 1 little fangirl, Ning Xiyu. But if we were to say who would be the last to want to recognize Vladimir, it would have to be the 5 great historical families. They can't wait for Zhang, the sea god Pin, to hide in the city and never deal with reality again in this life. After all, there were only a few people who knew the true identity of Zhang. Either they were taken into the national security or they shut their mouths forever. For them, the disadvantages of knowing Zhang's true identity far outweighed the benefits. After all, what can you do if you know? Except officially. Who dares to make Vladimir, the king of hackers, work for them? Hey, how did you kid threaten people? Gao Zijie thinks you're pretending, but I don't believe it even if it kills me. I don't believe you can scare the heirs of the 5 families away just by telling random lies. Li Haowen poked Fong Mo with his elbow. If he only had this much guts, he would have been removed from the Lang family a long time ago, and he would still be AF * king heir. Fong Mo, you kid is not simple. Why don't you hurry up and give an explanation? As expected, Li Haowen's side was the most troublesome. Fong Mo slapped his forehead and glanced at General Manager Gao, who was also full of curiosity on the other side, only to cough and say, actually, it's Sister Yulan. I just sent a text message to Sister Yulan, probably because Lang Ruhan herself is acquainted with Sister Yulan, so she gave it up for Sister Yulan's sake. After all, they are at least equally at the lineage level of existence. As for this $20 million, it should also be borrowed by Lang Ruhan for the sake of Sister Yulan. Maybe he didn't actually particularly want the internet cafe himself. Fong Mo had a silly white look on his face. Hearing this, both Li Haowen and Mr. Gao were stunned. That's it. They thought that Fong Mo's such a flowing wave of face punching was because of his extraordinary background, but it turned out that he was relying on his wife? The corners of Mr. Gao's mouth all twitched violently. Li Haowen touched the tip of his nose and asked, then, this money is even if I borrow it from Mr. Ning? I'll return it to Mr. Ning when I have free money in my hands? Ha, don't fuck with me, man. I'm just fucking pulling a fast one. If you somehow pay back $20 million to Sister Yulan, I think she's going to start getting suspicious too. Fong Mo hurriedly said with a straight face, no. This money was lent to me by that Ling Xiao for the sake of Sister Yulan. Since it was lent to me, of course it's up to me to return it to Ling Xiao. After all, the money didn't pass through Sister Yulan's hands. When Li Haowen heard this, he obediently nodded his head even though he always felt that there was something not quite right somewhere. Okay, I get it. On the side, Mr. Gao gave a meaningful glance at Fong Mo, but he did not say anything more, just coughing. Little brother, $20 million is the price after the discount. You have to be sure you can fix the photos on the C drive first. The boss would not be able to see under the sunglasses this time, but it gave the impression of an eye roll. Because of Fong Mo's face just now, he suddenly felt that the youth seems to be a little unfathomable again. Fong Mo's panic just now can fool Li Haowen, but can't fool this person old and sophisticated high general manager. This boss naturally also saw the clues, just that since Fong Mo was not willing to talk about it, There was no need for him to ask about other people's privacy. Hearing this, Fang Yamo let out a light laugh. Don't worry, since I'm sure I'm only borrowing $20 million, it means I can almost guarantee to fix the photos on the C-disc. After saying this, Fang Yamo pulled out a chair and sat on his butt. Seriously, why don't you get the C-disc out? I think I should be able to give you a little surprise in half an hour. Mr. Cal sniffed and also took off his sunglasses, his eyes full of anticipation. Yes, half an hour later, Fang Yamo looked at Li Haowen dumbfounded as he took the contract and wrote his name on it. This isn't right. Don't you want to take over these internet cafes yourself? How can you write my name? Upon hearing this, Li Haowen hemmed and hawed. What's the point of us being brothers? Besides, don't you happen to be out of work? Wouldn't it be nice to be an internet cafe owner? The work is easy and free, and it's also convenient for you to write novels. The most important point is, this money can be paid back by Mr. Ning to Lang Ruhan by then. He. Shit. You mother. This kid is clearly intended to pit our family Yulan's sister ah. Hearing this, the internet cafe owner, Mr. Gao, slowly raised his head from the computer screen, wiped his somewhat moist eyes, and let out a light laugh. It's not so bad. My income from each of these internet cafes is $500,000 a year, and if it's properly operated, the turnover can go up again. The total adds up to making $5 or $6 million a year is nothing to sneeze at. About 3 or 4 years you'll get your money back, and if you really can't, you can learn from that Lung Xiao, and just convert part of the internet cafe into a bed and breakfast. As he said this, a flash of despondency flashed across Mr. Gao's face. For him, in fact, the transfer of the internet cafe is entirely because the other business is too busy to take care of. Otherwise, he would have converted these cafes into bed and breakfasts if it was just for the sake of making money. When all is said and done, his Greenwood internet cafes are all located near university towns, and opening a B&B is far more lucrative than an internet cafe. Fang Yamo saw this and shook his head. Forget it, just keep it the way it is. I'm a lazy person, as long as it's not a money-losing business anyway. After saying this, Fang Yamo glanced at Mr. Gao, who was staring daggers at the computer screen, and let out a long sigh of relief. Ever since he himself had retrieved the broken files from the C-disc a few minutes ago, Mr. Gao had remained in this position for a long time. On the screen, his wife was smiling like a flower, wearing a small white dress, and was spreading her face to the camera. Fang Yamo could feel the intense longing of Mr. Gao when he saw the photo of his late wife. Why don't I copy the photos for you? This C-disc of yours is a bit long in age, so if you don't save it properly after a while, you might lose the photos completely once the hardware is damaged. Hearing this, Mr. Gao hastily made way and even wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. This was the first time Fang Yamo saw a 40-something-year-old man shedding tears in front of outsiders. Maybe he really missed his wife? Chapter 70, Memory Card for Surveillance. Mr. Gao's actions made Fang Yamo couldn't help but think of himself as well. Ming Yulan's face and smile constantly appeared in his mind. Obviously after the two were reunited they had only been together for a week. But now as long as Fang Yamo thought of the opposite sex, the first thing that appeared in his mind was Yulan's appearance. I'm sorry for embarrassing myself in front of the two little brothers. General Manager Gao looked at Fang Yamo and began to stare as he sat down, and even apologized a little embarrassed. But because my mother-in-law died so early, it didn't even occur to me then to make some memories. And when I was young I kept thinking that I would go before my mother-in-law, and that the dreary word separation was 100,000 miles away. Turns out I didn't realize that one meeting would be goodbye forever. As he said that, Mr. Gao couldn't help the tears from falling down again. He barely took his eyes off the computer screen and kept staring at pictures of his smiling wife. When she was young, Fang Yamo was a bit impressed, and he thought of a sentence. You never know which will come first, tomorrow or the accident. There are some feelings. The two little brothers take it as me talking to myself. In fact, we, really should cherish the person in front of us, because we don't know when we may lose it. Cherish every meeting as if it were your last, so that at least even if you lose it, you won't regret it as much as I do. Mr. Gao said a couple more words to himself, and then he shook his head in self-deprecation. The atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy, and Li Haowen lowered his head as if he felt something, and seemed to be rendered by sadness as well. He actually had a similar experience. After all, the day his own brother, Brigham Lee, died last year was rather sudden. As for Fang Yamo, he thought about Sister Yulan's reaction yesterday. Every meeting as if it were the last? Fang Yamo muttered and chewed on the words repeatedly. Wasn't that exactly how Sister Yulan had reacted recently? Intimate, active, bold to the point of even dropping the reserve that belongs to girls. Yulan's sister's dream words yesterday. Brother, I waited for you for a long time. Is it true?
That's why Sister Yulan was so nice to me after she got together with me.
In the next moment, Fang Yamo pursed his lips. Maybe Sister Yulan was really scared yesterday too? If something really happened to himself yesterday, the last time the two of them met would have been fixed at the entrance of Ning's group, right? Think of it this way, if that's all the last side was, even Fang Yamo himself would have a lot of regrets, right? Neither had ever properly kissed Sister Yulan's red lips, neither had ever properly embraced Sister Yulan into his arms. At that thought, Fang Yamo didn't know why he felt sour in his heart. He kind of wanted to immediately appear beside Ning Yulan and give her a warm hug. It was as if only by embracing a woman into his arms would Fang Yamo really feel safe. After about half an hour, both Mr.
Gao and Li Haowen had stabilized their emotions.
Fang Yamo had already copied all the photos in the C-disc, and under the grateful gaze of Mr. Gao, Li Haowen personally drove the other party away. Fang Yamo slipped around the internet cafe twice with interest,
surveying the first property of his life.
Soon, an agitated Li Haowen walked back once again. Sent away?
Fang Yamo glanced towards the direction of his dead friend for a moment.
Upon hearing this,
Li Haowen smiled and nodded.
Well, although Mr. Gao is a bit reluctant to let go, he said that at least the internet cafe was handed over to you,
and those old netizens have a chance to meet each other.
So that's enough. Hearing this, Fang Yamo casually pulled out a chair and crossed his legs,
staring at Li Haowen with his eyes narrowed falsely, until he looked at the latter, who was a little embarrassed. Then he said faintly,
"Then, shouldn't you kid honestly tell me about your real purpose?" "What?" Li Haowen seems to be taken aback. Fang Yamo sneered and rolled his eyes. "Do I need to make it clear?
You're simply not very interested in this cyber cafe itself.
And as you said,
there's no need for you to focus your mind on other industries nowadays when Li's business is booming.
At the beginning when you wanted to disk this internet cafe, I had a strange feeling that I couldn't tell you. What's wrong with taking tens of millions of dollars of huge money? You've chosen to come and take over an internet cafe. And most importantly, you didn't make demands like that Lung Xiao. It seems like you really intend to pass on Mr. Gao's cyber cafe business as if continuing to do cyber cafe is a long cycle just to get back the capital. It's not a cost-effective thing for you in any way." Fang Yamo finished analyzing head to head,
and only after saying this did he throw a bottle of mineral water into Li Haowen's hands.
"Tell me, or I won't know how to cooperate with you. If a small heart screws up what you want,
and you boys go regret it."
Boom. Hearing this, Li Haowen laughed bitterly 3 times. Although Fang Yamo didn't know what he wanted, he guessed correctly that what he wanted was in the middle of the internet cafe. If he didn't give Fang Yamo a good explanation,
it wasn't impossible to lose what he wanted. It's really true that nothing escapes your kid's eyes.
You're so observant. You should really become a police officer. Cut the ass kissing here. Fang Yamo waved his fist and grunted. You kid is getting more and more chicken thief now, using me for nothing. And in the end you don't even tell me the truth?
Good. Li Haowen raised his hands above his head.
Can't I just say it?
With those words, Li Haowen took a wary glance around before carefully pulling up the door of the room.
Before letting out a long breath, do you still remember Wu Jiabei? Sister Yulan's best friend? Your brother's ex-girlfriend?
Li Haowen scratched the back of his head in some embarrassment.
Wu Jiabei has other findings. My brother's accident was ruled an accident. The strange thing is that Gao Zijie car neither car recorder, and very coincidentally, that section of the road surveillance all broken.
I seem to recall that the agents deemed it a traffic accident because of a couple of witnesses.
Right? Fang Yamo also held his chin in thought.
Li Haowen nodded slightly.
Yes.
That means everything is a one-sided story from Gao Zijie and those so-called eyewitnesses.
And the exact circumstances of the accident have not been recorded at all.
For a while I thought there was no chance of trying to start from the surveillance side.
But Wu Jiabei gave an idea. Wu Jiabei gave Li Haowen ideas? Fang Yamo glanced at Li Haowen suspiciously.
Near the accident section there happens to be a Greenwood internet cafe that has been open for 5 or 6 years.
And coincidentally,
I went to the scene and stepped on the spot and saw that the Greenwood internet cafe has a surveillance that faces the road.
Hiss. Hearing this, Fang Yamo sucked in a breath of cool air. You mean the surveillance at the Greenwood internet cafe most likely captured the actual accident scene? Li Haowen waved his fist excitedly
and the Greenwood network. The surveillance of the bar is not the kind of networked surveillance that is filed with the public security authorities, but one that Mr. Gao himself had installed outside in his early years.
And the video of this kind of surveillance is not automatically overwritten. Instead, it's stored on a larger memory card.
And you just replace the hardware device every once in a while. Older peripheral monitors are basically like this. Because of the waste of memory cards then plus, it was also replaced by the public security record of network monitoring in the later stage. It's just that trying to track down surveillance of some vintage seems to be the only thing backed up by this older equipment.
Fang Yamo didn't even expect Li Haowen to be so lucky. So the reason you wanted to dish out Greenwood Internet Cafe was to check the surveillance? Li Haowen nodded and glanced at Fang Mo in a difficult manner. I always thought there was something wrong with that accident. So, it's fine. I'll bring you the memory card of the Internet Cafe surveillance on the accident road after I finish the handover procedure. You kid. Why don't you just say what you need help with? Fang Mo was clear about what happened and how it came about.
And then he skimmed his lips.
In that case, you might as well find someone else. Mr. Gao. To say it explicitly,
and then go by the surveillance memory card of the accidental road.
No. Who knew that as soon as Fang Mo's words fell, Li Haowen unexpectedly rejected it with a stern voice. Fang Mo was all but stunned and frozen by this attitude of his. Only in the next moment did Li Haowen rub his brow. After all, Mr. Gao is related to Gao Zijie. If he knows the ins and outs, he might even cause alarm.
In case he destroys the memory card, it would be troublesome.
So, my investigation can only be done quietly. Fang Mo let out a bitter smile, looking at Li Haowen's current appearance. He was a little emotional. A year ago, Li Haowen has a brother to cover the wind and rain. Almost with the ordinary rich second generation is no difference. Eat, drink, and be merry.
How spirited he was in those days. Now that he was picking up the big pillar of Li's group,
Fang Mo could almost rarely see a smile on his face anymore.
There are those who have passed away, but he has immersed the living in the past. Whether or not that accident at Li Wanhan was an accident, Li Haowen should not be able to walk out without digging up the roots and digging out an answer that he can accept.
With this thought, Fang Mo let out a long sigh. Got it.
Feel free to communicate with me if you need any help.
Saying play this, the two of them also walked towards the outside of the Internet Cafe. No one noticed as the duo left. About half a minute later,
a figure slowly rose from one of the Internet Cafe stalls. His face was pale, his body trembled madly,
and a thick wave of disbelief held on his face.
The roadway where the accident happened.
There's even surveillance? It can't stay. This surveillance should never stay. The words fell out of the man's face, and a flash of hysteria passed slightly over his face. If Fang Mo and his duo were here,
they would definitely be able to recognize the other party as Gao Zijie, who had gone and returned.
Chapter 71. Ning Yulan fainted. On the way back from sending Fang Mo back, Li Haowen chatted with Fang Mo one way or another,
and Fang Mo had a nagging feeling about the three little yellow men on Ning Yulan's window rim, so he simply brought the topic to Sister Yulan.
Li Haowen, have you added Sister Yulan's WeChat yet? Hearing this,
Li Haowen nodded in confusion.
Of course added. Mr. Ning, at least now have to do business with our Li's group, although it is for your face, but I have to keep a Mr. Ning's contact information, right? What's the matter? You're not going to eat this vinegar, are you?
You two have been living together for such a long time, and now you're still worried that your family's Mr.
Ning doesn't have a crush on me? Good boy. Can you have a little more faith in yourself? Fang Mo sniffed,
rolled his eyes and shook his head.
No. I know Sister Yulan won't look at you.
It's just not your type that she likes.
I mean, have you ever paid attention to Sister Yulan's avatar? Mr. Ning's avatar?
Li Haowen was slightly stunned, and his hands pondered as he hit the steering wheel.
I think I remember it being little yellow men, right? Wasn't it 3 little yellow men? I haven't looked hard enough. Why? Fang Mo bit his lip. It's the 3 little yellow men. I never realized that one was Luna San's before, or I only figured it out after we both moved in together. Those 3 little yellow men, don't they look familiar to you? Look familiar?
Li Haowen frowned. I think you asked me about the 3 little yellow men last time as well.
By the way, did you finally confirm it?
Are those 3 little yellow men in Mr.
Ning's avatar the same ones from our sophomore year when we went out to catch dolls? Fang Mo shook his head. He wasn't sure if it was, but Fang Mo always felt that those 3 little yellow men should be the ones he gave to Sister Yulan.
But if it was really a gift from herself,
why was Sister Yulan unwilling to admit it?
Do you remember the day of the flash marriage?
We had an afternoon tea,
and then Mr.
Ning came to pick you up.
Then I felt as if I had seen Mr.
Ning somewhere.
Li Haowen sket his mouth. I've also told you about it later. I remembered that there was a time in our sophomore year when we were catching dolls, and you said that you ran into an acquaintance's big sister,
and then at that time, that person was Mr. Ning.
I clearly saw with my own eyes that you gave 3 little yellow men to Mr.
Ning. Good home. Man, Li Haowen is really impressed.
But at that time, Li's group was still helmed by his elder brother,
Li Bunhan.
At that time, I thought that Li Haowen had not yet entered the business circle.
Press even Ning Yulan, the first female president of Zhengqing's name, have not even heard of it, right?
I just think I gave her those 3 little yellow men,
but Sister Yulan just won't admit it for some reason.
And from what I've observed, it seems like she hasn't changed her avatar for a long time. I keep remembering adding a friend with a little yellow avatar but forgetting to leave a note,
and finally realizing that that person was actually Sister Yulan. Fong Yamo sighed lightly.
If it was really confirmed that those 3 little yellow men were given to Sister Yulan by herself,
wouldn't it mean that Ning Yulan had been secretly in love with herself many years ago?
Although Fong Yamo was not a narcissist, Ning Yulan's actions since their flash marriage were a bit too abnormal.
Fong Yamo had reason to wonder if Sister Yulan had moved on to herself a long time ago. In fact, between husband and wife, it's normal to have some space for each other. Mr. Ning is not willing to say it.
Maybe she also has her own thoughts.
It's not like this kind of thing can be hidden all the time. Sooner or later one day you'll know. There's no need to get hung up on it. After saying this,
Li Haowen's car had steadily stopped at the gate of Ning Yulan's villa.
Fong Yamo nodded. That makes sense. With those words, Fong Yamo shook those extra thoughts out of his head. He didn't know what he thought.
It was just that when he realized that Sister Yulan was keeping some secrets from him, it was like a cat scratching at his heart.
An uncomfortable feeling.
Whether it was the first time she met Elder Ning, Sister Yulan fooled the elder by saying that she had a favorite for many years. Still later, when asking about the avatar, Sister Yulan acted like a frightened deer in the headlights.
Fong Yamo could clearly feel that Sister Yulan was deliberately hiding certain things from herself. Well, I don't want to. I can't figure it out for a while now anyway, so I might as well go with the flow. There are some things that might naturally be known in time.
The moment he pushed open the door of the villa,
Fong Yamo suddenly felt some strange silence. This quietness gave Fong Yamo an ominous premonition in his heart.
Logically speaking, Ning Yulan's housekeeper Xiaojie should be in the villa at this time.
In the next moment, Fong Yamo directly pushed open the door of the room and was startled when he entered the room and saw the scene inside. Sister Yulan,
only to see that Ning Yulan collapsed at the gate and passed out.
There was no obvious trauma on the body,
but the woman's eyebrows were furrowed and curled into a ball, and her pretty face was so pale that not a trace of blood could be seen at all.
Fong Yamo was so scared that he forgot to breathe. Raising his hand, he slapped himself,
forcing himself to fight before he hastily crouched down and shook the unconscious woman.
Sister Yulan, what happened? Could it be that there are bad people in the house? The more Fong Yamo thought about it,
the more scared he became, and he was almost about to pull out his cell phone and call the police. Ning Yulan was shaken, had gradually awakened from his fainting spell.
Fong Yamo hurriedly wrapped his arms around the woman. Sister Yulan, don't scare me. What's wrong? Brother, what are you doing back here? Ning Yulan weakly glanced at Fong Yamo.
The youth sniffed and slapped his forehead.
No one will even notice your condition if I don't come back. Has a thief or robber gotten in?
Where's Jie,
the housekeeper?
Looking at the youth's anxious face, Ning Yulan waved her hand. No,
don't you worry. It's just that I'm a little unwell. I thought of going out to buy some medicine, but when I got to the gate, my stomach just hurt too much, and I didn't have any strength at all. So I ended up like this.
Ning Yulan's pale pretty face squeezed out a barely bitter smile.
As for Xiaojie, she went back after cooking in the morning, and the house wasn't very messy in the past 2 days. So I'm thinking of just not letting her clean every day,
and just make regular trips over.
What's more, my sister is living with you in the same house,
and it's a bit inconvenient for the butler to move around and still be able to just come in and out of my sister's house.
Hearing this,
Fong Mo's hanging heart slowly dropped, but he still worriedly picked up Ning Yulan. The woman let out a cry of surprise,
not expecting Fong Yamo to make such a bold move. Her jade hands hurriedly encircled the youth's neck. Brother, what are you doing? Take you to bed and rest. Are you going to go to work when you're like this? Fong Yamo rolled his eyes. After saying this, he threw Ning Yulan onto the bed as soon as he could.
Noting that the woman had also changed the sheets,
Fong Yamo muttered to himself with some indignation.
Being Sister Yulan's housekeeper is so comfortable. The work is easy, the working hours are still short. Ning Yulan's boudoir was not allowed to let Xiaojie come and go as she pleased. No need to think about it to know that it must be the woman herself who changed the bedsheets. Sister Yulan was having a hard time like this, but she still had the strength to make the bed?
Fong Yamo glanced at the woman without a good look.
Ning Yuan was like a child who had made a mistake covering the quilt and shrinking his head towards the inside.
I was a little uncomfortable when I woke up in the morning,
but I thought that it should be normal menstrual cramps.
After all, I'm used to it on the last day of my period. Saying that,
Ning Yulan's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and she also said with a little aggravation with her little mouth,
who knows that when I walked to the door, my stomach suddenly had a cramp,
and the pain left people with no strength at all.
And in the end, as you can see, I accidentally fainted at the door. Good man, how careless are you? Chapter 72 Massage for Sister. When Fong Yamo found Ning Yulan,
her head just happened to fall on the small sofa in the doorway where she was changing her shoes.
If we change the angle,
God knows that Ning Yulan would have hit something hard and made her head bleed if she planted her head down in the dark.
Will this still be hard on your stomach, Sister Yulan? Fong Yamo squatted down and sat at the head of the bed.
Glancing at the aggrieved woman wrapped in the quilt on the bed, Ning Yulan only revealed a pair of eyes outside the quilt, and her entire body was curled up in this adorable appearance.
Ouch! The next moment, the usual high and cold imperial female president answered with a breathless voice. Hearing this, Fong Mo pointed to his stomach. Can you describe the location a little more specifically? I was under the impression that you don't usually have abdominal pain this pronounced on the third day. My stomach is a little upset, probably because I didn't eat yesterday. Saying that,
Ning Yulan's small hand covered her abdomen tightly under the covers,
looking rather uncomfortable. Hearing the woman say this, Fong Mo reacted furiously. Yeah, Sister Yulan didn't eat all day yesterday.
The two woke up from the resort in the morning and ran to Ning's group to deal with the hacking of the cloud server.
And in the afternoon they planned to go to the Jiangcheng International Restaurant for dinner.
But Jin Shijia spoiled the fun 3 or 4 times,
plus she saw a bloody scene in Lu Shiyanyan's box later on. For a woman on her period,
she has a bad appetite herself. Now Ning Yulan was even more unable to eat.
In the evening, Fong Mo went to pick up the woman and take her home,
only to run into a hysterical Lu Shiyan burning for revenge again.
Ning Yulan all cried in fear, fearful of the afternoon. After returning to sleep, can have an appetite is out of the ghost. The corner of Fong Mo's mouth twitched violently. In that case, it's obvious that Sister Yulan has been starving for too long, resulting in stomach cramps. With this thought, Fong Mo glanced at Ning Yulan somewhat apologetically. Sister, do you want to eat something then? What do you want to eat? I'll go out and buy it for you.
Ning Yulan muttered and pointed at Fong Mo in a serious manner.
Want to eat you? It's about time. You're still acting like a hooligan. Sister Yulan is also really. Fong Mo rolled his eyes. Your stomach is hurting like this. Can we be a little more serious? Sister Yulan, say it nicely. What do you want to eat? I'll go out and buy it for you.
I won't have an appetite this time either.
My stomach hurts.
Ning Yulan grunted in aggravation.
Hearing this, Fong Mo hesitated.
Sister Yulan, this is just a stomachache caused by an empty stomach. It's not considered a chronic disease like inflammation. As the saying goes, medicine is 3 times poisonous. If she was given painkillers, it would only cause Ning Yulan to become dependent. If a woman continues to take medication for her next stomach ache, over time this chronic gastritis will sit. Fong Mo pondered for a split second, then, why don't I give you a massage? Massage? Ning Yueran's marvelous eyes widened. Fong Mo nodded honestly. Well, when I was in college I taught myself a little bit of massage techniques. Lin Shirhan also has chronic gastritis. Before that time when she just worked, she always went out drinking with Lu Chen, and every time she came back she vomited until she was in a coma. Often yells that her stomach hurts, and then I massage her every now and then, which relieves it a little bit. Hearing this, Ning Yulan glared at Fong Mo in a savory manner. Brother, this emotional quotient when really is touching, which have in front of their wives, in advance of the girlfriends? If I were 10 years younger, I would have bitten this eyeless brat to death. However, Ning Yulan didn't have the strength to gamble with Fong Mo this time, and grunted breathlessly. Try it then. Fong Mo nodded and gently lifted the quilt on the woman's body, and also thoughtfully turned on the air conditioner. The biggest fear when you have a stomachache is catching a cold. If the cold wind accidentally blew later and then she caught a cold in her belly, I guess I'd have to send Sister Yulan to the hospital today. Fong Mo's thoughtfulness drew a series of sideways glances from Ning Yulan. The next moment, she pointed to the small of her back. Begin. When Fong Mo saw this, he was blushing for no reason. The last time the two of them were in such intimate physical contact was the night before at the resort, when Fong Mo had drunk too much, and the wine was so strong that he almost put Ning Yulan on the spot. But drunk people don't have any memories. Honestly speaking, this was the first time Fong Mo had such intimate physical contact with Ning Yulan in his waking state. Brother? Ning Yulan glanced at Fong Mo and tentatively tugged on the corner of his coat. Fong Mo's line of sight suddenly unconsciously moved down a few points, landing on the position of the belly that the woman actively lifted up her clothes to reveal. There was not a trace of fat on the bare, white skin. Even vaguely, you could see a clear vestigial line above and below the navel. Good lord! Sister Yulan's waist is just too slim, isn't it? The knot in Fong Mo's throat rolled involuntarily. Gollum! So, that I'm starting? Ning Yulan suddenly also realized something and suddenly nodded with a red face. Only then did Fong Mo's palm land on her stomach. Almost the first time the big hand touched the woman's belly. Ning Yulan was stalking her neck and wailing. Fong Mo's palms were violently trembling. Sister, don't scream. Ning Yulan's pretty face suddenly reddened from her ears to her neck as she stammered. I don't want to. The main reason is that my sister hasn't had such intimate physical contact with a man in almost 30 years, so she can't help herself a little. Good man, you can't help but use this one appropriately. When Fong Mo saw this, he himself had a feeling of trepidation all of a sudden. Obviously, when he was with Lin Shirhan before, He seemed to have done the same thing, but it was a bit different with Ning Yulan this time. He massaged Lin Shurhan as if he was completing his homework step by step. Fang Yamo himself is not even anything particularly unusual feeling, and Lin Shurhan also does not allow Fang Yamo with himself. The front direct physical contact only let Fang Yamo through the quilt operation. There's hardly any ambiguous vibe to speak of, but it was different when it came to Ning Yulan. Whether it was the fragrant picture in front of him, or the breathing sound from Ning Yulan's mouth that suddenly became rapid, it gave Fang Yamo a feeling of being unable to stop himself. Sister, restrain yourself and stop screaming. Saying that, Fang Yamo controlled those stray thoughts in his mind for a while, and both hands were simultaneously attached to it, and began to repeatedly rub the woman's abdominal position. Well, Ning Yulan's small mouth opened slightly and almost screamed out again, but noticed that Fang Yamo had already turned his head away to look in other directions. The woman was also aware of how seductive her voice would be to Fang Yamo. Again, she hastily covered her mouth with her hand, but now it wasn't just the pretty face, even the earlobes were burning slightly. Out of the corner of her eye, she surreptitiously surveyed the man in front of her who was earnestly massaging himself, and her expression unconsciously flashed a touch of rare shyness. This was the first time that her body, which had retained its icy purity for more than 20 years, had been touched by a person of the opposite sex in such an ambiguous position. Although Fang Yamo does not have that aspect of the heart, but Ning Yulan is after all a yellow flower girl. Chapter 73, You Don't Have to Scream. Her body had already been seen naked by the man in front of her, and now his large hands were still roaming the small of her back. At the same time, along with Fang Mo's maneuver, a burst of warmth began to converge in the abdominal cavity. It would be a lie to say that Ning Yulan didn't feel anything. As for Fang Yamo, he was actually embarrassed, and even now he was somewhat regretting offering to give Sister Yulan a massage. Out of the corner of his eye, he could still, from time to time, notice the woman's winking eyes, and from time to time, it was accompanied by Ning Yulan's urgent wailing hums. Although she was already trying her best to restrain herself, Fang Yamo was also clear that it was justifiable for a person to uncontrollably make a sound or two in a soothing situation. It was the voice that was just a little too seductive. I don't think a normal man should be able to resist. Sister Yulan, turn over, I'll massage your waist for a while as well. I don't know how long it took. In Fang Mo's eyes, it even felt like a century had passed. Finally a warmth was felt from the woman's small abdomen. The massage is meant to warm up the stomach, relying on gentle pressure to ease the pain in the mouth. This should lessen Yulan's pain, right? In the next moment, Fang Yamo looked down towards Ning Yulan's direction and he was startled, only to see Ning Yulan plugging that musky little mouth with one hand. The expression on her face was very complicated, like a few points of shame and relief. The whole person's cheeks were as red as if she had just finished running 10 kilometers. The worst thing is that the pair of peach blossom eyes that can make it difficult for any man to hold on to, is staring straight at himself, eyebrows lowered, seemingly teasing and seducing. Her pretty face was dripping with fragrant sweat, and a strand of hair from her dragon's beard bangs clung to her cheek on her forehead. Sweat was slowly trickling down. Boom! Perceiving this expression on the woman's face, Fang Yamo didn't hold on for a moment and turned his head and ran in towards the bathroom. Brother, what are you doing? Sister is much more comfortable. Don't you still have to press my waist? Ning Yulan regained some of her strength and suddenly had the motivation to molest the little guy again. Hearing this, Fang Yamo, who had just gotten into the bathroom, only felt 2 streams of hot water instantly tumbling from his nostrils, and he almost had a nosebleed. How can this leprechaun not be honest for a moment? Fang Yamo collapsed his face and rubbed his cheeks with a bitter smile, only to then lower his head and begin to use the cool on the water pipe in the water to wash your face. Just a touch of dryness in that heart always lingered. He was turning on the shower head again, letting the cool droplets of water slice across his cheeks from his canopy, and only then did he suppress the dry heat. Phew! Vixen! Fang Yamo took a long breath and went out of the bathroom. Ning Yulan had regained some of her strength and was leaning on the head of the bed with her beautiful eyes staring blankly at herself. Fang Yamo coughed. Sister, why don't we make a pact? He felt that this is not going to work. Who fucking some part of the congestion 8 or 9 times a day without release cannot carry a motherfucker? Even if Mr. Kato Taka came, he'd be impotent, as Fang Yamo, said. For the sake of his adolescent's physical and mental health, Fang Yamo couldn't even allow this demonic spirit to molest him like this anymore. Upon hearing this, Ning Yulan wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead and glanced flirtatiously at Fang Yamo. What's wrong, brother? If you're really having a hard time holding it in, why don't my sister use her mouth? Fang Yamo ruthlessly pinched his thigh, feeling the pain suppressing the fire in the soles of his feet that went straight to the sky. Stop, Sister Yulan, when the two of us are together in broad daylight, can we not keep thinking about that aspect of things in our heads? Fang Yamo blinked in aggravation.
He didn't want to die young yet. Ning Yueran's two small white legs crossed. A touch of flavor instantly impacted Fong Mo's eyes. As soon as he opened his mouth, the lines he had been preparing to say broke right through the defense. I mean, we can wear lace at night. Ah no. I mean we can tell each other little bedtime stories at night, but in normal times, can we get along without the triangle? I yuck. Comrade Ning Yulan, please stop your seductive behavior. Fong Mo really couldn't help it. He felt a raw pain in the bridge of his nose, as if he had been punched. As for why he said what he said, why it was odd. Wasn't it because of the vixen lying on the bed? The moment her calves crossed, a glimpse of her under her nightgown instantly caught her eye. Triangle, lace trim. Isn't this vixen on her period? Why are you still dressed so sexy? Fong Mo wanted to cry. Ning Yulan glanced at Fong Mo, who had broken in a second, before she playfully rolled over onto her back. Come on, sister. Still waiting for you. Don't you scream. You've already broken your own promise. So what qualifications do you have to talk to others about the covenant? He, Fong Mo, has an impure heart. Can you blame Sister Yulan for that? Fong Mo let out a bitter smile and took 2 steps forward to sit on the bed. Ning Yulan giggled twice. Sister doesn't want to scream either. But who let you make me too comfortable? Don't fuck around. Don't fuck around. Fong Mo rubbed his head and collapsed his face. Sister, if you keep this up, I'm going to send you to the hospital to see a doctor. Woo woo woo. Good. No screaming. Geez, don't be mad. I won't scream. Okay? Ning Yulan seemed to enjoy the pleasure of molesting Fong Mo. But soon Fong Mo experienced what a woman's mouth is. A deceitful ghost. Ning Yulan, who was lying on the bed, knew that Fong Mo couldn't see her expression. It was more like she was inspired by Fong Mo to have some hidden attribute. When Fong Mo touched her, she screamed. The humming and panting in the room never stopped, as if some switch had been triggered. Brother, up a little. Yeah, right here. Below, a little further down. Your hands use strength. Too light. Sister can't feel it. Yes, that's right. God knows how long it took Fong Mo to make this transition. By the time Fong Mo finished massaging Ning Yulan, he himself was sweating profusely. This heck. I'd rather go run a 10-kilometer marathon than be tortured like this by Sister Yulan. The poor monk's Taoist heart is going to break. Fortunately, in the end, Ning Yulan finally subsided. Fong Mo blindly guessed that it should be that she was tired of calling. When the massage was finished, Ning Yulan did feel a lot more comfortable in her belly, and only then did she gratefully glance at Fong Mo. I thought you were trying to eat your sister's tofu, but it turns out that our little guy is really a bit manipulative. A nice press, rewarded with a sisterly kiss. Saying that, before Fong Mo could return to her senses, she felt a fragrant breeze coming. Ning Yulan's delicate and pretty face stopped straight in front of Fong Mo, but the woman didn't kiss up. There was still a small distance between the two. Just then, Fong Mo subconsciously pouted. Moo-ah. The two kissed gently. Only then did Ning Yulan delicately, smiling, she took a step back. Brother, now you're the one who took the initiative to kiss your sister. I didn't do anything. Fong Mo's old face blushed. When he heard Sister Yulan say that she wanted to kiss him, he subconsciously pouted a little. Who knew that the woman's lasso was actually so deep, deliberately luring himself into the bait? Alright, it's not like my sister is blaming you. After all, am I not the dream of 20 million men in Zhongcheng in your eyes? It's normal that you can't hold it. As she said this, Ning Yulan even licked her seductive red lips. That expression paired with the crispy voice, electrified Fong Mo for a while and straightened him out. The next moment, back to God. Annoyed Fong Mo furious hate to go up to her ass up 2 slaps, but after all, he was conservative in nature and didn't dare to really fight. Sister Yulan, is your stomach feeling a bit better? Then why don't we go out to eat? Aha! Ning Yulan nodded. Anyway, it's too late to go to work at this hour, and if we rush to the company, the employees should all be on their lunch break. So how about we go around the city? Chapter 74 Ning Yulan's Secret. Could be. Fong Mo smacked his lips and glanced at the 3 little yellow men on the window edge out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly said in a somewhat meaningful way, we're going into town anyway, so why don't we go to the arcade after dinner? I haven't played catch in a long time. Hearing these words, Ning Yulan's petite body instantly stiffened. The beautiful eyes that looked at Fong Mo suddenly became complicated. Is this brat sure he's not fishing for a job? My brother really did find something after all. Ning Yulan sheepishly glanced at the little yellow man on the edge of the window and dryly coughed. We'll see when the time comes. What's so fun about catching a crane machine? The oldest isn't small anymore. Isn't that something only little girls like to play? If you really like it, sister, I will buy a crane machine for you. Let's let you play at home every day. Okay? Ning Yulan forced herself to be calm and maintained a doting look. But the flicker of panic in the bottom of that eye was still captured by Fong Yamo. Fong Yamo nodded his head, fine, but I just want to go to the arcade and sneak around today. After saying this, Fong Mo helped Ning Yulan take out the clothes she wore to work from the closet. Sister Yulan's stomach pain is almost relieved. After the two of them ate at noon, it is estimated that she will go to the company. Naturally, she has to wear the clothes she wears at work. If according to Ning Yulan's usual nature, she would more or less flirt with Fong Mo for a moment or two at such a time, like getting your brother to help you dress yourself or something. But at this moment, the woman was completely without this mind. Looking at Fong Mo 3 or 2 steps slipped out of the room door, also indifferent. The thought of confirming his thoughts deepened in Fong Mo's mind. Sure enough, those 3 little yellow men should be the ones I gave to Sister Yulan. So why is Sister dead set against admitting it? After waiting for Ning Yulan to get fully dressed, the two of them got into the BMW and drove towards the center of Jiangcheng. It was worth mentioning that this villa of Ning Yulan was quite a distance from the city center. This is a common problem in the villa area. After all, those who are able to live in such upscale residences are either rich or wealthy, either bosses who run their own businesses or ultra-high-ranking white-collar workers with successful careers. That's why Ning Yulan habitually refers to going into the city as going into the city every time. Fong Mo was still quite familiar with the university town near his alma mater, and soon the car was parked steadily around the university town. Fong Mo glanced at the vice, driving Ning Yulan's complexion. My sister was well camouflaged and still didn't change her face. Fong Mo's eyes slowly narrowed slightly. Pretend. You continue to pretend. I want to see how much longer you can pretend. Getting out of the car, the two went straight into the mall. Ning Yulan wanted to eat hot pot, although Fong Mo tried to stop fear of eating spicy stimulate the woman's stomach. But Ning Yulan preferred to pull the youth into the hot pot restaurant. Fong Mo cannot help noticing that the youth had been staring at himself with a worried look since he sat down. Ning Yulan let out a light laugh. It's fine. I can eat. The big deal is not to eat spicy pot on the line. Let's order a Mandarin duck stripe pot. Sister, eat tripe. You eat spicy, always okay? Fong Mo then breathed a slight sigh of relief. Today, because of the severe abdominal pain, Sister Yulan had fainted. Fong Mo was really afraid that she would mess up and not cherish her body. What's more, when a girl has her period, isn't eating spicy food adding fuel to the fire? In the next moment, Fong Mo suddenly realized a hint of something wrong. He glanced at the menu and instantly looked blank. Sister, are you sure that the two of us can finish these? Only to see the waiter print out the serving table densely packed, almost as long as Fong Mo's small arm. I'm afraid 7 or 8 people won't be able to finish all these dishes. Sister Yulan, this was almost considered to be an order of every dish. Ning Yulan heatedly smiled. I don't know why. Sister, I will have a surprisingly good appetite. I guess it's our little husband's credit. I feel that after being massaged by you, my appetite is moving. The corner of Fong Mo's mouth twitched as he glanced towards Ning Yulan's small abdomen. Finger licking? You're moving my ass. It's doubtful you can fit 4 dishes and a soup on that well-proportioned, slim little belly of yours. Sister Yulan, you wouldn't be stalling for time, deliberately not wanting to catch dolls with me, are you? Hearing these words, the smile on Ning Yulan's face stiffened. Ahem, how could that be? Even if you want to go to the arcade to play, then you have to wait until your sister has eaten enough. I haven't eaten for a day. I mustn't eat enough before I have the strength to accompany you? Okay. Sister Yulan used legitimate reasons. Fong Mo was really not able to do anything at all. It was only after the dishes came up that Fong Mo truly realized just how much Ning Yulan had ordered. It's too fucking. That's an exaggeration, isn't it? The fatty beef alone was stacked a full dozen centimeters high. Not to mention all the tripe and veggies. Are you kidding me? Sister, are you sure this is the amount the two of us can eat? Ning Yulan's red lips hooked. Eat as much as you want. If not, I'll pack up these dishes and bring them home at night so we can continue to shabu-shabu and eat. I always felt that my sister was stalling this wave and that I had proof of it. The two of them ate for almost 10 minutes or so. Fong Mo was desperately gorging himself the entire time, just wanting to hurry up and end the fight, pulling Ning Yulan to go catch a doll. Who knew that at a certain moment Ning Yulan glanced sheepishly at Fong Mo and suddenly pursed her red lips and said with a shy face, Brother, you eat first. I'm going to go to the bathroom and change that. That one? What's that one? Fong Mo was almost about to blurt out a question. Good thing his brain wasn't slow. By the expression on the woman's face at the moment, she should have gone to the restroom to change her aunt's napkin. Right? Okay, go ahead, sister. Staring at the woman's departing slender back, Fong Mo scratched his ears. The longest road I've ever traveled is Sister Moonland set. Although he knew that Ning Yulan was stalling for time, he was unable to do anything about the woman. On the other hand, it was only after entering the bathroom that Ning Yulan let out a long, violent breath. Fong Mo was really too smart. Today it must be that his brother sensed something,
That's why he pulled himself in favor of running to catch dolls. At that thought, Ning Yulan cried out and muttered to herself in the bathroom. The thing about the little yellow man is not that my sister is unwilling to tell you, but once I tell you, my sister is afraid that you will become estranged from me. Fong Mo's sophomore year, he and Li Haowen came to the arcade to have a good time. There were so many game coins left when I left. I took them home and probably won't find them on my next visit. The two of them agreed to just grab the doll and use it up. I didn't expect Fong Mo to be lucky and easily fished out 3. Li Haowen caught one sloppily even though he was a little less lucky and ran out of a few game coins in his hand. That was the year the Little Yellow Man movie was taking China by storm. Major shopping malls, arcade game machines, almost all placed in the Little Yellow Man. On the way out, as Li Haowen remembers, Fong Mo coincidentally met Ning Yulan in front of the shopping mall. She is like a noble green lotus, out of the mud but not stained, even in the crowd is also so shiny and eye-catching. So Fong Mo mentioned it at Li Haowen, threatening to walk over to say hello when he ran into an acquaintance. At that time, although it was also a bit good for Fong Mo, I don't know why, but I just like to tease this little guy. The little yellow men weren't the point, and Ning Yulan's concern wasn't that Fong Mo recalled that the 3 little yellow men were from him. The 2 of them were going to get married tomorrow, and now Ning Yulan wasn't afraid of Fong Mo knowing the truth that she had liked him for many years. The point is, what happened after I left the arcade that day? Ning Yuan slapped his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. What was I thinking? Would Fong Mo use such harsh language and split his head? Chapter 75, Benefactor, are you okay? After Ning Yulan left the arcade that day holding the 3 little yellow men, she bumped into Fong Mo again on the street who just happened to separate from Li Haowen. At that time, Ning Yulan's afterglow happened to notice that Fong Mo had handed over a full $500 to a beggar. Even with Ning Yulan's state of mind, she violently sucked in a breath of cool air. $500 wasn't a lot of money. It was just a lot of money for Fong Mo, who was still in school. It would be fine if it was just Fong Mo giving away money. Ning Yulan braced himself and would only inwardly comment on the little guy as a living Buddha. But as a result, who knew that the beggar had actually taken the youth's cell phone when Fong Mo bent down to hand him the money? At first Fong Mo himself didn't even realize that his cell phone was missing. Not 2 steps away from the beggar, Fong Mo touched his pocket, which was a big surprise. When they left the arcade, themselves and Li Haowen even used their cell phones to check out, so surely it could not have been lost at that time. So the youth immediately thought of that begging for food on the street just now. Sister Yulan, if you're not busy, can you lend me your cell phone? The beggar had long since disappeared without a trace, and Fong Mo noticed Ning Yulan leaning against the side of the business car. His face was delighted. He didn't expect to come out and run into this acquaintance, and he immediately trotted over. What for? Ning Yuan asked in a clear and cold voice. Fong Mo smiled bitterly and revealed an embarrassed look. My cell phone seems to have been stolen just now. I want to borrow my sister's cell phone to make a call. How do you know it was stolen? Instead of dropping it somewhere? Ning Yulan looked at Fong Mo with interest with his arms hugging his chest, and the latter scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, when I left the arcade, I even paid with my cell phone, and as soon as I came out, I ran into a homeless man who was asking for food, and I looked at him with pity, so I gave him a little money. I think it was the crouching motion at that point that allowed the beggar to inadvertently take my cell phone. Hearing these words, Ning Yulan's delicate and pretty face flashed with a flash of rich disdain. So what does asking for food have to do with you? Fong Mo was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect Ning Yulan to ask such a question. Nothing to do with it. It's just a beggar I met on the road. Ning Yulan's eyebrows were slightly clustered. Then why are you? What's with giving him money? Isn't that the kind of compassion you shouldn't be using since there's no relationship whatsoever? Why don't you care about caring for those who need your care more? Your parents, your friends and family, your classmates, your girlfriend. In fact, at that time Ning Yulan also came to the great aunt. Have done women know how easy it is to blow up a little bit of emotions when coming to the aunt? Ning Yulan was furious that she had been silently paying attention to Fong Mo. Why couldn't this brat look at himself more? Why doesn't he care more about himself? Why can't you care more about caring for yourself? A passing beggar was able to move Fong Mo to compassion. He was so kind that he deserved to lose his cell phone. Kindness isn't used in this way either. That beggar obviously has arms and legs. Why should he help him? Ning Yulan thought with indignation in her heart. Fong Mo opened his mouth, suddenly somewhat unsure of how to answer. Ning Yulan sneered, so it's better to put away your flood of sympathy. Kindness used in the wrong place will get you into trouble. Today just lose a cell phone. Tomorrow maybe lose something else you care about, such as girlfriends, friends and family. Do you think you're a living god or a savior? I can only say that you deserve to lose this phone today, just so you can learn a lesson. So I'm not going to lend you my cell phone to make a call, much less help you find it. After finishing such a long string of words in one breath, Ning Yulan carried the three little yellow men and directly twisted his head into the carriage, leaving Fang Mo alone in a daze. The youth was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. For Fang Mo, he probably couldn't figure out how he could not understand how Sister Yulan's 35-degree mouth could still say such icy words when he was so unlucky. Without a cell phone, Fang Mo had problems even getting home. He squatted in place somewhat confused, and Ning Yulan just happened to see Fang Mo's red-eyed and aggrieved appearance in the rearview mirror. At this moment, Ning Yueran's heart trembled at the tip. After walking not far, he let the driver drop himself off, then had the driver go over and pick up the youth to take him home. This was also the reason why Ning Yulan's heart dared not let Fang Mo think about the original cause of that day's events. If the little husband knew that he had actually said something so excessive to him, and had even made the little guy so angry that he shed tears, God knows Fang Mo, will it ever forgive itself? It's good that, after this reunion, Fang Mo is obviously forgetting what happened before. Sister Yulan, are you ready yet? Right at this moment, Fang Mo's voice suddenly sounded from outside the toilet. Ning Yulan hurriedly changed her anti-towel and walked out. Seeing Fang Mo pouting his lips with a disgruntled look, Ning Yulan even smiled and patted the youth on the forehead. What's the rush? Girls are inherently slower to go to the bathroom. Plus my sister is still not feeling well. How come the little guy doesn't know how to be considerate at all? Hearing this, Fang Mo was choked by Ning Yulan and immediately shut up. But in my mind, I was thinking, it can't be any slower than half an hour or so, right? I was ready to borrow a net and come over to fish you out. The two of them had just sat down not long ago, before Fang Mo could even place his order. Suddenly a crisp sound of high heels came from a short distance behind her. Fang Mo instantly twisted his head to look and couldn't help but frown when he saw the visitor, only to see Jean Shurjia stepping on two fine high heels surrounded by a dozen or so clusters, high and mighty walking face to face. Fang Mo, did your kid know in advance that someone had tipped you off, so he hid in the toilet? Just at the mall gate my men just notified me. I was the first to rush here. I did not expect just arrived at the hot pot restaurant. You kid people are gone. I almost thought you kid is running away. Run off? Why am I running for nothing? Where can I run? And it's not like I'm deliberately avoiding you Kims. In the next moment, Jean Shurjia glanced at Fang Mo under the youth's suspicious look. Come on, take a trip with me to the Jean family group. Fang Mo raised his eyes. Jean family group? What am I going to do at the Golden family group? Jean Shurjia sniffed, and suddenly her pretty face suddenly sank. Don't ask here knowingly. Of course it's for you to go to the Jean family group to fix the bugs for us. What else? Is it to invite you for tea? The car is right outside. Are you going or not? Day, you woman. I thought you'd calm down for a day and more or less curb your temper. I didn't expect to be in front of me again, but I was still in such a condescending manner. I'm the one who owes you the Jean family. If you need me, I'll come. No, if I'm needed, I have to go. I come when I'm needed. What am I? A dog? Jean Shurjia, begging should have a begging attitude. The meaning of this sentence. It seems that you still don't fully understand. Then I suggest that you should go home and flip through more books to figure out what kind of posture a person should put on when seeking help before coming over to our family brother. Ning Yulan coldly glanced at Jean Shurjia, not having thought that the whereabouts of the two of them, herself and her brother, had even been grasped by the other party. Fang Mo, are you sure you don't want to go? Jean Shurjia didn't even look in Ning Yulan's direction. Hard to say. The Jean family, counting those gray properties, was the same volume as the Ning group. She, Jean Shurjia, wasn't afraid of this famous first female president of Jiangcheng. Ms. Kim didn't even understand what I said on my last trip, so why should I go? Fang Mo shucked a slice of beef to himself and stuffed it into his mouth, instantly revealing his satisfied look. He also pointed at the hot pot in front of the two of them. Sister Yulan, eat quickly. Just now when you didn't come over, I didn't even dare to casually place the food. Aha, good. Both of them picked up the bowls of material in front of each of them and both of them feasted on it. Fang Mo was even more like no one else, eating with his mouth full of oil. It was as if Kim Sija and her party, who stood eyeball to eyeball in front of the table, were air. Slap. The next moment, Jean Shurjia slammed the table. Kid, stop a little bit when you're right. I can take the initiative to come to you. It's already considered pulling my face down. I've also investigated your relationship with Lu Qing. You're nothing more than a generalized friend. Don't think that knowing an existence of Lu Qing's size will be able to cover you. You're overthinking it if you really think Willow Green is going to back you up. Willow Green? Why are you suddenly talking about Lu Qing? Fang Mo froze. Lu Qing and I originally had a two-sided relationship. Why should I expect people to back me up? You're overthinking it. Ms. King, and I should have made that clear last time. I, Fang Mo, don't know anything about computers, so Ms.
Kim should hire someone else. You've got no shame?
Jin Shurja was annoyed. Do it.
Tie him back to me.
I'll see who dares to stop today.
Ning Yulan, you, one female president of Jiangcheng, didn't learn one thing? You have to go out and carry a bodyguard with you. Saying that,
Jin Shurja's pretty face swept across a touch of smugness.
However,
just as a few security guards were rubbing their fists and about to approach Fong Mo,
suddenly a huge shadow loomed over Fong Mo's head. Even Fong Mo was a little confused as he looked up,
only to see the iron tower-like burly figure,
standing right in front of himself,
directly blocking the chances of those bodyguards around Jin Shurja to get close to him. Who dares to touch my savior?
In the next moment,
that iron tower man twisted his head to look at Fong Mo.
Benefactor, is everything okay? A benefactor? Do we know each other? Fong Mo was a bit confused,
but staring at the other party's scarred face, he suddenly tapped the sky.
You're the same, who was buying drugs the other night.
Chapter 76, for the sake of tomorrow's wedding.
Let her go. I'm glad you remembered me. My name is Su. You can just call me Su Sanduo. Fong Mo never dreamed that he would have the chance to reunite with this one. After all,
that night from the other side of the mouth Fong Mo learned that people are smuggled to Jiangcheng.
Fong Mo then guessed that perhaps when the other party's wife gave birth successfully, maybe they would have to leave. I didn't expect to bump into this one at the hot pot restaurant today. In the next moment,
Susando glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards who were clustered around Jin Shurja. The few of you are not enough, and if you intend to work against Mr.
Fong today, high or low, I'll have to touch base with all of you. Who are you? The tower-like figure was still quite oppressive.
Jin Shurja's pretty face couldn't help but gloom a few points when she saw that a Chengbian had been killed halfway out.
This is a matter between my Jin family and Fong Mo. Are you sure you have to meddle?
At those words,
Su Sanduo's face full of horizontal flesh shook, squeezing out a somewhat frightening smile. Mr. Fong is my savior, and since Mr. Fong doesn't want to, no one can force him. Yes, yes, yes.
Jin Shurja's pretty face became more and more gloomy.
3 good words in a row. So one could imagine how much raging anger was suppressed inside. Very good.
Seeing as you're tall and big, your brain isn't very good.
Do you think that just one person can stop these well-trained dozen or so bodyguards of mine?
With those words, Jin Shurja waved her hand.
Clear the field. Soon,
a few bodyguards were walking towards the surroundings.
Sorry, everyone.
Today this hot pot restaurant has been chartered by us. You don't have to pay for any of the meals you eat, so please dine at another restaurant.
After saying that,
Jin Shurja also broadly pulled out a check and threw it to the owner of the hot pot restaurant. $100,000 for a day's package.
Upon hearing this,
the owner of the hot pot restaurant took it in fear and happily cooperated with a few bodyguards to start dispersing the rest of the diners.
After all,
the turnover of this hot pot restaurant opened in a shopping mall is just a few tens of thousands of dollars a month. I didn't realize that today's one-day Jin Shurja's big wave of a sentence wrapping up the scene would bring in $100,000 in revenue. A fool would turn down such a lucrative deal.
Ms.
Jin would rather spend $100,000 on a package than bow down to our Fong Mo.
Fong Mo smiled lightly.
Voice, this man is really persistent in some ways.
After saying this, Fong Mo again dipped his head down to dip his mouth in the seasoning and shabu shabu a piece of spicy beef.
Ning Yulan's pretty face was filled with coldness,
obviously remembering Jin Shurja's words and behavior today. However,
Ning Yulan was also a bit curious about this iron tower-like man who appeared in front of Fong Mo.
In the next moment,
Ning Yulan asked at Su Sanduo in confusion.
Mr. Su, can you handle so many people? It's a small thing. You and Mr. Fong can eat in peace.
Although I can't repay Fong Xiao's favor in other aspects, but this kind of thing is what I'm best at. And if Fong Xiao has a need in the future,
I can be your white glove as well. After saying this,
Su Sanduo even picked up a piece of toilet paper on the table and swish 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 wrote down his contact information.
The term white glove is nothing new. However, Fong Mo still glanced at Su Sanduo with some surprise. Is he a professional fighter? Or maybe mercenaries smuggled in from outside the country? While Fong Mo was speculating about Su Sanduo's identity,
the rest of the diners in this hot pot restaurant had been completely cleared out by Jin Shurja.
The woman came to Fong Mo once again on her toes. I'm going to give you one last chance. Come with me obediently,
or let my men beat your unknowing bodyguard down before my men take him.
Fong Mo, take your pick. Fong Mo didn't change his face.
He didn't care about Jin Shurja at all and was still eating by himself.
Sister Yulan, this is delicious. Try it. Only to see him shuck a piece of beef rib and hand it to Ning Yulan's bowl.
The woman wrapped some dipping material and sent it into her mouth, her pretty face instantly revealing a look of satisfaction.
Well, it does taste good, eh? Sister Yulan, why don't you try dipping it in some egg whites? Won't that be too fishy?
Shurja Kim. The naked eye could see her face getting harder and harder.
Slap. The next moment, Jin Shurja slammed the table in anger. Have you two ever put me in your eyes? Who's talking? Fa Nyamo opened his mouth and pretended to be very confused as he looked around for a week. Sister Yulan, did you hear that? It seems like someone was talking just now. There isn't, is there? Have you?
This indifferent attitude of Ning Yulan and Fa Nyamo completely enraged Jin Shurja. You guys really fucking treat me like air, right?
Son of a bitch. Do it. Do it. She gave an order. A dozen or so bodyguards rushed straight over with their fists in the air.
Jin Shurja also pointed at Su Sanduo's iron tower-like burly figure and growled in exasperation, thinking that a big,
stupid man can cover you guys? You two are overthinking it. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, Su Sanduo moved.
Looking at the first time someone tried to grab Fong Mo's shoulder, Su Sanduo came first after the attack, and with a square stomp, he directly kicked a bodyguard 10 meters away,
and that bodyguard fainted instantly.
Jin Shurja's pupils suddenly tightened abruptly.
What the hell? What kind of force is this?
How much strength does one have to send a grown male flying 10 meters with one kick?
Together. This guy's a bit of a Taoist. You all go together. In fact,
there was no need for Jin Shurja to remind her that those bodyguards of hers were all prepared to beat Su Sanduo alone in a group.
Su Sanduo was obviously a tough guy,
and it would be troublesome if he broke him down one by one. Jin Shurja's heart simultaneously set off shockwaves.
Where did this kid Fa Nyamo find such a strong bodyguard? In the middle of the thought, the melee on the other side was about to start.
It was just that Jin Shurja was constantly able to hear bouts of screams as a dozen or so people surrounded one person in a dazzling display of maneuvers. It was impossible to see the exact battle. Just by listening to the screams that rose and fell, Jin Shurja could also feel the ferocity and intensity of it. Her red lips hooked up a cruel cold smile. So what if you can fight? In a single fight perhaps my bodyguards are not your match.
But if you can fight again, can one person beat a dozen people?
It is said that 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands, and today the end is already doomed.
As soon as Jin Shurja's words fell, the melee over there came to an end. However,
seeing the only figure still standing in place, Jin Shurja's face all but instantly turned into a flash of intense shock.
How is this possible? Except for Su Sanduo who stood alone.
The rest of those Jin family bodyguards that she brought with her either fell to the ground with broken arms and legs, or covered some organ and screamed and wailed miserably.
A mess. Apparently, all the Kim family's bodyguards have lost.
Had the ability to fight?
But on the contrary, what about Su Sanduo? The guy acted like nothing was wrong. His face not coaxing,
as if the person who had just experienced a melee wasn't him.
Ning Yuaran and Fong Mo were actually a bit shocked as well,
even though they had long heard an affirmative reply from Su Sanduo's mouth.
However, looking at the man salting the Jin family's dozen or so bodyguards so easily, it was inevitable that he was still a bit shocked. Strong. It's too strong. Fa Nyamo was now almost 100% certain of his inner guess that Su Sanduo was 80% a mercenary smuggled over. Otherwise, unusual people don't even have the stature. Jin Shurja's lips trembled. Fa Nyamo, don't be complacent. He's very capable of fighting. But can he beat a sword or a gun? This is not over today. With that,
Jin Shurja was about to pull out her cell phone.
Slap. Who knew that just as she was about to make a call,
Ning Yulan had already appeared in front of Jin Shurja, and her jade hand directly gave her a slap.
It's not over, is it? Only Ning Yulan's icy cold pretty face held a touch of ruthlessness. Fine, then it's not over. It just so happens that I want an account of what happened today. I'll tell Elder Jin right now what you, Jin Shurja, did today. Ning Yulan, stop. Seeing that Ning Yulan was planning to sue,
Jin Shurja lost her face in fear. Today was actually because she herself had tossed and turned all night, always thinking that she did seem to have missed a good opportunity to fix a bug yesterday. That's why he finally bit the bullet and hid it from Elder Jin and came out to find Fong Mo.
Stop. Ning Yulan raised a willow eyebrow.
Jin Shurja composed herself.
This is the end of today's matter. You and I are well away from each other. Slap.
Ning Yuaran unceremoniously gave a slap on the face.
Well, Water, how dare you say that? Wasn't it you who took the initiative to jump out and provoke our brother? Wasn't it you who strutted your stuff and tried to kidnap someone? You're the one who finds fault. You're the one who wants it to end. You say what you want. Why are you so exclusive? Snap.
Ning Yulan wouldn't show any mercy,
and went up with 2 more slaps left and right.
Jin Shurja took a few steps back, covering her red and swollen face. Face gritted his teeth as he looked at the duo.
Ning Yulan.
Jin Shurja roared angrily through clenched teeth.
You should stop a bit. Our Jin family didn't do you a lot of favors. Do you expect my Jin family to start a war with you at the wedding tomorrow? War? Not to mention that you, Jin Shurja,
haven't completely inherited the Jin family yet. Even if you have inherited the Jin family's assets,
if you dare to declare war, what's the harm in me, Ning Yulan, welcoming it?
Ning Yulan was about to drop a harsh word, but it was stopped by Fong Mo.
Alright, then as Miss Jean said, today's matter, let's call it a day. But from today onwards,
both of us are also counted as too clear.
In the future, Sister Yulan also does not owe Eugene family anything. As for wanting my help, then we will talk about things. Fong Mo said indifferently. Ms. Kim has an attitude I don't like, so I have a request.
You kneel outside Sister Yulan's villa for 3 hours.
Then I'll step in for Elder Jin's sake. Otherwise, you'd better hire someone else.
Although Fong Mo also wanted to rub out all of Jean Shurja's pride in one breath.
However, when he thought that the two of them would be getting married tomorrow,
in case he forced Jean Shurja to jump out of his dog's seat and make trouble tomorrow,
it always adds to the heart.
For the sake of the big wedding tomorrow, let her Jean Shurja off the hook for now.
Chapter 77. Can Mr. Ning accept being a stepmother? Dreaming. Let me, Jean Shurja, kneel down and beg you. Fong Mo, don't even think about it.
I'm just treating a dead horse as a living horse. It doesn't mean that my Jean family can't invite someone else.
We'll see. A flash of resentment flashed under Jean Shurja's eyes, covering his face directly toward the door. She didn't even bother with these disgraceful bodyguards. Fong Mo shrugged his shoulders, not commenting.
I hope that the next time we meet, Ms. Kim will still maintain this lofty stance.
After saying this, Fong Mo gratefully glanced at Su Sanduo. It's really thanks to you today. Otherwise, both Sister Yulan and I might have run into danger. Upon hearing this, Su Sanduo laughed. What is this talk of the benefactor? I originally owed you a favor, and it was by chance that I met you today. So isn't it my duty to solve a little trouble for you? Fong Mo valued Su Sanduo's skill, hesitated for a moment,
and pointed to the dishes on the table.
Sister Yulan, are you still eating? Can't eat anymore? Well, it seems like my sister did order a little too much.
Ning Yulan pouted her red lips, and also touched her flat belly that hadn't changed at all.
The expression on her pretty face seemed to be one of some chagrin. Fong Mo rolled his eyes.
It seemed like there was no chance of trying to dismantle the matter about the 3 little yellow men today.
However,
the more Ning Yulan blocked the way, the more certain Fong Mo became in his heart that those 3 little yellow men were definitely given to her by himself. And there must be some secret hiding behind it that Sister Yulan didn't dare to tell herself.
Anyway, the two were married,
and sooner or later they would have a chance to get to the bottom of the secret themselves.
Then pack it, Su Sanduo, if you are not busy this time. Do we need to talk somewhere else? Su Sanduo was first stunned.
Then he scratched his head and smiled nervously.
Okay.
Ning Yulan fainted in the morning because her body had no energy after a day of fasting coupled with her period. There is a high probability that low blood sugar is the cause, but women don't eat much at lunch.
Fong Mo didn't worry that Sister Yulan would run into any special circumstances when she went to the company in the afternoon,
so he simply drove Sister Yulan to the company first.
After that,
he led Su Sanduo to the Green Forest Internet Cafe that he and Li Haowen had been to in the morning.
Here, Su Sanduo glanced at the door of the Internet Cafe and looked at Fong Mo with some confusion.
I thought Fong Xiao was going to talk to him about something serious.
Why did he suddenly bring himself to an internet cafe? Fong Mo lightly laughed, guessing that the man must be in a dilemma nowadays, pulling out the key to slowly open the door of the Green Forest Internet Cafe, before explaining in a nonchalant manner, this place isn't open today. Don't worry, the owner of this internet cafe dished it out to me because he was busy with another business. So now I'm the owner of this cafe. You just said on the way over that you don't have a job, right? Su Sanduo nodded, seemingly guessing something. Fong Mo laughed lightly.
As long as you dare to promise that you are not an offshore spy,
then I think I should be able to offer you a pretty good job. What, Mr. Fong is willing to offer me a job? Su Sanduo's tiger's body shook as he looked toward Fong Mo with a face full of disbelief. What kind of person dares to take in an unidentified stowaway on their side these days? I'm not. Of course I'm not.
Su Sanduo was quite excited to hear the word spy and was busy shaking his head frantically without being able to stop himself.
Young Fong,
my wife and I smuggled over here because we offended an offshore force overseas.
We're not outlaws, at least we've never violated the laws of China. Upon hearing this, Fong Mo nodded slightly. If Su Sanduo was an unscrupulous person, that night he faced Fong Mo, who was alone. He could have done it without any reasoning at all, and just knocked Fong Mo out with a punch and snatched the painkillers out of his hand. Anyway, he was smuggled here, and even if the police were called for this kind of thing, the agents would have a hard time locking down Su Sanduo's identity. But he didn't. The next moment, Fong Mo looked deeply at Su Sanduo, that clear face reflected in the strong man pupil. Then, are you convenient to tell me what you do outside the country? Boom! As soon as these words came out, a tangle of colors flashed across Su Sanduo's face, and he hesitated for a split second. Fong Mo didn't force it either. If it's really inconvenient to talk about it, forget it. No, there's nothing inconvenient about it. Su Sanduo was afraid of missing out on the job opportunity offered by Fong Mo and clenched his teeth. As I think you've guessed, my wife and I are affiliated with a mercenary organization outside the country. Sure enough, mercenaries. Fong Mo nodded slightly. When national security carries out a mission, they occasionally let Zheng hack into the target monitoring monitor as the commander-in-chief. That's why Fong Mo had seen China's national security powerhouses strike in the video. That kind of thunderous and deadly killing move was definitely not something that ordinary practitioners could master. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Sando had left his hand behind just now, I'm afraid that those Jin family bodyguards would have more than just broken arms and legs. In the offshore mercenary organization, we lived every day in fear that our enemies would come after us. And then one time we accidentally offended a high-ranking member of the organization. It also went along with the choice to break away from the organization and flee to China. After all, here, those offshore organizations will be more restrained. So it is. Fong Mo nodded. China's law and order was also famous internationally. Gun control is tight. At least not so tight that a whole bunch of out-of-state thugs are out on the streets with guns. Fong Mo wasn't a gossip and wasn't interested in asking about the feud about how Su Sanduo and his wife had offended the head of the organization. Then if you don't mind, why don't you come work for me from now on? Food and shelter as a webmaster. Webmaster? Su Sanduo froze. Your wife could also pick up and join you. And since I know your situation anyway, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, I don't have to worry about the stowaway getting leaked. Hearing this, Su Sanduo excitedly held Fong Mo's palm. Really, young Fong? You're willing to let me come work for you? It wasn't that he hadn't tried to get a job in River City. But those who don't need to register their ID cards are just some small workers on construction sites or security personnel for some temporary events. There are two drawbacks to this kind of work. The first is that it's unstable. And the second point is that you can't go home for 3 days. In the case of Su Sanduo's wife, he naturally had no way to do this kind of odd jobs to make a living. As long as you don't mind. But you'll have to take care of the security of this internet cafe from now on. It just so happens that you're strong and powerful. And those college students surfing the internet around see you in this shape. And 80% of them won't dare to cause any more trouble. Fong Mo laughed and asked one more question in passing. By the way, where is your wife now? It's at the mall where we just ran into each other. And she has a. People we know are doing janitorial work over there. And we're crammed into people's places right now. And there are apartments in the basement of the mall for the janitorial staff. As he said this, Su Sanduo revealed a look of difficulty. It seemed to be a bit of self-loathing for a grown man who had not only uprooted his wife, but now had to leave his wife, who had just given birth, in the lurch. Hearing this, Fong Mo was also shocked. What? Are you kidding me? Your wife just had a baby and you're letting her cram into that kind of complex? Aren't you worried about bleeding or bacterial infection? When Su Sanduo heard this, a slight touch of pathos passed across his face as well. I don't want to, but for two people who even faked their identities, what hospital would accept us? Fong Mo thought for a second that Su Sanduo was right. However, his wife had only just given birth to a child a mere 3 days ago, and at a time like this when an unusual woman was still in her monthly cycle, it must be the time when her body was at its weakest. If you don't take good care of it, you're sure to be left sick in the future. I'll figure out the hospital. Fong Mo wanted to keep Su Sanduo by his side from the bottom of his heart, so he didn't mind helping out a little. At that thought, he dialed Li Haowen's number. Hello, what's the matter? Boss Fong, did you find the surveillance memory card? Or did you miss me so soon after being separated not long ago in the morning? Fong Mo spat lightly, no heart for jokes. Do I remember if Li's group once invested in a private hospital? Li Haowen was stunned when he heard this. Yes. What's wrong? That's all the industry that my brother got when he was alive. Now that private hospital basically has nothing to do with our Li's group except for informing me of the annual shareholders meeting. People are pretty much equivalent to going out on their own. All of them are able to go out on their own. So when you put it that way, business must not be bad. It seems that Li Homan's brother, Li Boon-han, does have some business talent. In the next moment, Li Haowen's bitter laughter slowly came out. Maybe it was because of my brother's favor of investing in the snow back then. So he didn't let Li's group withdraw his investment. Fong Mo nodded. He then remembered that Li Haowen had broken his arm once when he was in college, and had originally planned to send him to a nearby hospital. Who knew that when Li Boon-han arrived, he would directly take Li Homan to their private hospitals in the home. Hearing this at the time, it made Fong Mo envious. Motherfucker, your family even opened your own hospital? What's wrong? Li Haowen asked a question suspiciously. I have a friend who has just given birth and would like to go to your hospital for a full checkup and then an inpatient unit to get her up to speed. Is that okay? Hearing this, Li Haowen's side fell silent. Fong Mo thought that he had gone a little too far with his request. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Li Haowen said quietly, "That's a bit of information, bro. When did you knock up a girl and have the baby born? Don't forget, tomorrow you're going to get married to Mr. Ning. Now this whole thing, how can I give Mr. Ning an explanation? Can Mr. Ning accept you bringing a child as a stepmother? What the hell? Fong Mo?
What to tell Mr.
Ning? What do you need to give her? And, what kind of being a stepmom?" Chapter 78, Changing Wards. What the hell was that kid thinking? Fong Mo angry forehead veins rippled. If Li Haowen in front of himself, Fong Mo high and low have to give him two big mouths. Was what I just said not clear enough? A friend of mine's wife has just finished giving birth and then needs to be hospitalized. Can we trouble our Shaoli to help arrange to go to your private hospital? Hearing Fong Mo's words with thinly veiled anger, only then did Li Haowen collect himself for a few moments and said innocently, "You said it earlier, who let you do not say it clearly? It is not normal for me to think nonsense. Why don't you arrange it in a public hospital though?" Fong Mo pinched his cell phone. His anger was completely ignited by Li Haowen, and he directly yelled at the phone. "Are you 100,000 fucking reasons? You have so many questions? There must be a reason why you don't want to go to a public hospital. You're so full of shit. I'm just asking you, can you arrange it?" It was the first time Li Haowen had seen Fong Mo so furious. Yes. Don't worry, I'll call the hospital right now." After saying this, Li Haowen's side hung up. It was as if he was afraid that Fong Mo would splash his face with spit stars through the screen. Fong Mo huffed and squeezed his cell phone, then whirled around to glance at Su Sanduo. "Okay, it can be arranged. Let's go. Go pick up your wife first. She just gave you a baby. We can't really let her squeeze into someone else's staff quarters, right?" After saying this, Fong Mo took the lead towards the door and also dropped a set of keys into Su Sanduo's hands in the process. "I'll let you take care of this internet cafe from now on. The internet fees and such follow that price list in the back, as is, and opening a membership is also a process. As for exactly how to do it, I'll teach you later." Hearing this, Su Sanduo's tears of gratitude nearly overflowed from his eyes. When Fong Mo saw this, the depression in his heart was swept away in an instant and he let out a light laugh. At least a mercenary big shot who's seen countless bloody scenes isn't so pretentious, is he? Su Sanduo then wiped the corners of his eyes. "No, I'm just happy. Thank you, Mr. Fong, for giving me the job and for everything you've done for both of us." After saying this, Su Sanduo quickly stepped forward. He was about to pull open the car door for Fong Mo, when he suddenly noticed the door of the internet cafe, an anomaly on the sign. "What's wrong?" Su Sanduo frowned and didn't answer. Instead, he moved closer to the door sign and shoved his palm in, seemingly digging for something. Ka-chow. In the next moment, Su Sanduo directly took out a small square box that glowed with red and green ethereal light. Fong Mo froze when he saw what was in his hand. Bugger? Well, and still the kind of listening range is particularly far wiretap, but this should not be installed on the time is not long. You see that there is no dust on the top of the natural wear and tear traces such as paint. It should be just today to install. Su Sanduo asked Fong Mo as he crushed the square box. "Have you recently offended any enemies? Haters?" Fong Mo frowned. The only person who knew that he had dished out this internet cafe was Li Haowen, and Li Haowen's actions were all in his sights. "Is that a wiretap installed by Mr. Gao?" "Nope, I don't think so. Who the hell has nothing better to do than bug their own internet cafe? It's all monitored." "Then, should not be the High General." Fong Mo raised an eyebrow. Was there anyone else present at that time? In the next moment, two faces suddenly appeared in his mind. One was Leng Xiao, who had borrowed money for himself, and the other was Gao Zijie. In a flash, Fong Mo suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be Gao Zijie? Gao Zijie is indeed very suspicious. After all, he is the perpetrator of the car accident that led to Li Haowen's brother's accident. It seems that this kid is indeed a bit of a cat. Otherwise, it shouldn't be as bad as installing a wiretap at the entrance of the internet cafe. Fong Mo guessed that Gao Zijie might have also known about the surveillance video about the Greenwood internet cafe retaining the scene of the car accident. That's why he installed a wiretap at the door. But how exactly did this kid know about this matter? Fong Mo had no desire to guess and was too lazy to count. Su Sanduo looked squarely at Fong Mo. "Mr. Fong, how is it? Have you guessed who did it?" "I'm probably getting a little bit of an inkling, but I can't say for sure, so I'd like to wait and see what happens first." Fong Mo frowned. In short, Su Sanduo, recently to trouble you to be more cautious. After the internet cafe business, if you come across any suspicious situation, must be the first time to report to me. Susan, 1913 to 1992, Mao Zedong's third wife. Nodded and even took the initiative to help Fong Mo pull open the main driver's door with a naive smile. "Young Fong, don't worry, At least I spent so much time in an offshore mercenary organization. I still have this anti-surveillance tactic. Fong Yamo hardly had any doubts about Su Sanduo's ability.
Ever since he had just seen Su Sanduo strike,
Fong Yamo felt that this one was the most suitable candidate for his bodyguard. At least,
he is also the famous Zhang of the Dragon Group,
and he doesn't even have a loaded security personnel around him, which is too unreasonable, right? What if some offshore power's enemies find out about Fong Yamo IP one day? There was actually a very interesting question. Obviously Fong Yamo was only merely in his 20s.
There should have been many other hacker kings before him.
But why do people only know the hacker king named Zhang? Because those laid-off hacker kings are either dead in a mass grave somewhere.
Either that or they were dug up by former enemies who dug up the background of their identities and shot them dead,
after driving back to the mall to receive Su's wife. Inevitably, Fong Yamo was also a little curious as he sized up this female assassin who was also a mercenary. But the looks of Su Sanduo's wife didn't bring Fong Yamo any surprise. Dark skin. If not scrutinized, even the features are a little less clear. And from a distance people who don't know think it's an African girl. Fong Mo's heart was instead nodding secretly.
This skin condition is really in line with the mercenaries' work nature of going out all day and carrying out missions in the wind and sun.
As for the physical condition, it didn't exceed Fong Mo's guess. The entire person's face was like gold paper,
so weak that even walking required Su Sanduo to assist him with force. The palms of the husband and wife were the same, all with thick calluses. Su Sanduo's wife didn't quite understand the situation and asked her husband curiously on the road. Su Sanduo earnestly gave her a thorough explanation.
Hearing that Fong Yamo is not only the benefactor who provided her with life-saving painkillers that day, but is also willing to give his couple a job, Su Sanduo's wife was almost grateful enough to kneel and kowtow to Fong Yamo.
Arriving at the entrance of Li Shi Hospital,
Fong Yamo took a look at the large signboard and the luxurious decoration at the entrance and couldn't help but smack his lips and sighed with emotion, worthy of being a private hospital. This decor alone is more than a hospital is so much more luxurious. In the next moment, Fong Yamo led a few people towards the inside. On the way,
Li Haowen had already texted himself to look for Dean Zhang when he arrived.
Soon, Fong Yamo saw a Mediterranean middle-aged man at the entrance of the hospitalization department. Hello, it's Mr. Fong, right? I'm arranged by Shaoli to come and pick you up. The Mediterranean man looked Fong Yamo up and down, realizing that apart from Fong Yamo, the two behind him,
whether it was Su Sanduo or his wife, were dressed rather plainly. Dean Zhang immediately belittled Fong Yamo by a few points in his heart.
I guess it would be one of Li Homan's friends, right? With this in mind, Dean Zhang's face did not move and led several people into the hospitalization department. Which one of you needs to be hospitalized? Her. Fong Yamo raised his finger and pointed at Su Sanduo's wife. Dean Zhang nodded.
Young Li said that you are his friend and don't need to register your identity.
Currently our hospital's inpatient wards are divided into 3 types. A public ordinary ward, a 2-person intermediate ward, and a single-person, single-room advanced ward.
The other 2 types of family members are not allowed to stay with the bed 24 hours a day,
except in the advanced ward. Fong Yamo nodded. Then let's go to the advanced ward.
Hearing the words advanced ward,
Dean Zhang was slightly surprised, but of course that was all.
He's also seen those who are in average condition,
but are willing to go down and spend a lot of money for their patients.
Would you mind if the advanced ward,
which is currently the last one left, is north-south facing and doesn't get much sun in the morning? Dean Chang asked a question. Fong Yamo glanced at Su Sanduo's couple,
and both of them shook their heads.
Don't mind.
The nurses and medical equipment in the advanced wards are definitely better than those in the regular wards. Su Sanduo's wife just gave birth to a child.
It is afraid of ultraviolet rays. May have been sunbathing, there may be ultraviolet allergies. Cannot sunlight does not matter.
The important thing is that there are professional medical personnel care.
Dean Zhang sniffed, and only then did he lead a few people up the stairs towards the hospitalization department. After settling Su Sanduo's wife, Fong Yamo just wanted to swipe his card. Just then,
suddenly another man in a white coat walked towards the side,
and questioned in an unpleasant voice. Wait, who let you guys stay in this ward? Didn't know this place was booked in advance? The visitor was furious, and was followed by a suited and booted youth,
who noticed the dirtily dressed Su Sanduo couple and instantly raised an eyebrow in disdain.
Fong Yamo sniffed and frowned. Being pre-booked? No one said anything about it when we came here. And just now Dean Zhang gave us all the procedures for the hospitalization department. And now you're telling me that it's been booked?
The anger on that doctor's face subsided a few points when he heard the words Dean Zhang.
Still, he waved his hand at Fong Yamo with some impatience. Dean Zhang has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so I guess he was busy and forgot about it.
This room was already pre-booked in the morning, so you'll have to refill the paperwork to switch to the general ward.
Chapter 79. General Ward? Fong Mo's frown deepened. Where is there such a thing as a reservation for a hospital bed? Isn't it only when a patient comes in and needs it that the patient is processed for hospitalization? Don't you talk to me about that. You guys hurry up.
That doctor stomped his foot impatiently. The person who reserved this ward is a big shot. You commoners can't afford to mess with him.
If you don't want to get yourself into trouble, hurry up and get lost. Big shot? Fuck off. What kind of doctor talks to his patients like that?
Even a clayman has 3 points of fire.
Not to mention Fong Mo,
a big young man who was full of blood and vigor.
Fong Mo's temper was also aroused in an instant. We're not getting out of here yet. I'd like to see what you can do to me. That doctor was furious and was about to point at Fong Mo and curse.
Who knew that the young man in the suit behind him was finally speaking slowly?
If they don't want to cooperate and get the hell out of there, then just have their beds thrown out. Understatement.
Tone of indifference. Yet it carries a flavor that is not to be questioned.
After saying this, the young man in the suit even waved condescendingly in the direction of the nurse's station. Come on, a couple of guys,
help clean up the trash in there.
The junk in there?
The one lying in the hospital room was the wife who had just given birth to a child for Susanduo.
Hearing this, Susanduo's eyes instantly turned red.
Just looking at Fong Mo did not give a word. Susanduo did not dare to act rashly for fear of causing trouble for Fong Xiao.
The next moment,
a few nurses actually did walk over towards the side,
and at the same time, Dean Zhang, who had just left, also returned.
Seeing that the two waves were about to clash,
Dean Zhang froze. Xiao Lu, what's going on here? Don't you know the rules of our hospital? Why did you bring someone to cause trouble in the senior ward area?
Dean Zhang, it's not that I intentionally made a scene. The one known as Xiao Lu was the arrogant and bossy male doctor at the beginning. With a bitter smile, he pulled over Dean Zhang's arm and whispered, "This is the young master Lu Wentao of the Lu family in Zhangcheng." He declared himself, saying that their old master is in ill health and wants a ward to adjust.
Can a small doctor like me still refuse? What? The Lu family of Zhangcheng?
At those words, that Dean Zhan was also startled.
Zhangcheng Lu family may have once been inferior to Li's group,
but now Li's has long been in decline.
Even though Fong Mo was a friend that Li Haowen personally recommended over,
it was not as important as the head of the Lu family in Zhangcheng. Dean Zhang's face shifted back and forth for a good amount of time before he walked towards Fong Mo.
Little brother, it is indeed my negligence.
You should know clearly that we can't afford to mess with those powerful people either.
Who would have thought that the Lu family's old man would suddenly have to be hospitalized? Fong Mo immediately let out a cold laugh. Sure enough, it's still ad hoc.
Just because the Lu family is some so-called powerhouse, you can't follow the first-come first-served rule, can you? What about the fact that doctors are supposed to preach that the mighty should not yield,
the rich and the poor should not move? Is this the kind of medical care that is available at Lehigh Hospital?
A coldness flashed across Fong Mo's brows. He rarely showed this expression.
Dean Zhang was still bitterly explaining to Fong Mo, hoping that he would put things to rest.
This is a situation where we have only one ward left at the moment as well, and the others are older patients who have been hospitalized for long periods of time and have equally impressive backgrounds.
And we don't always want to get rid of those older patients. So, noticing Dean Zhang's blear-eyed gaze, Fong Mo's eyes narrowed and he said with a cold smile, "So we'll just have to resign ourselves to giving up our wards?"
Dean Zhang nodded with a bitter smile.
"It can't be helped. I'll definitely try to arrange a mid-level ward that will satisfy you. Little brother, what do you think? Does it look good to me?" Fong Mo did not give Dean Zhang the slightest bit of face and said with a bland smile, "Why should we, who were here first, have to move our house for them? Go get the POS machine. We're done with the paperwork anyway. Let's swipe the card now." Hearing this, Dr. Lu over there was furious.
"Kid, you didn't listen to a word of what our leader said to you half a day after he gave you a hard time,
did you?" Dean Zhang was also a bit annoyed. How could the young man still be oil and salt? This kid doesn't think he can do whatever he wants at the hospital just because he knows Mr. Li, does he?
He's afraid he's overthinking it.
Today, even if Li Haowen were to be hospitalized here, if he bumped into the Lu family's old man, the hospital would still give Li Hao the man for sickbay. To put it bluntly, the current Li's group doesn't have much say in Li's hospital. I'm running out of patience. Just then,
the young man in the suit tugged at the tie around his neck and seemed to say with some impatience,
"Someone, clean up the trash inside for me." "Who are you calling trash?" Fong Mo raised his eyes to look at the other party. The man in the suit didn't even seem to want to take care of Fong Mo, and Dr. Lu was still like a licking dog rushing to appease the other party.
Lu Xiao, you mustn't be generalized with these straw bags of theirs.
Being angry hurts your body. What should you do if you get angry? Fong Mo's narrow eyes slowly narrowed slightly. In fact, he didn't have much patience left. "Kid, this is the Zhangcheng Lu family's Lu Xiao, Lu Wentao. It's not an existence that you can mess with. If you're sensible, you should quickly take your people and get lost." Otherwise you'll inevitably have to suffer in the back. Lu Wentao didn't seem to want to pay attention to Fang Mo at all.
His nostrils turned to the sky.
I'm going to count to 3.
Immediately take your people and disappear in front of my eyes, or I'll have her thrown out, and if it delays my old man's rest,
none of you can afford this responsibility. Dean Zhang, no matter what relationship he has with you, this senior ward, I Lu Wentao want it, and I will pay double the price. Boom. What? Double the price?
A day's hospitalization in an advanced ward costs thousands of dollars, and they all start at 10 days. For the average working family simply cannot afford to raise. After all, 10 days down at the very least is tens of thousands of dollars.
And now, Lu Wentao wants to double the price?
Put it this way, their old man was hospitalized for 10 days. Is not a sedan burned in.
That's pretty rich. Little brother, take a step back. Dean Zhang glanced at Fang Mo and rubbed his hands helplessly. In terms of burning money, he didn't think that Fang Mo would be Lu Xiao's opponent,
and he was hoping that the youth wouldn't be so uneducated, both inside and outside of his words. After all, the financial power that Lu Xiao had casually displayed was enough to make an ordinary person like Fang Mo look up to him.
Right? There itself with my Lu family than the heritage
smashing money I can live to smash you a stinking loser.
A penniless little carrot ding. Really think that a few friends in the community can flaunt in front of the real power and wealth? I didn't realize that.
The next moment Fang Mo was faintly saying,
then I'll double the price, too,
and swipe my card.
What? You're double the price too? When these words came out, even Su Sanduo behind Fang Mo was slightly moved. He didn't expect Fang Mo to be willing to go to this extent for himself. But isn't Fang Xiao playing this wave a little too much? Lu Wentao's complexion instantly clouded over. Kid, you have to go against me. Lu Wentao? Aha. Fang Mo nodded. Today,
I'll teach you the first come first served rule.
What are you waiting for? Swipe your card. After saying this, Fang Mo directly threw the black card that Ning Yulan had given him earlier into Dean Zhang's hands. Anyway, now that we have the internet cafe business, we can just credit the money to Sister Yulan later when we make a profit.
Dean Zhang was still full of tangled colors at this moment,
not knowing whether to continue to ask Fang Mo to vacate the ward,
or to stand on Fang Mo's side.
However,
when Dean Zhang took a look at the black card in his hand,
his body shook in an instant. This is Mr. Ning's savings card?
He knew the bank president well enough to know that this card was the only one in the world and belonged to only one person.
Then what is the identity of this young man?
While Dean Zhang was immersed in shock, Lu Wentao on the other side had long run out of patience.
Kid, you have to pretend to be a bully with me, don't you? I'd like to see if you can't pretend with me. Come on people, clean up the garbage inside for me.
I'll see who dares to stop.
Whoever stops is against me. Lu Wentao. Wow.
As soon as these words came out, a dozen or so lickspittles similar to that Dr.
Lu directly came forward in unison. Looking at that stance,
it was as if he really intended to rush into the ward and throw Su Sanduo's wife out.
Su Sanduo had long been rubbing his fists ready to strike. Just then,
that Dean Zhang was suddenly shouting,
"Wait, a little peace and quiet." In the next moment,
Dean Zhang carefully lowered his head and came to Fang Mo,
asking with fear and trepidation, "Brother, may I ask, what is your relationship with Ning Yulan Ning of the Ning Group?"
When he said this,
Dean Zhang even gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
It seemed to have some scorn for Ning Yulan,
the #1 female president of Jiangcheng. Fang Mo sniffed and glanced at him in a nonchalant manner,
his mouth slowly spitting out 2 words, couple. Chapter 80, The Mysterious Big Brother.
Boom.
When the word husband and wife came out, the scene was quiet for a moment, including the dozen or so paramedics who tried to rush up and throw people out.
What the hell?
That Lu Wentao didn't react to the situation and said with some confusion,
Do it guys. Didn't you hear me when I told you to clear the garbage out of the room? Gollum. I don't know who was the first to swallow.
Immediately after that, Dean Zhang was coughing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, there were some misunderstandings that I didn't explain clearly to you just now. This high-class ward,
it is true that someone else was here first. I just thought carefully about it.
When you called me, Mr. Lu,
the person's formalities were all done.
We have to follow a first-come first-served basis for everything, don't we? What's more, the hospital nurse station side is based on the procedures to register accommodation patients. People have already registered.
The system cannot be changed. In the face of this 180-degree change in Dean Zhang's attitude before and after,
Lu Wentao was completely confused. What the hell? That's not what you old thing just said. Dean Zhang's remarks were obviously a polite scene to fool people. Lu Wentao gritted his teeth. Could it be that this kid's background is stronger than mine?
Able to make the Lishur hospital so scornful?
Even going so far as to brush me off? In the next moment, the afterthought Lu Wentao finally reacted. Wait, What did you guys just say? Mr. Ning Yulan? This kid and Ning Yulan are husband and wife?
A look of intense disbelief passed over his face.
You're Ning Yulan's husband. Doesn't that mean that the last time my cousin was deflated at your hands? Fong Mo nodded. Thanks to your kid not reacting too slowly, or else he would have to provide Susando with another opportunity to show off his skills today. But, which one is your cousin?
Fong Mo may have recently annoyed the Moon Elder who holds the red thread because of his flash marriage to Ning Yulan.
I've offended too many people, so I really can't remember any other enemies with the name Lu. When Lu Wentao heard Fong Mo's affirmative reply,
his heart had long set off shock waves, but he still gritted his teeth and forced himself to be calm and said,
my cousin's name is Lu Chen. Lu Chen? Lu Chun, the one who screwed Fong Mo and Lin Shirhan? No wonder I said I had the urge to smack you in the face when I saw you.
So you're Lu Chan's dickhead of a cousin.
Fong Mo nodded. Come to think of it, if you don't say anything, I might not want to clean you up, but now that you mention Lu Chen's name,
a nameless fire is rubbing off in my heart. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight or else I'll let my friend do it.
Saying that, Fong Mo pointed to Su Sanduo, who was a tall man on the side. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched violently. Where was Ning Yulan's husband? An existence that he could not afford to mess with? Even the Lu family behind him was more than a star and a half behind Ning Yulan. But this kid's arrogant and domineering attitude really annoyed him a bit. Not to mention the fact that today's hospitalized person is still his own old man, who has been sent to this Li Shur hospital. If the old man knew, he couldn't even take a senior ward. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the family? How could he, Lu Wentao, convince the family in the future? On the other side, Fong Mo had slowly extended 3 fingers. 3, 2, the countdown has begun.
The crowd of paramedics beside them all took a few steps back in fear as they watched Su Sando grin a hideous smile.
Su Sanduo was, after all, someone who had been an offshore mercenary, and the aura alone was difficult for ordinary people to match. With a casual sneer, he scared the hell out of Dr. Lu, who had been strutting his stuff just a moment ago, and hid behind Lu Wentao, fearing that Su Sando would count on this guy's intention to throw the woman in the room out. 1. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fong Mo was about to order Su Sanduo to make a move. Right at this moment, Lu Wentao growled with a sullen face, kid, stop a little bit, do you think you're the only one with a backer? Oh, Fong Mo lifted his chin non-committally. And then what? To be honest, Fong Mo didn't even intend to move out Sister Yulan to set up an example today. If it wasn't for the fact that he only had a black card on him that Sister Yulan had given him, it just so happened that this dean had recognized the owner of this card. Fong Mo was reluctant to mention his identity as Ning Yulan's husband when he went out. It's not that Sister Yulan can't hold her hand, but it's mainly because relying on a woman to act like a bully is a bit too much of a drop. Usually in crooked-mouthed Dragon King's novels, which of those villainous brainwashed women aren't shouting lines like who is my husband? How awesome is my husband? Don't you dare touch me? But how many male villains have you seen out and about with their mouths open know who my wife is? My wife is a phone call away. Cough cough. Look how familiar a bridge it is. Even the male villains in other people's novels know that relying on women to play the part is a bit of a fall from grace. Fong Mo was at least the king of hackers who had shaken the darknet. Naturally, I don't want to put my head only a month-long sister husband label. Lu Wentao gritted his teeth. Lu Wentao, am not without a backer. Dependent? Fong Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. When did Lao Zi move out of the backing? Does this guy think Sister Yulan is my backer? You're overthinking it, aren't you? Lu Wentao looked at Fong Mo's face full of suspicion, and thought that he had scared the other party, and said with a cold smile, that's right, I've recently befriended a mysterious big brother, and it just so happens that he's also in this hospital. If you don't want to get your family's Mr. Ning in trouble, I'd advise you to do your best. Hold it. Halfway through the words, Fong Mo suddenly stopped listening. What's with the mysterious big brother shit? You think you're on a blind date? I also the masked singer. Fong Mo revealed an odd expression that seemed like a smile. Dude, at the risk of being rude, who's the mysterious big guy? You don't even tell me who they are, so how do I know if I can mess with the other person? Wow. With these words, it was clear that the scene was a bit of a sword fight. However, including Su Sanduo, Dean Zhang and the others, a roaring burst of laughter resounded all around. This Lu Wentao is too funny, isn't he, mysterious big brother? I still have the mystery guest on. Ha 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 ha. Pretending to be a bully is pretending to be a bully. What kind of person puts out harsh words like this? This is not properly telling others. I have no backing. Don't mess with me. And if you push me any further, I'll really wimp out. But, you don't say. You really don't say. That description does seem a bit vivid. A few medical nurses who had originally looked at Lu Wentao's arrogance and dominance with some displeasure murmured. Fong Mo also couldn't help but purse his lips. Young Lu, after reading novels for so many years, this is the first time I've come across a novel with an anti-pi threatens people like that. You, Lu Wentao's face flushed red. I don't say it because the other side can scare you to death by saying it. If you are bold, have the ability to let me make a phone call. I, Lu Wentao, have recently embraced the thighs, and I am worried that there is no place to show strength to my Lu family relatives. There were already several Lu family members and friends coming up the stairs one after another behind them. As they watched the conflict over here, they all sought out passers-by to find out what was going on. When he heard Lu Wentao threaten the mysterious big brother, even those fellow Lu family members laughed their heads off. Lu Wentao instantly felt some heat on his face. Fong Mo coughed, then said with an odd expression, "Dare I ask, young Lu, did I hold down your hands or bind your limbs? If you want to call for help, you can yell. It's not like anyone's stopping you." Chapter 81, Disgraceful. You. Lu Wentao covered his chest and his face reddened from Fong Mo's anger. However, he did recently recognize a big shot in his eyes, and the other party was well known throughout China, and even throughout the Southeast Asian business community. However, with his Lu Wentao's curiosity, he will only be able to have a generalized friendship with others. The other party polite 2 sentences. There is a need to find me to help. Put in the past, Lu Wentao did not really expect to move out of the other side of the power to bully people. But today so many people watched. Lu Wentao if really lost this face, after going home cannot raise their heads. At that thought, Lu Wentao took out his cell phone and wanted to dial Big Brother's number. Who knew that an impatient voice suddenly sounded from the other end of the corridor. "Fucking, what are you doing? You're making a lot of noise. How can you let people rest? Our child is already a light sleeper. How can the child rest when you guys are yakking?" Hearing this voice, Lu Wentao first froze, then turned his head to look with a face full of excitement. "Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. I just wanted to call you. There is an ungrateful guy who insisted on robbing the ward with our old man. I hope that Lu Xiao can do us a favor and show up on the basis of our acquaintance." Lu Wentao groveled in the face of the slender, slim silhouette, his waist bent to 90 degrees. "Oh, Mr. Ryu, could this be the mysterious big brother Lu Wentao was talking about? The man known as Mr. Lu first glanced at Lu Wentao and then took a look at Fong Mo, who was not far away. The two of them looked at each other for a split second and smiled playfully at each other. Well, Lu Wentao eyed Lu Xiao always staring at each other, and thought that Lu Xiao was considering his proposal. The next moment, that Mr. Lu walked straight towards Fong Mo's side. Lu Wentao's eyes even surged with a touch of joy. The outside world rumored that General Lu had been practicing martial arts for many years and had a bad temper. Usually conflicts with people are basically resolved by force. "Mr. Lu, this can't be that he really intends to help himself out, right?" Lu Wentao's waist is invariably straightened up. Pointing at Fong Mo viciously said, "Kid, you're screwed." Hearing this, Fong Mo lifted his chin thoughtfully to look at the man walking towards him. "Are you sure he's the mystery guest you called out? How dare this kid treat Mr. Lu when he's so close to death? Disrespectful?" Lu Wentao, as a licking dog, was instantly enraged. "Who the hell told you to point your finger at young Lu? You kid want to die, don't you? Lu Xiao, I'm not the one who picks fights. This kind of thing in my place. I simply can't bear it. If I were you, I'd slap you." Before he could finish his words, Mr. Lu impatiently flipped his hand and gave Lu Wentao a slap, directly jerking him away. "So you're not me." Slap. The slaps were loud and carried throughout the hallway, immediately followed by General Lu's contemptuous taunts. "Idiot, why so much bullshit? Do I know you well? Still here to teach me things?" In the next moment, General Lu Qing enthusiastically rushed at Fong Mo. "I just happened to be looking for you, and I didn't think we'd coincidentally run into each other here." After saying this, Mr. Lu didn't even look at that Lu Wentao and shook Fong Mo's hand with a smile. "Your sister-in-law insisted on meeting with you, saying that she wanted to thank you in person for helping me retrieve my child last time. I couldn't even stop her, but I thought that you were busy with your big wedding recently, so I guess there were a lot of things to do, so I didn't make an appointment with you." After saying this, the man clapped both hands together and gave a cynical smile. Brother, don't you think it's a coincidence that when we speak of the devil, he arrives? And I was just chatting with my wife about you when you came out. Why don't we delay your time for a while, meet your sister-in-law, and give my brother a face? In this way, that Lamborghini downstairs, you take it and drive it as you please, just as brother's reward to you. Boom. Hearing this, the entire room froze. Lu Wentao is even full of incredulity towards the direction of General Lu. Obviously, take General Lu and Fong Mo no. Fong Mo also wondered how he could run into this unreliable baby daddy everywhere he went. This is the chairman of Capital and Culture, Lu Qing.
Seeing Fang Mo pursed his lips and smiled without showing his teeth. Lu Qing thought that Fang Mo was unwilling to meet his wife with himself, and immediately shoved a car key into Fang Mo's hand.
Seeing this scene, countless pairs of eyes with contempt, suspicion, and mockery fell on Lu Wentao. The look in everyone's eyes seemed to say, "Is that what you call a backer? Whose backer called over to be a brother to the other side? And the most outrageous thing is that your family backer still lets people drive since his own car. Seems to be someone to curry favor with the opposite side of the. Are you sure you know each other? Why does it feel like this isn't your backer? It's someone else's Fang Mo's backer?" Countless pairs of questioning gazes were projected onto Lu Wentao's face, and even the corners of his own mouth twitched violently, only feeling that his cheeks were on fire, as if he had been slapped a dozen times invisibly. First time I've seen a shouted backer who beat up one of their own and backhandedly invited someone else to drive their car. This wave has called me calling out for someone across the street to punch me in the face. There's no way. Who let people Lu Xiao hard mouth? Hard mouth that can only face suffer. On the other side, Fang Mo also looked at Lu Wentao with a smirk, but he was too lazy to take care of the bereaved dog and waved his hand to reject the car keys handed over by Lu Qing. "Since my sister-in-law wants to see me, I'll just go and meet her. Since we all know each other anyway." Recognize the two words Fang Mo bites very heavy and heavy. Seems to be deliberately said to Lu Wentao. It's to remind him to figure out what the word recognize means. Lu Wentao only felt his eyes go black and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. When they passed by him, neither Fang Mo nor Lu Qing, both of them didn't take more than a glance towards Lu Wentao. "Old Su, you stay with your daughter-in-law. I'll be right there." After saying this, Fang Mo entered another ward. Su Sanduo excitedly glanced at Fang Mo's back and decided in his heart that he had followed the right person this time. Anyone with a clear eye can see that Lu Wentao also has an extraordinary background. However, in front of Fang Mo, the opponent didn't even last 2 rounds before his face was swollen. Not only was the whole room laughed at, but he was also slapped in the face by the rescuer he had called for, and was completely reduced to a laughingstock. Although this did not intuitively show anything, it was enough to show that Fang Mo had made a wide range of friends. Soon, a pale silhouette also came up the stairs with the help of the crowd. Seeing Lu Wentao standing still with an iron face, the old man's eyes widened. "What's wrong, Wentao? Has the ward not materialized yet?" A few Lu family elders jumped out directly with angry accusations. "Lu Wentao, you can't even do a good job of arranging such a little thing for you?" "That's right, at least it's the best of our Lu family's younger generation. Arranging a high-level ward and grinding for so long. Are you on a dry diet? The old man is here. What do you think we should do now? Should we let the old man wait in the hallway?" Lu Wentao's face became more and more ugly, and even the Lu family's old man shook his head. "Wentao, originally the young generation, I see you the most line. Now, alas." After a heavy sigh, the old man didn't speak again. However, several Lu family elders were all happy in their hearts because it showed that the old man was disappointed with Lu Wentao's performance today. In the next moment, a figure as young as Lu Wentao slowly stood out from the crowd. "Didn't we already call ahead? Who dares to rob my Lu family's ward?" As he spoke, the man also grabbed Dean Zhang by the neck and said coldly, "Dean Zhang, I'm afraid you haven't seen my Lu Chen's methods, have you?" That's right. The person who stood out at this moment was none other than the culprit who caused Fang Mo and Lin Shihan to separate earlier. Lu Chen. Lu Chen and Lu Wentao were of the same young generation of the Lu family, and the two were already in a competitive relationship. Seeing his cousin Lu Wentao suffer defeat, Lu Chen couldn't be happier. Grandpa is very disappointed in Lu Wentao at the moment. Isn't this exactly the time for his performance? Dean Zhang smiled bitterly at his words. "Lu Xiao, friends of the Lu family, it's not that I don't give you face. The other party has the same background. If you don't believe me, ask young master Lu Wentao. Even he can't afford to offend the other party. Not a bad background?" Lu Chen sneered. "Lu Wentao, you've really disgraced our Lu family. I'd like to see today, what kind of person dares to rob my grandfather's hospital room. And by the way, just because you Lu Wentao can't afford to offend someone, it doesn't mean that I, Lu Chen, can't afford to offend them either." It's a dominant and powerful voice. Even a few of the paramedics got sideways glances at that comment, speculating whether the second young master of the Lu family would have any other cards that could hit Fang Mo in the face. Elder Lu, who was on the side, also clapped his hands, a slight look of relief passing over his face. "Such is the way to beget a son. Such is the way to beget a son. Unlike some people who go out in the name of the Lu family and only dare disgraceful things." When he said this, Elder Lu even glanced in Lu Wentao's direction with dissatisfaction. Lu Wentao's face became more and more ugly. "Then you go. You have the ability to snatch the ward back." Lu Chen sneered. "No need for you to say that. Leave this." Words. Lu Chen directly walked in towards the ward. A proud smile reappeared on Elder Lu's face.
my Lu family heirs are still people with backbone.
Otherwise out and about, encountering things I Lu family have to back down.
Will not my old face accumulated over the years to lose all? The old man's words were all about insinuating that Lu Wentao was not doing his job well, which made Lu Wentao's face more and more ironic.
Several Lu family elders were also talking and mocking Lu Wentao's cowardice, that he couldn't even keep a ward,
simply disgracing the Lu family.
But just half a minute later,
a figure suddenly flew backwards out of the ward.
Bang! Accompanied by a miserable scream.
It hit the wall hard with a loud bang.
Countless gazes from the surroundings instantly landed on the other party's figure.
Only the tower-like lanky figure slowly walked out of the room.
He looked around the room with a cold face,
and his eyes fell on a kind of Lu family.
Which ungrateful one is trying to rob my wife's hospital room again? Chapter 82, Chu Zimo. World Computer Champion. Aren't they all high-class wards? How come this one is made so cozy? Fang Yamo didn't know that after Elder Lu's arrival,
the conflict about the fight for the wards had plummeted again, but it was easily settled by Su Sanduo with his absolute strength. Entering this high-class ward of Lu Qing, Fang Yamo only felt that why the gap between people was so big? Obviously it's all the same stuff, even the same price. But what is it that people's Lu Qing wives live with? The first thing is the soapy flowers that are placed all around. And as for why they don't use real flowers, it's obvious that the pollen is irritating and will irritate Willow Green's children. There was a tiny crib in the middle of the room, and on the bed lay a small baby, staring wide-eyed at the doorway from which the commotion had come. There's also a huge floor-to-ceiling window at the other end of the room, with windows facing outside for full sunbathing, and even a small baby pool in the bathroom. Willow Green hemmed and hawed and rushed to the women in the room. I invited Brother Fang Yamo here. Didn't you just say you wanted to meet someone? Baby, look, who did Daddy bring? The little baby on the bed instantly looked at Fang Yamo. His big black eyes locked with Fang Yamo without showing any fear. Fang Yamo was also a bit happy to see the little guy. Hello, baby, Uncle is happy to see you safe and sound. Only in the next moment did Fang Yamo have the time to survey the other figure in the room. It was a woman whose appearance wasn't absolutely beautiful, but was a woman with a dusty, otherworldly aura. Just sitting there, she gave off a feeling of being a lady of the house, and when Lu Qing came in and made a commotion, she withdrew her gaze except for a somewhat scolding glance at the man. Immediately afterward, she looked towards Fang Yamo and serenely nodded at the youth. Thank you for helping Willow Green retrieve Willow 2 egg last time. Put. Fang Yamo originally wanted to respond politely, but in the end, when he heard the name Lu Erden, he really didn't hold back a bit. Ahem, sister-in-law. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at the baby's name. I just thought of something happy. Lu Qing instantly rolled her eyes. Smile, smile. It's not like you're an outsider. You're at least a benefactor who saved Erden's little life. What's there to be polite about? Lu Qing, you still have the nerve to say that? Fang Yamo originally thought that Lu Qing's wife was a quiet nature. As a result of hearing this, Lu Qing her wife became furious and rushed up and pinched Lu Qing's ear and yanked it hard twice. When we wrote the name on the household register, we agreed that the child's name would be Lu Erden. You can't fucking write. So look it up in the dictionary. You perfunctorily wrote yourself a two-egger. For fuck's sake. The kid's so small now, it's hard to change his name. Fang Yamo? 2 Dan? 2 eggs? Big brother harmonic terrier will not be you so play ah. The corner of Fang Mo's mouth twitched violently. No wonder Lu Qing is afraid of his wife. If he himself were to blindly write Sister Yulan and his child's name in the future, it is estimated that even according to Sister Yulan's current level of favoritism towards him, 80% of them would have to expel him. Fang Yamo, from the house. This performance of Lu Qing's wife was already considered reasonable. Anyone with a slightly lesser temperament would have been lucky not to have gotten him killed. Wife, Erden's savior is in front of him. Can't you give me some face? Lu Qing cried and mourned. The baby on the bed seems to have become accustomed to his old man's defeat, and even smiled and clapped his little hands. A little bit of hand dancing. Fang Yamo spared a glance at the baby. You really learned your dad's gloating skills at a young age, didn't you? Give you face? When you gave your son this name, did you ever think that in the future his classmates would not give Erden a face in light of the fact that you, as a father, have a lot of money in your family? Put. Fang Yamo once again didn't hold back and burst out laughing. If Lu Qing were a serious nature, just now in the corridor recognized Fang Mo's moment, directly shouted out Fang Mo's name, but this guy likes to deliberately pretend to be deep. Only when Lu Wentao said the wrong thing did Lu Qing backhand a slap that rocked the room. Enjoying Lu Wentao's dismayed look as he was punched in the face, Lu Qing, the guy who fell into a well to gloat, didn't know how much pain he should feel. Although he had no quarrel with Lu Wentao, there was no rule that you had to have a bit of a conflict in order to watch others laugh, right? To put it bluntly, this guy Lu Qing is the legend of watching the fun. The type of person who likes to make things a little bigger, and figure out for themselves that it's more fun to watch.
As soon as, at that moment, the little one on the bed grunted, Fanyamo hurriedly looked towards the little baby, only to see the little thing that was only a few months old smile and roll over, then babble and shout twice more. Milk sounds can melt the heart of almost any adult male. Fanyamo couldn't help but think of himself and Sister Yulan's future. Would they also have a little pink cutie like this in the future? I'm sorry, brother Fanyamo. I'm a little short-tempered. I'll coax the baby first. You sit first. After all, Lu Qing's wife was a mother, and at a glance she could see that the child was sleepy, and hurriedly walked to the crib and patted the baby's back. Mommy's here. Mommy's here. Mommy's going to sing you a lullaby. Okay, baby?
When Lu Qing's wife coaxed her child, it was a completely different voice than when she treated Lu Qing. Embracing the sweet voice, gently patting and caressing the baby, the little one enjoyed his mother's tenderness, and his big dark eyes were soon clouded with a hint of sleepiness.
Well, are all women like this after having a baby? Fanyamo sympathetically glanced at this famous Lu Xiao. Is this the legendary Southeast Asia's famous foreign capital Big Brother? In front of his wife did not dare to put a fart, and even the family status of even half of the son is not as good as. There were no extra chairs in the room, just two. Taking advantage of the time when Lu Qing's wife was coaxing her child, Fanyamo smoothly sat on his butt on the chair that Lu Qing's wife had just sat on, and only then did he realize that there was even a palm-sized mini-computer in front of him. Fanyamo thought it was Lu Qing's wife, who was bored of taking care of the child playing the game, and subconsciously said, "Sister-in-law playing games on such a small screen." Ha! As it happened, Lu Erden had fallen into a deep sleep in his mother's arms. Lu Qing's wife placed the child smoothly on the bed and pulled the green silk on her forehead, before she turned back to Fanyamo with a smile. Brother Fanyamo misunderstood. Where is the time to play games? I'm helping Lu Qing with company business. Their group is not doing multinational business well. Many international banks have not opened the corresponding business. Reconciliation needs to be manually executed manually.
So I can only operate on the source code myself to develop a set of small programs to help them carry out the transfer of trading digital currencies.
Without this,
it is easy for both parties to a transaction to have information bias, causing the transaction to fail.
Hearing this, Fanyamo instantly, a freeze. Software development? Or can you be responsible for software development for multinational financial operations? Does your sister-in-law have authorization from a multinational bank in her hands and is herself very computer savvy? Hearing this, a flash of pride flashed across Lu Qing's wife's face.
Lu Qing smiled and patted Fanyama's shoulder,
pointing at his wife. Don't underestimate my wife.
She was a dark horse in the World Computer Society competition. She won the championship in that session, is considered to be very famous.
A dark horse in a computer race? Champion? Shoo, keep your voice down. The baby's asleep.
Lu Qing's wife looked at Lu Qing's voice getting louder and louder and glared at him unhappily. However, the proud look on his face had not receded in the slightest. Lu Qing scrunched his head when he was scolded by his wife.
Seeing this, Fanyamo laughed lightly.
Although Lu Qing's fear of his wife was wimpy,
it made Fanyamo feel inexplicably cozy.
Especially with the sound of even breathing of the baby on the bed at the moment. It makes people quiet inside without realizing it. A master named Yu once said that there are no men who are afraid of their wives, only men who love their wives.
Willow Green is the latter. In the next moment, Fanyamo suddenly slapped the back of his head and looked at Lu Qing's wife in surprise. Words. Sister-in-law wouldn't be the Chu Zimo player who represented Kimchi country and went to the Computer Association competition that year, would she? You've heard of me? The woman was a little surprised to hear this.
Oh,
quite the world champion. Fanyamo gave a heartfelt sigh. It's true that there are no mediocre people in the mansion. No wonder she was able to be Lu Qing's wife.
This woman really did have two tricks up her sleeve. The Exam Dragon group of the Computer Society competition in recent years has also been involved in the organizing committee.
That's why Fanyamo knew the champion personnel as well. As far as Fanyamo knows, there are very few Asian masters in the World Computer Association.
And only the year before last there was a dark horse player who came out of nowhere to win the championship in one fell swoop.
And the other side is rare or a woman. So Fanyamo is impressed by the name. I did not expect to meet in reality today. I've heard of it, rare female computer whiz, but, halfway through his words, Fanyamo frowned at the source code on the screen and suddenly said, but, sister-in-law, you're not very good at writing this firewall. Wow. At those words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Chu Zimo's gaze toward Fanyamo instantly had a touch more hostility in it. Chapter 83. How does she know all this? At least he was the king of hackers. Fanyamo swept his eyes and immediately saw the problem with this software. It looks high-end though, and even when you get into the execution interface, it's very well developed. But there is a fatal problem with this software, which is that it is not inherently risk-resistant in any way. It's like gold and jade on the outside, Not to mention professional hackers. Just anyone who knows a little bit about computers can easily steal Capitalan statements and transaction flows. As Fang Mo's voice fell, the entire room fell silent. Wow! Silence. Deadly silence. In the next moment, Chu Zimo's eyes narrowed, a touch of contempt skimming the bottom of her eyes. What did Brother Fang Mo just say? That the source code I wrote wasn't very good? A woman is a world champion. Of course she has her own arrogance. Who the hell is Fang Mo, and qualified to question your own strength? Seeing that his wife seemed to have moved to anger, Lu Qing quickly rounded off the conversation. I'm sorry, my wife really forgot to tell you just now. Brother Fang Mo also has some understanding of computers. Before the people from the Jin family group, they also looked for Brother Fang Mo to fix the bugs to come, but he refused. Oh, hearing this, a flash of surprise flashed across Chu Zimo's face, but it was only a surprise. The woman retreated from the gratitude she felt just now and glanced at Fang Mo with a cold smile. I seem to have heard Brother Fang Mo say that my firewall writing wasn't very good? What's the problem? Fang Mo was straightforward. Although sister-in-law, this firewall uses standard mass programming techniques. It doesn't add any counterattacking trojans and phishing viruses, so if someone wants to attack, it can be done in minutes. Fang Mo. Before the words were finished, Fang Mo's voice was interrupted by the woman. Chu Zimo's face was cold, scaring Fang Mo into immediately shutting up. Do you know anything about programming? Fang Mo sniffed and touched the tip of his nose resentfully. No, not really, I guess. Although he was the king of hackers, his obvious identity was just a computer whiz, especially in front of this world champion. Fang Mo was a bit remorseful that he had just straightened his heart and gave people the finger. Doesn't that look like a proper class act to anyone else? Hearing these words, Chu Zimo's eyes narrowed. I'm a straight talker, so don't take offense. How dare a layman, who even knows a little about programming fear, instruct professionals here? Hiss. That's not straight. It was a clear move to anger. Fang Mo saw that the woman was angry, and also understood that his hiding his clumsiness made the other party think that he was just a newcomer. So it's only natural that women don't listen to advice. Anyone would be upset to see someone trivialize their work. Fang Mo put his mind at ease and explained with a bitter smile. No, sister-in-law. The main thing is that recently I've seen a lot of news about what major groups of clouds being attacked, even including some of the big families in China, all of which have had problems with digital currency transactions being stolen. Just thought I'd make a little suggestion. Lu Qing also nodded in agreement. Wife, Brother Fang Mo really knows about computers. Why don't you listen to his advice? Chu Zimo pointed her finger in the other direction. Lu Qing, go make tea for the guests. Hearing this, the wifey Lu Qing resentfully shrunk her head and picked up the teapot and went into the kitchen to receive water. In the next moment, Chu Zimo glanced at Fang Mo. So you think there's something wrong with the firewall in the program I wrote? Sister-in-law. All I can say is that the importance of the firewall thing is self-evident. It's better to be cautious. Maybe you can check for any loopholes and bugs. You'd better check it a few more times before uploading it, right? Fang Mo can't explicitly say, I am the king of hackers Zhang. You write this kind of firewall, in my opinion, just come to a little bit of level of hackers can give you easy to break through. At those words, Chu Zimo but frowned impatiently. Loophole? Bug? You fucking kid is hilarious. If you know the direction of capital culture's business, you understand that a lot of capital culture's transactions, which use digital currencies, and those reconciliations are basically decentralized. What would be the problem? Chu Zimo said, and also crossed one of her legs, faintly saying, can't it be monitored except by us and the other party to the transaction? Besides, it's not like all the information is at risk of the cloud servers being attacked. Wow, risk of cloud servers being attacked? Chu Zimo was clearly alluding to what happened to Ning's group yesterday. Fang Mo let out a bitter smile. Chu Zimo will know his relationship with Ning Yulan is not difficult. Do not need to guess, all know 80% as Lu Qing told her. Fang Mo grinned. Lu Qing had at least helped with the final closing of the Lu Banqian last time. So Fang Mo was still thinking that since we have all met, we can't just sit back and do nothing. On the basis of each other is considered a friend. Can help a little is a little. Fang Mo hesitated and bit his lip. Sister-in-law, I actually have a friend who seems to dabble a bit in this kind of programming. So why don't I send him your source code and ask him to help look at it? And recently a lot of big families in the capital are also trading with digital currencies. Those of their originally entrenched super firewalls have been breached. How can Cade Culture be said to be a multinational enterprise known in China and abroad? It may be targeted by hackers. It is always good to be prepared. Hearing this, both Lu Qing, who had just boiled hot water and walked out, and Chu Zimo, the husband and wife, glanced at each other and both of their faces changed. Chu Zimo even sneered. How dare you? Disclosing the source code to your friends? Fang Mo, are you not computer savvy at all? Or do you simply not understand the risks after sharing source code?
You do realize that doing so could be tantamount to opening up our statements to others. Later on, that friend of yours will have access to our public accounts at Cade Culture anytime the program is up and running. Hiss. Looking at Chu Zimo's eyes were gradually freezing.
Fang Yamo slapped the back of his head.
Just now he was focusing on kindly making suggestions, but he forgot about this.
Can you be sure that that friend is pulling out all the stops for you?
If the bill is misplaced afterward,
or if the account is lost, can you afford to take the blame? Hearing Chu Zimo's unflinching split-face rebuke, Fang Yamo laughed bitterly in succession.
Yeah, that's true. I blame myself for being mouthy.
I should have known better than to mention it. I have nothing to do.
Nothing to fiddle with the bull in front of the other Computer Association champions. Lu Qing watched the atmosphere gradually solidify before he came over and rounded off the scene.
Ahem. Brother Fang Yamo, don't mind. My wife, she's just like this. In her own area of specialization, she's just always been a bit more egotistical. Alright, T&T. Upon hearing this, Fang Yamo took the soaked mao tip in Lu Qing's hand and took a sip. It's okay, Willow, I didn't take it personally. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I was being a bit nosy, but I have another idea.
I have a set of written firewalls in my hand.
Why don't you try using them? Fang Yamo was still a bit undecided. Otherwise, he knew exactly how devastating the program written by Chu Zimo would be to Cade Culture once it was in operation. Lu Qing sincerely regarded him as a friend, and he didn't want to see Lu Qing in bad luck. Hearing these words,
Chu Zimo's red lips once again hooked up a touch of disdain.
Brother Fang Yamo,
I won't bother you with the internal affairs of our company. I can be sure that at least our firewall isn't as fragile as Ning's group.
What's more, you're not the one who wrote the firewall.
So how do you know that the firewall you're holding will be able to solve Ning's group's troubles while also helping to risk maintain our software? Don't think that you have a seemingly good set of firewalls in your hands that you can sell under the banner of I'm doing you a favor when you get to anyone.
Wow. Hearing this, Fang Yamo originally had his head lowered and sipped his tea with a bitter smile.
But after savoring Chu Zimo's words, he suddenly noticed a key point in the words.
Fang Yamo instantly whitened his pupils. Etc.
How did Lu Qing's wife know that the Ning group crisis was solved by the firewall in her own hands? This matter should only be clear to the internal staff of Ning's group,
and some people in a small circle. What's more,
even if Lu Qing had met Elder Jean the last time he asked for his help, that would only mean that Fang Yamo perhaps knew some bug-fixing type of programming. Even if Lu Qing guessed that Fang Yamo was the big contributor to the Ning group's troubles being solved,
the specific details should not be clear to Lu Qing. Fang Yamo opened his dry lips and asked a tentative question. Did your sister-in-law do some research on digital currency firewalls?
I've heard that the firewalls of the 5 major families in the capital are extraordinary. Why don't you just carry their firewalls,
sister-in-law,
or use their source code as a reference?
The 5 families? Chu Zimo looked at Fang Yamo, who seemed to still be haunted by what happened just now, and immediately let out a cold laugh.
Their kind of garbage firewalls are already struggling to protect themselves now.
Aren't you pushing me into the fire by asking me to go to them for reference? After saying this, Chu Zimo pointed at the baby on the bed. Alright Fang Yamo, the child is asleep. If there's anything you want to say, go out and talk with Lu Qing. I'm also a little tired. I'm going to accompany the child to rest.
Lu Qing, take the guests and leave. Fang Mo's heart had long since set off shockwaves at Chu Zimo's last sentence.
At this moment, he even couldn't help but inhale cool air crazily, until he was dragged out of the hospital room by Lu Qing. Fang Yamo hadn't come back to his senses. Chapter 84, Fang Mo's suspicion. Lu Qing exited the hospital room before tiptoeing and gently closing the door, then grinning bitterly at Fang Yamo. Brother, my wife is that kind of character. Don't mind. Why don't we go out for a meal?
I'll apologize to you on her behalf.
No, it's fine. Fang Yamo waved his hand,
and only then did he ask at Lu Qing with a tangled look on his face.
Young Lu, there's a question I'd like to ask you. Are you familiar with the people of the 5 great families? 5 great families? Those five great families with the longest and most ancient history in the capital city of China?
Lu Qing was stunned for a moment.
Looking at Fang Yamo nodded.
Lu Qing then said suspiciously, not familiar.
Basically there is not much crossover. After all, the business segment of the 5 big people are all in China. The market I do is more inclined to overseas. Moreover,
not to mention other things,
if I go to the capital, the 5 people received the wind is afraid to be nervous. You think about it, they are deeply rooted in China.
Certainly afraid that I Lu Qing to steal other people's business.
So let's not even talk about dealing.
I don't know many of the core scions of the 5 great families.
Hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes slowly narrowed slightly. The 5 big people because of the digital currency trading accident thing. Basically only the members of the Dragon Group know. Could it be that this Chu Zimo is the elite absorbed into the Dragon Group? The moment this thought surfaced, Fang Yamo shook his head. No, it can't be. although Chu Zimo's ancestry was Chinese like Lu Qing's.
Back then she had represented Kimchi country in the World Computer Association competition.
For that experience alone,
there was no way the national security would absorb her into the Dragon team.
Then in that case, where would Chu Zimo know about this matter?
If the senior management of the 5 great families were not idiots.
Basically, when this kind of thing happened,
they would try their best to block the news and then rot in their stomachs. They can't wait for others not to sniff the wind, or else there will inevitably be those who fall on their sword.
With this thought, Fang Mo's narrow eyes slowly narrowed slightly. Then did Xiao Lu mention to his sister-in-law that I made a move to resolve the attack on the Ning Group's cloud? Ha!
Lu Qing noticed Fang Mo's increasingly serious demeanor and was also a bit at a loss for words.
No, I'm just guessing about this. Why would I bring it out for my wife to listen to? Besides, when we entered the room, didn't I introduce you to her and tell her that you know something about computers, which she probably didn't realize at that time? You know about computers. Hearing this, Fang Yemo frowned once again. In that case, Chu Zimo should have other channels of obtaining information.
Although it wasn't difficult to inquire about the events of that day in Ning's group.
Why Chu Zimo knew in such detail was still inevitably thought-provoking. Brother Fang Mo, what are you thinking about? So out of focus.
Lu Qing smiled and patted Fang Mo's shoulder, his handsome face holding a touch of gratitude.
Come on, don't even think about that program. I know you mean well,
but my wife has always been in charge of the reconciliations and the flow of water. And in all that time there have never been any problems, including the fact that it was still my wife's suggestion that we use digital currencies in order to make the transition, and that she has her own unique insights in many areas.
Maybe you both just have different philosophies. What? Use of digital currency or Chu Zimmer's advice? Digital currencies themselves are not considered technically stable. Even the Bank of China is currently in the experimental stage,
and only the wealthy and powerful ones have chosen to use digital currencies in order to cater to the officials and have been forced to bow down. Elsewhere, many areas are not even popular for this stuff.
Chu Zimmer suggests that Lu Qing's use of digital currencies is a strange thing in itself. Decentralized transactions are secure though. However, the transaction lines are basically one-way and difficult to monitor. If something goes wrong, it will be like the recent theft of digital currencies from the 5 greats and the Bank of China. And even if you want to track it down, you'll be somewhat at a loss. After all, any digital currency transaction is recorded only by the 2 parties and does not go through any monitoring agency. It's like bartering in reality. Unless one party makes the record of the transaction public or tells a third party. Otherwise, no one would even know the deal existed.
This has its advantages and disadvantages.
Only at the moment, it is clear that should anything go wrong, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages.
Aha,
I get it, Xiao Lu, but dinner won't be necessary, and you can come to me if any problems occur in the aftermath. By the way, this is for you. Fang Yemo pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow in confusion. What's this? Fang Yemo smiled and explained.
A piece of software I wrote off the top of my head earlier.
You can copy this software into your sister-in-law's computer. It doesn't do any harm in itself, and has a little feature that automatically alerts you to programming code data errors.
Maybe my sister-in-law has been too busy with the kids lately.
Maybe she's been so busy she's forgotten a certain programming technical barrier that the software can mark for her. Hearing this,
Lu Qing sized up the ordinary USB flash drive in his hand that looked like it would last no more than $30.
The next moment, Fang Mo continued.
I also wrote a small Trojan horse virus in there, but it's not for your own computer.
If a hacker breaks in or attacks your program, this Trojan horse will be released automatically and will last about 2 or 3 minutes.
That's enough time to unplug the network cable and protect the data on the hard disk.
Sister-in-law may be proud of herself, but it's always good to take precautions before it's too late. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng nodded and gratefully patted Fang Mo on the shoulder. Okay, thanks bro.
Although Lu Qing had a smile on his face and even said words of gratitude.
However,
Fang Mo obviously still felt that Lu Qing was actually a bit non-committal to his own words,
and he probably didn't put it on his mind as well. After all, no one would believe that a youth in his early 20s would know more about computers than a world champion. Fang Mo didn't let Lu Qing see himself off, but walked to the door of another ward and gently knocked on the door.
And soon Su Sanduo's tan face peeked out and saw that the visitor was Fang Mo. Su Sanduo hurriedly stepped aside to make way for the main entrance.
Fang Xiao, it's fine. I won't go in. You let your wife have a good rest. Lao Su, there's something else I want to ask you in passing. Looking at Fang Mo, he revealed a look that said something serious. Su Sando understood, and quickly changed into a serious expression. What is it? Tell me, young Fang, as long as it's within my power, I'll do whatever I can. It's fine. You don't have to be nervous.
Things are not very important. Just hope you get on the ball and help me keep an eye on that woman in the ward I went into just now. Apart from contact with Lu Xiao, who else does she have contact with at other times? And I hope that if you bump into her you'll be able to take pictures and send them to me.
The exchange with Chu Zimo just now gave Fang Yamo a horrifying thought in his heart. He wasn't sure, but he wanted to try to corroborate it anyway. Upon hearing this, Susando directly smiled and said, "It's not a difficult task. When we were mercenaries, we would often conduct stakeouts for the purpose of carrying out our missions as well."
Fang Yamo nodded and was about to leave, but right at this moment, Susando suddenly slapped the back of his head. "Oh right,
Fang Xiao. That what? There is a problem."
Susanduo grinned at Fang Yamo with a face full of bitterness. "It wouldn't be hard for you to ask me to keep an eye on her or anything. I'd even have no problem with asking me to take note of what everyone who comes into contact with her looks like.
It's just that I don't have a smartphone right now.
Just a small one that can barely keep a conversation going. There's no way to take your picture."
Chapter 85, I'm gonna tell your wife.
Put.
Hearing this, Fang Yamo was directly thunderstruck on the outside.
"Good guy. Those who know clearly that you are a couple of mercenaries smuggled in from outside the country. Those who don't know are afraid to think that you are from a small place in a poor countryside out of it. The husband and wife had at least worked as mercenaries for so many years,
but they didn't even have the savings to buy a cell phone? Young Fang, don't get me wrong. I'm not looking for your cell phone. The main reason is that we came here with US currency, but with two unidentified people. There's no way to find a bank to exchange money."
Susando let out a bitter laugh and rubbed his hands together nervously.
"Young Fang, why don't I give you the money and you help me buy a make-do smartphone? Anyway, as long as we can complete the task you set out to take pictures, we don't have any other requirements." Hearing this, Fang Yamo helplessly waved his hand.
"Forget it, a cell phone doesn't cost much.
I'll just give you one." After saying this, Fang Yamo walked straight towards the hospital floor.
It's a good thing there's actually a cell phone store near Lehigh Hospital.
Fang Yamo just happened to run into an acquaintance when he came in,
only to see a young slender silhouette being surrounded by stars. A few young men of the same age followed around, making suggestions about cell phones.
Fang Yamo had wanted to buy a cell phone in a low profile and leave.
Who knew that the young girl just happened to be at that moment and subconsciously turned her head towards the gate.
Noticing Fang Mo's figure, the two of them locked eyes for a split second. Fang Yamo was still in a daze when the young girl shouted with some surprise. "Ha, Fang Yamo, you're here too. Ahem, MS. Ho, how are you?"
The young girl in the cell phone store at the moment
is not exactly the central bank, the He family's daughter, Miss He Shiyuan, whom she met again during the last tomb sweeping. The few young people around He Shiyuan noticed Fang Yamo were also looking more towards the youth.
There was no shortage of hostility in the sight. "Good guy. I knew there was absolutely no shortage of flies around the beautiful woman with multiple wealth and billions of dollars.
That's why I didn't want to come up and say hello." Fang Yamo touched the tip of his nose resentfully and took a look at the equipment in the counter that had all been dismantled into parts. "Is MS. Ho's cell phone broken?"
He Shouwan let out a light laugh. "No, it's that I lost some photos in my cell phone, so I came to the boutique to get the teller's help to take a look."
After saying this,
He Shouwan stomped her jade feet in some annoyance. "I remembered last time that it clearly existed with a backup in the cloud, but now for some reason I just can't find it. And it has some pictures of my mom and dad taking pictures of me when I was out traveling.
A lot of the scenery can't be seen now, so I'm thinking it would certainly be nice to get the photos back."
"Lost your photo?"
Fang Yamo was stunned,
and then he looked at one of the specialty store counters in front of He Shiyuan. The teller also held a touch of bitterness on her face. "Miss, are you sure that your photos exist in this cell phone? Our cloud backup shouldn't automatically delete your data. Why don't you think about it again? Could it be in another cell phone?" The counter clerk was also able to tell at a glance that He Shouwan's family was definitely quite well off with this kind of dress. It's simply not normal for such people to have more than one cell phone.
"What do you mean? Do you mean that we, Shouwan, lost the photos ourselves and now we've come to your boutique to find fault?"
A tall young man in front of He Shiyuan's followers was instantly displeased. He Shiyuan hurriedly stopped the other party with one hand.
"Chen Feiyu, don't make a scene. Sorry, my friend's temper is a bit hot,
but he has no ill will."
At that,
the teller nodded bitterly.
Seeing this, Fang Yamo pondered for a split second. "Why don't you give me your cell phone and let me take a look for you?" Hearing this, He Shiyuan glanced towards Fang Yamo with some surprise. "Young Fang still knows about electronics?"
"Not really, just digital product lovers, I guess,"
Fang Yamo said.
Taking the cell phone from He Shiyuan's hands, he first surveyed the appearance of the phone. There was basically no wear and tear on the exterior, although a cell phone can basically be said to be worthless for a Chenjin of He Shiyuan's wealth.
However, from He Shouwan's cell phone,
he was able to tell that the woman was still quite fond of it.
"Kid, are you sure you can help Shouwan find those lost photos?
Several of us have been tugging at the specialty store for almost half an hour or so.
Our time is precious." You don't have a fine steel drill. Hard to take the porcelain work to delay our time. The youth known as Chen Feiyu glanced at Fang Yamo warily. Hearing this, Fang Yamo laughed. Stupid lack of this man. My cell phone is not even turned on. Do not even know exactly what the situation is. You're suddenly shifting the focus. Like you're afraid of who's at Ho Yuan. Like you're stealing your thunder. No wonder you haven't gotten your hands on a beautiful woman yet and can only hang around He Shouwan like a licking dog. Of course, Fang Yamo only slandered in his mind and didn't say anything. Chen Feiyu. Shut up. Fang Yamo is my grandfather's life savior. Speak politely. With those words, He Shiyuan took 2 steps towards Fang Yamo. I don't know why. Even though it was clear in her heart that Fang Yamo was already married, when she saw the young man in front of her, He Shiyuan still couldn't help but blush. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene in the underground parking lot of Ning's Mall that day. That scene was heartwarming enough to make He Shouwan remember it for the rest of her life. Fang Yamo, it's fine. I have quite a lot of time. There's nothing to do later. If you're not busy, why don't you have dinner together? Dinner again. Why does everyone I meet today want to ask me out to dinner? Fang Yamo touched the tip of his nose resentfully. Let me check your cell phone for you first. Your machine hasn't recently gotten into water, or overheated at high temperatures during use, and then emitted black smoke, right? No, it doesn't. Fang Yamo nodded, just don't have one. With that said, Fang Yamo asked the teller to borrow a special computer for testing and connected his cell phone to the computer. Long, slender 10 fingers began to tap away on the keyboard. He Shiyuan's beautiful eyes were colorful, and she quietly watched Fang Yamo operate with her chin at the end. When the several licking dogs beside him saw this, especially that Chen Feiyu, the bottom of his eyes flashed with a flash of intense displeasure. There are always some people who are not capable of anything, but their ability to pretend is quite strong. Show 1. I know a master who specializes in repairing lost data on cell phones, and people are on their way over. Why don't we just wait a little bit and let the master help us take a look? He Shiyuan twisted her head and lightly glanced at Chen Feiyu, obviously did not say anything, but scared that Chen Feiyu a shiver. What kind of a pair of cold sight ah? This was the first time in all the years Chen Feiyu had known He Shiyuan that the young girl had looked at herself with this kind of rejecting indifference. He Shiyuan retracted her sight, and only then did her vermilion lips lightly open and faintly said, sit quietly, and if you can't sit still, go outside and look around. After saying this, He Shiyuan moved towards Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo was able to clearly see through the reflection of the computer screen that Chen Feiyu's face had turned iron blue down, and his gaze fell on himself, seemingly holding a grudge against Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo let out a sigh of emotion in his heart. Alas, what kind of sins did Lao Zi create? Kindly help check your phone. This can offend a lickspittle. It should be a data upload that you didn't charge your phone for before you took a break, so it can't be checked by normal means, because at that time, when the data transfer cloud was halfway through, your phone was 80% turned off. In the next moment, Fang Yamo suddenly spoke slowly. Hearing this, He Shiyuan froze, seemingly recalling how she had operated that day. Soon after, He Shiyuan slapped her thigh in surprise. Yes, I remembered. Seems to be really. That day with mom and dad climbed the mountain went back to the hotel has been more than 12 o'clock. I am really a little too tired. Finally did not hold on. Click to uploading photos spinning to sleep. Fang Yamo, do you mean those photos of mine are? Because my cell phone was turned off? Aha. Fang Yamo nodded. The cell phone was turned off and the data transmission was interrupted. I remember when transmitting data doesn't the cell phone often display, please stay connected to the power supply? It's just that I'm afraid that some unexpected situation will happen when the power is suddenly cut off during the running of the program. But that's not hard to fix. The photos aren't missing. After saying this, Fang Yamo flew on the computer and operated it. After about half a minute, a dozen or so photos began to appear on the big screen frame by frame, and Fang Yamo deliberately blocked the screen to allow He Shouwan to recognize them. Look, are those the pictures you lost? He Shouwan nodded excitedly. Yes, that's right. But Fang Yamo, why are you cat blocking the computer screen? As if there's something unseemly in my phone. When these words came out, Fang Yamo let out a dry laugh. I am afraid of your phone in case there are any private photos and other things. If the outsiders see it will not be good. A friend of mine before because of private photos leaked, met a lot of trouble. Fang Yamo was also improvising, and just happened to recall the story Ning Yulan had told herself about Ning Shiyu seeking Zhang's help, although the Vladimir in the story is 80% not himself. However, Fang Yamo also made a note of this matter. If there were any photos or videos in He Shiyuan's cell phone that were not convenient to show to outsiders, it would be embarrassing. I heard that. He Shiyuan was first stunned, then her pretty face turned red as she gently hammered Fang Yamo. What's going on in your head? What kind of single girl keeps private photos on her phone these days? Single people don't save? So those in relationships save? Fong Mo's eyes widened. What kind of weird logic is that? Doesn't that mean there are some private photos in Yulan's cell phone? Holy shit.
In case she loses her phone or has a data breach.
Won't. The more Fong Mo thought about it, the more he was afraid.
And he didn't notice that Xiuwan's face on the opposite side was dark.
Why are you such a nasty thinker? How on earth did Ning Yulan temper you?
I mean the kind of couples who are in a hot and steamy relationship. Occasionally girls like to send their boyfriends some private photos to tease or seduce each other. That's why they accidentally save such photos in their hands.
You guy, your mind is messed up. I'm going to tell Ning Yulan. What did I say? I'm somehow guilty of molesting you? Fong Mo was even taken aback. Don't. Stop it. Why do you have to bring out Sister Yulan to sanction me? Fong Mo winked with a frown. Damn it, can you not be so childish? Whenever Xiuwan mentioned Sister Yulan, Fong Mo always had a vestigial feeling of an elementary school student being called by his teacher. Chapter 86 Lin Zimo's Flamboyance. Why didn't you say anything when you molested me? Now you know you're scared? Xiuwan pouted her red lips in exasperation.
Her face value was no worse than Ning Yulan's. The red lips lifted, paired with the innocent face of the scourge of the country,
could likewise make countless men's hearts thump. However, Fong Mo might have spent too much time with Ning Yulan recently,
and had gradually started to become immune to the beauty thing. Even Xiuwan could not shake Fong Mo's Dao heart in the slightest.
However, on the other side, Chen Feiyu's several people were not happy, although they could not hear what they were chatting about. But looking at the intimate appearance of the two of them, talking and laughing, where is this ordinary friends
they hadn't seen when Xiuwan had shown such a moving smile in front of them.
What exactly is this kid's identity? Should we find someone to investigate?
Chen Feiyu coldly scraped Fong Mo. How dare you steal our thunder in front of Xiuwan?
Figure out who it is and warn this kid slightly.
Only after saying this did a few people continue to gaze at Fong Mo and Xiuwan with that indignant gaze, not to mention how envious and jealous they were in the bottom of their eyes.
Soon,
Fong Mo re-downloaded all those photos that failed to be transferred from the cloud to Xiuwan's cell phone.
Naturally, he was greeted by the woman's grateful smile. All right,
seeing as you were kind enough to help me out once,
I won't tattle on your sister Yulan. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I think you should have to know. Do you remember Gao Zijie from the Bank of Zhongcheng? Gao Zijie? Hearing this name, Fong Mo frowned, his not-so-handsome face holding a touch of coldness. What's wrong? Did Gao Zijie come after you back there? That day,
Xiuwan and Ning Yulan teamed up to help themselves to a strong punch in the face at the cemetery.
Fong Mo was still worried that Gao Zijie would retaliate against Xiuwan when he returned. However, upon hearing this, the young girl laughed lightly and said, "Revenge on me? He doesn't have the guts yet." But on Mr. Ning's side,
"You'd better remind him a little. I learned from a friend in the afternoon that Gao Zijie was planning to join forces with Han Yuer to find trouble with Mr.
Ning." Han Yuer? If Xiuwan hadn't mentioned it, Fong Mo would have almost forgotten about this meatball-like bloated rich woman. Wasn't Han Yuer the woman Fong Mo had seen at the Li group on the day of the grave sweeping? At that time,
the woman flaunts her power and forces Li Haowen to tie the knot with her.
Li Haowen couldn't tell you how uptight he was. Resistance was written on almost every cell in his body. How dare Han Yuer get involved with Gao Zijie? These two people weren't good birds. If they were planning to team up against Sister Yulan, it was indeed worth the woman's while to pay a little attention. Fong Mo nodded. Okay, I know. If there's any other news, you remember to let me know. Han Yuer and Gao Zijie are not idle,
and both have some power behind them. But I hope these two don't go too far, or else the king of hackers,
Zhang, won't be a vegetarian. What happened? You guys are on fire to inform me to come back? Just then, a woman in professional OL entered the cell phone store, and as soon as she came in, she frowned at the two tellers and asked. The two tellers looked at each other with a bitter smile. General manager, it's this young lady.
She bought a cell phone in our store before, and when she uploaded photos to the cloud, she didn't know for what reason the photos were lost, and she came to the door to theorize about it.
We didn't understand what was going on at the time,
so we couldn't figure out how to deal with after-sale issues for people,
so we called you over. Upon hearing this,
the woman known as the general manager then nodded slightly.
Isn't it just a cell phone? We are such a big store.
How many cell phones do we have to sell every day?
If anything goes wrong, I'll come to our specialty store. Do we still work?
The woman's words seemed to carry a hint of impatience.
Only in the next moment did she ask faintly. So is the problem solved now?
The teller pointed in Fong Mo's direction. It's already been resolved.
It's this gentleman.
She said that the young lady did it because she didn't charge her phone while uploading the pictures,
causing the device to shut down.
The pictures are actually still local. At those words,
the general manager glanced towards Fong Mo. With just one glance, she raised a willowy eyebrow in surprise. Ha? She knows me? Fang Yamo quizzically twisted his head to look at the other party.
His mind still slandering.
How come, little master, I have acquaintances who know me wherever I go?
The moment he saw what the other party looked like,
Fang Yamo couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Zimmer? Lin Zimmo. This woman is Lin Shirhan's cousin. Previously,
when Fang Yamo was with Lin Shirhan, he hadn't been taunted by this woman. One day it was something about his cousin's high face value and high education.
How did she fall for such a bumpkin as Fang Yamo?
And the other day it was about Fang Mo's low income and having to rely on his family's subsidies.
Anyway, the words were full of disdain for Fang Yamo. Then Fang Yamo broke up with Lin Zimmo.
And the bitch was probably happy in her heart. After all, she must have known the original reason why Lin Shirhan was messing around with Lu Chen a long time ago, which was why she was secretly comparing Lu Chen and Fang Yamo in her mind.
Fang Yamo,
a young man from an ordinary family.
In the eyes of such a gold-digging woman, how could he possibly compare to a rich second generation like Lu Chen? Fang Yamo, when did you have the spare money to spend inside our store? Or is it your cell phone that's in trouble today?
Lin Zimmo raised an eyebrow and looked up and down at Fang Mo's outfit. Noticing that Fang Yamo was wearing a pair of rather niche but very luxurious brands on his feet,
Lin Zimmo was first stunned.
Then a touch of disdain passed slightly on his face.
I haven't seen you for a while. This kid's vanity is bursting. He'll even buy high-fashion A-goods?
This pair of shoes was the shoes that Ning Yulan helped him match and gave him when Fang Yamo went out in the morning.
Fang Yamo hadn't done much research on name brands,
so he wasn't too sure about the value of the shoes.
However, in Lin Zimmo's opinion, a loser like Fang Yamo must have bought a pair of fakes in order to pretend. Hearing this, Fang Yamo shook his head. No, it's my friend's cell phone that's having problems.
But I fixed it for her just now.
Solved? Lin Zimmo's eyes widened. Then he said sternly, Fang Yamo, do you know about cell phones?
Easily and casually solve the problem for people.
According to you, in the future,
who will look for you or us if something goes wrong with her cell phone?
Fang Yamo frowned. Even though I'm helping He Shi Yuan with good intentions, I'm also indirectly helping your cell phone store. Otherwise,
He Shouwan's friends who were obviously not good fighters would not be happy about it 80% of the time.
Miss, if there is any problem with the phone,
you have to find our specialized after-sales service to deal with it.
Otherwise the problem is solved today. But what about in the future? Besides, Fang Yamo doesn't know our brand. If he messes up like this, we won't be responsible for any quality problems with the phone in the future.
Lin Zimmo lifted his delicate chin that had hyaluronic acid injected into it.
After all, the cell phone was touched by a layman and subsequently reappeared.
Anything that goes wrong is not our responsibility after the sale.
Hearing this, He Shi Yuan's willow brows frowned. Miss, do you understand the consumer protection law?
It's my freedom to fix this thing wherever I want,
but you're still responsible if something goes wrong during the warranty period.
Lin Zimmo looked like he had already seen through everything, and when he saw that He Shi Yuan even dared to talk back, he said with a disdainful skim,
I don't know anything about consumer protection laws. I just can't see you guys cooperating with Fang Yamo to put on airs in front of me.
What? When these words came out, He Shi Yuan froze.
Going along with Fang Mo's posturing in front of you? I just had a broken cell phone today and that's why I came to your boutique. It's just a coincidence that he met Mr. Fang, who's got nothing better to do than put on airs in front of you. Fang Yamo slapped his forehead. Sure enough, this Lin Zimmo woman was still as brain-dead as before. Don't think I don't know that you guys are actors hired by Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo, you don't think I can't see what you're thinking, do you?
Isn't it just that you regret breaking up with our family Lin Shirhan and want to show your hand in front of me?
Then make me grateful and help you set up Shirhan to reconcile with you?
Lin Zimmo clasped his arms over his chest and spoke smugly.
I'm telling you, don't even think about it.
I don't know how you found out that I work in this cell phone store, but I advise you to get lost.
Want to make my mother grateful to you? You dream. Besides,
our family Shirhan is like a glue with someone else.
Lu Xiao. You, Fang Yamo,
a poor loser don't have a chance. At those words,
Fang Yamo frowned and said, I didn't. Lin Zimmo rolled his eyes. Not yet? If you say so, I'd like to ask, is there anything else you came to our cell phone store for today? Merely a coincidence to fix your friend's cell phone? Do you expect me to believe that?
Seeing that Fang Yamo had clashed with that general manager,
Chen Feiyu and a few others showed a gloating expression. And they didn't help Fang Yamo to open his mouth to explain. After all, these people held a grudge against the youth when they saw Fang Yamo and He Shi Yuan talking and laughing.
It's a good thing we don't throw stones at times like this.
Expect them to? Oh, it's true. And it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Fang Yamo didn't bother to talk nonsense with this stupid woman and twisted his head to walk towards the outside. He was no longer going to spend money in this store. Fang Mo's distaste for Lin Zimmo and Lin Shirhan made him not want to contribute a dime to this store. However, Lin Zimmo didn't seem to have any intention of letting the youth go. Fang Yamo, can't say it, can you? You can't even afford a cell phone. You're really a loser. I got you right, didn't I? You came to our store today just to put on a show, trying to impress me and set you up with Shirhan. Isn't that what you're aiming for? Chapter 87, Buying the Store. Fang Yamo really didn't want to say a word more to the brainwashed woman.
As soon as he walked to the front door of the cell phone store with a sullen face, suddenly He Shiyuan behind him faintly said, the saying that ugly people make a mess of things I've only seen on the internet before.
But now it's kind of the first time I've seen it in reality. Your tiny little broken cell phone store. Other people want to come and go as they please. Fang Xiao came in to sneak around and look at the phone, can't he? Self-righteous women are the most annoying. Self-righteous woman? Who is she talking about? Lin Zimo's face paled with a meaty grimace. What kind of thing are you?
How dare you tell this lady what to do here?
Is there a problem with what I said? Fang Yamo just can't afford a cell phone. Go home and write your crappy novels.
There's no way our family Shirhan will make up with you even if she's blind. Before the words were finished, Fang Yamo slowly twisted his head with a gloomy face.
Lin Zimo, there has to be a limit to how low a dog's eyes can look at a person.
I was originally planning to buy a cell phone to come here,
but now because you're here,
I don't want to spend money in this store.
Can't I? Fang Yamo really didn't want to theorize with Lin Zimo,
but he was afraid of being looked down on head by Lin Zimo.
Hearing this, it was as if Lin Zimo had heard some heavenly joke. Buy a cell phone? Buy a cell phone at our store? Did you know we're the flagship store for high-end customized models? We're not just any cell phone here.
Any one of them costs tens of thousands of dollars. You're a novel writer with a pocket cleaner than your face. You can't get a few lousy bucks out of your hand.
And you're buying a customized model from us? Highly customized flagship store?
No wonder He Shiyuan would buy a cell phone here.
Dogfighter, call your boss over here. Just then, He Shiyuan couldn't hold back completely. She had at least had a good feeling about Fang Yamo. Where would she allow him to be degraded by such a demonic bitch? What's more, Fang Yamo is Ning Yulan's husband.
Even if Ning is not as good as herself,
no matter what,
she is still the #1 luxury female president in Jiangcheng.
Did Fang Yamo not even have the money in his pocket to buy a cell phone? Joke, calling out to our boss? Lin Zimo is not the slightest bit false.
She is young enough to sit in the position of general manager, precisely because of the improper relationship with the boss by the flesh.
If you shouted to the boss to support, she is the slightest bit more not afraid of Fang Yamo,
a poor loser. Therefore, Lin Zimo's eyes were slightly narrowed in the next moment,
and he glanced at He Shiyuan with interest. Miss, are you sure you want to call us boss? That's right, I'm going to call out to your boss. Lin Zimo didn't ask why.
It was nothing more than a temper tantrum.
But in front of that man, a client in the district playing a little sex is not as bad as whining and pouting on his own. Fang Mo's few people would only end up being kicked out as troublemakers. Lin Zimo dialed the phone, and soon,
a middle-aged man with a shaved head slowly walked over. Zimo.
What happened? The man glanced at a few people in the store.
Lin Zimo coyly threw a wink at the man, only to then aggrievedly go forward and hold the man's arm. It's these customers. She said she wants to see the boss of our store. They just had a broken cell phone repaired here, and it turned out that a loser I know jumped in to fix the problem. So I accused a few things that we don't cover after sales service if anything goes wrong afterward. And this young lady seemed to be a little less than happy about it.
She blithely didn't mention the words she had provoked Fang Yamo with.
He Shiyuan also laughed coldly. You're really shameless. Other people helped you to solve the problem that can't be handled after sale.
And now you even want to blame Fang Yamo for meddling in your business? What's more, just now if it wasn't for your mouth,
I wouldn't bother wasting my time with you.
Cut the crap and be cool. I'll ask you, how much to fire her? He Shiyuan pointed her finger in Lin Zimo's direction. It's all about the money. However,
as a member of the capital city's powerful family,
at least the central bank's first lady, He Shiyuan really has this qualification. Hearing this,
the Mediterranean man visibly froze.
Fire Lin Zimmer? Fang Yamo let out a bitter smile. Forget it and go. Why bother with her? Why bother with me? The coldness on Lin Zimo's face worsened.
Pointing at He Shiyuan, you woman don't really think of yourself as some kind of character,
do you? Just now, I spoke to you nicely. I didn't ask you for trouble, but you just like to meddle here. What is your relationship with Fang Yamo? And fire me? Who are you to fire me? Upon hearing this,
He Shiyuan shrugged her shoulders noncommittally. I'm not listening.
I will today. To fire you. He Shiyuan had the air of I'll play the rogue.
Mediterranean sort of listened to the process, rubbed his hands together and smiled.
Miss, I think there might be some misunderstanding.
Manager Lin is a senior staff member here, and I have no intention of transferring her position for the time being.
What's more,
job transfers are a matter for our store itself.
And it's not as if you can just fire her when you say so. He Shiyuan sneered. Then I'll buy the store. Will that be alright? Buy the store? Hearing this,
not only did Mediterranean sea freeze,
even Fong Mo next to him, as well as that Lin Zimo froze. The next moment, Lin Zimo was laughing his ass off. Ha, do you want to laugh me to death? You guys can't even afford a cell phone, and now you're even bragging about buying our store? Funny or not, and this store isn't something you can buy just because you want to.
It also depends on whether or not our Hua is willing.
Willing or not,
He Shouwan licked her seductive red lips and revealed a meaningful expression.
as long as the price is right, will anyone not want it? This store I looked at. Do not take into account the inventory of those machines and equipment in the case.
Your store hold up to death is worth 2 million.
Of course, the store transfer, decoration, fees, all kinds of miscellaneous I give you to count in. Double 4 million. Will you?
He Shouwan glanced faintly at the Mediterranean man known as Hua.
At those words, the Mediterranean froze. Does the young girl in front of me really want to buy my store? In fact, the location of this store is not good at all.
So he has long had the idea of turning his hand away from it.
$4 million, after the money invested in the store to begin with, netted himself a little over 200.
He hesitated for a moment.
Seeing this, Lin Zimo quickly tugged at the man's sleeve. Wah! You don't think a few losers who can't even afford a cell phone really have the money to buy this store of yours, do you? At that, Hua also nodded and readjusted his emotions. Yes, one is really overwhelmed by the figure of 4 million.
There are nothing more than a few young men in their early 20s in front of them.
An age unless they come from a wealthy family. Who else could easily come up with such an astronomical sum as $4 million? The next moment,
Hua lifted his chin. Miss,
firing Lin Zimo is impossible.
If you guys have any other requests I can try to fulfill them.
If not, just leave obediently.
We still have to open our doors for business.
Oh, quite determined.
He Shiyuan raised one eyebrow and sneered.
Lin Zimo also held his arms over his chest.
Nowadays, it's really true that any cat or dog likes to learn how to put on airs.
Fong Mo,
you don't really think that I'll think highly of you just because of this, do you?
Just then, suddenly a figure slowly walked into the cell phone store. ZMO, my cell phone broke. Help me pick out a new cell phone. Lin Zimo laughed even more when he saw the visitor. Ha ha, Fong Mo, today is simply your unlucky day. Look who's here. Lu Chun. I'll tell you a joke. Fong Mo came to our store to cause trouble,
and threatened to buy this store to fire me.
All old friends. Fong Mo, hurry up and say hello to our Lu Xiao. Hearing this, Lu Chun, who had just walked into the boutique,
stalled in his steps.
Filled with dismay, he looked up towards Fong Mo's direction,
and he even wondered for a moment if he had heard wrong.
Who? Fong Mo? Chapter 88, Face Slapping. Why is Fong Mo in this cell phone store? After being thrown out by Su Sanduo just now.
It was only then that Lu Chen learned from Dean Zhang that the ward was actually owned by Ning Yulan's husband.
Who is Ning Yulan's husband? Lu Chen had bumped into Fong Mo and Mr. Ning buying a wedding dress at Ning's mall last time. Do you need to ask who Ning Yulan's husband is? At that time, Lu Chen blushed under the gaze of Lu Wentao's playful sight. Motherfucker, this was a complete disgrace in front of so many people in the family.
Lin Zimo determined that bumped into Lu Chen.
Disgrace is Fong Mo. In fact, now Lu Chen is far more embarrassing than Fong Mo. What a coincidence. Mr. Lu. Fong Mo unapologetically nodded at Lu Chen. At those words, Lu Chen's face almost instantly paled with a swish. Fong Mo, why are you here? Fong Mo spared a glance at Lu Chen, whose figure was slightly in a state of disarray. My friend was hospitalized, and I happened to be in the neighborhood to accompany him for the procedure. Your cousin Lu Wentao should know it well. What's wrong? Are you looking for me to claim a hospital room, or do you also want to experience the same treatment as Lu Wentao? And then or there, Fong Mo's narrow eyes slowly narrowed slightly. You came over to apologize? Hearing this, Lu Chen's face grew paler and paler. Clear, of course, and it wasn't just Lu Wentao who was clear about it. He himself was also clear about it. Don't forget, Lu Chen had only been thrown out of the hospital room by Su Sando not long ago. No, I came over by coincidence. I'm not here for you. The knot in Lu Chen's throat rolled involuntarily. Lin Zimo didn't get the situation clearly and was confused by what he heard, but he frowned and pointed at Fong Mo. How do you kid talk to Mr. Lu Xiao? Let me tell you a joke. Fong Mo, the loser's friend wants to buy this cell phone store. Damn, it makes me laugh. This group of people spreading their wildness didn't even get the situation right, and didn't see that this is a place where their class can be unrestrained. Boom. Funny? Laughing at you? What's so funny?
Lu Chen's forehead gradually began to be covered in cold sweat. If it was the Fong Mo of the past, wanting to buy a cell phone store out of hand might be nothing short of a pipe dream.
At present, Fong Mo has long since changed. He is the aunt of the Ning family, Ning Yulan's husband. With the financial power of the #1 family in Jiangcheng, it's hard to buy a cell phone store? What's more, it's still Fong Mo's friend. And nowadays, 80% of the people who can deal with Fong Mo are either rich or expensive, and they just want to buy a cell phone store. So where exactly is the funny part? Lu Chen squeezed out a smile that was worse than tears. Oh, Zimmer, is that funny? Not funny? Lin Zimo's red lips lifted. Fong Mo, don't you still have thoughts about my cousin? Lu Xiao is right in front of you. It's useless for you to pretend to be broad with me. Why don't you go over and talk to Lu Xiao yourself? What? Fong Mo still likes Lin Shihan? Once these words came out, there was no need for Fong Mo to open his mouth.
Lu Chen's face became more and more ugly.
Slap. In the next moment,
he suddenly rushed forward and directly slapped Lin Zimo.
Shut up. What are you talking about? Your cousin and I were a thing of the past? We broke up 8 lifetimes ago. Can't you figure it out? After saying that, under the gaze of Lin Zimo's dismayed eyes, Lu Chen fell to his knees with a plop. Fong Mo,
I haven't had much contact with Lin Shihan since the last time we met at Ning's shopping mall.
Really? You believe me? I was ignorant before. I shouldn't have taken someone's love. What happened in the hospital today?
Please be magnanimous and hold your hand high not to bother with the Lu family. If Ning Yulan was really angry,
the district Lu family would be annihilated in the snap of a finger. Fong Mo must have already held a grudge against the Lu family because of the war today. Now isn't Lin Zimo adding fuel to the fire with these words?
But with those words,
the entire room almost completely fell silent, including that Mediterranean boss. Hua.
Hua was so full of confusion that he was close to writing the word on his face.
What the hell? Lu Chen he did recognize. This was the young master of the Lu family, a powerful family in Zhangcheng. How could the other party be so fearful of a penniless poor boy that Lin Zimo was talking about? Lin Zimo was also shocked, her pretty face filled with dismay. Lu Chen, what's the situation? When did you break up with Lin Shihan? How come I didn't know about this? With those words, Lin Zimo even provoked Lu Chen. Did you say that to curry favor with Fong Mo? Are you out of your mind? What does a poor loser like Fong Mo have to fear from you? Have you forgotten?
Back then you but also snatched Lin Shihan from his hands. For this reason Fong Mo do not know how many times with Lin Shihan quarrel,
but he has not once looked for you. Is kind of goon. You afraid of him to do what? Hiss. Hearing this, Lu Chen frantically and violently sucked in cool air. Lin Zimo. This bitch, is she fucking trying to get me killed?
The quarrel was because at first Fong Mo felt that Lin Shihan Lu Chen and the two of them were just too close.
But Lin Shihan, a woman with a high segment, wanted to enjoy the luxury of a date at an upscale restaurant while doing so. On the other hand, she couldn't give up Fong Mo's care for her living, so she always hid it from Fong Mo. Even she and Lu Chen developed an underground relationship, which is what caused Fong Mo to also be in the dark until some time ago when he bumped into the two kissing in a cafe. Only then did he recognize the reality of. But he had guessed that himself. After all, Lin Shihan never let Fong Mo look at her cell phone. Even if Fong Mo touched her cell phone, the woman would be sensitive like a cat that had its tail stepped on and burst into a rage. At that time Fong Mo basically had the answer in his mind. Shut up, Lin Zimmer. It's not like you can represent your sister. Lu Chen's face was full of fear and trepidation, as if he was afraid that Fong Mo would get into trouble with him. If I say it's a split, it's a split. Why are you talking so much crap? In the next moment, Lu Chen rushed at the Mediterranean man. Wah! If they want this cell phone store of yours, I suggest you'd better just sell it. After all, they're an existence you can't afford to mess with. And if they really upset Fong Xiao, you won't be able to do business with this store. What? Lu Chen was so afraid of Fong Mo? Slap. The next moment, He Shiyuan pulled out a check. Look, $4 million, you can sell me this store, right? Now. When the $4 million check was dumped in front of him, the man known as Brother Hua was completely confused. You guys can really come up with $4 million? He Shouwan didn't care about the money. She only wanted this bitch Lin Shihan to suffer. Seeing that Lu Chen had just dumped Lin Zimo's slap, He Shiyuan's heart couldn't be more free. Fong Mo pursed his lips, and ever since Lu Chen showed up, there was a meaningful smile under his eyes. It wasn't that Fong Mo felt that he could stand tall by virtue of Ning Yulan herself, but this stupid woman Lin Zimo was undoubtedly acting like a jumping clown. Lu Chen, what's going on with you? What in the world has happened? Why are you afraid of Fong Mo? Brother Hua, you're not planning to transfer the cell phone store as well, are you? You don't really believe that they can come up with $4 million, do you? Lin Zimo gritted her silver teeth and asked unwillingly. She really didn't understand how a mere Fong Mo, who hadn't been seen for only a few days, was able to make Lu Chen afraid like this. However, Lu Chen had completely stopped talking to the stupid woman this time and just looked at Hua and nodded. Hua's heart immediately set off waves of shock. He understood that Lu Chen meant to let him take the money to transfer. It was at this time that He Shiyuan looked at Lin Zimo with a smile on her face. I said I'm going to put you out of a job today, and no one is going to help you. Lin Zimo's heart tip trembled, and her petite body trembled with anger. Hua received the check with trembling hands, and when he scanned the payoff on it, his body shuddered even more. He Xiwan? The young girl in front of you is He Xiwan? The legendary He family in the capital. The central bank's Miss He Xiwan? Lin Zimo, seeing Hua's face change dramatically, also hurriedly came over. Brother Hua, you don't really want to transfer it, do you? This Fang Yamo is just a loser. He's my cousin's ex-boyfriend. He has no job and no future. How can this kind of person take out $4 million? What's more, our cell phone store's business is booming. Even if it's being transferred, it shouldn't be at a time like this. It was so hard to become this general manager by relying on the flesh to get to the top. If Hua transferred the cell phone store out, then her Lin Zimo's previous efforts would be completely in vain. But Hua didn't listen to her and just blushed. Lin Zimo, transferring or not transferring is my own business. What does it have to do with you? And from today onwards, you don't have to work here anymore. Chapter 89, Sister Yulan gets into Chen Kaiga's car. He Xiuwan, that's central bank's Missy He Xiuwan. That kind of rich girl is not the kind of person you can mess with. When he thought that just now, this stupid woman Lin Zimo was pointing at someone's nose and cursing angrily, flaunting her arms. Hua all had constant fear in his heart. Hua was even beginning to worry if He Xiuwan would retaliate against him, since she wanted to fire Lin Zimo. Then he himself had the good sense to follow her wish first. Boom! When these words came out, Lin Zimo's pretty face instantly turned white. What? What do you mean? You're going to fire me? You're going to fire me just because Fang Yamo is a stinky loser? I'd been with you for so many days. It's not easy for me to become this general manager. And now you're actually going to fire me at the drop of a hat? Hua coldly shook off Lin Zimo's palm. Lin Zimo, don't make trouble here. From today onwards the cell phone store is not mine. From now on we are well water. Young Fong, Miss He, it was my poor eyesight that delayed your precious time just now. From today onwards, the cell phone store is yours, Miss He. After saying this, Hua took the lead in striding out of the boutique. Lu Chen glanced at Fang Yamo and asked cautiously, that what? Fang Xiao, since there is nothing for me to do, I will also leave first. Wait. Fang Yamo glanced at Lu Chen, seeing as you're sensible today, let's kindly remind you. Just because Lin Shirhan has never had sex with me doesn't mean she's a regular sexual partner. She slept with a guy who fixes computers 2 days ago. Whether or not you two have actually broken up, I would suggest that it would be better for you to go to the hospital for a checkup sometime soon. Wow! Lu Chen's eyes instantly widened and his cheeks twitched violently. Lin Shirhan, this woman is really a bus. Get off this side and get on that side. Lu Chen, face iron blue this time, directly pushed open the door, rushed out of the cell phone store. Even did not have the heart to say hello to Fang Yamo again before leaving. Lin Zimo stood in the room with her petite body trembling, not knowing what to do. She couldn't figure out why everyone was so afraid of Fang Yamo, and why she would lose her job after mocking the guy twice. Lin, this is my territory now, so I'm going to count to 3 and ask you to get out, or else I might have to call the police. Coming. At the moment, He Xiuwan glanced at Lin Zimo with her arms holding her chest full of coldness. Lin Zimo clenched his teeth and glared viciously at Fang Yamo. Okay, you wait, we'll see. After saying that, she left the cell phone store straight away. This store is not even Hua's anymore, so she naturally can't stay any longer. But after accompanying Hua to his bed so many times, he hadn't even enjoyed the benefits of his general manager status before he became jobless. Lin Zimo was the one who was not willing to go to Hua's wife. But none of this had anything to do with Fang Yamo. In order to hit a gold-digging woman in the face and directly waste a huge sum of $4 million. Why do you have to do this? He Xiuwan arrogantly tossed her long hair. In life, the figure is a happy, cool and done. Chen Fei's few people had been jaw-droppingly watching the scene in front of them long after the outbreak of the conflict had begun. They actually couldn't figure out that Lin Zimo picking a fight with Fang Yamo today didn't even have anything to do with He Xiuwan. Why should she spend $4 million on a cell phone store to slap Lin Zimo in the face? Say, Fang Yamo, I just did you a small favor at least. Why don't you do me a little favor too? Hearing this, Fang Yamo shivered, always feeling that He Xiuwan's tone was slightly off. What? What is it? He Xiuwan pointed to the cell phone store with a coquettish smile. This store, in the future, why don't we rely on you to be in charge of it? After all, sooner or later, I have to return to the capital. Motherfucker. Sure enough, Fang Yamo let out a bitter laugh. Can't you recruit another store manager? I can't. I think you're just the man for the job. After saying this, He Xiuwan smiled and leaned towards Fang Yamo, pouting her red lips and said, Fang Yamo, I've just finished doing you a favor. You wouldn't be reluctant now, would you? Yeah, of course I don't.
I just go out to buy a cell phone. Somehow more than a cell phone store need to worry about their own management.
Who can be happy? However, Fanyamo was also clear that it was indeed impossible for He Xiuwan to stay in Jiangqing for a long time.
The store really seems to be a mess in its own hands.
Well, I'll try to help you take care of the store. But as for whether or not you'll end up making money, don't count on me. I don't have much talent for business. Let's get one thing out of the way. But He Xiuwan isn't here either. It's just a week's pocket money for MS. Ho! If Fanyamo knew what He Xiuwan had in mind.
It was estimated that he would have to curse in anger again.
After separating from He Xiuwan, Fanyamo took a cell phone from the store and sent it to Su Sanduo.
It was only then that he drove towards Ning's group. And at this point Sister Yulan should be off work as well. When he reached the bottom of the building,
Fanyamo suddenly noticed a tall figure standing at the main entrance of Ning's group,
holding roses in both hands, and was patting his toes to peer inside.
Fanyamo frowned. Chen Kaiga? This enemy is not a good person. If it is not unexpected, the last time Ning's group cloud server was attacked 80% is from this Chen Kaiga directed the handiwork.
This man could be said to have done everything to pursue Ning Yulan.
Fanyamo had a bad impression of him. What's Chen Kaiga doing here at Ning's group? About 3 minutes later, Ning Yulan also walked out. But Yulan's sister's attention the first time was also attracted by the hand-holding roses Chen Kaiga. Naked-eye visible woman pretty face rolled up a touch of impatience color. However, Chen Kaiga still smiled and went forward to send out roses.
Was Ning Yulan with the secretary to block the gun helplessly accepted?
Fanyamo thought that this is the end.
Who knows what Chen Kaiga said to the woman without knowing?
The woman pondered for a moment, and surprisingly followed Chen Kaiga into another car. Wow! Seeing this scene, Fanyamo only felt that his heartbeat suddenly slowed down by half a beat. How did Sister Yulan get into Chen Kaiga's car?
Anyone who saw their wife getting into another member of the opposite sex's car would be upset. Not to mention that Chen Kaiga was also Sister Yulan's avid suitor.
Fanyamo was breathing heavily. Chen Kaiga's car didn't start. And after that,
it took almost 3 minutes or so for Ning Yulan to get out of the car. When the woman got off the car,
her face was calm. No joy, no sadness to see joy and anger.
And I do not know what Chen Kaiga said to her in the car. It was only in the next moment that Ning Yulan pulled out her cell phone and was about to make a call.
Chen Kaiga again lowered the window and poked his head out from inside, and even waved his hand with Ning Yulan.
The woman lifted her chin to signal goodbye, after which Chen Kaiga's car slowly left.
In an instant, countless thoughts ran through Fong Mo's mind in this moment.
There's always the illusion that your heart has missed half a beat, and how you think about it makes you uncomfortable.
Doesn't Sister Yulan hate that guy? Why did she even get into his car? And since when did the two of them become friends who can chat alone? Fanyamo scratched his ears. His heart was as hard as a cat scratching. Soon, Fong Mo's cell phone churned. Fanyamo picked it up and hid his eyes, which controlled his breathing. Hey, Sister Yulan. Where to, little baby? Hearing the name little baby,
in normal times Fanyamo was afraid that his face would have turned red.
But today, Fanyamo obviously had something on his mind. So the knot in his throat rolled for a moment, not responding for a long time.
Ning Yulan thought it was a bad signal and fed 2 more times on the other end.
Fanyamo just opened his dry lips. I'm at the entrance of your company, Sister Yulan. Just now there was a bit of traffic jam. I just arrived.
Oh, okay.
I'll find the car then. With those words, Ning Yulan hung up the phone. In less than a minute, the woman appeared outside the passenger door, smiling and knocking on the window. Only then did Fanyamo unlock the car door. After Ning Yulan got on the car, Fanyamo obviously smelled a strong flavor of men's perfume.
This flavor he had smelled on Chen Kaiga before. The knot in Fong Mo's throat rolled involuntarily.
Sister Yulan, has Chen Kaiga still come over to harass you lately? Chen Kaiga? Ning Yulan was stunned.
Her beautiful eyes first crossed a flash of dismay,
noticing that Fong Mo's expression remained as normal. The woman then smiled and said, no, he hasn't looked for me since the last time we met at Ning's group. After all, sister, I'm getting married at least, and this guy, even if he's a mad dog, he's not going to pursue a married woman, right? He could care less, but his family won't allow him, Chen Kaiga, to disgrace himself like this out there. You can rest assured. Oh yeah, brother, today is your last stag night. Are you sure you don't want to ask Li Hao Wen to go out and have a good time? Boom. What Ning Yulan said afterward. Fanyamo barely managed to listen to a single word. He just felt his heart slow down several beats, and a feeling of heartache came over him. Lied. Sister Yulan lied to herself. Chapter 90, Why don't I sleep with my sister tonight? Just now, he clearly saw with his own eyes that Ning Yulan got into Chen Kaiga's car, but she even said that the two of them have not seen since then. Is it possible that he Fanyamo blind not? Brother, what's wrong? The cars behind us are starting to rush. Let's go too. Only after being pushed by Ning Yulan did Fanyamo pull back his thoughts and let out too long. Violent breaths. Well, shall we go home?
Ning Yuan shook her head. First send me on a trip to my grandfather's place.
We're getting married tomorrow, and I have a few things to pick up. Fang Yamo didn't ask much. His mind wasn't even on what Ning Yulan said right now.
He was running around with his head full of thoughts,
ruminating on the reasons why Sister Yulan had lied. Yes, why would Sister Yulan lie to herself? Why? If it was just an ordinary friend, or some business matters to talk about, why would Sister Yulan lie to herself? Why don't you just say that you just had a chat with Chen Kaiga? Fang Yamo couldn't figure it out,
but this matter had become a lump in his heart. He had been able to face up to his feelings for Sister Yulan. Now the woman was telling him lies with her eyes open.
Fang Yamo didn't understand. Was there any reason why she had to lie? On the way, the compartment was eerily quiet.
Ning Yulan was always fiddling with her cell phone with her head down, and although Fang Yamo couldn't see who she was chatting with when he swept his eyes, she was obviously sending messages.
Fang Mo's heart sank once again.
Arriving at the entrance of the Ning family manor,
Ning Yulan rushed at Fang Yamo. Brother, wait for me for a little while. Oh, I'll be right back after picking up something. Aha. Fang Yamo nodded absent-mindedly.
After Ning Yulan left,
Fang Mo's line of sight fell outside the window.
Looking at the brightly lit Ning family manor,
Fang Yamo was in a trance for a moment. No,
we're at the doorstep.
Even if Sister Yulan wanted to fetch something,
it wouldn't affect her ability to let herself in to say hello to Grandpa Ning.
Would it? Fang Mo's heart tip trembled. Yulan's sister. You're not going to get the account book, are you? She won't even let me see Mr. Ning now. Does Sister Yulan want to divorce me? Boom. The thought festered like a seed in the mind. Fang Yamo was preoccupied with a thought that was also more and more disturbing.
The heart felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at it. He was eager to ask Sister Yulan himself. But if his sister wanted to divorce herself, in what capacity should he,
Fang Yamo, ask about Ning Yulan's affairs?
With his mind wandering,
Fang Yamo even forgot to say the words that Shiwan had reminded him of in the afternoon. When Ning Yulan came back, Fang Yamo noticed that she had a small square box in her hand.
The box was not too big and not too small, similar to the size of a normal trash can.
Fang Yamo subconsciously wanted to ask what was inside. However,
Ning Yulan didn't take the initiative to mention it,
and didn't even really want Fang Yamo to pay attention to the box, because before getting into the car, the woman also specifically pulled open the trunk to put the box in. Fang Yamo only had to suppress a stomach of questions. By the way, how did it go in the morning when you went out with Li Haowen to disk the internet cafe? How come Li Haowen suddenly wanted to disk the internet cafe? Fang Yamo sniffed,
and only then did he have a chat with Ning Yulan. I heard that in the end it was Fang Yamo who plopped down the internet cafe.
Ning Yulan was taken aback. Then does Lang Xiao have a friendship with you?
I have the impression that the 5 great families of the capital seem to rarely lend money to the outside world, and it's still such a large sum as $20 million. $20 million wasn't a small amount of money even for Ning Yulan, who had multiple wealth and billions of dollars.
Fang Yamo nodded. It's fine. I'm a bit of a friend of the Lang family's old man. I've known him since a long time ago, so he's willing to lend me money. Besides, it's not a waste to borrow this money to invest in an internet cafe, even if it's not well run in the end.
You can still transfer the cafe like that, Mr.
Gao. Fang Yamo himself does not like to do business.
But this time it is considered for Li Haowen reluctantly disked Green Forest Internet Cafe this brand. Only then did Ning Yulan's head nod lightly.
Well, anything you need from your sister, you can always find me. After all, I'm your wife. Wife? Fang Yamo looked deeply at Ning Yulan. Good. Unconsciously, the car had slowly stopped at the entrance of Ning Yulan's small villa, between the two of them talking.
Ning Yulan was the first to take the small box in the trunk when she got out of the car and carried it into the room.
Fang Yamo didn't have the chance to ask more,
and it seemed that Ning Yulan was also distracted tonight,
and didn't even ask Fang Yamo if he had eaten. Carrying a heavy heart, Fang Yamo lay on the bed and tossed and turned almost all night, to fall asleep. In the latter half of the night, Fang Yamo heard that Ning Yulan's room was no longer moving,
and only then did he tiptoe towards the living room to go out to get some water to drink.
It just so happened that at this time, Fang Yamo noticed the small box that Sister Yulan had brought back at night sitting on the coffee table in the living room.
That thing was like a Pandora's box,
frantically driving Fang Yamo to want to open it. Why don't you just open it up and take a look? We're married after all. It's not a big deal for me to take a look, is it? How can a husband and wife have secrets? Fang Yamo gritted his teeth,
and his identity as Zhang suddenly came back to his mind. He laughed bitterly and let out a self-deprecating laugh. It's also true that there are many things about me that Sister Yulan doesn't know much about. So what qualifications do I have to get to the bottom of it with Sister Yulan?
Thinking like this, Fang Yamo stood hesitantly in front of the coffee table with a cup of water. To watch or not to watch?
If Sister Yulan knew that she didn't trust her and casually touched her things,
would Ning Yulan be angry?
But the scene he saw in the afternoon frantically surfaced in Fong Mo's mind.
Sister Yulan had obviously met Chen Kaiga, so why wasn't she willing to be honest with herself? The secret I'm hiding won't have the slightest effect on our relationship, but Yulan-san's secret will. Thinking this way, Fong Mo's palm slowly probed towards the small box,
but just as his palm had just landed on top of the small box,
suddenly, for a split second the entire room was lit up,
and the headlights in the living room were turned on in an instant,
dispelling the darkness of the night in an instant. Fong Mo froze.
Only then did he even turn his head to look, only to see the pajama-clad Ning Yulan standing in a pavilion not far behind herself, her jade hands dragging her fragrant cheeks as she was looking at herself. What's wrong, brother?
Not sleeping in the middle of the night. Fong Mo was caught in the act and was a bit embarrassed, coughing. It's fine. It's just that I'm a little nervous at the thought of the wedding tomorrow. Our little brother still gets nervous?
You weren't the least bit flustered when you dragged your sister to get her license. Ning Yulan let out a light laugh before she lightly moved 2 steps forward with her lotus steps.
I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but it just happened to block Fong Mo in the little box,
and her jade hand smoothly rested on Fong Mo's shoulder.
Not sleeping at this hour. Is our groom planning to be late for the wedding tomorrow? With physical contact, Fong Mo's thoughts instantly fell on the stunningly beautiful silhouette with picturesque brows in front of him. He was stunned, staring at the delicate, pretty face close at hand. At this moment, Fong Mo didn't know where he borrowed the courage from,
and suddenly summoned up the courage to say,
"Why don't I sleep with my sister tonight?" Chapter 91. Surprise. Ning Yulan froze,
almost thinking that she had heard wrong.
When did the little guy get so open-minded? How dare you ask to sleep with yourself? But the next moment, out of Fong Mo's expectation,
Ning Yulan shook her head. Not today.
Oh, sister still has a little something else to deal with tonight. You a person obediently in the study to sleep. Eek. I said, where did this thing go? The original just accidentally fell on the coffee table. Towards the end of the sentence,
Ning Yulan was still surprised as she picked up the small box on her end.
Well, go to sleep, brother. After saying that, Ning Yulan took the small box and went into the bedroom. Fong Mo was stunned for a long time,
only feeling that his heart was empty,
as if something was gradually passing away.
It's hard to describe the feeling, but it's probably like having a handful of sand in your hand and now it's slipping through your fingers. He wanted to clench his fists for fear the sand would slip away, but as he clutched it tighter, the handful of sand flowed faster and faster instead.
All night Fong Mo was rambling, and even when he got up the next day he didn't have half the energy. At 8:30 in the morning, people started coming to the door one after another.
Li Haowen was the first to bear the brunt of these mornings, and these mornings were filled with groups of family and friends from both sides of the newlyweds.
Did our Fong Shao not sleep last night or did he fight with his wife? What's with these 2 panda eyes of yours?
Li Haowen smirked and flirted as soon as he entered.
Upon hearing this, Fong Mo squeezed out an ugly smile without responding.
Li Haowen, big heart,
did not notice Fong Mo different, still sitting on the sofa and discussing with Fong Mo the next wedding process. You don't know your wedding process? Hearing Fong Mo shake his head with a bitter smile, Li Haowen instantly widened his eyes. Good guy, Mr. Ning is doing a really good job of keeping this secret, right?
But you don't know the process clearly.
How can you tie the knot today? Fong Mo shook his head once again. After another 10 minutes or so, Ning Yulan's girlfriends also started to arrive.
Wu Jiabei carried quite a few things and was followed by 2 professional stylists.
Fong Mo, why haven't you changed your clothes yet?
You're going to pick up your bride just after 10. And you 2 are just too slow to pack,
aren't you?
At those words,
Fong Mo touched the tip of his nose resentfully and said sorry.
In fact, he hadn't slept all night and his mind was a mess. It wasn't easy for them to remember that they were still supposed to receive Wu Jiabei in the living room.
Wu Jiabei pointed at Fong Mo and rushed to a stylist behind her. He's the groom,
and on the bride's side she should have already done her own light makeup,
so just go into the room later and give her a little touch-up. After saying this, the stylist took 3 or 2 steps forward and smiled as well. Is Mr. Fong Mo too excited to rest because he's getting married soon? TSK. That's right, don't look at who he's marrying.
The dream of 20 million men in all of Zhongcheng.
Li Haowen playfully flirted. Upon hearing this, Fong Mo smiled in agreement.
Only a touch of depression was still held in his heart. The stylist moved quickly and finished Fong Mo's makeup in half an hour's time.
Wu Jiabei, Li Haowen were all in the hilarity,
looking at Fong Mo at the moment under the stylist's finishing touches.
Once again became radiant. The 2 of them also frequently applauded. Handsome, very handsome. This now looks like the man who can marry the #1 female president of the Zhongcheng mansion. With those words,
Wu Jiabei knocked on the door of Ning Yulan's room.
Are you done yet? Are you where your husband's clothes are?
Only after hearing these words did Ning Yulan slowly open the door and poked a small head out.
It's still true. Brother, your suit is in my room. I'll have Wu Jiabei send it over to you.
My makeup will still take a while.
Do you want to go to the Ning family manor first,
where there is a surprise?
Surprise! Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment, but he nodded obediently. After changing clothes, Wu Jiabei's several girls were definitely going to accompany Ning Yulan, so Fang Yamo took the lead with Li Haowen to drive towards the Ning family manor. On the way, Fang Yamo still couldn't hold back and told Li Haowen what he saw yesterday. What, MS? Ning even met with Chen Kaiga once in private the day before the wedding? Doesn't she hate Chen Kaiga as a person? And why did she hide it and lie to you that the two didn't have contact? Fang Yamo let out a long sigh. I'm also starting to get confused now. I don't know what kind of idea Sister Yulan has for me nowadays. When I arrived at the entrance of the Ning family manor yesterday, she didn't even let me go in to say hello to Grandpa. At least the two are getting married. According to Fang Mo's understanding of Elder Ning's character, if the old man is clear, Chu was the one who drove Sister Yulan yesterday, and would definitely complain about why Fang Yamo didn't come in and sit down. Li Haowen was also confused at the moment. Outrageous. That's pretty outrageous. Arriving at the entrance of the Ning family manor, unsurprisingly Fang Yamo saw 2 rows of luxury car fleets. There were countless colorful sports cars among them, some kind of Lamborghini, some kind of Ferrari, and a dozen black Rolls Royces. Li Haowen's Rolls Royce looked a bit inconspicuous even when it was parked in front of the convoy. It looks like this is where the pickup departed. After getting out of the car, Li Haowen suddenly called out to Fang Yamo, "Wait, unwrap a cigarette and give it out to these master drivers." With that, Li Haowen opened the trunk of the car and unwrapped a brand new Chinese cigarette. Fang Yamo then slapped the back of his head. Right, marriage is a happy event after all. It's natural to give these masters a smoke break, but he was so preoccupied that he had almost forgotten this most crucial courtesy. It's a good thing you had cigarettes in your car. Otherwise it would have been an embarrassing day. Fang Yamo smiled gratefully. The crowd did not know who noticed Fang Yamo figure and shouted, "The groom is here." Immediately countless eyes fell on Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo adjusted his emotions and said with a straight face, "Thank you all for coming to my wedding with Sister Yulan. We'll have to work hard for you to drive later. Come on, everyone smoke," said. He squeezed out a warm smile and began to send out cigarettes one by one. Those driver masters are also very facetious. Seeing Fang Yamo took the initiative to send out cigarettes, each and every one of them also smiled and took it. Just a few packets had been dispersed, and just then, a petite silhouette suddenly appeared next to Fang Yamo. "What are you doing? The relatives of the Ning family are here. Why don't you hurry in and greet the elders?" Ning Shiyu also wore a long clean white dress today, and with that look that had a few similarities to Ning Yulan, people who didn't know thought it was a mini version of General Manager Ning. Ha! Hearing this, Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment. Li Haowen obediently took the Chinese in his hand. "Then you go. I'll give out the cigarettes. Our Fang Shao will be busy today." After saying this, Li Haowen smiled instead of Fang Yamo and spread cigarettes to those drivers one by one. "Come on, master. Smoke, smoke, smoke. I'm the groom's best friend, and I should be his best man later on. No surprises. Put. Ha ha ha. How come this brother doesn't even know if he's the best man or not? Interesting lad. Buddy, why hasn't Mr. Ning, the #1 beauty in Jiangcheng, shown up yet?" Our brothers and sisters got up early in order to take a look at Mr. Ning. Where is the bride? Looking at Li Haowen, he climbed up enthusiastically with those drivers. Fang Yamo sighed in relief and was dragged by his sister-in-law into the Ning family manor. He also didn't know what the surprise Sister Yulan was talking about. As Fang Yamo walked, he sized up the childish Ning Shiyu, and her sister-in-law rarely wore light makeup. "Why are you so dressed up today? You're not still planning to be a bridesmaid for your sister, are you?" "I'm not going to do it. I still want to eat you two's banquet." The best man and maid of honor, how pathetic, has been standing like a welcome guest. Want to eat, have to wait until what time? Show. Fang Yamo secretly gave Ning Shiyu a thumbs up. In terms of logical clarity, it's you, Ning Shiyu, who can even give up being a bridesmaid for the sake of a meal. Just before reaching the door of the room, Ning Shiyu suddenly turned her head and smiled mysteriously at Fang Yamo. "Hey, open the door yourself. There's a surprise waiting for you inside." "Surprise?" Fang Yamo opened his mouth. His sister-in-law also knew that Sister Yulan had prepared a surprise for him. He didn't ink a word, and the next moment he pushed the door of the room open, only to see that the living room on the first floor of the Ning family manor was overcrowded and densely packed with people. Fang Yamo was shocked by the horrifying number of people. Is Sister Yulan moving half of the Ning family's genealogy over here? Silly boy. What are you still looking at? Why don't you hurry over and greet everyone? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "It's Mom." Fong Mo looked towards the crowd, but he suddenly had a stagnant expression, because he also saw a couple of people next to his old lady who by all rights shouldn't be here. Auntie, grandmother, great aunt, little aunt, great aunt one, auntie Lu, uncle, second father, why are you all here? Holy shit, why would our family's relatives be in the Ning family manor? Fong Mo's eyes widened. Hearing this, the first thing Fong's father did was to come up and give his son a headbutt. What are you talking about, kid? On your big day, shouldn't you 7 aunts and aunts come to the party? No, I mean, how did they get here? Fong Mo was stunned.
Only then did Fong's father explain with a smile. Yesterday, that child Yulan had already secretly used a bus to bring all of our family's friends and relatives to Jiangchang. And your mom and I spent last night at the Ning family manor. That's why Sister Yulan let herself stay in the car last night and didn't let him Fong Mo in the door, not because she wanted to divorce herself in her heart. Instead, you want to keep a mystery to surprise yourself? Look, take a look at what's in the center of the room, and you'll know why that kid Yulan didn't let you in yesterday. Chapter 92. Finally, a two-way race to the bottom, because there were simply too many people in the living room. Fong Mo couldn't even see the head at a glance, and he didn't even find Elder Ning's figure. So naturally, I didn't notice anything special in the center of the living room. When Pop said that, all those relatives from both families around them laughed and dispersed in all directions, making way for the center of the living room. Only then did Fong Mo's pupils tighten and his eyes widen. No, only to see that there was an equivalent sculpture of Fong Mo and Ning Yulan in the living room. The sculpture was almost a perfect one restoration of the couple's height and appearance. And what made Fong Mo's ears red was that the sculpture was in a kissing position. That's right, kissing. In the center of the room, there was actually an equivocal sculpture of Fong Mo and Ning Yulan kissing. Fong Mo, Omega, what's wrong with the little red face all of a sudden? Noticing Fong Mo's expression, those elders in the living room also revealed derisive smiles one by one. Fong Mo instantly died socially and had the feeling of wanting to find a crack in the ground. Of course, he was actually sweet in his heart, and even the gloom of last night was swept away. Father Fong tapped his son on the shoulder. Your kid is able to marry Yulan. It's really a blessing for our family. Your gift is not just this one. There are more than a dozen bedrooms in the Ning family manor. Each one of them has been carefully arranged with your gift inside. Go ahead. My gift? Go on. Our groom has received his gifts and has to give us tea one by one. Groom, move faster. Don't keep the bride waiting later. That's right. Such a beautiful bride. What if she waits too long and gets impatient and doesn't want to get married? Ha ha ha. The elders recklessly flirted with Fong Mo, and only then did the youth give a dry laugh and went up to the second floor. The dozen or so bedrooms in the Ning family had been decorated with gifts of their own, something Fong Mo had never dreamed of. He hurriedly went up to the second floor, and when he pushed open the door of the first room, Fong Mo froze. Only a small crib was placed in the room. The bed was not big, but the arrangement around it was quite cozy, and there was even baby bathing equipment, and there was a small remote control-like thing on the bed. Fong Mo hesitated and picked up that remote control. He didn't understand what Sister Yulan meant by arranging herself like this in the first room. Was she implying that she wanted to have a child with me? Fong Mo mistakenly pressed the switch of the remote control. Ning Yulan's voice resounded in the room at once. Brother, I've never been a part of your life for the past 23 years, and I'm sorry for that, sister, but for the rest of your life to come, I'll be with you on every birthday, and these are the gifts that sister hopes you'll enjoy. Just as the voice fell, all the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. Fong Mo then realized that there was a laser light under the crib, and the light projected onto the wall and turned into a photo. Each one has an adorable baby's fleshy little face on it. Fong Mo stared wide-eyed. This is a picture of me as a child? The laser light slowly rotated and the images on the walls began to gradually change. From a tiny baby with melons falling to the ground to a cutie standing on the bed in a diaper. This is all Fong Mo. These are pictures of Fong Mo himself as a child. Fong Mo had unintentionally seen it on his mom's cell phone. There was even a picture of Fong Mo's dad and mom celebrating his birthday when he was 2 years old. The knots in Fong Mo's throat rolled involuntarily, and his eyes began to moisten. The moment you came into the world, you brought a new life to a couple. That's right, an aunt and uncle. No, as of today, my sister is probably going to call them mom and dad, right? Well, the title is still a bit hot. It hasn't gone down well until now, but when we next meet, it'll really be my mom and dad. Watching you grow up day by day, they have their own sense of fulfillment. This is a stage that every parent goes through. You are the little life that they have conceived, the fruit of love. You are the greatest treasure that God has given them. However, the same, and my sisters, the greatest gift of all. A gift from Sister Yulan? Fong Mo froze for a moment, and at the same time the voice disappeared. The picture was fixed on the birthday celebration of Fong Mo when he was 3 years old. with a cupcake in front of him and a group photo of his mom and dad kissing his fleshy little face on one side.
Fanyamo wiped his wet eyes before he realized that there was another thing in the crib,
which was a pair of small white socks.
The socks were clearly not for someone of his own age. Is this a sock from when I was a kid? Fanyamo tucked in his surprised thoughts and left the room.
It was then that he noticed that the original each room Ning Yulan was labeled from 118.
When he got to the second room, Fanyamo saw pictures of himself from the age of 4 to 6, and likewise in the room he heard Sister Yulan's voice. Little one, are you going to wonder why your sister said you were a gift from heaven? Because Sister me.
I've liked you for a whole 13 years.
Boom. Hearing these words, Fangmo's heart immediately set off waves of shock. What? Sister Yulan has liked me for 13 years?
They've only known each other for 13 years.
Wouldn't it mean that what he said the last time he gave the old man a rip, in turn, was actually true? Fanyamo still remembers the day he gave the old man a hard time babbling,
threatening that he fell in love with Ning Yulan at first sight. Elder Ning's eyes were filled with suspicion at that time,
and Fanyamo was still impressed.
I didn't expect that Sister Yulan was really the one who fell in love with herself at first sight, enough to like herself for as long as 13 years.
Isn't it a little surprising?
Fool. I'm also wondering what's so great about you little guy that you deserve to be liked by your sister for so long.
But isn't that how feelings are so unpredictable and unreasonable? Sister likes you. If you have nothing, then I'm your last piece of luggage.
As the words fell,
a small gift was once again spotlighted in the room. It was a tube of toothpaste,
which seemed to represent the fact that at this age,
after Fanyamo was 4 years old, he already had baby teeth and could even brush his own teeth. The gift wasn't heavy,
but it was enough to show Ning Yulan's intentions.
Fanyamo put away the tube of toothpaste and then came to the third room.
When we first met, it was during the time when my parents had just gotten divorced, and it was a time when I felt like the whole world was gray because there was no longer a mother who loved me. I hated children at first and was autistic in nature, and at 7 you were wandering around the yard and ran into my back garden. At that time you bumped into my sister who was crying,
and you stupidly asked me what you were crying about.
Sister, I was just thinking,
what do you know as a little kid? As a result,
you took out a handkerchief and wiped my tears and gave me a lollipop.
So tell me, who bullied you?
Sister, you're so good looking.
If you marry me in the future, I'll consider taking revenge for you.
I know it was childish talk, though, I still moved hard.
Was I stupid?
It seems like it was because of that comment that I fell in love with you. You hateful little guy. The first time I saw you cry was when you were 9 years old. You were being bullied at school, and I was so angry at my sister that I got someone to teach those disobedient brats a lesson. And I let them off the hook when they promised me that they would never trouble you again from now on.
When you cry,
my heart trembles.
In fact, my sister doesn't want much. It seems like all I need is for you to pay a little more attention to me, and I'll be happy.
I remember when you came to my house when you were 9 years old and didn't want to eat. You wanted cake,
and I personally took you out in the middle of the night to get it. As a result, after running half of Jiangchang, the cake store was closed. I was furious. Let the housekeeper learn the cake practice overnight. Finally the thing came out, but the result is that you, the little one,
fell asleep. When you were 13 years old,
you went with your classmates to play in the riverside court. The result was pushed into the water by female classmates wanting to see you laugh. You a dry duck, pressed, never learned to swim, where can you come up on your own?
I could not care less, rushed straight over to save you.
The result is that both of us drowned. Good thing your father fished us out,
but after you came ashore you had already drowned and fainted. I was so angry that I slapped the girl a dozen slaps. You were 15 years old when you got into trouble at home,
was scolded and ran away from home. Uncle and Aunt anger is still not gone. You don't dare to go back.
On the road bumped into me who just got out of school,
walked with me all the way. The result was that just into the Ning family manor.
You fell asleep. I thought about it. After wasting my sister's time with you for the whole night, I have to collect some interest, so I even secretly kissed your face at that time.
The little one's skin is really good, smooth and soft. When you were 18, you just happened to be in your rebellious stage, and as a result, your grandfather died,
and you learned to drink,
and I went to the big stall and caught you many times,
and was afraid that you were hanging out with unsavory fox friends, and I did my best to stop it behind my back. It's a good thing you little guys are kind of obedient and don't let me worry too much about that. I thought it's so hard for you to grow up. Some words have been held in my heart for so long.
I finally have the chance to tell you,
but it turns out that you just went to college and even fell in love.
That day was the first time I got drunk. But don't worry, my sister didn't have much of a desire to share, so it was a sneaky emotion to digest alone.
The first time you and Lin Shirhan had a fight and he kicked you out of the house,
I almost pissed off and went over to that bitch.
On what grounds? What kind of thing is she that she dares to drive away the little one I've loved for more than 10 years?
Turns out when I got to the bottom of the building, you actually bought her a bouquet of flowers to apologize. My heart stung hard as if I was stabbed by a needle. At that time I told myself that I would never like you again. You have so much disrespect for yourself. Why should I meddle in your business? And as a result, I ended up not being able to control my feelings for you. You say you this little guy how hateful, even caused my sister my most precious youth. Have not been in love, have been pining for you such a little guy. I've always wanted to show you the best side. So that day I had my period and the blood got on the bed. My sister was very afraid that you disliked me. You brat just don't listen, and you still want to ask questions. But when you said the 3 words you don't dislike me, my heart really trembled fiercely. So I'm no longer unrequited. We're, like, finally running in both directions. Chapter 93, Come to Me. Each room had a section of Ning Yulan's voice, and when Fong Mo walked into the last room, he had long since burst into tears. He had never known in the past that Sister Yulan had actually liked herself for such a long time. It was amazing that she had done so much for herself behind the scenes, silently watching over her for so many years. Baby, this is the last room, and all that my sister wanted to say to you has been said. Although the memories of our relationship may seem insignificant to you, so you never seem to notice me. Ning Yulan laughed, his laughter filled with bitterness. Fong Mo couldn't wait to give him 2 big mouths of his own. What's wrong with age? Could it be that he hadn't had a heartbeat for Sister Yulan in the earliest days? If I had known, I should have made my move earlier and taken down Sister Yulan earlier. How the fuck did I waste 3 years of my life on a woman like Lin Shirhan and break Sister Yulan's heart? That day you called me to the snow. I never looked at the snow. You never looked at me. Wow. This lowering thoroughly appreciated the journey of Ning Yulan's heart in this crush. Gradually a sourness began to rise in all his heart. A little hard to bear. Today on the wedding day, I have another task for you. You have to find me before 12 o'clock. This is kind of sister my childish heart. The last joke with you. You could also interpret it as a pretense that I'm a girl who's put aside her reserve for so many steps between us. So I'm eager to see you take one. Sister, I'll hide in that place where we were closest. That day, so much really happened. Think about the memories between us. Baby. Fong Mo was originally still immersed in the sadness of sympathizing with Ning Yulan. Hearing this, the others were dumbfounded. What the hell? Find you? Sister Yulan isn't planning to play hide and seek with me, is she? Sister, stop it. We're getting married today. You can't joke around about marriage matters. Can't it be that if I can't find you, you won't show up? Here's a little hint: put fireworks, candy, and bad beer. After saying this, Ning Yulan's voice in the last room also completely disappeared. The knots in Fong Mo's throat were rolling involuntarily. Sister Yulan, I'm not going to be able to do that. The big wedding day. You play hide and seek with me? This wave you intend to play so many people is not excessive. Unfortunately, there was only Ning Yulan's voice in the room, not her own, so there was no one to answer Fong Mo's question at all. Now with the end of the recording playback, it was impossible for Fong Mo to hear Sister Yulan's voice even if he wanted to. He had the illusion that if he couldn't find Ning Yulan today, maybe the woman would really give up on the wedding. This feeling is very strong. So strong that Fong Mo himself is a little shocked. It's a wedding. Big sister. There was no gift in the last room. Only a card. It says, if there were 100 steps between us, I'd take 99 for you, but I want you to take that 1 step forward for me. Sister Yulan, you're playing it big with this step. The corner of Fong Mo's mouth twitched violently. The so-called closest day. Fong Mo did not have any impression at all. Could it be talking about after the two were married? Wouldn't that be more days? Could it be Song Yu's family resort? They kissed no less than 3 times on that day. Is that the day Sister Yulan wants to talk about? But on second thought, Fong Mo felt that the direction was wrong again. According to Yulan's character, if she was referring to the closest day after their marriage, why would she have to say that Fong Mo should think about the memories between the two of them? Have I ever been intimate with Sister Yulan before? Fong Mo scratched his ears. After descending the stairs, countless elders from the Ning and Fong clans were looking at the youth with smiles on their faces. Fong's father even walked over to put an arm around his son's shoulders. You're done reading, aren't you? I don't know what kind of surprise this child Yulan has prepared for you, but she mentioned that it was to make up for the fact that she hadn't been involved in your life since you were a child. So I don't know if you experienced Yulan's sense of involvement yet? The corner of Fong Mo's mouth twitched violently. If you're talking about participation, I've really noticed that Yulan has never seemed to be absent from my life. It's just that she was always in the shadows, so I never knew. Ning Yulan's understanding of Fong Mo's growth trajectory was, in many degrees, even higher than that of his parents. Pops, I've got a few things to do and I've got to go out. Fong Mo thought about Ning Yulan's message in the last room, touched the tip of his nose resentfully, and rushed to his father with a dry smile. At those words, Father Fong was stunned. Something come up? Got to go out? Do you know what time it is? You're not kidding me? It's your wedding today. Would this be anything more important than getting to know the Ning family's relatives?
Seeing that his old man revealed a displeased look,
Fong Yamo had goosebumps all over his body.
It seemed to be a flashback to the memories of when he was a child and disobeyed. His old man would pull out his 7 wolves to show his fatherly side.
No, it's not about me. It's Sister Yulan. Fong Yamo shrunk his head and laughed bitterly in his heart. Sister Yulan's wave is really a bit over the top.
He was at a bit of a loss as to how to explain this to his father.
Pops, I'll talk to you when I get back. Give me an hour first. Weddings are usually held at 12 o'clock. And it's almost 10 now. If Fong Yamo couldn't bring Ning Yulan back before 12 o'clock, these 7 ants would definitely become suspicious. And Fong Yamo wasn't sure where Sister Yulan was at the moment. An hour was already conservative. Father Fong sniffed and nodded thoughtfully. After all, knowing the son is like father.
The old Fong also know that the son is not the kind of indistinguishable, do not know the importance of the nature of the occasion.
Okay, your mom and I will help stall for the hour. After saying this, Father Fong directly twisted his head and drilled into the crowd. Gentlemen, today is my son's big day. First of all, surely I would like to thank you all for your willingness to come to participate in Fong Mo's wedding. And secondly, I would like to focus on nominating a few K-Fongs who have contributed a lot to this wedding to lead the residents. Pop still has a great ability to improvise. Fong Yamo was slightly relieved when he saw this. As he walked out of the Ning family manor, Fong Yamo took out his cell phone and dialed Ning Yulan.
His heart was tinged with a few flukes.
After all, based on past contacts, Sister Yulan shouldn't be making a fool of marriage matters, right? Unfortunately, though, there was soon a beep busy signal on the other end of the phone receiver. The following ink completely froze. No one answered. Yulan's sister to really There's really no answer? The day we were closest. Close. Intimate. Did we have any very close physical contact in the 13 years before that?
Fong Yamo bitterly laughed as he looked at the word wife on the cell phone screen that Ning Yulan had left as a note earlier.
Intimacy? What exactly does it mean? Fong Yamo had just approached Li Haowen's Rolls Royce before he could say anything. Just then,
suddenly a line of stretch Hummers sped by.
Yo, today's day is really the right day. I've heard that today is the big wedding day of Mr. Ning of Ning's group. TSK.
I don't know if our uninvited visit has disturbed the 2 newcomers' pleasure. The line of Hummers barreled across the road with no regard for the low-slung sports cars on the side of the road.
Several cars even came close to being hit. When Fong Yamo saw this, he immediately frowned.
It's not a good thing that the other side is here to cause trouble.
Chapter 94. In the next moment,
his eyes fell on the first Hummer's car, and his eyes slowly narrowed slightly.
Gao Zijie, Han Yuer?
That's right. The one driving in the main driver's seat is Jiangcheng Bank Gao Zijie.
As for the co-pilot sitting, it was Han Yuer, who had had a meeting at the Li group last time and had left a deep impression on Fong Yamo. Young Fong, today is your big day. I, Gao Zijie, have come to join in the fun. Is that okay?
With those words, Gao Zijie smiled and slapped his butt to get out of the car, also pulling out a suitcase. And here is my wedding gift to the 2 newlyweds.
Mr. Ning, I'd like to announce it to the 2 of you in person. Gao Zijie and Han Yuer's high-profile moves had attracted quite a few people. Not only did those bored drivers approach one by one,
but even a few friends and family members of the Ning and Fong families in the villa came forward to inquire about the situation.
Fong Yamo frowned. Sister Yulan isn't here. What do you guys want? Mr. Ning isn't here.
Then it seems that this gift today can only be enjoyed by you alone first.
After saying this, Gao Zijie laughed. Recently,
our Jiangcheng Bank has been having a hard time.
After all,
a certain big customer owed an astronomically large sum of money for a really long time. And after we negotiated a few times to no avail, I decided to take Ning's group to court with a single petition. And it's announced that from today onwards,
Jiangcheng Bank has completely cancelled its cooperation with Ning's group. In the future, if Ning's group has any financial problems, I, Jiangcheng Bank, will not intervene again.
Wow! As soon as these words came out, the crowd erupted in a gasp of surprise.
After all, no matter how much of a powerful family Ning's group was, it was still a business. Sooner or later, a company that does business will run into money problems.
That's why there are basically no businessmen in Jiangcheng who dare to mess with the Jiangcheng Bank.
This is exactly what emboldened Gao Zijie's bottom line. And today,
with Gao Zijie formally announcing in front of so many people that he was cancelling all cooperation with the Ning group,
it could almost be disguised to mean that Jiangcheng Bank intended to blacklist Ning's group. This is still the first Jiangcheng group to be blacklisted by a bank.
Ning is rooted in Jiangcheng. How can he do business in the future?
Countless people's faces changed drastically.
And there was a lot of discussion. Gao Zijie looked at Fong Yamo with eyes filled with provocative colors.
How is it, young Fong? Do you still like this wedding gift I gave you? Actually, the money Ning owes us isn't much. Just a mere 200 million.
If Fang Xiao can come up with 200 million, we can also withdraw the case.
You think I'm stupid? You didn't even pull out the contract in black and white. And you're asking me to pay back the money for Ning? Fang Yamo coldly gazed at Gao Zijie.
Ning Group has been cooperating with Jiangcheng Bank for a long time.
Are you sure that you, Gao Zijie, can fully represent Jiangcheng Bank?
Gao Zijie sniffed and immediately skimmed his lips,
pulling out a document from his briefcase.
Here are the legal documents of the legal department of the Bank of Jiangcheng.
I have mobilized the legal department. Do you think I have not moved the real thing? And questioning whether I am qualified to represent Jiangcheng Bank. It's simply hilarious. Could it be that I'm not qualified? But you, Fang Mo, are? Fang Mo's brows furrowed,
and Li Haowen would have walked behind Fang Mo by now.
Seeing Gao Zijie's complacency,
Li Haowen was so angry that he couldn't wait to rush up and give him two big mouths.
However, he knew that he couldn't really do anything about it, or else he would be completely at a disadvantage.
The original is Ning's group owes people Jiangcheng Bank's money.
Set out in the sense of Ning's have to return the arrears, but in reality,
most local businesses owe money to the banks,
and it is a perfectly normal operation to take out loans to operate.
Gao Zijie jumping out to add fuel to the fire now was nothing more than disgusting Fang Mo.
The next moment,
Han Yuer was also smiling as she took 2 steps forward, her bloated and obese figure resembling a meatball.
Then I'll give the two newlyweds a wedding gift, by the way. I, Han Yuer,
have full authority to cancel the cooperation with Ning's Group on behalf of Han Style Group and the credit union.
And from today onwards,
Ning's Group has been permanently blacklisted by my Han Style Group, and will never cooperate. And it requires the Ning Group to immediately return the entire capital injection belonging to the Han Style Group from the previous cooperation.
Boom!
The scene all started to get a little confused when these words came out. Although the Ning family was the #1 family in Jiangcheng, but even the most powerful can't afford to be targeted by 2 major corporations.
What's more, there's a bank in the mix. You know,
with most of the businesses in Jiangcheng operating in debt,
the Jiangcheng Bank is the golden daddy they can't afford to offend at all.
If this news were to get out in the wind today,
I'm afraid that a lot of companies would be trying to curry favor with the Bank of Jiangcheng, chose to cancel the partnership with Ning. When you're high up, others can only look up, but if you fall from the altar, then you can see the ugly face of human nature, and then I am afraid there will be countless people who will fall into the well.
It was thought that even a behemoth like Ning could not withstand such a fall. There were already a number of people in the scene whose eyes began to change.
Young Fong, do you like this wedding gift? Fong Mo's frown grew deeper and deeper.
This would be consumed by the 2 men themselves, and there would be no time to find Sister Yulan. After all, he was at least the groom, and was considered the hero of the day. Han Yuer and Gao Zijie came in force, clearly rushing towards him and Ning Yulan.
If Fang Mo left,
not to mention whether or not the others would talk about it, even Elder Ning would probably give birth to a lot of opinions about him. And he was already the one who could be the head of the house on behalf of Ning.
TSK. After the full cancellation of the cooperation,
I'm afraid that the financial pressure on Ning's Group will become more and more serious.
Right?
I've heard that Ning's Group's stock has been down for several days. If it continues like this, I'm afraid they'll all have to be delisted.
I'm guessing that if this is put out there today, stockholders will panic in large numbers again tomorrow and spin off the stocks in their hands.
TSK. I'm afraid that certain people will do whatever they can, and will also maliciously short Ning's Group stock. Then Ning's distance from falling off the altar really won't be more than a few days.
The people around them were murmuring and talking about the crisis. Ning's Group is finished off.
This thought resounded in the hearts of countless people in an instant.
Fang Mo's eyes narrowed. It seemed that some people had to be moved out. At that thought,
he was about to pull out his cell phone to shake a call to his superiors in the Dragon team when suddenly 2 more luxury cars sped up.
Jab. One of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled out into traffic in a fiery hurry. Another Mercedes-Benz Big G,
seeing that the road was blocked,
did even more ruthlessly, and even directly crashed through the 2 Hummers. Did you build the road?
A row of cars is just left in the middle of the road.
Are you out of your mind? At the same time, a clear female voice slowly sounded. Gao Zijie and Han Yuer noticed the change, and both of them looked behind them in disbelief.
On behalf of the old master, she one of the Yi family in the capital sends his blessings to young Master Fang Mo and Miss Ning. 10,000 taels of gold and a salute to wish the 2 of you 100 years of happiness.
Lu Qing, chairman of Cade Culture,
sends a check for $100 million and a Cade credit card to celebrate the happy ending of young Fang and Mr.
Ning, wishing the 2 of you children and grandchildren, and happiness for your family. Wow! There was a silence in the room. Chapter 95, 1,000 pieces of gold. The doors of the 2 cars were open, and Shi Yuan and Lu Qing jumped out of the cars one after the other. He Shiwan grinned a gentle smile at Fong Mo. Young Fong, we're not late, are we? In order to eat this seed of yours, I can be sincere. Today high and low have to let me experience being the guest of honor of the Ning family. Oh. Upon hearing this, a slight look of gratitude passed over Fong Mo's face. I didn't expect He Shiwan to come to his wedding. What shocked him even more was the congratulatory gift from He Shiyuan. A gift that could be described as sincere. Fong Mo hurriedly arched his hand. Thanks, MS. Ho. In the next moment, he looked at Lu Qing. In fact, Fong Mo was even more puzzled as to how Lu Qing came to join in the fun. He Shiwan side himself was the lifesaver of the He family's old man, and it was naturally not difficult to understand a woman thanking herself. But what about Lu Qing? The two of them are nothing more than friends, and he made such a big fuss over a dinner and $100 million? With a touch of shame on her face, Lu Qing stepped forward and took Fong Mo's hand. Brother, yesterday was my brother's eyesight. In the morning our company's financial accounts were hacked. Your sister-in-law's firewall didn't even last past 30 seconds. Well, last night when I went back I idly connected your USB drive to the computer. It is precisely because of your program that I reacted to immediately unplug the power supply. Otherwise, today's loss of Cade culture is less than 1 billion. This 100 million is my reward to you, but also a little bit of my brother in order to chat about apologies. You must take it. Hearing this, Fong Mo was shocked. Yesterday, when the USB flash drive was given to Lu Qing, Fong Mo was clear in his mind that something would happen sooner or later with this reconciliation of Kai-Tak culture. It's just that he never dreamed that the hacker would strike so quickly, and only a short day later he was planning to do it. Just then, someone in the crowd also recognized Lu Qing's identity. Isn't that Mr. Lu Qing, the chairman of Cade culture? That's an existence that's on the list of the world's richest people. Why would Mr. Lu Qing come to Mr. Ning's wedding? Oh my god. What did I see? Fong Xiao and Lu Qing are calling themselves brothers. What's their relationship? Could it be that they're not friends? Nonsense. It must be a friend. Otherwise who would have nothing to do with giving you $100 million for your share? The central bank is so rich and powerful that Miss He Shiyuan he even came. So if Ning's encounters any funding problems, the problem with this friendship, it's all perfectly fine to go to the central bank to solve it. Yeah, in front of the He family. What the hell is a mere Zhongcheng bank? I said why Mr. Ning hasn't been in a hurry to borrow money for a while now. So it's because he has this relationship. Countless people murmured. And the situation in the scene was instantly turned upside down because the Lu Qing duo showed up. Well, we got here just in time, didn't we? Lu Qing wilting nature must have guessed that Gao Zijie and Han Yue are not good. Just a sweep of the eyes is clear what the situation is at the moment. So also invited like a grin. Fong Mo sniffed and laughed. That's right. It's the right time to come. Thank you. Thank you to the two honored guests. Li Hao Wen. Receive these two friends. After saying this, Fong Mo flung his hand in a spirited manner and turned his head to glance in the direction of Gao Zijie's duo. The bottom of his eyes filled with contempt. There's one thing to be said for you. You're kinda handsome today. He Shiyuan flirted with Fong Mo before entering the door. Before following Li Haowen into the Ning family manor. Countless onlookers saw this and lamented Fong Mo's wide range of friendships. These two are obviously here for Fong Xiao's sake. No wonder he was able to become the aunt of the Ning family. To say that he doesn't have some skills kills me. This was the thought that was clear in the minds of countless people at this moment. Gao Zijie thought that a small Jiangcheng bank could restrain other people's Mr. Ning, not knowing that they have relations with the central bank. Gao Zijie is simply asking for trouble. That's right, Han Yue, this stupid woman. Those foreign trade business done by the Han family are not even as good as the size of a thumbcap of Lu Qing. Even if the cooperation is cancelled, Ning can turn around and look for Cade culture. These two are simply out of their depth and making fools of themselves. Gao Zijie's face turned blue when he heard the murmur of voices around him. He thought that this wedding gift of his was enough to make Fong Mo and Ning Yulan anxious. Who knew that because of the appearance of Lu Qing and He Shiyuan, the crisis was dissolved in an instant. After being punched in the face that day, Gao Zijie was the first to leave. Therefore, he was not clear about the fact that Ning Yulan had met with the Yi family's old man afterward. He once thought that Wai Shouwan's so-called life-saving benefactor was just a polite remark, and the two of them remained casual acquaintances. Who knew that the friendship had reached such a level that they would even throw away $10,000 as a congratulatory gift? Yo! Such a large group of people gathered around the doorway. What for? I hope I'm not too late. The Jiangcheng Gold family presents the two newlyweds with a painting by Master Hidden Dragon. 1,000 pieces of gold, which signifies true love forever. The next moment, a phantom also slowly stopped at the gate. A stooped old man in the car slowly stepped down. As he spoke, the scene went completely silent. 1,000 pieces of gold? Is it the closing work of that hidden dragon master who fetched $200 million in Hong Kong City some time ago?
Geez, the Jean family's old man is too willing to put down blood money, isn't he? The Jean family and the Ning family were originally friends, but I never dreamed that Elder Jean would take out such a painting worth 10,000 gold to congratulate the two on their happy marriage.
As Elder Jean stepped forward in degrees, Fang Yamo also looked at the old man with some surprise. You know,
he didn't help the Jean family group fix the bugs, and he thought that Master Jean was holding his grudge for the past 2 days. I didn't expect the old man to take the initiative to send a congratulatory gift.
Elder Jean smiled and took 2 steps forward to shake hands with Fang Yamo. This child Yulan is the one I've watched grow up. How could I possibly be absent at her wedding? What's more, what happened last time was a misunderstanding. Jean Shijia, get your ass over here and apologize to Fang Xiao, or else you can be removed from the Jean family heirs starting today. As the voice fell, only a slightly wretched silhouette hurriedly took 2 steps forward and disheveledly rushed at Fang Yamo, bending her head. Fang Xiao, I was the one who was dog-eyed and offended before, so I hope you'll be magnanimous and bear with me. After saying that, Jean Shijia even raised her hand to give herself 2 slaps on the face. Snap! The sound is crisp and loud. After that day, Elder Jean went back to get Taki Lao to seriously discuss about Fang Mo's hacking level. Takaru was silent for a long time with only one comment. If he wrote that firewall, then I'm not as good as him. Moreover, Taki Lao was worthy of being the #1 hacker in Jiangcheng in the open, and even recognized that there was a shadow of Zheng in the source code of that program. At that moment, Elder Jean was filled with shock. What does that mean? Either Fang Yamo was friends with Zheng, or Fang Yamo was really studying under the king of hackers. An ordinary hacker may not be much, but for a family like the Jean family, which is involved in black and white interspersed with gray matter, if they offend a top hacker, in case they get angry, they will throw a lot of the Jean family's secrets onto the internet. The Jean family, a seemingly behemoth conglomerate, would collapse in a matter of moments. This also completely strengthened Elder Jin's mind to befriend Fang Yamo. Fang Xiao, please forgive. Jean Shijia, looking at Fang Mo's silence, thought that the youth had not forgiven himself, and again raised her hand to give herself 2 slaps. More than face, the identity of the Jean family heir was more important. If she lost this layer of identity, she, Jean Shijia, would completely fall off the pedestal. Seeing this, Fang Yamo hurriedly took a step forward and pulled Jean Shijia with a quick eye. Alright, Miss Jean, I accept your apology. Not to mention that today is my big wedding. Everyone who comes is a guest, and on the big day, let those in the past be in the past. Elder Jean is full of sincerity, and for me to still hold on to that bit of business also seems a bit too petty. After saying this, Fang Yamo called out to Li Haowen to help arrange Elder Jean. The eyes of the countless people around them looking at Fang Yamo at this moment had begun to change. At first, many people thought that Fang Yamo was nothing more than a nameless person who had luckily gained Ning Yulan's favor. But looking at whether it was Lu Qing, He Shi Yuan, or Elder Jean, they were all courteous to Fang Yamo. Those people also gradually understand. Can let the first female president of Jiangcheng like, and how can it be idle generation? Groom, when do we start receiving the bride? I guess the bride is waiting a little impatiently. Yeah, let's just get going, shall we? A few drivers from the surrounding convoy grinned and prodded. The duo of Han Yuer and Gao Zijie standing on the extended Hummer were completely ignored by everyone. The 2 clowns are just 2 clowns. Not only did they fail to restrain Ning's group today, they even indirectly helped Fang Yamo to establish his authority once. And they have long become the laughingstock in the hearts of the people. Hearing the urging voices of the people around him, Fang Yamo then slapped the back of his head. Crap, time is running out. It's all because of these 2 guys, Gao Zijie and Han Yuer. What's the point of jumping out to make trouble when there's nothing else to do? With this thought, Fang Yamo rushed a few drivers behind him and gave a bitter smile. The bride has been a bit naughty. I have to go find her before we can continue the process, but don't worry, we won't delay the banquet. If he can't get his bride back today, he's afraid that Fang Yamo will be a joke on the news. On the day of the wedding, his wife played hide-and-seek with him, and a man was unable to find his wife, resulting in the wedding not taking place as scheduled. This kind of news, even if you look at the Chinese and foreign news world, is quite a bombing existence. Chapter 96, Fireworks. Sugar. Bad beer. After saying this, Fang Yamo viciously glared at the row of extended Hummer convoy. You 2 aren't going to leave yet. Are you going to stay for dinner? I'm sorry, there are fewer seats prepared today, so there may not be a place for you 2 to dine. Both Gao Zijie and Han Yuer's faces sank, but clear that today the momentum has gone, which coldly grunted and grayly started the vehicle to leave the entrance of Ning's manor. Fang Yamo took one more look at Gao Zijie's car. After accompanying Li Homan to acquire the internet cafe yesterday, there were more bugs outside the door in the afternoon. To say who was the most likely, the first person Fang Yamo locked onto suspect was Gao Zijie.
Yesterday although packed this kid a meal. He is not so big as to make a fuss on my wedding day to stand out to stir up trouble. After all, so more or less also will be the Ning family, which is the first Jiangqing mansion.
Completely offended to death. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that Li Haowen's guess was right. Can let Gao Zijie at any cost to offend the Ning family also want to die with him, Fang Mo?
I think that yearly Wanhan accident does have another reason.
But now is not the time to think about this. Fang Mo asked Li Haowen for the Rolls-Royce car keys and drove alone to take the lead to leave this side.
Sister Moonlan's voice ended with 3 tips for herself.
Fireworks, sugar, bad beer. What the hell do those 3 hints mean? Ha! The car drove into the main road. Fang Mo are still confused. What do the fireworks refer to? Could it be the fireworks that will be set off at the wedding today? That shouldn't be. Normal people don't set off red whips when they get married. Who has nothing to do with setting off fireworks in the middle of the day? And what does sugar mean? Fang Mo was confused. Could it be that once I saw fireworks with Sister Yulan? Halfway there, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hitting his eyes, Fang Mo froze. What's with the old lady? Hey, what's up, Mom? Where have you been? Your father said you needed an hour. And now this is more than half an hour later. Why aren't you back yet? The guests are getting a little anxious waiting. Fang Mo smiled bitterly at his words. Sister Yulan gave me a mission. She didn't head towards the Ning family manor. She's going to play hide and seek with me so I can find her. What? Hearing this, Mother Fang was startled. In their memories, Ning Yulan has been a cool-headed person since he was a child. And he has always been calm in his work. When would he make such unreliable jokes? Is it possible that you've pissed off someone else? Yulan, so she's giving you a tantrum? Mother Fang asked a mouthful of questions with some urgency. How could that be? What kind of person would joke about their wedding? What's more, how could I possibly provoke Sister Yulan on the eve of my wedding night? After saying this, Fang Mo suddenly froze, because there was a messy memory in his mind that began to gradually emerge. It's just that Fang Mo hasn't pinpointed his head yet. By the way, Mom, when our 2 families used to get together, did we have fireworks together? Fireworks? Mother Fang was stunned. Then it's only the time when we spent New Year's Eve at Ning's house. But that time you snuck out to play after dinner and didn't come back drunk until after 12. And I scolded you when you got back. Could it be that there's some necessary connection between Yulan playing hide and seek with you and setting off fireworks? But you weren't there that time when the fireworks were set off. At those words, Fang Mo was shocked. Right. It was that time. A memory suddenly came to Fang Mo's mind. That time, he did have contact with Sister Yulan. And what the old lady didn't know was that the elders of both families were drinking at the gathering. Fang Mo was bored and wanted to sneak out. But it turned out that Elder Ning had already had the gate locked. Fang Mo planned to climb over the wall. So he skipped around the entire courtyard and just happened to bump into Ning Yulan. Sister Yulan heard her plea and pondered for a long time before leaving the Ning manor with the bored Fang Mo walking through the small garden in the backyard. That time, although the 2 didn't watch the fireworks at home, they did go to the fair. Yes, it's the fair. Fang Mo's face was delighted. Mom, I have a clue. Let's not talk to you first. I'll make a trip to find Sister Yulan first. After saying this, Fang Mo drove in the other direction with a kick of the gas. That time was during the new year. The elders of the 2 families met at the Ning family manor for a dinner. What happened was that after dinner, the elders of the 2 families gathered in the living room and pushed their glasses. Fang Mo tried to steal the champagne that was used to entertain the guests and was bumped into by Ning Shiyu. Ning Shiyu laughed evilly and also gave a complaint to Mother Fang. And Fang Mo was scolded. His mood was even lower. Although Ning Shiyu and Fang Mo are barely the same age. But Ning Shiyu's topic was basically not on the same channel as Fang Mo's. Could it be that Fang Mo would be idle and have nothing better to do than to recount with her the story of his reigning supremacy in the darknet world? So Fang Mo got more and more bored and tried to find a chance to sneak out of the courtyard. That's how I bumped into Ning Yulan, who was holding a book and reviewing. That time, Sister Yulan took me away from the small garden in the backyard. And after that, it seemed like she didn't walk for long before she arrived at the marketplace in another alleyway. Fang Mo smacked his lips. Sister Yulan's memory is no one's. If it wasn't for the reminder from his old lady today, Fang Mo himself estimated that he would have used up an hour and wouldn't have been able to recall half of that day's experience. Seeing the time pass by bit, Fang Mo's car quickly stopped at the back door of the Ning family manor. Leaving the car, Fang Mo walked towards the front of the bazaar according to his memory. After walking for almost 5 minutes, a bustling bazaar appeared in front of Fang Mo's eyes. Even during the day, the place was bustling with activity, though it was less crowded than during the new year. Fang Mo was a little nervous. If he failed in his guess, God knows whether this marriage could still be concluded today. Just then, a cart owner suddenly recognized Fang Mo and said in surprise, "Ha, young man, it's you. Last time you guys bought candy without giving you change. I thought you wouldn't even come back. Buy candy? Last time? What is this boss talking about? Fang Yamo was stunned for a moment.
The fat boss had already rubbed his hands together and walked over.
Young man, I'm impressed with you. The year before last on New Year's Eve, you and a particularly good-looking woman came to me to buy candy,
and you asked for 2 marshmallows,
and ended up giving me 100.
I didn't have time to look for the money before you guys left then.
Don't you remember? Hearing this, Fang Mo's eyes widened.
Another memory slowly came to mind and he remembered. At that time, when he and Sister Yulan had just run into the bazaar,
Fang Yamo transformed into a runaway wild horse and wandered around. Come east, come west. After all, the New Year period is just a little too boring for young people. That was when Fang Yamo first noticed the cotton candy cart in front of the fairgrounds. Fang Mo's cravings were aroused, so he ran over to the boss and asked for 2 marshmallows. The result was a molded pants bag. Fang Yamo embarrassed.
It was then that he remembered that he had left his wallet on the Ning family manor couch. When she was worried that she couldn't pay, Sister Yulan came over and then trenchantly threw out $100 bill.
Fang Yamo was so focused on shopping with candy that he forgot about finding the money.
At that time,
for Ning Yulan,
who was already in charge of the Ning group, $100 was the same as $1 in the eyes of an ordinary person. It was nothing more than a small amount of money for sprinkling water.
So Ning Yulan didn't care and quickly followed Fang Mo's footsteps. It was only after this thought that Fang Yamo slapped the back of his head. So at that time, Sister Yulan didn't even let you find the money.
Boss, you were gone so fast.
In the time it took me to get my change. In a puff of smoke you two were gone.
The fat boss helplessly shrugged his shoulders. But maybe it's because you couple is so CP.
So I really did take down the looks of the two of you. In fact,
the memory point of Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan is not the sense of CP, but the fact that the two of them are clearly holding hands while Fang Yamo is spouting off about his girlfriend to Ning Yulan. These small business owners love nothing more than to eat melon. At the time he listened to that was a great deal. So looking at the two left, he looked back to remember that he forgot to give them change.
Yes, don't forget that Fang Yamo and Lin Shirhan have been good for almost 3 years.
And 2 years ago, Lin Shirhan was Fang Mo's girlfriend.
However,
it was also because what Lin Shirhan had done was really excessive.
So Fang Yamo didn't even hold back from spitting up even with Sister Yulan,
who had a cool temperament and few words.
By the way, did you end up breaking up with that girlfriend at the time? In the next moment, the fat boss asked blearily while handing Fang Yamo money.
Chapter 97, At last.
I've found you. What? Fang Yamo froze. The fat boss shrugged. Don't you remember?
You were talking about girlfriends all the time with that pretty girl who looked a few years older than you.
It's still strange, even though you call her sister. I can clearly feel that she's looking at you a bit strangely. At first you come over.
I see you two hand in hand, also thought you two are a couple. The results of close to here. You have other girlfriends? At that time my old companion also whispered to me.
Encountered the scum. Fang Mo's eyes were wide open. What the hell?
Big Brother's one-sided meeting 2 years ago.
You remember all these details so clearly? Is this appropriate? Is this normal? Fang Yamo was thunderstruck on the outside, but still touched the tip of his nose resentfully and said, Split, split. Now my wife is the big sister I was with at the time. Sure enough, the fat boss laughed. I could tell then that she was interested in you. You're quite a funny young man. To think that you didn't even realize this yourself.
And discussing another woman's matter in front of a girl who likes you.
You're also really big-hearted. The corners of Fang Mo's mouth twitched,
and he was actually somewhat speechless. What he didn't expect the most was that would even this fat boss,
a passerby, could see how special Sister Yulan was to herself. Fang Yamo pursed his lips, feeling as if everyone knew that Sister Yulan's feelings for him were not ordinary. Only he himself, instead, was kept in the dark like a fool.
Well, here's the $90 I was supposed to find for you at the time.
Yeah. Why don't I see that pretty girl with you today? Didn't you just say she became your wife? Fang Yamo touched the tip of his nose resentfully. The two of us had arranged to meet over here, and this is where I'm going to find her.
You can't tell someone's boss that on his wedding day today, the bride has gone into hiding in order to play a game of memory kill with him.
Can you?
However, the words of this cotton candy selling boss invariably injected Fang Yamo with a strong shot in the arm once again. Sister Moon Lan has given tips, fireworks, sugar, bad beer. When the two of them were tired of strolling through the bazaar, Fang Yamo later found a small park in this neighborhood to sit down and chatter under the leadership of Ning Yulan. Fang Yamo had held a bellyful of resentment because of Lin Shirhan, and he was spouting off madly with Sister Yulan. Emotions come up and it doesn't matter. Speaking later, Fang Yamo himself wanted to drink some wine as he got more and more depressed. In the Ning family it was because of the relationship of the younger generation. The elders didn't even ask him to drink at the table, so where could he steal the champagne? That's why he was reported by the ventriloquist Ning Shiyu in a flurry of reports, leading to a scolding. But when he was alone with Sister Yulan,
Fang Yamo kind of wanted to drink again. However, there were no upscale consumption places in front of this bazaar. Sister Yulan originally planned to drive Fang Yamo to find a restaurant. Who knew that Fang Yamo pulled the woman right into a convenience store? So bad beer means the ones you buy in convenience stores. Fang Yamo slapped the back of his head. What about the most intimate locations? The memories that Sister Yulan is talking about should be that one time. However, apart from the fact that the two of them were afraid of being swept away by the crowds, which was why they had been holding hands after entering the bazaar, they hadn't acted too out of character at any other time. In the next moment, the fat boss glanced at Fang Yamo. You made a date with her to meet here? Ha ha, I remember. So I assume you guys are planning on going to the little park out back? I remember the year when all the people converging on the fairgrounds were coming to see the fireworks, and there were so many people coming and going that there was no good viewing angle. At the time, that pretty girl asked me before she left where in the neighborhood was less crowded and still good for viewing fireworks, so I pointed to a small park in the other direction. The fat boss said playfully. I assume you two have an appointment somewhere? Watch the fireworks. Fang Yamo was first stunned, then nodded. Ah, right. A flash of excitement appeared on his cheeks, and he said thank you to the fat boss, and then he walked in another direction under the boss's bewildered gaze. Originally, Fang Yamo thought that at that time, Sister Yulan was nothing more than tired of shopping, so she took herself to the small park to rest her feet. Now it seems that Sister Yulan had planned to lead him, Fang Yamo, to watch the fireworks from the moment she brought herself out. Isn't watching fireworks a very romantic gesture? It is also rumored that if you make a wish on a firework, your wish will come true. The place to watch the fireworks is where Sister Yulan said, right? With this thought, Fang Yamo quickly walked in the other direction. The fat boss even gave Fang Yamo 2 marshmallows before he left, saying that it would be a gift to wish the two of them a good marriage. The gift is light, but the thought is not small. Fang Yamo used to like to come to this kind of small bazaar for shopping, which was more humane and smoky than the high-rise building malls. Maybe this kind of small street is not so high profile, but this place has its unique charm. For some, such places are far more interesting than the swanky malls. At that time, when Ning Yulan brought Fang Yamo here, the youth was still a little surprised that there was such a plain marketplace not far from the luxurious Ning Manor's backstreet. The most crucial thing was that Sister Yulan, who was once seen as a rich white beauty, still looked like she was a regular at this kind of place. How did this little park get remodeled like this? When he reached the small park near the wigwam, Fang Yamo suddenly discovered a hint of something wrong. The entire structure of the small park has changed drastically from what it was 2 years ago. Behind the wigwam was originally a green lawn, and in the summer you don't have to think about it to know that the kids would be Mercedes playing on the grassy beach. The lawn has now been surprisingly converted into a clear pool, and a man-made lake has been added to the small park. Fang Mo was taken aback. Then is the spot where I was watching the fireworks with Sister Yulan still there? His memory had long been fuzzy, or he needed his old lady to remind him before Fang Yamo could barely recall the scene when he came here with Sister Yulan 2 years ago. As for more specific details, Fang Yamo had long since lost track of them. Isn't this the end of the line? Right at this moment, Fang Yamo suddenly saw a familiar silhouette, Wu Jiabei. In the next moment, Fang Yamo cried out in shock. Wu Jiabei didn't have any surprised look when she saw Fang Yamo, but lifted her chin with a smile. You and Ning Yulan turned out not to be flash married. You two were catfishing long ago. TSK. Air. Fang Yamo grinned. It seemed like Sister Yulan must have said something to this best friend of hers. However, being able to see Wu Jiabei here basically meant that Fang Yamo had found the right place, and Wu Jiabei thought that she had been waiting for a long time. At that thought, the youth couldn't wait to rush at Wu Jiabei and ask, where is Sister Yulan? The wedding is about to start. The wedding car fleet, those drivers one by one have been waiting for some impatience. Quickly let Sister Yulan come out. The big wedding day cannot be sloppy. A few moments of aggravation filled his voice. If it wasn't for Fang Mo's good temper, he would definitely have to keep this in mind when he caved in tonight, and give Sister Yulan's little ass a couple of slaps high and low. Up there. You can see a shitload of fireworks from this position. Brother Fang Mo, you don't use your brain to think about it. This piece of land is flat. But there's one thing to be said. You two secret societies are quite good at picking out a place. Next time, Li Haowen and I can also refer to the two of you. Wu Jiabei laughed and flirted with the woman's teasing look. Fang Mo's old face was red. However, he didn't say anything more and quickly ran towards the top of the wigwam in 3 steps. Vaguely, Fang Mo was able to see a slender silhouette in a white wedding dress at the top of the mountain with her back to herself. Fang Mo let out a long breath, and his eyes flashed with delight. Phew, it wasn't easy. Finally found you. Chapter 98, The 99 and 81 Difficulties of Cultivating the Righteous Fruit. There is a small gazebo at the top of the mountain, And seeing that gazebo also once again evoked a lot of memories for Fang Yamo. The gazebo is the paradise that Sister Yulan was looking for back then.
When the whole market was crowded, only the small pavilion became the perfect place for them to enjoy the fireworks.
And not a single outsider. That night, Fang Yamo got drunk because he was in a bad mood.
Vaguely, though, he also seemed to recall the moment when the fireworks were in full bloom. Yulan-san seemed to say something at his drunken self, and although he hadn't heard the content at all, he recalled the woman's godly eyes at that moment. Noticing that Ning Yulan was stepping on high heels under her feet at the moment,
Fang Yamo was clear that women couldn't walk long distances. After sending a message to Su Sanduo,
asking him to find a random wedding caravan car to come and meet him, he climbed straight up the wigwam.
"Brother, you're a little slow in getting here." Oh, hearing movement coming from behind her,
Ning Yulan also slightly inclined her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful side face with delicate makeup. Just admiring the small half of his face from the angle of looking down from below caused Fang Mo's heart to twitch fiercely. So beautiful. A high, full nose, peach blossom eyes flashing with tenderness under a pair of delicate willow eyebrows,
melon face, pointed chin,
cherry mouth, rare painted bright lipstick,
sandalwood small mouth 1-in-1.
It gave one the urge to hold that little mouth down hard and suck on the agar.
Snow white wedding dress, exquisite figure, should be straight, should be curved. Well, there's my bride. Fang Yamo fiercely took a deep breath,
his heart reeling from the resentment brought on by Ning Yulan's hide-and-seek play.
Smoke dissipates the moment you see a woman. Sister Yulan, you're so beautiful.
When Ning Yulan heard this, she first froze, then said with a smile, "Then why don't you come up and hug your bride? I'm getting the urge to take you straight home to the bridal chamber now."
Fang Yamo didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing Sister Yulan's beautiful appearance, he suddenly had a dizzying feeling, as if he was drunk. He didn't even think about directly saying the truest thoughts of his heart. Hearing these words, Ning Yuan's ears reddened. Sex maniac. Brother, you are getting bolder every day. This brat. Last night, he said he wanted to talk to me. When I was sleeping, at least in the house. No outsiders can hear. But this is in the rockery. Silly boy does not know that there is a Wu Jiabei underneath? Fang Yamo pursed his lips and directly picked up his bride lazily with one hand and said with a smile amidst Ning Yuan's exclamation of surprise, "It's not my style to always be a milk dog. Let me be a little wolf dog for once on my high and low wedding day." After saying this, Fang Yamo wrapped his arms around his new wife in a princess hug position and directly stepped down the stairs.
Ning Yulan's eyes were filled with sweetness as she looked at the man in front of her. She hadn't thought that Fang Mo's arm strength was so amazing. At least she Ning always is also 1.7 tall or golden ratio body. Say light say heavy, but Fang Yamo looks like a thin dog. The wind blows down. I didn't realize my brother had some strength. Looking up at Shang Mo's almost lassoing tender eyes, Ning Yulan's pretty face blushed. Fang Yamo smiled and suddenly said, "I kind of want to kiss you right now." "No, it's wearing lipstick. Can't we just reapply it later?" "Ah." After saying this, Fang Yamo suddenly lowered his head and kissed him. The large face filled Ning Yulan's pupils and kissed Ning Yulan's soft lips when the woman was caught off guard. Although Ning Yulan was rejecting on her lips just now, her heart was actually sweeter than anyone else's. What woman doesn't like a little birdie? Damn. The milk dog brother has suddenly turned into a wolf dog. Sisters, what to do? I may be whipped tonight. I want my little puppies. I don't want to be moved. Wait online. Urgently. While Ning Yulan was thinking wildly, her body was quite active, and the two of them had already kissed passionately. Fang Mo's attack still had a few moments of dominance, kissing Ning Yulan who was a bit out of breath. "I thought you couldn't kiss? You couldn't even change your breath last time." Don't talk, kiss me." Fang Yamo lightly bit the tip of Ning Yulan's tongue. The woman ate the pain and stopped speaking. In this kiss, Fang Yamo used his emotions extremely deeply. If anything, Fang Yamo was a bit confused before about the rapid progress of their relationship after their flash marriage. Then today, after seeing the scene in the dozen or so rooms in the Ning family's manor, he had understood the reason. That's because Sister Yulan has always liked herself. He was lucky to have been treated so well by Ning Yulan, great woman to like for 13 years. It's precisely because she loves him that the relationship has skyrocketed. In Ning Yulan's world, the scenes of spending time with him had probably been rehearsed in her mind countless times long ago. Ahem, enough of you two. Just then, Wu Jiabei suddenly went up the wigwam and coughed. Fang Yamo was startled to hear the voice and quickly looked up at the disgruntled Wu Jiabei, who said unhappily, "After the wedding, you two go home and kiss as much as you want. Can we stop spreading dog food here?" At those words, Ning Yulan lightly spat. She didn't have the old cold and dignified, and all that was left was a reserve that belonged to a young daughter. Seeing Wu Jiabei spitting on herself, Ning Yulan simply tilted her head and buried her head directly in Fang Mo's arms. "Shy. Our Mr. Ning is actually shy. The bottom of Wu Jiabei's eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't wait to take her cell phone to capture this image. This was the first time since she had known Ning Yulan for so many years that she had seen the high and cold Ning Yulan, who was as cold as an iceberg, reveal this expression. Just then, a gloomy voice broke the calm around the wigwam. Ning Yulan, it seems like you insisted on getting married or chose to reject my father's proposal. Suddenly, a group of people appeared at the foot of the wigwam. The voice of the leading man came out, and all three of them couldn't help but look in that direction, only to see that Chen Kaiga was also wearing a straight suit, with a strong coldness on his face, followed by every one of them are expanding their backs and bears. Looks like they are not good to be messed with. Chen Kaiga, you really are a ghost. Fang Mo's eyes narrowed. It always felt like today was just like the 981 difficulties between the two. Wanting to cultivate the right fruit to cross over, someone always has to jump in and block it. However, Fang Mo was clear about Ning Yulan's strong and deep feelings for him, and had long since lost all other thoughts. Sister Yulan can only be my bride, and she can only marry me. I'm not giving her up to anyone. Ning Yulan's eyes went ice cold the moment she saw Chen Kaiga. Brother, put me down. No, I'll take care of it. You just need to take care of looking good today. Fang Mo shook his head, although he still put Ning Yulan down. However, it was a step forward to block the woman's body, looking indifferently at Chen Kaiga. What does Mr. Chen want with our sister Yulan? Chen Kaiga sniffed and let out a cold laugh, noticing that Fang Mo and Ning Yulan were holding hands and interlocking their fingers. It was so hard in his heart that he couldn't wait to knife Fang Mo immediately. Your sister Yulan? Kid, you don't really think Ning Yulan is your woman, do you? You don't really think you're from the same world, do you? Can you give Ning Yulan what he needs? Question me? We're legally married. What kind of identity are you using to question me? Fang Mo inclined his head to look at Ning Yulan. I don't suppose you know my wife any better than I do. And if I can't give her what she wants, then neither can you. Why else would Sister Yulan choose me over you? Hearing this, Chen Kaiga's eyes arched dangerously and the veins on his forehead moved. Before leaving Jiangcheng, Chen Kaiga in order to pursue Ning Yulan can be said to be doing everything, but not the slightest shake the woman's heart. He thought to himself that if he had enough patience, he would always be able to impress this cold iceberg over time. But in the end, Chen Kaiga realized he was wrong, and so wrong. Only after a business trip, after returning, he unexpectedly learned from his younger brother, Chen Kai-shian, the news of Ning Yulan's flash marriage, which made Chen Kaiga shocked, but also very shocked and angry. He had put out countless messages in high society that Ning Yulan would be his sooner or later, but reality smacked him in the face. Yesterday, my father made his conditions clear to you. Ning Yulan, how dare you still reject me? Am I really no better than this poor boy? Hearing this, the last mustiness in Fang Mo's heart was swept away. It turns out that it wasn't Sister Yulan who had a private meeting with Chen Kaiga yesterday, but Chen's father who approached Sister Yulan. I think Chen Kaiga's father was sitting in the car at that time, right? Considering that the Chen family is also a prestigious family, that's why Sister Yulan got on the bus to negotiate. But the end result must have been a refusal, or else my sister wouldn't be here today. As for why the sister lied, it's not hard to guess. It's not like Sister Yulan knew Fang Mo's identity as Zhang, the king of hackers. Chen's father used all kinds of conditions to bully and entice. Ning Yulan didn't want to strike Fang Mo's self-esteem and took into account the youth's face, which was why she didn't speak out. With this thought, Fang Mo was completely relieved and faced Chen Kaiga with a disdainful eyebrow. If feelings could be measured in terms of money as well as material things, then there wouldn't be so many poignant love stories in the world, and in the future it would no longer be the lovers who end up in love, but the rich who end up in love. Besides, who told you I was poor? Chapter 99, half an hour. Bankrupt Chen's company. Chen Kaiga gritted his teeth, cut the crap. Ning Yulan, I said yesterday, if you prefer to marry this brat today, I, Chen Kaiga, will not let you be happy even if I tear my face off with Ning. I gave you the chance that the wedding could go ahead as planned, but the groom could only be me, and you let me down. Being lifted up by Fang Mo for a few sentences, Chen Kaiga's anger was completely ignited, displaying hysteria and insanity beyond reason, with a complete lack of adult decency. He was angry, he was unwilling, he had liked Ning Yulan for so many years, but the woman had never looked at him squarely, preferring to fall in love with a little kid. This was too much for Chen Kaiga's heart to accept. What's more, if the two families merged, the Chen family would be able to gradually replace the Ning family as the new hegemon of Jiangcheng. Even if it's just for the sake of profit alone, Chen Kaiga is not willing to give it up. What do you want? Ning Yulan's pretty face changed slightly, and she somewhat regretted her naughtiness today. If we go straight through the process, no matter how much of a mad dog Chen Kaiga is, if he messes up at Ning's venue, Chen Kaiga can only be thrown out as a crazy person who messes up. But now, There was not a single security officer by his side, and expecting Fong Mo to be able to kill his way out was undoubtedly a bit difficult for the youth. Chen Kaiga grinned, a touch of madness in his eyes. What for? Ever heard of a vegetable? I'm going to make your new husband a vegetable. Even if you don't want to marry me, I'm going to let you experience what it means to be alone and lonely. No man can touch you except me. Chen Kaiga. After saying this, Chen Kaiga looked at Fong Mo with reddened eyes. Kid, if you don't want your sister Yulan to suffer, why don't you obediently jump into the lake yourself? It's better to die with dignity than to be beaten into a vegetable in bed for the rest of your life. Crazy. Chen Kaiga is completely insane. Ning Yulan didn't realize how crazy Chen Kaiga was until this moment. Her petite body trembled and her silver teeth clenched as she looked at Chen Kaiga. You're forcing me to die with your Chen family. Fish out of water? It was as if Chen Kaiga had heard a big joke. I'm sorry, Mr. Ning. Our Chen family has become partners with the Long family in the capital. And from today onwards, the Chen family, backed by the Long family, will completely crush the Ning family, and even if I were to, you're stronger here, and you have the Long family to shelter you. Nothing will happen to me at all. And Mr. Ning really knows how to pick a place. It's by the mountains and by the water. And the coincidence is that there's no surveillance, so I can do whatever I want. What? The Long family in the capital? Ning Yulan's pretty face instantly turned white as she took a step back. With the shelter of the 5 great families, Chen Kaiga was enough to stand proudly over all the Jiangqing families. However, Fong Mo's behavior was calm and unusual, gently pinching Ning Yulan's vegetarian hand. Sister, don't forget that the old man of the Lang family is a bit of a friend of mine. Hearing this, Ning Yuan let out a bitter smile. $20 million is just a sprinkle for the big 5. Fong Mo's so-called somewhat of a friendship was thought to be nothing more than a generalized friendship. Brace yourself for the kind of old man with the He family. Maybe the road to see the shallow ought to help a little help. This kind of fellowship is fine when there are no interests involved. But for the Lang family's old man to stand up and abandon the Chen family for his younger brother was still overthinking it, right? For Chen Kaiga to be able to say this, it must be that the two sides have reached some kind of cooperation. This is what allowed Chen Kaiga to be emboldened and move the Long family as a backer. In the face of absolute benefits, these worldly families would not talk about any so-called favors. Moreover, after Fong Mo mentioned to himself about finding Lang Sha to borrow money last time, Ning Yulan also sent a text message to Lang Ruhan last night, and as a result, Lang Ruhan's reply was quite cold, with only one sentence. It's a matter between him and our old man. I don't know much about it. Just based on this indifferent attitude, Ning Yulan didn't think that the two sides would have any deep friendship but Lang Ruhan was actually panicked as hell when she sent the text message. He didn't even know what Fong Mo's status was that could make his own master order him to get money for Fong Mo. According to the old man, it was naturally a private matter. Lang Ruhan is now afraid of involving himself to make the old man dissatisfied. That's why he said so. In the next moment, Fong Mo looked at Chen Kaiga and faintly said, "Are you sure the Lang family is your backer? Then here's the bad news. As of today, odds are it won't be." Wow! At those words, Chen Kaiga was first stunned. He was actually ready to let his men behind him do it. As a result, when he heard this, a touch of playfulness suddenly flashed under Chen Kaiga's eyes, and there was more than a touch of cat and mouse play. Banter. Po ha ha ha, not anymore? If you say it's not, then it's not? Or are you saying that you're in a position of power in the Lung family to be able to say something? It was too boring to just crush Fong Mo like this. He wanted to rub this kid hard on the ground and make Ning Yulan completely recognize the gap. Fong Mo, don't talk nonsense. The 5 great families are another level. You don't understand. Wu Jiabei kindly reminded. Fong Mo sniffed, but he shrugged. The Lang family's main purpose is to see that brainwashed person pretending in front of me like that. Odds are that he'll slash him to death indiscriminately. What? At these words, the room fell silent, including Ning Yulan. They all looked at Fong Mo in dismay. Is the brother crazy? It's not a good idea to brag about it. What kind of friendship does the head of the Lang family have with you that he would hack a partner to death for you? In the next moment, Fong Mo pulled out his cell phone. Give me the time to make a phone call and I'll make your Chen family bankrupt in minutes? Believe it? The twists and turns of today's wedding had also moved Fong Mo to real fire. Of course, Chen Kaiga's bullying of his new wife was definitely the last thing Fong Mo could tolerate. Bankrupt my Chen family? This is probably the biggest joke Chen Kaiga has heard today. Ning Yulan, the female president of Ning Group, didn't even dare to say this kind of words. What qualification does a white boy, a soft eater in the district have? Who are you? How dare you talk about bankrupting my Chen family? Chen Kaiga laughed his head off, and even Wu Jiabei couldn't help but shake her head. The last time we met Fong Mo was not such an unreliable person. Could it be because the newlyweds were swept off their feet?
So that they would not be able to say anything?
And now the most important thing is not to pretend with Chen Kaiga. It is to figure out how to solve these guys with expanded backs and bears in front of them. Okay, kid, I'll see how you bankrupt me. Chen Kaiga licked his lips and looked at Ning Yulan.
This is the man you're looking at?
A milquetoast brat who brags about nothing.
Is this kind of man worth committing your life to? It's not up to you to decide if it's worth it.
Ning Yulan's pretty face sank as she said in a cold voice.
Fang Yamo gently pinched Ning Yulan's vegetarian hand. It's all right, Sister Yulan, leave it to me today. I'll make him see the poor. Distance. Put.
This remark even caused Chen Kaiga as well as the beaters behind him to roar with laughter.
See the gap. Chen Kaiga was already laughing so hard his stomach hurt.
My old man is from a prestigious family.
A powerful man in Jiangcheng. The entire Jiangcheng is more powerful than my Chen family is not as rich as I am. Those who are richer than I am are not as prestigious as I am.
And those who are more prestigious than I am don't dare to spread their money out in the open.
Chen Kaiga grinned showing a mouthful of white teeth. You're making me see the difference between being a loser and you? Will you stop making me laugh?
Wu Jiabei also sighed,
thinking that Fang Yamo was really big-headed.
Angering Chen Kaiga at a time like this would only make him more and more reckless later on. She didn't think of sneaking out her cell phone to call the police, but a few of the thugs that Chen Kaiga brought in were quick on their feet and had already snatched the phone away.
Ning Yulan was wearing a wedding dress and didn't even have pockets. She didn't have a cell phone at all. Looking at Fang Yamo,
he pulled out his cell phone and dialed the number.
Chen Kaiga sneered, put it on speakerphone.
Let me hear how you got the Lang family to cancel their cooperation with me and bankrupt my Chen family.
Good. Fang Yamo only responded with one word. Just turn on the speakerphone.
Soon the call was answered.
Hello, who is it?
An old voice came from the other side.
Fang Yamo said indifferently.
The man who borrowed $20 million from you just 2 days ago. The $20 million hint was obvious enough that the old man of the Lang family must have known exactly who the person on the other end of his phone was. At those words, the old man on the other end of the phone breathed heavily.
The next moment, he directly used reverence. You, why are you calling me? Is there something about our Lang family that offended you? What is the concept of Vladimir, the king of hackers?
If they offended Vladimir, the 5 great families would not be able to exchange 1-for-1 with Vladimir's limit unless they were planning to fish out of water.
Otherwise, Vladimir has countless ways to bankrupt them. What's more, it's not easy even if the limit is 1-for-1. Don't forget, behind Vladimir is the Dragon Group. Behind the Dragon Group is national security.
And behind national security is the crown.
Unless the Lang family doesn't want to mix anymore.
Or get Zheng killed. But if a little news leaks out, the Lang family can basically exist in name only.
You have cooperation with the Chen family in Jiangcheng? Hearing this,
the voice of the old man on the other end of the phone stuttered and his breath caught.
Fang Yamo didn't bother with the other party and just said lightly. Starting today, cancel the cooperation with the Chen family. Then no matter what method you use, within half an hour,
make the Chen family go bankrupt.
I don't want to see the Chen family jumping around anymore.
At those words,
the Long family had swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He wasn't a fool, and with a second thought,
he could understand that someone in the Chen family must have messed with Zhang. Although he didn't know what kind of identity this king of hackers had in reality,
the Long family couldn't afford to mess with him. What's more, recently, because of the digital currency matter, every one of the 5 had begged for Zhang. With this thought, the Long family head seriously said, don't worry, I'll arrange it now. Chapter 100, Kid, is that you? There were many thoughts in the Long family head's mind. Let the Chen family go bankrupt. It's both good and bad that this task has fallen to you. The bad thing was naturally because the Zhang side must have been clear about the relationship between the Long family and the Chen family in Jiangcheng establishing cooperation. Otherwise the other party wouldn't have looked for themselves. But on the other hand, isn't that a good thing? If he performed well this time, once Zhang was happy, maybe the Long family would be able to get a favor from someone else. The Long family had hung up the phone after saying that. Only then did Fang Yamo slowly look at Chen Kaiga. From today, the Chen family is finished. Finished? The Chen family is finished? How dare you? Chen Kaiga gave a disdainful, contemptuous smile. Kid, you don't really think I believe the person on the other end of your phone is the head of the Lang family, do you? Ning Yulan beside Fang Yamo pursed her red lips and did not speak, because she had the illusion that the aura Fang Yamo displayed at the moment of the call had a trance-like flavor of a superior. Emotionally Ning Yulan naturally wanted her husband to be a dragon among men, but for him to believe that Fang Yamo was able to make the Lang family head submit in a few words, it was hard for Ning Yulan to believe him even if he wanted to. Wu Jiabei even shook her head frantically. What was wrong with Fang Yamo? Is it a split personality disorder? Hypochondria? Well, just wait a minute. The results will be out soon anyway. After saying this, Fang Yamo leisurely pinched Sister Yulan's soft little hand, and also cheaply came up to the woman. Sister, can you sleep with me tonight? When Ning Yulan heard this, she immediately blanched at Fong Mo with a red pretty face. What kind of time is it? What's your brother thinking about? It's doubtful we can escape from a prepared Chen Kaiga. You're a spermatozoa, aren't you? Chen Kaiga was about to mock a couple of sentences, but as a result, just then, his cell phone rang. Hello? You're that kid from the Chen family, aren't you? Who are you? Dare to talk to me like that? Chen Kaiga saw Fong Mo and Ning Yulan flirting constantly, and had long been burning with anger. This would be even more grumpy. I am the head of the Leng family. Leng Bailey. What? When this was said, Chen Kaiga, he was so stunned that he almost thought he had misheard. Read the note on the phone screen 3 or 4 times to double check. It was only then that Chen Kaiga swallowed hard. No, I'm sorry. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I didn't mean to scold you just now. Looking at Chen Kaiga's groveling attitude towards the phone, enough to think about what kind of status the opposite party had. Ning Yulan's eyebrows slightly clustered and suddenly looked at Fong Mo. She had the illusion that the call was from the head of the Leng family. Is there something you're not telling yourself, brother? The next moment, Chen Kaiga exclaimed in shock. What? You're canceling the partnership? Ning Yulan and Wu Jiabei exchanged glances. The two women couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the phone, but it wasn't hard to tell from Chen Kaiga's expression that he would seem very shocked. Why? What? You're saying I've offended a nobleman of the Long family? Is this some kind of misunderstanding? No misunderstanding? How could there be? There must be a mistake somewhere? Before the words were finished, Chen Kaiga looked stagnant, looking at the phone that came with a beep 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 busy tone. He was filled with dismay. The Lang family cancelled their cooperation with their Jiangqing Chen family. Really cancelled the cooperation. And with a straight face across the table, he pulled the Chen family into the blacklist of partners. Chen Kaiga doesn't understand. Obviously a few days ago there was a good chat about the Lang family. Why the sudden change of heart? Could it be Fong Mo? How is this possible? In the next moment, he looked at the youth with a grim gaze, only to see Fong Mo's calm demeanor remained the same. You did this. You're the one who made the Lang family cancel their cooperation with us? Fong Mo nodded and faintly said, I thought you didn't believe me? He spoke in a light tone, as if he had only done a trivial thing. But Chen Kaiga's heart was in shock. What kind of status does this kid have to be able to order the Lang family head? It even made the head of the Lang family to give up more than $1 billion of cooperation, but also to draw a line with their Jiangqing Chen family? On the other side, Ning Yulan and Wu Jiabei also looked at the youth with shocked faces. What? Is it really Fong Mo? Compared to Chen Kaiga, the two women were obviously even more surprised. The next moment, Chen Kaiga's cell phone rang again. When he hid his eyes, Chen Kaiga was even more frightened and weak in the knees. Pops, don't call me father. I don't have a son like you. You animal. What have you done? Why did the Lang family cancel their cooperation with us? The knot in Chen Kaiga's throat rolled involuntarily and was about to explain. It turned out to be a cacophony of voices from my father's side. Hold on. The secretary is here with an urgent report. It was only after a long time that his old man shuddered out in shock once again. Chen Kaiga. What the hell have you done? You're in trouble. Do you know that? You kid is in trouble. Now, the Chen clan has been blocked by the 5 great families. What? The 5 greats have joined hands to block it. Chen's father said through clenched teeth. Chen family stock plummeted dozens of times in minutes. And there are still shareholders who started calling the board of directors threatening to divest. It's over. Everything is over. The Chen family is over. After saying this, there was suddenly no sound on the other end of the phone. Chen Kaiga wanted to ask a few more questions, but the result was a clamor of exclamations. The female secretary's panicked voice rang out. Ah, Chairman, what's wrong with you? Chairman, you hold on. Somebody, the chairman has fainted. Oh my god. Call an ambulance. Chairman, you hold on. Boom. When these words came out, Chen Kaiga's hand couldn't help but tremble. In the end, what is the situation that can make the memory of so many years have been unperturbed? In the Jiangcheng mix to this position today's old dad, but also be stunned fainted. Young master, Chen Xiao, come back quickly. The shareholders are collectively pressurizing the chairman. The board of directors workgroups are in disarray now. All the shareholders want to withdraw their capital. Our assets are shrinking by the second. It won't be long before the Chen family group will cease to exist. Chen Kaiga sniffed and his face instantly paled. The Chen family group had been flourishing before, and originally establishing a cooperation with the Lang family had almost predicted that it would soar sooner or later. As a result, one moment the future is bright, and the next moment it falls off the pedestal. Why? Why on earth would that be? Right at this moment, Chen Kaiga realized something and suddenly looked viciously at Fong Mo, a thick flash of disbelief in his eyes. Kid, it's you! Chapter 101, Nothing but Stalling for Time. Aha!
Fang Yamo unapologetically and generously admitted that Chen Kaiga and the Chens behind him deserved what they got,
And that he, Fang Mo,
was nothing more than an act of justice for heaven.
Chen Kaiga sniffed and clenched his fists. The other side of the ink, in addition to fear, is hated to the bone. Chen's group is finished. Visible to the naked eye, Chen's group stock suddenly burst down.
The shareholders even called an emergency general meeting to withdraw their shares.
The Chen family group is 80% going downhill from today.
Although it was hard for Chen Kaiga to believe, everything was because of the youth in front of him. The unprecedented joint blockade by the five great families was only targeting a company in Jiangcheng with a volume of more than $1 billion in assets.
No one would believe it if they said it.
Ning Yulan and Wu Jiabei glanced at each other. The two women were dumbfounded,
not clear about the situation for the time being.
Why did Chen Kaiga's face turn white after he answered a phone call?
Who the hell are you? What exactly are you? Chen Kaiga's voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth.
A few of the men behind him saw this and hurriedly asked in excitement.
Young Chen, what exactly happened? The Chen family is finished.
Chen Kaiga gritted his teeth and heavily spat out 4 words. These 4 words were like 1,000 pounds, and he stuttered.
What? The Chen family is finished? What do you mean the Chen family is finished?
A few of the beaters showed a confused look.
The culprit. In the next moment, Chen Kaiga suddenly looked at Fang Mo with a scowl on his face.
At those words,
Fang Mo lifted his chin. Didn't you ask for this? Chen Kaiga's behavior just now had long since angered Fang Mo.
The dragon has reverse scales, and those who touch them will die.
What's more,
Chen Kaiga had mentioned more than once that he was going to rape Sister Yulan in this small park.
In order to cross the line, this guy can be said to have no limits and do everything. These punishments from Fang Mo were already considered insignificant. Hearing this,
a touch of madness passed slightly under Chen Kaiga's eyes.
Good, very good, kid, I admit that I was mistaken. You are indeed not an unusual character.
But if you really think that I Chen Kaiga so good to bully, that would be a big mistake. Even if you are behind the power of the shocking.
So what if you're a human being? So what if you've got a bullseye behind you? Chen Kaiga smugly laughed twice.
Today, at least in this small park, is still my Chen Kaiga's home turf.
A dozen or so hitmen bodyguards behind me. All outlaws,
each with countless amounts of blood in their hands.
I won't let you walk out of here unscathed. When these words came out,
Wu Jiabei once again lost her color.
The surprise on the woman's pretty face brought about by Fang Mo's phone call also faded once again. Yeah, even if Fang Mo had his hands full, Chen Kaiga came prepared today. Even if the Chun group went bankrupt and ceased to exist tomorrow.
But tonight the priority of several people is to find a way to escape from the hands of Chen Kaiga first.
Fang Mo's behavior will only force Chen Kaiga to make him jump over the wall. The 3 are in danger. Get them. Chen Kaiga obscenely licked his lips. And now that it was over, he didn't think about the consequences. With a finger pointing in the direction of Fang Mo's several people, a few expanding backed, bare-waisted thugs behind him instantly surrounded them.
Fang Mo, I heard that you haven't made Ning Yulan a woman yet, so I'll take your place first and savor your bride.
TSK. It must be exciting to play with a woman in a wedding dress. And it's your wife. In front of you, Fang Mo. Fang Mo's eyes grew colder and colder. Chen Kaiga, you're really looking for death. Chen Kaiga laughed. How dare you be stubborn with mine now?
Brothers, let him recognize the situation and break that kid's teeth off one by one.
At those words, a tall fighter had sneered and appeared in front of Fang Mo.
His eyes flashed with rich disdain. With a slim figure like Fang Mo's,
he could settle one with a single punch. Ka Chow.
Offending our Chen Xiao.
Kid, you won't be able to run away today. Be a good boy and recognize reality.
As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw that Fang Mo was about to become a living target. Suddenly a tower-like silhouette came first,
blocked in front of Fang Mo, but also relentless whirlwind punch blasted out. The movement is so fast, it's blinding. Bang! The fighter who was about to control Fang Mo just now instantly screamed miserably and flew out backwards like a cannonball. Visible to the naked eye,
his arms hung limply.
A single punch, and it wasted someone's arm? What kind of terrifying absolute power would that be?
Even the remaining few fighters were looking at this scene with eyes filled with disbelief.
At this moment, Fang Mo did not know when there was already a burly figure in front of him.
Su Sandwa's scarred face held a touch of ruthlessness as he moved his lips.
Young Fang, I'm not late, am I? Fang Mo nodded and smiled gratefully. It came just in time, but if you had come a little later, maybe I would have had to have my teeth broken out one by someone.
Oh, Su Sanduo raised an eyebrow and looked across at Chen Kaiga. Chen Kaiga's eyes looked at the pylon silhouette that suddenly rushed out, and his eyes were also flickering with disbelief.
After all, no one expects to kill out a Chengbian in the nick of time. He asked, frowning, who are you? Su Sanduo didn't reply,
only moving his wrists and ankles in an unhurried manner.
Seeing this, Fong Yamo was completely relieved. Su Sando came. He was not afraid of Chen Kaiga's gang of rabble, turned his head and said to Ning Yulan, Sister Yulan, you're not scared, are you? Ning Yuaran shook her head. Did you send a message to Su Sanduo ahead of time just now? Fong Yamo gave a soft After meeting Ning Yulan, Fong Yamo had originally planned to have Su Sanduo come over to meet him to avoid being late for the wedding. As a result, he bumped into Chen Kaiga's gang coming in hot and heavy, and Su Sanduo was in a position to use it, squeezing Ning Yulan's soft little hand. This move was like injecting a shot in the arm for the woman, and Ning Yulan was once again put at ease. Looking at Fong Mo's not-so-broad back, he only felt a sense of security. Only in the next moment did Fong Yamo faintly say towards Chen Kaiga, Idiot, you don't think that I was just talking nonsense to you for half a day simply to slap the Chen clan in the face, do you? I'm not that bored. If I wanted the Chen family to go bankrupt, I could have been perfectly free to find a chance to dial the Long family head's number as well, even if it is not in order to hide the identity in front of the crowd. Fong Yamo can organize the Chen family to end up a few points more miserable. Getting in your face is just a way to stall for time. Chen Kaiga sniffed and his face sank. There's being humiliated too. Several of the surrounding thugs had already converged, all staring at Su Sanduo with fierce eyes. The fact that the other party just showed up and thundered out to settle one person was already enough to draw the attention of these fighters. Where are you from? We are the Black Tiger Gang. Today we were invited by Qinsha to help him out. I hope your excellency will give some face and hand over that kid. We don't want to start a conflict with you either. One of the first of them looked at Su Sanduo with a grave gaze, attempting to introduce himself so that Su Sanduo would know what to do. However, upon hearing this, Su Sanduo laughed. Young Fong is my boss. You guys are going against my boss now. Do you think I can just stand by and watch? What's more, a few shrimp soldiers in the district are not worth mentioning at all. Trying to scare me. A few of you are somewhat overestimating the fame of your bullshit Black Tiger Gang. Bullshit Black Tiger Gang? The moment these words came out, the faces of those few fighters all sank. You should know that the Black Tiger Gang is well known in Jiangcheng. Almost all of them are outlaws in there, and 80% of them are perennially on the most wanted list. These few people present, even if they didn't have a few lives in their hands, their highs and lows were stained with a lot of blood. But in Su Sanduo's mouth, they became worthless shrimp soldiers and crab generals? This made those few Black Tiger Gang thugs furious, with a feeling of being belittled. Good. Since you're not willing to obediently get lost, then you'll sink your body in the artificial lake with your boss today. We, the Black Tiger Gang, have been over the Jiang City for so many years. When we started out, you still don't know where you're drinking milk, provoking us? Very well, your downfall is already doomed. After saying this, the man in the lead gave a command. Brothers, do it, get him. Although Su Sanduo was a big man, he was by himself. They had an absolute numerical advantage, so they didn't think there would be any trouble taking down Su Sanduo. Not far away, Chen Kaiga saw this and also raised his chin and sneered. Fong Mo, think that with this big guy sheltering you, you'll be lucky enough to escape with your life today? Whimsical, let me tell you, you're dead. Fong Mo shrugged his shoulders non-committally. If the offshore mercenaries couldn't even handle a few assholes, then Su Sanduo would have died on a battlefield somewhere in the Middle East. With Wu Jiabei's worried gaze, the battle was imminent. Hair, Su Sanduo met a dozen people alone. Fong Mo, is this friend of yours reliable? Fong Mo nodded. Trust him and be done with it. As soon as the words left his mouth, screams began to come from the crowd one after another. Compared to those well-trained bodyguards of the Jin family last time, these so-called knife-edge guys of the Black Tiger Gang, in fact, it's even weaker instead. After all, mixing with the gangsters is about the word ruthless. They don't have specialized systematic training. Su Sando didn't even waste too much effort, and the crowd was filled with silhouettes that screamed in agony and began to fall down one by one. The scowl on Chen Kaiga's face also gradually turned into a touch of shock. Is this a fucking human being? One man takes on a dozen strong men of his size and ends up with 2 punches and a little kid? The Black Tiger Gang, which used to be seen as high and mighty, was like a weak baby, almost powerless in front of Su Sanduo. How is it possible? 3 minutes later, a field of wailing. Aside from Su Sanduo, none of those fighters could stand anymore. Chen Kaiga's eyes were wide open. Chapter 102, sooner or later, I'll have to visit the Chen family. Gollum. Chen Kaiga swallowed a mouthful of saliva violently, suppressing the fear in his heart and pointing at Fong Mo. You're done. You're dead. These guys are from the Black Tiger Gang. If you let someone clean them up, you'll only provoke Long Tianhu, and Mr. Long won't let you off the hook. The Black Tiger Gang has been rooted in Jiangcheng for many years, and its president, Long Tianhu, is the emperor of the underground world, though the well with the business community has been cleaned up a long time ago now. However, Long Tianhu's reputation remained strong, and if he knew that his men were being ravaged in such a manner, he would definitely not take it lying down. After all, this was equivalent to slapping Long Tianhu in the face. But Fang Mo didn't care. You might as well think about how you yourself are going to end up today. After saying this, Fang Mo pointed in the direction of Chen Kaiga. Slap. Su Sanduo sniffed and his figure flashed, arriving in front of Chen Kaiga in an instant. How dare you hit me? If you touch me, my father will never let you go. He was just about to resist when Su Sanduo swung his arm round and threw down a slap. Slap. The sound was loud, and Chen Kaiga's teeth flew out 3 times directly, filling his mouth with blood. Seeing this scene, the coldness at the corner of Fang Mo's lips increased. Stupid. Your father is afraid to knife you right now. With those words, Fang Mo took the initiative to reach out and help Ning Yulan block her eyes. Even if Sister Yulan was no longer a strong woman, she was still a girl after all. This kind of bloody scene, seeing it will affect her appetite for a long time. Wu Jiabei is pitiful. Looking at that side of Chen Kaiga with a mouth full of blood, she let out a gasp, not having time to cover her eyes first. The image lingered directly in her mind, making her dry heave in disgust. Fang Mo had no intention of letting Chen Kaiga off the hook just like that. Palm again. Slap. Su Sanduo wouldn't be polite to Chen Kaiga, not to mention that Fang Mo was originally the savior of their couple. On the other hand, Fang Xiao was also his own boss nowadays. If it wasn't for Fang Mo, he would have had to continue to lead his wife through the east and west afterward. He is happy with Fang Mo, and naturally will not be soft when he moves his hands. Chen Kaiga's back teeth were shaking, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied saliva, staring at his eyes hard to say a word. In the next moment, Chen Kaiga held up a breath, shading side trembling. Fang Mo, don't be complacent. If you have the ability, you can get me killed. Otherwise, or else I will rape Ning Yulan sooner or later one day. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, you won't get that chance. Take him away first. I'm busy getting married. How can I have time to play with him? Go back and sneak around their Chen family. After saying this, Fang Mo pointed at the mess on the ground. A little hard work to help clean up the mess. Hearing this, Su Sanduo smiled nervously. It's out of place for young Fang to say that. MS. Ning is very pretty today. You're both talented and beautiful. Hurry up and go to the wedding site. After saying that, he knocked out Chen Kaiga with a hand knife. Fang Mo again intercepted and picked up Ning Yulan, and also deliberately tilted the woman's head towards her chest to avoid seeing those guys on the ground with broken arms and legs. With the soft fragrance and jade in his arms, Fang Mo could obviously feel Ning Yulan's restless heart beating violently under her soft and delicate body. It seems that Chen Kaiga, the mad dog, has really scared Sister Yulan today. Fang Mo sneered in his heart. This Chen family would have to make a trip sooner or later. Just because of Chen Kaiga's behavior today, Fang Mo is going to go to the door to ask for a statement. Are you angry, brother? Halfway there, just out of the fairgrounds, Ning Yulan said in a somewhat timid tone as she clenched her red lips with her teeth. I met Chen Kaiga yesterday, but I hid it from you. His father was also in the car at the time. Considering the partnership between the two families, plus so long in contact, Chen's father is still a person who knows quite a bit about etiquette. So you got into Chen Kaiga's car? Fang Mo inclined his head to look at his wife. Ning Yulan nodded with a red face, surprisingly having the feeling of being a thief. In fact, when the little one asked her yesterday, she had a sense of unease. It's as if you've been caught cheating on your husband. Chen's father didn't say anything. It's just that he wants the two families to tie the knot, and gave me some conditions that he thought I couldn't possibly refuse. But you should be clear that the only person I like is, well, I know. That's why I'm pressured to be jealous again, ya. If put before this morning, perhaps Fang Mo would have been nervous about the original reason why Sister Yulan lied last night. However, ever since seeing the dozen or so rooms that Ning Yulan had carefully prepared at the Ning family manor, ABBR, for square or cubic meter, it had become clear to Wink that the woman had a strong and deep love for him. How could such a Sister Yulan fall in love with someone else? She's long since taken up residence in the chamber of her heart with someone who will never move out. That's me, and I'm not angry. Sister Yulan, there's a figure in my heart right now too. Because of her, that's why I'm not jealous. Who is it? Ning Yulan froze for a moment and suddenly looked up at Fang Mo. The youth's angular jawline was just visible from this angle. Ning Yulan's hot breath all hit Fang Mo's chin, making the youth itchy and extremely uncomfortable. Fang Mo let out a light laugh. It's someone who's had a crush on me for a long time. A crush on you for a long time? Ning Yuan's heartbeat was half a beat slower for a moment. I have a love interest? Her nice beautiful eyes instantly turned red and she almost cried out in anxiety. Damn Fang Mo. Even if you still think of other women in your heart, Is it appropriate for you to tell me this at a time like this? Today on the wedding day?
Her voice was clouded with a hint of aggravation.
I don't want to know who. Wu Jiabei, who was following beside her, really couldn't stand to watch and didn't hold back her foul mouth. Ning Yulan, have you lost your IQ to a dog? The person your brother is talking about is obviously you. It's not like he's some super pretty boy. Who else could have had a crush on him for a long time besides you, who treats him like a treasure? As soon as those words came out, Ning Yulan's original nearly collapsing emotions stalled. Fang Yamo also revealed a soft light smile. Yes, the one who lives in my heart is my sister. When the cohabitation reached the third day, Fang Yamo realized his abnormality.
He would be nervous when faced with the appearance of someone who liked Ning Yulan.
Hearing Sister Yulan's name from someone else,
he wouldn't be able to resist putting his head together to pay a little more attention. It seemed that any news that had anything to do with her was gradually becoming its own thing.
Too badly. Why can't you say it explicitly?
Ning Yulan noticed the two derisive sights and also depressively hammered Fang Mo's chest.
Fang Yamo cried out innocently. I've made it so obvious. God knows why Sister Yulan still fantasizes about a love rival?
Fang Mo's walking speed was fast.
After all, it's almost 12. If we don't toast the elders of both families, the wedding will have to be one less part.
He was married for the first time in his life,
and certainly only wanted to be married this once. That's why Fang Yamo didn't want the wedding to lack any process. He wanted his wedding to be successful.
So,
brother, did you offer to sleep with me at night because you saw me getting into Chen Kaiga's car yesterday? Hearing this, Fang Mo's old face blushed. Sister, there's an outsider next to you. Can't you watch what you say? Not really, just feeling very insecure. As soon as the words fell,
Ning Yulan raised her head with a smile and gently kissed Fang Mo's chin,
instantly leaving a bright red lip mark on his chin. What about now? Fang Mo froze.
Ning Yulan was again pulling up one of Fang Mo's hands and kissing it. Then it was all about kissing wherever you caught them. The imprint of perfumed kisses kissed her almost everywhere she could reach.
Still insecure?
Brother, then why don't we find a place where no one is around?
And other places where sister gives you kisses from head to toe, and feel the love sister has for you?
This action caused Wu Jiabei to roll her eyes furiously. Her eyes were about to roll up inside her eyes. Ning Yulan looked at Fang Mo's silence, and her small hands were still wandering restlessly.
Crap! You! In public! Sister Yulan, can't we watch our step? Fang Yamo could only hold down Ning Yulan's restless little hand with a red face. Sister, I'm wearing suit pants, which are rather strangling in themselves, so be a little considerate. Chapter 103, Do you think I'm Sakura? Hearing this,
Ning Yulan covered her jade mouth and laughed.
Put, how could my brother react to a few kisses like that? If what was in her heart was known to Fang Yamo, high and low would have to scold her twice. You vixen!
I'm afraid you don't realize what a deadly temptation you are to men. There was no lack of people who would throw away money just to get a smile from Ning Yulan's red face. When they arrived at the entrance of the Ning family manor, some of those guests were starting to get impatient waiting. After all, I got up early for a wedding and ended up not even seeing the couple at this hour.
What is this? Just then, Li Hao-wen, who always acted as the receptionist at the entrance, noticed his Rolls Royce with sharp eyes, and he immediately shouted in excitement. Here comes the bride and groom. Wow! The crowd instantly boiled at those words. Countless people looked towards the direction of Li Hao-wen's finger, only to see Fang Mo holding Ning Yulan, who was dressed in a white wedding gown, slowly walking over. He had a soft light smile on his face. Wow! The bride is so beautiful. My God! I originally thought that Ms. Ning was usually beautiful enough, but I didn't expect that wearing a wedding dress with a slight dusting of powder could be beautiful to this extent. This face value. It's all enough to hang on to some first-tier top stream stars, right? It's not hanging, it's crushing it. The crowd erupted into gasps of surprise, and countless male compatriots looked at Fang Mo with eyes filled with envy. How can this kid marry such a stunning woman like Ms. Ning? If you can kiss the total Ning once, for the presence of many men are afraid to die without regret. Ha! What's with all the gold? And these two exquisitely packaged boxes? What's in these? When she reached the main entrance, Ning Yulan suddenly noticed two extremely pompous large packages, and she looked at the youth in confusion. Fang Mo then coughed. Lu Qing and Ms. He are also here. This is a wedding gift from the two of them. 10,000 taels of gold. A congratulatory gift from the He family. The other one is from Lu Qing. Don't underestimate those two boxes. One of them contains a check for $100 million and the other is a capital credit card. What the hell? He Xiaowan and Lu Qing came to join them. The wedding again? Ning Yulan was first stunned, and then she was shocked by these astronomical congratulatory gifts. Since when did Kate Culture get so close to a husband and wife team? A check for $100 million? I happened to help Lu Qing a little bit yesterday, so he kind of sent such a huge amount of money as a reward for me. Next to her, Wu Jiabei had long been thunderstruck on the outside. $100 million for a small favor? How small can this favor be? Fang Yamo, you're afraid you didn't help Lu Qing give birth to a dragon and phoenix child, right? Otherwise people have too much money to spend and send you a check for 100 million for nothing? Hearing this, Fang Yamo dryly coughed without explaining.
Ning Yulan was also interested in taking one more look at the newlywed congratulatory gifts sent by the two giants.
She didn't even expect Fang Yamo to be able to have such a friendship with these two, but the better her little husband was, the prouder Ning Yulan's heart would only be. This showed that she, Ning Yulan, had a sharp eye. The person she likes is not the mediocre Shashua, but the diamonds hidden in the sand on the Gobi beach that can shine after being washed away. What took you guys so long? I'm starving. When the hell is the dinner going to start? Just then,
Ning Shiyu's disgruntled voice suddenly rang out from not far away,
catching the couple's sight. Upon hearing this, Fang Yamo couldn't help but let out a light laugh,
while Ning Yulan glared viciously at her sister.
Eat a seat. Eat a seat. Your sister is getting married today, and you, as a younger sister, are thinking about the banquet? However,
Ning Shiyu's words also led to the atmosphere becoming cheerful once again. Those guests who originally still had some grievances one by one also revealed a kind smile.
Brother, put me down. There are too many people, and if I let you carry me any longer, people who don't know will think you've taken a crippled bride. After saying this,
Ning Yulan struggled and jumped down from Fang Mo's arms.
Turning to take the youth's arm, Li Hao Wen, who had prepared for this, took out a salute at this time and took the lead in pulling it off. When the salute goes off, it's forever. Salute 2, 100 years of happiness. 3 salutes, sent to the bridal chamber. Yuck, cave your ass in. Fang Yamo scraped a glance at the playful Li Hao Wen.
The red carpet was also spread out in time, and Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan entered the Ning family manor arm in arm like this. When they arrived at the main entrance of the villa, the old master of the Ning family and Fang Mo's parents had been waiting for a long time. When the young couple appeared outside the door, someone informed the elders of the two families inside. Grandpa, I'll just take my brother to recognize him.
You don't have to work. Ning Yulan let out a delicate laugh, and there was already a sensible butler who brought tea.
Ning Yulan picked up the teacups and Fang Yamo one by one, and took the lead in front of an old man with a kind smile.
Second master, this is my husband, Fang Yamo. The old man smiled and took the teacup. The young man is very spirited. Worthy of our Yulan. Worthy of our Yulan, ha ha ha. The old man had just witnessed the outbreak of a conflict at the door being smoothed over by Fang Yamo. Although there is no lack of suspicion that Fang Yamo borrowed momentum, but borrowing momentum is also considered a kind of ability in itself. Otherwise, if Lu Qing and He Shi Yuan didn't have friendship with Fang Yamo, how could the incoming Gao Zijia duo instantly turn into jumped-up clowns today? This second master was clearly satisfied with Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo didn't dare to be slow, raised his teacup and respectfully shouted, "Second master, you drink tea. Brother, this is my aunt. Hello, auntie." Little fellow was blessed with good fortune. Yulan is the best-looking beauty that has come out of our family in the past few decades. You must treat her well. Aha, I will. Hubby, this is my uncle Say. I heard that you don't have a job yet. In the future, you and Yulan will be two people anyway. In the future, if you really can't, you can become a department head in our company. Ahem, uncle is polite. Let's talk about these later. You drink tea first. There is certainly no lack of elders who also have people who have preconceived ideas about Fang Yamo and have a bad impression of his existence. But today is a big day, so basically no one is stirring up trouble. Ning Yulan's address to Fang Yamo also changed from brother to husband gradually. This small detail may not have been noticed by outsiders, but Fang Yamo clearly felt Sister Yulan's call for these two words was becoming more and more fluent. Next, it was time for Fang Yamo to lead Ning Yulan to recognize her own relatives. The process is similar, but maybe it's because Ning Yulan is sweet-talking and beautiful. Most of the elders of the Fang family acted 10-minute politeness, not even a few suggestions. This is a good time to go to the table, isn't it?
Ning Shiyu covered her small stomach and grunted twice in dissatisfaction.
Hearing this, Elder Ning gave her a brain crash and rolled his eyes, rather than ignoring this unintelligent brat. Gentlemen, the auspicious time is almost upon us, so we can move to the hotel. After saying this, a huge gang of relatives of the two families are toward the door to go. The process of receiving the bride was basically simplified by Ning Yulan because the two families lived very close to each other. Of course she herself hated links like the wedding ceremony with a passion. Sitting on top of the headliner Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Ning Yulan glanced at the man on her side and helped Fang Yamo rub his neck. It was visible to the naked eye that the little guy who had just faced a dozen or so fighters without changing his color had his muscles tighten and tense up when facing those elders of his own family. It's not like our relatives are a flood. Are they that scary? Ning Yulan pouted her red lips. Fang Yamo coughed. That's not true. Probably because of the first marriage. No experience. What? What's more with experience in this sort of thing?
Ning Yulan pinched Fang Yamo and muttered in dissatisfaction.
What? Our brother feels aggrieved by marrying me? So you're going to use this time as a way to gain experience and familiarize yourself with the process more next time?
Ha! Fang Yamo realized that he had said the wrong thing and was busy shaking his head uncontrollably.
Saying seriously, I only want to get married once. And,
if there's anyone in this world who can make me like her more and more every day,
it's probably only Sister Yulan who can do it. Ning Yulan's pretty face blushed. Between the two can be combined. Really is considered to have gone through 991 difficulties. Only Ning Yulan's Pei Fang Yamo are behind. Fang Yamo has never seen just flowery words now, but not later. After all,
freshness is the highest form of romance. Ning Yulan gently leaned on Fang Mo's shoulder and closed her eyes,
enjoying this moment of solitude. In his mind, as if it were a slideshow, he played the bits and pieces of how the two of them had spent time together since they met. He may not be gentle or have the unfailing thoughtfulness of a mature man, but he was still his favorite. Even if freshness is the highest level of romance, I can only see freshness in my sister alone. Every time I see my sister, my heart flutters uncontrollably and violently. I guess that's the constant stream of freshness that my sister brings to the table. Ning Yulan lightly spat. Freshness can still be a constant source. Do you think sister I'm 100 change little cherry? Chapter 104, The Wife.
The front row driver couldn't help but have the corners of his lips curl up slightly as he listened to the couple behind him spreading sugar.
This couple is so sweet. When we arrived at the venue, someone had already prepared the red carpet. Numerous family and friends had already arrived early on the bus. Several bridesmaids are also standing at the door of the car.
But it is not precisely those girlfriends of Ning Yulan group.
Wu Jiabei, Zhang Ronghe, Song Yu. As for the other side, Fang Yamo only saw Li Haowen alone. Compared to the bridesmaids group, one's own group of groomsmen seems a bit thin.
But whether it's Su Sanduo or Lu Qing, these guys have all started families.
According to the rules of folk convention, you can't drag them married men to be the best man, either. Fang Yamo could only sigh. I think Fang Yamo, have been with people for so many years, but when I got married I couldn't even get 3 or 4 best men together. Li Haowen smiled and laughed. Having me alone is enough. After saying this, amidst the applause of the many guests,
Ning Yulan slowly walked into the wedding venue wearing a white veil and being assisted by Fang Yamo.
The next part of the program was the exchange of rings between the two in the presence of family and friends.
There's also the blessing of the couple together amidst the MC's banter. As the step-by-step process was about to be completely finished, it was also time for Ning Shiyu's most anticipated session.
Wow! After waiting for so long, we can finally have a seat. It's so hard. I've been starving since I got up in the morning just to eat this meal. Hearing this,
the several Ning family elders at the same table as Ning Shiyu all laughed out loud.
Elder Ning, on the other hand, glared viciously at his young granddaughter. Husband and wife worship each other. On the other side, Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan on the stage had come to the final part of the worship. Fang Yamo turned his head to look at Ning Yulan.
The woman's soft peach blossom eyes through the veil, as if she was also conveying strong love to herself.
Fang Mo's heart trembled,
and suddenly he didn't hold back and gently lifted the veil.
Alas! What is our groom doing? The conjugal worship isn't over yet, but it's not time for you to kiss. Seeing this, the MC smiled and flirted, dissolving the embarrassment of Fang Mo's process rudeness. Our groom is really a bit of a monkey, but yes, to be able to marry such a beautiful wife as the bride, I think a man has to be excited and anxious. There was a loud applause from below.
Ning Yulan pouted her red lips and looked at Fang Yamo in a daze and whispered,
"Brother, what are you doing?" Fang Yamo bit his lip and rubbed the extra ring on his ring finger.
And for a moment a warm feeling surged through his heart.
The moment he put on the ring, Fang Yamo was as if he had grown up instantly, always feeling that there was a heavy sense of responsibility on his body in an instant. The girl in front of you is the wife you will spend the rest of your life with. The MC, seeing that the atmosphere between the couple had suddenly become odd, said again in a hurry, "Alright, then let's just skip the link of the couple worshipping each other. Anyway, when they cave in tonight, I guess the couple will have to worship each other without fail. Fire the cannon." Bang, bang, bang. A couple of foam blue spraying salutes were pulled, and the two men stood with white debris on their heads for an instant. Worthy of being the master of ceremonies that Ning Yulan had found, his ability to incite the atmosphere was absolutely first class. The next moment the MC exclaimed excitedly, "Couples showering white flowers together are destined to be white in this life. Well, our groom can now kiss your bride in the presence of your friends and family." Fang Mo's lips moved as he slightly stepped forward.
Ning Yulan subconsciously closed her beautiful eyes.
Fang Mo's mind trembled and he subconsciously blurted out, "Honey, I love you." Boom.
As soon as the word wife came out, Ning Yulan's pretty face almost turned red to the naked eye. She also opened her wonderful eyes, and for a moment, her eyes were dense. Wife. This intimate term of endearment seemed to have been something Ning Yulan had been looking forward to when she would one day hear from Fong Mo's mouth since they first met. I didn't expect that my brother would suddenly change his mind during today's wedding. It also means that both parties have completely acknowledged the marital relationship. At this moment, there was a layer of watery mist gathering under Ning Yulan's eyes, and she was almost ready to shed tears. Seeing this, Fong Mo hurriedly took a step forward, and in the midst of countless people's cheers, he wrapped his arms around Ning Yulan and fiercely imprinted on those dainty red lips. Okay, let's just have a symbolic kiss. There are still so many friends and family watching from the stage. Is the groom planning to just do shy things right here? That's not very nice. The MC, looking at the two French wet kisses in a flurry of activity, hastened to make a derisive jab. Who knows that Fong Mo did not pay the slightest attention to it, but only moved to embrace his bride, feeling the nostrils filled with virginal body odor belonging to a woman. There was only one sentence in his mind at the moment. She's been waiting for me for 13 years. This deep love was enough to make Fong Mo unforgettable in this life. What I've missed before, I'm going to spend the long hours ahead paying back. He secretly decided in his heart that he would make Sister Yulan happy no matter what. Just at this moment, the porter suddenly ran in with a rush and leaned over to inform Elder Ning's ear. Excuse me, just now a man who claimed to be Mr. Fong's boss came to the door. He said he didn't come to cause trouble. He just wanted to come to Mr. Fong's wedding, but this time the ceremony has begun, and I don't know whether I should let him in or not, so just came over to give a briefing. Elder Ning was also stunned at his words. Fong Mo's leader? Isn't Fong Mo still unemployed? According to Elder Ning's understanding of Fong Mo, the youth had stayed at home as a hobo after graduating from college. Writing novels is just a hobby, only a sideline. Where does he get the leadership? Is it the owner of the station? Hesitating for a split second, Elder Ning still said, today is the big day after all. Since others have no malice, let them in, even if they come over to dabble in the food. It's just honestly fine. It's just one more pair of chopsticks. Soon there were 3 more suited figures in the seats. The 3 men were not wearing any high-grade suits, but their temperament was extraordinary, and they attracted Master Ning's attention as soon as they walked in. This kind of temperament is either the military department or has been in high official positions for a long time, or it can't be exercised. Elder Ning gave his evaluation in his heart, and immediately withdrew his gaze. It's not like other people are here to make trouble, so there's no need to hold too much malice or suspicion yourself. Maybe it's really the type of big brother friend Fong Mo has made. On the other side, the newlyweds on stage almost embraced and kissed for upwards of 2 minutes. Even the MC's mouth went dry trying to smooth things over before the two slowly separated. Visible to the naked eye, Ning Yulan's pretty face held a flush. She hammered Fong hard with her small fist. Ink, I blame you. I'm going to have to change my pants before the toast later. Ha! After all, Fong Mo was a pure virgin and hadn't understood what Sister Yulan meant by this. Could it be that your period hasn't left yet? Seeing Fong Mo's dumbfounded face, Ning Yulan was furious. The kid is quick to react at times and slow to get his teeth into certain things, but both are married and have witnessed the couple's relationship in front of so many elders. Ning Yuan completely dropped her scruples, so the woman gently leaned over Fong Mo's ear and said with a pout, you don't want your sister leaking everywhere she goes when she makes a toast. Amount. In the next moment, Fong Mo's eyes widened violently. Crap. Sister Yulan? Mr. Ning? Did you have a flood? Chapter 105, the horse is going to fall off. Not bad for Sister Moonlan. Wet Ning. So wet. So wet. He nodded with reddened cheeks and calmed down. Then why don't I stay with you first? Ning Yulan rolled her eyes. Don't think I don't know what's in your kid's mind. No need. You've just kissed me for so long. I'm really afraid that I won't be able to hold back and put you in your place in the locker room. And then we'll both have to become jokes in the eyes of our friends and family. Just tell them I'll go change into something more comfortable and come back out to toast everyone. After saying this, Ning Yuan made an apologetic gesture at the stage. Lifting the white wedding dress hemline quickly ran towards the backstage. The MC, still not clear about the situation, wondered, why did our bride suddenly run away? Is it because you're so shy about kissing and mouthing with the groom in public that you're a little too shy to face all these friends and family? Fong Mo dryly coughed and grabbed the microphone from the MC and said, oh no, the main thing is that the wedding dress is not very convenient to walk around. She wants to change her clothes and come out, and then give a toast to all the guests, all the elders. I'm sorry, I'll punish myself with 3 cups first. In fact, Fong Mo would be a bit distracted this time. His mind was filled with Sister Yulan's delicate and shy face just now. However, he had amazing restraint. Or else he could have had a 300-round battle or two with Lin Shirhan anyways.
Fang Mo pressed down the strange in his heart,
Picked up the wine cup and slowly went down the stage. First came to the table of the elders of the two families.
Dad, Mom, Grandpa Ning, I'm dumb,
so I won't say those scene words.
Blessings to you are all in my heart, I will express them with my actions. Grandpa Ning, believe me, I will definitely make Sister Yulan happy. Upon hearing this,
Elder Ning's face was filled with a benevolent smile. The thing I used to worry about the most was the Yulan marriage. I didn't expect it to be resolved in just a month's time.
So the next step is that the two of you can start thinking about stepping into the next stage of your life. The next stage of life. Fang Mo was first stunned,
and the old lady hemmed and hawed and poked herself with her elbow.
Your Grandpa Ning's greatest wish is to hold a great-grandson or great-granddaughter,
and he was naturally talking about passing on the family name.
Pust. Fang Mo's cheeks immediately turned red. He and Yulan hadn't even had that yet, and the elders of both families were actually worrying about the matter of holding a child?
But the elders of the two families,
seeing this,
seem to have long been accustomed to such scenes.
Young people are thin-skinned, but when it comes to making children,
their generation is much more open-minded than those who have come before them.
Elder Ning is convinced that as long as the cave night is over tonight,
in less than 6 months one should be able to wait for the happy news of 2 children.
On the other side,
Ning Shiyu was still burying her head in feasting, or Elder Ning picked up his wineglass and knocked Ning Shiyu hard on the head. It was only then that the little girl looked up with a confused look on her face and noticed that everyone at the table had their eyes on her. Only then did Ning Shiyu hastily wipe her mouth with her hand and pick up the fruit orange in front of her.
Brother-in-law, happy wedding, I wish you every year and every day. As soon as the words fell, Fang Mo's eyes were wide open, and the other elders on the table were similar.
Each and every one of them had a horrified look on their faces.
Look, is this human talk from Ning Shiyu? Elder Ning's chest was heaving madly with anger,
and he was on the verge of rushing up to give the little ninny 2 big mouthfuls.
Ning Shiyu,
you're cursing your brother-in-law and your old sister to hurry up and divorce,
aren't you? Yeah, it's someone's wedding today. How can you wish the groom to get married every day?
Only then did Ning Shiyu realize that she had said the wrong thing, and aggrievedly tugged at the corner of her coat with her fingers.
Seeing this, Fang Mo hurriedly waved his hand. Forget it, Grandpa, she didn't mean it.
Elder Ning snorted coldly.
Fang Mo is the same age as you,
and now he's already married as your brother-in-law.
Can't you worry about marriage matters?
You're next in our Ning family, but look at yourself.
Where are you a bit of an adult? Not even half as understanding as Fang Mo?
Elder Ning hated his iron and couldn't wait to pull Ning Shiyu out and beat her 300 times.
Ning Shiyu,
seeing that the old man even wanted to arrange her own marriage, was completely displeased. I'm not getting married early. My ideal type is a superhero like Vladimir.
Zhang is my Prince Charming. I'm not an old sister.
I wouldn't like Fang Mo's type. If I were to get married in this life,
I would only marry Zhang.
I don't care even if Vladimir is a lewd,
greasy, middle-aged 30-year-old.
Hiss.
Fang Mo violently sucked in a breath of cool air. That I guess there's no hope of you ever walking into a marriage in your life, because Vladimir has become your brother-in-law. Seeing that the argument over here is getting louder and louder,
the 3 black-clothed men at a certain table not far away glanced at each other. All of them revealed odd expressions,
and their eyes cleared on Fang Mo. Fang Mo seemed to feel something and similarly looked back. With just one glance, Fang Mo froze. This kind of temperament, this kind of dress. Nima, is this the national security guy? Fortunately,
Elder Ning was only momentarily angry and was stopped by a few elders around him.
And after drinking 2 more cups with Fang Mo, he noticed that Fang Mo was absent-minded,
looking in another direction from time to time, and only then he slapped the back of his head and said,
"Oh yes, people are old and confused. Just now I forgot to say to you,
that table 3 friends claim to be your leadership." I did not look deeper and ask more questions,
thinking that the people who come are guests. Fang Mo nodded with an odd expression. Indeed, it is my leader. After saying this, Fang Mo left the elders' table and again toasted each table of family and friends in order. Just about everyone was able to tell that Fang Mo was in a strange state, and when he arrived at the girlfriend's table,
Ning Yulan just happened to have changed her clothes and returned. At this moment the woman changed a decent denim long skirt,
light blue long skirt ancient style, above also has some brightly colored floral prints.
Ning Yulan from the crowd shuttled degree step and come, like a beautiful flower butterfly. It is capable of catching the eye of almost any male wherever it goes. This is the charm of the first female president of the Jiangcheng mansion. When she reached Fang Mo's side, Ning Yulan winked at him with a coquettish smile.
What do you keep looking at me for? Honey, do I have something on my face? Or is this a bad outfit? It looks good. Of course it looks good. Even though Fang Mo was preoccupied,
he still blurted out the truth. Every time she saw Ning Yulan herself,
She had a feeling of amazement. Where was this a beautiful and mature imperial lady who was about to run into her third year? Obviously a love-struck innocent girl. Okay, if she wore a high ponytail, she'd be afraid of blending into high school. Then you just kept staring at people's faces, making me think my makeup was smeared.
Ning Yulan pouted her red lips in dissatisfaction.
Hearing this, Fang Yamo was struck by lightning. People. These two words were the first time he had ever heard from Yulan's sister's mouth heard. In the past, Fang Yamo had only seen these two words in the mouths of those little girls in love and novels. I never thought that Sister Yulan would also reveal this little girl posture in front of herself. The two of them seem to be in a mode of getting along with each other, as if they don't realize that they have completely forgotten their age,
causing Ning Yulan to be able to turn into a carefree little girl beside Fang Yamo.
In fact, no matter how old a woman is,
that's the look she should keep as long as she's in front of the people she loves the most.
No, just now I was thinking about how virtuous and capable I am. Fang Yamo,
to be able to marry such a beautiful wife.
Fang Yamo touched the tip of his nose resentfully.
At those words, Ning Yulan smiled mysteriously.
Since there is guilt, why don't you simply tell your sister your secret? What? Fang Yamo froze.
Ning Yulan came slightly closer and said softly, you seem to have not properly explained to your wife's honor why that head of the Long family will give you such face lest to coax the child that's set to fool sister.
I am not a child. To say what drops of water, springs of gratitude. I am completely unbelievable. Hiss. Sister Yulan even remembered this? Fang Mo's heart was shocked. In the next moment,
Ning Night Ranch slowly said again with her vermilion lips gently opening.
And wow, how the hell did you do that?
Make the chairman of Cade Culture,
Lu Qing, so impressed with you that he even sent a check for 100 million to go along with the money? Just because of you,
for doing him a small,
insignificant favor? Crap, the vest is coming off. Ma'am, don't pursue this. If you do, you and your sister will become love rivals. Fang Yamo cried out. If we have something to say in bed, ah shucks. If we have something to say back at night, let's just go with the flow. Wife.
Ning Yulan pouted a little,
seemingly a little dissatisfied,
but still grunted.
Okay. Chapter 106, The Boss of the Last Level.
Wu Jiabei had been pushing glasses with Li Haowen beside her as early as the opening of the table. Both of them would have been so drunk by now that if they weren't still in the middle of a wedding, they'd both be high and low on playing some loud drinking games.
While Fang Yamo and Ning Yulan were chattering with a few people,
he still had his sight towards the black-clothed man's table from time to time. Li Haowen didn't even resist prodding several times. The crowd thought that the groom was too excited about today's big day, so he hadn't slept well yesterday, resulting in some absent-mindedness.
Only Fang Yamo knew exactly what was going on with him,
so he took a deep breath and still rushed at Ning Yulan.
Sister Yulan, you help me entertain Sister Son Yu and their table first. I saw a few acquaintances. Go and come back. Acquaintance? Hearing this,
Ning Yuan was stunned for a moment.
Fang Yamo didn't explain much.
The two of them were husband and wife, and Sister Yulan's trust in herself was a basic element, so he'd better figure out why these national security bigwigs showed up at his wedding first.
Otherwise Fang Yamo would have trouble sleeping and eating for the rest of his life. After all, he was not alone now. He's a family man.
If he was by himself, even if his identity as the king of hackers Zhang was exposed,
Fang Yamo would still be facing blast wind alone. But it's different now. He just got married today.
Once any danger was brought about by the identity of Zhang,
it was very likely that Sister Yulan would all suffer miserably. Fang Yamo had to be cautious. When they reached the table,
the four of them looked at each other,
and the air was a little quiet. How did a few leaders find this place? Fang Yamo asked with a frown. At that,
one of the men in square collar suits let out a soft laugh.
Famous as I am
the supreme commander of this operation in Jiangqing City.
Don't misunderstand.
We have no malicious intent in coming over here.
We simply want to meet the king of hackers. Actually,
we've worked together a few times,
but since Dragon Team missions can basically be done purely online, you haven't seen me before. My name is Wu Qingfeng.
Zhang should have heard of me.
Wu Qingfeng? Fang Yamo was indeed taken aback.
This person is also a legendary existence.
National Security has three major departments: the Dragon Group, the Hua Group, and the Combat Team.
And Wu Qingfeng is the top leader of the Jiangqing Combat Team. It could be said that within the entire Jiangqing state security bigwigs,
he had the highest position and the strongest commanding ability. And on the bright side,
this big shot is also the secretary of the head of the city of Jiangcheng.
Fang Yamo had heard about his ironic battle record.
Wu Qingfeng laughed out loud, and the country face under the sunglasses seemed to be satisfied with Fang Mo's surprised look at the moment. These two beside me are my close friends. Don't worry, they won't reveal half a word of your identity. I guarantee with my life, if your identity leaks out, I,
Wu Qingfeng, take full responsibility. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo's tense muscles then slowly relaxed.
Thought these few national security bigwigs were planning to just tie themselves up and go to work.
But to be honest,
I really didn't expect the famous hacker King Zheng to be so young.
it seems that we are still old.
The future of this world belongs to you young people.
Fang Mo touched the tip of his nose resentfully. Commander Wu is polite.
He still wasn't quite used to being called out as the king of hackers in the real world.
Alright, you don't have to worry about anything.
I simply want to come and congratulate you personally. The bride is very beautiful. Wishing the two of you 100 years of good luck.
This is a little bit of my heart. Please make sure that Mr. Fang smiles. After saying this, Wu Qingfeng pulled out a bank card from his pocket. Fang Mo did not have to guess to know that this inside at least 7 figures to start with. Although less than Lu Qing sent 100 million sky-high checks.
But this money is no longer a small figure for these national security bigwigs.
After all,
they seem to be in high positions of power.
But in reality, they are all on the payroll.
It's not like businessmen who have their own businesses and can enrich themselves.
Millions are astronomical to them. Fang Mo shook his head frantically and waved his hand to reject it. How can I take your money? Wu Qingfeng's attitude was resolute.
At least is also a colleague. Besides, I also know clearly.
These years of wages you did not move a point. Almost equivalent to the country for nothing. Just for this heart. I personally also admire.
This money you still accept it.
Is a little bit of my heart. If you do not accept.
Believe it or not, I shouted in the face of so many friends and relatives that you are the king of hackers?
Hearing this, Fang Mo helplessly let out a long sigh.
Of course, he knew very well that Wu Qingfeng was only joking. But this rumored thunderbolt
of Commander Wu,
it doesn't seem to be as hard to reach as one might think.
At least they make a couple of jokes, don't they? How is that even remotely cute? Fang Mo took the bank card. Then this money will be treated as a bonus for the Dragon Team's mission this time. If anyone performs well in this mission, it will be awarded as a bonus. Do what you want with it. It's your money now anyway.
Wu Qingfeng laughed and was about to leave after saying this, when suddenly a clamor came from the center of the venue.
Fang Mo twisted his head to look at it. Instantly his eyes widened in anger,
only to see a middle-aged shadow dressed in all white, standing in front of Ning Yulan, was glaring fiercely at her.
An argument also appears to have broken out between the two sides. It seems you can't seem to get any peace when you're married. Wu Qingfeng flirted with a line.
At those words,
Fang Mo's frown deepened. Because this is not someone else.
It is the father-in-law who has shown up for the first time until now when he and sister Yulan got their license.
Ning Jinoa, Ning Yulan, good for you Ning Yulan. I didn't return to China for a while, but you're good.
You even went behind my back and got the marriage license.
The entire family and friends were even notified of the wedding here today.
Ning Jinoa's brows twisted into a ball, and his features, which were 7 times similar to sister Yulan's,
revealed intense anger. Do you have any regard for me as a father?
Next to Ning Jinoa stood a familiar figure.
Was it not Ning Huarong, Ning Yulan's eldest uncle?
The last time he teamed up with Chen Kaiga at Ning's group to try to force Ning Yulan's hand,
he was miserably hit in the face by Fang Mo. Fang Mo thought that this elder brother would be able to be honest for a while. Who knew that it would jump out so quickly as a demon, and that it would bring out his old man? However, it is also true that Fang Mo once thought that the wedding process high and low to be able to see Ning Jinoa. Who knows that the process is finished?
Ning Jinoa only came late. But it looks as if this old husband of his is quite against this marriage.
Fang Mo took a deep breath.
If Chen Kaigas and their block was considered a challenge to beat the normal mode of the game, then Ning Jinoa was really the last ultimate boss when the game was about to be passed all the way through.
Ning Jinoa,
I've already agreed to this marriage.
What do you mean by jumping out against it now? For so many years,
you have managed the affairs of the Ning family.
Yulan, sure, the rain thing? Just then, Elder Ning jumped out and said angrily,
if you are unlucky in your own marriage,
do you intend to make your daughter unlucky in her marriage as well? Fang Mo knows our two families well,
and he and Yulan have been in love since they were young.
They were originally a match made in heaven. Shouldn't you, as an old husband, support your daughter's decision and let her pursue the happiness she wants? Elder Ning strongly supported Fang Mo. After all,
his love for Fang Mo came from his heart.
Besides, Father Fang was also the one he watched grow up.
In his eyes, there is almost no more suitable in-laws in the world than the old Fang family.
Being reprimanded by his father,
even Ning Jinoa's aura plummeted by 3 points as if a pot of cold water had been poured on him. But he gritted his teeth and appraised his attitude in a deep voice.
No matter what,
this marriage,
I'm still against it. If Ning Yulan wants to marry Fang Mo, I have the means to break them up. If you don't believe me, we'll see.